traveling through the apocalypse, while others fight desperately to kill zombies. I was only focused on picking up trash. By accident, I picked up a system, strength stats, speed, mental energy. I could even pick up legendary gun control skills. While others were still struggling to cultivate, I casually picked up power and could one-punch bosses. Until one day, I picked up something even more extraordinary. From then on, I stood at the top of the post-apocalyptic food chain. My name is Zhāng Hào, an unlucky guy who just transmigrated into a zombie apocalypse world. This world is over 10 times larger than Earth, yet it's filled with dangers. Viruses from centuries ago turned survivors into zombies, and even animals mutated. Variants have also emerged among humans, who have gained powerful abilities. The moment I opened my eyes, I found myself as a city guard of Mokingchang. Sounds good, but my post is at the Black Wind Gathering site 100 miles away, an extremely dangerous place with frequent zombie attacks. On the training ground, a man as sturdy as an iron tower was punching a sandbag. A red number 3 fell out of his pocket, and just as I was about to remind him, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding, an item has dropped and is available for pickup. Does the host wish to collect it? I instinctively shouted, yes, I need it. Then the system prompted me that my strength value had multiplied by 1. I immediately realized I had been bound to a system that allowed me to grow stronger by picking up items. This is practically a tailor-made cheat code for me, especially in this perilous world. I took a deep breath, clearly feeling an increase in strength. That iron tower of a man is a 10-year veteran soldier, whose strength far surpasses that of an ordinary person. While he was burying himself in intense training, another blue number 3 fell to the ground. I silently recited collect, and the system prompted speed times 3. My calves underwent a subtle change. In just 1 minute, I gained 3 points of strength and 3 points of speed. As long as I collect enough, I'll soon have the strength of an ability user. After another 10 minutes or so, a yellow 3 dropped down. The system prompted stamina times 3. I was ecstatic inside. This is much faster than training hard on my own. Beside me, the captain looked at me with a strange expression, and I explained with a smile that I was humbly learning. Then moved to another spot to continue collecting attributes. In the training room, soldiers were lifting dumbbells, running, sparring, everyone was training hard. As for me, I didn't have to do anything but stand aside quietly, gathering energy points. I quickly discovered the pattern. Running decreases speed stats, weightlifting reduces strength stats, and the pickup range is 15 meters. The dinner bell rang, and I couldn't wait to check my personal panel. Name, Zhāng Hào. Strength, 303. Speed, 256. Soul power, 206. Mental power, 105. In just a short time, my strength value more than doubled. I walked up to the strength testing machine, threw a powerful punch, and the numbers instantly shot up to 370 kilograms. The power of this punch is enough to surpass the vast majority of people. After finishing the meal, the captain informed our squad that we were on duty today. I picked up the assault rifle and followed them up the city walls. Though it was just an earthen slope, it was at least 10 meters high. I gripped my rifle tightly, not daring to slack off for a moment, as zombies or mutated beasts could appear at any time. Patrolling is a tedious task. I watched the sunset slowly sink, stretching my somewhat numb feet. Just then, a dark figure came rushing toward the city wall from a distance. I picked up the binoculars, and what I saw made me gasp. Hundreds of pairs of green glowing eyes. Look, hundreds of zombies, I yelled. My cry threw the other soldiers into a panic. The captain reacted the fastest, loudly ordering the alarm to be sounded. Whoa! Amid the alarm, the resting soldiers quickly gathered toward the city walls. Next, a middle-aged man in general's attire ascended the city walls. He was a genuine supernatural ability user. His name was Commander Zhang, and he appeared exceptionally calm. After observing for a moment with binoculars, he commanded, wait a bit longer, open fire within 50 meters. This large-scale zombie horde was very likely initiated by mutated zombies. Under Commander Zhang's command, the soldiers calmed down and raised their guns to take aim. The zombies suddenly accelerated, rushing to within 50 meters of the city walls in the blink of an eye. Fire! The command was issued, and tongues of flame erupted. The bullets easily pierced through the zombies' bodies, but only took down a few. Aim for the head, Commander Zhang roared. I cursed myself for my terrible aim, unable to land a single headshot after several tries. But beside him, Commander Zhang held a gun with one hand, each shot hitting the target with precision. Suddenly, something fell off him, and the system prompted, ding, gun mastery technique. Would the host like to pick it up? Yes, yes, yes. I answered excitedly. Ding, successfully picked up gun mastery technique, level 1. I felt a jolt in my brain, and my control over firearms instantly became masterful, as if I had practiced for over a decade. I aimed at a zombie and easily blew its head off. Beautiful. I couldn't help but admire my own shot. Commander Zhang also noticed me, and his opinion of this new recruit rose significantly. The zombies fearlessly charged through the hail of bullets, rushing to the city walls and ramming them violently with their bodies. With a loud crash, I was stunned to see a red number 5 drop from one of the zombies. So zombies can drop attributes too. I immediately picked it up, and my strength instantly increased by 5 points. I fired more vigorously, intentionally waiting for the zombies to get closer before shooting, so I could collect items while fighting. A zombie fell to the ground, and a yellow halo appeared in mid-air. System prompt, ding, congratulations host, upgrade points times 100. It's skill points, I can upgrade my skills. I got even more excited and started shooting like crazy. At that moment, a zombie with blood-red eyes caught my attention. It could actually punch with such force that it smashed a gap directly in the city wall. This was a mutated zombie. It had awakened a skill. Oh no! Commander Zhāng's face suddenly changed. A soldier fell from the city wall, was caught by the mutated zombie, and was torn in half. Commander Zhāng was furious, threw aside his rifle, and drew the dagger at his waist. I saw a skill drop on the ground, and I guessed it was a martial skill related to blade techniques. Commander Zhāng leaped high into the air, landing steadily on the ground, and slashed at the mutated zombie with his blade. Unexpectedly, the zombie used its palm like a blade, forcefully knocking Commander Zhāng's dagger away. Commander Zhāng staggered back several steps, barely managing to steady himself. What he was facing was a mutated zombie with a special skill. Chapter 4, Zombies can use skills too. Blood trickled down his palm, staining the floor crimson. Huff, huff, huff. Zhang Sun gasped for breath in heavy, ragged heaves. The soldiers upstairs were startled, instantly thrown into panic. Zhāng Hào watched with his scalp tingling clearly. This zombie was far stronger than Zhang Sun. Some seasoned veterans snapped out of their shock and bellowed, "What are you standing around for? Fight!" Bang bang bang. A barrage of bullets struck the mutated zombie's body with precision, yet they all bounced harmlessly off the ground, failing to even scratch its skin. Not only were the psychics many times stronger than ordinary humans, but their defensive capabilities were also astonishingly robust. And zombies possessed even greater resilience than humans. Bullets striking their bodies felt like mere tickles. Together. Suddenly, several burly figures appeared nearby. Armed with oddly shaped weapons, they moved with astonishing speed. Zhāng Hào could only see a blur of motion. Seeing this, Zhāng Hao's heart dropped to the ground. The Black Wind Gathering had 5 psychics in total, and Zhang Sun was only one of them. Now the other 4 had also appeared below the city walls. Put! Zhang Sun spat, frowning as he warned, "Guys, be careful." This guy's activated his skill. He watched the zombies nearby with intense vigilance. They were all ordinary psychics. Even with their numbers, they held no significant advantage. At that moment, a bald man with hawk-like eyes licked his lips and sneered, "If I'm not mistaken, primordial energy will likely manifest within this creature. The one who strikes first will claim the reward." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the zombie launched its attack first. It relied on brute force, delivering a punch with the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. The 5 psychics dared not be the slightest bit careless, each preparing for battle as they stepped forward to meet the threat. Upstairs, Zhāng Hào rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring unblinkingly at the energy values scattered on the floor. Red, yellow, blue, and astonishingly, the highest readings hit 50 and 60, with the lowest still reaching 39. The energy values these psychics shed far surpassed those of ordinary soldiers. Gulp, gulp. Zhāng Hào swallowed repeatedly, his eyes glowing golden. He fought the urge to rush downstairs, his gaze burning with intensity. A battle of this caliber, an ordinary person would be killed instantly by a single touch. He had to stay calm, absolutely no rushing. With the city walls cracked open, hordes of zombies poured through the fissures from outside, forcing soldiers into brutal hand-to-hand combat. Many soldiers despised the undead with a passion, fighting them with every ounce of strength they had. Their energy levels visibly plummeted. Seeing his chance, Zhāng Hào hesitated no longer and charged straight downwards. A zombie spotted Zhāng Hào, let out a low growl, and charged toward him. Instantly, a foul stench filled Zhāng Hao's nostrils, stinging his eyes until tears streamed down his face. Milky white maggots wriggled within its rotting flesh. Blood stained its clothes, and fragments of decayed flesh clung to its form. Even Zhāng Hào, who was prepared, felt profoundly repulsed by the sight. Though his mind recoiled, his hands moved with lightning speed. Both his speed and strength far surpassed those of ordinary men. Swish! Zhāng Hào swung his blade, cleanly severing the zombie's head, then kicked it away like a soccer ball. The sight of it was truly unsettling. A yellow light orb then floated into the air. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've earned 100 upgrade points. The entire battlefield was a bloody carnage as soldiers fought desperately. 5 psychic warriors clashed with the mutated zombie, trading blows relentlessly. Yet the 5 held no advantage whatsoever. However, after a fierce struggle, they managed to pull away from their original positions. Zhāng Hào seized the opportunity and dashed over. Ding! Acquired martial skill, sword technique level 1. Instantly, intricate sword techniques imprinted themselves upon Zhāng Hao's mind. Ding! Strength value 40. Ding! Speed 30. Ding! Mental power 50. Watching the numbers on the system panel continuously upgrade, Zhāng Hao's face broke into a wide grin. Before long, he would possess strength rivaling that of psychics, and then he would become a phoenix among men. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, the mutated zombie emitted an eerie laugh, causing the group, who had been locked in a fierce battle, to turn their heads in unison. They saw the creature's eyes glowing a blood red, its head swaying back and forth uncontrollably. Zhang Sun's face drained of color. He urgently warned those around him, bad news. Retreat. The moment the words left his mouth, a horrifying spectacle unfolded before them. The zombie bent low, its palms slowly pressing against the ground. Then, the earth began to shake violently. Rocks from the ground transformed into sharp spears, shooting upward. Zhang Sun, battle-hardened, instantly thrust himself over 10 meters away. But the man standing closer wasn't so lucky. A spear pierced straight through the sole of his foot, blood gushing forth. Ah! His entire face contorted, terror outweighing the pain. Watch out, someone warned from behind, but it was too late. The zombie lunged at him, snapping its gaping jaws shut. His head was severed from his neck, and his body collapsed instantly. Lord Zhang. Many soldiers trembled in horror. This wasn't just any soldier, he was a genuine psionicist, yet he had fallen so easily to the zombie's jaws. Huff, huff, huff. The few who had narrowly escaped gasped for breath, deeply shaken by the previous man's death. The bald man eyed the mutated zombie warily. This beast is too powerful. Just the few of us won't be enough. Unless we get help from a high-level psychic. As he spoke, his gaze darted around, his will to fight already fading. After all, as an elite human, he enjoyed unimaginable wealth and privilege. He didn't want to die so easily. Meanwhile, Zhāng Hào stared intently at the zombie's feet, his heart pounding in his throat. It wasn't fear driving him, it was the skill energy wave pooling beneath the zombie's feet. If he hadn't misjudged, this was the zombie's martial skill. Only those who awaken martial arts could become true powerhouses, and the zombie from earlier was the perfect example. Those who awaken martial arts abilities were truly rare as hen's teeth. Once discovered, they would inevitably be fought over by all the major factions. They would offer lavish rewards. The zombie picked up the corpse on the ground and devoured it in large mouthfuls, crunching through the hard bones like shrimp crackers. Zhāng Hào steeled his nerves and crept closer, barely daring to breathe heavily. He knew full well that if discovered, his fate would likely mirror that of the victim being devoured. A mere few meters took Zhāng Hào several minutes to cover. Finally, the system's notification sounded in his mind, ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the martial skill, Earth Transformation Technique. The instant the system's voice faded, the zombie's gaze shifted toward Zhāng Hào. Chapter 5, Legs Turned to Jelly. Zhāng Hào stood rooted to the spot, his legs feeling like jelly as cold sweat poured down his forehead. At this moment, he was only a dozen meters away from the zombie. If it charged, it would be upon him in the blink of an eye. By Zhāng Hao's estimation, he wouldn't last 2 rounds against it. Countless thoughts raced through Zhāng Hao's mind. The next second, Zhang Sun launched his attack first. The dagger in his hand gleamed eerily in the night, aimed straight for the zombie's head. The zombie raised its right arm to block. Clang! The metallic clang echoed, yet the 1,000-pound force only left a faint scratch on the zombie's arm. Now, the remaining 3 dared not hesitate. They knew full well that if they fled now, they'd become laughingstocks forever, no one would ever hire them again. They threw caution to the wind, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks on the zombie. Finally, one of them landed a powerful blow that tore open a gash in the zombie's chest. Yet this superficial wound had no effect whatsoever on the mutated undead. Phew! Zhāng Hào breathed a slight sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Thank goodness Zhang Sun saved his life. Otherwise, a shiver ran down his spine involuntarily. Zhāng Hào quickly opened the interface to examine the unique properties of the Earth Transformation Technique. Earth Transformation Technique 01000 notes, can transform rocks and soil into weapons, can also convert rock attributes into defense values. Brilliant! Zhāng Hào gritted his teeth and nodded, fixing his gaze on the mutated zombie. That beast had slaughtered countless humans earlier, nearly killing him too. Revenge was a must. He alone was no match for it, but he had 4 other psychics to assist him. Checking his upgrade points, he found exactly 1,000. Earth Transformation Technique upgrade. Ding, level up successful. Instantly, the upgrade points dropped from 1,000 to 0. The Earth Transformation Technique advanced from level 1 to level 2. On the other side, the group was being pushed back relentlessly, sustaining wounds of varying sizes. If this continued, their lives would be in grave danger. Zhang Sun gritted his teeth in frustration. This can't go on. We'll all die here. It's too late to call for backup now. By the time Watching City sends reinforcements, this place will be overrun by zombies. With their hands tied, the ordinary zombies tore into the soldiers like wild dogs set loose. At this rate, none of them would survive to leave this place alive. Swish! At the critical moment, a sharp spear shot up from the ground, piercing straight toward the mutated zombie's heart. The speed was so swift it startled even the zombie. However, the creature's speed was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from its original spot. The zombie that dodged the sneak attack was still utterly bewildered. That was clearly its own martial skill. Similarly, the other 4 noticed Zhāng Hào. What's going on? Could one of them be a high-level psychic too? To become a psychic, one must first push their physical body to its absolute limit, a feat requiring immense amounts of sustenance. For ordinary people, even 3 meals a day was a struggle, leaving no time for anything else. Thus, psychics were few and far between. As for high-level psychics, they were rarer than hen's teeth. What the hell was going on? Had the battle just now triggered some soldiers' latent potential, causing them to awaken martial arts techniques? That was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, why would any high-level psychic choose to serve as an ordinary soldier in the Black Wind settlement? Unless they were out of their minds. Zhāng Hào ignored the other's thoughts, merely shaking his head helplessly. He thought to himself, this guy's speed is truly astonishing. Then, Zhāng Hào turned to Zhang Sun and said, Commander Zhang, I'll assist you. Hearing this, Zhang Sun's heart leapt with joy. He hurriedly replied, all right. Stay back and distract that beast. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhāng Hao's presence would significantly boost their odds of victory. Zhang Hào nodded, then murmured, Earth transformation technique, Vine of Earth. As the words left his mouth, a crack split open beneath the mutant zombie's feet. Black vine shot out at a visible speed, coiling around its ankles. For a moment, the mutated zombie was utterly baffled. Ha ha ha. The mutated zombie screamed, straining its legs to violently break free from the vine's grasp. Zhāng Hào knew his power wasn't sufficient to fully restrain the mutated zombie. But it had caused the creature some trouble. Seeing his chance, the bald man roared, You beast, die. The sharp steel spear pierced the mutant zombie's chest with a wet thud, drawing out a stream of greenish blood. Then, the mutant zombie lashed out with a palm strike, sending the bald man flying through the air and crashing hard onto the ground. Nice. Zhāng Hào watched the energy points scattered on the ground and couldn't help but cheer from the sidelines. The mutated zombie raged, intent on finishing off the bald man. But Zhāng Hào wasn't idle either. He stomped his foot firmly, Earth Spear technique, rise. Instantly, countless sharp spears erupted from the ground, pinning the mutated zombie in place. Due to his insufficient psychic power, he couldn't wield the Earth Spear technique as effortlessly as the mutated zombie. Zhang Sun rejoiced, letting out a fierce shout as his dagger sliced cleanly through the mutated zombie's arm. The red number 40 appeared, making Zhang Hao's mouth water. In panic, the zombie thrust its arm out to block again, but luck deserted it. Zhang Sun sliced clean through the entire limb. Get up! Take this! You beast, come and die! The black iron rod slammed into the zombie's skull, shattering the mutated corpse's head. No matter the type of zombie, once its head was destroyed, it instantly lost its fighting ability, collapsing like a pile of rotten mud. The group exchanged stunned glances, momentarily unable to believe what had just happened. They never dreamed they'd one day kill a high-level mutated zombie. Of course, much of the credit belonged to Zhāng Hào. Without his interference, they would never have been able to withstand the mutated zombie, let alone kill it. This incident starkly highlighted the gap between ordinary psychics and advanced psychics. Zhang Hào grinned, his eyes fixed on the fallen zombie, or rather, the two glowing spots. The yellow one was clearly an upgrade point, but the blue light spot beside it was something Zhang Hào had never seen before. Nevertheless, he promptly pocketed them without hesitation. Ding, points 1000. Ding, picked up level 1 energy stone. 1000 upgrade points. Zhang Hào couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, ordinary zombies only dropped 100 upgrade points, while mutated zombies yielded 10 times that amount. As for energy stones, these were genuinely valuable items obtainable only by killing mutated zombies. Moreover, not every zombie would drop one. Thus, these things were priceless commodities, coveted cultivation resources fought over by all psychic users. Chapter 6, Let's all go together. Help us clear the remaining zombies. Zhang Sun shouted. Though the mutated zombies were eliminated, numerous ordinary zombies still swarmed the area. Zhang Hao's form shifted, darting through the zombie tide like a swift fish. Under his fierce assault, the zombies lost their combat effectiveness in an instant. Ding! Strength stat 40. Ding! Speed 30. After a fierce battle, every invading zombie was utterly annihilated. On the city walls, soldiers' eyes welled with tears as they cheered loudly. They knew this hard-won victory had come at a cost, even the sacrifice of a special ability user. Had Zhang Sun not joined the fight, this place would likely have fallen to the zombies, and they would have become souls devoured by the undead. While some rejoiced, others wailed, clutching their wounded arms and sobbing, It's over. The zombies scratched me. Wah! A man of 8 feet tall weeping openly, it spoke volumes of the terror gripping his heart. It must be understood that psychics can resist zombie infection. But ordinary people couldn't. Once bitten or scratched by a zombie, infection was inevitable unless they were promptly disinfected with antiviral serum. Unfortunately, that serum was prohibitively expensive. Its exorbitant price tag of 500,000 yuan was far beyond the means of ordinary soldiers. Thus, the moment one was injured by a zombie, it was a death sentence. Sigh. Zhang Hào sighed helplessly. He desperately wanted to step in and save them, but he simply didn't have the means. Besides, this was the apocalypse. Zombies and humans coexisted, and nearly everyone was living on the edge. Next, Zhang Hào opened his attribute panel to check his stats. Name, Zhang Hào. Gender, male. Age, 26. Strength, 710. Note, 1 point equals 1 kilogram. Speed, 690. Soul power, 702. Mental power, 589. Keep in mind, the average male stats hover around 100. Yet Zhāng Hào now rivals ordinary psychics. This battle was nothing short of a perfect buffet for Zhāng Hào. The system's true power lies in its ability to absorb not only human attributes but even those of zombies. Just then, Zhang Sun approached Zhāng Hào, his voice tinged with nervousness as he asked, "Young friend, what might be your name?" After all, psychics were already rare, let alone those with special abilities. Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào replied modestly. He held Zhang Sun in high regard. Earlier, several psychics had already begun to retreat, but Zhang Sun charged forward without regard for his own life. That spirit alone was worthy of admiration. Had it not been for Zhang Sun, Zhāng Hao's attempt to take down that mutated zombie would have been nothing short of a pipe dream. Seeing this, Zhang Sun breathed a slight sigh of relief before patting Zhāng Hào on the shoulder with a laugh. Ha ha ha. They say heroes emerge from youth. Excellent, excellent. Faced with Zhang Sun's praise, Zhāng Hào scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I just awakened my abilities recently. I'm still not fully in control of them. Hearing this, Zhang Sun showed no hint of doubt, merely nodding. Understood. Otherwise, with your abilities, how could you have ended up in this godforsaken place as a lowly soldier? Oh, young Zhang, what are your plans moving forward? Having awakened his abilities, Zhāng Hào certainly couldn't stay here as a lowly soldier. Ha! Zhāng Hào furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the unspoken meaning behind Zhang Sun's words. He quickly replied, Commander Zhang, do you have any suggestions? Impressed by Zhāng Hao's level-headedness, Zhang Sun replied warmly, of course. You've only recently awakened your abilities. It's only natural you're unfamiliar with certain things. In my opinion, you should enroll in the Academy for Gifted Individuals. It might be more beneficial for you there. With the strength you've demonstrated so far, joining the Academy shouldn't be difficult at all. After awakening as an ability user, the vast majority choose to attend the Ability User Academy. This academy was established by humanity to cultivate the strongest among them. Within its walls lie secret techniques of source energy capable of shattering the limits of the human body, enabling psychics to undergo a second transformation. Keep in mind, mastering these source energy techniques requires one crucial prerequisite, pushing all your attributes to their absolute limits. Otherwise, attempting cultivation recklessly is like rowing against the current. It won't advance you, but rather set you back. Moreover, these academies not only enhance one's personal strength but also allow for the exchange of powerful weapons and equipment. Without exaggeration, the Academy stands as the undisputed strongest alliance in the present age. The Academy's headmaster is rumored to be a 500-year-old veteran who has lived since the dawn of the apocalypse. Hailed as humanity's mightiest, he stands atop the world's pinnacle rankings. The man ranked first on the world's peak list. According to Zhang Sun, this headmaster's flight speed surpasses that of rockets, making trips between Blue Star and the moon effortless. Such terrifying power approaches divinity itself. Gulp. Listening to Zhang Sun's explanation, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes betraying an undeniable yearning. He believed that with the system's bug, he would eventually surpass the other man and become the fastest man on the entire planet. With that, Zhang Sun looked at Zhāng Hào with utmost seriousness. Alright, I've told you everything I know. As the primary authority here, I'll issue you a certificate tomorrow. Your next steps are entirely up to you. Zhang Sun knew this humble temple couldn't possibly hold on to a god like Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào didn't dare to overstay his welcome. He quickly stood up and said gratefully, Commander Zhang, your kindness is beyond words. After the zombie horde's attack, the Black Wind settlement was no longer peaceful. Many ordinary people met tragic ends at the zombies' jaws, and for a time, cries of despair filled the land. Yet no one paid any heed to the lives of ordinary people. Later, Zhāng Hào returned to his quarters and retrieved the energy stone he had picked up earlier. A pillar of earthy yellow, it emitted a peculiar scent. In an instant, Zhāng Hào felt his blood surge, a primal craving deep within his flesh. After examining it for a moment, he swallowed it whole. Holy! Within mere seconds, copious sweat poured from Zhāng Hao's pores, his body experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease. Ah! Zhāng Hào couldn't help but let out a sound. After an unknown amount of time, that sensation gradually faded away. Stretching his limbs, Zhāng Hào heard a series of cracking sounds like popping beans. Then, he opened his attribute panel and was immediately startled by the values displayed before him. Name, Zhāng Hào. Gender, male. Age, 26. Strength, 910. Note, 1 point equals 1 kilogram. Speed, 891. Soul power, 903. Mental power, 798. In just a moment, all stats surged by nearly 800 points, proof of this energy stone's immense power. Of course, the energy stone's effects were limited, diminishing progressively with each subsequent use. For those who had already reached the pinnacle of power, the energy stone had absolutely no effect whatsoever. Composing himself, Zhāng Hào lay back on the bed and drifted into a deep sleep. Chapter 7, Return to Maching City. The next morning, Zhang Sun found Zhang Hao early and handed him the certificate he had prepared overnight. Commander Zhang, thank you for your trouble. Taking the documents from Zhang Sun's hand, Zhang Hao offered a sincere thank you. No need to thank me. Commander Zhang slapped Zhang Hao on the shoulder, his unspoken words condensed into a single phrase, take care. Amidst the chaos of the apocalyptic war, no one knew if this parting would ever lead to a reunion. Take care. After bidding farewell to Zhang Sun and the others, Zhang Hao returned to Maching City. Gazing up at the towering city walls, a flood of emotions washed over him. Once, the original owner had been forced to leave Maching City just to survive, merely to fill his stomach with a single meal. Yet upon his return, everything had changed beyond recognition and only a single day had passed. Let it go, Zhang Hao silently vowed. One day, I will reach the pinnacle and become the strongest man of this age. Maching City's walls were immense, standing a full 55 meters tall with a terrifying thickness of 10 meters. Such monstrous defenses meant ordinary zombies couldn't scratch them. Even yesterday's terrifying mutated zombie could likely only leave a shallow mark. As a native resident of Maching City, Zhang Hao enjoyed seamless access. A simple facial scan granted him effortless entry. Returning to his residence, Zhang Hao pushed open the battered door. Calling it a door was generous. It offered no protection from wind or rain, little more than a decorative piece. This was the place where the original host had lived since childhood. Orphaned and alone, the original owner had barely scraped by on government welfare. To say he'd endured countless hardships would be an understatement. Changing into clean clothes, Zhang Hao headed toward the Academy for Special Abilities. This was a place countless people aspired to enter, and being a psychic was merely the first hurdle. Soon, Zhang Hao arrived at the Academy gates. Addressing the admissions officer, he stated, "Hello, I'm here to take the Academy entrance exam." The Academy held admissions daily, with weekly testing opportunities. Zhang Hao was fortunate he arrived just in time for the test. The admissions officer glanced at Zhang Hao and said flatly, "The test begins at 9 in the morning. Here's your admission ticket. Keep it safe and proceed inside." Taking the ticket, Zhang Hao followed the instructions into a plaza. Wow! Seeing so many psychics gathered, even Zhang Hao couldn't help but inwardly gasp. While psychics were rare birds outside, here they were swarming in droves. Powerful energy fluctuations emanated from their bodies. At that moment, Zhang Hao felt a surge of excitement. Passing this assessment meant he could successfully join the Psionic Academy, where he would gain access to the secrets of cultivating source energy. Honestly, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous at this moment. His two restless hands rubbed together incessantly, his eyes darting toward the clock from time to time. Time ticked by second, until finally, the assessment began. Looking around, there were at least 200 candidates. Then, a man dressed in traditional Chinese attire entered, notebook in hand. Instantly, a powerful aura of authority radiated out from him, spreading through the crowd. This power was no less formidable than that of yesterday's mutated zombie. Ahem! The man cleared his throat twice and announced, "All right, gather here. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Sunday. I'm this week's examiner. You may address me as Teacher Sunday. The assessment consists of 3 parts, strength, speed, and finally, reaction time. Alright, enough chatter. First up, Li Chongqing." At that, the man named Li Chongqing gave a shout and strode quickly to the strength testing machine. He slammed his fist down with all his might. A thunderous boom echoed as the machine's reading skyrocketed at a visible pace, surging from 0 all the way to 350 kilograms. Seeing this, Teacher Sun nodded approvingly. Pass. A force of 350 kilograms was already the limit for an average person. That single punch could kill a bull. According to Zhang Hao's memories, even the strongest boxers in his previous life only reached around 200 kilograms. Ha! Suddenly, Zhang Hao spotted a red number 13. The attribute points dropped by his opponent. Next up, the speed test. Simple enough, run 100 meters in 5 seconds to pass. 100 meters in 5 seconds, a speed rivaling a cheetah's, yet this was merely the first hurdle. The opponent breezed through it, his mood soaring. Zhang Hao smoothly picked up 10 points of speed. Next came the most challenging reaction time test, similar in principle to whack-a-mole, but with a difficulty factor 10,000 times greater. Contestants must press the illuminated button within 0.45 seconds, with zero margin for error. Unfortunately, Li Chongqing was too nervous and pressed the wrong button once, resulting in his immediate elimination. Seeing Li Chongqing's dejected expression, Teacher Sun showed not a shred of sympathy. This is the cruelty of selection, but the battlefield's cruelty extends far beyond this. Next up, Zhang Xiaonan. Teacher Sun bellowed. Zhang Hao watched silently as the falling attribute values filled him with excitement. Finally, after an hour of waiting, Teacher Sun called out Zhang Hao's name. With his current abilities, Zhang Hao was no weaker than those ordinary psychics, but he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. After all, this was an assessment, not a show-off contest. All that mattered was gaining admission to the Psionic Academy. Boom! As Zhang Hao delivered a punch, the value shot straight up to 500 kilograms. Teacher Sun paused slightly, studying Zhang Hao thoughtfully. Judging by his years of experience, Zhāng Hào must have held back on that strike. Pass. That's incredible, hitting 500 kilograms in one go. You're telling me I barely passed. Man, it's like comparing apples to oranges. Why do I feel like he held back? As the crowd chattered back and forth, Zhāng Hào walked off to the side, seemingly unconcerned. He breezed through the next two events without any trouble. Another hour passed before the assessment drew to a close. With the elimination of the last candidate, the assessment was officially over. Teacher Sun announced, "Alright, first congratulations to all the candidates who passed. Staff will process your enrollment ID cards shortly. As for those who didn't make it, don't be discouraged. Go back and practice diligently, there will be other opportunities." With that, Teacher Sun turned and departed with the 10 successful candidates. Out of 200 examinees, only 10 passed. The brutality of the assessment was evident. Soon, the staff completed Zhāng Hao's identity card. Name, Zhāng Hào. Age, 26. Status, trainee psionic. Affiliation, none. Contribution points, 0. This identity card is extremely valuable. Obtaining it will significantly elevate one's status and standing. As Zhāng Hào stood there in a daze, Teacher Sun slowly approached him with a smile. "Zhāng Hào, right? Excellent. It's been a long time since I've seen a student as outstanding as you." Hearing this, Zhāng Hào scratched his head. "Teacher Sun, you flatter me. It's just luck." Seeing Zhāng Hao's humility, Teacher Sun grew even more fond of him and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for modesty. I know you're holding back your true strength, and why you're doing so is none of my concern. I only wish to inform you that in 3 days, the Academy will commence its supernatural training. Should you excel, you will catch the attention of supernatural factions." "Extraordinary factions?" Zhāng Hào froze, then hurriedly replied, "Thank you for the heads up, Teacher Sunday." He sensed the teacher's goodwill, yet he knew this world's cruelty all too well. Only when your strength is formidable enough can you earn others' respect. Chapter 8, Acquiring the Source Energy Secret Art. After Teacher Sun departed, Zhāng Hào received the Source Energy Secret Art he had long coveted. The true power of this technique lay in its ability to alter a person's physical structure, rearranging genetic molecules to shatter their inherent limits. However, the cultivation requirements were exceedingly demanding. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the basic Source Energy Secret Art. The system's voice echoed in Zhāng Hao's mind. A flood of information then surged into Zhāng Hao's mind, causing him slight dizziness and a pounding sensation. An ordinary person would have been instantly overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, rendered incapacitated. Moments later, Zhāng Hào gasped for breath, his forehead covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat. Phew! Zhāng Hào took a deep breath, then opened the system interface and spent 1,000 points to upgrade the Source Energy Secret Art. Ding! Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. At that moment, Zhāng Hào could distinctly feel the changes within his body. First and foremost was his vision. Objects over 100 meters away were now crystal clear. Next came his hearing. The slightest rustle within 100 meters couldn't escape his ears. Moreover, the genetic alterations induced by the Source Energy Secret Art had made his body several times more resilient than before. Ordinary blades and spears could scarcely scratch him now. This perfectly compensated for his greatest weakness, insufficient defense. Moreover, while others needed relentless cultivation to upgrade their Source Energy Secret Arts, with difficulty increasing at each level. With the system's assistance, Zhāng Hao's advancement became significantly simpler, requiring only points to level up. Unfortunately, advancing further now required points to increase from 1,000 to 2,000. The next step was to eliminate zombies or beasts, swiftly acquiring points from their corpses. In this perilous world, the paramount task was to enhance his strength. More power meant more security. The extraordinary training begins in 3 days. I must perform well then, Zhāng Hào silently resolved. After all, this was a rare opportunity. Missing it would mean waiting another year. The term extraordinary forces alone signified immense prestige. Being selected meant gaining a powerful patron. Both status and standing would far surpass those of ordinary psychics. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the day of the supernatural training arrived. Countless people arrived early at the Academy Plaza, their hearts racing with excitement. Zhāng Hào was among them, his gaze fixed intently on the man standing at the very center. The latter stood there silently, yet radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. He scanned the assembled trainees and spoke in a calm, measured tone. The supernatural training is no ordinary exercise. It carries constant life-threatening risks. Therefore, you must be certain. Newcomers should consider carefully. Don't risk your lives in a fit of bravado. Those who are certain to participate, board the vehicles immediately. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every trainee present with perfect clarity. As his words fell, a handful of individuals began to hesitate, but the overwhelming majority stared back with burning eyes, utterly fearless. Those who could become psychics were rarely cowards or weaklings. After all, they were the elite of the human world, bearing the responsibility of defending against the undead. Every year, many psychics perish during the special training, yet this did nothing to dampen their enthusiasm. After all, fortune favors the bold. Zhāng Hào didn't hesitate for a second, boarding the bus alongside the others. Compared to others, Zhāng Hào felt even more excited, for the more dangerous the place, the richer the rewards. Soon, the bus's loudspeaker crackled to life with the instructor's voice. Everyone, I'll now explain the rules for this exercise. The location for the annual special training varied each year. This time, they were headed to a small town recently overrun by zombies. A Lord-level zombie had appeared there, slaughtering nearly the entire population of the city. However, powerful humans had intervened, conducting a major purge of the zombies. Their task was to eliminate any survivors that had slipped through the cracks. As for the assessment itself, it was straightforward and brutal. All participating trainees would enter the town to hunt zombies and monstrous beasts. Supernatural factions would then screen candidates based on their performance. Participants could form their own groups or go solo, though the former offered more opportunities while the latter increased one's chances of being selected. The most explosive piece of news? Among the stragglers lurked a level 2 mutant beast, a special gift the Academy had prepared for its students. Upon hearing this, countless trainees' excitement turned to dread. Level 2 zombies? They're out to kill us. Who says otherwise? If we run into one, we're dead meat. I want to withdraw. Is it too late? Silence. The accompanying instructor snapped at the students. You are psychics entrusted with protecting humanity. If a mere level 2 psychic creature terrifies you this much, how will you handle higher level zombies? Withdrawing is acceptable, but expect immediate expulsion and permanent disqualification from future enrollment. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire carriage fell silent. Expulsion felt worse than death itself. Now they could only regret their earlier impulsiveness. Soon, a ruined small city came into view before Zhāng Hào. Through the glass, Zhāng Hào could smell a faint scent of blood. The entire city lay in utter stillness. It was unimaginable that a city of millions could be devoured by zombies in the blink of an eye. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt at the city gates, and the trainees disembarked one by one. The instructor on the bus looked at the thousands of contestants and said, "Do your best. May you all return safely." Soon, some began recruiting companions. Traveling in groups was the best choice for weaker psychics. Zhāng Hào stroked his chin. Before entering, he needed to boost his own abilities. He possessed 3 skills: sword techniques, spear techniques, and the earth-shaping technique he had learned from the zombies. Shooting skills are useless here. After pondering, Zhāng Hào chose the sword technique. Ding! Level up successful. Instantly, Zhāng Hao's sword technique advanced from level 1 to level 2. But Zhāng Hào felt it wasn't enough, so he chose to continue upgrading. Ding! Level up successful. As his sword technique reached level 3, Zhāng Hào felt his battle blade fuse with his very being. Not enough points, or I could have gone one more level. Zhāng Hào sighed regretfully before joining the main force as they entered the city. The small town held no living original inhabitants, only zombies and monstrous beasts remained. Soon, Zhāng Hào was drawn to a commotion. Approaching closer, he was startled to find a snow-white cat. Unlike normal animals, the monstrous beast had eyes without pupils, a pair of blank white orbs that stared fixedly at Zhāng Hào. Its razor-sharp claws could shred an ordinary person to pieces in an instant. This was Zhāng Hào's first encounter with a mutant beast. Despite his extensive mental preparation, the sight before him still sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 9, Level 1 Mutant Beast. Grade 1 Mutant Beast, Steel Claw Cat. After a moment of stunned disbelief, the Steel Claw Cat launched its attack first. Its speed was astonishing. A mere 10-meter distance was covered with a single, effortless leap. An ordinary person would have no chance of survival against such an opponent. Fortunately, Zhāng Hào was no ordinary person. He stood motionless, his eyes fixed intently on the Steel Claw Cat hurtling toward him. Just as the Steel Claw Cat closed to within half a meter of Zhāng Hào, he suddenly launched his attack. Swish! The blade in his hand sliced cleanly through the Steel Claw Cat's neck, sending a spray of blood into the air. The Steel Claw Cat didn't even have time to scream before its head was severed from its body, crashing heavily to the ground. A pungent stench assaulted his senses, and Zhāng Hào instinctively kicked the corpse away. Ding! Speed stat 30. Ding! Points 300. Hearing the system's notification, a faint smile touched Zhāng Hào's lips. It must be said, this beast was far fatter than a zombie. The points alone were 300. Then, Zhāng Hào upgraded his sword technique once more. Ding! Upgrade successful. Whoa! Hearing the system's notification sound, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This upgrade represented a quantum leap. With the blade in hand, he felt like a grandmaster. His single round sword technique alone was enough to found a new school. At that moment, Zhāng Hào was exceptionally excited. Regardless of whether he would be selected, hunting more beasts would bring him nothing but benefits. Suddenly, Zhāng Hào heard the agonized screams of a human nearby. He sprinted to the scene at top speed, only to see a contestant around his age being devoured by a duck. With a sharp tearing sound, the duck ripped out the victim's intestines, making Zhāng Hào feel sick to his stomach. The beasts were savagely vicious, attacking all living creatures with extreme cruelty. Ding! Mental power 30. Ding! Points 200. Ah! Another agonized scream rang out as the cadet lay stiff on the ground, life extinguished. His wide-open eyes screaming the bitterness of his unfulfilled life. After finally becoming a psychic, he was brutally killed by a beast before he even got started. Damn beast! Zhāng Hào glared fiercely at the duck, muttering under his breath. Quack quack! Spotting Zhāng Hào, the duck flapped its wings and charged straight toward him. Its orange-yellow beak was covered in backward-facing barbs, its once black eyes now white, and a section of intestine still dangled from its mouth. This sight would terrify not just ordinary people, but even psychics with weak resolve. Humans harbored an instinctive dread toward zombies or monstrous beasts. Zhāng Hào employed the same tactic as before, waiting for his prey to take the bait. Swish! Another effortless strike. The blade sliced through the creature's neck without resistance, sending a duck head tumbling to the ground. No flashy swordplay, just an ordinary strike unleashed immense power, instantly slaying the beast. Inside the hall, the video feed showed Zhāng Hào, and everyone was stunned by his knife work. Damn, that guy's clearly a master swordsman. Yeah, from what I can tell, he's got at least 15 years of blade experience under his belt. He's a seed student. The group chattered excitedly, each expressing their admiration for Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào remained unaware of their assessments, otherwise, he would have felt awkward, since these skills were gifts from the system and had little to do with his own abilities. Staring at the duck carcass lying on the ground, Zhāng Hào felt an extraordinary surge of excitement. While others saw this place as a living hell, to Zhāng Hào it was pure paradise, a place where he could rapidly enhance his abilities. Watching his points increase, Zhāng Hào continued, upgrade the sword technique. Ding, upgrade successful. Instantly, Zhāng Hào felt his sword technique grow more refined, a sense of effortless mastery. Just as Zhāng Hào was immersed in his joy, he was unaware that danger was quietly approaching. Behind him, a strange beast resembling a hunting dog appeared without a sound. Oh no, it's a ghost hound, someone in the hall cried out in alarm. These spectral hounds were masters of disguise, appearing and vanishing like ghosts, often delivering fatal blows. Countless ordinary psychics had met their end at its jaws, making it the nightmare of many. Instantly, the hearts of the others leapt to their throats. Zhāng Hào was a promising young talent. Should we warn him, someone suggested? No. Another immediately rejected the suggestion, continuing, academy rules aren't meant to be broken on a whim. Besides, the real battlefield is 1,000 times more dangerous than this. With that, the others fell silent, their eyes glued to the screen as they silently prayed for Zhāng Hào. HM? Zhāng Hào furrowed his brow slightly, clearly sensing his blade vibrate faintly. Oomph. Suddenly, Zhāng Hào let out a cold snort and swung his blade backward. You beast. Die. In the next instant, the spectral hound was cleaved clean in two by Zhāng Hào, its blood splattering onto the ground with a sizzling sound. Nice work. This trainee is exceptional. One strike, one kill. Excellent, excellent. It's been ages since I've seen such a promising prospect. Several people pointed at the screen, shouting wildly without a care for their appearance. Zhāng Hào glanced at the combat blade in his hand, just an ordinary knife, not some divine weapon. The reason it triggered the prompt was solely because Zhāng Hao's sword technique had reached the terrifying level 5, a state of complete unity between man and blade. While others possessed this level of skill, achieving such mastery at such a young age was exceedingly rare. This youth's future was boundless. Just then, someone exclaimed excitedly, ha ha ha. This is precisely the talent our battle blade sect needs. I hope none of you will compete with me for him. His eyes gleamed as he spoke, his throat repeatedly clearing. A scholarly-looking man beside him sneered coldly, who wouldn't want such talent? But the decision isn't ours to make. This. The first man scratched his head awkwardly and slowly sat down. Ding. Energy stone 1. Ding, points 400. Holy crap, an energy stone. Zhāng Hao's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to acquire another energy stone so quickly. The chosen one truly was terrifying. Zhāng Hào ran his fingers over the battle blade in his hand, thinking his earlier choice had been quite wise. Blade techniques proved exceptionally effective on low-level battlefields, making the slaughter of low-tier beasts as easy as turning over one's hand. Arg! Suddenly, Zhāng Hào heard a bone-chilling sound. In the distance, pairs of blood-red eyes stared fixedly at him. The bloodthirsty gray beasts retained the primal nature of wolves, gathering in packs for the uprising. The alpha wolf stood tall and imposing, bearing 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs capable of easily tearing through the bones of ordinary psychics. Yet, faced with such a multitude of beasts, Zhāng Hào felt not a shred of fear, only pure excitement. For this was a gift from heaven. Chapter 10, Blade Strikes. Die. Zhāng Hào gripped his long blade and charged headlong at the bloodthirsty gray wolf. Sensing the threat, the wolf reared up on its hind legs, baring its blood-red jaws as it charged toward Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào swung his blade with lightning speed, cleanly severing the beast's head, which flew through the air like a ball before landing far away. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. The others watched the surveillance feed, unable to suppress their admiration. It was well known that the bloodthirsty gray wolf possessed formidable defense. Ordinary psychics could never sever its head so effortlessly. Moreover, Zhāng Hao's movements were incredibly satisfying to watch, like a visual feast to their eyes. Zhāng Hào flickered aside, evading another bloodthirsty grey wolf's attack before cleaving it clean in two. Within mere minutes, over a dozen bloodthirsty grey wolves lay slain by Zhāng Hào, the air thick with the pungent stench of blood. After that, Zhāng Hào showed no hesitation whatsoever, continuing his search for the next target. He raced against time, determined to slay as many beasts as possible before nightfall to strengthen himself. By now, Zhāng Hao's clothes were drenched in blood, making him resemble a demon from hell. Time flew by, and before he knew it, evening had arrived as the sun shifted westward. Glancing at the time, with less than an hour remaining before the assessment ended, Zhāng Hào opened his attribute panel during a brief rest. Name, Zhāng Hào. Gender, male. Age, 26. Strength, 1411. Note, 1 point equals 1 kilogram. Speed, 1332. Soul power, 1249. Mental power, 1010. Points, 8100. Over the course of 8 solid hours, Zhāng Hào had slain no fewer than 80 beasts, including several formidable ones. 8,000 points seemed substantial, yet it wasn't truly abundant. While upgrading sword techniques was reliable, advancing source energy secret arts was even more crucial. It formed the foundation of a psychic's power. Then there was the fossilization technique, an exceptionally powerful skill in its own right. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from the distance. Zhāng Hào felt the ground tremble beneath him and instantly sprang to his feet. He scanned the surroundings, gazing toward the distant source of the noise. Clearly, the two were far apart. What kind of force could make half the city's ground tremble? In the monitoring room, several faces paled simultaneously. Someone pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Red-haired tiger." Why wasn't it detected during the earlier search? A red-haired tiger, 5 meters long and 2 meters tall at the shoulder, leapt high into the air before crashing heavily back down onto the ground. Cracks spread across the ground, extending over 100 meters. This red-haired tiger is exceptionally powerful, easily comparable to a level 2 divine beast, one of them remarked. In my opinion, they must have done this deliberately. While the red-haired tiger possesses strength comparable to a level 2 divine beast, it remains fundamentally a level 1 divine beast. Some trainees have encountered that beast. Before the red tiger now stood a group of 4, led by a young man in his early 20s. The opponent wore a tight-fitting outfit, gripping a large blade as he stared intently ahead. His teammates, visibly shaken, took a couple of steps back. Maybe we should run? Hearing this, the leader barked, "Run? It's just a beast. What are the 4 of us afraid of? This red-haired tiger is probably the strongest monster in this assessment. If we can kill it, we'll definitely be selected by those powerful figures." His arrogance wasn't unwarranted. He had every reason to be cocky. Unlike other psychics, he possessed a unique ability. Therefore, he aimed to join the most elite faction, believing this would grant him access to superior cultivation resources. Seeing this, the others dared not argue and could only grit their teeth and say, "We'll follow your lead. I'll handle the attack. You guys support from the sides." With that, he leapt high into the air, charging straight toward the red-haired tiger. The next instant, a water column shot toward the red-haired tiger. The water column transformed into 2 giant serpents, coiling around the red-haired tiger from both sides. Die! Before he could finish his threat, the confident leader was whipped away by the tiger's tail, crashing heavily to the ground. His 2 companions weren't so fortunate. The red-haired tiger crushed them both into pulp with a single swipe of its paw. 2 legitimate psychic warriors, utterly destroyed in a single encounter. This instantaneous defeat shattered the leader's courage. Why? Why? He had awakened his psychic abilities, yet they proved utterly useless against this red-haired tiger. Now, he bitterly regretted being the one to make such a fool of himself. This beast was far beyond anything he could ever hope to challenge. Ignorant brat, daring to face the red-haired tiger alone. In the monitoring room, someone frowned at the defeated young leader. While awakening a special ability was indeed rare, this was the Academy of Special Abilities. Among the participants here, he was far from the only one who possessed such a unique power. As for the other participants? They were mere pretenders. Oh no! The red-haired tiger is heading toward Zhāng Hào, someone exclaimed in alarm. It's over. At that moment, everyone's heart sank, as if they could already see Zhāng Hao's fate. The fall of a prodigy was truly heartbreaking. Damn it, why is it running my way? Zhāng Hào cursed inwardly, only to see a man with a bushy beard charging toward him. The bearded man turned pale with terror, snot and tears streaming down his face. Help! I don't want to die. As the bearded man's words trailed off, red-haired tiger's paw slammed into his body. The bearded man's body crumpled like paper, instantly pulverized into a bloody pulp. Even Zhāng Hào, who had witnessed countless killings, was stunned by the scene. He instinctively tightened his grip on his battle knife. This was the brutal reality of the world. Even those with special abilities faced the constant threat of death. After dispatching the bearded man, red-haired tiger turned his gaze toward Zhāng Hào, licking his lips incessantly. Zhāng Hào knew this would be a tough fight, one he couldn't afford to underestimate. Fossilize, upgrade. Zhāng Hào commanded. Ding. Upgrade successful. Continue. Ding, upgrade successful. At this moment, Zhāng Hào could distinctly feel his connection to the earth beneath his feet grow stronger. In other words, he could now command the earth's power. Zhāng Hào glanced at the red-haired tiger nearby. Sensing a threatening aura emanating from him, the beast hesitated to attack. Source Energy Secret Art Upgrade. Ding, upgrade successful. A surge of pure energy flowed from Zhāng Hao's dantian into his limbs, causing his muscles to visibly swell by a full size. A level 3 Source Energy Secret Art equated to the cultivation results of an ordinary psionicist over 3 to 5 years. Finally, the red-haired tiger could no longer contain its bloodlust. After a moment's hesitation, it lunged directly at Zhāng Hào. Its jaws alone could swallow half a person whole, and those razor-sharp teeth could effortlessly cleave a man in two. That speed is no weaker than a level 2 beast. Indeed. Though this student is formidable, he stands no chance against this red-haired tiger. If not for the Academy's rules, I'd intervene to save him. Who knows? Maybe a miracle could happen? Chapter 11, The Red-Haired Tiger. An ordinary psionic's physical strength is 10 times that of a normal human. A mid-stage level 1 psionic reaches 20 times, late stage 30 times, and peak level 1 can achieve as much as 40 times. Early second-tier practitioners reach a terrifying 50 times. Zhāng Hào fixed his gaze on the red-haired tiger. The moment it lunged forward, he shifted his center of gravity and dodged the attack at blinding speed. Boom! The red-haired tiger's massive body slammed into the ground, instantly producing a deafening sound. Level 4 Fossilization Technique impressive. Damn kid, you've been hiding your abilities well, someone exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the screen. They hadn't expected Zhāng Hào to be a special ability user as well. Throughout the entire journey, Zhāng Hào had not revealed his abilities. This is getting more and more interesting. If Zhāng Hào were just an ordinary psychic, he would have died today. But now, neither side dared to declare superiority, they could only wait and see. You beast, take this. Red-haired tiger stared at Zhāng Hào in disbelief, equally astonished that he had effortlessly dodged its attack. But after only a few seconds of stunned hesitation, the red-haired tiger lunged at Zhāng Hào once more. The next instant, Zhāng Hào commanded the rocks on the ground, forming a massive stone fist in midair that crashed down upon the red-haired tiger. Die! As Zhāng Hao's words echoed, the fist slammed heavily into the red-haired tiger's body, pinning it forcefully to the ground. Blood gushed from the tiger's body, a gaping wound torn open across its back. Monitoring room. One of the instructors suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the screen and exclaiming, "Is this still an ordinary trainee?" A single punch unleashed 5 tons of force power that could rival a level 2 psionic. A prodigy. A prodigy that comes along once in a century. Boom. Red-haired tiger's eyes blazed crimson as he fixed his gaze on Zhāng Hào. His massive body roared and leaped high into the air. Then, the wound on its back began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoa! Witnessing this, even Zhāng Hào couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. That healing power was simply too formidable. This was the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered, without a doubt. He knew exactly how powerful his previous strike had been. Without exaggeration, an ordinary beast would have been pulverized into mincemeat by that single blow. Yet this creature had only sustained superficial wounds. And that astonishing healing power had rendered Zhāng Hao's lethal strike as ineffective as a tickle. Still, Zhāng Hào refused to be discouraged. If it could be easily killed, it wouldn't have been brought out as the final beast. Next, Zhāng Hào continued to channel the earth's power. The ground rumbled with a deep hum. A bull-sized crack tore open in the ground, and a spear as thick as a thigh shot upward. Spear. Armor piercing. Kill. Zhāng Hào roared, driving the spear directly at the red-haired tiger. It pierced the beast's body with lightning speed. But the spearhead was seized halfway in, unable to inflict fatal damage. Even Zhāng Hào couldn't help but curse under his breath at this scene. The beast's thick hide was incredibly tough to penetrate. The repeated taunts finally enraged the red-haired tiger. It turned its head and shattered the petrified spear clean through with its teeth. Roar! In the next instant, the red-haired tiger's massive body hurtled toward Zhāng Hào like a cannonball. Zhāng Hào wasted no time. He knew the red-haired tiger's power well. One misstep and he'd be crushed to dust, leaving no trace behind. Stone wall, rise. Now, Zhāng Hao's source energy secret art had been upgraded to level 3 by the system, enabling him to sustain such immense energy expenditure. Surrounding debris surged toward Zhāng Hào, coalescing into a half-meter thick stone wall before him. It halted the red-haired tiger in its tracks. Beasts were beasts, they only knew brute force. Meanwhile, Zhāng Hào was brewing his own killing move. He wrapped a portion of the rock around his fist, forming a stone gauntlet. Before the red-haired tiger could react, he slammed it down with brutal force. The massive red-haired tiger's huge body soared high into the air before crashing heavily back down, leveling an abandoned building to the ground. Nice move! The proctor in the monitoring room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Zhāng Hào possessed such formidable skill at such a young age, his future was boundless. At that moment, red-haired tiger sensed an unprecedented threat. It knew clearly that continuing the fight would likely mean death at the hands of its opponent. With that realization, the red tiger hesitated no longer, turning on its heel and sprinting off in another direction. Damn it! Zhāng Hào cursed under his breath and immediately gave chase. Humans and zombie beasts were natural enemies. Their encounters meant either death or survival. Failing to eliminate this beast would only lead to more innocent lives being harmed. Zhāng Hào planted his feet firmly and burst into astonishing speed. Swish! His battle blade sliced through, cleanly severing the red-haired tiger's head. Ding, points 1500. Ding, strength points 100. Ding, spirit points 100. Ding, energy stone 1. Staring at the red-haired tiger lying before him, Zhāng Hào brushed the dust off his clothes. He thought to himself that with his performance just now, joining a transcendent power shouldn't be a problem. With time still on his side, Zhāng Hào slayed several more beasts to bolster his strength. As the old saying goes, every little bit counts. As the sun set, sirens wailed overhead, signaling the final stages of the assessment. All surviving trainees converged toward the city gates, Zhāng Hào among them. As night fell, no one knew if other powerful beasts lurked within the city walls. Outside the city walls, some rejoiced while others grieved. Some trainees had preserved their lives, yet were mauled by beasts, missing limbs and severely weakened. Others, though still whole, were covered in blood, their condition pitiful to behold. Of course, there were also trainees beaming with smug satisfaction, boasting, I didn't perform well this time, only slayed 10 beasts. I wonder if the extraordinary factions will even consider me. As he spoke, an exam proctor approached the crowd, holding a tablet computer. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something, a look of genuine surprise flashing across his face before he continued, Congratulations, everyone. You have successfully passed this assessment. To those who suffered misfortune, I can only offer my apologies. Soon, you will receive invitation letters from the extraordinary factions. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. With that, the group of proctors approached the crowd. Previously, some outstanding psychics would be selected early by extraordinary factions. This time, nearly all the proctors dispatched by the extraordinary factions had arrived, an unprecedented display of force. Something's off. So many examiners appearing at once. Could it be that a seed student has emerged? Who could be that powerful? Need I even ask? He's right under our noses. Chapter 12, Shining Brightly. Everyone stared suspiciously at the youth clad in camouflage. This individual was a special ability user who had awakened unique powers. He had already stood out remarkably in this assessment, single-handedly slaying 14 monsters, a feat that would have made him a top contender in any previous competition. Yet, everyone curled their lips in disbelief. He simply didn't have the clout. Just then, someone called out loudly, Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào, come here. Whispers spread through the crowd as eyes darted around searching for Zhāng Hào. Ha! Zhāng Hào was startled by the scene unfolding before him, but steeled himself to respond, I'm Zhāng Hào. What is it? The moment they spotted Zhāng Hào, several proctors rushed forward without a care for their dignity, surrounding him. Hey kid, we saw what you did earlier, pretty impressive. Our Swordblade sect would like to invite you to join us. Many trainees rubbed their eyes, thinking they were seeing things. Just now, those proctors had actually invited Zhāng Hào to join the Warblade sect. Their tone was humble, almost pleading. It was well known that these extraordinary factions were dominant powers. To them, ordinary psychics were little different from ordinary people. Zhāng Hào knew a thing or two about the Warblade sect. It was a top-tier power back in the day, and their sect master was ranked 97th on the 100-strong list. Joining the Warblade sect would bring unimaginable benefits. Seeing Zhāng Hào hadn't responded for a while, the proctor continued, Young man, your talent is exceptional. Joining our Warblade sect would surely earn you the sect master's favor. You might even become his personal disciple. Whoa! The crowd gasped in unison. A direct disciple, the very thought sent hearts racing. Such a formidable figure, usually as elusive as a dragon, glimpsed only in passing. Merely receiving his guidance would be a stroke of luck, let alone becoming his direct disciple. Truly, among the 1,000 present, none dared even dream of such an honor. What on earth had Zhāng Hào done to earn such praise from the exam proctor? Not only the onlookers, but even Zhāng Hào himself was utterly stunned, as bewildered as a monk in the dark. Moments ago, he'd been wondering if his performance would even catch the master's eye. Little did he know that the second-ranked trainee had only hunted 21 beasts, and this was his second attempt at the trainee strength selection tournament. Young man, how about this? Join my Warblade sect, and I'll give you a top-tier sword technique as well. You're being too stingy. You can pick any technique you want from my Xuanjia sect. My Jade Maiden sect has countless female disciples. Take any you like. Put. You shameless lot. At that moment, the usually aloof masters were hawking their wares like street hawkers, each scrambling desperately to lure Zhāng Hào into their fold. Such an outstanding student was truly a rare find. Yet this spectacle stirred discontent among the other students. After all, he too was exceptional, his recent achievements equally impressive. Even if he wasn't quite on par with this so-called Zhāng Hào, he certainly didn't deserve to be treated so coldly. Ahem. Clearing his throat twice, the furious student blurted out his question, Teacher, I want to know how many beasts did this Zhāng Hào kill? Hearing this, one of the instructors looked at him as if he were an idiot and delivered the crushing blow without mercy, a total of 96. 96? The surrounding area fell deathly silent. Everyone stared at Zhāng Hào in utter shock, convinced they'd misheard. No wonder so many factions were scrambling to recruit him. Such a hunting tally was beyond their wildest dreams. Such an exceptionally gifted prodigy was far beyond his reach. He could only stand awkwardly by, refraining from making any more rash claims to avoid further humiliation. At that moment, a slender man stepped forward. He smiled warmly at Zhāng Hào and spoke slowly. "Youngster, your performance has been truly outstanding. Our Moonwatch Pavilion would like to invite you to join us. What do you say?" Moonwatch Pavilion? His mere appearance overshadowed the others, leaving them both regretful and resigned. It was well known that these extraordinary factions had their own hierarchy of strength, and the Moonwatch Pavilion ranked among the top 10 in that hierarchy. At that moment, Zhāng Hào finally grasped the situation. His performance had been nothing short of dazzling. Not only could he easily join any major faction, but he had become the object of their competition. Genius plus luck. This moment truly embodied that saying. It wasn't his own excellence, it was all thanks to the system's support. Wait. Suddenly, a sharp, feminine voice cut through the air, startling everyone present. Who was bold enough to offend the Moonwatch Pavilion? After all, it was one of the top 10 powerhouses. As she spoke, a stunningly curvaceous woman approached. Her exquisite features instantly captivated every male present, even making some of the more attractive female students feel a pang of envy. However, she wasn't particularly old, it was merely her attire that gave her a more mature air. The man who had spoken earlier had been displeased, but the moment he saw her, his displeasure vanished instantly, replaced by caution. "Miss Ling, what brings you here?" As the chief examiner, his status and influence were evident. And what sort of person could command such respect from him? The woman glanced at him before fixing her gaze on Zhāng Hào. "He," she declared, "is wanted by our heavenly palace." She continued, "Your performance was excellent. Would you be willing to join our heavenly palace?" Unlike the others, she showed no warmth, her tone utterly flat. Yet the moment her words fell, the room emptied. The Celestial Palace itself was claiming someone. Speaking of the Celestial Palace, one must mention its ruler, the founder of the Academy of Psionics, the strongest being of this era, an ancient demon who had lived for 500 years. Sigh. The Moonwatch Pavilion could only sigh helplessly, powerless to stop the genius from slipping away before their very eyes. The Moonwatch Pavilion was powerful indeed, but compared to the Celestial Palace, there remained a vast chasm. Zhāng Hào scratched his head, double-checking, the Celestial Palace invited me? Is that for real? Truth be told, his performance today was astonishing. Yet for the Celestial Palace to personally intervene and poach him? That seemed a bit hard to swallow. They'd seen every kind of prodigy imaginable, how could they possibly stoop to such a face-losing move? Unless, had his system been exposed? The thought sent a chill through Zhāng Hào. System? System? The woman seemed to read his thoughts, responding without hesitation, "I've reviewed your records. Just days ago, you were an ordinary soldier. To achieve such results in such a short time. This level of talent is enough to earn the Heavenly Palace's highest regard." In that instant, Zhāng Hào understood. The Heavenly Palace's interest in his information had been almost instantaneous. While his demonstrated talent was indeed astonishing, what truly caught their attention was the speed of his growth. With the system's advantage, his growth rate could easily be described as leaping miles ahead in a single day. Without hesitation, Zhāng Hào agreed, "All right, I accept." After all, joining the strongest force at that moment would undoubtedly bring countless benefits. Chapter 13, Chosen by the Celestial Palace. The others sighed helplessly. With the Celestial Palace stepping in, they stood no chance unless Zhāng Hào had lost his mind. Seeing Zhāng Hao's consent, the woman nodded indifferently. "Follow me." As for the other academies, they watched longingly, wishing they too could be chosen by the woman. Alas, it was nothing but a pipe dream. After all, the Celestial Palace hadn't recruited anyone in many years. Zhāng Hào cautiously followed behind her, unsure where she intended to take him. They hadn't gone far when a pillar of light suddenly appeared overhead, instantly illuminating the surroundings. The woman stepped into the circle of light first, with Zhāng Hào following closely behind. As he drew near, Zhāng Hào sniffed the air. A faint, delicate fragrance tickled his nostrils. Truth be told, before his journey began, he was just an ordinary guy living a 9-to-5 life. He'd never had the chance to meet someone as beautiful as her. To be brutally honest, he'd never even held a girl's hand. This peerless beauty standing so close, how could one not let their imagination run wild? Unconcerned with Zhāng Hao's thoughts, the woman simply warned, "Stay where you are, or you'll be strangled." The moment her words fell, Zhāng Hào felt dizzy and disoriented. Instinctively, he grabbed her delicate arm. Her slender frame stiffened, but she didn't push him away. In the blink of an eye, that sensation vanished. Zhāng Hào slowly opened his eyes. Everything around him had changed beyond recognition. Busy streets bustled with traffic, towering skyscrapers piercing the sky. Zhāng Hào looked around in bewilderment, then spoke slowly after a moment, Where are we?" Maching City, within the city walls, the woman replied. Inside the city? Zhāng Hào thought she was joking. Their training grounds were hundreds of kilometers away. How could they have arrived so suddenly? His exclamation drew the attention of those around them. People stared at Zhāng Hào as if he were an idiot, thinking he must be crazy. It wasn't surprising that Zhāng Hào was so shocked. After all, even the fastest planes in his previous life couldn't match this speed. Wait. Suddenly, Zhāng Hào realized something and blurted out, if I may ask, is your superpower related to space? The woman nodded openly. That's right. Follow me. Spatial teleportation? That was beyond incredible. Zhāng Hào stared intently at her pair of long, slender legs, his mind running wild with fantasies. The system possessed a pickup ability that only activated when she used her powers, and he wanted her to use them multiple times. Time flew by, and soon Zhāng Hào found himself led into an enormous palace. The palace was majestic and imposing, surrounded by walls of bronze and iron strong enough to withstand lord-level zombies. This was the branch palace of the Celestial Palace in Maching City. Spotting the visitors, the guards at the entrance bowed respectfully. Good evening, Miss Ling. She merely gave a faint nod before stepping inside. It was clear this woman held a high status and possessed exceptional talent, likely destined to become one of the world's most powerful figures in the future. Soon, Zhāng Hào arrived at a place resembling an enrollment registration desk, where a white-haired elder was flipping through a ledger. The moment he saw the woman, the elder rose abruptly from his stool. Miss Ling, is this the person you hold in high regard? The woman nodded indifferently, just as before. Had Zhāng Hào not heard her speak before, he might have thought her mute. So cold, sexy, and full of contrasts. 3 words simultaneously flashed through Zhāng Hao's mind. The old man scrutinized Zhāng Hào from head to toe, then nodded faintly after a moment. Since Miss Ling brought him here, he must possess unique qualities. Come, let me register you. Congratulations on joining my heavenly palace. Thank you. Zhāng Hào stammered, swallowing repeatedly as his excitement was impossible to conceal. No wonder he lost his composure. This was the top-ranked superpower, after all. Those selected were, at the very least, formidable figures in their own right. And his ambitions extended far beyond that. Just then, a chubby little shadow dashed toward the woman, shouting as it ran, Sis, you're finally back. Seeing the tiny figure, the woman, who had been wearing a stern expression, instinctively rubbed her forehead. Both indulgent and helpless. Before the little girl could get close, the woman gently scolded, Nangong Chensi, can't you be more careful? Unfazed by the scolding, Nangong Chensi grinned and tugged at the woman's arm. Sister, take me to buy something delicious, sister. The next second, the woman used her special abilities to successfully evade the pursuit. What shocked Zhāng Hào, however, was Nangong Chensi's astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared right before the woman. The old man seemed utterly unfazed by this scene. Suddenly, Zhāng Hào saw a green orb land on the ground, its surface flickering with intricate patterns. It had fallen from Nangong Chensi and was likely related to speed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired Shadow Step. Note, low-tier body technique. Holy crap, a low-tier movement skill? Zhāng Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire body going numb. He never dreamed he'd so easily pick up a low-tier cultivation technique. Techniques were categorized into 4 tiers, Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Even a low-tier technique was already considered exceptional among them. Their rarity meant they were treasured artifacts worthy of safeguarding in any ordinary extraordinary power. Previously, Zhāng Hào had yearned for an advanced cultivation technique, but his circumstances had never permitted it. Nangong Chensi had already cultivated the technique to a profound level, but the limited space within the palace prevented her from fully unleashing her potential. Finally, Nangong Chensi grabbed the woman's sleeve and exclaimed joyfully, Gotcha! I caught you, sis! As she spoke, Nangong Chensi's head rubbed against the woman's chest repeatedly, making Zhāng Hao's blood boil. So big! The woman sighed, patting Nangong Chensi's head. Fine. You little glutton, I'll take you. Wash up. Nangong Chensi rubbed her little head against the woman's chest again, revealing 2 adorable little fangs. I knew you were the best, big sister. I want to eat sweet candied hawthorn. With that, the woman turned to the old man, Uncle Fei, I'll leave this to you. All right. The old man hurriedly nodded, adding a word of caution. It was clear that despite his advanced age, the old man showed extraordinary deference toward the so-called Miss Ling, even adopting the manner of a servant. Zhāng Hào intended to exchange a few more words with the woman, but before he could, she activated a skill, and both figures vanished instantly. Just as Zhāng Hào felt disappointed, a golden orb lay there, glistening and vibrant on the ground. Chapter 14, Spatial Ability. Gulp. Zhāng Hào swallowed hard, instinctively rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't hallucinating. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully acquired the spatial ability. It worked! My dream has come true! Zhāng Hào was ecstatic. Just obtaining a low-tier cultivation technique had made him overjoyed, and now he had gained a spatial ability as well. After all, such abilities were the rarest of rare among special talents. Ahem! At that moment, the old man cleared his throat twice, his face wearing a teasing expression as he looked at Zhāng Hào. Alright, everyone's gone. Still staring? Ah. Snapping back to reality, Zhāng Hào scratched his head awkwardly and gave a nervous chuckle. Suddenly, the old man gave Zhāng Hào a sly look and said, Young man, you've got your eye on that girl MOU, haven't you? Zhāng Hào instantly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Feelings? Well, naturally he had them. After all, a graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal match. To put it bluntly, a girl like Ling Mayu few guys wouldn't fancy her. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she also possessed formidable supernatural abilities. No wonder she carried herself with such icy detachment. She had every right to. Still, Zhāng Hào shook his head in denial. The old man took Zhāng Hao's denial as mere shyness and continued, Young man, Miss Mo is a member of the Ling family. It's admirable to admire her, but you must first prove yourself worthy. With that, the old man handed Zhāng Hào an identity token. Here, take this. Keep it safe, don't lose it. Seeing the old man's stern expression, Zhāng Hào asked curiously, what happens if I lose it? Ha! The old man burst out laughing as if he'd heard the funniest joke, saying, Young man, if you lose this identity token, the Celestial Palace will expel you. After that, no faction will ever accept you. That's way too harsh. Zhāng Hào hadn't expected the Celestial Palace to have such an extreme requirement. But he understood. While he was a top-tier genius outside, in the Celestial Palace's eyes, he was merely an ordinary person with some talent. The only ones they truly took seriously were likely the elite masters ranked in the top 100. Taking the token, Zhāng Hào examined it closely for a moment. It must be said, the craftsmanship was exceptionally fine, truly worthy of the Heavenly Palace. The elder continued, from this moment on, you are one of us. You may select any low-tier cultivation technique you desire. Furthermore, the training chamber is open 24 hours a day for your use. And here is the villa the Celestial Palace has assigned to you. A low-tier cultivation technique, a villa each was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Thank you. With that, Zhāng Hào turned to leave. Wait. The old man suddenly called out, settling him down. Young man, though you've caught the young lady's eye and must possess exceptional talent, I must remind you, the Heavenly Palace has no shortage of geniuses. Those lacking sufficient strength will still be weeded out. Do not bring shame upon the young lady. Thank you for your advice, senior. Truth be told, even if he didn't try, geniuses would be mere trash compared to him. Others relied on hard work to grow, while he relied on his cheat code. Leaving the Celestial Palace, Zhāng Hào headed straight for the Villa District. This was the heart of Maching City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Only the wealthy or influential could reside here, and mere wealth was far from sufficient. The villa wasn't particularly large, just 300 square meters, but its interior was lavishly decorated, every conceivable item in place. Standing inside and surveying his surroundings, Zhāng Hào felt as if he had stepped into another world. Instinctively, he pinched himself. Ouch! It hurt. This wasn't a dream. After touring the mansion, Zhāng Hào headed straight for the Heavenly Palace's martial arts hall. On the way there, he'd expected to find martial arts manuals neatly arranged like books in a store. But upon entering, he was utterly stunned by the scene before him, so much so that he double-checked his eyes. Row upon row of computers stood neatly arranged, looking like an internet cafe to the uninitiated. Zhāng Hào randomly picked a computer, sat down, verified his identity, and booted it up. Clicking into the cultivation techniques section, he found numerous low-tier manuals listed. Upon closer inspection, there were well over 100. The might of the Celestial Palace was truly terrifying. After browsing for a while, Zhāng Hào found a sword technique that caught his eye. Xianhua Sword Technique. A low-tier advanced cultivation technique, this method comprised 36 moves, created by the Xianhua war god. When mastered, it possessed the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. Each move mastered unleashed power exceeding one's own limit by a factor of 2. At its peak, it unleashed 36 times one's maximum strength. Such was the power of this low-tier technique. Just imagining it filled Zhāng Hào with awe. This is the one. Zhāng Hào hesitated no longer and approached the staff to request a copy. Handing him the photocopy, the staff member solemnly warned, "This is a secret treasure of the Celestial Palace. Under no circumstances must it be discovered, or you will face severe punishment." Zhāng Hào nodded in agreement. It was no wonder the Celestial Palace was so cautious. After all, the value of low-tier cultivation techniques was simply too high. Without further delay, Zhāng Hào headed straight to the training room to begin his practice. To provide every initiate with an optimal cultivation environment, the Celestial Palace equipped each member with an independent training room. Each the size of a soccer field, fully equipped, with replacements provided for any damaged items. Ding! Congratulations, host! Xianhua Sword Technique acquired. Ding! Level 1 Initial Stage Sword Technique. Immediately, a flood of information poured into Zhāng Hao's mind. Armed with prior experience, Zhāng Hào felt no resistance this time. He relaxed his mind and welcomed the system's infusion. In less than a quarter of an hour, Zhāng Hào had mastered the basics, a speed even the most prodigiously gifted geniuses couldn't match. Clutching his fists, Zhāng Hào recalled the first stance of the Manhwa sword technique in his mind. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a string of red numbers appeared on the screen, 2,000 kilograms. For an ordinary level 1 psionic, this was already terrifyingly powerful. But Zhāng Hào was far from satisfied. Having witnessed the red-haired tiger's formidable power, Zhāng Hào gained a deeper understanding of the beasts. Next, Zhāng Hào unleashed his shadow step technique, leaving streaks of afterimages across the 300-meter track. He covered the distance in a mere 6 seconds, a speed that would make even a cheetah bow down in awe. Ding! Host has diligently trained. All attributes 1. Ding! Host's diligent cultivation, points 50. Seeing the system's additional rewards, a faint smile touched Zhāng Hao's lips, and he trained with even greater intensity. He pushed his speed to the absolute limit, then slammed a fist into the dynamometer. 3,500 kilograms, and that was just one punch without using his special abilities. Thankfully, no one else was around to witness his staggering feat. Consider this, it had only been 2 days since Zhāng Hao's abilities had awakened, yet the strength he displayed already rivaled that of a level 2 cultivator. Such a cultivation speed was something even the former Heavenly Palace master could only dream of. Time flew by, and before he knew it, half a month had passed. Throughout this period, Zhāng Hào trained relentlessly, barely leaving his cultivation chamber except to eat. And his dedication paid off handsomely. Chapter 15, Explosive Growth and Strength. Spear Technique, Level 1. Sword Technique, Level 5. Fossilization Technique, Level 4. Source Energy Secret Arts, Level 3. Xianhua Sword Technique, Level 2. Shadow Step, Level 2. Abnormal Space, Level 1. After a month of grueling training, Zhāng Hao's stats now rival those of a peak Level 1 psionicist. Of course, these were merely the surface-level statistics. If one were to truly calculate it, the red-haired tiger had been instantly obliterated. His experience points had skyrocketed to a staggering 14,000. The only thing giving Zhāng Hào a headache was the psionic space. While powerful, it was utterly impractical in the early stages. Its maximum range was a mere 10 meters, barely enough time for a psionicist to take a breath. The most critical flaw, however, was the enormous energy cost each time it was activated. Consequently, it was far less practical than Shadow Step during the early stages. 100 meters per second. Seeing the 5,000 point cost, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but wince, and that was just the base consumption for level 1. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Zhāng Hào gritted his teeth and upgraded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Now, the range had doubled from 10 meters to 30 meters, significantly enhancing its practical utility. Paired with Shadow Step and the Xianhua sword technique, an enemy could likely be dispatched in an instant. Next, Zhāng Hào approached the strength tester, clenched his fist, and slammed it down with all his might. Combined with the Xianhua sword technique, his single strike registered an astonishing 6,231 points, a terrifying display of power. Zhāng Hào was thoroughly satisfied with his progress over these past months. Phew! Zhāng Hào exhaled in relief, turned, and headed back to his room to change into clean clothes. Staying cooped up in the training room wasn't sustainable after all. Gathering resources was the system's core purpose. After this half-month of intense training, Zhāng Hào had not only enhanced his strength but also gained 2 full inches in muscle size. Later, Zhāng Hào headed to the Heavenly Palace, making straight for Manager Fei. Seeing Zhāng Hào, Manager Fei wore a satisfied smile, for he too knew Zhāng Hào had been training relentlessly these past half-month. Only those who strive earn the respect of others. What brings you here? Manager Fei inquired first. Yes. Zhāng Hào nodded. Supervisor Fei, I'm here to take on some tasks. Staying in the training room all the time isn't really an option. Fei manager had intended to dissuade Zhāng Hào, considering he had only recently joined the Celestial Palace. But seeing the earnest look on Zhāng Hao's face, the words on his tip of his tongue were abruptly swallowed back. Here, these are the recently posted tasks. Take a look. With that, Supervisor Fei handed the tablet to Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào scanned them one by one. Hunting the bloodthirsty demon ape. Reading the description, Zhāng Hào decisively dismissed it. He had confidence in himself, but he wasn't an idiot. This thing was a genuine level 3 mutant beast. What did level 3 mean? One punch could kill him outright. Next up, harvesting white jade seeds. The location was a storm convergence zone. Even a tier 3 psionicist would face danger there. Finally, after half a day of searching, Zhāng Hào found a mission perfectly suited for him, to Red Maple City to locate an item called the Heart of the Ocean. This relic was said to be a remnant from the peaceful era. Though it had little practical use, wealthy individuals were still willing to pay a high price for it. After all, the world of the wealthy was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Moreover, the reward was generous 2,000 contribution points. 20 years ago, Red Maple City had been overrun by hordes of zombies, transforming overnight into a living hell. The horror of it all was something Zhāng Hào had witnessed with his own eyes just half a month prior. An entire city wiped clean of life overnight, leaving only zombies and monstrous beasts behind. The Ocean Heart, it was said, was located in a jewelry store. Seeing Zhāng Hao's choice, Supervisor Fei frowned slightly before cautioning, "This isn't a safe place. I urge you to reconsider. Reliable sources indicate Red Maple City may harbor Lord-level zombies or monstrous beasts. Why not choose another location?" It wasn't that he didn't trust Zhāng Hào, it was simply that Red Maple City was far too dangerous. None of the previous scouts had returned alive. Those who joined the Celestial Palace were geniuses among geniuses. He didn't want such talent to perish here. Facing Supervisor Fei's earnest advice, Zhāng Hào smiled faintly and said, "Supervisor Fei, I simply wish to see it for myself. I won't act recklessly. I hope you'll grant me permission." Seeing Zhāng Hao's determination, Supervisor Fei said no more. "Very well," he conceded. "Be cautious. I wish you a safe return." After receiving the assignment, Zhāng Hào set off immediately for Red Maple City. 20 years ago, this had been a medium-sized city favored by many wealthy tourists. Consequently, its economy flourished tremendously. But one night, zombies launched a surprise attack, transforming Red Maple City into a zombie-infested wasteland. Infected by the zombies, the entire city carried a massive amount of viruses. While harmless to psychics, these viruses were absolutely lethal to ordinary people. Following the map's guidance, Zhāng Hào journeyed for 2 full days before finally reaching Red Maple City. From afar, crimson clouds drifted across the sky, shrouding the entire city in a thick aura of death. Not even psychics dared venture in recklessly, let alone ordinary people. Shortly after stepping into Red Maple City, a zombie blocked Zhāng Hao's path. Instantly, a pungent, foul stench assaulted his senses. While it posed no real threat to Zhāng Hào, it was truly revolting. Bloodlust was the undead's nature. Low-level zombies possessed no intelligence. They would attack any living thing that came near, even if it were the Palace Master of Heaven. Judging by the pair of distinctive protrusions on its chest, it appeared to be a female zombie. Swish! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhāng Hào severed its head cleanly. Ding, 100 experience points. Ding, speed stat plus 18. Even a mosquito is meat, and slaying zombies is precisely the task of psychics. Hard to imagine how this virus even started, Zhāng Hào muttered under his breath. Legend had it that 500 years ago, a terrifying virus swept across the globe overnight. Half the population couldn't withstand it and died instantly. Of those who survived, half transformed into zombies, launching a brutal assault on the living. Fortunately, where there's a will, there's a way. Among the survivors emerged a group of psychics. They became humanity's saviors. Under their leadership, human civilization was preserved, leading to the current situation. Over 5 centuries of reproduction, humanity repopulated this continent, though not without continued zombie incursions. Similarly, over these 5 centuries, exceptionally powerful zombies and mutated beasts have emerged, beings whose strength might even rival that of the top-ranked combatant on the power rankings. Chapter 16, Mutant Zombies. Then, Zhāng Hào deliberately made a huge commotion, aiming to attract the zombies' attention. His tactic worked almost instantly. The once empty streets suddenly swelled with zombies, each lunging toward him with claws outstretched. Their faces were utterly unrecognizable, and some even had maggots wriggling across their skin. The sight made Zhāng Hào feel nauseous, though he managed to keep down his breakfast. He immediately activated his basic martial arts technique, moving like a shadow, his body darting through the horde of zombies like a ghost. One by one, the zombies' heads rolled mercilessly to the ground, without a hint of resistance. Zhāng Hào surveyed the fallen corpses, his heart unmoved. These zombies posed no challenge to him whatsoever. Yet as time passed, Zhāng Hào noticed the zombies attacking him growing increasingly powerful. Several level 1 zombies had even infiltrated the horde. Yet these so-called level 1 zombies appeared no different from ordinary ones in Zhāng Hao's eyes. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from nearby. A zombie towering nearly 2 meters tall charged toward them. Unlike the others, this zombie bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, save for the sharp fangs that marked its difference. Its appearance finally brought a smile to Zhāng Hao's face. Finally, a decent one. The next second, the zombie hoisted a small car and hurled it violently toward Zhāng Hào. A vehicle weighing nearly 2 tons felt like a mere stone in the hands of this mutated zombie. Watching the car plunge toward him, Zhāng Hào hesitated not a moment, swinging his blade down with decisive force. Swish! The car was cleaved in two, grazing Zhāng Hao's body as it flew past. The mutated zombie appeared before Zhāng Hào, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his head. A full 2 tons of force any ordinary psychic would never dare to block it head-on. Yet Zhāng Hao's eyes remained unflinching. Clenching his right fist, he met the zombie's blow head-on with sheer brute force. A thunderous crash echoed. The concrete beneath Zhāng Hao's feet visibly cracked, spreading into meter-long fissures. What shocked Zhāng Hào was that the zombie actually absorbed his punch like it was nothing. Roar! Another thunderous roar erupted as the zombie's other hand slammed toward Zhāng Hào. But unlike before, the zombie's fist had turned a bronze color, blindingly bright under the sunlight. Zhāng Hào hadn't anticipated facing a zombie that had awakened special abilities. In terms of raw power alone, this creature might be on par with the red-haired tiger he'd faced earlier. But a zombie with psychic abilities was far more troublesome than the red-haired tiger. This demanded his utmost caution. In an instant, the zombie's hand passed right through Zhāng Hao's body. Momentum carried him 2 steps to the left. Roar! Clearly, this creature wasn't a mindless zombie like the others. It knew it had struck only a phantom. But Zhāng Hào gave it no further chance, raising his blade and severing its head in one swift stroke. With the aid of his spatial ability, Zhāng Hào was like a tiger with wings. At this moment, the most formidable aspect of this ability was its element of surprise, leaving the enemy no time to react. Ding! Strength 50. Ding! Mental power 40. Picking up the attribute boosts from the ground, Zhāng Hào nodded with satisfaction. It must be said, this was where the system truly shone its ability to grow without limits proved far more effective than relying on a trainer. After slaying countless zombies along the way, Zhāng Hào sighed in disappointment. They were all ordinary zombies, offering no challenge whatsoever. Looking back, the path was littered with zombie heads, scattered haphazardly across the ground. However, as he drew closer to the city center, Zhāng Hào was surprised to find the number of zombies dwindling. Swish! After dispatching a mutated zombie, Zhāng Hào instinctively glanced toward the distance. The sky there had turned a dark crimson, casting an unsettling aura over the scene. Zhāng Hào didn't want to take the risk, but the so-called heart of the ocean was right there. According to records, there were 13 shops in the city center dealing in gold, silver, and other precious jewelry. And the heart of the ocean was hidden within one of them. The apocalypse had struck too suddenly. There hadn't been time to move most supplies, and he couldn't be sure if the heart of the ocean was still in the shop. Finding it, frankly, came down to luck after all. He wasn't the only one who'd come here. Left with no choice, Zhāng Hào resorted to the most tedious method, searching each one individually. This time, Zhāng Hào dared not act as arrogantly as before. He moved as quietly as possible through the streets, avoiding making any noise. This place was nothing like the outside. Even though it was daytime, the hazy fog overhead created an oppressive atmosphere. Moreover, there was a high chance of encountering a Lord-level zombie here. If provoked, escape would be nothing but a pipe dream. Unfortunately, the jewelry store had been looted clean, with only a few scattered pieces of gold and silver jewelry left on the floor. When the apocalypse struck, jewelry stores became prime targets for looting. After all, survival required money, and gold and valuables became the prime targets. They searched shop after shop, yet after an entire day, they found nothing. Phew! Watching the sky grow dark, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking this damnable task was utterly frustrating. The ocean heart was tiny as hell. Even searching one shop took forever, let alone hunting for a small item across a dozen stores. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Now, Zhāng Hào was starting to wonder if he was out of his mind for picking such a tricky task. As night fell and darkness enveloped the streets, continuing the search was impractical. He had no choice but to find a place to settle down for the night. Finally, resigned, Zhāng Hào found an abandoned hotel to stay in. Inside, it was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Given the dangerous location, Zhāng Hào dared only use a faint glow stick for light. Fortunately, as a psychic, his night vision far surpassed that of ordinary people. Over the next 3 days, Zhāng Hào methodically searched every house according to the map, his mind filled with 1,000 curses. Only one house remained, the previous ones had yielded nothing. Still, he managed to gather all the scattered gold, silver, and valuables, carrying them out a full 3 kilograms. In his previous life, that would have been enough to live on for a lifetime. But this world was different. These yellow and white trinkets held little appeal for psychics, serving only ordinary folk. Within the academy, psychics were a dime a dozen, but any one of them, placed outside, would be a rare gem among men. Zhāng Hào didn't believe the final jewelry store held the ocean heart. The final jeweler was called Sea Blue Jewelry. Unlike the others, its storefront was entirely enclosed by fencing, and its doors and windows showed no signs of forced entry. The interior remained obscured from outside, yet Zhāng Hào recognized the name. It was part of a chain with several other branches in Moching City. They catered to the high-end market, with prices significantly higher than regular jewelry stores. Seeing this, Zhāng Hào stepped forward and slammed his fist hard against the door. Boom! Despite the thunderous impact, the glass remained perfectly intact. Instead, Zhāng Hào felt a numbing shock in his wrist, instinctively rubbing it. Chapter 17, Awakening the Corpse King. Holy crap, what kind of glass is this? It's so sturdy. Just now, that punch carried at least 1,000 pounds of force, yet it was effortlessly blocked by this seemingly delicate material. No wonder it remained intact even with tools. An ordinary person couldn't pry it open. But Zhāng Hào wasn't an ordinary man. If 3 layers of force couldn't break it, then tenfold would. Boom! Another thunderous crash echoed as the glass shattered instantly. The dim lighting inside forced Zhāng Hào to switch on his flashlight. Under the bright beam, he surveyed his surroundings. Only the counter remained, the jewelry had vanished. Just as Zhāng Hào was wondering where all the jewelry had gone, a faint sound came from nearby. Ha! Startled, Zhāng Hào quickly looked in that direction. What he saw sent a chill down his spine, causing him to stumble backward several steps. Before the cash register, a desiccated corpse stood rigidly upright. Whoa! Seeing it was a desiccated corpse, Zhāng Hào breathed a slight sigh of relief. After all, this was a major hotspot for zombie infections. Zhāng Hào had to stay on high alert, jumping at the slightest sound or movement. Thankfully, it was just a desiccated corpse. Ha! Suddenly, Zhāng Hào noticed a box lying at the corpse's feet. Curiosity drew him closer as he cautiously approached. Just as he drew near, the corpse's eyes snapped open and it lunged straight at him. Holy! Zhāng Hào cursed in shock, instinctively kicking out with his foot. The force behind his kick was immense, sending the corpse flying. Its head slammed into the wall and exploded like a watermelon. Huff, huff, huff. Zhāng Hào gasped for breath, still visibly shaken. Trapped inside the jewelry store, unable to escape, the creature had entered a state of suspended animation. Remember, zombies replenish their energy by devouring humans. Human blood holds a deadly allure for them. The loud noise Zhāng Hào made breaking down the door had awakened this zombie. Fortunately, it wasn't particularly strong, just a single kick would do. Afterward, Zhāng Hào picked up the box from the floor, eager to see what was inside. The box was locked, but Zhāng Hào simply slid the latch open with a gentle pull. Under the flashlight's beam, the contents inside glistened. Rings, necklaces, earrings, all treasures. Earlier, when he entered, he'd wondered why the shop hadn't been ransacked, yet the items were missing. Now he realized it must have been this guy who smashed it open. The man tried to slip away in the chaos, but the horde of zombies outside made escape impossible. He had no choice but to lock himself in. What he didn't know was that zombies carried massive amounts of the virus, which could also spread through the air. This area was a major hotspot for the zombie outbreak. Staying here meant certain infection and transformation into one of them. He who plants trees enjoys shade. Later, Zhāng Hào naturally claimed all these treasures without hesitation. In peacetime, these items would be worth over 100 million. Next, Zhāng Hào continued searching, hoping to find the heart of the ocean. Soon, he reached the bottom of the crate, where a red box caught his attention. While the other jewels were tossed in haphazardly, this particular item came in its own box clearly. Whatever lay inside held immense value. He carefully opened it and instantly widened his eyes. There it was, the very heart of the ocean he'd been longing for, and he'd found it himself. Though the Celestial Palace quests were notoriously difficult, the rewards were staggering. Finding the heart of the ocean netted him 20 million credits. With that money, Zhāng Hào could buy a quality combat knife and a full set of chemical protection gear. The combat blade he currently used was issued by the military, just the most basic type. A quality weapon could significantly boost a psionic's combat effectiveness. Bang! Stuffing everything into his backpack, Zhāng Hào strode out of the jewelry store. It must be said, this haul was exceptionally bountiful. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out nearby, shattering the quiet night. Zhāng Hào instantly drew his combat knife, his face alert as he scanned the area. In 3 days, this was the first time he'd seen a living soul in Red Maple City, but it wasn't a good sign. Sometimes, humans posed a greater threat than the undead. Before long, a rugged-looking man scrambled toward them, rolling and crawling as he came, his gun firing continuously behind him. Zhāng Hào noticed the creature trailing the man, an 8-legged crab-like creature with a rotting human head attached to its back. Holy? Zhāng Hào was utterly dumbfounded, momentarily convinced his eyes were playing tricks on him. He'd seen zombies and strange beasts before, but this was the first time he'd encountered the two combined. The monster moved with blinding speed, rendering the man's gun utterly useless. Bullets struck its body only to spark a trail of sparks. If this kept up, the man was as good as dead. Zhāng Hào frowned deeply, debating whether to lend a hand. After all, saving a life was better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. At the same moment, the man across the way spotted Zhāng Hào. In an instant, his eyes lit up. He muttered, "Perfect. Someone's here. I won't have to die." With that, he raised his pistol and shouted at Zhāng Hào, "Brother, I'm sorry. I'll burn extra joss paper for you later." His gun locked onto Zhāng Hào, and bang, 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 several shots rang out. His plan was simple: kill Zhāng Hào to buy himself time to escape. Seeing this, Zhāng Hao's expression darkened. "You bastard, you dare," he roared. The next second, Zhāng Hào materialized 10 meters away, all bullets missing their mark. The man froze, then felt his feet suddenly give way. Inertia sent him tumbling face first into the dirt, blood smearing his face. Before he could react, he was grabbed by the claws and lifted off the ground. "Ah! Ah!" The man let out a heart-wrenching scream, shouting at Zhāng Hào, "Brother, save me. I don't want to die." He could tell Zhāng Hào was a master among masters. "Oomph." Zhāng Hào snorted coldly, watching silently. Seeing Zhāng Hào refuse to intervene, the man's pleas turned into vicious curses. "You bastard. I'll curse your ancestors. You stand by and watch me die. I'll haunt you even as a ghost." "Ah!" As the words fell, the man was crushed clean in two by the crab claws, gushing blood everywhere. Crunch, crunch. The monster chewed the man's corpse in large bites, as if devouring French fries. Zhāng Hào crossed his arms, silently admiring the monster's handiwork until it devoured the man clean, even letting out a human-like burp of satisfaction. Zhāng Hào knew this creature had taken a liking to him. Roar! The monster roared and charged straight at Zhāng Hào. "You're asking for it, beast. Now that you're stuffed, it's time to hit the road. Chapter 18, Battle with the Monster. Soon, the monster collided with Zhāng Hào, erupting in a thunderous crash. Zhāng Hào frowned slightly, staring at the creature in shock. Its hardness was at least on par with the tempered glass they'd encountered earlier. Its level and power seemed to surpass those of the mutated zombies he'd faced before. Roar! Clearly, the monster had also underestimated Zhāng Hao's strength, failing to achieve the outcome it had intended in the collision. Gurgle gurgle. Suddenly, the creature emitted a series of strange sounds before spewing a large amount of red bubbles from its mouth. These bubbles were a dark crimson, each one floating in the air and emitting a foul stench. Though Zhāng Hào didn't know what this stuff was, he dared not touch it lightly. The next second, Zhāng Hào materialized 10 meters away, his body now encased in a layer of hard rock. Now, his body was as impervious as rock, immune to all poisons. You! With a curse, Zhāng Hào charged straight at the monster. Using the momentum from his shadow-like movement, he landed a punch squarely on its body. With a loud crack, the hard crab shell shattered under Zhāng Hao's hammering blow, spilling a pool of dark red fluid onto the ground. Seizing the moment, Zhāng Hào planted his foot firmly and kicked the revolting head clean off, sending it crashing heavily onto the ground. The entire street now reeked of an indescribable stench. He couldn't bear to stay another moment. Ding! Speed stat x1. 1 level 2 energy stone. A level 2 energy stone. Zhāng Hào picked it up with a delighted expression and stowed it in his backpack. Just as he was about to leave, a black canvas bag on the ground caught his attention. This was the deceased man's personal belongings. Who knew what was inside that made the guy cling to it even in death? As for such ownerless items, Zhāng Hào naturally accepted them with a smile. He picked up the backpack and opened it, only to be slightly startled by its contents. Inside were no fewer than 7 energy stones. Though they were all the lowest grade, they represented a significant haul for Zhāng Hào. After all, even if he didn't use them himself, selling them could fetch a hefty sum. After all, energy stones held immense appeal for psychic users. After rummaging around for a while longer, Zhāng Hào discovered a cylindrical object in the man's bag. It felt metallic to the touch and was adorned with intricate engravings. Upon closer inspection, he noticed it had been sliced cleanly in half by a blade. As for what it was, Zhāng Hào had no clue. He simply tossed it into his bag, planning to ask someone knowledgeable about it once he got back. With that done, Zhāng Hào shouldered his bag and left Red Maple City. Not far outside the city walls, he arrived at the supply station. Though compact, the structure was exceptionally sturdy, with several cannons positioned at the entrance capable of fending off small zombie hordes. Though Red Maple City had become a ghost town, many psychics still ventured here to explore. After all, the more dangerous the place, the greater the opportunities it offered. Take that man earlier, for instance, he'd managed to secure a full 7 energy stones. Stepping up to the counter, he addressed the clerk, "Arrange a private room for me, and prepare some cooked food." Those who ventured here for exploration were no ordinary folk. The clerk responded with unusual enthusiasm, "Sir, no problem. Would you like some drinks? We offer complimentary beverages here." Zhāng Hào shook his head. Whether in his past life or present one, he never liked alcohol. That fiery stuff was simply unbearable. Besides, meals and lodging here were complimentary. All he needed was to present his identity card. Guided by the clerk, Zhāng Hào took the elevator to the 7th floor. Room 702. The window faced a river. The room was clean and tidy, clearly cleaned daily. Zhāng Hào sank onto the soft mattress, his entire body relaxing. The salesperson thoughtfully ran a bath for Zhāng Hào and smiled, "Sir, please test the water temperature. Take a soak while I prepare your meal." Zhāng Hào nodded. After the salesperson left, he undressed and slipped into the tub. The water temperature was just right. Zhāng Hào rested his head against the edge of the tub and closed his eyes to relax. These recent missions had taken a significant toll on him, especially mentally. After all, according to the intel, Red Maple City was home to a Lord-level zombie. Though he hadn't encountered any yet, Zhāng Hào lived in constant fear every day, dreading the moment he might run into one. Fortunately, everything had turned out fine, and he had successfully completed the mission. After bathing and changing, a waiter entered carrying a tray laden with delicacies. Braised beef, caviar, sashimi, and more, along with a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhāng Hào put his things away and fell into a deep sleep. Whoa! In the dead of night, Zhāng Hào was fast asleep when he was suddenly jolted awake by the wail of sirens. He instinctively opened his eyes and glanced down at the bundle in his arms. Thankfully, the package was still there. He let out a slight sigh of relief, only to frown again immediately. An alarm sounding at the supply station in the middle of the night could only mean trouble. Not only Zhāng Hào, but many other psychics were jolted awake. One by one, they rushed to the windows to investigate. "What's going on? Zombie attack?" someone asked anxiously. "No way. This supply station has 9 red gate cannons. Those damn monsters wouldn't stand a chance," another person declared confidently. After all, the red gate cannons were incredibly powerful. They could pulverize even level 2 zombies. Thus, for over a decade, the supply station had never suffered a zombie invasion. In the monitoring room, a man in uniform asked in a deep voice, "What's happening? Is there a zombie horde approaching?" The other man shook his head, his voice faltering slightly. "No, not a zombie horde. But we've detected an energy fluctuation 30 kilometers out. We're estimating it could be a Lord-level zombie, or a beast." "What the hell? Are you sure about that?" This time, everyone present was stunned. Their expressions turned panicked, all traces of their previous composure vanished. So-called Lord-level monsters posed immense danger to humanity. 20 years ago, a single Lord-level monster unleashed a zombie horde upon Red Maple City, wiping out the entire population overnight. Though the city had many psychic users, most lacked sufficient power to withstand the assault of a Lord-level zombie. In fact, against a Lord-level zombie, they didn't even have a chance to flee. Only major cities like Maching City possessed the capability to withstand a Lord-level zombie. "And that thing seems to be targeting us," Wu Liang added. No need for him to say it, everyone present knew it all too well. 20 years ago, Red Maple City was struck by a zombie tide, and the surrounding areas were also affected. Now, the supply station is the closest outpost to Red Maple City. Chapter 19, Crimson Blood White Eagle. "Look! The crimson-blooded white eagle," someone exclaimed in alarm, pointing frantically at the screen. Cold sweat beaded on every forehead present as they swallowed hard. This creature resembled an eagle, yet it was several times larger than any ordinary bird of prey. With wings spread, it resembled a massive fighter jet. Its feathers were as hard as iron, rendering conventional firearms utterly ineffective against it. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The crimson-blooded white eagle carried a virus. Not only ordinary humans, but even common psychics could be infected. These monsters had wreaked havoc on human society 500 years ago, their capabilities far surpassing ordinary lord-level zombies. They could even rival the might of beast lords and undead lords. Squeak! A piercing screech suddenly split the sky, its shrillness causing ears to ache. Worse still, some people started bleeding from their 7 orifices, lying on the ground convulsing uncontrollably. Cough, cough. Zhāng Hào coughed violently, his head buzzing. Beside him, the tempered glass shattered under the sonic assault. Phew! Zhāng Hào couldn't help but inhale deeply, forcing down the fear welling up inside him. Lord-level monsters were truly terrifying. And above the Lord class, there existed even mightier beings: Beast Kings, Corpse Kings, Beast Emperors, and so forth. At that moment, all the psychics gripped their weapons, their faces tense as they stared skyward. "We're done for. Are we really going to die here? This beast is far beyond what we can withstand." "Wah? I don't want to die." Some of the more timid individuals were already so terrified they were wailing and weeping. They had only recently awakened their abilities and hadn't even had a chance to properly enjoy them. Everyone knew that a single cry from that beast could injure an ordinary psionicist. If it came to blows, they likely wouldn't last a single round. Zhāng Hào, however, remained relatively composed, his eyes fixed intently on the crimson-blooded white eagle. Its white body was covered in blood-red runes, giving it a terrifyingly ferocious appearance. In the monitoring room, the middle-aged man watched the screen with a tense expression. After deep thought, he said in a low voice, "No one fire. It might not be targeting us. I've already notified headquarters and requested backup." Now, he could only silently pray that the crimson-blooded white eagle was merely passing through. Alas, the wish was beautiful, but reality was brutally harsh. The crimson-blooded white eagle circled above the supply station, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on the crowd below as the crimson runes across its body swirled with blinding speed. Every soul within this city was nothing but supplies. Wings beating relentlessly, crimson clouds rolled over the supply station in an instant. "No!" The middle-aged man's face paled as he cried out, "Quick! Quick! Open fire with everything you've got." If that cloud descended, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the next instant, cannonballs rained down upon the crimson-blooded white eagle in a furious barrage, followed by a series of deafening explosions. The supply station had stood for so many years precisely because of these 9 massive cannons. With a rate of fire capable of firing thousands of rounds per second, they could pulverize not just ordinary zombies, but even level 2 zombies into dust in an instant. The dark sky lit up with flashes of fire as shells rained down on the crimson-blood white eagle. They expected to inflict some damage, but not even a scratch was left. Now, the group stood rooted to the spot, faces etched with despair, as if they could see death itself approaching. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but curse under his breath, thinking this thing was ridiculously tough. This was his first encounter with a lord-level monster. He wondered if the fall of Red Maple City had anything to do with this beast. Weaker cultivators sat on the ground, cradling their heads and weeping. It wasn't that they were cowards, the disparity in strength was simply too vast. They couldn't muster even a flicker of resistance. Immediately, Zhāng Hào looked toward the nearby area. What he saw caught his attention. 2 sets of numbers lay scattered on the ground. Strength 550, speed 600. This was the power of a lord-level beast. Just 2 of them could rival a small-scale zombie horde. The red gate cannon unleashed a furious barrage, driving the crimson-blood white eagle into a frenzy. It lashed out with a savage claw strike. With a thunderous crash, the red gate cannon was smashed into scrap metal. Without the red gate cannon, the humans scattered in panic. But the Crimson Blood Eagle moved with blinding speed, its gaping maw capable of swallowing 2 humans whole in a single gulp. Fleeing was utterly futile in its presence. Only upon drawing near did Zhāng Hào clearly grasp the creature's immense size. It was practically the size of a large passenger jet. Without exaggeration, it could swallow a cow whole in a single gulp. Soon, the crimson-blooded white eagle detected Zhāng Hāo's presence and flapped its wings violently. In that instant, Zhāng Hào felt the world spin violently. Suppressing his terror, he used his spatial ability to teleport himself 30 meters away, gasping for breath. Thankfully he possessed this ability, otherwise, death would have been certain. Inside the monitoring room, the group wore expressions of utter despair, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Without outside help, they stood no chance against the crimson-blooded white eagle. The crimson-blooded white eagle feasted like it was at a buffet, devouring one psionicist after another, not even pausing to swallow. Of course, a few reckless souls tried to put up a fight, but it was nothing more than a suicide mission. The next instant, a spear streaked across the sky like a meteor, hurtling straight toward the crimson-blooded white eagle. With a sharp swish, the spear sliced through the air, leaving a hole as thick as a bucket in the crimson-blooded white eagle's wing. Consider this, even the red gate cannon couldn't pierce the crimson blood eagle's defenses. The wounded eagle let out a piercing cry. Having lost its balance, its massive form spun rapidly as it plummeted downward. Thud! With earth-shaking force, the crimson-blooded white eagle slammed into the ground. The crowd collectively sucked in a sharp breath. Who was this divine being who could subdue a lord-level beast with a single strike? Zhāng Hào looked up, his brow furrowing deeply. Above, 5 men hovered in midair. One of them held a spear, clearly the one who had fired the earlier strike. The Stormwind Demon Hunters, someone exclaimed, gazing upward. We're saved! We're saved! Cheers erupted below, and Zhāng Hào breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had heard of the Stormwind Demon Hunters, a supremely powerful demon hunting team rumored to have slain over 50 lord-level undead. Some psychics formed teams to hunt zombies or beasts, aiming to kill as many as possible. Judging by their faces, the oldest among them looked barely over 30, truly the cream of the young generation. These individuals had the potential to become world-class powerhouses, destined to make their mark on the rankings. That beast has claimed tens of millions of lives. We pursued it for 3 days and nights, and finally wounded it severely, the Storm Hunter Lord declared, looking down at the blood-red white eagle lying on the ground, his voice devoid of emotion. Chapter 20, Escape from Death. Knowing it stood no chance against the group, the crimson-blooded white eagle tilted its head back and flapped its wings, attempting to flee. Monsters reaching the lord level possessed formidable intelligence, no longer mindless bloodthirsty beasts like ordinary zombies or aberrant creatures. Staying alert, the leader roared, "Quick, chase!" The group vanished in an instant, swift as lightning. Phew! Zhāng Hào, having narrowly escaped death, couldn't help but exhale heavily, plopping down onto a bench. This was the closest he'd ever come to death. Mommy, I want to go home. I want to find Mommy. Many were both crying and laughing, their earlier confidence completely shattered. For many, this was their first time venturing out on a mission, only to encounter a lord-level beast. This encounter would likely leave a deep imprint on them. After a moment's pause, Zhāng Hào hurried forward to pick up the dropped attributes. Ding! Strength 600. Ding! Agility 550. With hundreds of points added at once, Zhāng Hào could distinctly feel the changes within his body. Gulp! Zhāng Hào swallowed hard, a thought forming in his mind. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If he followed through, he'd surely gain even more attribute points, a massive boost to his strength. Go for it! Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, Zhāng Hào charged straight toward the direction the others had vanished. His speed was blinding, leaving only streaks of afterimages in the air. Soon, the system's voice echoed in his mind, ding! Mental power 700. Zhāng Hào had no time to celebrate, continuing his sprint forward. Not long after, he picked up another 400 strength points. Suddenly, a glowing orb ahead caught Zhāng Hāo's attention. Ding! Successfully acquired martial technique, God-Slaying Dart. God-Slaying Dart's a hidden weapon technique capable of delivering a fatal blow to enemies when they least expect it. Just by its name, it was clear this technique was no less formidable than the Manhwa sword technique. After all, a technique capable of slaying a lord-level zombie couldn't be anything but powerful. Soon after, a piercing scream echoed from the distance, followed by complete silence. The crimson-blooded white eagle must be dead. Soon, the corpse of the crimson-blooded white eagle came into Zhāng Hāo's view, its massive head gone. That was brutal. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but check what had happened. He truly had no idea how powerful these people were, capable of smashing the crimson blood white eagle's head to pieces. Yet, the figures of the 5 had vanished. 4 orbs of different colors floated above the corpse. The purple orb caught Zhāng Hāo's attention. The thing resembled a pool of viscous liquid, looking rather disgusting. Zhāng Hào cautiously approached the crimson-blooded white eagle's corpse, fearing the monstrous creature might resurrect. This time, the system didn't act on its own. Instead, it asked, "Host, do you wish to lose everything?" Zhāng Hào hesitated for only a second before replying, collect everything. Ding. Speed stat x 400. Ding, strength x 500. Ding, mental power x 400. Ding, Venom suit 1. He. Zhāng Hào let out a strange chuckle, his smile as hard to suppress as an AK-47. He'd clearly made the right bet this time. As for this Venom suit, Zhāng Hào had no idea what it was or what it could do. Before he could study it further, a sudden shout erupted from behind him. Hey, kid! What are you sneaking around for? Startled by the reprimand, Zhāng Hào whipped his head around. There stood the 5 members of the Gale Hunter Guild, lined up behind him, eyes fixed on him with wary expressions. Seeing this, Zhāng Hào quickly plastered on a friendly smile. Gentlemen, I'm just an ordinary psionicist. I wanted to observe your battle, seniors. Facing these individuals, Zhāng Hào dared not show the slightest hesitation. After all, these were formidable beings capable of slaying even a lord-level opponent. To provoke them would be like a mouse licking a cat's genitals asking for trouble. Hearing this, the group didn't press the issue with Zhāng Hào. One of them simply warned, kid, with your current abilities, you'd be wise not to linger here. That beast carries a massive amount of zombie virus. If you get infected, the consequences would be unimaginable. While psychics possessed immunity to ordinary zombies or beasts, the creature before them was a bona fide lord-level beast. Zhāng Hào nodded obediently at the man who spoke, putting on a meek expression. My apologies for the disturbance, sirs. I'll be on my way immediately right away. With that, he wasted no time turning and hurrying away. These powerful individuals had unpredictable personalities who could say if they might strike the next second? Besides, he'd already gained plenty of benefits. There was absolutely no reason to linger here any longer. Watching Zhāng Hao's retreating figure, one of them remarked curiously, this fellow's got some serious guts, daring to come all the way over to investigate. After all, any sane person would flee as far as possible from such a battle. After all, even the slightest collateral damage could reduce them to ashes. The Storm Hunter Demon King waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. Just an ignorant brat. You lot, get yourselves sorted quickly. We need to have someone dispose of that beast's corpse immediately. Even in death, the Crimson Blood White Eagle's corpse would still release vast amounts of virus. However, this thing isn't entirely useless, it just requires special processing. The bounty for slaying a Lord-tier beast is so rich it's beyond ordinary people's imagination. Meanwhile, Zhāng Hào returned to the supply station at top speed. A thick stench of blood now permeated the air inside the supply station, with numerous human limbs scattered across the floor. This world was brutal, everyone lived with their heads on a knife's edge. Back in his room, the window glass lay shattered across the floor, but thankfully, the bundle on the bed remained untouched. This place was no longer safe to stay. Zhāng Hào planned to leave immediately, without delay. His expression grave, he stared at the Venom suit system. What exactly is this thing for? Venom suit utilizes toxic substances as raw materials to temporarily enhance the host's combat capabilities. Note, prolonged use is strictly prohibited to avoid contamination. So that's how it works. Zhāng Hào nodded faintly, then activated the Venom suit to envelop his body. In an instant, black-purple viscous fluid spread across his entire body at a visible speed. Holy! Feeling the immense power surging within him, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but let out a curse. Rise! Zhāng Hào thrust his feet against the ground, launching himself 100 meters forward in a single burst. Break! With a thunderous crash, the earth trembled violently. Hundreds of meters-long cracks spread out beneath Zhāng Hao's feet, and a massive crater 4 or 5 meters in diameter appeared where he stood. His strength had more than doubled. Now, even a level 2 zombie might not stand a chance against him. But according to the system's warning, this power should be used sparingly lest he become a bloodthirsty monster. Chapter 21, The Stormwind Demon Hunters. Early the next morning, Zhāng Hào returned to Maching City and sought out Manager Fei directly. Seeing Zhāng Hào unscathed, Steward Fei remarked with surprise, I understand Red Maple City was attacked. What's the situation there? Zhāng Hào answered truthfully, a lord-level beast called the Blue-Blooded White Eagle. They say it carries a virus. Later, a group called the Storm Demon Hunters appeared and killed it. The Stormwind Demon Hunters? Fei pondered for a moment before nodding faintly. What a pity. The primordial virus carried by that beast is an extremely precious substance. Zhāng Hào stared at Manager Fei in confusion, unable to fathom the remark. It's just a corpse, what possible use could it have? Fei smiled faintly. With your current strength, you haven't encountered such things yet. You'll understand later. Oh, right. How did this mission go? Manager Fei inquired. Mission accomplished. Zhāng Hào declared, handing the ocean heart directly to Manager Fei. You actually found the heart of the ocean? Even Manager Fei couldn't help but widen his eyes in utter astonishment. This mission had been issued long ago, yet none had succeeded. After all, the heart of the ocean was minuscule. Finding it within a vast city was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Dangers lurked everywhere, the slightest misstep could lead to a place of no return. However, Fei couldn't guarantee the authenticity of the heart of the ocean in his hands. He could only say, "I'll take the heart of the ocean for now. It will be handed over to specialists for authentication later." How does that sound? This was standard procedure to prevent fraud. Yet even though Manager Fei knew little about jewels, he recognized the extraordinary nature of the object before him. Within this tiny gem lay a thread of the ocean's power. Zhāng Hào nodded. He knew Manager Fei would never deceive him over this matter. All he needed to do was wait patiently. Rumor had it that an unknown figure of great importance sought the heart of the ocean. Leaving the steward's office, Zhāng Hào returned to his cultivation chamber to continue his practice. Opening the interface, a string of numbers appeared before his eyes. Name, Zhāng Hào. Strength, 4,587. Speed, 4,896. Spirit, 4,213. Points, 17,200. This mission was undoubtedly a windfall for Zhāng Hào, with his stats now approaching those of a level 2 cultivator. Such cultivation speed would make countless geniuses pale in comparison. Next, Zhāng Hào walked up to the strength tester and slammed his fist down with all his might. A thunderous boom echoed as the reading shot up to around 7,000. Combined with the Xianhua sword technique, a single punch could unleash a force of 9,000 kilograms. A single punch like that could reduce a person to a pile of minced meat. Of course, this was merely an ordinary punch. When combined with the Venom suit, the force behind a single strike would easily reach at least 20,000 kilograms. Even against a peak tier 2 powerhouse, he would stand a fighting chance. The chosen one truly was terrifying. Subsequently, Zhāng Hào further enhanced his psionic space and source energy secret arts. The former wasn't merely for escape, it could be used to pursue enemies, launch surprise attacks, and more. As for the source energy secret art, it was the very foundation of a psionicist's power. Ding! Upgrade successful. Psionic space LV3. Ding! Upgrade successful, source energy secret art LV4. With the source energy secret art advancing once more, Zhāng Hào distinctly sensed profound transformations occurring within his body. The most immediate changes were in his vision and hearing. He could now see an ant clearly from 100 meters away. Next came the God-slaying dart, a technique he had only acquired yesterday. This technique possesses an element of surprise. Paired with the psionic space, it will surely strike down enemies of equal level with a single blow. Zhāng Hào thought to himself. It was important to note that while the God-slaying flying dagger possessed immense power, it also consumed a significant amount of psychic energy. If the strike missed its mark, it would temporarily weaken the psychic's own strength. Ding dong! Suddenly, the doorbell rang outside, snapping Zhāng Hào back to reality. The training ground was rarely disturbed unless it was urgent, so it must be something related to Ocean Heart. After dressing, Zhāng Hào made his way to the main entrance. As the door opened, Manager Fei stood smiling broadly at him, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a sharp suit. Just by looking at his face, Zhāng Hào could tell this man was no ordinary person. Steward Fei spoke first. "Mr. Zhang, allow me to introduce you. This gentleman, Mr. D, is the one who issued the call to find the heart of the ocean." The middle-aged man first gave Zhāng Hào a thorough once-over before introducing himself. "My name is D. I've heard you found the ocean heart. Might I have the honor of seeing it?" Zhāng Hào glanced at Manager Fei and replied, "Certainly. I've already handed the ocean heart over to Manager Fei." "Ahem." Fei cleared his throat twice and said, "We'll need Mr. Zhang to accompany us." Zhāng Hào nodded in agreement. Soon, the group arrived back at the steward's office. The instant free steward handed the heart of the ocean to the man, the calm expression on his face vanished. Even his breathing grew slightly hurried. Indeed. The heart of the ocean. This truly is the heart of the ocean. He clutched it as if it were a priceless treasure. "I've searched for 20 years, and finally, I've found it." Fei, however, remained remarkably composed. To him, the jewel was merely a stone. Even the heart of the ocean held little allure. "Mr. D, we've found what you sought, but..." Before Fei could finish, the man cut in. "Rest assured, Fei. Starting today, our guild will enter into full-scale cooperation with your celestial palace." The guild? Zhāng Hao's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he realize the man before him was the head of Moching City's largest merchant guild, which had previously engaged in a series of collaborations with the Celestial Palace. This time, however, they sought a comprehensive alliance, with the missing heart of the ocean serving as the bargaining chip. This partnership held greater benefits for the Celestial Palace. After Chairman D and Manager Fei exchanged pleasantries, Zhāng Hào continued, "Mr. D, I've acquired quite a few treasures in Red Maple City. I'd appreciate your help in appraising them." He was worried about finding buyers for them. Chairman D readily agreed, "Certainly. Young friend, bring them over." Soon, Zhāng Hào handed over the items. The man first picked up a deep jade green ring and examined it closely. He then shook his head and said, "The piece is genuine, but the material isn't much to speak of, just the most common jadeite, and it has some flaws. As for its value, it's worth about 100,000 yuan at most." 100,000 yuan was nothing to Chairman D, but to Zhāng Hào, it was a substantial sum. As for Chairman D ripping him off? That was utter nonsense. A respected chairman like him wouldn't risk his reputation for such petty gains. Then, Chairman D began handling other treasures. Chapter 22, Nearly Duped. A necklace crafted from extraterrestrial meteorite, now that's a fine piece, worth around 500,000 yuan. An ice jade bracelet, warm in winter, cool in summer, worth 1.5 million. Zhāng Hào couldn't care less about their uses, all he saw were the staggering sums attached to each. Oh. Suddenly, Mr. D trembled slightly, scrutinizing the diamond in his hand. A dark red diamond, though flawed throughout. By Zhāng Hao's estimation, this thing was worth a mere 10 to 20,000 yuan at most. Ahem. Mr. D cleared his throat twice before saying, this one's only worth about 20,000 yuan. I'll take the entire lot, 13.2 million yuan. Something's not right. Zhāng Hao's mind began to race. He wasn't stupid. Mr. D's expression earlier had been off, but as the esteemed chairman, he shouldn't be deceiving him, right? Just as Zhāng Hào was about to agree, Manager Fei suddenly interjected, Mr. D, you are a chairman after all. Is it appropriate to deceive a junior? Chairman D's heart skipped a beat, yet his expression remained composed. Mr. Fei, what exactly do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. Fei replied coolly. I may not know gems, but I saw a subtle shift in your expression. This thing probably isn't worth 20,000 yuan, is it? Hearing this, Mr. D furrowed his brow slightly, thinking to himself, this guy really is a sly fox. Mr. Fei, I'm offering you a friend's price. Mr. D insisted. Oomph. Fei suddenly snorted coldly. In that case, I'll have to find someone to properly appraise it. In a city as vast as Maching, you're certainly not the only one who knows about jewelry. Seeing Manager Fei's anger, Chairman D chuckled and said, I was just joking with our young friend. This item is called a blood crystal diamond, formed from the essence of a powerful beast. Its value is at least 10 million yuan, and it's priceless on the market. You. Zhāng Hào nearly cursed out loud, thinking this guy had no shame. He looked harmless enough, but he started out by trying to cheat me. I don't buy that he was just joking. If the fee supervisor hadn't warned him, he would have suffered a huge loss. Zhāng Hào had the item brought over and weighed it in his hand. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, it contained the fluctuations of a strange beast. Chairman D's eyes darted around before he spoke again. Young Zhāng, why not sell this to me? I'll offer 12 million. What do you say? Before Zhāng Hào could respond, Manager Fei waved his hand dismissively. No need. Our heavenly palace has partners beyond just you. Chairman D scratched his head awkwardly, then sighed regretfully, very well. The rest of these items, 13 million. Money exchanged hands, and Chairman D turned to leave with the goods. Watching the departing figure, Zhāng Hào quickly clasped his fists in salute. Manager Fei, thank you. Fei waved off the gratitude with a dismissive gesture. It was nothing. I just couldn't stand his ugly, deceitful face. Remember, when dealing with people like him, keep your eyes wide open. Otherwise, he'll leave you with nothing but the clothes on your back. I'll remember. Zhāng Hào nodded firmly. That wolf in sheep's clothing had truly taught him a lesson. Fei continued, hand over that blood crystal diamond. I'll have someone appraise it for you shortly. After leaving the steward's office, Zhāng Hào's phone buzzed with a text message, the 13 million yuan transfer from Chairman D. Out of nowhere, he became a wealthy man. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was afternoon. Zhāng Hào was practicing in his meditation room when he was suddenly interrupted by a frantic ringing at the door. Ding ding ding. Zhāng Hào frowned slightly and hurried to open the door. The door swung open to reveal Steward Fei, his face aglow with excitement. You lucky bastard. You've hit the jackpot. This blood crystal diamond is no ordinary thing, it's forged from the essence of a peak-level Lord-grade beast. This stuff can be used to craft incredibly precious dragon power potions. What the heck? Staring at the ecstatic Fei, Zhāng Hào felt his head spin. He was completely lost. Only the mention of a peak-level Lord-grade beast sent a chill down his spine. After all, even a formidable creature like the crimson-blooded white eagle was merely a low-tier Lord-level beast. Seeing Zhāng Hao's bewildered expression, Manager Fei continued, you might not know this, but it's a dragon-type beast. Only its essence blood can be used to make dragon power potions. Of course, other herbs are needed as well. At noon, during the meeting upstairs, you only need to contribute the blood crystal diamond. You won't have to worry about the other herbs. This one is just enough to make 3 bottles. How about I give you one? Rest assured, you won't be shortchanged. Zhāng Hào nodded in agreement, then asked, but what exactly is the purpose of this dragon power potion? It was clear this dragon power potion held immense value in Chief Fei's eyes. Fei responded, let me put it this way, this stuff is priceless. Its effect is simple, it dramatically enhances a psionic's physical constitution. Just don't overdose on it. After a moment's hesitation, Zhāng Hào agreed directly, alright, I'll take you up on that, Manager Fei. If not for Manager Fei, the blood crystal diamond would have been swindled away by Chairman D long ago. Seeing Zhāng Hào agree, Chief Steward Fei beamed with delight. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. To be honest, this time I'm taking advantage of you, I'll keep 1 bottle for my good-for-nothing grandson. Within 3 days, I'll have someone deliver the potion to you. Oh, and you can look it up online to see exactly what this potion is. With that, Manager Fei hummed a tune as he departed. Zhāng Hào immediately opened his computer to look it up. What he found left him stunned. This dragon strength potion significantly enhanced physical constitution. A single bottle could boost one's strength by at least 10,000 catties. This was practically a cheat-level drug. However, consuming dragon power elixir required reaching level 2, otherwise, one would be unable to withstand the potion's effects and would explode and die. It must be said that joining a superpower like the Celestial Palace offered benefits beyond ordinary comprehension. Fairness is a rare commodity in this world. Even among psychics, there are clear tiers of ability. Perhaps Manager Fei's grandson possesses only average talent, yet he can still access vast cultivation resources through his grandfather. After the initial excitement, Zhāng Hào gradually calmed down and used this time to select a set of equipment for himself. A reliable weapon and a decent chemical protection suit. The former would enhance his combat prowess, while the latter could save his life in critical moments. Logging onto the Heavenly Palace's official website, Zhāng Hào began searching for a weapon suited to him. After a while, a slender blade caught Zhāng Hao's attention. The Crescent Blade. Forged from extraterrestrial meteorite, reportedly mined from the moon, its hardness exceeded that of ordinary blades by more than tenfold. Due to the extreme rarity of its raw materials, its price was exorbitantly high. 1 point was equivalent to 10,000 yuan, and a single blade required 1,300 points, a market value of 13 million yuan. And it was priceless. Chapter 23, Upgrading Equipment. Moreover, this is the student discount price. Under normal circumstances, even 20 million yuan might not secure one. With this divine weapon in hand, it would prove immensely valuable in battles against zombies or monstrous beasts. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 2 days had passed. Zhāng Hào received a call his Crescent Blade had arrived. The moment he received the package, Zhāng Hào eagerly opened it. The gleaming silver blade was intricately engraved with a moon motif, exquisitely crafted. Also included were 3 throwing knives, similarly forged from meteorite, or rather, scrap material. At 100 points each, the price was quite reasonable. Immediately, Zhāng Hào plucked a strand of hair, placed it on the blade, and blew gently. The hair was instantly severed in two. What a sharp blade! Forged from meteorite, it weighed around 200 jin, making it exceptionally comfortable to wield. As for the 3 throwing knives, each measuring 20 centimeters long, they came with a tactical belt specifically designed to hold them. Arriving at the training ground, Zhāng Hào examined them for a while before suddenly flexing his wrist. Whoosh! In an instant, the darts shot out like lightning, vanishing from sight. The target 200 meters away was instantly obliterated, the dart head sinking deep into the copper wall. Such terrifying power would instantly kill anyone wearing ordinary armor. Next, Zhāng Hào experimented with combining his psychic space with the throwing darts. Now upgraded to level 3, the psychic space allowed free movement within a 100-meter radius. Another day passed. Fei, the steward, personally delivered the dragon strength potion to Zhāng Hào. Taking the vial, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but examine it closely for a long while. The crimson liquid gave off an intensely violent aura. As he departed, Manager Fei cautioned, "Mr. Zhang, remember, do not be reckless. You must wait until you reach level 2 before consuming it. Otherwise, your body won't withstand it, and you will explode." Zhāng Hào nodded, though he didn't take the warning to heart. It wasn't arrogance last night, his physical stats had already reached level 2. The moment Fei stepped out, Zhāng Hào eagerly downed the entire vial. The next second, a torrent of frenzied power erupted from his dantian. In an instant, Zhāng Hào felt his blood racing through his veins as if he'd been plunged into a molten furnace. Sweat beaded on his forehead, only to evaporate instantly. Now, Zhāng Hào finally understood why one had to reach level 2 to consume it. Any ordinary psionicist daring to attempt it would explode instantly. Zhāng Hào endured the physical discomfort for 3 solid hours. The Dragon Power Potion's most remarkable effect was on strength values, which doubled within just a few hours. Now, the explosive force of a single punch from Zhāng Hào easily surpassed 10,000 pounds, equivalent to 10 tons of force. To put this into perspective, an elephant couldn't withstand a single punch from him. Combined with his Venom suit and psionic space, he could even hold his own against a Tier 3 powerhouse. Under normal circumstances, a level 2 early-stage psionicist possessed 50 times the strength of an ordinary person. At the mid-stage, this increased to 100 times, reaching 150 times at the late stage. Upon achieving perfection, the strength could reach a terrifying 200 times that of a normal person. Advancing from Tier 1 to Tier 2 is relatively straightforward, but the difficulty increases significantly thereafter. According to records, psychic users are broadly categorized into 5 tiers. A level 5 powerhouse could single-handedly confront a Lord Tier zombie or beast. The individuals Zhāng Hào encountered earlier were level 5 psychics. Beyond that lie the King Tier and Emperor Tier. Such beings are exceedingly rare, even on a global scale. Each possesses the caliber to rank among the top 100, and some could even establish their own sects or forge formidable superpowers. Stretching his limbs, Zhāng Hào planned to rest for a few days. A month had passed since his arrival in this world, and he had been on high alert the entire time. It was time for a proper break. As the saying goes, a balance between work and rest yields the best results. After his rest, Zhāng Hào planned to resume his mission. For the next period, Zhāng Hào indulged in eating, drinking, and entertainment, thoroughly savoring the life of the wealthy. It must be said that in any world, money is crucial. His only regret was that he hadn't seen Ling Mayu since that fateful month ago. At the steward's office, Steward Fei stared at Zhāng Hào in disbelief. You're young, but your ambitions are huge. Let me be blunt that girl Mayu comes from a powerful background. Ordinary people like you shouldn't even dream of her. Unless what? Zhāng Hào pressed. Unless you make it onto the top 100 list before you turn 30. Manager Fei declared. Make it into the top 100 before turning 30? Zhāng Hào pondered for a moment, concluding it wasn't an impossible feat. It must be said, a woman like Ling Mayu was simply too exceptional. It was hard not to feel a pang of sympathy for her. Manager Fei didn't discourage Zhāng Hào either. Having aspirations was a good thing. What if he succeeded? While chatting with Manager Fei, Zhāng Hào kept scanning for tasks. After a while, he pointed and declared, "There. This one." Fei took a look and immediately stood bolt upright from his stool, exclaiming in shock, "Kid, have you lost your mind? Hunting a level 3 mutant beast, the Dark Moon Demon Wolf. This beast possessed formidable combat prowess. Even peers of equal rank wouldn't dare provoke it lightly." Seeing Fei's startled reaction, Zhāng Hào said, "Don't get so worked up. I'm not going to my death alone. I found 4 teammates, all elite psychics." Hearing he wouldn't be alone, Chief Steward Fei's expression finally eased slightly. Earlier, he truly believed Zhāng Hào intended to face the Dark Moon Demon Wolf alone, a move as reckless as a mouse licking a cat's genitals, seeking trouble for no reason. "Alright, stay safe and don't try to be a hero. Remember, keep your powder dry for future battles," Fei advised kindly. After spending time with him, he'd come to realize Zhāng Hào was different from the others. Precisely because of this, Chief Steward Fei would extend special consideration to Zhāng Hào. During their last mission, Zhāng Hào had already spotted this Dark Moon direwolf, but his strength was still too weak to take it down. This time, however, he was utterly confident. Besides, even if things went wrong, Zhāng Hào was confident he could retreat unscathed. Their destination was a place called Suzhen City. It was a city modeled after ancient times, with all its structures built in a 1:1 replica of historical designs. It was a place beloved by many scholars and artists for its charm. Yet this very beautiful city was suddenly attacked by the Beast King 30 years ago, turning the entire city into a city of corpses overnight. It was said that the city lord, a peak level 5 psionicist, had been powerless to stop the Beast King's assault. Over the past 3 decades, countless beasts have made Su Jincheng their home, transforming it into a paradise for these creatures. Due to the extreme danger, evolvers typically only venture here in groups of 3 or 5 to carry out missions. Chapter 24, Ambush. As Zhāng Hào approached the city gates, a shadowy figure in the darkness picked up a phone and dialed a number. "Mr. Wang, Zhāng Hào has just left the city. Shall we strike now?" The voice was eerily low, like a rat in the darkness. Hearing this, the other hesitated for a moment. "No, Zhāng Hào is one of the Heavenly Palace. Find a secluded place to act. Remember, leave no trace. Rest assured." Zhāng Hào remained unaware that a hit had been placed on him. After all, he'd spent the past month immersed in cultivation and hadn't offended anyone. Walking from morning until noon, his stomach growled loudly. Glancing at his watch, he saw it was lunchtime. Zhāng Hào pulled out the provisions he'd packed earlier and found a shady spot to eat. After just a few bites, his brow furrowed as he instinctively glanced behind him. For some reason, a deadly threat surged through his mind. Bang! 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 The crack of gunfire echoed as bullets sliced through the air, hurtling toward him. Zhāng Hào used his spatial ability to dodge at lightning speed. The bullet struck the tree trunk, snapping a large tree clean in half. "Damn it! Who the hell is attacking me?" Zhāng Hào cursed under his breath, scanning the distance and the direction the bullets had come from. Thanks to the significant upgrade of his source energy secret art, Zhāng Hào could see clearly even from a kilometer away. A man clad in camouflage lay prone in the dense forest, a black rifle glinting in the light. Zhāng Hào couldn't fathom which bastard would attempt to assassinate him. "Ha!" Similarly, the man stared blankly at Zhāng Hào, his face filled with confusion. After all, this rifle was no ordinary weapon. It could inflict severe injuries even on a level 2 evolver. Yet Zhāng Hào had somehow slipped through his barrel unscathed. Beep beep beep. At the same time, the sound of a car horn blared from the distance. In the distance, a tracked armored vehicle approached at breakneck speed. This thing was a heavy-duty armored vehicle, capable of withstanding attacks from level 2 zombies. It was the preferred ride for countless psychic warriors. Unfortunately, they came with a hefty price tag. Even a used one typically started at 5 million yuan. Soon, the vehicle halted about 10 meters away from Zhāng Hào. 3 middle-aged men emerged from the vehicle. The sleazy-looking one was bald, eyebrowless, and had a menacing, demonic appearance. The other 2 men instinctively blocked Zhāng Hāo's retreat, forming a tight encirclement. The bald man scrutinized Zhāng Hào from head to toe, his voice cold. "Never expected you'd dodge that fatal shot." Zhāng Hào stared coldly at the men before him. Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Facing Zhāng Hao's question, the man shook his head. You don't need to know that much. Blame your own sticky fingers for taking what wasn't yours. Next life, keep your hands to yourself. Hearing their threats, Zhāng Hào didn't grow angry, he smiled instead. Next life? That phrase fits you lot better. Die. Suddenly, a roar erupted from behind him as a gleaming metal rod swung directly toward Zhāng Hao's head. A force of several thousand pounds poured down, aiming to crush Zhāng Hao's skull outright. Unfortunately for them, they were facing a time traveler with cheat codes. Zhāng Hào was ready. He swiftly drew his crescent blade and swung it at the attacker with blinding speed. The Xianhua sword technique, combined with the crescent blade, unleashed a burst of force equivalent to 20 tons in an instant. With a sharp swish, the blade sliced through the air without resistance, freezing the attacker in place. 1 second, 2 seconds. Thud. Half the man's body, along with half his staff, fell cleanly to the ground as blood gushed forth. Third brother. The bald man roared, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. After all, the attacker was a legitimate peak level 1 psionicist, yet Zhāng Hào had cleaved him in two with a single strike. Zhāng Hào examined the crescent blade in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Truly worthy of its 13 million yuan price tag, blisteringly fast. Gulp. The bald man swallowed hard, his face frozen in terror as he stammered, how could you be this powerful? Ignoring the question entirely, Zhāng Hào demanded coldly, tell me. Who sent you to kill me? You're not worthy of knowing that, the sword-wielding man roared. The man Zhāng Hào had slain was his own younger brother. The blood feud between them was unthinkable. Yet even against such an enemy, Zhāng Hào didn't deign to turn around. Instead, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently as spears shot up from the earth. Thud. 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 With a sharp crack, the man was impaled through the body by the spear, pinned firmly to the tree. Due to the extraordinary vitality of psychics, he clung to life for a moment longer, his wide eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. The disparity in their strength was so vast that he had no chance to resist. Seeing this, the bald man didn't dare to take any chances. He turned and ran. Ha! He was merely a level 2 beginner, while Zhāng Hao's demonstrated power far exceeded that. Trying to escape? Zhāng Hào wouldn't give him a chance to escape. He gripped the dart in his hand and flung it out with all his might. Swish! The dart vanished from sight, only to reappear before the bald man in the next instant. There was no way to dodge. He slammed right into it. With a thud, the bald head exploded like a watermelon, splattering juice everywhere. Even in death, he couldn't fathom how Zhāng Hao's dart had materialized before him. The distant ambushers witnessed the scene and were instantly terrified out of their wits. The bald man was their leader, a level 2 powerhouse, yet he'd been dispatched effortlessly by Zhāng Hào. Bastard! The intel was wrong, this guy isn't even a level 1 psionic. Just as he tried to flee, Zhāng Hao's bone-chilling voice echoed from behind, what? Think you can run after killing someone? With his current power, activating Shadow Step could transport him a kilometer away in mere seconds. The man stared at Zhāng Hào in sheer terror, collapsing to his knees with a thud. Spare me! I beg you, spare me! Speak! Who sent you to kill me? Zhāng Hào demanded. Yes, yes, yes! Die! Suddenly, the kneeling man's expression changed. He snatched a dagger from his chest and lunged forward, stabbing fiercely toward Zhāng Hao's solar plexus. His speed was blindingly fast, an ordinary psionicist would never have had time to dodge. Unfortunately for him, Zhāng Hào merely shifted his stance. The desperate attack missed its mark entirely. Oomph! Zhāng Hào snorted coldly, with skills like that, you think you can kill me? With that, Zhāng Hào swung his blade, cleanly severing the man's arm at the shoulder. Chapter 25, Spatial Ability. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the man collapsed instantly. You possess spatial abilities? Zhāng Hào stepped forward, pressing the blade against the man's throat. Don't resist. I'll ask one last time, who sent you to kill me? The man hesitated for a moment. Then, if I tell you, will you spare me? Zhāng Hào shook his head flatly. No. But I can make your death quick. Otherwise, I'll torture you slowly. After all, I've got all the time in the world. Staring at Zhāng Hao's harmless appearance, the man shuddered in terror, a foul, bloody stench seeping from his crotch. Oomph! Zhāng Hào recoiled 2 steps with a look of disgust. This was the so-called assassin scared to pee himself by him. Think about it. If the intel hadn't been wrong, would you have been killed by me? So it's not me who's killing you, it's your employer. Zhāng Hào declared. The man conceded the logic held. If the intel hadn't been flawed, how could they have ended up in this predicament? After a moment of internal struggle, the man gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll tell you. The one who wants you dead is Wang Changkong, the head of the Yin-Yang Pavilion. He said you have a red badge on you. If we get it, he'll give us 10 million as a reward. 10 million for killing a level 1 psionic? That deal was incredibly lucrative. Where there's a hefty reward, there's bound to be a brave soul willing to take the risk, even if it meant going up against the Heavenly Palace. Alas, they lost more than they gained. Zhāng Hao's deliberately concealed power led to their mission's failure and cost them their lives. Yin Yang Pavilion? Zhāng Hào pondered for a moment, a vague unease stirring within him. The Yin Yang Pavilion was a superpower in this world, ranked among the terrifying top 10. They were far stronger than those so-called Warblade sect. Their leader, the Yin Yang Elder, was a renowned figure in the rankings. As for this so-called Wang Changkong, he'd never heard of him and had no idea what he might have done to offend him. What kind of bird man is Wang Changkong? Zhāng Hào demanded. A bird person? He certainly is one, but a formidable one. He's among the most outstanding young talents in the Yin Yang Pavilion. If you've got the guts, go find him. Knowing his death was inevitable, the man suddenly burst into laughter. He couldn't kill Zhāng Hào, but at least he could vent his frustration before dying. Ignoring the ant's fury, Zhāng Hào stroked his chin. I've no quarrel with him. Why would he want me dead? And what exactly is this red badge you mentioned? Calmness returning, Zhāng Hào recalled a man, the one he had slain in Red Maple City. In the man's bag, he had found a strange object. But since it was damaged, Zhāng Hào hadn't paid it much attention. But now, Wang Changkong was offering a hefty sum to reclaim it, proof enough that this was no ordinary object. Zhāng Hào then pulled out his phone and searched online. Typing in the man's name brought up his profile. Wang Changkong, 27 years old, member of the Yin Yang Pavilion, level 3 psionicist, once instructed by the Yin Yang Elder. It had to be said, he was a genius to have received guidance from the Yin Yang Elder. But the more exceptional he was, the more determined Zhāng Hào became to eliminate him. Reciprocity is the way of the world. Swish! With Zhāng Hao's swift strike, the last man's head was severed. Zhāng Hào had promised him a swift end. Afterward, he returned to the previous spot, retrieved the car keys from the bald man's body, and climbed into the vehicle. The vehicle was equipped with an intelligence system, making it exceptionally easy to operate. As he pressed the accelerator, the engine roared to life, like a caged beast unleashed, charging straight toward Su Jinchang. With the car now in his possession, Zhāng Hào felt considerably more at ease. The vehicle could drive itself, requiring minimal human intervention. Before nightfall, Zhāng Hào arrived at a supply station located 50 kilometers outside Su Jinchang. Compared to the supply station in Red Maple City, the one in Su Jinchang was far more luxurious and imposing. Especially the surrounding defense systems, they were leagues ahead of those red gate cannons. As soon as he entered the station, a pretty young woman approached him. As a station employee, she was well aware that Zhāng Hao's vehicle was no ordinary ride. Its owner was either wealthy or influential. After getting out of the car, guided by the young lady, Zhāng Hào first enjoyed a buffet meal and then found a masseuse for a full body massage. The night passed without incident. The next day, Zhāng Hào packed his belongings and entered Su Jinchang alone. The moment he entered the city, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but shiver. The temperature difference between the city and its surroundings was at least 10 degrees or more. Moreover, dense forests encircled the entire city, and ancient buildings were overgrown with grass. Towering trees blocked the sunlight, casting a gloomy shadow over the entire city even in broad daylight. According to intelligence gathered, it took a beast king leading over a dozen lord-level beasts to breach the city walls 30 years ago. Rumor has it that lord-level beasts still lurk within the city center, a place even the Stormwind demon hunters dare not tread lightly, for one misstep could mean annihilation. Bear in mind, Beast Kings possess fully awakened sentience, with lifespans exceeding 300 years for the vast majority. They stand at the very apex of the food chain. As for the legendary Beast Emperors, they are rarer than rare even within the entire beast realm. Each of their appearances inevitably draws the attention of humanity's highest echelons. Though Su Jinchang's domain lacked a Beast King, even a lord-level beast was far beyond his reach. As for that Dark Moon Demon Wolf, rumor has it its pelt is incredibly valuable, coveted by many wealthy collectors. No sooner had he set off than a colossal figure blocked Zhāng Hao's path. Holy! A colossal bear, standing a full 5 meters tall, its entire body jet black except for a pair of blood-red eyes that glowed like lanterns, sending a chill down one's spine. A level 2 beast, the blackback bear. This beast possessed formidable defensive capabilities and had a particular taste for human flesh. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the blackback bear charged straight at Zhāng Hào. With each step forward, it left a half-meter deep crater in its wake, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. Judging by its strength, this blackback bear far surpassed the previous bald-headed beast. Yet, Zhāng Hao's eyes showed no trace of fear. Clutching his crescent blade, he stared intently at his opponent. "You beast, I'm eager to see if you're really as tough as legend says." The black-backed bear was fast, but Zhāng Hào was faster. With a flash, Zhāng Hào vanished from his spot. The black-backed bear's fist slammed into the spot where Zhāng Hào had been standing. A thunderous crash echoed. The emperor was instantly pounded into a series of cracks. The black-backed bear, believing its strike had been decisive, let out a triumphant roar. But the next second, Zhāng Hao's blade severed the massive bear's head clean off. Chapter 26: Effortless Slaughter. The black-backed bear didn't even have time to cry out before Zhāng Hào dispatched it with effortless ease. Whoosh! Ding, speed 40. Ding, strength 80. Ding, level 2 energy stone 1. Ding, points 1800. Zhāng Hào nodded with satisfaction as he examined the attributes dropped by the black-backed bear. Energy stones were such treasures even if he didn't need them himself, selling them would fetch a good price. Before long, the scent of blood would draw other beasts to devour its remains. After all, the world of beasts was far more brutal than that of humans, where the law of the jungle reigned supreme. Monsters could enhance their strength by devouring their own kind. But for Zhāng Hào, Suzhou City was nothing short of paradise. The beasts here provided him with an endless supply of nourishment, fueling his rapid growth. In just one day, Zhāng Hào hunted down 10 beasts, accumulating a staggering 3,000 attribute points, far more rewarding than any training ground. If he could stay here for a while, Zhāng Hào believed his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Over the next few days, Zhāng Hào hunted beasts by day and refined energy stones by night. His strength grew by leaps and bounds. Name: Zhāng Hào. Strength: 13,626. Speed: 7,878. Mental power: 6,955. Unfortunately, despite his prolonged search, he still hadn't found any trace of the Dark Moon Demon Wolf. Su Jincheng stretched for thousands of miles. Finding the Dark Moon Demon Wolf in such a vast city was like searching for a needle in a haystack. It all came down to luck. Ha! Suddenly, Zhāng Hào spotted a crocodile entirely shrouded in pitch-black scales. Tortoiseshell crocodile. Mid-tier level 2, its scales as hard as steel. Even a Barrett rifle round would only spark upon impact. Its jaws possessed terrifying strength. Steel crumbled in its mouth like shrimp crackers. Moreover, it was incredibly bloodthirsty and exceptionally ferocious. Zhāng Hào stared at the turtle-shell crocodile with excitement, licking his lips incessantly. Just as he was about to move, a faint rustling sound drifted from the distance, halting him in his tracks. In the distance, a massive brown python coiled around a tree trunk. Its skin blended perfectly with the tree trunk. It would have been impossible to spot without careful observation. Earth Dragon Python? Zhāng Hào stared intently at the massive body coiled around the tree trunk, estimating it to be at least 20 meters long. In his spare time, Zhāng Hào studied various exotic beasts on the official website, and this Earth Dragon Python was a mutated species of snake. Its immense size earned it the name Earth Dragon. Its most terrifying aspect wasn't its strength, but the venom within its body. A single drop could poison 1,000 people to death. Even a low-level psychic bitten by it would die instantly. Legend recounts a Lord-tier Earth Dragon Python ambushing a Beast King, successfully slaying and devouring it. However, due to inherent limitations, Lord-level Earth Dragon Pythons are as rare as hen's teeth across the entire world, numbering no more than a handful. The level 2 Earth Dragon Python before them could pose a threat to level 3 beasts at most. The turtle-shelled crocodile lay motionless in the swamp, unaware of the Earth Dragon Python's presence. But in the next instant, the Earth Dragon Python launched its attack, snapping its gaping maw shut around the turtle-shelled crocodile's head. The turtle-shelled crocodile's entire body was as hard as iron, and the Earth Dragon Python's sharp teeth only sank in about an inch. A torrent of venom sprayed forth. Zhāng Hào quickly took 2 steps back, terrified that the stuff might splash onto him. The giant tortoiseshell crocodile thrashed its massive body violently, wriggling free from the Earth Dragon Python's grasp. Unfortunately, after only a few steps, the turtle-shelled crocodile collapsed onto the ground, convulsing like a pile of mud, unable to stand. Damn it, this thing is way too poisonous. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but curse under his breath. Both creatures were of the same level, yet the former hadn't even had a chance to fight back. Just as the Earth Dragon Python prepared to savor its meal, its massive body suddenly trembled. Its blood-red eyes snapped toward Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hao's heart skipped a beat as he swiftly gripped his battle knife. Earth Dragon Pythons never fed in front of others, as the post-feeding period left them vulnerable and severely weakened. Zhāng Hao's body tensed, daring not to relax even slightly. After all, the slightest carelessness could lead to a fate like the turtle-shelled crocodile being mercilessly swallowed whole. Seeing Zhāng Hào linger, the Earth Dragon Python let out a shrill cry and launched its massive body directly at him. Put! The serpent unleashed a venomous spray across the air, sweeping toward Zhāng Hào with lightning speed. The next instant, Zhāng Hào vanished from his spot, leaving only a trail of afterimages. By the time the Earth Dragon Python reacted, Zhāng Hào had already materialized behind it. The Earth Dragon Python's greatest strength lay in its venom, yet its speed was its fatal weakness. Thus, if its sneak attack failed, it would be counterattacked and killed by other beasts. Zhāng Hao's left fist, now a solid grayish-brown mass, slammed into the Earth Dragon Python's skull. A thunderous crash echoed as tens of thousands of pounds of force erupted, carving a deep crater into the earth. Had that punch struck an ordinary person, they would have vaporized instantly. To Zhāng Hao's surprise, the Earth Dragon Python's body was incredibly slippery. Though the punch had wounded it, it failed to deliver a fatal blow. Enraged by the blow, the Earth Dragon Python lashed out with its massive tail, striking directly at Zhāng Hào. A 20-meter-long python could flatten surrounding shrubs in an instant wherever it swept through. Fortunately, Zhāng Hào possessed a special ability space, making evasion a simple matter. But the Earth Dragon Python whipped its head around, spewing venom at Zhāng Hào once more. Zhāng Hào dodged effortlessly once more, then swung his crescent blade with all his might, slicing into the colossal serpent's massive body. With a sharp swish, it was cleaved clean in two. But like other snakes, the Earth Dragon Python retained its ability to move freely even with its body severed. But this posed no challenge to Zhāng Hào. He swiftly drew his dart and fired it straight into the Earth Dragon Python's massive head. With a clang, the dart embedded itself into the hard rock and the Earth Dragon Python collapsed lifelessly to the ground, its last thread of vitality severed. Ding! Speed stat 70. Ding! Strength 61. Ding! Level 2 Energy Stone 1. Ding! Points 2300. Ding! Earth Dragon Gallbladder 1. Account furrowed his brow slightly, silently examining the newly acquired Earth Dragon Bile. Earth Dragon Gallbladder condenses the venom of all Earth Dragon serpents, temporarily incapacitating psychic users. Those with low power levels can be killed instantly. Reading the system's description, Zhāng Hào nodded with satisfaction. This stuff had other clever uses too, like coating a blade with it. A single strike could instantly subdue a beast, making it a real game changer. Chapter 27, Upgrading Source Energy Secret Arts. Afterward, Zhāng Hào launched an attack on the turtle-shelled crocodile lurking in the swamp. The creature was indeed tough. It took 2 full swings of his crescent blade to cleave it clean in half. Once again, the reward was immense, a level 2 energy stone dropped. After several days of hunting, Zhāng Hào noticed a curious pattern. Level 2 beasts were more likely to drop energy stones than level 1 ones. As the sun began to set, Zhāng Hào found a spot to settle down. His points had surged by a full 47,000, a truly substantial haul. The points required to upgrade his were too high, so Zhāng Hào had to temporarily pass on it. Besides, his level 3 was more than sufficient to handle level 2. Source Energy Secret Arts formed the very foundation of all. Whether channeling martial arts or unleashing, they required its enhancement. Ding! Source Energy Secret Art upgraded successfully. Ding! Fossilization Technique upgraded successfully. Now, Zhāng Hao's Source Energy Secret Art had advanced from level 4 to level 5, an achievement equivalent to years of cultivation for an ordinary psionicist. It was no exaggeration to say that within a 100-mile radius, not even a mosquito could escape his notice. As for petrification technique, it had reached level 6. Among all his abilities, Zhāng Hào cherished the fossilization technique, most versatile for both offense and defense, even harnessing the Earth's energy. What astonished him even more was that upon reaching level 6, the fossilization technique awakened a derivative ability called the gravity force field. Gravity field, the ability to apply pressure to other objects through mental focus. Immediately, Zhāng Hào turned his gaze to a stone bench nearby, crafted from exceptionally hard granite. Under Zhāng Hao's mental command, the stone bench instantly became covered in cracks, which multiplied as time passed. Crash! With a deafening crash, the bench, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered into dust. Holy crap! Zhāng Hào couldn't help but swallow hard. He hadn't expected this derived ability to be so powerful. In combat, it could achieve a devastating surprise effect. Even against lower-tier ability users, a single thought could crush them. Now, Zhāng Hào finally understood what it meant to kill with a glance. Of course, the same ability manifested differently in each individual. Next, Zhāng Hào spent 20,000 points to upgrade the Manhwa sword technique to level 4, allowing him to unleash 3 times his own strength with a single strike. He also upgraded Shadow Follows to level 3, adding another life-saving technique to his arsenal. The last remaining points were used to level up the God-slaying dart by 1 tier. Watching his 50,000 points vanish instantly, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but twitch his lips. After completing all this, he lit a fire and collapsed onto a soft, discarded sofa. The sofa's material was exceptionally high grade, remaining soft and comfortable even after decades. Just then, rain began to fall from the sky. The downpour grew heavier, making the already humid air feel even more thick and sticky. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. The distant sound startled Zhāng Hào. It was the roar of firearms. Someone? Zhāng Hào shot up from the couch and pushed open the door to investigate. After taking just a few steps, Zhāng Hào froze in place. Through the torrential downpour, a colossal silhouette loomed, towering 2 stories high and stretching over 10 meters long. Its eyes pierced the rain like lanterns. A dark moon direwolf. Zhāng Hào never dreamed that after searching for a week without success, he would unexpectedly encounter the Dark Moon Demon Wolf here. The Dark Moon Demon Wolf was a high-tier beast. According to records, its clan ranked among the top 10 on the beast list. Any adult specimen was at least a tier 3 beast. It was said that within their pack, there existed Dark Moon Demon Wolves that were beast kings, or even beast emperors. Dark Moon Demon Wolves crave fresh blood, capable of instantly draining an adult human dry, turning them into a desiccated corpse. Moreover, they relish tearing corpses to shreds for their own pleasure. However, the Dark Moon Demon Wolves aren't all that great themselves. Their glossy fur is highly prized by the wealthy, fetching prices that once soared into the tens of millions, and even then, they remain priceless. After all, these are genuine tier 3 magical beasts, making them exceedingly difficult to hunt. Even peers of equal strength dare not casually attempt the hunt. A single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. The team facing off against the Dark Moon Demon Wolf was a squad of psychic warriors, though every one of them was already battered and bruised. Lu Yun, hold on. A man in his early 30s, his eyes bloodshot, hurled a crimson fireball forward. It was clear this man possessed the special ability to control fire. The fireball's power was immense. Even the earlier turtle shell crocodile might not have withstood such a direct hit. Alas, the Dark Moon Demon Wolf moved with blinding speed, leaping effortlessly to evade. The fireball exploded in the air, creating a dazzling burst of sparks, but to no avail. Such an attack was pointless, only draining the ability user's stamina. Following the man's attack, the Dark Moon Direwolf retaliated with a massive swipe of its claws, aiming directly at the group. Seeing this, the other three immediately resolved to endure the blow. All three wore expensive chemical-resistant suits, which offered some defense against the beast's attacks. In an instant, the three men and the beast collided. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength was too great. They were knocked flying after just one exchange. The weaker one among them was struck so hard he spat blood and gasped for breath. Zhāng Hào watched silently, showing no intention of intervening. The alien creature was dangerous, but the humans weren't faring much better. The earlier incident was a stark reminder he'd wanted to help, but the other party had deflected the blame onto him. Suddenly, Zhāng Hao's expression hardened. He realized the people before him were from the same heavenly palace as himself. Their shoulder insignia were identical to his own. Some people wore their shoulder insignia on their arms to flaunt their status. Given this, Zhāng Hào had no intention of turning a blind eye. It was well known that trainees from different extraordinary factions were forbidden from killing each other unless under special circumstances. Violators would be expelled from their faction and publicly shamed across the entire network. Once one's reputation was ruined, they would become a pariah, shunned by all. To be safe, Zhāng Hào deliberately coated his crescent blade with Earth Dragon Gall, thereby increasing his chances of victory. Facing a level 3 Dark Moon Wolf, even Zhāng Hào dared not be the slightest bit careless. Not far away, several people were being beaten to a pulp, utterly defenseless. The team leader, watching his members, roared, "I'll hold them off. You guys run. We stand no chance against these Dark Moon Wolves." They knew this expedition was utterly doomed. Yet, when confronted with the suggestion, the man who had spoken earlier flatly refused, cut the ing bull. "I'm Yang Ling, a man standing 8 feet tall. I wouldn't sell out my comrades like that. Today, we either walk out together or die together. 20 years from now, I'll still be a man of honor." Chapter 28, The True Slaughter. No sooner had the bold declaration fallen than the Dark Moon Demon Wolf charged straight at them. Earlier, it had merely toyed with them out of boredom. Now, the real slaughter began. The next instant, a flash of silver light erupted, forcing the Dark Moon Demon Wolf to stumble backward. The doomed men opened their eyes in disbelief, staring blankly at Zhāng Hào suspended mid-air. Zhāng Hào had no time to spare for them. His gaze remained fixed on the Dark Moon Demon Wolf. The beast's speed was utterly bizarre. His sneak attack had been effortlessly dodged, leaving only a shallow gash across its body. Such a wound meant nothing to the Dark Moon Demon Wolf. It reared its massive head, its blood-red eyes blazing with boundless fury. A weak human dared to wound it. Just as it was about to launch its attack, it suddenly sensed something amiss within its own body. Poisoned. A level 3 beast possessed considerable intelligence. Realizing it was poisoned, it didn't fight to the death but turned and fled. Ha! The unexpected turn of events left the others staring at each other in disbelief. They never dreamed that at this critical moment, a savior would appear out of nowhere, driving off the Dark Moon Demon Wolf with a single move. Zhāng Hào had no time to waste on idle chatter. He sprang into action, chasing after the direction the Dark Moon Demon Wolf had vanished. This was his primary objective for this mission. He couldn't afford to let it slip away so easily. What shocked Zhāng Hào, however, was that despite being poisoned, the Dark Moon Direwolf didn't collapse like the turtle shell crocodile. Judging by its escape speed, Zhāng Hào was giving it his absolute all. Man and beast engaged in a relentless chase, covering a full 20 li before the Dark Moon Demon Wolf abruptly halted. Zhāng Hào slammed on his brakes, desperately trying to create distance. After this period of exertion, the Dark Moon Demon Wolf had neutralized the snake venom within its body. Its beastly eyes glared malevolently at Zhāng Hào, as if it wanted to devour his blood and tear his flesh. Zhāng Hào gripped his crescent blade tightly, his mind alert and focused. He knew this would be a brutal fight. The slightest misstep could cost him his life. To prepare for the worst, Zhāng Hào immediately activated his Venom armor, instantly enveloping his body in black viscous fluid. This gear was reserved for dire emergencies. The account owner wouldn't use it lightly. After all, it carried a risk of infection. One misstep could turn him into a bloodthirsty zombie. "You beast, I've been hunting you down for ages." No sooner had Zhāng Hào spoken than the Dark Moon Direwolf launched its attack, its massive form sweeping directly toward him. The Dark Moon Direwolf excelled in raw power and blinding speed. Zhāng Hào wasn't about to back down. He channeled all his strength into his right fist, delivering a punch so powerful it sent ripples through the air. It must be noted that with the Venom suit's enhancement, his strength rivaled that of a level 3 psionicist. Fist met claw in a brutal collision, erupting in a deafening thunderclap that instantly reduced surrounding trees to splinters under the immense shockwave. The earth beneath their feet, unable to withstand the combined force, cracked open at a visible speed, forming deep, bottomless fissures. The Dark Moon Demon Wolf stared at Zhāng Hào in shock, utterly unprepared for such overwhelming power to erupt from a mere insect. In that moment of distraction, Zhāng Hào vanished from his position. Swish! The long blade in his hand sliced through the opponent's body, leaving another shallow mark. Now holding a slight advantage, Zhāng Hào cast aside all fear, his entire being becoming almost bloodthirsty. He planted his feet firmly, leaping high into the air before crashing down from above. Zhāng Hao's punch already possessed immense force, but the venom-infused battlesuit doubled its power. Combined with the Manhwa sword technique's enhancement, this single blow carried the force of 100 tons. The Dark Moon Demon Wolf dared not meet its fury head-on, retreating rapidly instead. Zhāng Hao's fist struck empty air, crashing down onto the ground. A few seconds of silence hung heavy before a deafening roar erupted from the surroundings. In the next instant, a crater 100 miles wide appeared, centered on the account. Weaker beasts were instantly reduced to ashes. Sensing mortal peril, the Dark Moon Demon Wolf instantly lost all will to fight. This human before them was nothing short of a madman. Gasp! Similarly, Zhāng Hào sucked in a sharp breath. The searing pain radiating from his fist brought him back to his senses. The shockwave was so intense that he too sustained some damage. Fortunately, the venom armor that god-tier artifact meant that as long as his head remained attached, even a ruptured heart could be temporarily repaired. Arg! The Dark Moon Direwolf let out a howl to the heavens before turning in bolting. But in the next instant, Zhāng Hào materialized before it, blocking its escape route. The Dark Moon Direwolf's pelt was prized not only for its formidable strength but more crucially for its extreme cunning. When outmatched, it would flee immediately, making the hunt considerably more difficult. Realizing escape was impossible, the Dark Moon Direwolf stood up, its massive form resembling a moving mountain. Compared to it, Zhāng Hào seemed like an ant. A howl. Another howl echoed, and instantly, a layer of frost formed on the ground as the surrounding air temperature plummeted. The torrential rain transformed into pearls of ice, clattering down onto the ground. Ice-cold ability. Zhāng Hào was slightly startled. So this guy had awakened a special ability too. Now it made sense how he'd neutralized the Earth Dragon's bitter poison. He had an ability to counteract toxins. The next instant, ice pellets like sharp blades shot toward Zhāng Hào. Each tiny bead contained immense force, capable of piercing through a level 1 ability user's body. Zhāng Hào stomped his foot on the ground, sending countless stones flying upward. They instantly coalesced into a stone wall right before him. Bang! 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 When the two collided, the solid stone wall was pierced clean through. Arg! The Dark Moon Demon Wolf let out a piercing howl. In its eyes, such a fierce attack should have been fatal to Zhāng Hào. Thud! Thud! Suddenly, two whistling sounds cut through the air. Two darts shot into the Dark Moon Demon Wolf's knees with lightning speed, instantly crippling its mobility. Then, Zhāng Hào clenched his fist once more and slammed it down with brutal force. The greatest strength of the psionic space lay precisely in this ability, delivering a fatal, unexpected blow to the enemy. This time, the Dark Moon Demon Wolf had no time to react, getting smashed squarely in the head by Zhāng Hāo's fist. Over 100 tons of force shattered its skull. With a thud, the massive Dark Moon Demon Wolf's body crashed to the ground, its life completely extinguished. Zhāng Hào landed steadily on the ground, quickly retracting his venom suit as he gasped for breath. The battle had drained him completely. Now, his entire body felt limp, and all he wanted was a soft bed for a good night's sleep. Yet, gazing at the fallen Dark Moon Demon Wolf, a faint smile crept onto Zhāng Hāo's lips. Now, he possessed the strength to slay a level 3 beast. Chapter 29, System's Delightful Notification. Ding! Speed 130. Ding! Strength value 120. Ding! Points 4300. Ding! Level 3 Energy Stone 1. Ding! Ice Elemental Ability. Listening to the system's series of notifications, Zhāng Hào nodded with satisfaction. It had to be said, level 3 beasts were truly lucrative. Especially the ice skill, much like the fossilization spell before, offering both offensive and defensive capabilities. Just then, the group from earlier caught up. Hearing footsteps approaching nearby, Zhāng Hào instantly tensed his body, turning to fix his gaze on the four figures. Similarly, the others stared at Zhāng Hào in utter shock, their mouths forming perfect O's. They never dreamed Zhāng Hào could single-handedly hunt down a level 3 Dark Knight Demon Wolf. They knew full well the Nightmare Wolf's power. Not only was a solo fight impossible, but even teaming up offered no chance of victory. If not for his timely intervention, they would have long since become desiccated corpses. Seeing Zhāng Hào staring at them warily, the group feared misunderstanding. The man named Yang Ling stepped forward first, clasping his hands in a bow. Brother, no need for thanks, my name is Yang Ling. Zhāng Hào merely gave a faint nod, slightly easing his guard toward the group before him. It was clear they harbored no ill will, and besides, he wasn't stupid. He possessed the strength to take down a Dark Moon Demon Wolf. Single-handedly eliminating them would be child's play. Soon, Yang Ling noticed the shoulder insignia on Zhāng Hāo's uniform. His eyes lit up. Brother, may I ask, are you also a student of the Celestial Workshop? Zhāng Hào gave a brief nod. Phew. Seeing they were all from the same place, Yang Ling relaxed a bit. Looks like we're in luck. That was certainly true. If they'd been from another faction, they might well have killed them and stolen their loot. At that moment, another man stepped forward. He glanced at the fallen Dark Moon Demon Wolf lying on the ground and sighed with regret. Hey, brother, how about I help you skin this beast? I've got some experience with this sort of thing. Zhāng Hào pondered for a moment before saying, "Then I'll leave it to you." Hearing this, the other man quickly waved his hands. Brother, don't say that. If it weren't for you, we'd have been dead long ago. It was nothing, just a small favor. Yang Ling chimed in, exactly, brother. I'll treat you to a meal later you absolutely can't refuse. Faced with their warm invitations, Zhāng Hào smiled and agreed. Soon, the man neatly skinned the Dark Moon Demon Wolf, then gave Zhāng Hào a thumbs up. After some brief conversation, Zhāng Hào gained a basic understanding of the group. First was the man named Yang Ling, hailing from the Celestial Palace. He had joined a year before Zhāng Hào, making him his senior. The others weren't affiliated with the Celestial Palace, but they were members of other extraordinary factions. Moreover, these fellows were straightforward and uncomplicated, without any hidden agendas. Once they left the city, Zhāng Hào finally breathed a sigh of relief, his tense body gradually relaxing. With monstrous beasts rampant within Suzhou City, even Zhāng Hào dared not take things lightly. Though Lord-level beasts rarely appeared in the outer city, no one could guarantee their absence. Especially given the commotion they just caused, which could very well have alerted those powerful beasts. After all, above third-tier beasts existed the formidable fourth-tier creatures. Soon, the group arrived at the supply station. Yang Ling suggested making minor adjustments, and Zhāng Hào nodded in agreement. Su Jincheng possessed exceptionally high defenses. Even if a lord-tier beast arrived, it would be capable of putting up a fight. Moreover, unless under exceptional circumstances, these beasts rarely attacked supply stations. Everyone who came here was a psychic, and they had only one purpose, to hunt beasts. The moment they stepped inside the supply station, an angry shout erupted. Yang Ling, you're out of your mind. Do you think this is a place you should be coming to? Turning toward the voice, Yang Ling saw an older man glaring at him coldly. The two shared a certain resemblance. Yang Ling flinched, scratching his head hastily. Bro, I just wanted to experience it. His teammates, looking as dejected as wilted eggplants, cautiously hid behind Yang Ling. Zhāng Hào studied the man with curiosity, sensing an extremely dangerous aura emanating from him. At that moment, someone nearby gasped in shock, Yang Tian? What's he doing here? At the mention of Yang Tian, Zhāng Hào instantly understood. This man was no ordinary figure, a fellow Heavenly Palace member and one of its most outstanding talents. Rumor had it he would soon depart for headquarters to pursue advanced training, his future bright and promising, perhaps even destined to stand at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Seeing his younger brother unharmed, Yang Tian didn't press the matter further. He merely said indifferently, everyone, since you're Yang Ling's friends, I'll treat you to this meal as a token of my gratitude. The others hastily expressed their gratitude. Even they, formidable as they were, had to acknowledge his exceptional talent in the presence of a prodigy like Yang Tian. Moreover, that excellence only grew more pronounced with time. Yang Tian was straightforward, leading them directly to an empty table. During the meal, Yang Tian noticed Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào carried himself with remarkable poise, showing not a hint of nervousness even in Yang Tian's presence, instead meeting him with calm composure. Young man, what's your name? Yang Tian inquired. Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào answered truthfully. Oh, so you are Zhāng Hào. Yang Tian nodded, slightly surprised. Not long ago, Brother Zhang discovered the long-lost heart of the ocean, which caused quite a stir within the Celestial Palace. Ahem. Flattered and slightly embarrassed, he cleared his throat awkwardly. Just a stroke of luck. As they spoke, another group entered from outside. The next second, a chill ran down Zhāng Hao's spine. He instinctively turned to look at the group. There stood a man with triangular eyes and a hooked nose, staring fixedly at him, his eyes blazing with endless murderous intent. This was Wang Changkong, the mastermind behind the hired hit. This Wang Changkong was notoriously erratic, quick to hire assassins at the slightest provocation. Those with hearts as venomous as yours, if given the chance, I will eliminate you. Earlier, Zhāng Hào had wondered if the man had been talking nonsense in his death throes, but now the truth was staring him in the face. Just as Wang Changkong moved forward, Yang Tian suddenly spoke. Wang Changkong, long time no see. Wang Changkong froze momentarily, instinctively turning his gaze toward Yang Tian. The murderous intent in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by palpable apprehension. Ah, Brother Yang. Long time no see. Forgive my mistake earlier, please don't hold it against me. Though Wang Changkong possessed formidable connections, Yang Ling was no ordinary figure either. Moreover, he had already been designated as an internal member of the Heavenly Palace headquarters, a powerhouse whose strength Wang dared not provoke lightly. Chapter 30, Unwelcome Visitors. Changkong, is this an old acquaintance of yours? Suddenly, three figures descended the nearby staircase. The leader wore a long robe, exuding the air of a refined gentleman. He approached the group with a folding fan in hand, covering the 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Yang Tian glanced at the man and frowned slightly. Zhao Sun? Swish. Zhao Sun closed his fan and nodded slightly. Ah, Brother Yang. It's been a while. Zhang Hào stood to the side, detecting a hint of wariness in Yang Tian's eyes. Wang Changkong turned his gaze to Zhang Hào. Zhang Hào, is it? You may not recognize me, but I recognize you. Not long ago, you found half a badge. Is that correct? Zhang Hao's heart skipped a beat, but he nodded imperceptibly. Now, he was even more certain that the half medal was no ordinary object. Seeing Zhang Hao's nod of agreement, Wang Changkong's eyes flashed with unmasked elation as he swallowed hard. Excellent. That item belongs to me, but it was stolen by thieves. So, Brother Zhang, return it to me, and I'll reward you handsomely. Of course, you may also propose other terms. Earlier, he could have hired killers, but in front of Yang Tian, he had to rein himself in somewhat. Oomph. Zhang Hào sneered inwardly. In the past, he would have returned it for the right price. But now? Dream on. Even if it meant both of them going down, why beat around the bush? With that thought, Zhang Hào extended a single finger and stated flatly, not much. 100 billion, and I'll return your item. What? Wang Changkong thought he'd misheard, his eyes widening in shock. Brother Zhang, you've got to be joking. A joke? 100 billion? That was a colossal sum for any faction. Zhao Sun toyed with the folding fan in his hand, watching the scene unfold before him with keen interest. Though the Celestial Palace was powerful, the Yin-Yang Pavilion was no pushover either. Given Wang Changkong's status and background, why would he be so courteous to a mere outer circle disciple of the Heavenly Palace? Interesting. Absolutely fascinating. A joke? Who's joking with you? You said it yourself just now, Zhang Hào retorted. As the words fell, Wang Changkong's expression darkened by the second. Kid, you're ing pushing your luck, aren't you? Give me face? Who the hell do you think you are? Do I need your approval? Let me tell you straight, I wouldn't even wipe my ass with that thing, spit. Zhang Hào adopted the demeanor of a street thug, infuriating Wang Changkong so much his chest heaved, all traces of his earlier composure vanished. Fine. Today, I'll make you pay with your life. With that, Wang Changkong lunged forward. The next second, Yang Tian stepped directly in front of Wang Changkong, his gaze cold and piercing. Wang Changkong, you dare kill my Heavenly Palace men right in front of me? Do you really think I'm made of clay? Seeing Yang Tian insist on intervening, Wang Changkong took a deep breath. Yang Tian, I have no grudge against you. I hope you won't meddle in this. As he spoke, several soldiers hurried toward them. Fighting is prohibited within the supply station. Having been repeatedly humiliated, Wang Changkong could only turn his gaze to Wang Sun beside him. Young Master Wang, this brat has repeatedly crossed me. It truly infuriates me. Seeing Wang Changkong's furious expression, even Zhao Sun couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of treasure could make the other party value it so highly that he would even lower himself to confront a low-tier psychic? After a moment's thought, Zhao Sun nodded indifferently. How about this? Why don't the two of you settle it with a fight? The winner takes the treasure. What do you say? Yang Tian's expression changed drastically as he turned to Zhao Sun. Young Master Zhao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Facing Yang Tian's objection, Zhao Sun swiftly opened his folding fan. Brother Yang, I say it's settled. I hope you won't interfere. Don't risk bringing ruin upon yourself and your family just to prove your point. You. Yang Tian clenched his fists in fury, yet dared not say more. Though his words stung, they weren't empty threats. It was said that Zhao Sun was a descendant of the Yin-Yang Elder. That Yin-Yang Elder ranked among the world's top 10 in the 100-strong list, rumored to have lived for 400 years, with descendants scattered across the globe. Though Zhao Sun had never met the Yin-Yang Elder, the blood flowing through his veins was still beyond comparison to ordinary mortals. Yang Tian could retreat to the inner sanctum of the Celestial Palace to cultivate, but what about his family? Take his own younger brother Yang Ling, for instance. As merely a level 2 psionicist, it would be a piece of cake for the enemy to assassinate him. Zhang Hào sensed Yang Tian's dilemma and immediately said, alright, we'll do it your way. Oh? At this, everyone present looked at Zhang Hào with surprise. None of them had expected him to accept the challenge. On the surface, Zhang Hào was merely a level 2 psionicist, while Wang Changkong was a bona fide level 3 psionicist. Yang Tian opened his mouth, but the words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. If Zhang Hào could single-handedly take down a dark moon demon wolf, perhaps he truly possessed the strength to face Wang Changkong. Soon, the group arrived at the combat arena. Wang Changkong glared coldly at Zhang Hào and declared, Zhang Hào, I advise you to hand over the item willingly. Perhaps I might spare your life. But once you step onto this arena, I will take it. Put. Zhang Hào spat in disgust, then leaped onto the arena floor. You talk a big game, but the outcome isn't decided yet. Very well. You're quite the arrogant one. Wang Changkong nodded heavily. Boy, today I'll consecrate my blade with your head. With that, Wang Changkong drew a dark crimson war blade from his waist, its scent of blood instantly assaulting the senses. Zhang Hào scrutinized it closely. This thing was no weaker than his own crescent blade. If he could defeat Wang Changkong, he could claim this blade as his own. On this arena, life and death were predestined. Even if he killed Wang Changkong, Wang Zhao wouldn't dare say a word. Wang Changkong raised his blade and charged fiercely at Zhāng Hào. A crimson glow rippled across the blade's surface, while mournful wails echoed from its tip. This was the Wang family's blade technique, blood-stained demon's lament. Weaker combatants recoiled in terror, their faces frozen with dread as they watched Wang Changkong. If they were to face him, the sound alone would shatter their will to fight before any blows were exchanged. Zhāng Hào uttered a light command, Xianhua blade technique. Below the stage, Yang Tian's expression flickered with surprise. For the Xianhua sword technique was a secret art created by the Xianhua war god himself, a top-tier existence even within the celestial palace. Due to its demanding cultivation requirements, ordinary psychic practitioners couldn't grasp its essence. Yet Zhāng Hào had mastered this blade art to perfection. With skills like these, you dare oppose me? I'll make you wish you were dead. Wang Changkong glared at Zhāng Hào with a savage expression. His body erupted in a thick cloud of blood mist, enveloping Zhāng Hào entirely. Bloodlust technique. Zhao Xuanbu fanned himself leisurely. Yang Tian, if you're itching for a fight, how about I join you? Chapter 31, let's talk this out. Faced with their determined obstruction, Yang Tian seethed inwardly but held his tongue. Zhao Sun ignored Yang Tian, fixing his gaze squarely on Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào also sensed something amiss, his brows furrowing involuntarily. The confined space made evading Wang Changkong's area of effect attacks decidedly difficult. However, Zhāng Hào wasn't entirely helpless. He silently commanded, upgrade the ice ability. Ding, upgrade successful. Ding, upgrade successful. Zhāng Hào spent 3,000 points outright, forcibly advancing his ice ability from level 1 to level 3. He could distinctly feel his control over the ability growing more refined. Frost envelopment. Instantly, the surrounding temperature plummeted as crimson and white hues intertwined in an instant. The crimson blood mist froze into ice blood beads at a visible speed, each one clattering to the ground. Wang Changkong watched Zhāng Hào coldly, astonished that a mere level 2 ant could unleash such a fierce counterattack. But Wang Changkong's capabilities didn't stop there. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, his originally pitch-black eyes visibly transformed into crimson. Not only that, but his skin and hair began to transform. This was the Wang family's secret art, burning one's own blood to forcibly enhance strength, unleashing power double one's normal capacity for a brief period. Clearly, Wang Changkong was no fool. He understood that even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. The long sword emitted a mournful wail, like the agonized scream of a specter from the depths of hell. The sound sent chills down the spines of those nearby, as if transforming the mortal realm into a fiery purgatory. Wang Changkong glared at Zhāng Hào, his expression twisted into a savage grimace. You forced my hand. You forced my hand. With that, he swung his blade directly at Zhāng Hào. Those nearby couldn't help but feel pity for Zhāng Hào. That fool overestimates himself. Wang Changkong is a third-tier psychic, how dare he? Youthful arrogance has finally cost him dearly. He really thought knowing Yang Tian meant he could do whatever he wanted. Yang Tian clenched his fists, torn inside about whether to intervene. If he acted, he would inevitably offend Zhao Sun and potentially drag his entire clan into an abyss of ruin. Gravity field, suppress him. With a flicker of Zhāng Hao's intent, Wang Changkong's speed visibly slowed. He felt as though 10,000 pounds of force were crushing down upon him. Though it posed no mortal threat, it still made breathing difficult. More shocking to Wang Changkong than this, however, was Zhāng Hao's special ability. For a person to possess two distinct abilities simultaneously was an exceedingly rare occurrence, virtually unheard of across the entire world. Seizing Wang Changkong's momentary daze, Zhāng Hào hesitated not a second. He gripped his long blade tightly and thrust upward with the momentum. Die! Zhāng Hào bellowed, startling Wang Changkong into hastily raising his blade to block the attack. But the next second, Wang Changkong's face paled as hundreds of tons of force sent him flying backward. Cough! Wang Changkong felt his chest surge with blood and qi, forcing a mouthful of fresh blood to spurt forth. Before he could react, rows of gray spears shot up from the ground, effortlessly pinning Wang Changkong to the floor. Ah! Amidst the opponent's agonized screams, Zhāng Hào claimed the final victory. Put! Zhāng Hào spat on the ground, his expression cold as he stared at his opponent. A level 3 psionicist? Nothing special. Whoa! The surrounding crowd gasped in unison, staring at Zhāng Hào with eyes wide with shock. They never dreamed the final victory would belong to Zhāng Hào. They'd seen plenty of geniuses, but a special ability user wielding dual powers? This was a first. His methods were endlessly varied and unpredictable. Wang Changkong's defeat was entirely deserved. Legend held that only peerless prodigies possessed the ability to fight opponents of higher tiers, and Zhāng Hào was one of them. Nice move! Yang Tian couldn't help but shout, venting his frustration. Truly, the man Miss Ling had set her sights on was no ordinary individual. In contrast, Zhao Sun's face darkened to a frightening shade, his earlier composure completely shattered. Wang Changkong was one of their Yin-Yang Pavilion members, yet he was defeated so effortlessly. This was nothing short of a blatant slap in the face to their entire sect. Zhāng Hào gripped his crescent blade, advancing step by step toward Wang Changkong. Facing Zhang Hao's murderous aura, Wang Changkong lost all his earlier composure, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Brother Zhang, we were merely sparring earlier. Please don't act rashly. The Celestial Palace and the Yin-Yang Pavilion share a close relationship. Killing me would only stir up unnecessary trouble." Facing Wang Changkong's threat, Zhang Hao sneered coldly with disdain. "May I ask, sir, are you the son of the Yin-Yang elder or his grandson?" "I am a member of the Wang family," Wang Changkong declared. "Well then, you're clearly overestimating yourself. Besides, on this stage, life and death are predestined. Killing you would be perfectly justified." Seeing Zhang Hao unmoved, Wang Changkong bellowed, "Zhang Hao, my father is a half-step level 5 psionicist. If you dare kill me, he will never let you off." Zhang Hao remained utterly unfazed by the threat. "Is that so? If he dares to come, I wouldn't mind reuniting you two." At that moment, Wang Changkong truly regretted his actions. Zhang Hao was utterly relentless. "A madman, young Master Zhao, save me. I'll reveal the secret of that badge." Hearing Wang Changkong's plea, Zhao Sun pondered briefly before rolling his eyes toward Zhang Hao on the platform. "Brother Zhang, let's call it quits here. Wang Changkong is one of us from the Yin-Yang Pavilion. I hope you." "Enough of your nonsense." Zhang Hao swung his blade through the air, cleaving Wang Changkong clean in two. "How dare you?" Zhao Sun's face turned ashen with rage. He never dreamed Zhang Hao would dare act so brazenly, not even sparing him the courtesy of a warning. On the stage, life and death are predestined. Care to step up and avenge him? Zhang Hao pointed the blade's tip at Zhao Sun. "Fine, fine. Zhang Hao, is it? I'll remember you." With that, Zhao Sun turned and left with his two remaining men. Phew! The supply station staff also breathed a slight sigh of relief. Wang Changkong's death was nothing to fear, but Zhao Sun was a different matter. As a descendant of the Yin-Yang elder, that alone was reason enough for them to think twice before provoking him. Zhang Hao bent down and pulled a half-badge straight from Wang Changkong's pocket. It was nearly identical to the other half he already possessed. Though its true nature remained unknown, Wang Changkong's actions made it clear this object was no ordinary trinket. At that moment, Yang Ling rushed forward, his face brimming with admiration as he looked at Zhang Hao. "Brother Zhang, you're the most powerful psychic I've ever seen, no question about it. You must understand that Wang Changkong is considered the cream of the crop among the younger generation, with the potential to break through to level 5 in the future." Yet with just a few swift moves, Zhang Hao had dispatched him. Yang Tianxiang suppressed his shock and began re-evaluating Zhang Hao. A freak with dual abilities, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass his own. Chapter 32, Direct Confrontation. Zhang Hao approached Yang Tian, clasping his fists in a salute. "Brother Yang, my deepest gratitude." Earlier, he had seen the other man attempt to intervene several times, only to be held back by Zhao Sun, ultimately leaving the matter unresolved. Even so, Zhang Hao felt profound gratitude. Yang Tian hastily waved his hand. "I didn't do much to help. I'm truly ashamed. Oh, and by the way, killing Wang Changkong means you've completely severed ties with the Wang family. You'd better be careful from now on." Zhang Hao nodded. He knew the players wouldn't let this go easily. However, constrained by the colossal presence of the Celestial Palace, the Wang family, no matter how furious, wouldn't dare act rashly. This would inevitably make them hesitate to strike. After a hearty meal, the group dispersed to their respective rooms. Zhang Hao fell into a deep sleep, only to be jolted awake the next day by the shrill ringing of an alarm clock. Ah! Yawning, Zhang Hao dressed and headed downstairs. Yang Tian had also packed his belongings. After exchanging pleasantries, they parted ways. On the way back, Zhang Hao drove the armored vehicle, flooring the accelerator the entire journey. There were no traffic rules in this world, so he drove however he pleased through the deep, ancient forests. Suddenly, Zhang Hao slammed on the brakes, startling everyone in the vehicle. Glancing at the figures ahead, Zhang Hao instinctively furrowed his brow. "What do you want?" Zhang Hao demanded. "What do we want?" "We want to kowtow and pay respects to our young master." One of the men looked at Zhang Hao smugly, his tone dripping with mockery and scorn. Zhang Hao frowned at the group, his guard rising. Each of these men possessed strength surpassing Zhao Sun's, giving off an aura of unfathomable power. The Wang family might be powerful, but that depended on who they were compared to. Against extraordinary forces like the Yin-Yang Pavilion, they were nothing. Especially the Yin-Yang elder, a figure ranked among the world's top 10. His power was beyond imagination. His descendants, even the most distant branches, far surpassed ordinary mortals. Thus, ever since Zhao Sun's birth, countless individuals had fawned over him, even prodigies like Yang Tian adopting a notably more subdued demeanor in his presence. But Zhang Hao? He dared to refuse him face. This infuriated him beyond measure. Swish! Zhao Sun deftly opened his folding fan and gave it a few gentle flicks. "Zhang Hao, I gave you a chance to live. It was you who failed to cherish it." He had wanted to kill Zhang Hao at the supply station. Unfortunately, the place was crowded with onlookers, and even he dared not act rashly. After all, Zhāng Hào belonged to the Celestial Palace, whose overall strength surpassed that of the Yin Yang Pavilion. The consequences of provoking the Celestial Palace were far too grave for him to bear alone. But that didn't mean he'd let Zhāng Hào off. That's why he ambushed him on the road, intending to kill him. Zhāng Hao's brows knitted tightly as he stared intently at Zhao Sun. Is that all it was for? Of course not. Zhao Sun waved his hand dismissively. I'm very interested in Wang Changkong's belongings. Hand him over to me, and I'll spare your life. Of course, there's one more condition: you must become my slave. Your slave? Dream on. Zhāng Hào flatly rejected the demand. This sort of scum only dared to bully others because of his family's influence. Zhāng Hao's repeated provocations had finally pushed Zhao Sun over the edge. He nodded heavily. Fine. Looks like you won't learn until you're on your deathbed. Zhao Wu, take him alive. I want him to beg for death. Understood, young master. With that, the two men flanked Zhāng Hào from both sides. These two possessed formidable strength and flawless coordination. Even a late-stage Tier 3 powerhouse would struggle against them. But Zhāng Hào felt no fear. He was now thinking, if he killed them now, even the Yin Yang Pavilion would likely trace it back to him. The next instant, they appeared beside Zhāng Hào, their hands reaching out to grab him. Ha! Their attack missed, causing them to stagger slightly. The next instant, Zhāng Hào materialized before Zhao Sun, seizing his throat before the man could react. Young Master Zhao, Zhāng Hào said with a smirk, did you really think hiring 2 lackeys could protect you? Zhao Sun was nothing but a playboy, all rank and no substance. Put simply, he was a useless waste of resources. In a real fight, even an ordinary level 2 psionicist could easily crush him. You possess the spatial ability? Zhao Sun stared intently at Zhāng Hào. This meant Zhāng Hào now wielded 3 distinct abilities. Such a talent was something even he had only heard of, never witnessed. Still, Zhao Sun believed Zhāng Hào wouldn't dare kill him. With a defiant smirk, he challenged, Kid, I advise you to kneel and beg for mercy right now. Otherwise, I'll make sure everyone witnesses your life becoming worse than death. Is that so? Zhāng Hào remained utterly unfazed. As an orphan, he had no family or friends to lose. In an instant, Zhāng Hào yanked Zhao Sun off his feet. Fine. I'm waiting. As Zhāng Hao's fingers tightened, the suffocating pressure sent Zhao Sun into a panic. No. Brother Zhang, you absolutely mustn't. I swear, I was just joking with you earlier. I came here specifically to thank you. That Wang Changkong is scum. Killing him suits me just fine. At that moment, Zhao Sun bore not a trace of his usual noble demeanor. He was nothing but a frightened quail, trembling uncontrollably. Zhāng Hao's face was etched with contempt. This fellow was just like Wang Changkong, a spineless coward. This sort of scum only craves pleasure, life's not worth living for them. Zhao Sun begged for mercy with his words, but his heart held no such thoughts. He schemed that if he could return alive, he would report to the clan elders. Then they would seize Zhāng Hào and torture him mercilessly, making even death a luxury he could never hope for. Alas, he wouldn't get that chance. Snap. Zhāng Hào tightened his grip, snapping the man's throat clean in one swift motion, snuffing out his life in an instant. 2 streams of regretful tears streamed down Zhao Sun's face. This matter had nothing to do with him, yet he had to go and stir up trouble by licking cat pussy. Since that was the case, Zhāng Hào would send him to the afterlife early. Slap. Zhāng Hào tossed the body aside and turned his gaze toward Zhao Wen and Zhao Wu. The 2 men trembled violently, their eyes bloodshot as they roared, Zhāng Hào, you've lost your mind. How dare you kill a Zhao Scion? You're finished. Zhāng Hào was merely an outer circle student of the Celestial Palace, while Zhao Sun was a legitimate descendant of the Zhao family. The Zhao family would never let this slide. They'd punish him with the most brutal methods imaginable. Put. Zhāng Hào scoffed dismissively. If he had the guts to kill Zhao Sun, he certainly wasn't afraid of their retaliation. Your turn. You bastard, die. With that, Zhao Wu drew a steel whip and lashed it fiercely toward Zhāng Hào. The 2 of them had to capture Zhāng Hào to give the Zhao family an explanation. Otherwise, the blame for this incident would surely fall on them. The mere thought sent a chill down their spines. That steel whip wielded a force of 10,000 pounds. A single strike could shatter a body to pieces. Chapter 33, No Room for Negligence. Facing 2 level 3 psionics, Zhāng Hào dared not show the slightest complacency. His venom suit instantly enveloped his entire body, and his pupils shifted from brown to a fiery crimson. The whip and blade collided fiercely. The former was sent flying backward, leaving 2 long gashes in the ground. Only after traveling 100 meters did Zhao Wu manage to steady himself, staring at Zhāng Hào with utter disbelief. The powerful shockwave reduced the surrounding trees to ashes, yet Zhāng Hào stood there, perfectly steady. Primordial virus? A chill swept over him. What most people would avoid at all costs, Zhāng Hào actually wore on his body. Before Zhao Wen could react, a dart followed close behind. Years of combat experience made him instinctively duck his head. The dart grazed his scalp, blood trickling down Zhao Wen's forehead. But he had no time to wipe the blood from his forehead, for Zhāng Hào appeared above him like a ghostly apparition. The crescent blade in his hand glinted with a blinding white light under the sun. In desperation, Zhao Wen instinctively raised his arm to block. The scimitar sliced clean through Zhao Wen's body without resistance. Blood spattered as his torso split clean in two. Zhao Wen! Zhao Wu roared from nearby, spitting a mouthful of blood. Both were mid-tier third-level psychics, yet they were utterly defenseless. Zhao Wu hesitated for a moment, then turned and attempted to flee. He knew full well he couldn't take down Zhāng Hào alone. His only option was to relay the news back to the sect. Holy! Zhāng Hào stiffened slightly, then immediately gave chase in the direction of the fleeing figure. He knew that with his current abilities, he couldn't directly confront a transcendent power like the Yin-Yang Pavilion. What Zhāng Hào hadn't anticipated was that even when he unleashed his full power with Shadow Step, he couldn't catch up to Zhao Wu. Moreover, the distance between them was widening at a visible pace. Now, Zhāng Hào regretted not having upgraded his speed skills earlier. Had he done so, he wouldn't have found himself in this awkward predicament. Realizing pursuit was futile, Zhāng Hào halted his steps, forced to watch helplessly as the other vanished into the distance. Zhāng Hào, huh? I advise you find a place to end it all. With that, Zhao Wu vanished. Damn it, that brat got away. Zhāng Hào took a deep breath and muttered to himself, the Zhao family, huh? Bring one, I'll kill one. Bring two, I'll kill two. As long as the Yin-Yang Elder didn't intervene. Zhao Sun didn't have the clout to make the Yin-Yang Elder openly defy the Celestial Palace. But for now, he must return to Maching City. No matter how bold the Zhao family was, they wouldn't dare cause trouble directly at the Heavenly Palace. Heavenly Crafts Administration Office. Superintendent Fei's eyes widened in shock. What? You killed the Dark Moon Demon Wolf? Zhāng Hào scratched his head. Well, it was mostly luck. Humph. Fei naturally didn't believe him. No amount of luck could possibly allow a level 2 psionicist to slay a level 3 beast unless he possessed the ability to fight opponents of higher tiers. Watching the startled and flustered chief steward, Zhāng Hào felt slightly awkward. He'd already mentioned that the other party hadn't heard about his glorious deeds yet. If they had, they'd be so shocked they wouldn't sleep for 3 days and nights. Meanwhile, in a secluded mansion, an elderly man puffed on his pipe, gazing down at the man kneeling before him. Zhao Hua, speak plainly. Why all the kowtowing and bowing? At these words, the man named Zhao Hua burst into loud sobs. Third elder, my son has been killed. You know our branch has always been an only son lineage. Now our line is cut off. What? The old man's eyes widened abruptly, a powerful aura erupting from within him. Who dares to kill someone from the Zhao family? They say it was someone from the Celestial Palace, some Zhang Hao. Zhao Hua sobbed. You know my son was kind-hearted by nature. He never caused trouble easily. The elder sneered inwardly. He knew Zhao Sun's character all too well. Outwardly weak and indecisive, inwardly ruthless and cunning, he'd likely stirred up trouble elsewhere and paid with his life. But none of that mattered. This world held little fairness to begin with. Zhang Hao dared to kill a member of the Zhao family? He'd better prepare for 1,000 cuts. Enough. Zhao Sun has brought this upon himself, and you parents bear no small part of the blame. The third elder waved his hand decisively. I'll send men immediately. Dispose of him discreetly. If any other faction dared to come knocking for their man, the Yin-Yang Pavilion would have no qualms about responding. But when it came to the Celestial Palace, they naturally had to exercise a bit more restraint. As long as the killing didn't happen under their noses, even if the Heavenly Palace found out, they'd turn a blind eye. Who would care about the life or death of a mere insect? These past few days, Zhang Hao had been training relentlessly. He understood clearly that to carve out a place for himself in this world, strength was the foundation. The Celestial Palace could shield him for a time, but not for a lifetime. Time flew by, and before he knew it, half a month had passed. Through this period of intense cultivation, Zhang Hao's strength had once again surged dramatically. Name, Zhang Hào. Strength, 17,624. Speed, 11,826. Mental power, 11,923. Points, 25,416. Seeing the points he'd painstakingly accumulated, a faint smile touched Zhang Hao's lips. His stats were now infinitely close to those of a level 3 psionicist. If he encountered the Dark Moon Demon Wolf again, it wouldn't be the grueling battle it had been before. Moreover, his accumulated points were precisely enough to upgrade his psionic space to level 4. This would allow him to slip away from Maching City unnoticed. Letting Zhao Wu escape had indeed caused him no small amount of trouble. The Zhao family had dispatched powerful fighters to lie in wait at the city gates. The moment he stepped outside, he would be hunted down. However, the true power of the psionic space lay in its ability to enable instant teleportation. Ling Maoyu was a prime example. He could teleport dozens of miles away in the blink of an eye. The only drawback was the staggering cost in points. Advancing from level 3 to level 4 required a whopping 20,000 points. Watching the points vanish instantly, Zhang Hao couldn't help but wince. Yet, the moment the upgrade completed, ecstasy flooded Zhang Hao's face. For beyond teleportation, he had awakened spatial transmission. These two abilities differed fundamentally. The The former had a short cooldown and low energy cost, but its range was drastically limited. Even at level 4, it only covered a mere 200 meters. Spatial teleportation, however, covered greater distances, consumed enormous energy, and required advanced preparation. He forcibly tore open a rift with his psychic power, then channeled a massive surge of genetic energy into it. Soon, a pillar of light descended from the heavens, its spatial fluctuations clearly visible within. Phew! Zhāng Hào wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The immense expenditure left him physically and mentally exhausted, but this distance was sufficient for him to slip away from Maching City undetected. Chapter 34, Escaping the Battlefield. Outside the villa, a man idly scrolled through his phone, occasionally glancing toward Zhāng Hao's room. Normally, Zhāng Hào would head to the training grounds every day, but today, he was nowhere to be seen. According to the Zhao family's plan, they had sent someone to tail him. They were just waiting for Zhāng Hào to leave Maching City before eliminating him on the spot. Ahem! A violent cough echoed as Zhāng Hao's figure appeared deep within the dense forest, 10 miles outside Maching City. He braced himself against a tree trunk with one hand, shaking his head repeatedly. His first use of his special ability had left him unable to adapt to such rapid energy transfer, causing dizziness and exhaustion. After a long moment of recovery, Zhāng Hào finally exhaled a slight sigh of relief. This time, his destination was a place called Fengshui City. 40 years ago, Fengshui City had been overrun by those monsters, tragically becoming a city of the dead. Within Fengshui City stood a superpower known as the Fengshui Temple, which also perished in this catastrophe. It was said that the Wind-Blood Temple had left behind countless rare treasures. Having incurred the wrath of the Zhao family, he must avoid frequent appearances along the way, especially at supply stations. Superpowers like the Yin-Yang Pavilion had their presence everywhere, and showing up would inevitably bring unnecessary trouble. After a night of travel, Zhāng Hào arrived at Wind-Blood City. Like other fallen cities, crimson blood mist hung heavy in the skies above, casting an oppressive gloom. In its heyday, Wind-Blood City was renowned, especially with the Blood Demon Emperor presiding over it. Its overall strength was likely no weaker than that of Maching City. Yet even this super city couldn't escape the monster's assault, descending into its current state. Barely a moment after stepping out, a level 1 zombie blocked Zhāng Hao's path. With a mere thought, Zhāng Hào reduced his opponent to a cloud of blood mist. 24 points of strength were nothing more than a mere trifle for Zhāng Hào at this stage. Along the way, Zhāng Hào swept through dozens of zombies and beasts with devastating ease, gaining another small boost to his strength. The Wind-Blood Temple stood at the very heart of Wind-Blood City, causing even Zhāng Hào to frown involuntarily. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted nearby. Glancing over, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but gasp in shock. The once quiet street erupted with a massive horde of zombies. They let out shrill howls, claws outstretched, lunging toward Zhāng Hào. Such a massive horde had formed a terrifying zombie tide. Yet instead of fear, Zhāng Hào saw an opportunity. Even a mosquito was meat, and besides, there were plenty of level 1 and level 2 zombies among them. Zhāng Hào fixed his gaze on the onrushing tide of zombies, tightening his grip on the crescent blade in his hand. Swish! With a single swing of his blade, 7 or 8 zombies were cleaved clean in half at the waist, instantly losing their ability to move. The next second, a zombie lunged from behind, its speed rivaling that of a level 1 psionic. Boom! Zhāng Hào delivered a merciless kick, sending the zombie flying through the air. Its shattered remains scattered across the ground. At that moment, Zhāng Hào seemed possessed by a god of slaughter, dispatching 20 zombies in the blink of an eye. Ding! Speed stat 10. Ding, strength 14. Ding, strength 16. Ding, points 51. The system's notifications echoed in his ears. Though the individual stat increases were modest, their sheer quantity was invaluable. Suddenly, Zhāng Hào felt the air around him heat up rapidly. He looked up to see a fiery red orb hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Without hesitation, Zhāng Hào grabbed a nearby zombie and hurled it forward, colliding head-on with the incoming fireball. Boom! The red fireball exploded mid-air, vaporizing the zombie's body instantly. Red flames rained down like hailstones, instantly reducing weaker zombies to ash. In such a massive zombie horde, the presence of special mutated zombies was hardly surprising. He scanned his surroundings and spotted a towering zombie not far away, its gaze fixed intently on him. Flames flickered before it, its rotting face appearing eerily grotesque in the firelight. Having missed its previous strike, it was now poised to attack again. But Zhāng Hào gave it no chance. The surrounding temperature plummeted as an icy sword slowly took shape. Swish! A burst of blue icy light shot forth, slicing through the zombies in its path and finally coming to rest on the mutated zombie. With too many zombies swarming around, Zhāng Hào had no intention of prolonging the fight. Gray spears shot up from the ground, effortlessly piercing the zombies' bodies and pinning them firmly in place. Then, massive boulders defied gravity, rising 20 meters before crashing back down. Boom! 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 In an instant, hordes of zombies were pulverized into mincemeat, their limbs scattered across the ground. In less than 15 minutes, Zhāng Hào had killed well over 200 zombies, earning a staggering 15,000 points. Moreover, his skill levels had all increased by over 1,000 points. Yet despite this, hordes of zombies continued to surge toward Zhāng Hào in an unending tide. An ordinary person caught in this situation would have been scared to death. Suddenly, a dark figure shot up from the ground and slammed back down with a thunderous impact. The earth trembled violently, instantly cracking the concrete pavement with deep fissures. Looking up, Zhāng Hào was startled. A zombie towering as tall as a two-story building charged toward him at an astonishing speed, sending chills down Zhāng Hāo's spine. His keen senses warned him this zombie was extremely dangerous, each burst of its power far exceeding 10,000 pounds. As it closed in, the colossal zombie swung its fist, bringing it down with brutal force toward Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào teleported instantly, vanishing from his original spot. The colossal zombie's fist slammed into Zhāng Hāo's former position, tearing open a gaping rift in the ground. Numerous zombies plummeted into the abyss, their agonized wails echoing through the air. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào sucked in a sharp breath, thinking to himself that it was fortunate he hadn't taken the blow head-on. Otherwise, he would have been torn to shreds, if not killed outright. Such power far exceeded that of an ordinary level 4 zombie, approaching that of a zero-core zombie. The colossal zombie raised its fist, staring at the empty ground, momentarily stunned. After so many years of quiet, a human had dared to intrude into its territory without batting an eye, slaughtering its subordinates with reckless abandon. Knowing he was no match, Zhāng Hào dared not waste a moment. Moving like a shadow in tandem with his psychic space, he vanished within seconds. The colossal zombie scanned left and right, unable to locate Zhāng Hāo's figure for a long while. Roar! Furious, it pounded the ground, causing surrounding buildings to collapse under the force of the shockwave. Chapter 35, The Dragon. Zhāng Hào, who had narrowly escaped, gasped for breath, his mind replaying the harrowing scene over and over. Fortunately, he possessed the extraordinary ability of the spatial pocket, otherwise, he would have been doomed. After all, that was a zombie comparable to a lord-level creature, only slightly weaker than the crimson blood white eagle he had faced earlier. It ranked among the strongest monsters he'd encountered since his transmigration. To avoid encountering that terrifying giant zombie again, Zhāng Hào adopted a flanking tactic, cutting straight through to the main city district from another direction. According to the map, the Wind-Blood Temple wasn't far from here. Then, with a powerful leap, he effortlessly scaled the hundreds of meters high structure. After a thorough search, Zhāng Hāo's eyes lit up as he suddenly spotted an ancient structure not far away. Though decades had passed, its former glory remained undeniable. No need to ask, this was the Wind-Blood Temple he had been desperately searching for. The Wind-Blood Temple had become a relic of history, yet it had left behind a secret. The Wind-Blood Treasure. Alas, after so many years, no one knew whether it was true or false. Just as Zhāng Hào was about to approach, a massive figure caught his attention. The creature was deathly pale, covered in scales, with a long, slender body like a legendary dragon. 2 long horns protruded from its head. A dragon snake. Snakes transform into jiaos, jiaos become dragons. However, unlike other beasts, this dragon showed signs of decay, suggesting it belonged to the category of corpse beasts. Corpse beasts and exotic beasts differed fundamentally. The former could survive long periods without sustenance, entering a dormant state. However, corpse beasts possessed low intelligence, functioning as nothing more than killing machines. Yet, due to its massive frame and dragon-like form, it was at least a peak level 4 corpse beast, likely on par with the giant zombies encountered earlier. With that, Zhāng Hāo's flickering hope vanished instantly. With his current strength, he stood no chance against such a formidable foe. Having come this far, he couldn't just turn back now. Zhāng Hào sat down cross-legged on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes lit up. Divert the threat eastward, he could lure the colossal zombie here. When 2 tigers fight, one must be injured. He could sit back and watch the battle unfold. With his special ability space, Zhāng Hào naturally felt bolder. After all, even if he couldn't defeat them, escaping wouldn't be a problem. For safety's sake, he needed to at least upgrade his psychic space from level 4 to level 5. Better safe than sorry. But easier said than done. Despite slaying so many zombies, his points had only reached a meager 20,000, a full half of the required 40,000. With no other choice, he had to continue hunting zombies elsewhere. After 3 days, Zhāng Hào finally scraped together the remaining 20,000 points and eagerly upgraded his psionic space to level 5. Even with his preparation, Zhāng Hào felt a pang of regret. After the upgrade, the psionic space expanded from 200 meters to 400 meters, and its cooldown time was cut in half. Now, Zhāng Hào could finally relax completely. He stood atop the building, observing the dragon-like creature not far away. Just like before, it lay motionless there, as still as a stone statue. Zhāng Hào cautiously approached. In the quiet surroundings, he could hear his own heart pounding rapidly. The dragon's eyes, which had been tightly shut, suddenly snapped open, fixing their gaze directly on Zhāng Hào. In that instant, cold sweat poured down Zhāng Hāo's back as he instinctively took 2 steps back. To avoid any mishaps, he immediately donned his Venom suit, his strength surging several-fold in an instant. Roar! The dragon roared, its eyes fixed intently on the suit covering Zhāng Hào. The primordial venom held a deadly allure for the undead beast. Its speed was astonishing, claws several meters long lunged directly at Zhāng Hào. The strike missed. Zhāng Hào vanished from the spot using teleportation, reappearing 400 meters away. The dragon serpent trembled slightly, then launched another assault at Zhāng Hào. Yet each time, Zhāng Hào evaded with ease. Watching the dragon from a distance, a faint smile touched his lips. They say this creature is low on intelligence, and now it seems they were right. After being toyed with repeatedly, the dragon was thoroughly enraged. Its massive body charged headlong toward Zhāng Hào, reducing every tree in its path to dust. And so, man and beast continued their chase, soon arriving at the territory of the giant zombie. Holy! The moment Zhāng Hào glimpsed the horde of zombies below, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. The entire street was packed with zombies. Roughly estimated, there were over 10,000 of them. Yet before the dragon, these zombies were like ants. A single touch would cause them to explode. Ding! Speed stat 8. Ding, strength 14. Ding, strength value 20. Zhāng Hào toyed with the dragon back and forth, continuously picking up massive amounts of attribute values. Zhāng Hào landed on a rooftop and stuck his tongue out at the dragon in mockery. Just as the dragon lunged to attack, the earth shook violently nearby. A massive form leapt forward at lightning speed. The dragon also noticed the giant zombie. It halted its assault on Zhāng Hào and turned its head to look behind. This wasn't their first clash, but with their powers evenly matched, neither could gain the upper hand. Today, the dragon had invaded its territory without provocation and slaughtered its subordinates. This enraged the colossal zombie. Zhāng Hào kept his distance, waiting for the two to clash. Bubble Dragon, seething with rage, lashed out with his tail the moment he spotted the colossal zombie. The two collided violently. Their relentless attacks left both slightly injured, and the surrounding buildings were once again reduced to rubble. Zhāng Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement. A casual encounter could yield a whopping 350 strength points. Though slightly inferior to the Crimson Blood White Eagle, this did nothing to diminish their status as genuine half-lord level monsters. The giant zombie regained its footing and charged toward the dragon once more. They lacked the intelligence of humans, but possessed an even greater bloodlust and ferocity. Swish! The dragon's scales were torn open, while the giant zombie had chunks of flesh ripped from its body, blood gushing out like a fountain. Yet they seemed oblivious to pain, trading blows until both were covered in wounds. Watching the dropped attributes, Zhāng Hao's smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47. Best if they destroy each other, then he could reap the rewards. As time passed, Zhāng Hào was shocked to discover that the dragon held a slight edge over the giant zombie. Its defenses were far sturdier, with the giant zombie's attacks only managing to scratch its surface. In contrast, the giant zombie bore multiple wounds. At this rate, a decisive outcome seemed imminent. As expected, during one clash, the giant zombie had a finger torn clean off. Its massive body leapt high into the air before crashing heavily back to the ground. Roar! Gritting its teeth in pain, the colossal zombie scrambled to its feet and pounded its chest furiously. Thump, thump, thump. With each thunderous impact, the colossal zombie grew visibly larger, swelling to the height of a 20-story building in an instant, now resembling a mountain. Chapter 36, Giant Zombie. Body Gigantification. This was a special skill that allowed the body to grow exponentially. Under normal circumstances, reaching 10 meters was already the absolute limit, yet this colossal zombie surged over 10 times larger in an instant. With its increased size came a corresponding surge in strength. He grabbed the dragon and yanked it up with sheer force. Then, with a violent fling, the dragon's massive body slammed into the ground, reducing all surrounding buildings to rubble in the process. Holy, that's brutal. Behind him, a 550 strength stat landed on the ground, leaving Zhāng Hào silently impressed. The colossal zombie, in terms of raw strength alone, was now fully comparable to the Crimson Blood White Eagle from before. The dragon took a heavy blow, half its body drenched in blood, a large section of scales gone. However, it hadn't suffered fatal injuries. The putrid stench of blood assaulted his senses, making Zhāng Hào gag as he quickly covered his nose. Of course, the dragon-like creature possessed special abilities. With a low growl, its entire body instantly turned golden, appearing from afar like a golden dragon. The two clashed once more, locked in a fierce battle where neither could gain the upper hand. The colossal zombie slammed into the dragon, sparking a shower of sparks, yet the dragon emerged unscathed. However, the dragon seized the moment to deliver a powerful slap to the giant zombie's body. Unfortunately, it proved equally ineffective. As Zhāng Hào watched the spectacle, a glowing orb fell from the giant zombie's body. Seeing this, Zhāng Hao's eyes lit up instantly. Holy crap, he'd gained another ability. Gigantification. This was a legitimate combat ability. Just imagine the sheer visual impact of an enormous body would send chills down any enemy's spine. Not far away, the earth shook violently, accompanied by frequent earth-shattering roars. The giant zombified creature, now colossal, was locked in a fierce, deadlocked battle with the dragon. Neither could gain the upper hand. At this rate, even fighting through day and night might not decide a winner. Zhāng Hào wasn't idle either, frantically collecting the drop attribute points and experience points. Ding! Speed 8. Ding! Strength 350. Ding, mental strength 500. Zhāng Hào navigated the ruins with utmost caution, fearful of alerting his opponent. Ding, gigantification ability, LV1. Seeing that time was running out, Zhāng Hào dared not linger any longer. He knew these two seemed mad, but they hadn't gone all out. If he didn't head to the Windblood Temple now, once they reacted, it would be too late. Zombies that had cultivated to this level weren't exactly dumb. Soon, Zhāng Hào arrived before the Windblood Temple. Gazing at the majestic temple gates, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. 40 years ago, the Windblood Temple had been a top-tier power on the continent, every bit as formidable as the former Warblade sect. Yet with the fall of the Blood Demon Emperor, everything had been buried in the dust of history. Guarded by the dragon, the zombies dared not approach. His path remained unobstructed, and soon Zhāng Hào stood before a grand hall. Within stood a towering divine statue, as tall as a 10-story building. Red lacquered pillars rose from the ground, supporting the entire palace. After circling the area, Zhāng Hào sighed regretfully. Inside, there was nothing. Weeds had overgrown the surroundings, and cracks had split open the walls. Damn it! Zhāng Hào couldn't help but curse under his breath, thinking to himself, cleaner than my own face. Entering the hall, Zhāng Hào scrutinized the towering colossus, unable to suppress a sense of reverence. Below it, a row of seats ran from top to bottom, representing the high-ranking members of the Windblood Temple. Each was a formidable powerhouse of their time, with even the lowest ranked being a level 5 psionicist. Records indicated the Blood Demon Emperor was a bona fide superpower, rumored to rank among the world's top 5 combatants. In pursuit of pushing his limits, he had once challenged the Heavenly Palace Lord to battle, only to return in utter defeat. It was hard to fathom just how powerful the top-ranked warrior of that era must have been. This colossal statue was cast entirely in gold, its value beyond Zhāng Hào's estimation. Yet for 40 years, it has stood here, pristine and untouched, showing no signs of damage. Perhaps it was due to the dragon's influence. Zhāng Hào then approached the throne and strained to lift it. Gah! He strained with every ounce of strength, yet the throne didn't budge an inch. He exerted a force equivalent to 10,000 caddies, yet the thing seemed rooted to the ground. No wonder it had survived until now. Those strong enough to lift it were rare, and those rare enough to lift it were even rarer. Not even a level 4 psionicist could budge it an inch, let alone a level 3. Ha! Suddenly, Zhāng Hào noticed something. There was an empty space on the throne, perfectly matching the one he had obtained earlier. Realizing this, Zhāng Hào quickly pulled the Wind Blood badge he'd obtained from his bag and compared the two. Sure enough, it fit perfectly. Without hesitation, Zhāng Hào pressed it down, and it instantly snapped perfectly into place. The next second, the throne emitted a series of creaking sounds, then began spinning at a visible speed. Its speed increased rapidly. Zhāng Hào quickly took 2 steps back, gripping his crescent blade with a guarded expression as he watched intently. Before long, the figure of a middle-aged man slowly materialized. Clad in a blood-red robe, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure above. Zhāng Hào recognized it instantly. This phantom was none other than the legendary Blood Demon Emperor. Even as a mere apparition, the figure sent a chill down Zhāng Hao's spine, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The apparition appeared somewhat weary. After a long moment, it spoke indifferently, well. After decades, someone has finally come. Zhāng Hào remained silent, watching the Blood Demon Emperor with intense wariness. These powerful beings were notoriously unpredictable. He feared that if the Blood Demon Emperor grew displeased, he could be crushed with a single swipe. Ah! Suddenly, the Blood Demon Emperor sighed. Throughout my life, I've achieved fame that echoes across the world, accomplishments few can match. Yet alas, beyond the heavens lie even greater heights. The power of that celestial palace lord is unparalleled since time began. I refuse to accept this. Unwilling? Well, her power is indeed formidable. I have no choice but to concede. Even if given 10,000 more years, I still couldn't catch up. The gap would only widen. The Blood Demon Emperor spoke as if recounting his own life story, his faded eyes still holding a trace of unwillingness. Perhaps even the mighty harbor obsessions and the Blood Demon Emperor's was to defeat the Heavenly Palace's ruler. After speaking, the spectral figure glanced at the throne beneath his feet. This throne is forged from celestial meteorite. Its fortitude is such that not even a lord-tier monster could breach it, let alone a king-tier. Zhāng Hào understood. Everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Young man, below lies the entire treasury of my Windblood Temple. Here, you will find a great opportunity. But no free lunch. I hope you will agree to one thing for me, the Blood Demon Emperor said. Chapter 37, All Treasures. Seeing the Blood Demon Emperor's earnest expression, Zhāng Hào furrowed his brow slightly. Please speak, elder. It's simple. Should you one day become a peerless powerhouse, I hope you'll defeat the Heavenly Palace Lord for me, declared the Blood Demon Emperor. Zhāng Hào stared at the shadowy figure, thinking to himself that the Blood Demon Emperor had truly lost his mind. However, with the system's blessings, Zhāng Hào felt his future achievements might not fall short of the Heavenly Palace Lord's. He might even surpass him. Therefore, he readily agreed. Seeing Zhāng Hao's agreement, the Blood Demon Emperor beamed like a child. Excellent. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. Take my treasures and fulfill my dream for me. The next moment, a massive palace split open at its center, revealing a bottomless corridor before Zhāng Hào. Without a word, Zhāng Hào stepped straight inside. He knew that an unparalleled powerhouse like the Blood Demon Emperor would never stoop to petty schemes. With each step he took, 2 lamps on the stone walls would light up. When he reached the lowest level, the scene before him stunned Zhāng Hào. He had expected the Wind Blood Temple to be overflowing with treasures, its halls filled beyond measure with gold, silver, and jewels. Yet upon descending, he discovered that while treasures did exist, their quantity seemed far below what the Wind Blood Temple deserved. Adhering to the principle of "since I'm already here," Zhāng Hào began frantically collecting treasures. After all, even the smallest camel is better than no horse at all. Each treasure he retrieved here could fetch hundreds or even thousands on the market. Blood Demon Chemical Protection Suits? Zhāng Hào opened a cabinet to find 10 blood-red chemical protection suits inside. Chemical protection suits were garments invented by humans specifically to defend against monstrous beasts or zombies. Of course, basic combat suits only protected against ordinary zombies, while these Blood Demon chemical protection suits were high-grade battle gear. While they might not hold an advantage over Venom suits, each one could fetch at least 10 million yuan on the market. Practically worth 100 million. Truly befitting a former top-tier power, even their casually discarded items were priceless treasures. After another thorough search, Zhāng Hào discovered a jar containing red pills. Wind Blood Divine Bullets? Zhāng Hào furrowed his brow slightly, recalling the information he'd crammed recently. Technically speaking, this thing was a bomb detonated by force, similar to a firecracker. However, triggering it required at least a level 2 psionicist. A single Wind Blood Divine Bomb could easily reduce a level 2 psionicist to ashes, and this jar contained a full 50 of them. Even more astonishing was the inclusion of a detailed instruction manual. Taking this back to the Heavenly Palace would surely earn him a massive amount of contribution points. Later, Zhāng Hào discovered 5 cannons. Engraved upon them were 3 bold characters: Blood Demon Cannon. These things were incredibly powerful, even a Lord-level zombie could be crippled by a single shot. Unfortunately, they were far too cumbersome to be used for anything but defending the city. Later, Zhāng Hào discovered a Crimson Pill. The Blood Demon Divine Record Pill could rapidly restore physical strength even in critical injury, effectively granting an extra lease on life. Such a life-saving pill was priceless beyond any monetary measure. Finally, Zhāng Hao's gaze settled upon a scroll. A Heaven-tier cultivation technique, the Blood Demon Sword Art. He knew Heaven-tier techniques represented the pinnacle of martial arts in this world. Even formidable powers like the Celestial Palace would treasure such manuals as priceless artifacts. Such treasures were simply unavailable on the open market. After stowing the items away, he was just about to turn and leave. As for the cannons, their sheer size made them impossible for Zhāng Hào to transport immediately. He would have to return and notify the Heavenly Palace to send men to retrieve them. Just as he was about to depart, a thunderous roar erupted from above. The next instant, the dragon-like creature burst through the entrance. The creature was covered in blood, reeking of a foul stench. The two had fought to a stalemate once more, neither able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, the dragon turned its gaze toward Zhāng Hào, its enormous eyes instantly turning blood red. Today's mess was entirely this human's doing. Roar! The dragon charged violently toward the throne, but its massive form prevented it from entering the space below. The Blood Demon Emperor had mentioned earlier that this structure was incredibly sturdy, even a king-tier beast couldn't budge it. Hiding here, the dragon could do nothing to him. But suddenly, Zhāng Hào had a jaw-dropping idea. He wanted to kill this dragon. The dragon attacked the throne relentlessly, trying to drag Zhāng Hào out from within. Originally, the disparity in their power meant the dragon could have killed Zhāng Hào with ease. Yet this human kept toying with it, inflicting fresh wounds upon its already battered form. Zhāng Hào gradually regained his composure, his eyes fixed intently on the dragon before him. At present, the most formidable weapon is undoubtedly the 5 cannons inside. Based on the description above, they could pulverize even the toughest zombies into dust. Dealing with a dragon would be a piece of cake. But the problem was, after fiddling with it for ages, he still didn't know how to fire it. After much deliberation, Zhāng Hào turned his attention to the crimson projectiles. Each Wind Blood Divine Pill could kill a level 3 beast or zombie. Would firing them all at once instantly obliterate the dragon? Playing it safe, Zhāng Hào gathered 40 pellets in his hand. Bang! 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 The dragon furiously attacked the throne, trying to force Zhāng Hào out. Suddenly, a dense hail of pellets rained down upon it. At first, the dragon paid them no mind. But the moment the projectiles left their trajectory, the enraged dragon instantly turned terrified. Its massive body instinctively dodged to the right. The moment its body collided with the projectiles, a deafening explosion rocked the Wind Blood Temple, causing half the structure to sway violently. Outside the main hall, columns cracked visibly one after another. Temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius were utterly unbearable for ordinary psychics. Even a level 4 psionicist couldn't guarantee they'd emerge unscathed. Finally, the Wind Blood Temple could no longer withstand the searing heat and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Massive stone blocks rained down from above, burying the dragon beneath a shower of debris. Roar! The dragon let out an agonized roar before finally falling utterly still. Staring at the motionless dragon, Zhāng Hào scrambled out of the treasure vault, his smile barely contained. With the system's prompt, Zhāng Hào could accurately determine the opponent's life or death. Ding! Speed stat 500. Ding! Strength 700. Ding! Dragon blood 500 grams. Ding! Level 4 peak energy stone 1. Ding! 53,000 points. Holy, 53,000 points. This was the largest haul Zhāng Hào had ever obtained. Dragon blood can be used to craft gene-altering potions. As for that level 4 peak energy stone, now that was a genuine treasure. Unfortunately, the energy within was far too potent for his current physical form to withstand. Chapter 38, Returning to report. He must return to the Celestial Palace immediately to report this, lest delays allow others to beat him to it. This time, for Zhāng Hào, the gains were nothing short of immense. Everything that had once belonged to Wang Changkong was now in Zhāng Hao's possession. With the two cities far apart, Zhāng Hào had no choice but to travel on foot, deliberately taking remote paths to avoid detection by the Zhao family. Midway, a mushroom cloud erupted from the earth. Even from a great distance, Zhāng Hào could feel the earth tremble violently. Judging by the explosion's shape, it resembled the legendary nuclear weapon, a weapon capable of posing immense danger even to Lord-level zombies. Whenever a Lord-level monster appeared, a colossal battle would erupt. Take the Wind-Blood Temple earlier, for instance. He had destroyed half of it outright. The remaining half would collapse completely before long. A once mighty colossus would vanish without a trace. Zhāng Hào, however, had no interest in investigating further. His sole thought was to return to Maching City as quickly as possible. Passing by a mountain ravine, a spring caught his eye. Seeing no one around, Zhāng Hào dove in headfirst, swimming freely in the water. The battle with the dragon had taken a heavy toll, and with blood splattered all over him, he looked like a beggar on the roadside. After washing up, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but pat his own face. He had to admit, after all this training, his features had changed somewhat. How to put it? He now possessed a distinctly masculine aura. Ah! Suddenly, Zhāng Hào let out a startled yell and plopped down onto the ground. His intense reaction was understandable. A human face reflected in the water had perfectly overlapped his own image. This kind of terror was no less intense than encountering a lord-level monster. Huff, huff, huff. Zhāng Hào gasped for breath, his mind racing with 1,000 curses. After a moment to steady himself, Zhāng Hào looked up again. There, floating in the water, was a figure, a stunningly beautiful woman in her early 20s. Without a second thought, Zhāng Hào dove straight in, pulling her out of the water. His hand rested on her wrist, where a faint pulse still beat. Without further hesitation, Zhāng Hào leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. A faint, delicate fragrance filled his mouth, sending a jolt through Zhāng Hao's entire body. Since his journey through time, Zhāng Hào remained a pure, untouched virgin. Kissing a girl's lips? Forget it. Even holding a girl's hand was something he'd never experienced. Zhāng Hào, you deserve to die. Zhāng Hào cursed inwardly, then composed himself and began performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on the girl with all his strength. After a moment of resuscitation, the girl beneath him suddenly began to tremble violently. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the violent coughing, streams of clear fluid gushed from her mouth. Finally, the girl was revived, her breathing noticeably steadier than before. Zhāng Hào thought to himself, she must be a psychic. If it had been an ordinary person submerged that long, they would have been dead as a doornail. But upon closer inspection, Zhāng Hào felt strangely familiar with the girl before him, though he couldn't quite place her. Where had he seen her before? Ling Moyu? Suddenly, an image flashed into Zhāng Hao's mind. It was mainly that stunning figure, it was just too similar. It was bitterly cold in the mountains. Though she remained unconscious, her body shivered uncontrollably. Zhāng Hào couldn't bear to watch, so he took off his own clothes and gently covered the figure with them. But that alone wasn't enough. He needed to gather some dry wood to start a fire and dry the girl's clothes as quickly as possible. As for why she was here, he'd have to wait until she regained consciousness to ask. Soon, Zhāng Hào gathered a bundle of dry wood and lit the fire. The surrounding temperature gradually rose, bringing with it a deep wave of drowsiness. It couldn't be helped. His nerves had been on edge the entire time, and now that he relaxed, his body naturally demanded rest. After an unknown amount of time, a faint sound suddenly jolted Zhāng Hào from his deep sleep. Out here in the wilderness, Zhāng Hào dared not ignore even the slightest sound. He lifted his gaze to find the girl had awakened, her indifferent eyes fixed intently on him. Her haughty demeanor mirrored Ling Mayu's to a T. Ahem. The memory of performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation earlier made Zhāng Hào involuntarily clear his throat twice. No wonder the girl's lips were so soft, it was hard to pull away. Are you feeling better? Zhāng Hào asked. I have some cooked food here. Would you like to eat a little? The girl didn't respond to Zhāng Hao's question, instead frowning deeply. I know, you just kissed me. Zhāng Hao's eyes widened abruptly, momentarily at a loss for words. Her flushed face held a hint of frustration, clearly torn by what had just happened. Looks like the person in front of me has never kissed a guy either. Zhāng Hào snapped out of his daze and hurriedly explained, "Wait, don't get the wrong idea. I was giving you mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, not taking advantage of you." At the words mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, the girl's face flushed all the way to her neck. However, she didn't blame Zhāng Hào. She simply stood up and said, "I don't blame you. Goodbye." With that, she turned and walked off in the opposite direction. Startled, Zhāng Hào scrambled to his feet. "It's dangerous here. Where are you going?" His voice echoed through the mountain ravine, but the girl had long since vanished without a trace. Sigh. Zhāng Hào sighed helplessly, knowing she was no ordinary person. Her strength was likely no less than his own. As for meeting again? That was definitely never happening. In this vast sea of humanity, how could they ever meet again so easily? Disturbed by her antics, Zhāng Hào lost all desire to sleep further. He extinguished the fire and pressed onward. Finally, after a long trek, Zhāng Hào returned to the outskirts of Moching City. Less than 10 miles from the city walls, ambushes by Zhao family members were certain to lie in wait. Zhāng Hào had no choice but to activate his spatial ability here, instantly teleporting himself into the city. "You Zhao family scoundrels, just you wait. The debt of today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the future." The moment Zhāng Hào materialized, a little kid stared at him with wide, terrified eyes. After a moment, the child burst into tears, wailing, "Wah! Ghosts! Ghosts!" Zhāng Hào felt awkward at the child's reaction and instinctively scratched his head. It was no wonder the little boy reacted this way. After all, seeing a living person materialize out of thin air would terrify anyone. Of course, none of this concerned him. After Zhāng Hào entered the Celestial Palace, the person assigned to monitor him was completely dumbfounded. For days, he'd been lurking nearby, yet Zhāng Hào seemed to have vanished into thin air. But today, he appeared before him so vividly that for a moment, the guard thought he was seeing ghosts. It wasn't that he hadn't been diligent, it was simply that the psychic space was too damn abnormal. As long as Zhāng Hào wanted to leave, even a lord-level zombie couldn't stop him. Chapter 39, Trading for Rewards. Staring at the stolen Zhāng Hào, Chief Steward Fei gave a wry smile. "Where the hell have you been these past few days? You've been as elusive as a ghost." Not only the supervisors sent to monitor him, but even the Heavenly Palace couldn't trace Zhāng Hao's whereabouts. Zhāng Hào cleared his throat. "Fei, I discovered a treasure trove. It holds quite a few valuable items. Would it be possible to exchange them for contribution points?" Fei nodded. "Certainly. As long as it's not worthless junk, the Heavenly Palace will exchange it for contribution points at market value. So, what treasures have you found? Might I see them?" "Right here." Zhāng Hào handed Fei the chief steward a detailed record of all the treasures he'd previously discovered. Blood Demon Chemical Protection Suit, Blood Demon Cannon, Wind Blood Divine Bullet Blueprint. Staring at the items listed, Steward Fei could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, where on earth did you find these treasures? Could it be you went to the Wind Blood Temple?" Zhāng Hào didn't hide anything. "Fei, I just stumbled upon them by accident." That much was true. If not for Xiao Wang's urgent need to be reincarnated, he never would have easily obtained the key to unlock the Windblood Temple's treasure vault. Fei, now as excited as a child, slapped Zhāng Hao's shoulder with his huge hand. "Good. Good. You're something else, kid." Luck played a part, but it also showcased Zhāng Hao's true strength. The Windblood Temple stood at the heart of Windblood City, home to monsters rivaling lords in power. Not even ordinary level 2 psychics dared venture deep inside, let alone level 4 practitioners. After all, the slightest misstep could cost one their life. Especially the Windblood Divine Bullet crafting instructions, these were nothing short of priceless treasures. Without exaggeration, even the Celestial Palace coveted these items intensely. Zhāng Hào had undoubtedly brought immense fortune to the Celestial Palace. Ahem. Fei, the steward, cleared his throat twice. "Here's the thing, if these items truly exist, I guarantee your contribution points would easily surpass 2 million. Holy. Zhāng Hào let out a curse without even realizing it. 2 million or more, and that's contribution points. One contribution point equals 10,000 credits. 2 million contribution points equate to 20 billion alliance coins, an unimaginable fortune for ordinary people. Without further ado, the manager stated, "I'll notify headquarters immediately. Kid, you've done us a huge favor this time. You'll be rewarded handsomely." With that, Zhāng Hào handed the keys directly to Chief Steward Fei. Without lingering, the other man swiftly departed with the items in hand. Training room. Zhāng Hào leaned back on the sofa, idly watching the TV. The news broadcast the latest developments. One story caught Zhāng Hao's attention. A young man named Li Changfeng had slain a lord-tier beast in the Endless Forest, positioning himself to break into the top 100 of the combat power rankings. The Strength King, ranked 75th, had successfully defeated the Mad Warrior Tian, ranked 70th. These reports all highlighted the achievements of major figures. Unfortunately, some cities had also suffered attacks from lord-level zombies or beasts, turning into ghost towns overnight. 3 days prior, someone triggered an ancient ruin on the outskirts of Lingnan, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Upon seeing this report, Zhāng Hào instantly furrowed his brow. He had initially assumed it was a lord-level monster attacking a city, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Moreover, multiple parties had already dispatched personnel to explore the ancient ruins. These so-called ancient ruins were remnants left behind before the apocalypse, bearing traces of human civilization. Those with good fortune might even uncover numerous treasures. Every time an ancient ruin resurfaced, it drew the attention of all factions, and this time was no exception. Factions vied fiercely for these treasures, sparing no effort even at the cost of massive casualties. Who knows who triggered the relic's protective mechanism? Getting blown sky high like that would give even the top-tier powerhouses on the world's top 100 list a run for their money. After a hearty feast, Zhāng Hào, the pig buyer, patted his belly. For the next 3 days, he spent his time in the training room. On the morning of the 4th day, Chief Steward Fei came knocking. Seeing the excitement on the man's face, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but ask, "Head Steward Fei, what's the matter?" Fei's eyes sparkled as he looked at Zhāng Hào. "Zhāng Hào, based on your intelligence, headquarters has already dispatched personnel to Fengshu's city. The treasures described there match the ones you submitted exactly. Now, I bring 2 pieces of good news. Which one would you like to hear first?" Faced with Fei's rambling, Zhāng Hào sighed and rubbed his nose. "Either one is fine." Fei took a deep breath and announced, "First, due to your tremendous contribution, headquarters has awarded you a whopping 3 million contribution points. 3 million contribution points equated to 300 billion yuan, an amount even Mo Qingqing couldn't afford as a down payment." Zhāng Hao's breathing grew noticeably ragged at that moment. The path of cultivation relied not only on unwavering willpower but also on indispensable resources. "What else?" Zhāng Hào pressed. "Listen carefully, young man, don't get so excited you pass out." Fei the steward gave Zhāng Hào a mental pep talk before continuing, "You've made history. The Heavenly Palace headquarters has taken notice of you." "Ha?" This time, even Zhāng Hào couldn't maintain his previous composure. After all, this Heavenly Palace was merely a branch temple, while the true headquarters resided within Asking Heaven City. That was the place countless geniuses dreamed of reaching. Yang Tian had previously been granted the qualification for internal cultivation. Zhāng Hào knew that with his potential, he would be chosen sooner or later. But from joining to now, it had been less than 2 months, truly unprecedented in history. Of course, his previously unmatched battle record certainly earned him the right to be selected by exception. Not only had he slain Wang Changkong, but he had also left one of the Zhao family's 2 experts dead and the other gravely wounded. Had Zhao Wu not possessed exceptional speed, he would never have had the chance to return to the Zhao family with the news. More importantly, Zhāng Hào had actually discovered the Wind Blood Temple's treasure trove and surrendered it all to the Heavenly Palace of Destruction. These contributions were nothing short of monumental. Of course, those who gain entry into the Heavenly Palace are no ordinary individuals. Take Chief Steward Fei before us, for instance. He once trained at headquarters for a period before becoming the overseer of a branch temple. Unfortunately, his innate talent wasn't exceptional enough to rival those prodigies. "Young man, work hard once you get there. Judging by your current achievements, you're destined to be a powerhouse on the top 100 rankings." Steward Fei looked at Zhāng Hào with complete sincerity. This wasn't mere boastfulness. After all, in his years as a steward, he'd seen all manner of prodigies. But a prodigy like Zhāng Hào? Even at headquarters, where geniuses were as common as feathers on a phoenix, he would be a rare gem. Chapter 40, Power Surge. Zhāng Hào smiled and nodded. "Blessed by your words, Chief Steward Fei, this junior will strive diligently and never forget the Heavenly Palace's nurturing." What Chief Steward Fei didn't know was that Zhāng Hào had also agreed to the Blood Demon Emperor's request to challenge the Heavenly Palace's palace master one day. Of course, he dared not blurt out such nonsense, lest he invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. Then, Zhāng Hào pulled out the energy stone he'd obtained from the dragon. "Chief Steward Fei, could you help me refine it into a potion? Only then would I dare absorb it." The dragon's energy stone was far too potent for Zhāng Hào to consume raw. He had to refine it into a potion first, making it tolerable for his body. Naturally, refining potions required many precious materials, but with Zhāng Hao's current wealth, it was a mere drop in the bucket. Staring at the energy stone in Zhāng Hao's hand, Manager Fei couldn't help but gasp. He could sense the pure energy within the stone. Even for someone of his current caliber, it held immense benefits. This kid never ceased to astonish him, only solidifying the conviction in his heart. Foreman Fei suppressed his astonishment. "Of course it's possible, but it requires some precious auxiliary ingredients, roughly 1,500 contribution points." Hearing it was a mere 1,500, he didn't even blink an eye. He swiped his card to pay immediately, handing the remainder to Manager Fei. He hoped this energy stone would help him advance to level 3. Several days later, Manager Fei delivered the finished potion to Zhāng Hào. He wanted to caution Zhāng Hào to proceed cautiously, but the words died on his lips. Monsters were different from ordinary people. They thrived on pushing boundaries. Wasn't that how legendary powerhouses were forged? As soon as Fei left, Zhāng Hào eagerly swallowed the potion. Within mere seconds, his body underwent earth-shattering changes. Waves of heat surged through his abdomen, like bombs detonating within. Despite his mental preparation, the agony was unbearable. Sweat poured from his body in large, frantic drops. Gritting his teeth, he endured the agony, his fingernails digging into his flesh until blood seeped out. Simultaneously, his body underwent a profound transformation. The previously bulging muscles visibly tightened at a rapid pace. Within mere hours, Zhāng Hào visibly shrank by a full size, yet appeared even more robust. Finally, as the potion's effects were fully absorbed, Zhāng Hào collapsed onto the ground. What felt like an eternity had passed, yet the reward was immense. He had successfully ascended to level 3. Opening his interface, the new stats left Zhāng Hào gaping in astonishment. Name, Zhāng Hào. Strength, 28,613. Speed, 22,745. Mental power, 21,746. Points, 83,501. This is merely the early stage of level 3, marking true entry into the realm. To reach the peak of tier 3, each attribute must hit 100,000 equivalent to the combined strength of 1,000 men. At that point, even a corpse beast like the dragon-like creature would be within Zhāng Hāo's power to fight. After making simple preparations, Zhāng Hào set off for Asking Heaven City. This time, however, he planned to take a flight comfortable, convenient, and offering the added pleasure of admiring the flight attendants. Meanwhile, the Zhao family. Zhao Hua's eyes were red from crying as he tugged at the third elder's robe, pleading, "Third elder, he's my only son. You must seek justice for me. It's been so long, why haven't we seen that beast's corpse yet?" Facing Zhao Hua's questioning, the third elder's expression darkened. "What? Have you come to accuse me?" Zhao Hua's expression shifted, and he abruptly stopped crying. "Third elder, you misunderstand. I've seen how hard you've worked. That brat is just too cunning, how could you be blamed for this? However, according to intelligence from my informant, that little bastard is flying to Wentiang. This is a golden opportunity for revenge." Put. Without another word, the third elder spat directly at Zhao Hua and roared, "Zhao Hua, you must be out of your ing mind. How dare you target the airport of the Supernatural Academy? How many heads do you think you have? Get lost." Zhao Hua flinched in fright and backed away obediently. The third elder took a deep breath, idly rolling a walnut between his fingers. A worthless piece of trash like Zhao Sun was nothing but a burden to the entire Zhao family. His death was no great loss, and whether revenge was sought or not was of little consequence. Earlier, to uphold the Zhao family's honor, he could have mounted a proper counterattack. But that was back when Zhāng Hào was merely an ordinary branch hall disciple. Even his death wouldn't have caused much trouble. Now, however, the situation was different. Zhāng Hào had become a core disciple of the Celestial Palace. Killing him would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire Celestial Palace. They weren't foolish enough to risk that over Zhao Sun. Moreover, if the two major factions went to war, the Yin Yang Pavilion would be the ones to suffer the losses. The Wind Blood Temple 40 years ago was a living example. On Zhāng Hāo's side, he bought a first-class plane ticket, his heart bleeding with every penny spent. At 1.2 million yuan per ticket, the price was outrageously steep. It was practically daylight robbery. Fortunately, money was the last thing he lacked right now. It was worth noting that while the first-class fare was exorbitant, the service inside was nothing short of perfect. Moreover, the aircraft was equipped with advanced weaponry, rendering it impervious to any damage from monsters below the Lord level. It was essentially a fortress in the sky. Throughout the journey, Zhāng Hào closed his eyes to rest. 3 hours later, he arrived at the airport of Asking Heaven City. Stepping off the plane, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but inwardly marvel. True to its reputation as the city housing the Heavenly Palace headquarters, the airport alone was more than twice the size of Maching City. From afar, several squads of soldiers patrolled the airport with palpable hostility, deterring any ill-intentioned troublemakers. No sooner had he exited the terminal than a greasy-looking middle-aged man blocked his path. He first eyed Zhāng Hào up and down, then whispered slyly, "Sir, need a cab or looking for a place to stay nearby? We offer special services here, guaranteed satisfaction." Hearing this, Zhāng Hào frowned slightly. Though he hadn't experienced women, he disdained using such methods to satisfy his needs. "Taxi. To the Heavenly Palace headquarters," Zhāng Hào stated flatly. At these words, the greasy middle-aged man visibly stiffened, his expression shifting completely from before. He dared not offend anyone from the Heavenly Palace. Even his address shifted from Sir to Your Excellency. The reason Asking Heaven City had become the most prosperous city in all of humanity was simple: the Heavenly Palace headquarters was situated right here. Over the centuries, while other cities had suffered attacks from zombies and monstrous beasts, the Heavenly Palace remained unscathed. Consequently, for decades, not a single trace of zombies had appeared in the vicinity of the Heavenly Palace. Remember, back when that ill-fated beast emperor attacked Wenty City, it was slaughtered on the spot. Its carcass was hung over each of the 4 city gates east, west, north, and south. Chapter 41, The Status of Heavenly Palace Members. As a member of the Celestial Palace, Zhāng Hāo's status was truly transcendent, making him a guardian of humanity. He respectfully escorted Zhāng Hào into the taxi. Throughout the journey, Zhāng Hào glanced left and right, inwardly marveling at the sights. The prosperity of Wenyi City far surpassed that of Maching City by at least tenfold. The city center was especially prime real estate, with land reportedly costing 1,000,000 yuan per square meter. Moreover, only the wealthy or influential could afford to live in the city center. Mere wealth was far from sufficient. The streets bustled with orderly crowds, the entire thoroughfare spotless and tidy, with contentment radiating from every face. Those who resided here were no ordinary folk, and their livelihoods were naturally well taken care of. When they were still a distance from the Heavenly Palace headquarters, the taxi driver pulled over. Looking quite content, he addressed Zhāng Hào, "Sorry, but the Heavenly Palace is just up ahead. Taxis aren't allowed inside. My apologies." Zhāng Hào smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. "No problem." He paid the fare, stepped out, and walked toward the Heavenly Palace. Holy! The moment he saw the sky, Zhāng Hào couldn't hold back a curse. The Wind-Blood Temple was already majestic enough, but compared to this, it was no match. A towering edifice pierced the clouds, its height stretching beyond the eye's reach. Just as he was about to step forward, a heavily armored guard clad in black armor blocked his path. "This is the headquarters of the Heavenly Palace. All unauthorized personnel must leave immediately." His voice boomed, making Zhāng Hao's eardrums ache. Zhāng Hào quickly produced his letter of introduction and handed it over. "Hello, I'm here to report for duty." "Oh?" Hearing this, the guard's expression softened slightly before he scanned the letter with a handheld device. "All right, follow me." With that, the man turned and led the way. "Thank you." On the way, the man glanced back at Zhāng Hào and remarked indifferently, "Just a heads up, this is the headquarters of the Celestial Palace. There are 481 core disciples here, each a prodigy among prodigies. So in this place, if you're a dragon, you must coil. If you're a tiger, you must lie low." Zhāng Hào thanked him again for the kind warning. Competition at the Heavenly Palace was fiercely intense. To thrive here, one had to demonstrate sufficient strength to trample all those so-called geniuses beneath their feet. Soon, the man in black led Zhāng Hào to the headquarters. Once again, an elderly man greeted them, dressed in a navy blue traditional Chinese robe. He exuded an air of authority without needing to raise his voice. After reviewing the letter of introduction, the elder appraised Zhāng Hào with a glance and stated, "Here is the key. East Building 3. Headquarters is merely your starting point. Do not become arrogant. Focus on your cultivation diligently. Also, the Asking Heaven Tower is where our palace master cultivates. Do not venture there rashly. As for the rest, instructions are available on the computer in your room." Zhāng Hào took the key, bowed to the old man, and turned to leave. Truth be told, Zhāng Hào harbored immense curiosity about this strongest human being. After all, he was practically a god-like existence. It was another villa district, though the rooms weren't particularly large, barely over 100 square meters at most. Upon entering the house, Zhāng Hào immediately turned on the computer and studied the detailed information displayed. Those ranked within the top 100 would receive high-grade enhancement agents monthly. Using energy stones from level 4 monsters as the primary ingredient, combined with other precious herbs, their value was beyond imagination. As for the top 10, they could claim half-step Lord level gene potions. And the top 3? They received genuine Lord tier gene potions. Only the Celestial Palace could afford such extravagance. Other superpowers would never dare to play such a game. Having just joined headquarters, Zhāng Hào currently holds the lowest ranking. Advancing was straightforward, with only two paths: defeating higher-ranked trainees or accumulating sufficient points. The method for earning these points was rather peculiar. It required venturing to a place called the Battle Heaven Tower. The next piece of news made Zhāng Hao's eyes light up. The Holy Heaven Corps was recruiting members. In 3 months, the Holy Heaven Corps would recruit 5 individuals at the Celestial Palace. Under normal circumstances, the Celestial Palace would allocate these spots to the top 5 ranked trainees. Detailed information about the Holy Heaven Corps was also provided. Founded in the early days of the apocalypse, the Holy Heaven Corps predates even the Celestial Palace. Their purpose was simple: to protect humanity from alien threats. However, they operate discreetly, and ordinary people remain largely unaware of their existence. Guardians of Humanity. It is said that those who earn the Holy Heaven insignia possess 5th-tier strength, standing at the very pinnacle of the pyramid. Even a colossus like the Celestial Palace could only secure 5 such badges, making their value truly unimaginable. Zhāng Hào took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm his racing heart. The Holy Heaven Corps felt too distant for now. His immediate focus was the Battle Heaven Tower, where his own ranking hung in the balance. As for seeking combat, Zhāng Hào preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble unless absolutely necessary. Those who had made it here were all prodigies of the continent, each brimming with pride. Moreover, many of these prodigies were backed by formidable factions. Offending them would only invite unnecessary trouble. Zhāng Hào considered himself not exceptionally gifted. His achievements were entirely due to the system's support. The next morning, after washing up, Zhāng Hào followed the map to the Battle Heaven Tower. The crowd stared intently at the sky-defying tower, their eyes burning with intensity, their breaths coming in short gasps. Any event capable of overshadowing prodigies was clearly no small matter. Whispers began to circulate. Did you hear? Liao Hongfei's challenging the 10th floor. Wonder if he'll make it. What's the point? With his strength, making it to the 9th floor is already pushing his limits. Liao Hongfei? Ranked 46th, he was considered an elite figure within the Celestial Palace. Judging by the crowd's murmurs, Liao Hongfei's attempt at the 10th floor tower seemed unlikely to succeed. The Battle Heaven Tower stood entirely black, soaring over 100 meters high. Gazing up at it, one felt an overwhelming sense of profound mystery. Truly a masterpiece of the Heavenly Palace, every single aspect was breathtaking. Just then, a startled cry came from behind Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào, what are you doing here? Yang Tian had only recently arrived at headquarters, just a week before Zhāng Hào. Brother Yang? Zhāng Hào turned around, equally surprised to see Yang Tian. He hadn't expected to see him again so soon. Zhāng Hào deeply admired Yang Tian's character, a man of honor who spoke his mind, the very embodiment of chivalry. You're something else. The moment I met you, I knew you weren't your average guy. Looks like my judgment was spot on. Yang Tian showed no trace of jealousy at Zhāng Hao's presence. Instead, his face beamed with genuine delight. They had crossed paths before, and Yang Tian also admired Zhāng Hao's character. To effortlessly slay Wang Tianping with only a level 2 cultivation base, such an impressive feat would stand out even within the Celestial Palace. That day, he had sensed that Zhāng Hào was destined for greatness. Chapter 42, The Battle Sky Tower. After a few casual exchanges, Zhāng Hào turned to Yang Tian and asked calmly, Brother Yang, could you tell me what this Battle Heaven Tower is all about? Hearing this, Yang Tian nodded readily. Of course. The Battle Heaven Tower functions as a monster simulator. It's the very foundation upon which the Celestial Palace stands. Inside, there are monster simulators that can generate creatures of varying tiers, identical to their real-world counterparts. The only difference is that monsters inside don't drop energy stones, and challengers can recover naturally after exiting no matter how severely injured they were. Whoa! Zhāng Hào couldn't help but gasp. No wonder Yang Tian called it the foundation of the Celestial Palace. A 1:1 battlefield replica with no risk of death. This allows psychic users to train without restraint. Yang Tian continued, our rankings are determined by the Battle Heaven Tower. It has 20 floors, each twice as difficult as the last. They say no one has ever conquered the final floor. What? This left Zhāng Hào utterly speechless. No one has ever conquered the 20th floor, not even the Heavenly Palace's ruler. How did the Celestial Palace create such a treasure? Zhāng Hào couldn't help but ask. The Battle Heaven Tower wasn't created by the Heavenly Palace, Yang Tian explained. It's an ancient artifact passed down from the primordial era. Ancient times again. At that moment, Zhāng Hào was deeply curious about what the ancient era was truly like. How could it have produced such a miraculous artifact? And why did such a powerful civilization perish? Just as Zhāng Hāo's thoughts wandered, the Battle Heaven Tower slowly opened. A disheveled man stumbled out, ignored the gazes of those present, and vanished in an instant. Liao Hongfei, judging by his state, he was undoubtedly defeated. Thinking this, Zhāng Hào glanced at Yang Tian and asked, Brother Yang, I wonder how many floors you managed to clear. Yang Tian's face flushed crimson as he scratched his head awkwardly. 5 floors. Outside, he was considered a top prodigy, but here, he'd been thoroughly humbled. Noticing his discomfort, Zhāng Hào smiled reassuringly. Brother Yang, don't lose heart. You've only been in headquarters for a short while. With your potential, you'll surely surpass Liao Hongfei in the future. Let's hope so. The two chatted idly, exchanging scattered remarks, until it was soon Zhāng Hāo's turn. Under the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Zhāng Hào slowly walked inside. Whispers rippled through the crowd, another new face. Headquarters has been hiring a lot lately. Guess what, do you think he can make it to level 5? Doubtful. Most people max out at the 4th floor. The moment Zhāng Hào stepped through the door, a beam of light enveloped him. After a brief scan, his details appeared on the screen. Name, Zhāng Hào. Challenge record, 0. Challenge attempts, 0. Challenge? Zhāng Hào tapped the screen, and the tower's lights flashed twice again. Note, challengers face no life-threatening danger, no need for concern. Objective, slay all monsters. Immediately, the environment around Zhāng Hào began transforming at a visible pace. The once pitch-black tower transformed into a gray, desolate ruin. Countless zombies and monstrous beasts glared at Zhāng Hào with hideous expressions, their gaping maws revealing rows of sharp fangs. Even knowing it was fake, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. It was too realistic, impossible to tell the difference. To put it bluntly, the technological level of his past life was nowhere near this. Immediately, Zhāng Hào charged forward, his crescent blade raised. With no worries behind him, Zhāng Hào charged like a tiger into a pack of wolves, slicing a charging zombie clean in half at the waist. Blood splattered directly onto Zhāng Hāo's face. The pungent stench assaulting his nostrils made it all feel unmistakably real. Suddenly, Zhāng Hào froze in place, his eyes wide with shock. It wasn't that he'd seen something terrifying, but rather that an illusory monster could actually drop attribute points. Ding! Speed 19. Ding! Spirit 14. Before he could even rejoice, a flock of unidentified large birds swooped toward Zhāng Hào. They opened their beaks, unleashing a ball of crimson flame that swept straight toward Zhāng Hào. The scorching heat seared Zhāng Hao's skin, prompting him to urgently channel his ice elemental ability to ward off the firebird's assault. In the next instant, a flash of blade light sliced through the air, cleanly cleaving the giant bird in two. Outside the tower, newcomers attempting the challenge were undoubtedly a spectacle. Many stood below, their eyes fixed intently on the situation within. Zhāng Hào had cleared the 4th floor and successfully advanced to the 5th. Outside the tower, many were stunned. Wow, who'd have thought this kid could make it to the 5th floor? That must be his limit. Go for it, brother Zhang. Yang Tian silently cheered him on in his heart. After all, he himself had failed to reach the 6th level despite giving it his all. Pant, pant, pant. Zhang Hào gasped for breath, the previous challenge having drained him of energy. The scene shifted rapidly. When the scene cleared, Zhang Hào found himself on a rooftop, facing a zombie clad in armor. This zombie radiated a powerful aura, one that even Zhang Hào sensed as threatening. Though there was only one opponent, this foe was exceptionally formidable. Peak Tier 3, combined with that armor, even a Tier 4 psionicist would struggle to defeat it. Zhang Hào, however, was only at the early Tier 3 level. Theoretically, the zombie's strength was more than 3 times his own. Yet, Zhang Hao's eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. With a flicker of his thoughts, the black Venom battlesuit instantly enveloped his entire body, forcibly boosting Zhang Hao's strength to mid-tier level 3. But that was still far from enough. Zhang Hào activated his gigantification ability once more. His body surged forward, swelling to twice its original size before stabilizing. Glancing up, the zombies before him suddenly seemed minuscule. Roar! The zombie bellowed, swinging its fist as it charged toward Zhang Hào. The concrete slabs beneath its feet cracked inch by inch as the entire building shook violently. Zhang Hào dared not hesitate for a moment. He swung a powerful punch, colliding heavily with the zombie. Instantly, 2 massive shockwaves ripped through the floor, sending both of them crashing down to the next level. Zhang Hào forced himself to steady his stance, blood dripping from his joints onto the floor. It had to be said, this guy was truly formidable. Even with the Venom suit's enhancement, Zhang Hào was still at a disadvantage. But the next second, Zhang Hào vanished from his spot, causing the opposing zombie to flinch slightly. Boom! Immediately after, a fist the size of a sandbag slammed into the armored zombie's face. It was the only exposed part of its entire body. The armored zombie was sent flying backward, taking out a support column in its path. Huff! Zhang Hào blew on his fist. From the sheer force of the blow, the skin on his knuckles had been scraped raw, exposing the stark white bone beneath. This thing was like a stone in a latrine, stubborn and hard as nails. The instant it regained its footing, Zhang Hào charged forward again without a second thought. Chapter 43, Challenge Failed. At this moment, Zhang Hào felt no trace of fear, only a fierce battle cry surged within him. Such trials not only strengthened his abilities but also tempered his spirit. Empowered by the Xianhua sword technique, Zhang Hào transformed his fist into a gray rock. The sheer force strained his arm to the breaking point, cracks forming along his entire forearm, the absolute limit his flesh could endure. Exhilarating. Zhang Hào roared, driving his fist forward with brutal force. Under the force of this ferocious blow, the armored zombie could no longer withstand the impact. Its head exploded instantly like a watermelon. Ding! Strength 150. Ding! Speed value 100. Ding! Strength 100. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Hào coughed violently several times before plopping down onto the ground. Though he had defeated the armored zombie, Zhang Hào was now utterly exhausted. Outside the tower, a deafening silence hung in the air. Many onlookers stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in shock as they gazed at the battle sky tower. They never dreamed Zhang Hào could successfully clear the 5th floor, a level guarded by peak tier 3 zombies. Even for psychics of the same level, clearing it was no easy feat. Yang Tian shook his head helplessly. Zhang Hao's strength had already left him far behind. Deep within his heart, Yang Tian felt a profound blow. The tower was truly teeming with prodigies, making his own abilities seem mediocre by comparison. Before Zhang Hào could react further, the scene shifted once more. Towering trees erupted from the ground, followed by a massive black serpent charging toward him. As far as the eye could see, it stretched over 40 meters long. Its jet black body was covered in scales, and its gaping maw could easily swallow a small truck hole. A genuine level 4 beast in his current state, Zhang Hào stood no chance. Though his life wasn't in immediate danger, Zhang Hào had no desire to experience being swallowed whole. Wait! I give up! Zhang Hào bellowed urgently twice. The serpent halted instantly, and darkness enveloped the area once more. As the gate swung open, Zhang Hào slowly rose to his feet. His earlier injuries vanished instantly, leaving him seemingly unscathed. Damn, that's incredible! Zhang Hào couldn't help but exclaim, thinking to himself that ancient relics truly possess terrifying power. Though this artifact could repair the body, it was difficult to restore mental energy. Therefore, ordinary trainees could only attempt the challenge once every 4 days. At that moment, the screen displayed Zhang Hao's information. Name, Zhāng Hào. Challenge record, 6th floor. Challenge attempts, 1. Overall score, 601. Current ranking, 420. Challenge completed. Depart immediately. Glancing at his ranking, Zhāng Hào shook his head regretfully. He'd fought tooth and nail to reach the 6th floor, only to fail to crack the top 400. Truly befitting a once superior power. Of course, Zhāng Hào wasn't discouraged. He believed that with the system's innate talent, it wouldn't be long before he stood out in the skies. The moment he emerged, Yang Tian strode up to him, his face aglow with excitement. Wow, you're a real prodigy. I pushed myself to the limit and only made it to the 5th floor, yet you actually reached the 6th. I'm not just flattering you, a result like this would rank you among the top at headquarters. Faced with Yang Tian's praise, Zhāng Hào scratched his head awkwardly. Just luck. Oh, now you're playing it down? That's a legit tier 3 peak level beast. Yang Tian rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, Zhāng Hào, you're such a pretentious bastard. At that moment, several senior students approached, their eyes filled with admiration. Excellent. Based on the talent you've demonstrated, you'd be among the elite even in the Celestial Palace. Keep cultivating diligently, your future is limitless. Zhāng Hao's demonstrated prowess undoubtedly drew considerable attention. In this world where strength reigned supreme, possessing sufficient power was the surest path to earning others' respect. Amidst the conversation, Zhāng Hào spotted a familiar figure, none other than Ling Mayu, whom he hadn't seen in days. She remained as aloof as ever, yet her stunning figure was impossible to look away from. The moment he saw her, a brief hesitation flashed through Zhāng Hao's mind. He wanted to approach and greet her, yet feared she might have forgotten him. Manager Fei had mentioned before that Ling Mayu's background was exceptionally complex, and her talent far surpassed that of her peers. Facing someone he admired, even Zhāng Hào felt a flicker of trepidation. Yet Ling Mayu stepped forward first, looking at Zhāng Hào with some surprise. Zhāng Hào, you've made it to headquarters so quickly. It was she who had made an exception to recruit Zhāng Hào into the Celestial Palace early on. Back then, while Zhāng Hào showed some talent, it was nowhere near what it was now. What was most terrifying was that this transformation had occurred in just over a month. Zhāng Hào scratched his head awkwardly. It was just luck. Miss Ling, I was wondering if I could take you out for a meal. Would that be okay? After saying this, Zhāng Hào felt a pang of regret. What was Ling Mayu's status? How could she casually go out to dinner with a man? Ling Mayu showed almost no hesitation, nodding immediately. Sure. How about tomorrow morning? Huh? Oh, okay. Zhāng Hào nodded eagerly. She agreed. Ling Mayu actually agreed. At that moment, Zhāng Hào could feel his heart racing, though he maintained a calm facade. Only after Ling Mayu had left did Yang Tian tug at Zhāng Hao's sleeve. Hey. Stop staring, your eyes are practically following her. Gulp. Zhāng Hào swallowed hard. Bro Yang, I hope I'm not dreaming. This time, Yang Tian was genuinely jealous, staring at Zhāng Hào in utter shock. You're seriously impressive, kid. I'm bowing down in admiration. It's just a meal. What's so amazing about that? Zhāng Hào looked utterly baffled. Ling Mayu didn't even agree to be my girlfriend, yet look at Yang Tian, he's acting like he's discovered a new continent. Look at him, such a pretentious show-off. Yang Tian rolled his eyes so hard they nearly popped out. You might not know this, but Ling Mayu is a direct descendant of the Ling family. She awakened a spatial ability, and her current strength would easily place her in the top 20 even in the Celestial Palace. Plus, everyone says Ling Mayu never smiles, let alone goes out to eat with someone of the opposite sex. You're ing Scorpion, one of a kind. Ah, I see. Zhāng Hào nodded, finally understanding why Yang Tian was so shocked. After all, with a peerless beauty like Ling Mayu, the line of admirers could stretch hand in hand from Weni City all the way to Maching City. With so many suitors, Ling Mayu naturally grew weary. Especially those with inflated egos. If Ling Mayu so much as flashed them a smile, they'd likely delude themselves into thinking she fancied them. Over time, this would only invite unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Ling Mayu chose to treat everyone with cold indifference, projecting an aura that kept strangers at bay. Ah, it seems even beauties have their own troubles. Chapter 44, Successful Date. The next day, Zhāng Hào successfully secured a date with Ling Mayu. For this date, Zhāng Hào deliberately dressed up meticulously, staring at his own dapper reflection in the mirror. Zhāng Hào booked the most upscale restaurant in Asking Heaven City. Throughout the meal, he repeatedly wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. The two ended up staring at each other in awkward silence as they ate. The atmosphere was downright chilly, and Zhāng Hào silently cursed his own ineptitude. By the time they finished eating, they hadn't exchanged many words. Ling Mayu simply said thank you and left the restaurant. Watching her retreating figure, Zhāng Hào silently berated himself. Zhāng Hào, you blew your chance. Based on their interactions so far, Ling Mayu wasn't as aloof as she appeared on the surface. On the contrary, she was a woman with a soft heart. Soon, Zhāng Hào reigned in his unrealistic fantasies. As Manager Fei had mentioned before, to pursue Ling Mayu, one must at least rank among the world's top 100. Even for Zhāng Hào, who possessed the system, this goal remained a formidable challenge. To pursue what you desire, you must possess sufficient strength. Afterward, Zhāng Hào returned to his training room. Soon, a sparring service caught Zhāng Hao's attention. The rules were simple: pay contribution points to find a Heavenly Palace member for sparring practice. This sparring task offered immense benefits for Zhāng Hào. First, it would enhance his strength. Second, it could reduce attributes and boost strength. 100 contribution points per hour equated to 1 million yuan, a lifetime's worth of living expenses for the average person. More importantly, only 3 hours per day were allowed. Zhāng Hào scanned the list, and one name caught his eye: Liao Hongfei, who had challenged the 10th floor yesterday. Without hesitation, Zhāng Hào paid 300 contribution points. Before long, Liao Hongfei approached Zhāng Hào. Without even lifting his eyelids, he spoke indifferently: "Let's begin. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. With my current strength, I can still teach you a thing or two." Zhāng Hào wasted no time, following Liao Hongfei into the training room. Liao Hongfei was well versed in sparring procedures, deliberately suppressing his power to remain only slightly stronger than Zhāng Hào. As they clashed, Liao Hongfei steadily lost attribute points, and Zhāng Hào felt elated inside. But his smile vanished almost instantly. Initially, Liao Hongfei's sword technique had exploded for 200 attribute points, but the gain steadily diminished. By the time they approached the 1-hour mark, the attribute points dropped to single digits. This development completely dashed Zhāng Hao's earlier plans. Nevertheless, Liao Hongfei patiently instructed Zhāng Hào. Being several years older, he naturally possessed far greater knowledge. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 3 hours had passed. Zhāng Hào was quite satisfied with Liao Hongfei's training session. The moment the time was up, Liao Hongfei got up without a word and left, vanishing in the blink of an eye. He came and went like a ghost. Damn impressive. Taking a deep breath, Zhāng Hào retrieved the heaven-grade martial art he'd brought from the Wind Blood Temple, the Blood Demon Blade technique. The blade techniques were bold and sweeping, possessing thunderous power that far surpassed the Shenhua blade art he had learned before. Moreover, this technique granted an additional bonus when fighting monster stones. Ding! Skill acquired: Blood Demon Blade Technique LV1. As before, a flood of information surged into Zhāng Hao's mind. However, as his mental strength continued to grow, the pain he endured gradually lessened. As Zhāng Hào practiced the blade techniques in the training room, the temperature within the space plummeted sharply. Ha! Zhāng Hào gazed curiously at the crescent blade in his hand, noticing a thin layer of frost had formed upon it. Could it be he could fuse the ice ability as well? With that thought, Zhāng Hào unleashed his ice ability, swinging his blade toward the training dummy. The strike was blindingly fast and devastatingly powerful, striking the dummy squarely. The dummy instantly froze solid, then shattered with a crackling sound, scattering into a pile of ice shards across the floor. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Truly, the Blood Demon Sword technique was brutal and terrifying. Ding! Congratulations, host. All attributes 2 points 100. Ding! Congratulations, host. All attributes 2 points 100. Zhāng Hào remained in the training room for 3 solid days, his strength growing noticeably stronger. At dawn on the 4th day, after washing up, Zhāng Hào headed straight for the Battle Heaven Tower. Under normal circumstances, no one would venture into the Battle Heaven Tower so early. After all, most people went there primarily to climb the rankings and secure more resources. The first 5 floors proved easier for Zhāng Hào than before, until he encountered the Black Python. Boom! 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 After a fierce battle, Zhāng Hào ended up defeated. Despite the defeat, he managed to collect a significant amount of attribute points. To advance to the next level, he must first defeat the Black Python. 3 more days passed. Zhāng Hào switched through several sparring partners before entering the Battle Heaven Tower for the 3rd time. After a fierce battle, Zhāng Hao's blade struck the massive Black Python. Instantly, the serpent froze into an ice sculpture at a visible speed, shattering into pieces that scattered across the ground. On the screen. Name: Zhāng Hào. Challenge record: 7th floor. Challenge attempts: 3. Rank: 350. Score: 703. The 7th layer still posed a challenge for Zhāng Hào at this stage. After all, his cultivation period was relatively short, leaving him significantly behind those prodigies. Yet Zhāng Hào refused to be discouraged. Even someone as formidable as Liao Hongfei could only reach the 10th floor. Time flew by, and before he knew it, several months had passed. Every member was striving relentlessly to enhance their strength, aiming to climb higher in the rankings. Name: Zhāng Hào. Strength: Mid-Tier 3. Strength: 50,622. Speed: 45,823. Mental Strength: 41,978. Points: 183,240. In just 1 short month, Zhāng Hào had advanced from early stage to mid-stage, a pace that left prodigies in the dust. However, this marked a watershed moment. The difficulty of leveling up only increased from here on out. Gazing at the vast pool of points, a mischievous grin spread across Zhāng Hao's lips. First, he needed to buy himself a combat suit to avoid ending up naked after using his gigantification ability that would be a major social embarrassment. Nano combat suits were an excellent choice, capable of scaling to fit the wearer's physique. The price was exorbitant, however well beyond the means of ordinary people. A single suit cost tens of millions. Fortunately, Zhāng Hào had no shortage of funds. Zhāng Hào, who'd have thought we'd run into this kid here? Heard he unexpectedly gained the protection of the Windblood Temple and got promoted exceptionally by the Heavenly Palace. The three whispered about Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào, Huang Tianba, if I recall correctly, this kid slaughtered your wife's entire family. Another man shot a cold stare at Huang Tianba. His face was covered in a thick beard, giving him a menacing, demonic appearance. Hearing this, Huang Tianba sneered dismissively. Just some worthless trash died. Big deal. For a worthless man like Zhao Sun, his death wouldn't significantly impact the entire Zhao family. Chapter 45, A 500 million Bet. Someone nearby glanced at Huang Tianba and lowered their voice. He may be a good-for-nothing, but this is a blow to the Zhao family's reputation. The Zhao family was a respectable clan. When Huang Tianba married years ago, he valued his wife's cultivation resources above all else. The other's words instantly made him frown. You're right. Perhaps the Zhao family will even grant me more cultivation resources. With that, Huang Tianba strode directly toward Zhāng Hào. As soon as he drew near, Zhāng Hào frowned slightly and asked, "What's up?" Huang Tianba looked him straight in the eye and declared, "I hear you're quite formidable. I'd like to test my skills against yours. Whoever loses pays the other 500 million. How about it? 500 million? As if he thought his money grew on trees, talking like that without a second thought. For a normal sparring match, Zhāng Hào wouldn't turn anyone down after all, it offered dual benefits. But for someone looking for trouble out of nowhere? Zhāng Hào wouldn't agree to that. Sorry, I'm eating. Don't bother me. Zhāng Hào flatly refused. Huang Tianba, why is he picking on a newbie for no reason? Someone muttered disapprovingly nearby. After all, Huang Tianba ranked 79th in the academy, placing him firmly in the upper middle tier. However, the Heavenly Palace had a clear rule: private duels between students were forbidden unless both parties consented. This rule was simple: prevent the weak from bullying the strong. Don't underestimate this newcomer. He's been making waves lately. Rumor has it he's already conquered the 7th tower. With that kind of strength and talent, he'd rank among the top in the entire Celestial Palace. His future prospects will surely surpass Huang Tianba's. Soon, the commotion here drew the attention of many. Someone observing Zhāng Hào remarked, "I heard this kid killed someone from the Zhao family. Huang Tianba probably wants to avenge them." Many in the Heavenly Palace knew that Huang Tianba was the Zhao family's son-in-law. The next moment, Huang Tianba stomped his foot violently. With a thunderous crash, the wooden table shattered into splinters, sending food scattering across the floor. Huang Tianba sneered coldly, glaring at Zhāng Hào with disdain. "Sorry, that wasn't intentional." Zhāng Hào wasn't about to tolerate such behavior. He retorted immediately, "You want to settle this? Fine, I accept." Whoa! Those around them sucked in their breath, shaking their heads regretfully at Zhāng Hào. "Young man, you're too hot-headed. How could you agree so easily? That's 500 million. Handing it over like that is pure recklessness." Huang Tianba had just broken into the top 9 cities recently. With such strength, what could Zhāng Hào possibly match? Ignoring the murmurs, Zhāng Hào waved a finger in front of Huang Tianba. 500 million? That's too small. How about we multiply it by 10? Dare you play? 500 million? Huang Tianba's weathered face twitched, and the smile vanished instantly. After all, a mere million yuan could sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime in this apocalyptic world. 50 billion? Ordinary people couldn't even dream of such a sum. Most present had considerable backgrounds, yet asking them to produce 5 billion yuan was nearly impossible. Huang Tianba quickly regained his composure. He looked at Zhāng Hào, interpreting his actions as an attempt to make him back down. 50 billion yuan was indeed beyond his means, yet to concede so easily felt like a loss of face. He stepped forward and conferred with his associates. With their support, Huang Tianba barely scraped together the 5 billion. It wasn't that these two were particularly generous in their view, Huang Tianba simply couldn't lose. Having secured the funds, Huang Tianba turned to Zhāng Hào with a glance. "Fine. 50 billion it is. See you tomorrow on the stage. I'll have the elders of the Heavenly Palace serve as referees. Don't come crying then. You too." With that, Zhāng Hào turned and returned to his training room. Huang Tianba believed he had Zhāng Hào cornered, unaware that disaster was about to strike him. Defeating Huang Tianba would propel him into the top 100, saving him a great deal of trouble. Plus, he'd earn the Heavenly Palace's rewards. However, as the 79th ranked powerhouse in the Celestial Palace, Zhāng Hào dared not underestimate his opponent in the slightest. These individuals undoubtedly possessed numerous techniques ordinary peers of the same rank simply weren't their match. First, Zhāng Hào upgraded his fossilization technique by 2 levels, directly from its previous 6th or even 8th tier. The moment he saw the system description, Zhāng Hao's eyes widened in shock. Earth domain. What was the domain of Earth? It allowed him to harness the Earth's energy within a radius of 1,000 meters, fusing completely with the land itself. A single punch could reduce solid rock to dust. Zhāng Hào dared not experiment recklessly. After all, the training ground belonged to the Celestial Palace. If he damaged it, he'd have to pay for the repairs himself. No wonder special ability users were stronger than ordinary ones. While the gap wasn't significant in the early stages of their abilities, it widened dramatically over time. Even so, among peers of equal strength, special abilities could utterly overwhelm ordinary ones. Take Zhāng Hào, for instance. Possessing an exceptionally unique spatial ability, he could move freely even when facing a Lord-level powerhouse. Later, Zhāng Hào upgraded his immense power. This too was an exceptionally unique skill, capable of pushing power to its absolute limit. Just like that colossal zombie after inflating its body, it pinned the dragon to the ground and ground it into the earth. Ding! Upgrade successful. Ding! Upgrade successful. Ding! 6 consecutive levels were gained, consuming a total of 60,000 points. Similarly, Zhāng Hào reaped enormous benefits. Not only could his body grow colossal, but his equipment could also scale up. This meant he no longer needed to purchase a nano-combat suit. Moreover, during combat, brandishing a blade dozens of meters long would terrify anyone with weak resolve enough to make them wet themselves in fear. Now, he felt intensely confident that even without the Venom suit, he could still beat Huang Tianba to a pulp. Finally, Zhāng Hao's right river source energy secret art advanced from level 4 to level 5, enabling him to sustain such immense supernatural power. Zhāng Hào, have you lost your mind? That's Huang Tianba, rank 79th. I know you're exceptionally talented, but you've only been in the Heavenly Palace for a short time. How could you possibly be his match? Yang Tian stared at Zhāng Hào in utter shock, his eyes bulging wide. He felt Zhāng Hào must have lost his mind these past few days to even dare challenge Huang Tianba. You must understand, the opponent's strength is already on par with that of a city lord in some small towns. Even if this wasn't a life or death arena, that was still hard-earned cash just handed over to the other party like it was nothing. Seeing Yang Tian's anxious expression, Zhāng Hào merely smiled faintly. Brother Yang, you know me well enough. If I dared accept this challenge, it's because I have the strength to back it up. Don't you trust me? Chapter 46, Totally Unreliable. Without a second thought, Yang Tian shook his head flatly. I don't. Zhāng Hào scratched his head awkwardly, wondering if he really seemed that unreliable. But then, Yang Tian's eyes twinkled with an idea. Zhāng Hào, I've got a plan. Lend me the money, and I'll bet against you. That way, I can recoup some of my losses. Put. Zhāng Hào nearly choked on his own spit. Yang Tian usually seemed pretty dependable, but who knew he'd come up with such a shady scheme when it mattered? Still, Zhāng Hào looked at Yang Tian with complete sincerity. Brother Yang, trust me, I will beat Huang Tianba. Really? Zhāng Hào sounded sincere, but Yang Tian still suspected he was full of hot air. Zhāng Hào nodded, cutting off further chatter. Whether the other believed him or not was his problem. The next morning, after a quick wash, Zhāng Hào headed straight for the duel arena. This arena was specifically built for Heavenly Palace members to settle their grievances. Though it was still early, over 100 people had already gathered, each looking incredibly excited. After all, a 5 billion bet was a massive stake, naturally drawing attention. Spotting Zhāng Hào, Huang Tianba flinched slightly before sneering. I thought you'd run away. Never expected you'd actually show up. I'll give you this, you've got some guts. In his eyes, Zhāng Hào was nearly acting on a moment of bravado. Zhāng Hào didn't even lift an eyelid. The more cocky Huang Tianba was now, the more miserable his tears would be later. Suddenly, Yang Tian appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Zhāng Hao's arm. Bro, whether I strike it rich or not depends entirely on you right now. Ha? Zhāng Hào stared at Yang Tian in confusion. What did he mean? His fortune hinged entirely on him. I'd bet everything I own on you, just enough left for a month's worth of meals. If I lose, I'll be left with nothing. Yang Tian stared back at Zhāng Hào with equal intensity. Out of trust in his friend, Yang Tian had bet his entire fortune on Zhāng Hào. Seeing Yang Tian's solemn expression, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but feel touched. Regardless, Yang Tian truly regarded him as a friend, a testament to his own worth. As for the others, without exception, they all placed their bets on Zhāng Hào. It was simple. Huang Tianba was a veteran student, ranked as high as 79th. Such strength placed him firmly among the elite of the entire Heavenly Palace. In contrast, Zhāng Hào was a newly promoted student. Though exceptionally talented, his foundation was still shallow. No matter how you looked at it, he couldn't possibly be Huang Tianba's match. Of course, a few had bet on Zhāng Hào, each hoping for a miracle. Besides, their wagers were modest, merely a gamble on the unexpected. At that moment, a man stepped forward, his gaze cold as he surveyed Zhāng Hào and Huang Tianba. This is a Heavenly Palace sparring match. Stop at the first sign of injury. No fatal blows. As the referee, I will oversee this match with fairness and impartiality. Any foul play will incur Heavenly Palace's punishment. Save for life or death blows, you may employ every other means at your disposal. Huang Tianba immediately clasped his fists in salute. Thank you, Elder Lang. He had summoned Elder Lang specifically to prevent Zhāng Hào from reneging on the bet and refusing to pay. Zhāng Hào possessed a staggering 3 million contribution points equivalent to 30 billion credits. This sum was a substantial amount, even for established factions. With this guarantee in place, even if Zhāng Hào had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare withhold payment. Amidst the crowd, a striking figure stood in the back row, her eyes utterly still and unruffled. Ling Maoyu didn't know what had come over her today, but she'd inexplicably found herself watching these tedious duels. But the moment she saw Zhāng Hào, Ling Maoyu flinched slightly. Why him? A smile blossomed on her face, only to vanish instantly. Fortunately, no one nearby noticed, otherwise, they would have been stunned speechless. Below, someone shouted toward the stage, keep it going longer. I bet 10 million on this. Bro, I'm rooting for you. Yang Tian cheered Zhāng Hào on. After all, he was already prepared to lose his pants. Huang Tianba's friend watched him with a satisfied smile, the corners of his own mouth curling upward. Huang Tianba had borrowed the money from them, promising each a 200 million yuan cut afterward. With such a windfall falling from the sky, they naturally agreed. After all, this investment was a sure thing. Elder Lang shot Zhāng Hào a meaningful glance and declared, all right, begin. Huang Tianba smoothed his clothes, held up 3 fingers, and declared with an air of arrogance, Zhāng Hào, within 3 rounds, I will knock you flat on your back. Though Huang Tianba's attitude was downright infuriating, he did have the credentials to back up his arrogance. After all, the disparity in their strength was vast. Zhāng Hào holding out for 3 rounds was already pushing his limits. Even Yang Tian had to admit that if he were in Zhāng Hao's place, he'd likely last only 1 round. Suddenly, Zhāng Hào extended his pinky finger, mimicking Huang Tianba's gesture. He stared at his opponent, who frowned deeply. What's the meaning of this? You'll find out soon enough. Fine. You arrogant fool, I'll teach you a lesson. With that, Huang Tianba charged straight at Zhāng Hào. But the next second, he froze in shock, his eyes fixed on Zhāng Hào not far away. Zhāng Hao's feet seemed to fuse with the entire stage, channeling an incredibly pure energy into his body. In that moment, he felt as though he were trapped within an inescapable prison. Even Elder Lang, who had been watching, stared at Zhāng Hào in utter shock. How is this possible? Zhāng Hào was clearly only a level 3 psionicist. How could he unleash such overwhelming power? Such power was beyond the reach of even a 4th level psionicist. Recalling Zhāng Hao's raised pinky finger, Elder Lang instantly understood this kid intended to defeat Huang Tianba with a single strike. Huang Tianba, now fully alert, dared not underestimate him as he had before. He roared, you phony. Today, I'll tear you down to your true form. As he spoke, Huang Tianba's aura surged dramatically. This was his ability, called borrowing momentum, which allowed him to harness the surrounding environment to enhance his own power. For instance, he could harness wind to increase his speed. Zhāng Hao's demonstrated prowess proved he was a formidable opponent. Losing to him would be a lifelong disgrace. The cost would extend far beyond mere money. It would shatter his standing within the Zhao family. Therefore, he could not afford to lose this battle under any circumstances. Overlord Fist, dominate the world. With that declaration, Huang Tianba charged directly at Zhāng Hào, a phantom fist trailing behind him. This Imperial Great Fist technique, when unleashed, felt like a demonic overlord descending, radiating an aura of unfathomable power. Zhāng Hào fixed his gaze on Huang Tianba as his body rapidly expanded, halting only after growing to a full 3 meters in size. Chapter 47, ranked 79th. With each step Huang Tianba took, his aura grew more formidable. His footsteps were incredibly heavy, each one causing the earth to sink and the heavens and earth to tremble. Such might was comparable to that of some powerful lord-level monsters. Ranked 79th on the leaderboard, Huang Tianba's strength was truly formidable. Zhāng Hao's expression remained calm as his feet planted firmly on the ground. Within a kilometer radius of rock, a surging, torrential power spread like a tidal wave from his legs throughout his entire body. This was the power domain within it, strength seemed limitless. Boom! The sheer presence emanating from Zhāng Hao's towering 3-meter frame warped the very fabric of space. His fist transformed into a miniature black hole, small in size yet monstrously heavy, capable of crushing and devouring everything in its path. Roar! Huang Tianba's massive frame charged like a beast, wildly swinging a fist to meet Zhāng Hao's punch, a fist a full circle larger than his own. The two fists collided like 2 trains hurtling down the same track, hurtling through a tunnel, charging toward each other without retreat. This clash was a matter of life or death. The fists collided with brutal force, and in that instant, every spectator's breath caught in their throats. They had come merely to watch the spectacle, yet now, their attention was irrevocably drawn into the fury of the battle. Boom! Huang Tianba and Zhāng Hao's fists collided violently. After a brief silence, the ground beneath them erupted as if laden with explosives, shattering into fragments. Hard rock shot skyward, and shards flew like bullets in all directions. Boom! The surging force radiated outward in relentless waves, violently separating the surrounding rocks from the ground. Carried by the gale force winds, they flew far into the distance, as if swept up by a Category 24 super typhoon. Everything was obliterated beneath this overwhelming power. How could this happen? Huang Tianba's pupils contracted sharply. Facing Zhāng Hào head-on, he felt as though Zhāng Hào had fused with the earth itself. His own force was being endlessly absorbed by Zhāng Hào and channeled into the ground, while Zhāng Hào himself remained completely unaffected. Not only that, but Zhāng Hao's force seemed to carry the weight of millions of tons of rock, crushing down with savage ferocity. The crushing pressure made Huang Tianba's chest feel heavy and stifled, as if a towering mountain had been placed upon him, making it difficult to breathe. No. I absolutely cannot lose. I cannot fall to this brat. Huang Tianba roared frantically within his mind. A sense of impending doom stirred within him, yet he gritted his teeth fiercely, roaring as he strained to squeeze every last ounce of strength from his cells, desperate to knock Zhāng Hào down. But all his efforts were futile. Roar! Zhāng Hào moved. His 3-meter frame shifted slightly, channeling unimaginable power into his fist. With effortless ease, he shattered Huang Tianba's resistance and pressed forward with even greater ferocity. Crack! 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 In an instant, a series of crisp cracking sounds erupted from Huang Tianba's left arm. The bones, unable to withstand the terrifying force, shattered inch by inch. Immediately afterward, his massive frame flew backward like a thud, 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 thud. Huang Tianba's body slammed repeatedly into the ground, rolling and bouncing up again, tumbling over a dozen times and pounding craters into the earth before finally coming to a halt. Huang Tianba's eyes were filled with agony, bewilderment, and refusal to accept defeat. Blood gushed from his mouth before he lost consciousness. He won? The crowd of psychic users in the stands remained in disbelief. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, hearing that Zhāng Hào ranked over 300th had defeated Huang Tianba, the 79th ranked fighter, their immediate reaction would surely be that Huang Tianba had intentionally held back. Yet, having witnessed the entire battle firsthand, they knew Huang Tianba hadn't held back, he'd given his absolute all. It wasn't that Huang Tianba was weak, it was that Zhāng Hào was simply too powerful. Ha! Brilliant! Brilliant! None was more elated than Yang Tian. Pumping his fist excitedly, he recalled how he'd heeded Zhāng Hao's advice earlier and placed a wager on his victory. He'd resolutely chosen to trust Zhāng Hào, staking nearly his entire savings on him. Now, the payoff was immense. Huff! Zhāng Hào took a deep breath as his body gradually returned to normal, the twisted ground beneath his feet settling back into place. He marveled inwardly at the sheer power of his last punch. The combination of his rock domain and gigantification, though he hadn't even unleashed his full strength, had defeated Huang Tianba, number 79, in a single strike. However, activating the rock domain consumed an enormous amount of genetic energy. Congratulations, you've won. Not only will you receive 50 billion in winnings, but your ranking will replace Huang Tianba's, placing you at 79th. You'll be entitled to 1 bottle of high-grade gene enhancement serum each month. A rare smile flickered across Elder Lang's usually icy face. The elders naturally treated gifted disciples with far greater favor. And Huang Tianba. Zhāng Hào glanced at the unconscious Huang Tianba in the distance. He hadn't forgotten about that 50 billion. Rest assured, Elder Lang said with a smile. With me as the referee, even if he sold himself into slavery, he'd never be able to renege on your 50 billion. 50 billion alliance coins. Huang Tianba would have to scrape together every last coin, even selling off his last possessions, just to possibly cover it. And with his arm shattered beyond repair, he was likely to suffer significant long-term consequences. Zhāng Hào had thoroughly vented his anger, feeling no pity whatsoever. After all, Huang Tianba had provoked this himself, he'd only reaped what he'd sown. Zhāng Hào. Today I'm treating you to a lavish feast, eat as much as you want. It's all on me. Yang Tian laughed heartily. His bet on Zhāng Hào victory had paid off handsomely. A faint smile touched Zhāng Hào lips. This battle had not only netted him 50 billion alliance coins but also allowed him to make his mark within the Celestial Palace. He was confident that after this fight, no one would dare underestimate him again. Just then, a man in black robes approached slowly. Zhāng Hāo's eyes flickered. This man was Yin Feng, ranked 40th among the advanced disciples in the Heavenly Palace, with strength far surpassing Huang Tianba's. Yin Feng spoke with genuine goodwill. Brother Zhang, your prowess is truly admirable. To master a domain of power at the 3rd tier, might I ask if there are any secrets to your technique? Zhāng Hāo's rock domain had stunned everyone present. Yin Feng had grasped some principles of mastering ability domains but had been unable to take that crucial final step, which was why he sought Zhāng Hāo's guidance. Zhang Hào shook his head. There's no shortcut, only relentless practice. A hint of disappointment flashed across Yin Feng's face, yet he still said, thank you for your guidance. Let's exchange ideas more often when we have time. Zhang Hào muttered to himself inwardly. For most people, mastering an ability domain truly relies on innate talent and relentless exploration in practice. But he himself had been given a cheat code. Many people approached Zhang Hào to greet him. In this world, having one more friend was always better than having one more enemy. Chapter 48, Losing a Fortune. Huang Tianba's 2 friends, however, wore expressions of deep distress. Huang Tianba had borrowed the 50 billion yuan gambling stake from them, and it seemed unlikely he'd be able to repay it anytime soon. Zhāng Hào suddenly sensed something. He looked up toward the slightly leaning tower in the distant horizon, feeling as though someone was watching him from above. Yet, he saw no one on the tower. What are you staring at? That's the palace master's secluded retreat. Come on, let's go. I'll treat you to a feast to celebrate properly. Yang Tian hooked his arm around Zhāng Hao's shoulder and quickened his pace toward the distance. Zhang Hào, too, began to doubt his earlier perception. The sky-tilting tower was the secluded retreat of the destroyer of martial gods. How could such a venerable being possibly have the leisure to observe the petty squabbles of juniors? Yang Tian grabbed Zhāng Hao's shoulder and hurried off toward the distance. Zhang Hào, too, began to think that perhaps what he'd seen earlier had been nothing more than his own illusion. The heaven-tilting tower was the secluded retreat of the destroyer martial god. How could such an existence possibly have the leisure to concern itself with the petty disputes of juniors? Later, Zhang Hào and Yang Tian feasted heartily in the VIP dining hall of the Celestial Palace. Zhang Hào showed no restraint, skipping his favorites and selecting only the most expensive dishes. The bill for this meal came to nearly 1,000,000 alliance coins. With Yang Tian footing the bill, Zhang Hào felt no pang of regret whatsoever. That same afternoon, Zhang Hào received a text notification: 50 billion had been deposited into his account. This was undoubtedly the money Huang Tianba owed him. With Heavenly Palace personnel acting as witnesses, there was no way he could renege on the debt. Huang could only silently lament his misfortune, swallowing his bitterness. For the Heavenly Palace, this battle was merely a minor interlude. Everything afterward proceeded as usual. His time diligently cultivating at the Heavenly Palace was as calm as still water, yet it allowed Zhang Hao's mindset to settle considerably, greatly tempering his character. Amidst the gathering of celestial prodigies, 2 months had swiftly passed since Zhang Hao's arrival at the Heavenly Palace. Inside the Battle Heaven Tower, Zhang Hào was locked in a grueling battle. Facing him was a peculiar zombie. Its entire body was a purplish-blue hue, emanating a potent toxic gas. The toxic mist swirled like a cloud, lingering and impossible to dispel. It steadily expanded, gradually filling the already cramped cavern until it was completely engulfed. Damn it, this is just too unfair. Zhang Hào couldn't help but curse under his breath. Even holding his breath, the toxic mist seeped through his skin. End challenge. Zhang Hào felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and immediately chose to end the challenge. Name: Zhang Hào. Challenge record in the Sky-Defying Tower, 10th floor. Total Sky Tower challenge attempts, 11. Challenge score, 1024. Current rank, 57th. Challenge completed. Sky Tower closing. The surrounding scenery began to shift and gradually faded away. Zhang Hào rubbed his temples, his mind feeling slightly weary. The mental toll of using the Sky-Defying Tower was truly immense. Failed again, Zhang Hào sighed helplessly. This marked his third consecutive defeat on the 10th floor of the Sky-Defying Tower. That 4th-tier zombie possessed a toxic gas ability. Combined with the cave terrain, it only needed to continuously release poisonous gas to make things quite difficult for Zhang Hào. The gas was exceptionally insidious. Even holding one's breath proved futile. In the confined space of the cave, spatial abilities were severely restricted. To defeat this 4th-tier poison gas zombie amidst the suffocating cloud of toxin, one needed overwhelming power. Zhang Hào had already failed 3 times in a row. With no other choice, he had to proceed step by step. After all, that Liao Hongfei had been stuck on the 10th floor for a year or two. The difficulty of each floor in the Battle Heaven Tower increased exponentially. Someone like Zhang Hào, who had surged to the 10th floor in just 2 months, was virtually unheard of in the Celestial Palace. After completing the War Heaven Tower challenge, Zhang Hào went out to eat with Yang Tian, who had also finished the tower. Yang Tian grumbled with obvious displeasure, "You've got some nerve, man. You're already a billionaire, yet you still come begging for free meals every day." Zhang Hào shrugged and retorted, "Then why didn't you mention how I let you win several billion last time?" Yang Tian sighed helplessly. "The Holy Legion starts recruiting in a month, and our Celestial Palace only has 5 spots. Sigh. I hear the Holy Legion is humanity's oldest power. Those who graduate from there are practically all 5th-tier masters. The Holy Legion recruits the most outstanding geniuses from major transcendent factions every 3 years. As humanity's most ancient power, it maintained extreme discretion yet possessed profoundly deep foundations. The fact that the Heavenly Palace holds only 5 guaranteed spots speaks volumes about its extraordinary nature. Many of the world's top-ranked warriors on the battle rankings emerged from the Holy Legion. Those who emerge from the Holy Legion are mostly 5th-tier grandmasters, superior beings capable of standing against lord-level monsters. This is why everyone exhausts every effort, desperately striving to gain admission. Yet Yang Tian knew deep down that he stood no chance. He had only just cleared the 6th level of the Battle Heaven Tower, and those stronger than him were everywhere. Even Zhang Hào had no chance of securing a guaranteed spot. Currently ranked in the 50s, he faced countless prodigies ahead of him. With only 5 spots available, it was simply impossible for him to be chosen. There was nothing to be done. Zhāng Hào had arrived here far too recently, and his current cultivation level was only at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Among those prodigies, many had spent over a decade at headquarters. They devoted themselves to cultivation, rarely showing their faces, but whenever they did appear, they inevitably drew attention from all sides. Ding ding ding! After Zhāng Hào and Yang Tian finished their meal, a loud alarm suddenly pierced their ears, startling everyone in the dining hall. This is the Heavenly Palace summoning us to assemble. The alarm sounded only once, so the situation must be rather urgent, Zhāng Hào mused inwardly upon hearing the alert. One alarm signaled a moderately urgent matter requiring available personnel to assemble promptly. 2 blasts signaled a critical emergency. As for 3 blasts that signaled an extremely grave situation. Everyone, regardless of their current task, must immediately assemble in the council chamber. Let's go see what's happening. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhāng Hào headed straight for the Celestial Palace's assembly hall. By now, the assembly hall was already filled with many people, core members and elders alike. Seated at the foremost position was an elderly man clad in black robes. This elder in black robes was none other than Gongsun, one of the Heavenly Palace's elders. Elder Gongsun was responsible for handling the myriad complex affairs of the Heavenly Palace, holding immense power and authority. His presence surprised many. Ling Moyu? Zhāng Hào spotted a young woman in a white hoodie not far away. She radiated youthful energy. It was Ling Moyu, who had also arrived here. May I ask, Elder Gongsun, what is the purpose of this gathering? A tall, handsome man spoke up. The fact that he dared to ask first clearly marked him as no ordinary figure. Indeed, Zhāng Hào recognized him, Sun Liaguang, ranked 9th among the core members. Chapter 49, Confronting the Beast Tide. His strength was unfathomable, and he spent most of his time in seclusion, cultivating. Upon hearing the question, Elder Gongsun swept his gaze across the assembled group, his expression grave as he declared, in Fameng City, north of the Celestial Palace, a massive horde of mutated beasts has been detected advancing. Fameng City has issued a formal request for assistance to our Celestial Palace. Fameng City was a city relatively close to Tianqing City. Of course, its prosperity and strength were far inferior to Tianqing City, which had the Heavenly Palace as its guardian. A beast tide? Zhāng Hào was slightly startled, while the others vaguely guessed the purpose of Elder Gongsun's gathering. The reason for gathering you all is clear, to head to Fameng City and assist them in repelling the beast tide attacking their city. Elder Gongsun spoke slowly. Scans indicate the horde contains multiple Lord-level mutant beasts, posing significant danger. This presents a valuable opportunity for you to gain experience. Of course, whether you choose to go is entirely up to you. A beast tide? With not just one, but multiple Lord-level mutated beasts? This beast tide must be massive. Some felt apprehension. After all, Lord-level mutated beasts were extremely powerful. An encounter could mean instant death. And beast swarms were no joke. Once caught in one could easily be torn to shreds. Year after year, beast swarms and corpse swarms frequently attacked human cities across the land, inflicting heavy casualties. Though all present were members of the Celestial Palace elites among psychics, a single misstep against a beast tide could cost them their lives. Year after year, beast swarms and corpse swarms frequently assaulted human cities across the land, inflicting devastating blows and heavy casualties upon humanity. All present were members of the Celestial Palace, the cream of the crop among psychics. Yet confronting a beast tide was no easy feat. One misstep could cost them their lives. Fortunately, this operation was voluntary. Not participating was no big deal. Beast tide? A gleam of excitement flashed in Zhāng Hao's eyes. To him, this was an absolutely perfect opportunity. The intense battles between massive numbers of mutated beasts and humans would inevitably yield abundant attribute points and experience. He was certain to reap rich rewards. Moreover, this beast tide was exceptionally massive. Zhāng Hào yearned to witness combat of this caliber. He made his decision almost without hesitation, heading to Fameng City to acquire attributes. Oh no, to offer support. Elder Gongsun declared, there's no time to waste. Depart immediately. Those wishing to go should proceed to the airport in the northern part of the Celestial Palace. Helicopters will transport you directly to your destination. Most naturally preferred to stay out of this mess. After all, the slightest misstep could mean certain death. Unless one was a super-powered expert, facing a beast tide of this magnitude was a recipe for disaster. Brother Zhang, are you planning to go? Yang Tian saw the eager look in Zhāng Hao's eyes and understood his decision. Indeed. It'll broaden my horizons, Zhāng Hào replied with a smile. Yang Tian gave a wry smile. Well then, good luck to you. He knew his own limitations well. While renowned as an elite psionicist in the outside world, within the Heavenly Palace headquarters, he was merely an ordinary member. Joining the beast tide relief effort wouldn't just be of limited help, it could also put him in grave danger. Like Zhāng Hào, he'd only been training at headquarters for 2 months. Zhāng Hào nodded, acknowledging Yang Tian's perspective. He then made his way toward the Heavenly Palace airport. Upon arriving at the airport, Zhāng Hào found a sizable group of about 70 or 80 elite psychics from the Heavenly Palace, including Ling Moyu. Numerous helicopters were parked on the tarmac. Zhāng Hào boarded one of them. Seated across from him were two men. One was quite familiar, Liao Hongfei, who had once served as his sparring partner. Liao Hongfei gave Zhang Hao a slight nod in greeting. The other man was quite young, his expression brimming with excitement, a beast-eyed. I heard there are even lord-level mutant beasts. Finally, I get to witness the power of monsters of that caliber with my own eyes. Most people had only witnessed the might of lord-level mutated beasts through videos, but Zhang Hao had seen it firsthand. Back when the Crimson Blood White Eagle attacked the supply station, not even 9 powerful Vulcan cannons could scratch it. Had the Stormwind demon hunters not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Mo Yu, come sit with me. At that moment, Zhang Hao heard a voice call out. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Sun Lianguang, beaming with a smile, seated inside the helicopter, extending an invitation to Ling Mo. Ling Mo possessed an icy demeanor that intimidated most people, leaving them without the courage to even strike up a conversation. Sun Lianguang, however, ranked 9th among the core members of the Heavenly Palace. He considered himself quite a suitable match for her. Ling Mo glanced at Sun Lianguang and shook her head gently. Then her gaze shifted to Zhang Hao beside him. Without a word, she boarded the helicopter. The interior was cramped, with only 2 rows of seats facing each other. Liao Hongfei and the young man sat opposite, leaving an empty seat next to Zhang Hao. She took the seat beside him. Zhang Hao's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't expected Ling Mo to choose to sit with him. He couldn't help but recall their first encounter when she had teleported him through space, their bodies pressed extremely close together. Zhang Hao caught the faint, elegant fragrance wafting from Ling Mo's body. Sun Lianguang, witnessing this scene, maintained an awkward yet polite smile on his face. Zhang Hao understood that he had likely stirred up quite a bit of resentment in Sun Lianguang. Ling Mo's actions had indeed earned her considerable resentment, though Zhang Hao paid it little mind. Liao Hongfei and the young man both appeared somewhat uneasy. Ling Mo's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, unconsciously affecting others. They could only follow her lead, remaining quiet and still, not daring to make a sound. Clack clack clack. The helicopter's rotors began to turn slowly as the craft lifted off, then headed toward Faming City. 40 helicopters in total. It was quite a spectacle. Many in Tianqing City looked up to watch, though such scenes had become commonplace. After 3 or 4 hours of continuous flight, Zhang Hao estimated they must be nearing Faming City. Just then, the pilot's startled cry pierced his ears, "Watch out!" At the sound of this, Zhang Hao's expression changed slightly. Ahead in the sky, a massive brown bird, its entire body covered in steel feathers and with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, charged toward their helicopter with fierce momentum. It's a steel feather eagle. Liao Hongfei's expression shifted slightly. A steel feather eagle, a 3rd-tier mutant beast. On the ground, they could easily dispatch it. But at nearly 1,000 meters above the earth, the slightest misstep could mean a crash and certain death. Whoosh! Facing the oncoming steel feather eagle, the pilot yanked the control stick hard. The helicopter executed a sharp 90-degree turn, narrowly evading the predator's charge. Everyone inside the helicopter was thrown off balance, scrambling to grab the armrests of their seats to steady themselves. Zhang Hao hadn't anticipated this situation. His body tilted sideways involuntarily, his hands instinctively reaching for something to grab. Then, a rather melodramatic scene unfolded. Chapter 50, a cheesy scene. Zhang Hao felt his hands grasp something incredibly soft. In that instant, his mind went completely blank. What on earth is going on? As the helicopter regained its stability, Ling Mo, usually icy-faced, stared at Zhang Hao in utter astonishment. More precisely, her gaze was fixed on his hands. Sorry, Zhang Hao snapped back to reality, hastily withdrawing his hands. Seeing the blush spreading across the girl's usually icy cheeks, he felt utterly helpless. Who could resist such a situation? Liao Hongfei and the young man across from them were both speechless. While it was an accident, Zhang Hao's maneuver was incredibly impressive. You two, figure out how to take down this mutant beast. The pilot in the cockpit shouted urgently. After all, this helicopter was only meant for transport and wasn't equipped with any weaponry. Ling Mo took a deep breath, forcing down the strange emotions churning within her. She glanced back at the relentless Blackwing Eagle pursuing them, then vanished in a flash. The next moment, she materialized directly above the Blackwing Eagle. Ability space. Liao Hongfei and the young man both wore expressions of envy. Ability space was undoubtedly a top-tier ability combining offense and defense, and it was no secret that Ling Mo possessed it. Caw! The Blackwing Eagle sensed Ling Mo standing above its head and panicked instantly. But before it could react further, Ling Mo made a fist in the air and a white longsword materialized in her hand. She thrust it straight through the Blackwing Eagle's head. The icy cold blade gleamed with a piercing light, clearly a rare divine weapon. Though the 3rd-tier mutant beast's body was normally impervious to blades, Ling Mo's sword sliced through its skull as easily as piercing through soil. Squeak! The steel feather eagle let out a wretched cry. Its massive body, drained of strength, plummeted from the sky. Meanwhile, Ling Mo activated her teleportation ability once more, materializing inside the helicopter's cockpit. The long sword in her hand dripped with blood, emanating a bone-chilling aura. The steel feather eagle let out a wretched howl, its piercing cry tearing through the sky. Its massive form seemed to lose all support, plummeting helplessly straight down from the air. Simultaneously, Ling Moyu teleported like a ghostly apparition, materializing inside the helicopter's cockpit. The long sword in her hand dripped blood, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Forget everything that just happened. Ling Moyu's tone was as calm as still water, utterly unruffled. Yet Zhāng Hào clearly saw a faint blush spreading across her ears. Ahem. Liao Hongfei and the young man across from them hurriedly nodded in understanding, while Zhāng Hào felt rather embarrassed. Whoosh! The space around Ling Moyu's palm twisted strangely, and the sword vanished into thin air. Witnessing this, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Is this how spatial abilities are wielded? Ling Moyu's spatial ability was of a higher tier than Zhāng Hao's. She seemed capable of opening a parallel dimension to store items like weapons at truly convenient power. Zhāng Hào silently resolved that once he accumulated enough experience points, he would upgrade his own spatial ability and unlock entirely new skills. Ling Moyu sat down beside Zhāng Hào, remaining silent. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but recall the girl in the black dress he'd rescued by the river that day. Their demeanors were uncannily similar. Could she be acquainted with Ling Moyu? Or perhaps even her sister? Curiosity surged like a tidal wave within him, and Zhāng Hào finally couldn't resist asking, Miss Ling, do you have any relatives like an older sister or younger sister? No, Ling Moyu replied coldly, her expression as icy as ever. Her gaze was distant as she glanced at him. Zhāng Hào nodded slightly, silently chiding himself for overthinking. Such coincidences simply didn't exist in this world. We're here, preparing for landing. The pilot in the cockpit announced loudly. Zhāng Hào gazed down to see a magnificent colossal city looming in the distance. Its walls soared to a height of 40 or 50 meters, with fully armed soldiers standing guard atop them, flanked by rows of cannons. Within the inner walls, armored vehicles were parked in orderly rows on the plaza, their anti-aircraft guns gleaming menacingly. The entire city of Faming had entered a state of maximum combat readiness. Every face bore a solemn and grave expression. Though the beast tide had yet to reach Faming City, they were already bracing for the worst. Helicopters landed smoothly on the helipad within the city walls. On behalf of all the citizens of Faming City, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your support. An officer in military uniform strode forward, his face radiating gratitude. Numerous psychics had come to aid Faming City, including top-tier extraordinary factions like the Yin-Yang Pavilion and the Starry Palace. As the most powerful extraordinary force, the Celestial Palace naturally received preferential treatment. A Heavenly Palace elder clad in black robes waved his hand. General Wang, you flatter us. This is simply our duty. The man known as General Wang led the group up the city walls, explaining as they walked, those monsters have reached 20 to 30 miles outside Faming City and are currently organizing their forces. They will likely launch an attack within 2 hours at most. I must attend to defensive preparations and cannot linger with you all. Zhāng Hào and his companions ascended the ramparts, surrounded by soldiers standing tall and alert. Most of these soldiers were ordinary men, yet they were highly skilled in the use of various firearms. In a siege, they were the true backbone of the defense. After all, no matter how powerful an ability user might be, they couldn't defend a city single-handedly. As psychics, Zhāng Hào and his companions moved without restriction. At that moment, someone handed them earpieces. Through these devices, they could receive orders from the commander. In this battle, I, Sun Lianguang, will shine brilliantly. Sun Lianguang's face remained cold and stern, yet his eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. His deployment to aid Faming City stemmed not from altruism, but from a desire to demonstrate his prowess and capture the attention of the higher-ups in the Celestial Palace. Running his fingers lightly over his blood-red spear, Sun Liang thought to himself, I'm currently ranked 9th among the core members. With my recent breakthrough in power, I should be able to break into the top 5. With my family's backing, securing a guaranteed spot in the Sacred Legion within a month shouldn't be difficult, but I must proceed cautiously. I've been stuck at this cultivation level far too long. I must find a way to break through. Liao Hongfei's eyes burned with unwavering resolve. He knew full well that relentless, solitary cultivation yielded far less progress than the opportunities for breakthroughs found at the very edge of life and death. This city wall is ridiculously high. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. His pickup range was 15 meters, yet the wall before him soared 50 meters high. This meant that even standing atop the wall, he couldn't retrieve any attributes dropped below it. System, can my pickup range be increased? Zhāng Hào silently inquired in his mind. Chapter 51, Pickup Range Enhancement. Yes. Consuming 20,000 experience points will extend your pickup range to 70 meters. The system's prompt sounded. It actually worked. Previously, Zhāng Hào had always felt his pickup range was sufficient and hadn't considered upgrading it. But now, perched atop the city walls, he hurriedly declared, upgrade it for me. Ding! 20,000 EXP deducted. Host's pickup range upgraded from 15 meters to 70 meters. As the system notification sounded, Zhāng Hao's pickup range had increased by 4 or 5 times. A smile spread across his face. Now he could pick up attribute points below him while standing on the city walls. 2 hours later, the voice of Faming City's command center crackled through Zhāng Hao's earpiece. Attention all personnel. Traces of the beast tide have been detected. Await further orders. The troops instantly snapped to attention. Standing atop the towering city walls, Zhāng Hào indeed saw a dark, monstrous mass approaching Faming City like a tidal wave on the distant horizon. Zhāng Hào heard several soldiers beside him swallow hard. It was no wonder the aura emanating from thousands upon thousands of mutated beasts was terrifying, making anyone tense up. Every single one looked monstrously fierce. If these beasts breached Faming City, it would surely be a bloody massacre. Finally, they're here. A flicker of excitement flickered in Zhāng Hao's eyes. He had never witnessed a beast tide of such immense scale before. The dark, oppressive mass of beasts rapidly closed in from the distance. Zhāng Hào recognized many familiar mutated beasts among them: unicorn boars, black-scaled hyenas, dole wolves. Most were low-tier mutated beasts, but once they formed a horde, they became a terrifying force. The horde drew nearer 2 kilometers, 1,500 meters, 1 kilometer. Roar! As the horde closed within a kilometer, a commanding roar echoed from the rear. Without a doubt, it came from the Lord-level mutated beast orchestrating this onslaught. With that roar, the beasts seemed to receive some command. Their eyes turned blood red, their speed surged, and they surged toward Faming City like a raging tide. Rumble! 10,000 beasts charged, shaking the very heavens and earth. A dark, ominous cloud even formed faintly above the beast tide, bringing a heavy sense of oppression. Anti-aircraft guns, prepare, fire! At that moment, the commander issued the order to attack. Whoosh! 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 Within the city walls, anti-aircraft guns mounted on armored vehicles spat out blazing flames. Massive shells, propelled by powerful boosters, streaked skyward like meteors, trailing long fiery tails. They then traced elegant arcs before crashing down fiercely upon the beast horde below. Boom! A massive wolf, its body covered in sturdy scales, keenly sensed the approaching danger. It leapt swiftly to evade, narrowly avoiding the rocket's direct hit. However, the rocket detonated with a thunderous explosion beside it. The terrifying shockwave instantly knocked the giant wolf off its feet, sending it tumbling backward through the air. One of its legs snapped clean off on impact. Simultaneously, shrapnel from the rocket's explosion sprayed outward like a hail of bullets, easily piercing the bodies of one mutated beast after another. Boom! 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 Each rocket launcher round detonating within the beast horde created a miniature mushroom cloud. Amidst the violent explosions, mutated beasts fell in droves around them. The high-powered thermal weapons demonstrated overwhelming lethality. Flesh and blood seemed utterly fragile and powerless against them. Fire! As the beast tide close to within range, the Black Hunter cannons mounted upon the city walls roared with deafening thunder. Round projectiles screeched forth, exploding within the horde and tearing the mutated beasts to shreds, leaving utter chaos in their wake. What brutality! Zhāng Hào couldn't help but gasp. The sheer scale of this war scene was truly awe-inspiring. The ferocity of these mutated beasts was equally chilling. They charged headlong into the cannon fire with their flesh and blood, utterly unafraid of death. Throughout the centuries of the apocalypse, human cities were frequently overrun by these crazed mutated beasts, becoming their territory. Puff! 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 Small fighter jets equipped with Gatling guns soared above the battlefield. Dense fire poured down like a torrential rain, and one by one, the mutated beasts fell under the furious assault. After several rounds of fire, the mutated beasts suffered heavy casualties, yet some still managed to break through the barrage and reach the base of the city walls. Roar! A jackal gray wolf the size of a calf approached the city walls. However, the 50-meter-high colossal walls were no ordinary obstacle for mutated beasts to overcome. Only death awaited it. Bang! 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 Along this section of the wall, 3 or 5 soldiers aimed their rifles at the jackal gray wolf below and decisively pulled the triggers. Instantly, a hail of bullets whistled like a raging storm, slamming into the wolf's body. Blood mist spattered from its head and body before it finally collapsed in a pool of its own blood. No one considered this an act of cruelty. Allowing these mutated beasts into the city would be a true catastrophe, bringing suffering to countless people. Once the beast tide breached the city walls, a bloody massacre would ensue, sparing no one, young or old, male or female. Ding, item picked up. Gained 11 agility. Ding, pickup successful. Gained 10 strength. Ding, pickup successful. Gained 100 EXP. A flicker of delight crossed Zhāng Hào's eyes. Seeing the dead gray wolf drop attributes and experience points, he hastily selected to pick them up. Ha! Feels good. The sensation of standing atop the city walls and gathering attributes was truly delightful. He knew full well that more mutated beasts would approach the city walls soon, and when they did, he would be able to gain even more attribute points and experience. The mutated beasts' assault grew increasingly fierce, their numbers swarming beneath the walls. Bang! 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 A 3-meter-tall ape covered in fiery red fur appeared below the city walls. Its arrival instantly drew the firepower of numerous soldiers, with countless bullets raining down on it. Yet the bullets bounced off its body like striking solid rock, utterly unable to penetrate its thick, dense fur. Typically, ordinary mutated beasts struggle to withstand bullet attacks. But once a mutated beast reaches mid to high tier 1, its physique undergoes a significant enhancement, becoming impervious to blades and bullets. Ordinary weapons prove utterly useless against them. And this fiery red ape was a second-tier mutant beast. Roar! The fiery ape let out a deafening roar. Its feet slammed against the ground, propelling it skyward like an arrow released from a bow. With effortless agility, it leapt onto the 50-meter-high city wall. A soldier, seeing this, swiftly swung his spear to attack the crimson ape. But the ape seized the spear shaft with lightning speed, then swung its arm with such force that the soldier plummeted like Eve from the 50-meter-high city wall. Chapter 52, Invasion of the Monsters. Boom! 50 meters, nearly 20 stories high. The soldier's body shattered into pieces upon impact, a gruesome sight. You beast! I'll fight you to the death. Witnessing his comrade's brutal death, the soldier's eyes blazed with fury. He drew the dagger at his waist and swung it wildly at the crimson ape. Alas, the blade sliced clean through the fiery ape's belly without so much as ruffling a single hair. It must be said, ordinary humans were utterly fragile before mutated beasts. This soldier was just an ordinary man, not a psychic, while the crimson ape before him was a powerful second-tier mutated beast. Even if it stood completely still, there was absolutely no way this soldier could slay it. Squish! The fiery ape seized the soldier, tore him apart with a mighty rip, and instantly ripped his body in two. Blood splattered everywhere. The crimson ape's eyes burned with madness. As a mutant beast, it reveled in slaughter and destruction. Just as the crimson ape prepared to unleash more bloody carnage, a faint whistling sound suddenly pierced the air. Before it could react, an icy chill coiled around it, trapping it as if plunged into a frozen abyss, immobilizing it completely. Thud! A blade glinting with icy light instantly sliced through the fiery ape's throat. Its massive head rolled away from the severed neck. Ding, item picked up. Gained 50 agility. Ding, pickup successful. Gained 80 strength. Ding, pickup successful. Gained 800 EXP. Ding, pickup successful. Acquired tier 2 energy stone X1. The one who struck down the fiery red ape was none other than Zhāng Hào. While the system automatically collected the dropped attributes, Zhāng Hào felt little joy in his heart. Gazing at the corpse torn in two by the fire red ape, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was war cruel and merciless, where it was kill or be killed, leaving no room for mercy or hesitation. Kill! Zhāng Hào harbored no lingering thoughts. He kept a sharp eye on his surroundings. The moment a mutated beast leaped onto the city wall, he would swiftly rush over to slay it, simultaneously collecting the attributes dropped beneath the wall. In this battle, the role of psychics became evident. Many mutated beasts were beyond the capabilities of ordinary soldiers. When their guns proved ineffective against the beasts, ordinary soldiers faced certain death. In this peril-filled world, the importance of psychics became increasingly apparent. Many mutated beasts were far beyond what ordinary soldiers could withstand. Their firearms struggled to inflict meaningful damage on these formidable creatures. Facing such beasts, ordinary soldiers are virtually defenseless, often facing certain death. Boom! The artillery roared, its deafening sound shaking the air. One by one, mutated beasts were torn apart by the barrage of fire, yet more surged like a tidal wave beneath the city walls. Among them, some mutated beasts lacked sufficient jumping ability. Even if they reached the base of the walls, they became sitting ducks for the soldiers, mercilessly shot down. However, others successfully leapt onto the walls, becoming a nightmare for the soldiers. They moved as if unopposed, slaughtering indiscriminately. Fortunately, numerous psychic warriors guarded the walls, engaging in fierce, life-or-death combat to eliminate them. Casualties were inevitable, but the situation remained relatively stable. Zhāng Hào was also doing his utmost to eliminate the mutated beasts that had scaled the walls, while simultaneously gathering the dropped attribute experience points with even greater zeal. This large-scale battle proved immensely beneficial for Zhāng Hào. In less than half an hour, his various attributes had increased by nearly 2,000 points, and he had gained 2,000 to 3,000 experience points. Powerful mutated beast detected at the west gate, suspected to be a 4th-tier mutated beast. Nearby psychics, proceed to eliminate it. Just then, an urgent command from headquarters crackled through Zhāng Hao's earpiece. West gate? Zhāng Hào was already positioned at the west gate. His gaze swept toward the distance, and sure enough, he spotted an extremely conspicuous mutant beast. It was a massive bovine mutant beast, its body stretching nearly 10 meters long, almost as tall as a 2-story building. Curved horns protruded from its head, and its blood-red eyes radiated an aura of supreme dominance. Black Savage Bull. Zhāng Hào instantly recognized the species of this mutant beast. Black Savage Bulls ranked quite high among bovine mutated beasts, and a 4th-tier Black Savage Bull was exceptionally rare. 5th-tier mutated beasts belong to the Lord tier, while just below that, peak 4th-tier mutated beasts could be called quasi-Lord tier. This 4th-tier black savage bull possessed undeniably formidable and terrifying strength. Soldiers on the city walls also noticed the colossal beast. Snipers immediately aimed their rifles at the black savage bull and pulled the triggers without hesitation, attempting to take it down. Bang! The bullet, as thick as a thumb, struck the black demon bull's head, yet only produced a faint thud. The bullet was easily deflected, leaving the beast's skull completely unscathed. This can't be. The sniper stared in disbelief. He never imagined his sniper rifle couldn't penetrate its defenses. This was the terrifying power of a 4th-tier mutant beast. Some exceptionally strong ones could even be considered quasi-lord level. Roar! The black savage bull unleashed an earth-shattering roar. Its forehooves pounded the ground as its 10-meter-long body charged toward the city wall at near supersonic speed. Mutant beasts nearby scattered in panic upon hearing the deafening bellow. Thud! The black savage bull slammed into the thick city wall with a force exceeding 300 tons. Even the impregnable walls of City 867 now bore faint cracks from the impact. A few more such impacts would be enough to breach the towering wall. We must eliminate it immediately. If a breach forms in the wall, the consequences will be unimaginable. A soldier who appeared to be a squad leader quickly radioed the command center, request authorization to use the light cannons to eliminate it. Within the command center, the expressions of the commanders shifted slightly. The light cannon, a formidable weapon obtained from ancient ruins, possessed astonishing power, but its recharge required an extremely long time, making it unusable multiple times in a single battle. While its power could certainly eliminate this black savage bull, what would they do if a lord-level mutant beast appeared afterward? General 1, look! Someone's going down. A man in the command center pointed at the surveillance screen. On the city wall, a figure clad in black leapt from a 50-meter height, landing lightly dozens of meters away from the black savage bull. It's a psionic from the Celestial Palace. Let's wait and see. A glint of interest flashed in General Wang's eyes as he observed the situation, deciding to first see if this heavenly palace psychic could successfully slay the ferocious black savage bull. The man who had leaped from the city wall was none other than Zhāng Hào. Chapter 53, Slaying a 4th-tier mutant beast. A 4th-tier mutated beast. The experience points gained from slaying it must be substantial, right? Zhāng Hào licked his lips, his eyes blazing with fierce combat intent. The black savage bull sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Zhāng Hào. It halted its assault on the city wall, instead snorting hot breath from its nostrils as it slowly turned its head. A pair of blood-red eyes coldly looked down upon Zhāng Hào. On this battlefield, nearby mutated beasts seemed to share a telepathic understanding, instinctively avoiding this area. Hey, big guy, bring it on. Zhāng Hào beckoned with a flick of his finger, his eyes showing no trace of fear. As a 4th-tier mutant beast, the black savage bull possessed considerable intelligence. Zhāng Hao's provocation instantly turned its eyes blood red. Moo! The black savage bull bellowed a deafening roar that echoed across the land. Its hooves flew like arrows, effortlessly covering 20 to 30 meters. A massive hoof descended with crushing force, aiming straight for Zhāng Hao's head. The rocky ground beneath Zhāng Hao's feet began to warp as he drew power from the rock to fortify himself. Facing the black savage bull's crushing hoof, Zhāng Hào did not flinch. He raised his fist resolutely and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The disproportionately massive hoof collided with his fist. A force akin to 1,000 mountains crushed down, causing Zhāng Hao's knees to buckle slightly before he channeled the force into the ground. Rumble! The ground around Zhāng Hào shattered and caved in, creating a breathtaking scene. No wonder it's a 4th-tier mutated beast, its power far surpasses Huang Tianba's. Zhāng Hào marveled inwardly. The might of a 4th-tier mutant beast truly exceeded all expectations. The black savage bull was equally stunned. It had expected to crush this insignificant human under its hoof with a single stomp, yet Zhāng Hào steadfastly withstood its force, not yielding an inch. Soldiers on the city walls watched the scene, each trembling with fear. What courage it must take to fight such a massive and terrifying mutant beast. They silently cheered and prayed for Zhāng Hào in their hearts. Should Zhāng Hào fall, the black savage bull would likely smash a gap in the city walls. If the mutated beasts breached the city, catastrophic casualties would surely follow. Strength? Then I'll show you what I'm made of. A brilliant light flashed in Zhāng Hao's eyes as he growled lowly, his body rapidly swelling. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters. As he activated his gigantification ability, Zhāng Hao's form grew larger and larger, his strength and physique steadily increasing alongside his size. This gigantification ability, derived from the giant zombie, allowed for increased size accompanied by proportional gains in strength and physique. When the colossal zombie had unleashed its full power before, it had even pinned down quasi-lord-level mutated beasts like the dragon-like creature. And in his previous decisive battle with Huang Tianba, Zhāng Hào had already elevated his gigantification ability to level 6. Get lost! Zhāng Hao's strength surged explosively. With a single swing of his arm, the massive black barbarian bull was forced back step by step, each retreat causing the earth to tremble violently. Now towering 10 meters tall, Zhāng Hào resembled a primordial titan awakened from slumber, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. This is the gigantification ability? How could he grow so enormous? On the city walls, other psychic users remained. These individuals were merely first or second tier practitioners, capable only of defending the walls against enemies. If they were to leap down, they would swiftly be torn to shreds by the mutated beasts. They stared dumbfounded at Zhāng Hào below, stunned by his overwhelming might. Typically, psychics with gigantification abilities could only grow to about 3 or 4 meters tall. Reaching 10 meters in height, like Zhāng Hào, was extremely rare. Of course, they didn't know that even this size wasn't the limit of a level 6 gigantification ability. Thankfully, my gigantification ability extends to my clothing as well. Zhāng Hào silently breathed a sigh of relief. It would have been embarrassing if his clothes had ripped apart during the enlargement. Zhāng Hào stomped his foot hard against the ground. Transformed into a giant, he covered dozens of meters in a single stride. His massive fist, like a meteorite, slammed brutally toward the black mighty bull's head. Boom! Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The black savage bull, impervious even to cannon fire, was sent reeling by Zhāng Hāo's punch. Staggering backward, it felt the world swaying before its eyes, blurring into indistinctness. Roar! Though Zhāng Hāo's heavy blow caused excruciating pain, it also enraged the black savage bull beyond measure. It let out a frenzied roar to the heavens, its body bursting with a blood-red glow. Its already massive frame swelled another size, muscles coiling like twisted dragons, its aura surging dramatically. A berserk ability? Zhāng Hào instantly recognized the ability unleashed by the black savage bull. Once activated, this berserk ability drastically boosted its power, truly a formidable ability. Roar! The enraged black savage bull charged forward at the speed of sound, its 2-story height resembling a raging mountain. Its massive, curved black horns gleamed with a cold, icy glint at their tips, as if they could pierce through steel with ease. Squeak! Zhāng Hào showed no fear, gripping the black bull's horns firmly with both hands as he engaged in a fierce tug of war. Yet to Zhāng Hāo's shock, the frenzied black savage bull's strength was utterly absurd. Even with his own size enhancement and the rock domain's reinforcement, he was still being pushed back by that immense force, retreating uncontrollably. Thud! 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 Zhāng Hāo's towering 10-meter frame crashed into the herd like a moving mountain. The mutated beast struck by the impact instantly suffered broken bones and torn tendons, screaming as they were flung backward. Zhāng Hào slid along the ground for 50 or 60 meters before finally stabilizing his body with great effort. He clenched the massive horns tightly, while the enraged black savage bull repeatedly shook its head, attempting to throw Zhāng Hào to the ground. In the past, some made their living as bullfighters. Yet this profession was fraught with danger, with many bullfighters pierced through by the horns of enraged bulls. Now, Zhāng Hào faced a 4th-tier mutated beast in a frenzied state, a threat far exceeding that of an ordinary bull. Want to test strength? Today I'll beat you into submission. Zhāng Hào roared, his genetic energy surging like a raging tide as he pushed his level 6 gigantification ability to its absolute limit. His already imposing frame swelled at an astonishing rate, ultimately reaching a staggering height of 23 meters. The black savage bull, locked in its frenzied state, stared in stunned disbelief at this sight. Zhāng Hào now towered over it, his colossal form dwarfed even by the beast itself. Lift me up! As Zhāng Hào reached 23 meters, his strength and physique surged dramatically. His muscles bulged taut, as if containing boundless power. His arms, gripping the black savage bull's horns, exerted tremendous force. The bull's hooves kicked wildly, yet it couldn't break free from Zhāng Hāo's grasp. Finally, its limbs left the ground as Zhāng Hào hoisted it up with sheer brute strength. On the city walls, numerous psychics and soldiers watched in stunned silence. Over 20 meters high, Zhāng Hào resembled an ancient giant reborn, holding the black savage bull high above his head. Chapter 54, Everyone Stunned. Get lost. Zhāng Hào gripped the black beast's horns tightly, his voice low and commanding. He roared as he lifted the beast overhead, then executed a shoulder throw, hurling it violently into the distance. Thud! 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 The 10-meter-long colossal body of the black savage bull hurtled forward like a cannonball. Mutant beasts along its path panicked, scrambling to evade but finding it too late. Many were struck, their bodies instantly torn apart. Carrying immense force, the black savage bull charged like an out-of-control train, utterly unstoppable. It tumbled backward for 40 or 50 meters before finally coming to a halt, utterly spent. Its appearance was pitiful, both horns snapped off, and its massive frame bore fresh wounds from the brutal impact. Thud! 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 The black savage bull still tried to scramble to its feet, but Zhāng Hào gave it no chance. He charged forward at lightning speed, delivering 3 consecutive punches that slammed into the beast's skull. The beast's body was driven flat against the ground, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Its bones shattered under the brutal assault, its appearance utterly wretched. The black savage bull possessed remarkable vitality. Though not yet dead, it was barely clinging to life, exhaling more than it inhaled. Its eyes, filled with a mix of hatred and terror, fixed intently on Zhāng Hào. Whoosh! Never one to show mercy on the battlefield, Zhāng Hào swiftly conjured a massive ice crystal spear. With a fierce thrust, the spear pierced straight through the black savage bull's already shattered skull, pinning it firmly to the ground. The beast's body convulsed violently a few times before all life finally left it. Simultaneously, various attribute points and a large amount of experience dropped from its body. Ding, pickup successful. Obtained 350 points of constitution. Ding, pickup successful. Obtained 300 strength points. Ding, pickup successful. Obtained 14,000 EXP. Ding, pickup successful. Obtained 1 X tier 4 energy stone. After collecting all the attributes dropped by the Black Savage Bull, Zhāng Hào wasted no time, turning and sprinting toward the city walls. With a single leap, he soared dozens of meters high. And as he descended, his form steadily shrank until he returned to his normal size, landing securely atop the city wall. Excellent! Inside the command center, the commanders watched Zhāng Hao's heroic display on the monitors as he successfully slew the Black Savage Bull. Unable to contain their excitement, they erupted in loud cheers. Truly formidable, a powerhouse worthy of the Celestial Palace. The psychics on the city wall, having witnessed Zhāng Hao's entire rampage against the Black Savage Bull, were filled with awe. They felt both awe and envy toward Zhāng Hào. Such overwhelming power was something everyone dreamed of possessing. Zhāng Hào took several deep breaths. Transforming into his giant form had drained his stamina exponentially. Yet, he felt utterly exhilarated. Being able to slay such a formidable monster and contribute to the battle brought him immense satisfaction. Numerous psychics witnessed Zhāng Hao's defeat of the Black Savage Bull. He anticipated that news of his feat would appear on the Transcendent Alliance's official website once the battle concluded. But Zhāng Hào paid it no mind. He knew this current battle was the most critical. Killing a 4th-tier mutant beast had little impact on the overall situation, there were simply too many of them. Ding, pickup successful. Gained 50 agility. Ding, pickup successful. Gained 80 strength points. Ding, pickup successful. Gained 1000 EXP. Ding, pickup successful. Acquired Tier 2 Energy Stone X1. Zhāng Hào adjusted his internal state while pacing along the city wall, collecting the attributes dropped by the monsters below. His haul was exceptionally rich, he gained something new almost every few moments. After this battle, my physique will surely reach the advanced Tier 3 level. Zhāng Hào felt a surge of quiet joy. His attributes were rapidly climbing, and the tiers of Upper Tier 3 and Peak Tier 3 were now within reach. The battle raged on. Over 2 hours had passed, and exhaustion was etched on every soldier's face. Such high-intensity combat took a tremendous toll on both spirit and stamina. However, the mutated beasts were in a similar state. After all, mutated beasts were different from zombies. Zombies possessed low intelligence and felt no fear, but mutated beasts were different. After 2 full hours of fierce fighting, the beast tide still hadn't breached Faming City. Beneath the walls, corpses of all kinds of mutated beasts piled up, and the thick stench of blood spread, making the sky above this battlefield seem tinged with a dark red hue. The mutated beasts now showed clear signs of exhaustion, some even halting their advance. After all, charging forward meant certain death. Despite their limited intelligence, most mutated beasts weren't foolish enough to throw themselves into a suicide mission. Is this battle finally coming to an end? Liao Hongfei wiped the sweat from his face. His body was covered in blood, though it wasn't his own, it belonged to the mutated beasts. The soldiers around him watched him with awe. Liao Hongfei wiped the sweat from his brow. He was covered in blood, though it wasn't his own, it belonged to the mutated beasts. The soldiers around him stared at him with awe. Liao Hongfei had let down from the city walls 3 times already, engaging in a life and death struggle with these mutated beasts. Over 200 of them had fallen by his hand. No, it's not that simple. No sooner had Liao Hongfei spoken than a gray-haired officer in military uniform interjected gravely. Previous reconnaissance detected traces of Lord-level mutated beasts. They haven't made their move yet. Roar! The moment the middle-aged officer finished speaking, a deafening, earth-shaking roar erupted from the rear of the beast horde. The sound reverberated across the battlefield, piercing everyone's souls. A solemn expression appeared in every pair of eyes. Clearly, a formidable opponent was about to make its entrance. Sure enough, the mutated beasts roared in unison with excitement. Behind the herd, passages parted like a royal procession welcoming their sovereign. That is... Zhāng Hào stood atop the city wall and saw a colossal beast slowly stride forth from behind the horde. It was a black unicorn tiger, its head crowned with a single black horn and a regal pattern on its forehead. As it moved, it seemed to be accompanied by swirling clouds and winds. Even more terrifying was its sheer size, over 30 meters long, like a primordial beast reborn. Wherever it passed, all mutated beasts instinctively parted to make way. Without a doubt, this was a Lord-level mutated beast. Chapter 55, The Might of a Lord-class Mutant Beast. That sovereign beast lurking in Blackwind Mountain has come too? Judging by its appearance, this unicorn black tiger is at least a mid-tier sovereign-level terror. In the command center, a commander's face darkened with gravity. This unicorn black tiger had reigned supreme over a nearby mountain range for over a decade. Countless teams of psychic warriors had attempted to slay it, only to end up as its prey. The North Gate has detected massive energy fluctuations. The West Gate has detected massive energy fluctuations. Before each surveillance screen, every face bore a look of grave concern. Around all four sides of Feimeng City, suspected overlord-level mutated beasts had appeared. The final showdown is imminent. Soldiers grip their rifles tightly, hearts pounding with both trepidation and tension. Roar! In the distance, a massive grey wolf let out a deafening howl before soaring skyward. This colossal grey wolf bore wings on its back, which, when fully spread, measured over 25 meters in span, a dark cloud obscuring the sun. At least a fourth-tier mutant beast, possibly even near lord level. Zhāng Hào stared at the winged beast, his expression growing grim. The mutated beasts had begun their true assault. If they could hold their ground, the beasts would retreat. But if they failed, Feimeng City would face a catastrophe today. Zhāng Hào sprinted toward the direction the grey giant wolf had flown. First, he could lend a hand if necessary. Second, if the grey giant wolf was slain, it would surely drop precious energy stones. Roar! The grey giant wolf flapped its wings, rapidly closing in on Feimeng City. Such a massive target naturally drew intense fire. Countless soldiers aimed and fired at it, but at the grey wolf's level, ordinary heat weapons were utterly useless. Cannons were now trained on the grey wolf. Boom! 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 Shells trailing blue smoke slammed into the air. Such high-caliber firepower could shatter the flesh and bone of most mutated beasts provided it connected. The grey giant wolf executed a swift spiral maneuver, and without a doubt, every shell missed its mark. Get out of the way! Soldiers on the city walls screamed in panic. Boom! The grey giant wolf approached the city wall, its massive paw slamming down with terrifying force, shattering the upper section of the parapet into splinters. Stone fragments flew everywhere, generating a tremendous shockwave that sent several soldiers flying backward, tumbling off the ramparts. The grim grey wolf resembled a demon from the abyss. With a single mighty flap of its enormous wings, a howling gale erupted. Like a raging force, it swept the soldiers standing on the wall and the heavy cannons into the air. Then, under this terrifying power, they were mercilessly torn to shreds. A quasi-lord-level mutant beast. Zhāng Hao's eyes darkened as he witnessed the scene. There was no doubt this was a quasi-lord-level mutated beast. When mutant beasts evolved to lord level or higher, their threat level skyrocketed. Many powerful thermal weapons struggled to inflict substantial damage on creatures of this caliber. And even the firearms capable of killing quasi-lord level or higher mutated beasts might not land a precise hit. Any quasi-lord level mutant beast could easily reach supersonic speeds. No matter how powerful the attack, if it couldn't land, it was utterly meaningless. General Wang, should we deploy the light cannons? In the command center, a commander watched the rampaging grey giant wolf and couldn't help but suggest. This is a quasi-lord level mutant beast with wind attribute abilities and exceptionally keen senses. We must ensure a one-shot kill. General Wang stated sternly. Mutant beasts above quasi-lord rank typically possess keen senses. For instance, when a powerful attack approaches, they can sense it in advance and evade swiftly. While the light cannon's destructive power and speed were formidable, if the grey giant wolf sensed it in advance and dodged, the attack could still miss its mark. General Wang suddenly spotted Zhāng Hào on the surveillance screen. His eyes lit up as he commanded, "Connect me to his earpiece." "Sir, this is Commander General Wang. We require your assistance." A voice tinged with weathered experience abruptly echoed through Zhāng Hao's earpiece. Zhāng Hào was slightly startled, then looked toward the raging grey giant wolf in the distance and said, "I truly wish to help, but if you're asking me to slay this quasi-lord-level mutant beast, I'm afraid I'm powerless." Zhāng Hào knew well that the previous black barbarian bull, though formidable, was only a low-tier fourth-stage mutant beast. Whereas this winged grey giant wolf before him was a quasi-lord-level mutant beast nearing the peak of Tier 4, bordering on Tier 5. To slay it would require a 4th-tier peak or even 5th-tier master-level psychic. He knew he was no match for it. "Mr. Su, rest assured. We have a secret weapon. You need only control it for a second or two, and we'll finish it off." General Wang's voice echoed once more. Zhāng Hào looked up and saw a fighter jet hovering silently in the air, 200 meters away from the grey giant wolf. The secret weapon must be inside that fighter jet. 1 or 2 seconds. Zhāng Hào pondered for a moment. Restricting the grey giant wolf for that brief duration felt achievable. Finally, he nodded in agreement. "Alright, I'll give it a try." The reason Zhāng Hào agreed so readily was, of course, because he held a trump card for survival. He also possessed a hidden spatial ability. The moment danger was detected, he could instantly escape the peril. His spatial ability had reached level 5. Even this grey giant wolf couldn't hinder his escape. Cooperate with him fully. General Wang's heart leapt with joy upon hearing Zhāng Hao's agreement. He immediately re-established communication with the fighter jet's pilot. "Damn big grey wolf, here I come." A fiery intensity ignited in Zhāng Hao's eyes. A quasi-lord level mutant beast, even if he couldn't slay it alone, participating in its downfall was a thrilling prospect. Like a cannonball, Zhāng Hào charged toward the grey giant wolf rampaging along the distant city walls. As he ran, his body rapidly swelled, ultimately transforming into a colossal giant standing 23 meters tall. The grey giant wolf was highly alert, swiftly turning its head. A cold gleam flashed in its eyes as it opened its gaping maw. A green whirlwind coalesced within its jaws into a sharp spear, poised to erupt and pierce Zhāng Hào clean through. Yet, Zhāng Hào stopped his foot down. The stone walls seemed to come alive instantly, activating the stone domain. Every stone in this section of wall was under Zhāng Hao's command. Beneath the great giant wolf, a massive fist formed from rock burst through the earth. With savage force, it slammed into the wolf's throat. Arg! Despite the grey wolf's formidable physique, the blow to its Adam's apple from the stone fist was excruciating. It let out a wretched howl, and the hurricane gathering in its maw swiftly dissipated. Zhāng Hào executed a nimble flip, leaping onto the grey giant wolf's back. His heavy, 20-meter-tall frame pressed down, and he wrapped his arms tightly around the wolf's neck. Roar! Roar! Zhāng Hào unleashed a furious roar, pushing his rock domain to its absolute limit. Giant hands, solidified from rock, materialized out of thin air, gripping the grey wolf's limbs with iron-like strength. Simultaneously, he activated the gravity force field, a derivative skill of his fossilization technique at maximum intensity, crushing down upon the grey wolf with brutal force. Chapter 56, Terrifying Crisis. After advancing fossilization to LV8, the rock domain was unlocked, and the gravity force field's power surged several-fold. Even with its quasi-lord level might, the grey giant wolf's body trembled slightly under Zhāng Hào suppression. Suddenly, the grey giant wolf's eyes turned bloodshot. The humiliation of being mounted by Zhāng Hào drove it into a frenzy, unleashing a tidal wave of power surging from its body. Crack! 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 In an instant, cracks appeared on the stone palm. Zhāng Hào felt his grip slipping. The power gap between him and a quasi-lord level mutant beast was simply too vast. Yet, in that very instant, the howling winds seemed to freeze. Zhāng Hào watched as the fighter jet in the distance slowly extended a metal barrel. A blinding, searing white light erupted from the barrel, so intense it was nearly impossible to look directly at it. Whoosh! Without a sound, the light at the barrel's tip rapidly condensed. A blinding white beam, as thick as an arm, erupted from the muzzle, hurtling toward the grey giant wolf's head at an astonishing speed. The grey giant wolf's blood-red pupils suddenly contracted. It sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying threat. Unfortunately, due to Zhāng Hao's full-force restraint, its evasive maneuver was a split second too late. Put! A faint pop echoed, as if paper had been pierced effortlessly. The white beam pierced straight through the grey giant wolf's skull, tearing open a gaping hole the size of a basketball. The wound was charred black, as if scorched by raging flames. Boom! The grey giant wolf's eyes gradually lost their light. Such a devastating blow to the head would be fatal even to a beast king or beast emperor. Its massive body lost all strength, collapsing limply to the ground. Too powerful. Zhāng Hào was utterly stunned. The destructive power of that white beam was terrifying beyond measure. Even the grey giant wolf's formidable defenses couldn't withstand it. Moreover, the beam's attack speed was lightning fast, exceeding several times the speed of sound. Evading it was exceedingly difficult. Its destructive power is comparable to the Bloodmo cannon. Even a Lord-class mutant beast would likely struggle to survive a direct hit. However, its firing rate is relatively slow, allowing Lord-level monsters to evade it with ease. There was no doubt about it, the weapon mounted on this fighter jet must be a superweapon from the ancient ruins. Ancient ruins hold countless supreme treasures. Just like the Heavenly Palace's War Heaven Tower, it was also discovered within an ancient ruin, a treasure used by a powerful ancient race to train their soldiers. Ha 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 ha! Excellent! In the command center, the commanders were ecstatic. The light cannon was their secret weapon for Flymon City, and its energy storage was quite difficult. Being able to take down a quasi-lord level mutant beast with a single shot was already a huge win. Loot acquired. Gained 32,000 EXP. Pickup successful. Gained 400 agility points. Pickup successful. Gained 410 strength points. Loot successful. Acquired 1 quasi-lord level energy stone. Zhāng Hào successfully collected the experience and attributes dropped by the grey giant wolf, his heart bursting with joy. Since the start of this siege battle, he had already gained a whopping 120,000 EXP points. Combined with his remaining previous EXP, he now possessed a total of 140,000 EXP points. His various attribute values were steadily approaching the upper tier of Tier 3. Mr. Su, would you be willing to assist in dealing with some powerful mutated beasts? Simply suppress them like this, and we'll finish them off with the light cannons. General Wang pleaded earnestly from the command center. Zhāng Hao's restraining ability was exceptionally potent, capable of holding back quasi-lord level mutated beasts for 1 or 2 seconds. Combined with the light cannons, it would undoubtedly become a formidable killing machine. Agreed. Zhāng Hào agreed without hesitation. After all, the energy stones and experience points they dropped would be his to claim. Excellent. Lu Wei, you'll work with Mr. Zhang. General Wang, overjoyed at Zhāng Hao's agreement, immediately instructed the fighter pilot. Yes. Lu Wei obeyed the order without question. West of the West Gate, there's a mutated beast suspected to be quasi-lord level. Soon, guided by Zhāng Hao's directions, they arrived at the designated location. Sure enough, he spotted a massive silver wolf amidst the beast herd. 037 Seeing this silver giant wolf, Zhāng Hào was slightly surprised it was a Dark Knight demon wolf. He recalled slaying one before, though that one had only possessed 3rd tier strength. The nightmare wolf before him, however, possessed quasi-lord level power. Go! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhāng Hào leaped from the city wall, activated his gigantification ability, and closed in on the nightmare wolf. The nightmare wolf naturally sensed Zhāng Hào as a conspicuous target, charging toward him with a frenzied roar. Rock domain. Gravity field. Zhāng Hào pushed his petrification technique to its absolute limit. The surrounding earth instantly shattered, massive boulders madly crushing toward the silver giant wolf. Even colossal hands, solidified from rock, slammed down with brutal force. Level 8 petrification technique was truly terrifying. Even the silver giant wolf's formidable strength was momentarily restrained by this barrage of attacks. As the pilot of the fighter jet armed with the light energy cannon, Lu Wei was an ace pilot selected through rigorous trials. He knew precisely when to strike. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào witnessed a blinding white flash erupt once more. A beam as thick as an arm pierced straight through the nightmare wolf, whose movements were now tightly restrained by layers of constraints, blasting a gaping hole through its skull. The nightmare wolf's eyes widened in disbelief. Could a quasi-lord level mutant beast truly meet such a humiliating end? There was no way around it. This tactic was truly insidious. Zhāng Hào only needed to restrain it for a second or two. With the light cannon's devastating power and astonishing speed, it could instantly eliminate its target. Loot acquired. Gained 35,000 EXP. Loot successful. Gained 420 points of spirit attribute. Loot successful. Obtained 410 strength points. Loot successful. Acquired 1 quasi-lord level energy stone. Naturally, Zhāng Hào was the most delighted. He had once again gained a massive amount of experience points and a precious quasi-lord level energy stone. Ha! That feels good. You despicable monsters. Lu Wei in the cockpit was equally ecstatic. Having downed 2 quasi-lord level mutated beasts in quick succession with his fighter jet, he was destined to become the hero of all Faming City, earning supreme glory. A smile played on Zhāng Hao's lips as he opened his mouth to speak, but his expression abruptly changed. He shouted toward the fighter jet in the sky, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Every commander in the command center joined the frantic shouts. What? Lu Wei froze in confusion, but his expression instantly turned grim. Unnoticed until that moment, a colossal creature had leapt nearly 200 meters high from the distant herd. It was a black-scaled colossal serpent, its length reaching a staggering 60+ meters, with a body diameter nearing 2 meters. Leaping from over a kilometer away, it spanned the vast distance and charged straight toward the fighter jet armed with the light energy cannon. Out of nowhere, a colossal creature burst forth from the distant beast herd, a black-scaled giant serpent leaping with thunderous force to nearly 200 meters in the air. This serpent, over 60 meters long with a body diameter nearing 2 meters, leapt fiercely from a kilometer away. Spanning that vast distance like a black bolt of lightning, it charged straight toward the fighter jet armed with the light energy cannon. Chapter 57, No Time to React. Zhāng Hào and the commanders shouted warnings at the top of their lungs, but Lu Wei inside the cockpit had no time to react. SSSSH. The black-scaled colossus opened its gaping maw, instantly seizing the fighter jet and dragging it crashing to the ground. Its 60-meter-long colossal body slammed into the earth, instantly caving the ground. Dust surged like a tidal wave, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. No! Inside the cockpit, Lu Wei frantically pounded the buttons, desperately trying to activate the fighter's escape mechanism and bail out with a parachute. But the black-scaled serpent held its deadly grip, rendering the escape system useless. The monstrous jaws of the black-scaled serpent clamped down with terrifying force. The entire fighter jet instantly exploded into a blazing inferno, bursting into a brilliant yet hopeless light. Retreat! Zhāng Hào made a split-second decision and quickly retreated to the city walls. Without the light cannon, he stood no chance against a quasi-lord level monster on his own, especially since this black-scaled serpent wasn't merely quasi-lord, but a genuine lord-level mutant beast. Judging by its size and the aura it radiated, it was far beyond what a typical lord-level mutant beast could be. It's the Black Slaughter Lord. It actually came. In the command center, General Wang and the others paled visibly. With the light cannons destroyed, they recognized the identity of this black-scaled colossus. This was the dreaded Black Slaughter Lord, a terrifying mutant beast that normally dwelled in the Black Slaughter Forest north of Faming City. An exceptionally powerful lord-level mutant beast, its strength was rated as high-tier lord level. The Black Slaughter Lord? This terrifying mutant beast is far stronger than the Crimson Blood White Eagle that attacked the supply station back then. Returning to the city walls, Zhāng Hào was deeply shaken. He noticed 2 small protrusions emerging from the black-scaled serpent's head, as if dragon horns were about to sprout, hinting at its potential to transform into a dragon. Roar! The Black Slaughter Lord raised its head and let out a piercing, thunderous roar that split the clouds and shattered the mist. The sound was high-pitched and stirring, like the roar of a dragon, deafeningly loud. The Black Slaughter Lord. It's the Black Slaughter Lord. The expressions of the numerous psychics and soldiers on the distant city walls changed abruptly. They had long heard of the Black Slaughter Lord's fearsome reputation as super powerful, terrifying mutated beast, a true regional overlord. Below the level of a beast king, few monsters could stand against it. No one expected it to appear at this very moment. Roar! 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 The other mutated beasts roared with excitement. With the Black Slaughter Lord present, their morale soared. The Black Slaughter Lord's 60-meter-long body slowly advanced toward the city walls. Its pace was unhurried, yet it radiated an unstoppable aura of dominance. Its pale golden eyes were filled with a cold, icy glare. All Black Hunter cannons target it. Concentrate all firepower to destroy the Black Slaughter Lord. General Wang bellowed the order hoarsely from the command center. This Black Slaughter Lord was terrifying beyond measure, likely the most formidable presence in this beast tide. Its destruction would surely strike terror into the hearts of all mutated beasts, shatter their morale, and send them fleeing in panic. Boom! 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 Along the broad city walls, over 20 Black Hunter cannons locked onto the Black Slaughter Lord. One after another, pitch-black shells the size of basketballs screamed toward it like meteors. Faced with such formidable thermal weaponry, even many Lord-level mutated beasts would not choose to confront it head-on. After all, while their physiques were formidable, they remained flesh and blood. One misstep could lead to severe injury. Yet the Black Slaughter Lord showed no intention of evading, advancing resolutely along its straight path. Boom! Shell after shell slammed into the Black Slaughter Lord's massive frame with earth-shattering force. Each explosion erupted into a colossal mushroom cloud, sending shrapnel flying like a raging storm. The blast completely engulfed an area spanning 300 to 400 meters around the Black Slaughter Lord. A torrent of concentrated fire poured down like a rainstorm, engulfing the Black Slaughter Lord. Even a true Lord-level mutant beast would be blown to pieces, flesh and bone scattered, under such relentless barrage from so many Black Hunters. Yet unbelievably, amidst the swirling smoke and chaos, a massive serpent head slowly emerged. The Black Slaughter Lord emerged unscathed from the barrage, its pitch-black scales shimmering with a faint, eerie glow. Not a single scratch marred its form. How is this possible? Soldiers shook their heads in disbelief. Could the Black Slaughter Lord truly be impervious to the devastating Black Hunter cannons? Boom! The Black Slaughter Lord advanced like a terrifying demon god, strolling forward as if through an empty courtyard. Obstacles along the way were meaningless to it. It withstood the relentless barrage of nearly 100 cannons, emerging utterly unscathed. The attackers were forced to halt, not out of surrender, but because every Black Hunter cannon had overheated. Continuing would invite the constant threat of barrel explosions. Is this what a high-tier Lord-class mutant is like? Zhāng Hao's gaze grew intensely grave. Compared to the quasi-Lord-level mutants they'd faced before, this tier of mutant beast was worlds apart. Zhāng Hào wouldn't foolishly charge in to die. He knew well the saying, when the sky falls, the tallest man will bear the weight. The Black Slaughter Lord stormed the city walls with unstoppable force. Up close, every soldier felt their legs turn to jelly under its terrifying, bone-chilling aura. Attack! A commander bellowed hoarsely. Their loved ones were within these walls. There was no retreat. Clang! 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 Bullets rained down upon the Black Slaughter Lord's form, yet each was effortlessly deflected, leaving not a single mark. A cruel gleam flashed in the Black Slaughter Lord's icy serpentine eyes. It suddenly raised its head, and a strange wave rippled out like water, spreading in all directions. Boom! As the wave swept through, the earth caved in instantly. The 50-meter-high city wall ahead seemed to endure the violent impact of a mountain flood and tsunami, emitting a cracking sound before collapsing with a thunderous roar. Even more terrifying, those caught in the wave felt their entire bodies crushed by a colossal force, exploding into fragments in an instant. Is the Black Slaughter Lord's ability gravity? Zhāng Hao's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. While his rock manipulation could generate gravitational fields, the Dark Slaughter Lord's gravitational power was undeniably far superior. The Black Slaughter Lord's gravitational power was potent enough to shatter 50-meter-high city walls and effortlessly crush and warp steel into twisted, deformed shapes. Ordinary soldiers were no match for such terror. Even psychics would suffer ruptured blood vessels and instant death under this crushing force. Consider this: ordinary people struggle to breathe and faint under double gravity, while 3 or 4 times that force is lethal. Such gravity presses into every blood vessel and organ, rendering resistance impossible. The Black Slaughter Lord unleashed his gravitational power to its fullest. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, a 100-meter section of the city wall collapsed under the crushing force, leaving a massive breach. The Black Slaughter Lord smoothly entered the city through the collapsed wall. No! We must stop it! General Wang roared furiously in the command center. A mutated beast of this caliber breaching the city walls would result in catastrophic casualties. A squadron of fighter jets screeched through the sky, but before they could act, the Black Slaughter Lord lifted its head slightly toward the heavens and unleashed its gravitational power once more. Boom! One after another, the fighter jets seemed to be violently yanked by an invisible giant hand, plummeting from the sky to crash into the earth, followed by violent explosions. Zhāng Hào watched this unfold from afar, his fists clenched tightly. This Black Slaughter Lord was truly terrifying. His gravitational ability made it utterly impossible to approach. Chapter 58, Taking the Brunt. That damn monster. At that moment, Liao Hongfei and the others also rushed to the scene. Numerous ability users had gathered here under the command center's notification, but every face was grim. Liao Hongfei and the others hurried to the scene, joining the many other ability users summoned by the command center. Yet, every face bore an expression of profound dread. The Black Slaughter Lord that had appeared was simply too powerful. Ordinary 5th-tier Grandmaster-level psychics were no match for it. As a high-tier Lord-level entity, it was exceptionally ferocious even among Lord-level monsters. Zhāng Hào noticed Ling Maoyu had also arrived. A young man spoke with grave urgency, "We must stop it." Indeed, as the Black Slaughter Lord forcefully tore open a breach over 100 meters wide, hordes of monsters surged into Feimeng City like a tidal wave. Fortunately, Feimeng City had previously arranged for everyone to enter temporary shelters. But how do we stop it? Someone questioned aloud. The Black Slaughter Lord's terror lay in its overwhelming might. Even some 5th-tier Grandmasters struggled to withstand its fury. Oh no! The Black Slaughter Lord is heading straight for the shelter. The faces of Feimeng City's high-ranking officials paled. The Black Slaughter Lord was heading straight for the shelter, where countless civilians were gathered. Undoubtedly, as a serpentine creature, the Black Slaughter Lord possessed exceptional thermal vision. It was precisely through this ability that it had detected the large number of humans within the shelter. Yet, no one could possibly halt the Black Slaughter Lord's advance. A local psionicist of Feimeng City, overcome by a moment of reckless courage, attempted a desperate last stand against the Black Slaughter Lord. Yet before he could even draw near, he was crushed to pieces by the terrifying gravitational force field. For the first time, Zhāng Hào saw a different expression on Ling Maoyu's face, a flicker of anger, clearly outraged by the Black Slaughter Lord's brutal actions. Just then, the Black Slaughter Lord abruptly halted. It lifted its head toward the sky, and Zhāng Hào and the others followed its gaze. What met their eyes left Zhāng Hào utterly speechless. In the distant sky, a violent storm raged. 5 men clad in combat suits rode the howling winds toward them. Leading them was a cold-eyed man with long hair, gripping a blood-red grapebow. Zhāng Hào recognized them. It was the Storm Demon Hunters who had slain the Crimson Blood White Eagle at the supply station. It's the Storm Demon Hunters. Wonderful! The Storm Archer King is here. He's a 5th-tier master-level psychic. The crowd erupted in wild excitement. The Storm Demon Hunters had become a legendary squad of psychic warriors in recent years, their tally of slain Lord-tier mutant beasts too numerous to count. Especially their leader, Storm Archer King, a rising star among the younger generation and a super-talented individual poised to enter the top 100 battle rankings. Can they truly slay this Black Slaughter Lord? Zhāng Hào couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. This Black Slaughter Lord was simply too powerful, far stronger than the Crimson Blood White Eagle they had faced before. The 5 members of the Storm Demon Hunters wore solemn expressions. A man wielding a crimson spear spoke with grave solemnity. This is the Black Slaughter Lord, a high-tier Lord-class mutant beast. It surpasses every Lord-class mutant we've hunted before. More than one 5th-tier psychic has fallen to its claws. The other members of the Stormwind Demon Hunters shared equally grim expressions. The Black Slaughter Lord was a legendary Overlord-level monster, its power extraordinary and far beyond that of ordinary Overlord-level mutant beasts. Only the cold-eyed, long-haired man Arrow King of the Storm maintained his usual stern expression. Appearing no older than 30, he spoke with icy resolve. Give it everything you've got. Kill it. We have no choice. We must fight to the death. The others exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bitter smiles. They knew Storm Arrow King's hometown was Feimeng City, which was why they had rushed here upon hearing of the Beast Tide's attack. Can the Storm Hunter Corps defeat the Black Slaughter Lord? The psychics were both excited and tense. Some even pulled out their phones to start recording videos. They all knew this would undoubtedly become tomorrow's headline news. Hiss. The Black Slaughter Lord launched its attack first, emitting a piercing hiss as it unleashed an invisible gravitational force field. It crushed down toward the 5 figures enveloped in the hurricane above, warping and distorting space itself wherever the force field passed. Whoosh! The 5 members of the Gale Hunter Guild instantly scattered, deftly evading the Black Slaughter Lord's assault. Except for the Storm Archer, the other 4 plummeted toward the ground. In that instant, the Black Slaughter Lord surged forward. Its upper body arched with blinding speed, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, lunging viciously toward the man wielding the crimson spear. Clang! Though startled, the man remained composed. Spinning mid-air with lightning speed, he thrust his crimson spear forward with a spiraling force, aiming directly for the Black Slaughter Lord's forehead. The spear tip scraped violently against the scales, producing a shrill metallic clang. Seizing the moment, the man swiftly retreated backward. Roar! Amidst the Stormwind Demon Hunters, a heavily armored man let out a furious roar. He sprang off the ground, his metal-clad fist slamming like a cannonball into the Black Slaughter Lord's skull. The immense force of the blow sent a momentary dizziness through the Black Slaughter Lord's mind. Simultaneously, a man clad in a long robe and wielding a sword swung his snow-white blade. The blade unleashed a series of sword beams stretching 10 zhang in length, lashing out like a furious storm toward every part of the Black Slaughter Lord's body. This individual's mastery of source energy secret arts had reached a truly astonishing level. The Black Slaughter Lord lashed out with his serpent tail and slammed his head, engaging in a fierce battle with the Windstorm Demon Hunters. The two sides fought fiercely, locked in a stalemate. Boom! The Black Slaughter Lord's serpentine tail swept across the street, reducing the buildings to powder like fragile sand sculptures. The three Windstorm Demon Hunters besieging the Black Slaughter Lord were forced back one after another, looking somewhat bedraggled. Too powerful. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. The three members of the Gale Demon Hunters joined forces to attack the Dark Lord, yet his defenses proved astonishingly robust. Despite unleashing their full might, they struggled to leave even a single scratch upon him. Still, a sliver of hope lingered in their hearts. Two members of the Stormwind Demon Hunters had yet to act. One was the Stormwind Archer King, while the other was a tall, handsome man with a slightly pale complexion. He Xian. The Storm Archer King fixed his gaze on the battlefield and called out in a low voice. The man called He Xian nodded firmly, his gaze heavy with resolve. Suddenly, he moved. Metal-throwing knives fell from his waist, slipping between his fingers. Each hand now held 4 knives. With a fierce throw, he channeled his entire essence, energy, and spirit into each blade. This man named He Xian was none other than the one from whom Zhāng Hào had once retrieved the god-slaying dart, the very dart that had fallen from his body. Whoosh! 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 The 8 blades tore through the air, twisting and turning with eerie precision as they converged on the Black Slaughter Lord from all directions. Chapter 59, The Great Battle Against the Black Slaughter Lord. Thud! 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 The Black Slaughter Lord's scales were incredibly hard. Earlier, the 3 melee members of the Stormwind Demon Hunters had been unable to inflict any damage on it. But empowered by He Xian's vital energy, these 8 throwing knives unleashed terrifying destructive power, tearing through the Black Slaughter Lord's scales and sinking deep into its flesh. SSSSHHH. The Black Slaughter Lord let out a piercing, agonized howl. We've wounded it. A surge of joy welled up in everyone's hearts. A wave of elation washed over the group. Yet He Xian's expression darkened considerably as he growled, "My throwing knives got stuck in its body after piercing it. This beast isn't seriously injured." He Xian's 8 throwing knives had been precisely aimed at the Black Slaughter Lord's vital points, yet they only pierced its muscles before being stopped. For a creature of such immense size, such wounds were hardly severe. Nevertheless, having 8 daggers embedded in its flesh caused the Black Slaughter Lord excruciating pain. Its eyes turned bloodshot, and a terrifying killing intent was fully unleashed. Suddenly, the Black Slaughter Lord's expression turned grave as he gazed skyward. There, the Storm Arrow King stood, bow drawn and arrow knocked. His face was icy cold, with gale force winds swirling around his body, making him appear like a god of the wind. This arrow was fired with my full strength. It must strike true, or the consequences will be unimaginable. The Storm Archer's heart was filled with solemnity. His archery technique, akin to the god-slaying darts, demanded the concentration of his entire being. Should the first arrow fail to strike its target, he would suffer immense exhaustion, drastically weakening the power of his second shot. The Storm Arrow King drew the bowstring to its absolute limit. In this moment of explosive power, azure currents of energy coiled around the arrow, thick as a baby's arm. Even more terrifying, endless streams of blue energy in the void coalesced into chains, binding the Black Slaughter Lord tightly and preventing any evasion. The Storm Arrow King released his grip. The arrow, whirling with a howling gale, shot toward the Black Slaughter Lord's vital heart. He avoided aiming for the head because the Black Slaughter Lord's skull was thick and sturdy. If the arrow struck the skull, the bone would likely block it, preventing the arrow from tearing through. The heart, by comparison, offered relatively weaker protection. Thud! The arrow struck the Black Slaughter Lord's vital point with pinpoint accuracy. Like a spiral drill, the arrow tore through its flesh and bone. Spinning wildly, flesh and blood flew everywhere as a basin-sized gash ripped open in the Black Slaughter Lord's abdomen. The pain made it howl in fury. Yet, the Gale Arrow King's expression darkened to the extreme. Though the arrow pierced the Black Slaughter Lord's beating heart, only half the arrowhead sank in before it lost momentum, failing to penetrate completely and deliver a fatal wound. Attack its heart! The man wielding the crimson spear bellowed, lunging to thrust into the exposed heart within the gash. Suddenly, a powerful repulsive force slammed into him. The man grunted, blood spurting from his mouth as the invisible force hurled him backward over 100 meters. The Black Slaughter Lord's power isn't gravity, it's mastery over force. Zhāng Hào witnessed this scene, his heart trembling with shock. Gravity abilities only manipulate gravity, but mastery over force can control not only gravity, but repulsive force as well. Gah! The Black Slaughter Lord's eyes blazed crimson. Driven by agony, it pushed its mastery of force to its absolute limit. A terrifying repulsive force violently tore apart the chains formed by the blue energy swirling around it, shattering them into fragments. The repulsive force spread out, ripping the ground to shreds. The Windstorm Demon Hunters, positioned too close, including the Windstorm Archer King, were all struck by this terrifying repulsive force. They spat blood and crashed heavily to the ground. Silence fell over everyone in the command room. Even the Storm Hunter Corps had failed. Retreat! Xian's face drained of color as he helped the Storm Archer King to his feet and retreated swiftly. The other three, gritting their teeth against the pain, also rose and fled. The Black Slaughter Lord panted heavily, its eyes flashing with vicious intent, yet it chose not to pursue. The Black Slaughter Lord turned its gaze toward the distant refuge, slowly advancing toward it. Its heart was filled with a bloodthirsty desire. It sought to devour all humanity in vengeance. To mutated beasts, humans were nothing more than delicious little snacks. At this moment, the Black Slaughter Lord advanced toward the warehouse where the treats were hidden. "You must save Faming City." A psychic witnessing the scene shouted to the members of the Gale Hunter Guild. Arrow King of the Gale wiped the blood from his lips, remaining silent. They had already given their all. Their hearts were willing, but their strength was insufficient. To charge forward and try to stop it now would likely only mean throwing their lives away in vain. "I'll stop it." At that moment, Ling Maoyu, who had remained silent, spoke up. Her palm curled, and a spherical bomb materialized in her hand. "She intends to." Ling Maoyu's words sent a chill through Zhāng Hao's heart. Ling Maoyu possessed formidable strength, ranking among the top 20 disciples training at the Celestial Palace. Yet she could never possibly be a match for the Black Slaughter Lord. The moment Zhāng Hao saw the spherical bomb in Ling Maoyu's hand, he understood her plan. A blood-soaked hole gaped in the Black Slaughter Lord's chest, pierced by the Storm Arrow King's recent strike, revealing the beating heart within. Ling Maoyu clearly intended to use her spatial abilities to deliver this bomb directly to the Black Slaughter Lord's heart. Absolutely not. This is far too dangerous. The Black Slaughter Lord's force control ability would repel any long-range projectile. Even if it reached the wound, its repulsive force would expel it. Liao Hongfei's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Transferring it via spatial abilities won't work either. A powerful repulsive force swirls around the Black Slaughter Lord's wound. The moment it's transferred, it'll be instantly repelled. Zhāng Hao understood the peril involved. The Black Slaughter Lord guarded its wound with extreme caution. The space around the wound was subtly distorted, a manifestation of its mastery over force abilities. It had enveloped the wound, forming a protective layer composed entirely of repulsive force. This meant spatial abilities couldn't directly teleport the bomb into the repulsion-covered wound. As for using the God-slaying darts projectile method, the bomb would likely be deflected upon striking the repulsive force barrier. An external explosion would be utterly incapable of killing the Black Slaughter Lord, and even inflicting serious injury would prove exceedingly difficult. Should the first attack fail, the Black Slaughter Lord would inevitably grow more vigilant. Ling Maoyu's approach was more direct. She planned to use spatial teleportation to close in on the Black Slaughter Lord, then forcefully shove the bomb into its wound by hand. Upgrade the psionic space. At this moment, Zhāng Hao resolved to upgrade his psionic space. Perhaps the upgraded psionic space could find a solution to deal with the Black Slaughter Lord. Ding! 80,000 EXP consumed. Congratulations, host. The psionic space has successfully upgraded to LV6. As the psionic space reached level 6, uncontrollable elation flashed in Zhāng Hao's eyes. The psionic space had unlocked a miraculous skill, one that might just break their current stalemate. Wait, Ling Maoyu. Ling Maoyu was unaware that Zhāng Hao also possessed spatial abilities. As Zhāng Hao pondered countermeasures, he saw a resolute gleam flash in Ling Maoyu's eyes. He cried out urgently, but Ling Maoyu had already struck with unwavering determination. Chapter 60, Finding the Weakness. Whoosh! Ling Maoyu unleashed her spatial ability, instantly materializing at the wound on the Black Slaughter Lord's flank. This startled the Black Slaughter Lord's spatial abilities were notoriously difficult to guard against. Ling Maoyu's face remained as composed as ever. Her right hand clutched the black bomb, while her left gripped the icy cold long sword. With all her might, she swung the blade. Shhhhhh. The blade's edge flashed, forcibly slicing a tiny fissure through the repulsive force field covering the Black Slaughter Lord's wound. Before the gap could close, Ling Maoyu's right hand, clutching the bomb, forced its way in, shoving the explosive into the Dark Slaughter Lord's wound. Psionic space. The members of the Stormwind Demon Hunters were all startled. This girl actually possessed the legendary psionic space. It all happened in an instant. Ling Maoyu attempted to activate her spatial ability to escape, but it was too late. The Black Slaughter Lord sensed the anomaly. The instant Ling Maoyu appeared beside it, it unleashed force control, subjecting her to a crushing gravitational force. Even with Ling Maoyu's 4th-tier physique, she was instantly crushed, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Her spatial ability was completely suppressed. No! Zhāng Hao's heart clenched at the sight. Unbidden, the memory of their first meeting surfaced in his mind. Later, in the Celestial Palace, he had invited Ling Maoyu to dine together, discovering she wasn't as cold as her exterior suggested. Earlier on the plane, that unexpected moment had occurred, and they had become intimate. Zhāng Hao had to admit he harbored feelings for Ling Maoyu. While it was far from love, he could never stand by and watch her die before his eyes. It would haunt him for the rest of his life. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhāng Hao activated his upgraded level 6 psionic space, materializing beside Ling Maoyu. The moment he drew near, Zhāng Hào grunted as he was sucked into the gravitational force field created by the Dark Lord. A terrifying force squeezed in, as if a giant palm was violently kneading his internal organs. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of Zhāng Hao's mouth. Ling Mayu painfully twisted her head, staring blankly at the suddenly appearing Zhāng Hào. She couldn't comprehend how he had managed to get through, and was utterly shocked that he would follow her into this deadly trap. Ling Mayu turned her head with great effort, her gaze unfocused as she stared at the suddenly appearing Zhāng Hào. Her mind was filled with confusion. She couldn't fathom how Zhāng Hào had reached this place, and the fact that he had willingly followed her into this perilous, deadly situation left her utterly stunned. At that moment, Ling Mayu's thoughts surged like a tidal wave. She had once possessed a happy, complete family. Back then, her face had been filled with bright, cheerful smiles. But then, a terrifying beast tide had assaulted their city. In an instant, the entire city had fallen, trampled underfoot by the monsters. Ling Mayu's parents hid her in the sewers to protect her, then resolutely drew the approaching monsters away. Ling Mayu witnessed the monsters brutally tearing her parents apart. Just as she thought her own life was about to end, Lady Luck smiled upon her, and she was rescued. Yet this childhood nightmare left an indelible scar on Ling Mayu's soul. From that day forward, laughter and joy vanished from her world. Her heart held only one obsession: to slay as many monsters as possible and avenge her parents. The Black Slaughter Lord had discovered the location of the sanctuary. If he were allowed to reach the Fameng City sanctuary, countless people would suffer the same tragic fate as hers. Therefore, Ling Mayu resolutely chose to risk her life in a desperate attempt to stop the Black Slaughter Lord. Yet Ling Mayu never anticipated that Zhāng Hào would also disregard his own life and step into this gravity-shrouded zone. Was he here to kill the Dark Lord? No. When Ling Mayu saw the urgency in Zhāng Hao's eyes and the resolve etched on his face, she understood. Zhāng Hào hadn't rushed in to kill the enemy he'd come for her. I'm sorry. Ling Mayu's heart was filled with both deep emotion and a touch of guilt. In her eyes, Zhāng Hao's arrival meant they would likely both meet their end at the hands of the Black Slaughter Lord. Boom! The Black Slaughter Lord's pupils suddenly contracted. Within the bloody hole at its vital point, the embedded black spherical bomb detonated violently. The Black Slaughter Lord's body convulsed violently, its agonized howl piercing the heavens. Had this bomb detonated externally, the Black Slaughter Lord was confident it would emerge unscathed. After all, its scales were incredibly hard, capable of withstanding hundreds of Black Hunter cannon blasts. But now, within the wound previously pierced by the Gale Arrow King's bolt, the bomb detonated near its heart. The powerful, pulsing crimson heart was instantly blown to smithereens. The Black Slaughter Lord let out a piercing, shrill howl of agony. At such close range, Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu felt as if their eardrums were being torn apart. It worked. The group of psychics in the distance stared in utter disbelief. Miss Ling! Brother Zhang! Liao Hongfei and the other Celestial Palace psychics shouted loudly. Ling Mayu and Zhāng Hao's self-sacrificing act deeply shook them. To eliminate the Black Slaughter Lord, the two were willing to sacrifice their own lives. Of course, Zhāng Hào wasn't as noble as they imagined. He simply couldn't bear to watch this girl, with whom he'd shared an intimate connection, perish before his eyes while he stood by, unmoved. Gritting his teeth, Zhāng Hào fought against the terrifying gravitational pull, trembling as he reached out to grasp Ling Mayu's wrist. He knew clearly that every second counted, otherwise, they would surely be torn to shreds by the raging Black Slaughter Lord. Gah! Even with its extraordinary vitality, the Black Slaughter Lord was doomed with its heart blown to smithereens. The Black Slaughter Lord's enormous serpentine eyes were bloodshot, its gaze filled with extreme resentment. It never imagined it would meet its end here. But even in death, it would exact revenge before its final breath, tearing Ling Mayu and Zhang Hào to shreds. SSSSHHH. The Black Slaughter Lord's bloodshot serpentine eyes fixed intently on Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu, who stood not far away. Emitting a series of hissing sounds as its immense genetic energy surged wildly within. It pushed its gravitational force field to its absolute limit, attempting to crush Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu into oblivion. At this critical moment, defying the immense gravity, Zhāng Hào seized Ling Mayu's delicate hand and clasped it tightly. Then, he shouted inwardly, "Enter the alternate space." Boom! The Black Slaughter Lord unleashed his full power, a terrifying force that sent shivers down the spine. Under the crushing pressure of the super-gravity field, the ground around him buckled as if unable to bear the load. It resembled a cataclysmic landslide, collapsing in massive chunks. Boom! The entire area within hundreds of meters seemed to be violently struck by an invisible giant palm, shaking violently and continuously. Within this hypergravity space, everything was mercilessly crushed and shattered. Chapter 61, A Desperate Gamble. Miss Ling. Sun Liaguan, ranked 9th, rushed over at top speed. Spotting the scene from afar, his fists clenched tightly. In his eyes, under these circumstances, Ling Mayu was undoubtedly doomed. Even Ling Mayu herself believed it. Yet miracles do happen. Under the crushing pressure, spatial teleportation had become ineffective. Just as the Black Slaughter Lord, on the brink of death, lunged forward in a frenzied attempt at revenge, Zhāng Hào seized Ling Mayu's slender hand. Instantly, he unleashed a brand new skill developed after his spatial ability reached level 6 escape into another dimension. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu's forms instantly blurred, vanishing from their original spot in the blink of an eye, leaving only faint, shimmering illusions behind. In this state, the violent gravitational pressure crushed down upon them, yet failed to inflict even the slightest harm. In the pitch-black alternate space, Zhāng Hào clasped Ling Mayu's hand tightly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He silently thanked his luck for making it in time. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but let out a wry, helpless smile. After his spatial ability reached level 6, he gained the skill to instantly teleport into another dimension. Once his body entered the alternate space, external attacks could not reach him. As Zhāng Hào contemplated whether he could use this ability to finish off the Black Slaughter Lord, Ling Mayu recklessly attempted to take the Black Slaughter Lord down with her. Fortunately, his reaction was swift, otherwise, Ling Mayu would have sacrificed herself in vain. Zhāng Hào then observed his surroundings with keen interest. The new ability he had gained transported him into a parallel dimension shrouded in complete darkness. In this environment, oxygen was absent. Even for a psionicist, prolonged exposure would prove life-threatening. From within the alternate space, the outside situation was clearly visible. Zhāng Hào watched as the Black Slaughter Lord's massive form rolled and crushed the ground in a frenzy, launching fierce attacks toward the spot where he and Ling Mayu had vanished. Yet no matter how powerful the Black Slaughter Lord was, it could not harm Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu, who had retreated into the alternate dimension. This escape into the alternate dimension was truly a divine technique. No matter how powerful the attack, if it couldn't land, it was utterly meaningless. And within that alternate space, virtually no attack could harm Zhāng Hào, at least not one wielded by ordinary beings. This is spatial ability. Ling Mayu was momentarily stunned, then her eyes widened in shock. Their narrow escape was due to entering another dimension, a feat her own spatial abilities couldn't achieve so instantly. This must be Zhāng Hao's doing. But Zhāng Hào possessed the same ability as her? Possessing a spatial ability as well? And its power was in no way inferior to hers. The energy drain is staggering. Zhāng Hào inwardly gasped. Entering another dimension was indeed a divine skill, but the drain on his genetic energy was beyond description, like a water tank with a gaping hole, water gushing out frantically. Zhāng Hào estimated that with his current level of source energy secret art mastery, entering a different space would drain his genetic energy to near depletion within half a minute at most. The Black Slaughter Lord rampaged with frenzied destruction, consumed by bitter resentment. Having watched Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu vanish before its eyes, it could not slay its enemies, a fate that left it utterly unwilling to meet its end. Yet no matter how unwilling it was, its fate was already sealed. Boom! After its final frenzy, the Black Slaughter Lord's eyes gradually lost their light, and its massive body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Finally dead. Zhāng Hào exhaled a long breath of relief, his genetic energy depleted to the point of near collapse. Phew! Zhāng Hào returned from the alternate dimension to Earth's space. Instantly, a wave of weakness washed over him, forcing him to gasp for breath. Ling Mayu gazed at Zhāng Hao's resolute and handsome face, recalling how he had rushed to her side without hesitation earlier. An inexplicable impulse surged within her. Suddenly, she made a move that instantly left Zhāng Hao's mind blank. Ling Mayu gazed at Zhāng Hao's resolute and handsome face, her thoughts drifting back to the earlier scene where he had come to her side without hesitation. At that moment, an inexplicable surge of intense impulse welled up within her. Instantly, she made a move that left Zhāng Hào momentarily dazed. Peck! Ling Mayu tiptoed lightly, leaving a kiss on Zhāng Hao's cheek as light as a dragonfly skimming water. Ha! Zhāng Hào froze in place, struck as if by lightning. He saw a faint, captivating blush quietly spread across Ling Mayu's usually cool and composed face. That slightly bashful look was truly irresistible. Outside, the gathered psychics sighed inwardly. The Black Slaughter Lord's final, frenzied outburst had obliterated everything around them. They believed Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu had no chance of survival. They are heroes we must forever remember. In the command center, General Wang's weathered face bore a look of solemn respect. Had Ling Mayu not risked her life to assassinate the Black Slaughter Lord, allowing him to reach the refuge would have caused unimaginable casualties. Look! Someone pointed toward the distance, shouting in shock. Through the swirling dust, two figures slowly emerged: Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu. Apart from their slightly pale complexions, they bore not a single scratch. How is it possible? Sun Liaguan's face was etched with disbelief. How on earth had Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu survived such a desperate situation? A strange look also flashed in the Storm Arrow King's eyes. Earlier, all eyes had been fixed on Ling Mayu. No one had paid much attention to how Zhāng Hào had appeared beside her unnoticed, nor did they understand how they had narrowly escaped death. And Zhāng Hào certainly wouldn't broadcast his spatial abilities after all, keeping a trump card up his sleeve was always advantageous. Ha, loot drop. Zhāng Hào quickly picked up the items and attributes dropped by the Black Slaughter Lord. Pickup successful. Gained 100,000 EXP. Pickup successful. Gained 1,120 spirit points. Pickup successful. Gained 1210 strength points. Pickup successful. Gained 1250 points of constitution. Pickup successful. Obtained 1 Lord Great Energy Stone. Pickup successful. Acquired Force Control Ability LV1. A series of beeps sounded in quick succession, filling Zhāng Hào with uncontrollable joy. His attributes had now reached the advanced tier of the 3rd stage. The benefits from this battle were truly immense. Thank goodness, you're both safe. Liao Hongfei and the others silently breathed a sigh of relief. As Celestial Palace adepts, they deeply admired Ling Mayu and Zhāng Hao's courage in daring to confront the Black Slaughter Lord and successfully slaying it. Even in death, the Black Slaughter Lord's 60-meter-long corpse still radiated a malevolent aura powerful enough to strike fear into anyone. Remember, this was a terrifying monster that had withstood over 100 artillery strikes without a scratch. Chapter 62, Skills can actually be fused. Ding! Detecting Force Mastery and Petrification. Merge? At that moment, the system's prompt sounded in Zhāng Hao's ear, leaving him utterly stunned. Force control and petrification could fuse? What would they become after merging? As Zhāng Hào pondered whether to proceed with the fusion, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Ha! The mutated beasts are retreating. On the city walls, soldiers erupted in ecstatic laughter. The beast tide had already inflicted heavy casualties on the mutated beasts, prompting numerous Lord-level mutated beasts to personally join the fray. Yet the mightiest among them, the Black Slaughter Lord, had just met his end. The Black Slaughter Lord's piercing deathcry had been heard by the other Lord-level mutated beasts, instantly striking fear into their hearts. As the mightiest Lord-class monster in this horde, even its defeat left the remaining mutated beasts trembling with fear. As several Lord-level mutated beasts retreated first, the morale of the entire horde instantly collapsed. They fled in disarray, and this battle ended in a resounding victory for Faming City. Ha! Today, everyone must drink to their heart's content. Faming City will present the finest delicacies to entertain you all. The high-ranking officials of Faming City wore expressions of pure delight. Though many lives were lost in this beast tide, the casualties were far fewer than in previous waves and remained within tolerable limits, a source of genuine relief. Miss Ling, how are you feeling? Sun Liaguang asked with a hint of concern, a faint smile on his face. MHM. Ling Mayu nodded indifferently, as cold as ever. What irritated Sun Lianguang, however, was a growing sense that Ling Mayu's attention seemed entirely focused on Zhāng Hào beside her. Nevertheless, Sun Lianguang dared not show her the slightest disrespect. Her status and background were not something ordinary people could afford to provoke. After celebrating in Faming City, Zhāng Hào and the others took their leave the next day, setting off on their journey back to the Celestial Palace. After all, Faming City had just endured a beast tide, and numerous matters required handling. Their continued presence would only add complications. The Faming City battle had undoubtedly catapulted Zhāng Hào to fame. Sun Liaguang and his companions had performed exceptionally well in the battle, working together to slay a quasi-lord-level mutated beast. Ling Mayu, meanwhile, delivered the fatal blow to the Black Slaughter Lord, earning widespread admiration. Zhāng Hào, working alongside Faming City, had consecutively slain 2 quasi-lord-level creatures. His transformed form as a giant over 20 meters tall was particularly eye-catching. On the official website of the Transcendent Alliance, some had even nicknamed him the Giant. Of course, Zhāng Hào remained far from complacent. He knew his current strength was still far from the pinnacle. Setting aside the gap against the world's top 100 combatants, even compared to figures like the Storm Arrow King, he lagged behind by several tiers. Moreover, since joining the Celestial Palace, he had encountered increasingly profound matters. First, the Celestial Palace might not be the most powerful extraordinary faction. The Holy Legion, an extremely low-key organization, consistently regarded the survival of humanity as its mission. It did not vie for power or seek profit, acting with discretion yet possessing an extraordinary status. Recruiting only once every 3 years, even the Celestial Palace secured nearly 5 guaranteed spots. This alone speaks to the Sacred Legion's profound depth and foundation. Its strength is certainly no less than that of the Celestial Palace, perhaps even greater. Moreover, the Battle Heaven Tower itself reveals that super-powerful races once existed on Earth. If even the destroyer god of martial arts couldn't pass the 20th floor of the Battle Heaven Tower, how powerful must the race that created it have been? This world is vast beyond measure, concealing countless secrets, all of which demand immense power to uncover. Zhāng Hào reaped substantial rewards from this journey. First, he accumulated 200,000 experience points. Second, beyond acquiring vast quantities of energy stones, he obtained 3 high-quality ones. 2 of these were produced by quasi-lord-level mutant beasts, while the third was a lord-level energy stone produced by the Black Slaughter Lord. This is more than enough to propel me to the 4th tier. Zhāng Hào had others craft these 3 energy stones into easily absorbable gene potions. He was convinced that once he absorbed them all, becoming a 4th tier psychic would be a sure thing. In this world, money could make the impossible happen. Before long, the finished gene potions were delivered to Zhāng Hào. The dosage was substantial, but Zhāng Hào remained composed. He absorbed them methodically, continuing his rigorous training regimen to metabolize the potency. This approach allowed his physical constitution to grow as rapidly as a spring bamboo shoot. What stirred Zhāng Hao's heart most profoundly was the subtle shift in his relationship with Ling Mayu since the previous incident. Back then, facing the Black Slaughter Lord, Zhāng Hào had fearlessly stepped forward. This heroic act had undoubtedly touched Ling Mayu's heart deeply. Afterwards, she had even taken the initiative to kiss him. Let it all unfold as fate wills. Zhāng Hao's feelings toward Ling Mayu were rather complicated. He shook his head helplessly, believing that letting things unfold naturally was the best course of action. Finally, on this day, Zhāng Hào fully assimilated all the gene-enhancing serums, triggering astonishing transformations in his attributes. Name, Zhāng Hào. Tier 4, Junior. Strength, 120,613. Agility, 115,291. Constitution, 126,760. Spirit, 101,914. Experience points, 233,110. Skills, Firearms Mastery LV1, Basic Swordplay LV5, Fossilization LV8, Source Energy Sorcery LV5, Manhwa Sword Technique LV4, Shadow Step LV3, Psionic Space LV6, God Slaying Dart LV2, Frost Psionics LV3, Gigantification Psionics LV6, Lingering Blood Sword Technique LV3, Force Control LV1. At this point, Zhāng Hào officially entered the realm of a 4th-tier psionicist. Upon reaching the 4th tier, the gap between each minor tier became extremely vast. A 4th-tier novice's combined attributes approached the sum of 1,000 individuals, a total of 100,000 points across all attributes. Thereafter, each minor tier required an additional 100,000 points in combined attributes to ascend. In other words, a 5th-tier beginner master possesses over 500,000 points in every attribute. As for the powerhouses ranked among the top 100, those at the level of kings and emperors, their might is truly terrifying. The Holy Legion is recruiting. Recently, a major event sent shockwaves through the realm. The Holy Legion was about to open its doors for recruitment. The Celestial Palace holds 5 guaranteed admission spots, a prospect that leaves many drooling with envy. Yet, most possess enough self-awareness to realize their chances of securing one are slim. The Holy Legion, established even before the Celestial Palace, possessed an immeasurably profound heritage and foundations. It only recruited truly peerless geniuses. The disciples training at the Celestial Palace headquarters are all super geniuses selected from various branch halls. Each one would be the focus of all efforts to cultivate within smaller extraordinary factions. Yet, among these 400 or 500 prodigies, fewer than 5 possess the qualifications to enter the Holy Legion, a feat of unimaginable difficulty. The Holy Legion gathers humanity's most elite and exceptional geniuses. Precisely for this reason, those who emerge from the Holy Legion invariably attain the realm of 5th-tier grandmasters. Chapter 63, The Holy Legion. Naturally, Zhāng Hào harbored aspirations toward the Holy Legion, yearning to uncover its secrets. However, he knew his chances were slim. This was his 3rd month at headquarters. His progress had been nothing short of meteoric. He had successfully cleared the 10th floor of the Battle Haven Tower and climbed to the 22nd rank. Yet, there were still over 20 others ahead of him. No matter how he looked at it, it wasn't his turn. In fact, the official website of the Heavenly Palace headquarters had essentially finalized the 5 candidates for these spots. First and foremost was Gu Yan, the top-ranked disciple among the 400 to 500 advanced trainees at the Heavenly Palace. His strength was unfathomable. He had long been in seclusion, rarely showing his face, and a spot among the 5 was undoubtedly his. Ranked 2nd in this list, Lu Qingyan was equally certain to secure a spot. Luo Wen, ranked 3rd, is a rare prodigy. At just over 20 years old, he had already successfully conquered the 11th level of the Battle Haven Tower, securing his 3rd place ranking. Without a doubt, one of these 5 spots would almost certainly belong to him. Next is Sun Liaguang, ranked 4th. Recently, he entered seclusion to cultivate, rapidly enhancing his strength and leaping directly from 9th place to 4th. His family wields considerable influence within the Celestial Palace, and his own innate talent is exceptional. Securing a spot in the Sacred Legion is practically a foregone conclusion for him. The final spot undoubtedly belongs to Ling Mayu. She possesses a top-tier spatial ability. Though currently ranked in the teens, this ability undoubtedly grants her significant advantage. Moreover, there was her astonishing background. Zhāng Hào had only recently learned of Ling Mayu's extraordinary background. She was the adopted daughter of the destroyer martial god. Over a decade ago, Ling Mayu's hometown was ravaged by a beast tide, claiming the lives of her parents and relatives. Fortunately, the god of destruction happened to pass through the area and rescued her from the peril. Upon discovering her rare spatial ability, the god of destruction made an exception, bringing her back to the Celestial Palace and adopting her as his daughter. Yet even Ling Mayu had seen the god of destruction only a handful of times. The god of destruction often entered seclusion. At his level of cultivation, retreating for years at a time was commonplace. He would never appear lightly unless faced with a major crisis. This super-powered being, having lived for over 500 years, remained shrouded in mystery. With the backing of being the god of destruction's adopted daughter, coupled with her own spatial ability, Ling Mayu secured a spot in the Holy Legion without any objections. In summary, these 5 spots had already been completely snapped up, leaving no chance for the rest. For those aspiring to join the Holy Legion, the next opportunity would likely come only in 3 years' time. Though Zhāng Hào felt helpless about this, he remained convinced that regardless of whether he joined the Holy Legion, his future accomplishments would never fall short of anyone else's. Alright, let's try integrating the fossilization technique with the force control ability. Zhāng Hào suddenly recalled this matter. After system verification, the fossilization technique and force control ability were indeed compatible for fusion. He didn't know what changes the fusion would bring, but he suspected it wouldn't be bad. He resolved to have the system fuse the 2 abilities. Ding! Fossilization and force control abilities are merging. Merging in progress? Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Earth Control ability, level 4. As the system's notification sounded, Zhāng Hào froze in surprise. Fossilization and force control had actually merged into Earth Control, and it seemed the experience points had been evenly distributed. Previously, Zhāng Hao's fossilization technique was at LV8, while force control was at LV1. After merging, they became Earth Control at LV4. Earth Control, while standing upon the Earth, one gains its protection and the ability to manipulate gravity and repulsion. This was the newly fused ability, and Zhāng Hao's heart was filled with joy. This newly fused Earth Control combined the strengths of both petrification and force control, boasting even more powerful effects. It was an extremely rare high-tier ability. Judging by the experience points required for leveling up, it was in no way inferior to the ability space. Ha! Zhāng Hào felt as though he had become one with the earth. Standing motionless on the ground, he watched as the earth began to rumble beneath him, carrying him along slowly. The sensation was utterly wondrous. Snap! Zhāng Hào extended his hand and pushed. The repulsive force of his earth control erupted instantly, sending a vase 5 meters away, flying over 10 meters before crashing into the wall and shattering instantly. Ha! That feels awesome. Zhāng Hào was ecstatic. This ability fusion was truly fascinating. Combining 2 powers had forged an even more formidable ability. While Zhāng Hào was immersed in studying his earth control ability, an event was quietly unfolding within the celestial palace. An elderly man clad in white robes slowly approached the base of the heaven tilting tower. This heaven tilting tower soared 1,000 meters high, its summit seemingly hidden amidst the clouds. The tower's body leaned slightly, giving the eerie impression it might topple at any moment, a truly peculiar sight. Beneath the towering sky tilting tower, an elderly man clad in white robes approached with measured steps. This heaven tilting tower soared 1,000 meters high, its summit lost amidst the clouds and mist. The tower's body leaned slightly, as if poised to topple, a truly extraordinary sight. The elder halted before the tower and spoke with reverence. The 5 guaranteed spots for entry into the Sacred Legion have been finalized. I present them for your review, Palace Master. He held a scroll in his hand. Selection for the Holy Legion was no trivial matter. Those who emerged from its ranks often became formidable individuals capable of standing alone, qualifying them for positions within the Heavenly Palace's governing body as high-ranking officials. Thus, although the initial selections were made by subordinates, the final decision rested solely with the Destroyer Martial God. However, the God of Destruction was known to merely glance at the list casually, rarely offering any input. The white-robed elder waited quietly for a moment. Above the tower's peak, a faint, indistinct figure appeared and vanished. He immediately enveloped the scroll in genetic energy, causing it to appear as if held aloft by an invisible hand, slowly drifting toward the 1,000-meter-high tower summit. This single gesture alone was sufficient to demonstrate the profound power of the white-robed elder. The scroll was caught by a slender, jade-like hand. The figure scanned the 5 names inscribed upon it. Gu Yan, Lu Qingyan, Luowan, Sun Lianguan, Ling Mayu. These 5 names matched the list published on the official website exactly, thus confirming the slots for the Holy Legion. A faint smile touched the lips of the figure atop the tower. With a casual flick of her finger, Sun Lianguan's name vanished from the scroll. She added a few more strokes before tossing the scroll carelessly down the tower. With that done, she turned and stepped into the tower, her figure vanishing from sight. The white-robed elder swiftly extended a hand, catching the scroll as it plummeted from the 1,000-meter tower's summit. Unfolding it, he froze in place. Gu Yan, Lu Qingyan, Luo Wen, Zhāng Hào, Ling Mayu. The white-robed elder stared blankly, momentarily speechless. Among the 5 names, Sun Liuguang's had been erased and replaced with Zhāng Hào. The implication was clear. Chapter 64, the selected list replaced with Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào is indeed an exceptionally gifted prodigy, but he still lacks a bit of polish at this stage. However, since it is the Palace Master's wish, we shall comply. The white-robed elder shook his head helplessly. When they had previously discussed the 5 spots, Zhāng Hào had been considered, but he was deemed slightly lacking in comparison. They had decided to wait until the Holy Legion recruited again in 3 years to give him a spot. Yet unexpectedly, the God of Destruction had personally added Zhāng Hao's name to the list. The white-robed elder found this action utterly perplexing. The God of Destruction rarely interfered with administrative matters, devoting himself entirely to cultivation. In the past, she had merely glanced over the lists of recommended candidates for admission. This was the first time she had directly intervened to alter the list and specifically designate an individual. The white-robed elder could only sigh in resignation. Few could fathom the destruction goddess's true intentions. Perhaps this was merely a whim? Yet this seemingly casual act by the goddess of destruction sent shockwaves rippling through the entire Heavenly Palace headquarters. These 5 recommended candidates are quite different from what we anticipated. Exactly. While Zhāng Hào is undoubtedly talented and has shown remarkable progress, he's already ranked in the top 20, he still lags far behind Sun Lianguang. As the list was published on the Heavenly Palace's internal website, an uproar erupted among the crowd. The most critical point was that Sun Lianguang had been replaced by Zhāng Hào. Many believed that while Zhāng Hào was talented, he still fell short of Sun Lianguang's caliber. After completing his last seclusion, Sun Lianguang challenged the Battle Heaven Tower and leaped from 9th to 4th place, a truly astonishing achievement. But now, the name that should have been on this list, Sun Lianguang, had been replaced by Zhāng Hào. Though these individuals were filled with shock, most of them were simply watching the spectacle unfold. The one experiencing the most intense shock and emotional turmoil was undoubtedly the person directly involved, Sun Lianguang himself. Sun Lianguang had always been supremely confident in securing a recommended admission spot. Gifted with extraordinary talent and hailing from a family wielding considerable influence within the Celestial Palace, he saw his claim to this position as virtually assured. Yet, when the 5 names were announced before his eyes, the smile froze on Sun Lianguang's face. In that instant, his heart nearly shattered. Setting aside the other 4 candidates, why was Zhāng Hào on this list? He was convinced there must be some hidden trickery at play. Even on the official website, everyone believed Zhāng Hào had snatched the spot that rightfully belonged to Sun Lianguang. Sun Liang could no longer contain himself. He abruptly rose from the training room and strode purposefully toward an office. Upon reaching the door, he didn't even knock before forcefully pushing it open. Inside sat a towering man radiating authority. Had anyone else entered so rudely, his expression would have darkened. But this was Sun Lianguang. Instead, only a trace of resignation flitted across his face. "Father, you saw the news, right? What on earth is going on? How did Zhāng Hào get my spot?" Sun Lianguang asked impatiently the moment he saw the tall man. This imposing figure was none other than Sun Lianguang's father, Sun Tianji, whose status was extraordinary. The Celestial Palace was a vast, extraordinary power, internally divided into numerous factions and clans, with the Sun family being one of them. As the head of the Sun family and a key figure in the Celestial Palace's administration, Sun Tianji was a formidable 5th-tier master-level psychic. Among the palace's high-ranking officials, he held considerable influence. Sun Tianji massaged his temples, his brow furrowed. What manner of behavior is this, rushing about in such a flustered state? Sun Lianguang took several deep breaths, calming himself slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Sun Tianji, awaiting an explanation. Sun Tianji replied with a hint of resignation. Originally, the 5 guaranteed spots for the Holy Legion were indeed for Guiyan, Luowan, Luqingyan, Lingmoyu, and you. However, your spot has been replaced by Zhāng Hào. I just inquired with Elder Gongsun, and it seems this was the Palace Master's decision. How could that be? How could the Palace Master concern herself with such a trivial matter? Hearing this, Sun Lianguang shook his head in disbelief. Admission to the Holy Legion had always been decided solely by the Heavenly Palace's High Command. The God of Destruction merely reviewed the selections without offering opinions or interference. Why would he make an exception specifically for Zhāng Hào? Sun Lianguang didn't believe the God of Destruction was intentionally making things difficult for him. He suspected the God of Destruction might not even be aware of his existence. "Father, what should we do now? Am I supposed to wait another 3 years?" Sun Lianguang couldn't help but grow anxious. For someone as young as him, 3 years was no short span of time. Since this is the Palace Master's decision, no one can oppose it. But what if Zhāng Hào voluntarily relinquishes his claim? Sun Tianji, however, showed no sign of panic. His tone remained calm as he spoke. He voluntarily withdraws? Sun Lianguang froze in surprise. Ding! Consumed 40,000 EXP. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Earth Control LV.5. Ding! Consumed 80,000 EXP. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Earth Control LV.6. At that moment, Zhāng Hào was experimenting with the abilities of Earth Control, directly advancing it to level 6. Judging by the experience required for each level, Earth Control bore a striking resemblance to the psionic space ability. At that moment, Zhāng Hào was pouring all his efforts into advancing Earth Control's level, successfully raising it to level 6 in one go. Judging by the required experience points, Earth Control and the psionic space were of the same tier. Upon successfully upgrading Earth Control to level 6, Zhāng Hào felt as if he had become one with the Earth itself. His physical strength and source energy seemed boundless. The new ability born from the fusion of these two powers was truly extraordinary. Ha! Zhāng Hào halted his training, opened his computer, and froze in shock. There, among the 5 guaranteed spots for the Holy Legion, his name stood out prominently. Zhāng Hào could scarcely believe his eyes. He rubbed them hard, checking again and again to confirm he wasn't mistaken. He had truly earned a guaranteed spot in the Holy Legion. How is this possible? While my performance has been decent, I'm only ranked in the 20s. No matter how I think about it, this spot shouldn't have come to me. Zhāng Hào was both shocked and overjoyed. Even he hadn't expected to secure a direct admission spot. Yet there it was, his name etched in black and white. And from online rumors, he'd learned this spot had been personally approved by the destroyer martial god. Could it be because of MOU? After the initial shock wore off, Zhāng Hào began pondering the reason behind it. Ling Mayu was the destruction martial god's adopted daughter. Could it be that Ling Mayu had pleaded with the destruction martial god? Given the destroyer martial god's status, it was within his power to easily decide the allocation of these 5 spots. Just then, the training room doorbell rang. Zhāng Hào opened the door and was somewhat surprised to find Ling Mayu standing there, dressed in a white gown. Congratulations! You've secured a spot in the Sacred Legion. Ling Mayu's face remained cool and composed, yet Zhāng Hào could sense her joy and a subtle shift in her attitude toward him. Before, it had been polite, now, there was an added touch of gentleness. Chapter 65, The Misfortune of a Straight Guy. Ling Mayu was genuinely overjoyed. The fact that Zhāng Hào would be joining the Holy Legion alongside her filled her with heartfelt happiness. Upon hearing the news, she had rushed over to congratulate him. Ha ha! Zhāng Hào scratched his head. Ever since returning from Faming City, the dynamic between them had grown increasingly complex. They dined together more frequently, and Ling Mayu seemed more talkative in his presence. Zhāng Hào voiced his lingering doubt. This spot, did you lobby the palace master for me? Ling Mayu shook her head gently. No. I rarely get the chance to meet with the palace master. According to Ling Mayu, despite being the adopted daughter of the god of destruction, she rarely encountered him. Moreover, due to their differing personalities, they had little common ground when they did meet, their interactions typically limited to simple greetings like, "Have you eaten?" After all, she was not the god of destruction's biological child. Ling Mayu described the god of destruction as extremely reclusive. Ling Mayu clearly wouldn't lie about such matters, which only deepened Zhāng Hao's confusion. Why then would the god of destruction specifically grant him a spot? Could it be that he recognized his potential? He had joined the Celestial Palace less than half a year ago, yet had achieved such tremendous progress, undoubtedly an extremely rare feat in the history of the Celestial Palace. Miss Ling, young Zhang, you're both here. At that moment, a dignified middle-aged man stepped through the open doors of the training hall. This imposing figure was none other than Sun Tianji, followed closely by Sun Liuguang. Sun Liuguang's heart burned with rage upon seeing Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu together, but he forced himself to suppress it. Elder Sun? Zhāng Hào was slightly surprised to see Sun Tianji. Information about Sun Tianji was available on the Heavenly Palace's official website. He was a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Palace, having become an elder at a remarkably young age. Sun Tianji smiled broadly and said, "I need your help with something, young friend Zhang." Sun Tianji appeared completely unassuming, but Zhāng Hào sensed that the elder was likely here regarding the quota matter. He chose silence, offering no reply. Sun Tianji's brow furrowed slightly, yet his smile remained. He spoke earnestly, "There are only 5 spots available to enter the Holy Legion. You were fortunate enough to secure one of them. However, joining the Holy Legion may not be a blessing. I once served there, and the reason it produces so many strong individuals is precisely because danger lurks everywhere. What is the mission of a Holy Legion member? It is to devote every effort to the advancement of humanity, exploring ancient ruins, hunting mighty beast lords, venturing deep into unknown perilous lands. These are commonplace tasks for Holy Legion members. Precisely because of this, the Holy Legion's mortality rate is shockingly high." Sun Tianji revealed some little-known secrets. The reason the Holy Legion forges so many powerful individuals is that everyone there is tempered through relentless trials in treacherous environments. Its death rate is terrifyingly high, and those who survive are undoubtedly true powerhouses. Sun Tianji continued, "Young Zhang, your progress is remarkable, and your talent is exceptional. However, joining the Holy Legion now would be premature. Why not dedicate yourself to cultivation for another 3 years? By then, when you do join the Holy Legion, you will surely shine brilliantly." Zhāng Hào understood Sun Tianji's intent. He wanted Zhāng Hào to voluntarily relinquish the spot, all for the sake of Sun Liuguang lurking behind him. Though Sun Tianji spoke of the Holy Legion's perils, Zhāng Hào felt no fear. He firmly believed that only through facing danger could one truly forge genuine strength. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Sunday. I've long yearned for the Holy Legion. I will not relinquish this spot." Zhāng Hào shook his head, refusing without hesitation, his stance unwavering. Ling Mayu, standing nearby, silently breathed a sigh of relief. Deep down, she had truly hoped Zhāng Hào would join her in the Holy Legion. Sun Tianji frowned again at Zhāng Hao's response. Since Zhāng Hào refused to relinquish it voluntarily, he couldn't force the issue after all. This had been personally approved by the destroyer martial god. Behind him, Sun Liuguang finally lost his patience. "Zhāng Hào," he snapped angrily, "what gives you the right to claim this spot? Is it because of your relationship with Ling Mayu? Relying on a woman? What kind of man are you?" Sun Liuguang was convinced that his spot had been replaced because Zhāng Hào had spoken to Ling Mayu. As the martial god of destruction's adopted daughter, if she had interceded on his behalf, securing a guaranteed spot would have been effortless. Sun Tianji heard these words but made no attempt to intervene. In his view, the squabbles among the younger generation were mere childish bickering, and having Sun Liuguang, the party involved, resolve the matter himself was perhaps the most appropriate course of action. What did you say? Ling Moyu, who rarely lost her temper, felt a surge of rage welling up inside her. She asked coldly. Zhāng Hào, equally seething with indignation, had earned his spot in the god of martial arts elimination without resorting to underhanded tactics. His expression turned icy as he retorted, "What do you want?" Sun Liuguang's face twisted into a savage grimace. "Do you dare face me in a duel to the death?" Sun Liuguang harbored affection for Ling Moyu, but she remained unapproachable. Zhāng Hào, however, shared an ambiguous relationship with her, fueling Sun Liuguang's jealousy. Now, the spot that should have been his was snatched away by Zhāng Hào through despicable means, pushing Sun Liuguang's rage to its peak. He directly challenged Zhāng Hào to a life or death duel. Sun Tianji gasped in shock, snapping, "Have you lost your mind?" As fellow members of the same extraordinary faction, both core disciples, engaging in a life or death duel required deep-seated hatred. Even if Sun Tianji could defeat Zhāng Hào, such an act would only bring him disadvantage. Sun Tianji turned to Zhāng Hào instead. "Young Zhang, this spot was originally meant for Liuguang. Now that he refuses to accept this outcome, I can hardly stop him. Why not settle this with a wager? If Liuguang wins, the spot is his. Should you lose, I guarantee I'll do everything in my power to secure you a direct admission slot into the Holy Legion in 3 years." Ling Moyu urged Zhāng Hào to refuse. In her view, this wager was pointless. The spot was already his, making the contest unnecessary. Fine. However, Zhāng Hào was thoroughly enraged. Since the Sun family father and son deemed him unworthy of the spot, he would prove his worth through sheer strength. Seeing Zhāng Hào agree so readily, Sun Tianji was taken aback, then overjoyed. "It's settled. Let's head to the dueling grounds. It's just a friendly spar, nothing to damage our friendship." "No need. Let's do it right here," Zhāng Hào declared coldly. "Right here? Fine. Defeating you will be a piece of cake." A sneer flashed across Sun Liuguang's face. Daring to challenge him to a duel? He would make Zhāng Hào understand what it truly meant to face a formidable opponent. "Right here, defeating you will be effortless, no need for me to exert myself." Sun Liuguang's face wore a sneer. Daring to challenge him to a duel, he would make sure the other knew what a true powerhouse was. In the spacious training hall, the two stood facing each other. Zhāng Hào remained composed as he asked, "Ready? Bring it on. No backing out after you lose." Sun Liuguang's lips curled upward, forming a faint arc. Chapter 66, that's all you've got? Sun Tianji felt quite pleased. This way, reclaiming the spot would be the best possible outcome. As for Ling Moyu, recalling Zhāng Hao's unique spatial ability, she knew he must have been confident when agreeing to duel Sun Liuguang. Earth control. The surging genetic energy within Zhāng Hào erupted violently. Instantly, Sun Tianji, watching from afar, felt his pupils contract slightly. He saw Zhāng Hào merge seamlessly with the earth itself, leaving not a single flaw exposed. "What is this?" Sun Liuguang, who had been wearing a look of contempt, froze instantly. He suddenly felt a terrifying gravitational force acting upon him from all directions. His fragile internal organs, even his blood vessels, felt as if they were being dragged downward by this force. Sun Liuguang's face turned pale, the discomfort nearly forcing him to vomit blood. Fortunately, he possessed a 4th-tier physique. Had this been a 1st or 2nd-tier psionic, the crushing force would likely have shattered their internal organs. Earth control fused the characteristics of fossilization and force control, yet proved even more formidable. This gravitational manipulation alone pushed Sun Liuguang to the brink of agony. Whoosh! Zhāng Hao's eyes were icy cold. He suddenly took a step forward, and a dazzling scene unfolded. With just one stride, Zhāng Hào instantly appeared before Sun Liuguang. After advancing Earth control to level 6, Zhāng Hào gained the extraordinary ability to shrink distances to inches. A single stride could span hundreds of meters, akin to spatial teleportation, yet faster, more abrupt, and allowing him to gather power during the process. Boom! Landing before Sun Liuguang, Zhāng Hào unleashed a punch. His physique, also at the 4th tier, generated a howling gale as the blow slammed towards Sun Liuguang's chest. What? Sun Liuguang's pupils contracted sharply. Zhāng Hao's bizarre ground-shrinking ability and gravitational force field sent shockwaves through his mind, making him realize he had severely underestimated Zhāng Hao's strength. However, as the 4th-ranked powerhouse, he swiftly crossed his arms in front of his chest, intending to absorb the blow head-on before launching a counterattack. Boom! The punch was devastatingly heavy. Sun Liuguang, his feet planted firmly on the training room's wide track, was sent reeling backward 20 to 30 meters. The impact on his arms was excruciating, as if his very bone marrow had been pierced. Yet this was far from over. Zhāng Hào took another stride forward, seemingly fusing with the earth itself, instantly closing the distance on the retreating Sun Liuguang. A low, furious growl erupted from his throat as he channeled explosive force into his fist, unleashing another devastating strike. Sun Liaguan hadn't even regained his footing when he was met with an even heavier blow. Crack! This punch, amplified with repulsive force, delivered a shockingly exaggerated impact. Sun Liaguan's arms, raised to protect his torso, snapped with a crack as they slammed uncontrollably into his chest. The impact caused him to spew a large mouthful of blood. Boom! Sun Liaguan was sent flying backward dozens of meters, crashing into the wall at the far end of the training room with a thunderous roar. The reinforced wall shattered, spiderweb cracks spreading across its surface. Sun Liaguan's body was embedded into the wall, as if inlaid within it. Ling Moyu blinked in surprise. She had initially thought defeating Sun Liaguan would be no easy feat for Zhāng Hào, requiring at least the deployment of his concealed spatial abilities. Yet, Zhāng Hào had delivered only 2 punches, sending Sun Liaguan spewing blood, both arms shattered, without even a chance to retaliate. Earth Mastery had vastly enhanced Zhāng Hao's combat prowess. The experience points required to upgrade it rivaled those of the psionic space, a testament to its immense power. Of course, Sun Liaguan's swift defeat at Zhāng Hao's hands was also due to his own overconfidence. He hadn't even unleashed his true strength before being beaten to the point of vomiting blood, utterly humiliating. In dealing with others, one should always maintain a measure of humility. Zhāng Hào observed Sun Liaguan, who was still embedded in the wall, his tone calm and matter-of-fact. Sun Liaguan's crushing defeat stemmed from his belief that his 4th-place ranking made him vastly superior to Zhāng Hào, who was ranked in the 20s. Sun Tiangji finally snapped out of his daze. Sun Liaguan's defeat had been so swift and decisive that, beyond his shock, a torrent of rage surged within him. How dare Zhāng Hào strike so ruthlessly in his presence? What do you think you're doing? A flash of vicious intent flickered in Sun Tianji's eyes. Yet before he could act, Ling Moyu stepped in front of him, her voice cold as she demanded. Sun Tianji dared not lay a finger on the adopted daughter of the god of destruction. Suppressing his rage, he vanished in a flash, retrieving the unconscious Sun Liaguan from the wall. Shouldering the unconscious man, he disappeared from the training room without a word. In his youth, Sun Tianji had trained within the Holy Legion, attaining the strength of a 5th-tier grandmaster. However, this was the Heavenly Palace. He could not forcibly suppress others with his strength alone and could only depart reluctantly. Zhāng Hào had intended to demonstrate his strength to prove his worthiness for the spot, and Sun Liaguan's provocation was an unexpected boon. Care to grab a bite? Ling Moyu suggested softly. Sure. Recalling the awkwardness of their previous meal together, Zhāng Hào felt a pang of resignation, yet he naturally wouldn't refuse this invitation. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 3 days had passed. Today was the day to report to the Holy Legion. After bidding farewell to Yang Tian, Zhāng Hào arrived at the central plaza of the Celestial Palace for assembly. Many people were already waiting in the central plaza. Besides Ling Moyu, Zhāng Hào spotted 3 other members heading to the Holy Legion. Among them was a man around 30, his fiery red hair strikingly conspicuous, exuding a strong aura of aloofness. This was Gu Yan, previously ranked 1st in the Holy Legion. Ranked 2nd was Lu Qingyan, a woman in her mid-20s with a fiery figure and a pair of enchantingly seductive fox-like eyes. The other was a young man around Zhāng Hao's age named Luo Wen. He appeared rather shy, but Zhāng Hào knew this man was far from ordinary. Among the Heavenly Palace's core disciples, he ranked among the top 3 in talent in recent years. I hear you defeated Sun Liaguan not long ago? The red-haired man, Gu Yan, addressed Zhāng Hào with this question the moment they met. Yes. Zhāng Hào made no attempt to conceal it. Seeing Zhāng Hao's response, the red-haired man, Gu Yan, nodded and said no more. Though rumors had circulated about Zhāng Hao's victory over Sun Liaguan, their veracity remained uncertain. Gu Yan merely sought confirmation that Zhāng Hào had earned his place through genuine strength. Once we enter the Holy Legion, only by uniting as one will we stand a chance of enduring. Lu Qingyan murmured softly with a faint smile. The Holy Legion was nothing like the relatively peaceful atmosphere of the Celestial Palace. Its members frequently had to go out on missions, and the death rate was extremely high. The young man, Luo Wen, appeared quite excited. He couldn't wait to witness this most ancient extraordinary power for himself. Let's go. The 5 boarded an enormous transport aircraft. Not only was its scale staggering, but it was also equipped with highly advanced weaponry systems. The fuselage bore the striking emblem of the Celestial Palace. Such an imposing presence commanded respect, no one would dare to offend it lightly. The transport aircraft lifted off smoothly. Zhāng Hào reclined in a comfortable chair beside Ling Moyu. Zhāng Hào couldn't suppress his excitement. The Sacred Legion was said to be the most ancient extraordinary power, its ranks filled with super geniuses from across the globe. What kind of place was this mysterious realm? Chapter 67, Journey to the Holy Legion. Where exactly is the Holy Legion located? Zhāng Hào asked Ling Moyu softly. His knowledge of the Holy Legion was limited to the scant information he'd gathered online. I've heard, it's on the northern continent. Ling Moyu replied to Zhāng Hào. At this news, Zhāng Hào froze in place. As far as he knew, this Earth was over 10 times larger than the one he originally came from. The world was divided into 4 continents. They were on the eastern continent, while the Holy Legion was located on the distant northern continent, a land far north. At that moment, the young, handsome-faced man Luo Wen also spoke excitedly. I heard the northern continent is the farthest north, where snow often falls. Zhāng Hào shook his head helplessly. From what he understood, snowfall was rare on the eastern continent. The last time it had snowed seemed to have been 8 or 9 years ago. As someone who had traveled through time, he didn't have a particularly deep understanding of this. The northern continent, it's fraught with danger. Lu Qingyan, who usually wore a smile, now wore a grave expression. That land of the far north has a harsh environment. The people who live there have to fight monsters from a young age just to survive. And because it's so far from the eastern continent, the Supernatural Alliance's influence there is extremely weak, which has allowed many other organizations to flourish. A harsh land breeds harsh people? Zhāng Hào couldn't help but voice this observation. The far north seemed far more complex than he'd imagined. Human populations there were sparse compared to the eastern continent, a vast land with few inhabitants. Many regions remained unexplored. Moreover, the Supernatural Alliance's primary forces were concentrated on the eastern continent, leaving their control over the northern continent almost negligible. Precisely because of this, numerous small organizations had sprung up across the northern continent, a land devoid of order, a realm of utter chaos. The Holy Legion's choice to station itself in the northern continent might stem precisely from its far harsher environment compared to the eastern continent. Only in such brutal conditions could true strength be forged. The transport aircraft continued its flight, crossing vast oceans, flying non-stop for nearly a day and night. By the following dawn, as the first light of day touched the horizon, the endless sea finally vanished from view, replaced by a realm blanketed in swirling snow. How beautiful! Zhāng Hào gazed out the window. Snowflakes as large as goose feathers drifted through the sky, while snow-capped silver white peaks stood majestically against the horizon. The vast expanse of land stretched endlessly before them. This was the northern continent, the farthest north, where ice and snow reigned year-round, stretching for thousands of miles. Zhāng Hào also spotted numerous mutated beasts moving through the snow below, mostly creatures adapted to the frozen landscape like polar bears and tundra wolves. Moreover, many of the beasts listed on the legendary Fiend Beast rankings made their homes in this frozen wasteland. The so-called fearsome beasts list was similar to the human 100-strong battle rankings. While the latter ranked the strongest humans, the former ranked zombies and mutated beasts, cataloging the world's 100 most terrifying monsters. Of course, many monsters dwell in remote, uninhabited areas unknown to the world, so this fearsome beasts list can only serve as a reference. Right below us. As the flight continued, a magnificent silver-white colossal city appeared ahead. This city was the garrison of the Holy Legion, the Immortal Fortress. Its silver-white walls soared 100 meters high, emanating an aura of profound antiquity. Legend holds that the Fortress of Immortality has stood in the far north for centuries, never breached by monsters, a shining monument forged by history. Along the fortress walls, numerous soldiers clad in silver armor stood guard with solemn expressions. They looked up at the massive transport aircraft in the sky. Upon recognizing its insignia, they offered no resistance. Should any intruder or monster dare to soar above the undying fortress, they would be instantly shot down by its terrifying firepower. Even a lord-level monster would meet certain death. The transport aircraft landed smoothly at the central 673 landing pad of the Immortal Fortress, where silver-armored soldiers were also stationed on duty. The Immortal Fortress only recruited new cadets once every 3 years. Now, a multitude of people had gathered here, those like Zhāng Hào who had secured spots from across the world and successfully joined the Holy Legion. It's bone-chillingly cold. As the aircraft door opened, a biting cold swept over them. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but smile wryly. The frigidness of this northernmost land surpassed all expectations. Ordinary people simply couldn't survive in such conditions. Ling Moyu, Gu Yan, and the others surveyed their surroundings with equal curiosity. A silver-armored soldier approached. Noticing Zhāng Hào and the others had disembarked from the passenger plane bearing the Heavenly Palace emblem, he addressed them. Are you the new recruits joining the Holy Legion? Please follow me for registration. Thank you. Luo Wen replied politely. The group followed the silver-armored soldier toward the central fortress zone, an area strictly restricted to Holy Legion members. Ordinary people were forbidden from approaching. What's that? Zhāng Hào and the others saw a blazing flame at the top of the entrance. The flame swayed like rootless duckweed in the wind, yet never extinguished. Zhāng Hào and the others watched in awe. The silver-armored soldier explained with a smile, this is an eternal sacred flame. It is said to have been left behind after the passing of our Holy Legion's commander-in-chief. It has burned continuously for hundreds of years now. A flame that hasn't been extinguished for hundreds of years? Zhāng Hào and his companions were utterly stunned. That the late supreme commander of the Holy Legion, who had attained enlightenment through meditation, could leave behind a flame burning for centuries, just how profoundly mysterious must his power have been? The silver-armored soldier led Zhāng Hào and the others to the administrative office. After receiving the Holy Legion's standard uniforms and keys to their dormitory, they temporarily parted ways. The lodgings assigned by the Holy Legion were nothing short of luxurious, even extravagant. After all, members of the Holy Legion faced an extremely high mortality rate. The slightest misstep could mean certain death, so naturally, they sought to indulge in life's pleasures while they still could. The Holy Legion's uniform was black, emblazoned with a fiercely burning crimson flame, giving it an exceptionally cool and stylish appearance. Over the next day, Zhāng Hào familiarized himself with various areas of the Immortal Fortress. On the very next day after arriving at the Holy Legion, Zhāng Hào and the others received a notice to assemble. The following day, Zhāng Hào familiarized himself with various areas of the Immortal Fortress. The very next day after joining the Holy Legion, Zhāng Hào and his companions received a notice to assemble. Zhāng Hào arrived at the central area of the Immortal Fortress, where nearly 100 people had already gathered, including Ling Moyu. These individuals were all new recruits to the Holy Legion, hailing from every corner of the globe, each one a top-tier prodigy. At that moment, a stern-faced man slowly walked onto the stage. He wore black attire, with a blue flame emblem emblazoned upon his chest. That's the Azure Flame Medal. He's a 5th-tier Grandmaster-level psionicist. A man beside Zhāng Hào exclaimed excitedly, "Rumor has it that once you join the Holy Legion, there's only one way out, earning at least one blue flame medal." Zhāng Hào heard this and felt a surge of astonishment within himself. Chapter 68, The Azure Flame Medal. Earlier, he had browsed some related information on the Holy Legion's official website and learned that this organization was no place for casual entry or exit. Once joined, members must obey the Legion's assigned missions. There were only 2 ways to leave. The first was to be expelled for committing a grave offense, a move that would undoubtedly bring shame and condemnation. The second was to earn the Sacred Legion's Blue Flame Medal, which was equivalent to graduating successfully. One could then choose to remain in the Sacred Legion or depart immediately. Possessing a Blue Flame Medal is the highest honor imaginable. Only those who have made significant contributions and demonstrated exceptional performance within the Holy Legion can earn one. The benefits of possessing the Blue Flame Medal are manifold. Not only does it command profound respect, but the recipient's descendants also gain the protection of the Holy Legion, a blessing extending through generations. Typically, attaining the Blue Flame Medal requires reaching at least the 5th-tier Grandmaster level of strength. Above the Azure Flame Medal lie the Silver Flame Medal, the Gold Flame Medal, and the pinnacle, the Black Flame Medal. Achieving the Blue Flame Medal is already an immense challenge, let alone the highest-tier Black Flame Medal. According to official records, throughout the Holy Legion's history, only a handful have ever earned the Black Flame Medal. Beyond the Legion's founding elders, only legendary supermasters like the Martial God of Destruction and the Yin-Yang Elder have ever held this honor. You are all super geniuses from across the world, but you must understand that this place is teeming with talents like yourselves. Outside, you may be prodigies, but within the Holy Legion, you are merely ordinary legionnaires. The cold-eyed man bearing the Azure Flame Medal spoke in a voice not loud, yet clear enough to reach every ear. His words were harsh, yet undeniably true. Gathered here were prodigies from across the globe, much like top students from small counties entering prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking. Who could claim superiority over another? You are all newcomers. According to Holy Legion tradition, new recruits must undergo a trial by blood. The cold-eyed man declared. A trial by blood? The name sounds intriguing. I hope it lives up to the hype. The new recruits gathered below showed no trace of fear. Instead, they radiated excitement and anticipation. Having been handpicked from among the most gifted, none of them feared the challenge. Depart immediately. It is called the blood trial because every trial claims lives without exception. The only difference lies in the number of casualties. The cold man's faint smile caused the excitement in everyone's hearts to fade considerably. Deaths occur in every trial? Zhāng Hào couldn't help but gasp. Nearly 100 individuals gathered here could all be considered the elite of humanity. Outside, they would undoubtedly be treated as treasures. Yet, every trial of the Holy Legion resulted in casualties, revealing just how brutal it truly was. The Holy Legion sought to forge true warriors, not delicate flowers raised in a greenhouse. Before joining the Holy Legion, every member was already aware of its extremely high mortality rate. Should misfortune strike in one parish, none of the extraordinary factions would pursue the matter. Zhāng Hào and his group boarded military jeeps and headed out toward the perimeter of the Immortal Fortress. Meanwhile, in the White Light Mountains north of the Immortal Fortress, a fierce battle was raging. The mountain range was blanketed in pristine snow, yet the snow outside the range was stained crimson with blood, with 4 or 5 corpses strewn across the ground. A man clad in silver armor glared with hatred, his teeth clenched as he snarled, "These damned remnants of the rebellious Tao Alliance are like weeds. No matter how many times we cut them down, they just keep growing back. Elder Fenghen, in my opinion, we should simply execute them all on the spot." At that moment, a group of silver-armored soldiers had tightly surrounded a band of men with fierce expressions. Their menacing appearance kept every silver-armored soldier on high alert, not daring to relax for a moment. Yet despite their fierce expressions, the men dared not make a move. For standing not far away was a figure clad in black robes. This man had a pale face, no beard, and hair streaked with gray. On his chest, a silver flame emblem stood out strikingly. Within the Holy Legion, only 5th-rank Grandmasters typically earned the Azure Flame Medal. Yet this cloaked man bore the superior silver flame metal, clear proof of his exalted status and formidable power, marking him far from an ordinary member of the Holy Legion. The man, known as Elder Fenghan, wore a pensive expression as he spoke slowly. Indeed, any member of the Reverse Path Alliance discovered should be executed. At this point, Elder Fenghan seemed to suddenly recall something, clapping his hands sharply. I have it. Aren't new members joining soon, requiring the blood trial? Why not use them as the trial targets for these new recruits? At this suggestion, the silver-armored soldiers all froze. One of them hesitated before speaking up, but these are remnants of the Rebellious Path Alliance, every last one of them ruthless and merciless. Using them as trial targets for new recruits might not be entirely appropriate. Whether it's appropriate or not is for me to decide. Even if 99 out of 100 perish, it will be worth it if we forge a single true warrior. Elder Fenghan snorted coldly, his eyes radiating an authority that brooked no argument. Seeing this, the others harbored doubts but dared not speak further. After all, Elder Fenghan was notoriously eccentric, and his own power had reached a level that inspired awe and fear. They dared not provoke him lightly and could only comply with his arrangements. This meant the new recruits were in for a rough time. You bastard! Do you really think we're pushovers? Let's fight them! Upon learning they were to be used as trial targets, the dozen or so men surrounded erupted in fury. Surging energy rippled from each of them, vowing to fight Elder Fenghan and his group to the death. You lot? You think you're worthy of facing me? Elder Fenghan snorted coldly with disdain. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. The overwhelming pressure made the dozen men feel as if darkness had descended before their eyes. Thud! 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 Without even moving an inch, Elder Fenghan sent the dozen men flying backward like kites whose strings had snapped. They grunted in unison, blood spurting relentlessly from their mouths. Elder Fenghan, a recipient of the Silver Flame Medal, was a 5th-tier master-level psionicist, an exceptionally rare powerhouse even among 5th-tier practitioners. He had single-handedly slain numerous Lord-level mutant beasts. Among this group before him, the strongest was merely a high-tier 4th rank. For Elder Fenghan, eliminating them was but a matter of a flick of the wrist. Get out of here! You may scrape by for a while within the White Bright Mountains. I have marked you with a tracking seal. Dare to step beyond the White Light Mountains, and I shall arrive instantly to wipe you all out. Elder Fenghan spoke with a flat tone. Chapter 69, Entering the Trial. The men clutched their chests tightly. Though filled with humiliation, they understood that as long as they were still alive, a sliver of hope remained. Without a word, they stumbled and staggered into the snow-covered White Bright Mountains. Not long after, outside the White Light Mountains, over a dozen military jeeps came to a slow halt. One by one, new members of the Holy Legion stepped out of the vehicles. Soon, outside the Beiming Mountains, over a dozen military jeeps came to an abrupt halt as numerous new members of the Holy Legion stepped out. I wonder what this trial will be. Luo Wen rubbed his hands together eagerly, while Zhāng Hao's eyes also gleamed with anticipation. At that moment, Elder Fenghan, observing the group's arrival, let a smile touch his lips as he announced loudly, I am the chief examiner for this trial. You may address me as Elder Fenghan. The trial itself is straightforward. Enter the White Light Mountains, hunt down the remnants of the Rebellious Path Alliance, and eliminate them all. You have 5 days to complete this mission. No sooner had Elder Fenghan finished speaking than a murmur rippled through the crowd below. Everyone's expressions turned solemn. Zhāng Hào was filled with confusion. What exactly is this Rebellious Path Alliance? Ling Moyu explained gravely, the Rebellious Path Alliance is an anti-human organization. Some extremists within it believe the world's order must be rebuilt. They claim only through destruction can new life emerge. Thus, they pursue so-called ultimate annihilation, seeking to exterminate all humanity before rebirth. These people are utterly insane. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but feel stunned. Even in peaceful times, anti-human organizations existed, how much more so in this chaotic apocalypse? Fortunately, the East Continent maintained relative peace thanks to the Supernatural Alliance, while the North Continent had become a breeding ground for criminals. They're nothing but a bunch of lunatics. Gust of Flame, usually taciturn, interjected unusually, his eyes burning with hatred. Rumor has it the source virus swept across the globe largely due to the efforts of these anti-human organizations. Among these groups, the Apocalypse Cult, the Undying Heavenly Palace, and the Reverse Path Alliance were the most powerful. The Reverse Path Alliance was hunted down by the Supernatural Alliance over a decade ago, leaving only scattered remnants behind. Any member of these organizations is fair game for execution. Their heads can be brought to the Supernatural Alliance for a hefty bounty. It was clear that Du Yan harbored deep hatred for the anti-human organizations. However, Lu Qingyan frowned deeply as she spoke. You want us to go kill members of the Rebellion Alliance? This won't be an easy task. The Rebellious Path Alliance members were notoriously vicious and brutal, stopping at nothing to achieve their goals. 11 members of the Reverse Path Alliance have fled into the Beiming Mountains. The strongest among them is a high-tier 4th-rank cultivator, though all are severely wounded and no longer at their peak strength. Of course, danger is inevitable. As a reward, I, Fenghan, will personally contribute some prizes. With that, Fenghan smiled as he produced a vial of crimson potion. This is a dominant blood potion, recently seized from the remnants of the Rebellious Path Alliance's stronghold. Consuming this potion will transform your body, purge impurities, and significantly boost your strength. For first-time users, it can increase raw strength by roughly 100,000 gene. At these words, every pair of eyes in the room fixed intently on the dominant blood potion in Elder Fenghan's hand. Zhāng Hào was also deeply shocked, silently wondering how this dominant blood potion could possibly be concocted. That it could transform one's very being and increase strength alone by a staggering 100,000 gene this far surpassed the dragon strength potion. Consider this, a 4th-tier beginner's punch barely reaches 100,000 kilograms. For this potion to boost strength by 50,000 kilograms was truly terrifying. Elder Fenghan had already used the Overlord's blood potion himself once before. Since he had few relatives or friends, he had decided on the spot to offer this captured prize as a reward. Elder Fenghan stated flatly, 11 members of the Rebellious Path Alliance fled into the White Light Mountains. If you want this bottle of Overlord blood potion, you'll have to trade their heads for it. I shall bestow it upon the one who claims the most heads. These words instantly galvanized the crowd. Immediately after, Elder Fenghan displayed photographs of the 11 Rebellious Path Alliance members. The trial of blood commences immediately. Elder Fenghan declared finally. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the new recruits of the Holy Legion rushed eagerly into the Baiming Mountains. After all, the Dominator blood potion was an extremely precious genetic elixir, utterly unobtainable outside these walls. We should depart as well, Lu Qingyan said. All 5 of them had emerged from the Celestial Palace, and a degree of mutual trust still existed between them. You may proceed together. Gu Yan's tone was indifferent. With that, he departed alone. He never liked working with others, always going his own way. Don't mind him. Lu Qingyan curled her lip. Gu Yan had always kept her at arm's length back in the Celestial Palace, a fact that grated on her nerves. Zhāng Hào, Luo Wen, Ling Maoyu, and Lu Qingyan entered the Baiming Mountains together. There are simply too many people. Originally, those 10 or so from the Reverse Tao Alliance who fled into the Baiming Mountains should have left footprints. But now, with over 100 other psychic ability users pouring in, it's impossible to tell whose footprints are whose. Zhāng Hào remarked with a hint of resignation. Within the Baiming Mountains, snow and ice blanketed the landscape. The 4 could only search slowly, constantly alert to any movement around them. The remnants of the Reverse Path Alliance were now like cornered beasts, extremely dangerous. Even in death, they would likely try to take many others down with them. There seems to be movement up ahead. Luo Wen's ears twitched as he hurriedly spoke. The 4 of them cautiously approached upon hearing this. Sure enough, within the snow-covered forest ahead, a white polar bear lay lazily sprawled on the ground, contentedly dozing. A 3rd-tier mutated beast, an ice bear? Judging solely by its size and imposing presence, the group roughly assessed the polar bear's strength. A 3rd-tier mutant beast was indeed formidable for ordinary psychic users, but for the 4 present, it could be easily slain. A flicker of excitement crossed Lu Qingyan's face. She gripped the hilt of the blade sheathed at her waist and drew a gleaming, crescent-shaped scimitar. The blade was exceptionally sharp, resembling a pristine new moon. The ice bear seemed to sense something, slowly opening its eyes as it attempted to rise from the ground. But it was too late. Splash! With a flick of her wrist, the scimitar soared through the air in a graceful arc. To the stunned gazes of the onlookers, it sliced through the air at an impossibly precise angle, instantly severing the polar bear's neck. The bear let out a faint, mournful cry and died instantly. Lu Qingyan possessed psychokinesis, the ability to manipulate objects with her mind. Ding, item retrieved. Gained 150 physical strength points. Ding, pickup successful. Gained 3000 EXP. Ding, pickup successful. Acquired Tier 3 Energy Stone X1. Zhāng Hào gathered the items dropped by the fallen ice bear, while Lu Qingyan excitedly stepped forward to cut open its heart. Yet after searching for a long time, she found no energy stone, leaving her utterly bewildered. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Chapter 70, Sudden Mutation. Zhāng Hao's expression suddenly shifted. Possessing the ability to control the earth, he sensed something beneath the ground rapidly approaching Lu Qingyan's location. Watch out! Almost simultaneously, Luo Wen also sensed the threat, his warning echoing Zhāng Hao's. What? Lu Qingyan's expression also changed abruptly. The snow beneath her seemed to come alive, morphing into a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs that lunged viciously toward her waist. However, Lu Qingyan was not the second-ranked powerhouse among the disciples training at the Heavenly Palace headquarters for nothing. Her reaction was lightning fast. She instantly enveloped herself in psychic energy and soared into the air. Snap! The gaping maw of snow and mud snapped shut, its jaws meeting only empty air. This sent a cold sweat running down Lu Qingyan's back. Had that maw caught her, she would likely have been torn clean in two. Members of the Reverse Tao Alliance? This sudden turn of events instantly made Zhāng Hào and the others realize their mission, to hunt down the 11 rebellious Tao Alliance members who had fled into the mountains. Clearly, these fugitives weren't going to go down without a fight. Little did they expect to encounter remnants of the Reverse Tao Alliance so soon after entering the mountains. Whether this was fortunate or unfortunate remained unclear. There's more than one Rebellious Path Alliance member. Zhāng Hao's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, from behind a large tree near the carcass of an ice bear, a bearded man clad in animal skins burst out. You want to hunt us? Then let's see who ends up killing whom. The bearded man roared with maniacal laughter. The group had been marked with tracking imprints by Elder Fenghen. The moment they left the White Bright Mountains, he would detect them and swiftly close in using the imprints. Therefore, they could only remain targets for the trial members within the White Light Mountains. No one would willingly surrender, especially not members of this anti-human organization. Amidst his maniacal laughter, the bearded man hoisted the 4-meter-long ice bear from the ground and hurled it with all his might toward Lu Qingyan, who was suspended in midair, enveloped by psychic energy. Boom! Though startled, Lu Qingyan remained composed. She instantly channeled her psychic energy into a protective barrier before her. The polar bear's corpse slammed into the psychic barrier and was successfully halted. Yet, Lu Qingyan sensed something was terribly wrong. Boom! The colossal carcass of the ice bear suddenly exploded violently. Bloody flesh fragments and muscle tissue scattered everywhere, unleashing a terrifying force comparable to a missile. Lu Qingyan's psychic barrier shattered instantly. She herself was sent flying backward, slamming hard into a large tree before sliding down its trunk. Sis Lu! Luo Wen's face drained of color. Lu Qingyan now lay covered in blood and flesh, blood gushing continuously from her mouth. After being ambushed by 2 vicious members of the Reverse Path Alliance, she was gravely wounded in an instant, her life force fading. In some ways, human psychics were more terrifying than monsters, for they possessed high intelligence and understood tactics. Zhāng Hào sensed the Earth-type ability user in the ground closing in on Lu Qingyan, lying motionless, intending to finish her off in one strike. Zhāng Hào wouldn't stand idly by. He swiftly channeled his genetic energy, unleashing a powerful gravitational force that crushed down upon the Earth Elementalist from the Rebellion Alliance. The man grunted in pain, feeling the surrounding soil transform into something as hard and heavy as steel. He roared in fury and burst out of the ground, a gaunt, emaciated man. The moment he surfaced, he bellowed, "Kill them all. Kill one to break even, kill 2 to make a profit." The bearded man's face twisted with savage fury. They knew their deaths were certain, but in their final moments, they resolved to go down fighting. The burly man with the full beard suddenly spread his arms wide and wrapped them tightly around a tree trunk as thick as a man's waist. Then, with a deafening roar, he uprooted the tree entirely. With all his might, he hurled the tree toward Zhāng Hào and his companions. "Get out of the way! Don't touch it!" Zhāng Hào shouted immediately. This bearded man's ability seemed to turn anything he touched into a bomb. Earlier, he had used the carcass of an ice bear to inflict severe injuries on the unsuspecting Lu Qingyan, leaving her barely clinging to life. Whoosh! Luo Wen flickered, swiftly evading the tree trunk's attack while firmly positioning himself in front of Lu Qingyan. He felt immense gratitude toward Lu Qingyan. She had shown him great kindness during their time in the Celestial Palace. Meanwhile, Ling Moyu instantly activated her spatial teleportation technique, appearing behind the bearded man in the blink of an eye. A chillingly cold long sword materialized in her hand, and without hesitation, she thrust it toward the bearded man's back. Spatial ability? The bearded man's pupils contracted sharply as he scrambled to dodge sideways, but his reflexes were just a fraction too slow. The icy blade instantly pierced through one of his arms. Ling Mayu's blade was no ordinary weapon, it sliced through iron like mud. With a slight flick of her wrist, the bearded man's arm was cleanly severed. Ling Mayu's gaze was as cold as frost. The bearded man had nearly taken the life of fellow Heavenly Palace member Lu Qingyan, and as a member of the anti-human organization, Ling Moyu showed no mercy. On the other side, the gaunt man's face twisted in a grimace as he flicked his finger at Zhāng Hào in a taunting gesture. "Come on, kid. If you've got the guts, step up. I'll show you lot, raised in your cushy little world, what a real powerhouse looks like." "Is that so?" A faint smile touched Zhāng Hao's lips. Sun Liaguang, the last one to underestimate him, was probably still lying in the hospital right now. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào lunged forward, unleashing his earth control power. His body seemed to compress space itself, instantly covering dozens of meters. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the gaunt man, delivering a colossal punch. This surprise attack was utterly unexpected. The gaunt man was startled and immediately activated his earth element ability. Dirt from the ground rapidly spread from his feet, enveloping his entire body in a layer of solid, heavy rock armor. Simultaneously, he crossed his arms in front of his chest for protection. Boom! Zhāng Hao's fist struck the man's crossed arms with thunderous force. A tidal wave of power surged forth, forcing the gaunt man to stumble backward several steps involuntarily. "Kid, take this." Protected by his rock armor, the man quickly regained his footing and roared as he launched a punch straight at Zhāng Hao's face. But at that very moment, a powerful repulsive force erupted violently, sending the gaunt man reeling. The momentum he'd built up vanished without a trace. "Watch me smash you to pieces." Cold light flashed in Zhāng Hao's eyes as he stepped forward. His massive fist, infused with gravity, slammed viciously into the gaunt man's chest. The devastating blow shattered the man's rock armor, caved his chest in deeply, and sent blood gushing from his mouth. The battle between Zhāng Hào and the Gaunt Man ended swiftly, with Zhāng Hào crushing his opponent with overwhelming force. This left Luo Wen, who was guarding the gravely injured Lu Qingyan from a distance, utterly stunned. Wasn't it widely rumored that Zhāng Hao's strength ranked only around 20-something? It seemed Zhāng Hào hadn't been exaggerating when he claimed to have defeated Sun Liiguang. Chapter 71, First Encounter with the Reversed Dao Alliance. Meanwhile, the battle on Ling Mayu's side had also reached its conclusion. With her spatial abilities and exquisite swordplay, she successfully severed the bearded man's head by the third round. After successfully eliminating 2 members of the Reverse Martial Alliance, Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu felt little joy. These 2 were far from the strongest among the 11 rebellious Martial Alliance members, yet they had nearly cost Lu Qingyan her life, a stark testament to the group's brutality. According to Elder Fenghan's earlier assessment, the strongest among these 11 had reached the upper tier of the 4th rank, just one step away from being able to stand against quasi-lord level monsters. It seemed the dominant blood potion truly wasn't something easily obtained. As Elder Fenghan had previously stated, the strongest among these 11 had already reached the upper tier of the 4th rank. With just one more step, they could rival quasi-lord level monsters. This dominant blood potion was indeed difficult to obtain. Beyond the White Light Mountains, Elder Fenghan sensed 2 imprints vanish. A faint smile touched his lips, knowing full well that 2 remnants of the Reverse Martial Alliance had been eliminated. 2 dead? Though these 2 were slightly weaker in strength. He murmured to himself. Zhāng Hào approached slowly. When he saw Lu Qingyan covered in blood, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. The sight of this once beautiful woman now in such a pitiful state made him realize that enemies show no mercy based on appearance. Is she okay? Zhāng Hào asked. Her life isn't in immediate danger, but her injuries are severe. She must be taken out for treatment. Luo Wen said gravely. You should leave first. I'll take her out. Though uncertain of the punishment for failing the blood trial, Luo Wen couldn't bear to watch Sister Lu Qingyan, who had always shown him kindness, die here. He resolved to escort her out. Be careful on the way. Zhāng Hào could only offer this. Then, Luo Wen hoisted Lu Qingyan onto his back and turned to leave. Zhāng Hào sighed helplessly. After all, Lu Qingyan ranked 2nd in strength among the disciples training at the Celestial Palace. Yet, she nearly lost her life in the very first trial of the Holy Legion. This proved that the Holy Legion's mortality rate was no exaggeration. Gu Yan chose to act alone, and Luo Wen abandoned the trial while carrying the gravely injured Lu Qingyan. With that, only Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu remained in this squad. First, collect their heads. The trial must continue. Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu severed the heads of the 2 rebellious Martial Alliance members and stored them within their dimensional spaces. Zhāng Hao's psychic space could now open alternate dimensions where one could hide, though living beings couldn't stay long inside. It proved extremely convenient for storing items, however. After securing the 2 heads, Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu pressed onward. After this incident, both Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu grew more vigilant. The remaining rebellious Martial Alliance members have likely penetrated deep into the heart of the Baiming Mountains. Zhāng Hào analyzed. The depths of the Baiming Mountains teemed with mutated beasts hiding among them would allow them to stall for time. The original blood trial was meant for hunting mutant beasts, but due to Elder Fenghan, it had been abruptly changed to hunting down the remnants of the rebellious Martial Alliance. Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu pressed straight toward the deepest recesses of the Baiming Mountains. The cold here was truly extreme. Occasionally, they encountered other members of the Sacred Legion along the way, but everyone tacitly chose to avoid each other, not interfering with one another. Of course, had Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu not stored their captured heads within their dimensional spaces, hidden from view, these others might well have attempted to seize them. After all, whoever collected the most heads of the Reverse Martial Alliance members would receive the precious Overlord's blood potion. As night fell, locating specific targets within the vast expanse of the Baiming Mountains proved exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, with 5 days remaining, there was no need for undue haste. As night deepened, Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu found a sheltered spot, lit a campfire, and sat down to eat their dry rations. After dinner, a peculiar sensation welled up within Zhāng Hào. He had often ventured alone into the dead city to hunt monsters, always by himself. This was the first time he had someone by his side during the night. In the flickering light, Ling Mayu's exquisitely delicate face appeared even more captivating. Zhāng Hào found himself reaching out, gently taking her soft little hand in his. Her body visibly stiffened, yet she made no move to withdraw. Zhāng Hào watched as a faint, captivating blush blossomed across her crystal-clear, fair complexion. He swallowed hard, inwardly marveling at the sight, truly mouth-watering. This was the first time anyone had been so intimate with Ling Mayu. Zhāng Hào could distinctly feel the slight tension in the muscles of her soft palm. Her lack of resistance only emboldened Zhāng Hào. Gathering his courage, he slid one hand onto Ling Mayu's thigh. Even through the fabric of her pants, Zhāng Hào could feel the astonishing elasticity beneath. Yet, as he attempted to move his hand upward, Ling Mayu flushed crimson and murmured softly. "There, no." Her voice was soft and melodious, evoking a deep sense of tenderness. Zhāng Hao's movement froze instantly. In the time he'd spent with Ling Mayu, he'd noticed she rarely objected to anything. If she said no, it meant she truly felt resistance. Naturally, Zhāng Hào wouldn't press the issue. He understood they had all the time in the world, everything could proceed gradually. Ling Mayu gently leaned her delicate frame against Zhāng Hào. His heart swelled with emotion, for he understood the immense courage it took for a young woman to reach this point. Zhāng Hào held Ling Mayu tenderly. Flames blazed fiercely in the campfire, and fine snowflakes drifted down from the sky, yet Zhāng Hào's heart felt incredibly warm. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, dawn broke the following morning. We're nearing the heart of the Bai Ming Mountains. Proceed with utmost caution. Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu continued their search for the remaining members of the Reverse Dao Alliance. Originally numbering 11, the Reverse Path Alliance had lost 2 members at the hands of Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu, leaving 9 remaining. Of course, other psychics might have made gains as well, making it difficult to determine exactly how many remained. By noon, aside from several encounters with mutant beasts along the way, no other incidents had occurred. Rustle. Just then, a rustling sound came from ahead, instantly alerting Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu. However, upon seeing the situation up close, they relaxed. Emerging from the forest ahead were 2 men, equally vigilant in their expressions. They wore black uniforms bearing crimson flame insignia on their chests, clearly fellow participants in the blood trial within the Bai Ming Mountains. The Holy Legion strictly forbade members from harming each other. These 2 psychic warriors appeared to be searching for the remaining members of the Reverse Path Alliance as well. So we're fellow travelers? The 2 men sighed in relief upon seeing Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu. Any leads? Zhāng Hào asked casually. A middle-aged man with a black mole at the corner of his eye shook his head and sighed. Those bastards have all gone into hiding. There's no way to track them down. We should part ways here. Zhāng Hào had little desire for further conversation. After all, though they were members of the same legion, they were strangers to each other. It was best to remain cautious. As they passed each other, Zhāng Hào suddenly froze. Wait, those 2 men's faces. Chapter 72, Nearly Deceived. Before entering the White Light Mountains, Elder Fenghan had shown Zhāng Hào and the others photographs of the 11 members of the Reverse Dao Alliance. The perpetually silent, cold-faced man bore a 60% resemblance to someone in the photo before him. Could they be remnants of the Reverse Path Alliance? Zhāng Hào's thoughts raced. These 2 psychic warriors were highly likely disguised members of the Reverse Path Alliance. They had ambushed and killed a psychic warrior from the Holy Legion, then impersonated a member of the Holy Legion by performing a simple facial alteration. Disguised as Holy Legion members, they struck when their targets let their guard down. Realizing this, Zhāng Hào shouted, "Watch out!" The moment the words left his mouth, the expression of the middle-aged man with the black mole at the corner of his eye across from him shifted slightly. Damn it, we've been spotted? Materials are too scarce in these mountains. Otherwise, with my disguise skills, there's no way I'd have shown any flaws. Bowie, move! The middle-aged man roared in fury. Bowie, move! The middle-aged man nearly roared. Beside him, the cold-eyed man's face contorted. His hands, which had been casually behind his back, suddenly whipped forward. A cloud of dark green powder surged toward Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu like a ravenous wolf. The space around the dark green powder seemed to be corroded, faintly warping. Clearly, this powder contained a deadly poison. For anyone else at such close range, even if they sensed it, it would likely be too late to evade. A savage grin twisted the cold-eyed man's lips. This green powder was produced by his poison-based ability, possessing extreme corrosive properties. If it struck its target, it would corrode them down to nothing but bone dust. Using this method, they had already ambushed and killed 4 new recruits from the Holy Legion. Huff! Yet, something happened that instantly froze the grim smile on the cold-hearted man's lips. The dark green poisonous powder drifted past like smoke, passing straight through the bodies of Zhāng Hào and his companion. Behind us! The middle-aged man shouted in terror, simultaneously slapping his palm backward in haste. But in that instant, a long sword struck like lightning, piercing his heart from behind. The attacker was Ling Mayu. Using her spatial abilities, she had teleported behind the middle-aged man in an instant, delivering the fatal blow. Without preparation, facing such a sudden spatial assault, effective resistance was indeed impossible. Zhāng Hào likewise teleported behind the cold-eyed man, delivering a merciless punch that slammed into his back. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the man flew backward like his chest pierced by the terrifying force, leaving a gaping hole. That was close. Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu both felt a lingering sense of dread. These 2 members of the Reverse Path Alliance had disguised themselves as psychics from the Holy Legion. Had Zhāng Hào not spotted them in time, and had they not both possessed spatial abilities, they would have fallen into the enemy's trap. Die together. The cold-hearted man's face contorted like a demon's. His chest was pierced through, green blood dripping from his mouth. His body began swelling at an alarming rate, turning entirely dark green, like a bomb ready to detonate. Get back! Without needing Zhāng Hao's warning, Ling Mayu and Zhāng Hào had already dragged the middle-aged man's body backward at lightning speed. Boom! The cold-hearted man's body swelled to its limit before exploding like a burst balloon. Flesh and blood mixed with the dark green poisonous blood splattered in all directions, engulfing an area dozens of meters wide. This toxic blood possessed extreme corrosiveness, swiftly eroding nearby trees and leaving a massive crater dozens of meters wide on the ground, its destructive force comparable to a missile explosion. However, the price of this self-detonation was the cold-hearted man's own life. These bastards, they're utterly insane. Zhāng Hào frowned deeply, cursing silently within. As members of an anti-human organization, almost none of them were sane. Each was exceptionally brutal. Upon realizing his own death was inevitable, the cold-blooded man chose self-destruction without hesitation, transforming himself into a human bomb. Much to Zhāng Hao's frustration, the explosion had reduced the man's body to fragments, leaving no trace of his head. Thus, this time, Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu only recovered the head of the middle-aged man with the black mole at the corner of his eye. Combined with the 2 heads they had previously obtained, they now had a total of 3 heads. In the contest between the remnants of the Reverse Tao Alliance and the Holy Legion, one rule stood: whoever claimed the most heads of the Reverse Tao Alliance remnants would receive Elder Fenghan's Overlord Blood Potion as a reward. Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu had already claimed 3 heads of the remnant cultists, yet if they failed to become the top head collector, all their efforts would be meaningless. After this incident, Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu grew increasingly vigilant. Yet in the days that followed, they could find no trace of the remaining members of the Rebellious Path Alliance within the Baiming Mountains, a range neither vast nor insignificant. If those individuals were deliberately hiding, finding them would prove no easy task. During the first 2 days, they encountered attacks from 4 Rebellious Path Alliance members, but after that, they never came across any others. They were certain that not all remnants of the Rebellious Path Alliance had been eliminated. Otherwise, Elder Fenghan would have declared the trial over. Meanwhile, deep within the White Light Mountains, a terrifying spectacle was unfolding. A man with a grim expression trudged through the snow-covered mountains, his jaw clenched as he muttered bitterly, "The others must be few in number now. Damn it! How could I, Huyan Bo, meet such an end, dying here?" As a member of the Reverse Path Alliance with considerable potential, Huyan Bo had once possessed a bright future. However, 10 years ago, the Alliance suffered a devastating blow. Its high-ranking members either perished or fled, leaving the Alliance in name only. He was forced to flee, eventually settling in a hidden base in the far north where he devoted himself to cultivation and research. Not long ago, their hideout was discovered by the Holy Legion. Silver Flame-ranked Elder Fenghan personally intervened, capturing most of them. Only a dozen or so survivors were driven into the White Light Mountains, designated as trial targets for new Holy Legion recruits. I've been branded with a mark. That man with the Silver Flame medal can instantly teleport to my side. Using it, I have absolutely no chance of escape. Huyan Bo knew full well he could never escape a 5th-rank Grandmaster. A murderous glint flashed in Huyan Bo's eyes as he snarled, "If we're going to play, let's play for high stakes. I'll slaughter every Holy Legion member who sets foot in the Baiming Mountains." Though Huyan Bo possessed high-tier 4th-rank strength, his injuries from Elder Fenghan limited him to mid-tier 4th-rank combat power at best. Yet he still held his final trump card. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A faint rustling sound suddenly emanated from the ground. Blood-red tentacles slowly wriggled forth, coiling toward Huyan Bo like snakes. This is a plant-type mutant beast? Huyan Bo was slightly taken aback. He realized the tentacles surrounding him were actually thick vines. Following the vines, 100 meters away stood a massive crimson tree requiring several men to encircle it. Scattered around the tree were numerous white bones, evidence that many mutated beasts had already become food for this blood-red colossus. Chapter 73, The Horrific Blood Sacrifice. Ha! Heaven has not forsaken me. Upon seeing the blood-red tree radiating an overwhelming aura, Huyan Bo showed no trace of panic. Instead, he burst into maniacal laughter, utterly elated. Blood-red vines tightly coiled around Huyan Bo, their barbed thorns burrowing deep into his flesh, greedily draining his blood. Yet Huyan Bo offered no resistance whatsoever, his face growing increasingly ferocious. "Eat! Eat your fill! Eat your fill!" This blood-red tree ranked among the most powerful mutated beasts in the White Bright Mountains. Its plant-based origin made it exceptionally rare and unique. Through its crimson vines, it voraciously devoured Huyan Bo's flesh and blood. Within a mere 3 minutes, all flesh and blood had been drained from Huyan Bo's body, leaving only a stark skeleton that crashed to the ground. Yet a bizarre sight unfolded. The crimson tree's hue deepened to a bloodier red, as if it might drip fresh blood at any moment. It seemed to writhe in agony, its thick vines lashing wildly, cracking the earth with each strike. Crack! 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 Cracks gradually spread across the trunk of the crimson tree, revealing a bloodied, mangled face that bore a faint resemblance to Huyan Bo. The trunk of the crimson tree slowly split open, revealing a bloodied, mangled face that bore a faint resemblance to Huyan Bo. "Die, all of you shall die." Huyan Bo roared like a madman. In a makeshift tent outside the White Bright Mountains, Elder Fenghan was leisurely playing with his phone when suddenly, his brows furrowed tightly. The mark of the strongest among those remnants of the Reverse Tao Alliance has vanished? Among the 11 Rebellious Path Alliance members, the most formidable was a high-tier 4th-rank psychic. This individual was naturally no match for Elder Fenghan, but he could still cause trouble for the new members participating in the trial. Elder Fenghan hadn't anticipated that this strongest member would meet his end so swiftly. Looks like this trial will wrap up soon enough. Elder Fenghan shook his head, paying it little mind. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the trial had been underway for 4 days. The participants searched from the outer reaches of the mountain range all the way to its deepest core, gradually tightening the noose around the members of the Reverse Path Alliance, leaving them nowhere to escape. 3 heads. Perhaps someone else has gathered more than us. Zhāng Hào remarked with a hint of resignation. One participant had self-detonated earlier, leaving 10 intact heads remaining. Perhaps other psychics had secured more heads than they had. At that moment, Zhāng Hào looked ahead and saw 2 teams of psychic warriors facing off against each other. Combined, there were 7 or 8 people, the atmosphere tense and charged. Gentlemen, why not hand over the heads you've collected to us? I am Wu Junyi from the Starry Hall. I will repay your kindness in the future. A man in his mid-20s, introducing himself as Wu Junyi, spoke in a deep, solemn tone. Across from him stood a rugged man clad in animal hides, clutching a blood-stained cloth bundle that seemed to hold a severed head. He snorted coldly, Star Temple? Never heard of it. Why should we hand over our head? You lot should be handing over yours instead. We folk from the far north will take care of you. These bumpkins. Wu Junyi cursed inwardly. When the Holy Legion recruited members, some were enlisted locally. This fur-clad man, for instance, was a native of the northern continent. They might have heard of the Transcendent Alliance, but knew little of the Star Temple, a first-rate transcendent power. Each of them got a head? Zhāng Hào witnessed the scene from afar and grasped the source of their dispute. Each of these 2 teams had killed a member of the Reverse Path Alliance, earning a head. They happened to cross paths, saw the other group holding a head, and now both sought to seize the rival's head to trade for the dominant blood potion. A thought struck Zhāng Hào. He exchanged a glance with Ling Mayu, and the 2 slowly approached the 2 groups of psychic warriors locked in confrontation. What do you 2 want? The hairy, fur-clad man turned to face Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu without a hint of politeness. Zhāng Hào waved his hand dismissively, signaling no hostile intent. With sincere expression, he stated, I see both sides hold a severed head. I wish to purchase them to exchange for the dominant blood potion. 10 billion alliance coins each. What do you say? Seeing impatience flicker across the beast-skinned man's face, Zhāng Hào named his price outright. The figure made the beast-skinned man swallow hard. 10 billion alliance coins was no small sum. With that money, he could buy weapons and armor, plenty of top-tier gear. As for Wu Junyi of the Starry Hall, he eyed Zhāng Hào and his companion with suspicion. While the dominant blood potion is hard to buy with money, 2 heads might not be enough to secure it. Do you have even more heads to offer? After all, 20 billion alliance coins was no small sum. Spending that much without securing the dominant blood potion would be a colossal loss. Ling Mayu understood Zhāng Hao's thoughts. They had already secured 3 heads. If they obtained 2 more, that would make 5. With only 5 heads remaining, the probability of all 5 being held by a single person was minuscule. This meant Zhāng Hào would almost certainly secure the dominant blood potion. By comparison, the dominant blood potion was worth far more than 20 billion alliance coins. Just kidding. We haven't encountered any remnants of the Reverse Path Alliance. We were just hoping to buy a couple of heads to try our luck. With over 100 people here, the remaining heads might be scattered among different individuals. With just 2 heads, we might still trade for some Overlord's blood potion. Zhāng Hào said. Heh, I'm willing to sell. The man clad in animal hides eagerly responded. Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu weren't carrying backpacks, so they couldn't possibly hide any heads. Besides, even if they did get 2 heads, they wouldn't necessarily be the ones with the most, making the chances of getting the dominant blood potion pretty slim. But what if you renege on the deal? The beast-skinned man wasn't stupid, he feared Zhāng Hào might renege on the deal. Zhāng Hào smiled faintly. As a member of the Celestial Palace, would I risk my reputation over such a small sum? The Heavenly Palace? The Heavenly Palace, home to humanity's strongest? The beast-skinned man's eyes lit up. He nodded. Alright then. 10 billion alliance coins. Transfer it to me once you return to the Holy Legion. With that, he tossed the cloth bundle directly to Zhāng Hào. Wu Junyi of the Star Hall felt his facial muscles twitch. These people knew only the Heavenly Palace, not the Star Hall. Yet he could do nothing about it, just as people often only remember the first, paying little attention to the second or third. Fine. I'll sell you this head for 10 billion alliance coins. I still trust the Heavenly Palace's reputation. Wu Junyi sighed helplessly. The head was useless to him. Ultimately, he decided to sell it. 10 billion alliance coins, he and his teammates would split it evenly, each getting over 200 million. While it wasn't a huge sum for them, it was better than nothing. Chapter 74, Provoking the Fight. Ling Mayu watched the scene unfold from the sidelines, inwardly amused. If these people knew they already had 3 heads in their possession, they certainly wouldn't sell them so easily. However, the heads were stored within the dimensional space, making them completely undetectable from the outside. After successfully securing 2 more kills, Zhāng Hào was overjoyed. With 5 kills now in hand, they had a 90% chance of claiming the Dominator Blood Potion. Just then, a strange roar echoed from the depths of the distant Baiming Mountains. Roar! You Holy Legion scum, you want my life, Hu Yanba's life? Then bring it on! The voice boomed like thunder, reverberating across a radius of tens of miles. Remnants of the Rebellious Path Alliance? How dare you reveal your position so brazenly? Perfect, let's eliminate him. Deep within the White Ming Mountains, most of the Holy Legion's psychic warriors had already gathered. Hearing this roar, they were both shocked and enraged, feeling disrespected. They rushed toward the source of the voice, intent on taking its head. Let's go take a look. Zhāng Hào remarked. Though they had already secured 5 heads, the surest course was to claim 1 more. Ling Moyu nodded in agreement. The two swiftly dashed toward the source of the roar, only to be utterly stunned by the scene before them. In a clearing far ahead stood a bizarre, towering tree. Its trunk measured 6 to 7 meters in diameter, towering over 50 meters high. The entire tree glowed a vivid crimson, like fresh blood, radiating a terrifying aura. Even more spine-chilling was the grotesque human face growing from its trunk, utterly unnerving. Is this a plant-type mutant beast? But why does that face bear such a striking resemblance to the remnants of the Reverse Path Alliance seen in the photographs? The members of the Holy Legion who had rushed to the scene all sucked in their breath in shock. This thing was simply too bizarre. Caw caw caw. Now let's see who hunts whom. A blood-red tree trunk bore a human face that emitted an eerie cackle. This face belonged to Hu Yanba, a member of the Reverse Path Alliance, who possessed the bizarre ability to fuse flesh and wood. Caw caw caw. Now let's see who's hunting whom. The blood-red tree's human face emitted an eerie cackle. Its owner was none other than Hu Yanba of the Reverse Path Alliance. He possessed a peculiar ability to fuse his flesh and blood with his target, allowing him to control them. However, this power inflicted severe damage upon himself. To seize control of this blood-red tree, now at the peak of the 4th tier, Hu Yanbo hesitated not a moment, feeding his entire flesh and blood into the tree's maw. Under such circumstances, Hu Yanba's consciousness could scarcely remain lucid for long. Once he lost awareness, death would inevitably follow. It was merely a matter of time. Yet Hu Yanbo no longer cared about his own life or death. He only desired to slaughter as many as possible before his demise, to carry out one final act of madness. So these are the members of the anti-human organization? Truly a bunch of madmen. Someone couldn't help but curse under their breath. It was said that 500 years ago, during the global viral catastrophe, the anti-human organization had played a role in fueling the disaster. Even now, as cities fell victim to monster attacks and became ghost towns, members of the anti-human organization were often among the perpetrators. These people believe they are engaged in a great cause, convinced that humanity must be utterly destroyed so that new life can be born from the ashes. Their thinking defies all rational understanding. Watch out! Someone shouted a warning. Puff! 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 The ground suddenly cracked open. Blood-red vines as thick as arms shot up from the earth like giant serpents, lunging viciously toward everyone nearby. SSSSSSS. Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu were positioned farther away and thus avoided the attack. Those closer scrambled to dodge, but the attack came too suddenly. 2 individuals failed to evade the blood-red vines, their bodies pierced clean through. Their faces contorted in agony as they frantically swung their weapons, attempting to sever the vines. Unfortunately, the blood-red tendrils proved exceptionally resilient. Blades striking them vanished without a trace, utterly ineffective. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The crimson vines slowly writhed, as if savoring the juice they were sucking out. Under the horrified stares of everyone present, the flesh and blood of those 2 unfortunate souls were swiftly devoured, leaving only 2 ghastly white skeletons behind. Delicious. Delicious. I want more. More. The hideous human face on the blood-red giant tree murmured ecstatically, its expression utterly intoxicated. This horrifying scene sent shivers down everyone's spine. What kind of monster is this? Zhāng Hào had never encountered such a bizarre creature before. Everyone, attack together. Slay this monster. Someone roared in fury. The assembled crowd comprised elite warriors from across the globe, nearly all possessing early 4th tier strength, a force to be reckoned with. Boom! A psychic unleashed searing flames from his mouth. His power was fire itself. This 4th tier flame was terrifyingly intense. As it burned, the air itself warped and distorted, completely enveloping the blood-red giant tree. Clang! 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 Beside him, a female psionic unleashed her ice abilities, chilling currents coalescing into a whirlwind that swept toward the crimson giant tree. Fire, frost, gales, even lightning. Every psychic present with ranged abilities unleashed their powers with all their might. Typically, plant-type mutated beasts were exceptionally powerful, yet their weakness was glaringly obvious. 90% of them were rooted to the ground, unable to move. SSSSHHH. The blood-red giant tree, battered by countless ability strikes, couldn't help but emit a pained hiss. Ding, item picked up. Gain 350 spirit points. Ding, pickup successful. Gained 310 spirit points. Ding, pickup successful. Acquired 290 points of physique. Zhāng Hào was thrilled to discover that numerous psychic warriors had dropped attribute points, which he promptly collected without hesitation. Suddenly, someone's expression changed drastically. To everyone's shock, the blood-red giant tree slowly rose from the ground. A pair of feet, woven from roots, gradually grew out, enabling it to lift itself from its original spot. Roar! The monstrous human face on the blood-red giant tree let out a deafening roar. A terrifying wave of energy coalesced into blade-like shapes, sweeping forward violently. Put! 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 The air blades whistled past, instantly slicing a hapless individual who failed to dodge into pieces. Even more terrifying, the tree's root-formed feet began to slowly wriggle, then started running. Boom! 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 The 50-meter-tall blood-red tree charged forward, a terrifying spectacle. Its heavy footsteps made the earth tremble violently, sending snow swirling through the air. Get out of the way! A psychic screamed at the top of his lungs, yet his voice abruptly ceased as the blood-red giant tree crushed him beneath its foot. His body instantly exploded into a pile of bloody pulp. Chapter 75, The Near Lord Class Tree. 100 Splitting Blade Technique. A psychic wielding a sharp blade soared into the air, roaring as he unleashed his most powerful martial technique. His battle knife slashed out nearly 100 times in an instant, unleashing a torrent of blade-like light that crashed down upon the blood-red giant tree. Yet a trace of contempt flickered across the tree's human-like face. Instantly, the blood-red visage opened wide, spewing forth a crimson liquid. The crimson liquid landed on the psychic's arm. In an instant, the swarm of blade shadows vanished. The psychic plummeted from the sky. The arm touched by the blood-red liquid was corroded to nothingness in less than a breath, reduced to nothingness. Blood spattered wildly from the severed limb. Too terrifying. This possesses at least quasi-lord level combat power. Some psychics already felt retreating. Though the dozens present were elite among elites, each now bore an immense weight in their hearts. It wasn't that they were weak, rather, the blood-red giant tree fused with Huyen Bo was simply too powerful and bizarre. Its combat strength absolutely reached at least quasi-lord level. Only a 5th-tier grandmaster stood a chance of defeating it. Withdraw first. Let Elder Fenghen handle it. Someone said solemnly. This situation had long surpassed the scope of a trial. Such a powerful and bizarre monster demanded intervention from someone far stronger, otherwise, they would suffer heavy casualties. You think you can escape? The blood-red face twisted into an even more hideous grimace. Not a single one of you will leave. She blood barrier. Cough, cough, cough. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the blood-red giant tree began coughing violently. Just as the others were filled with suspicion, the tree coughed up a torrent of blood from its massive maw. The blood gushed forth like a raging flood, seeping into the earth. This is bad. Faces darkened with dread. From all directions, crimson mist-like blood slowly emerged, spreading rapidly to envelop nearly 1,000 meters around them. It formed a solid prison, trapping everyone present within. This scene resembled a barrier technique, sealing off the surroundings completely. The blood-red giant tree clearly intended to exterminate everyone present. This monster is incredibly powerful. Should we advance and test it? Zhāng Hào hesitated. As someone possessing spatial abilities, escaping alongside Ling Maoyu would pose no difficulty. Yet the others present would surely be slaughtered by this blood-red colossus. Though Zhāng Hào was no saint, within the bounds of his power, he could not bear to stand by and watch others die. At that moment, a man with shoulder-length red hair stepped forward, his expression stern. Every member of the Reverse Path Alliance deserves to be torn to shreds. Today, I will burn you to ashes. Zhāng Hào recognized this red-haired man. It was Gu Yan, who had also come from the Heavenly Palace. During their time at the Celestial Palace, Gu Yan had ranked first among all advanced disciples, possessing profound and unfathomable strength. Moreover, he harbored an intense hatred for members of anti-human organizations. The blood-red giant tree, still harboring remnants of Huyen Bo's consciousness, turned its mangled, flesh-covered eyes toward them upon hearing these words, its expression twisted into a savage grimace. Whoosh! Fierce flames suddenly erupted from Huyen Bo's body. This fire was exceptionally strange, its color deep as blood, its temperature shockingly high. It seemed to instantly vaporize the moisture in the air, causing the surrounding temperature to skyrocket. To everyone's astonishment, the flames engulfed Huyen Bo's entire body. Was he setting himself ablaze? Yet Zhāng Hào and Ling Maoyu's expressions turned grave. Ling Maoyu murmured, could this be elementalization? Elementalization? Zhāng Hào vaguely recalled seeing a related description on the Transcendent Alliance's official website. Elemental transformation was a special skill mastered by only a select few. Individuals possessing different abilities could transform into different elements. Those with fire powers could achieve fire elemental transformation, while those with wind attributes could perform wind elemental transformation. The unique power possessed by this lone flame was fire, so what he was demonstrating was naturally fire elementalization. Elemental transformation? He actually mastered elemental transformation. The rarity of this skill is no less than that of a domain-level ability. He's a psychic from the Celestial Palace. The psychics trapped within the blood energy barrier were both shocked and delighted. Elemental transformation is an immensely powerful skill. Though it consumes vast amounts of energy, the explosive power it unleashes is terrifying. Elemental transformation held a significant advantage. Beyond unleashing destructive power beyond one's inherent limits, transforming into an element granted near total immunity to all physical attacks. Once in elemental form, unless an opponent possessed countering abilities, they were virtually helpless against it, forced to wait until the user's genetic energy depleted. No wonder he's ranked number 1. Even back in the Celestial Palace, his strength was unfathomable. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but marvel. Possessing this ultimate technique alone was enough to make him tower above the vast majority of psychic users. Guyan's hair blazed, his eyes blazed, his body blazed. Finally, his entire being transformed into a deep crimson flame, his entire form seemingly constructed entirely of fire. Puff! 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 The blood-red giant tree clearly sensed the threat Guyan posed and decisively chose to eliminate him first. Several crimson vines shot forth like arrows, tearing through the air and piercing Guyan's chest in an instant. Yet, the face formed of flames showed no sign of pain. Having transformed into fire elemental, physical attacks were nearly useless against him. Such an assault could not inflict the slightest damage on Guyan. Die! The fire elemental Guyan surged upward from the ground. One fist swelled relentlessly until it reached a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. With brutal force, he slammed it into the trunk of the blood-red giant tree. Boom! The fist slammed into the thick trunk of the blood-red giant tree. The fiery fist instantly exploded, unleashing an utterly terrifying burst of force. Wood splinters flew everywhere. The human face on the blood-red giant tree let out a pained howl. Its massive body staggered backward repeatedly, and a charred wound 2 to 3 meters in diameter appeared where the fist had struck. Guyan unleashed a thunderous punch, its colossal force striking the blood-red giant tree and actually wounding it. Such power was truly chilling. Guyan had only recently mastered the ability to transform fire elements after prolonged seclusion. Having only demonstrated it within the Battle Heaven Tower, this marked his first time employing this power against an enemy. The blood-red giant tree before him possessed strength rivaling that of a quasi-lord. Guyan knew this battle demanded his utmost effort. SSSSHHH. The blood-red giant tree, struck by the attack, writhed in agony and fury. Its crimson vines lashed out wildly like a raging demon. Yet these physical assaults proved utterly ineffective against Guyan, passing cleanly through his body as if striking empty air. SSSSS. The blood-red giant tree grew increasingly enraged. Its human-like face opened wide as air currents gathered, spewing a sky-filling barrage of invisible air blades that slashed fiercely toward Guyan. These air blades proved quite effective, slicing through like sharp knives and cutting Guyan's flaming body into several pieces. However, the torn sections rapidly healed, leaving minimal actual damage. Boom! 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 Guyan's fists moved like the wind, unleashing a furious barrage of powerful attacks upon the blood-red giant tree. The tree roared madly in response, yet it was utterly powerless against Guyan. Impressive! The gathered psychic warriors all marveled inwardly. Though every person present was a prodigiously gifted prodigy from across the globe, they couldn't help but acknowledge that Guyan's power far surpassed their own. Chapter 76, Elemental Transformation. Is this elemental transformation? How incredibly powerful! Zhāng Hao's eyes flashed with an unusual light. He silently mused that perhaps he should attempt to upgrade an elemental transformation skill. With elemental transformation, he could stand toe-to-toe with quasi-lord level monsters. Before his genetic energy depleted, he would never be at a disadvantage. I can't keep draining my energy like this. This monster is massive and a plant-type creature, its vitality is incredibly resilient. I'm no match for it. Lone Flame mused inwardly. In his fire elemental state, his power was actually weakened, making it difficult to inflict fatal damage. Roar! Guyan roared furiously, his body rapidly swelling as he instantly transformed into a raging sea of flames. The crimson giant tree was completely engulfed, scorched mercilessly. SSSSHHH. The blood-red giant tree burned fiercely, its branches and trunk engulfed in roaring flames. It whimpered in agony as its vines lashed wildly at its own body, yet it could not extinguish the raging inferno. Ha! Is victory at hand? All the psychics present breathed a slight sigh of relief, believing that in this battle, solitary flame was about to turn the tide. So hot, so hot. The human face on the blood-red giant tree twisted in agony. Its eyes darted about, suddenly locking onto a female psionicist. Its eyes lit up, and it murmured, "Ice, ice." The female psionicist sensed impending danger and tried to flee. But tendrils erupted rapidly from the ground, closing in from all directions to form a solid prison. The female psionicist had no chance to dodge, instantly wrapped tightly in the crimson vines. Sharp barbs covered the vines, piercing deep into her flesh as they began to suck voraciously. Her face contorted with terror as she screamed, "Help! Help me! Yet no one could come to her aid. Her once beautiful face rapidly withered and shriveled, ultimately transforming into a ghastly, pale skeleton. What does this monster want? The crowd was both shocked and terrified, yet equally baffled. After all, attacking others at this moment seemed utterly pointless. Was it trying to drag a few more souls down with it before being reduced to ashes? But soon, the crowd grasped the crimson giant tree's intent. After consuming the flesh and blood of this female psionicist, the crimson giant tree emitted a cold, ice-blue mist from its entire body. This frigid mist swiftly extinguished the flames that had been burning upon it. So the ability possessed by the female psionicist it consumed was frost? So by consuming her flesh and blood, this monster gained her ice abilities? Zhāng Hao's face was filled with astonishment. He recalled the ability the female psychic had previously displayed. It was indeed the ice ability. Hu Yanbo's unique ability was flesh fusion. After merging with the blood-red giant tree, it caused unknown changes within the tree. Though his days were numbered, he could temporarily acquire and utilize the abilities of his victims by consuming their flesh and blood. By consuming the female psychic's flesh and blood, it had gained the power of ice, a power that happened to counteract fire. Damn it! How could this be? Gu Yan couldn't believe it. Victory had been within his grasp, yet who could have anticipated the bloody giant tree's treacherous unpredictability? SSSSS. Frost mist froze the ground into a layer of ice. Though Gu Yan pushed his genetic energy to its absolute limit, the sea of fire he had transformed into grew increasingly dim and began to shrink. The consumption of fire elemental energy was immense, and he could not sustain it indefinitely. After all, the ice ability was a natural counter to flames. Whoosh! Gu Yan swiftly reverted to his human form and retreated rapidly. He knew full well he was no match for this terrifying monster. Gu Yan transformed back into his fire body form and swiftly retreated. He knew full well he was no match for the terrifying monster before him. At the outskirts of the White Bright Mountains, Elder Fenghen frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the mountain's depths. He murmured to himself, how could such an eerily sinister aura be emanating from the heart of these mountains? His keen senses detected this powerful aura, which had reached at least the peak of the 4th tier. Could some earth-shattering monster be lurking deep within the White Light Mountains? This won't do. I must investigate. Elder Fenghen's thoughts raced, worried unexpected complications might arise during this trial. Without delay, he flickered forward, dashing deep into the mountain range. Yet even with Elder Fenghen's extraordinary speed, reaching the mountain's deepest recesses would take time. The blood-red giant tree clearly wouldn't grant them. The flames on the blood-red giant tree were extinguished, revealing a savage grin upon its face. A low, guttural growl erupted from its mouth. Kill every last one. This monstrosity, fused from the body of Hu Yanbo, a member of the Reversed Owl Alliance, was truly bizarre and terrifying. Outsiders have likely already sensed the disturbance here. I need not defeat it, merely delaying it for a while will suffice. Zhāng Hào had already made up his mind. In this situation, he couldn't just walk away indifferently. He resolved to intervene. After all, his ability to slip into another dimension meant his life was not in immediate danger. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Zhāng Hào stepped forward. His immense power surged forth, his body rapidly elongating into a 23-meter-tall colossus. A terrifying, overwhelming aura erupted from him, instantly capturing the attention of the blood-red giant tree. Be careful. Ling Mayu's face softened with a rare tenderness, her admiration for Zhāng Hào deepening. She recalled how he had similarly charged forward without hesitation when facing the Black Slaughter Lord last time. In her heart, Zhāng Hào was a hero. Zhāng Hào, retreat! You're no match for it. Gu Yan hurriedly shouted to stop him, offering the warning solely because they shared the same Heavenly Palace affiliation. Even in his elemental flame form, he couldn't withstand this blood-red colossus, let alone Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào said nothing. His hands gripped the crescent blade tightly. Under the influence of his gigantification ability, the blade itself had grown immense. Facing such a formidable foe, I must give it everything I've got. A fierce battle intent blazed in Zhāng Hao's eyes. As a psychic, his blood already boiled at the sight of such a formidable foe. Whoosh! The black bracelet on Zhāng Hao's wrist began to writhe, transforming into a pitch-black battlesuit that tightly enveloped him. A powerful surge of strength instantly coursed through his entire body. This was the Venom suit. At this moment, he had no time to worry whether the suit might cause trouble. Kill! Zhāng Hào roared lowly, his voice booming like thunder. His towering form, over 20 meters tall, took a single stride forward. Under the power of earth control, he seemed to compress space itself, covering nearly 100 meters in a single step. The destruction blade technique unleashed. The gigantic crescent blade seemed to transform into a colossal black hole, charging forward with crushing force. This terrifying strike forced the blood-red giant tree to activate its defenses. Vines as thick as arms intertwined, forming a vast net in an attempt to block the blade's assault. Rip! Yet the crescent blade cut through the tangled web of vines like a knife through butter, striking the tree's midsection with brutal force. With a tearing sound, a gaping wound 2 to 3 meters long was carved into the tree's trunk. Chapter 77, Overcoming the Enemy with the Sword of Destruction. That's incredible. He's also a member of the Heavenly Palace? Truly the mightiest extraordinary power. What style is that battle armor he's wearing? It's so dazzling. The surrounding psychics, who had been filled with despair moments before, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, stunned by Zhāng Hao's overwhelming power. The flames enveloping Gu Yan gradually dissipated, revealing his flesh and blood form. His face was deathly pale. At this moment, astonishment was impossible to hide from his face. His strength had always firmly held the top spot in the rankings. He truly never imagined that Zhāng Hào, this rising star, had already grown so incredibly powerful. SSSSH. At that moment, a torrent of crimson liquid erupted from the gash Zhāng Hào had carved into the blood-red giant tree, drenching him from head to toe. This blood-red liquid possessed extreme corrosive properties. Previously, a single drop had instantly corroded an entire arm of a psychic ability user. However, upon contact with the Venom armor, the blood-red liquid slid off automatically, causing not a single scratch. Roar! Zhāng Hào gripped the blade tightly in his left hand while clenching his right fist. Gravity surged through his entire arm. The heavier the weight, the greater the explosive force and lethality unleashed, much like the vast disparity between a lightweight and a heavyweight boxer. Earth Mastery continuously channeled immense power into Zhāng Hào. His massive fist slammed into the trunk of the blood-red giant tree. A thunderous crash echoed as cracks appeared in the 50-meter-tall trunk. The tree's root-formed feet tore from the ground, and its colossal body was hurled high into the air. The Venom suit, Earth's power, and the enhancement from his gigantic form had dramatically amplified Zhāng Hao's strength, granting him terrifying force sufficient to severely cripple the blood-red giant tree. Crash! The colossal, heavy trunk of the blood-red giant tree crashed back to the ground. The earth seemed unable to bear the weight, instantly caving in beneath it. SSSSSSS. Having repeatedly humiliated the blood tree, Zhāng Hào now provoked its fury. Its crimson vines whipped wildly like a raging demon, lashing out frantically at every part of Zhāng Hao's body. Repulsion. Yet the air around Zhāng Hào twisted violently as a repulsive force field erupted. Surging like a torrent, it slammed forward, striking each crimson vine as if hit by a heavy hammer, halting them in their tracks. Frostblood Blade Technique. Under the intense stimulation of the Venom battlesuit, all of Zhāng Hao's latent potential erupted like a volcano. His eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. His blade technique abruptly transformed as he unleashed the blood-chilling blade art obtained from the Wind Blood Temple's treasury. The biting crimson blade energy fused with his icy cold ability, transforming into a frigid current that swept out like a blizzard. Puff! 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 Blade light flashed like lightning, sweeping wildly. Each strike carved deep gashes into the crimson giant tree, while the icy blood mist caused a thick layer of blood-red ice to form on its trunk. Quick! Everyone retreat immediately! Don't make things worse! Someone shouted urgently, fearing the blood-red giant tree might gain flame abilities by consuming flesh and blood, just as it had previously absorbed the power of ice, thereby breaking through Zhāng Hao's bone-chilling, blood-freezing sword technique. Hearing the command, the group swiftly retreated from the battlefield, their backs nearly pressed against the chi blood barrier, leaving the blood-red giant tree no opportunity to strike. SSSSSSS. Despite the blood-red giant tree's desperate struggle, its wounds multiplied, the encrusting ice grew thicker, and its movements slowed considerably. Ultimately, the blood tree's strength lay primarily in its bizarre properties, while other aspects were relatively weak, especially its speed, which was excruciatingly slow. Break! Under the icy blade chi of Zhāng Hao's Ling Shue blade technique, the entire blood-red giant tree was frozen solid within crimson ice, resembling an exquisite ice sculpture. At that moment, Zhāng Hao's fist, clad in his venom-infused battle armor, slammed into the tree's trunk like a cannonball. Crack! 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 A tremendous force erupted instantly, causing the colossal body of the blood-red giant tree to shatter inch by inch, scattering like fragile glass across the ground. Pickup successful. Gained 45,000 EXP. Pickup successful. Gained 420 points of spirit attribute. Pickup successful. Gained 410 strength points. Pickup successful. Obtained 430 points of constitution. Pickup successful. Obtained 1 quasi-lord level energy stone. Pickup successful. Obtained 1 devil tree seed. Zhāng Hào picked up every single item that had fallen, his mind filled with questions about what exactly these devil tree seeds were. However, waves of intense fatigue washed over him like a tidal surge, leaving him no time to investigate further. The venom-infused battle suit on Zhāng Hao's body slowly peeled away like trickling water, and his gigantic form rapidly shrank. The overwhelming wave of weakness caused his body to sway uncontrollably, yet his heart was filled with exhilaration. Only now did he realize just how formidable his power could be when unleashed at full strength. Are you okay? Seeing Zhāng Hào swaying unsteadily, Ling Mayu instantly teleported to his side, steadying him with a firm grip as she asked with concern. Just give me a kiss and I'll be fine. Zhāng Hào couldn't resist teasing Ling Mayu. Sure enough, a pouting expression involuntarily appeared on her petite face, utterly adorable. Seeing this, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but smile. He loved seeing the usually aloof Ling Mayu display emotions different from her usual demeanor. So, that's settled? Shortly after the blood-red giant tree was successfully slain, Elder Fenghan hurriedly arrived at the scene. Seeing the utter devastation around him, he felt momentarily at a loss. Well, it seems the remnants of the Reverse Path Alliance somehow fused with a plant-type mutant beast, creating a bizarre monster. It was this psionicist from the Heavenly Palace who took care of it. Elder Fenghan learned the details from one of the psionicists, and a look of astonishment spread across his face. A quasi-lord level monster? And it was slain by a single individual? Fenghan looked at Zhāng Hào with utter astonishment. For a newly joined member to possess such formidable strength was truly extraordinary. Thankfully, the casualties weren't too severe. Elder Fenghan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. While unexpected incidents during trials were commonplace, these new recruits held immense potential. Should the majority perish in this blood trial, he, as their elder, would inevitably bear some responsibility. Zhāng Hào exchanged a glance with Ling Mayu, who nodded in understanding. She opened the alternate space and retrieved 5 severed heads, the remains of the remnant members of the Reverse Tao Alliance she had collected earlier. A psychic space? You're the one from the Celestial Palace? Elder Fenghan was visibly startled. Such a spatial ability was exceedingly rare. Very well. I always keep my word. This vial of Overlord blood potion is yours. Without scrutinizing the severed heads, Elder Fenghan retrieved the test tube containing the dominant blood potion and handed it to Ling Mayu. This potion is forged from the essence blood of Beast Kings, an invaluable treasure. Had I not already used one myself, I would never have offered it as a reward. Thank you, Elder Fenghan. Zhāng Hào expressed his gratitude sincerely, fully aware of the immense value this dominant blood potion held. Chapter 78. The trial concludes, obtaining the dominant blood potion. Young man, you've proven quite exceptional. Elder Fenghan gave a slight nod, offering Zhāng Hào a rare compliment. The trial had concluded successfully. Elder Fenghan announced loudly, all of you shall receive 20 merit points as your reward. His gaze then shifted to Zhāng Hào. What is your name? I am Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào replied. Elder Fenghan laughed heartily. Very well, Zhāng Hào. Your outstanding performance in this trial earns you 100 merit points. Furthermore, as a special reward traditionally granted for the blood trial, your first mission completed thereafter will earn you triple merit points. Thank you, Elder Fenghan. Zhāng Hào hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Though he still didn't understand the exact purpose of these merit points, receiving 105 times more than the 20 points others received was a significant advantage. Moreover, there was another special reward. The first mission he completed after joining the Holy Legion would yield triple merit points. Earning the equivalent of 3 others' rewards from a single mission was indeed a substantial bonus. Beside him, Solitary Flame shook his head silently, feeling a hint of regret. His performance had actually been quite commendable, securing 3 heads, yet everyone's attention invariably focused on the victor. As the group set off on their return journey, statistics revealed that of the 120 participants in the trial, only 89 remained after its conclusion. Over 30 had perished. The ratio was truly staggering. Some had perished at the jaws of the mutated beasts in the Baiming Mountains, but the majority had fallen victim to the hands of the members of the Reverse Path Alliance. This clearly demonstrated the extraordinary ferocity of these members of the anti-human organization. Upon returning to the Immortal Fortress, each person received an identity token. These tokens not only recorded personal identity information but also detailed the merit points each individual possessed. When Zhāng Hào learned the purpose of these merit points, he was utterly shocked. Their importance far exceeded his imagination. Unlike the contribution points of the Transcendent Alliance, the Holy Legion's merit points could not be purchased with money, and their value was beyond monetary measure. As the oldest and most profoundly rooted organization, the Holy Legion possessed incalculable wealth such as gene potions, potion recipes, and relic artifacts from ancient sites. These treasures were never sold externally. Even with vast fortunes, acquiring them was exceedingly difficult. However, possessing merit points grants access to acquiring these coveted items. Take the dominant blood potion, for instance. The Holy Legion does offer it for sale. However, the merit points required for this potion are substantial. A single bottle demands 1,000 merit points. Ordinary members who complete the blood trial earn only 20 merit points. At this rate, who knows how many years it would take to save up enough to buy a single bottle of dominant blood potion. However, as long as one possesses merit points, they can acquire whatever they need. Take the dominant blood potion, for instance. It's available for purchase from the Holy Legion. However, the merit points required for this potion are no small matter. A single bottle demands 1,000 merit points. Ordinary members who complete the blood trial earn only 20 merit points. By that calculation, who knows how many years it would take to save up enough to buy a single bottle of dominant blood potion. Additionally, treasures and weapons from ancient ruins are also found in the Holy Legion's treasury. For instance, there are battlesuits crafted with nanotechnology from the ancient Gandharia civilization. Zhāng Hao's gaze was drawn to a combat suit called the Black God Armor. This suit was quite remarkable. It could freely expand or contract to fit the wearer's physique. More crucially, it possessed formidable defensive capabilities, significantly reducing the damage inflicted upon the user. According to the accompanying description, the Black God armor could absorb over 90% of damage from attacks up to 50,000 tons. Measured against the 10,000-ton force of a single punch from a low-tier 4th Order fighter, wearing the Black God armor would render even a quasi-Lord-level mutant beast at peak 4th Order incapable of inflicting the slightest damage. 190. Needless to say, the price of this Black God battle armor was astronomically high. At this moment, Zhāng Hào finally understood why so many people would stop at nothing to join the Holy Legion. Within the Holy Legion, possessing sufficient strength and ample merit points essentially granted access to everything one could desire. However, joining the Holy Legion also came with corresponding responsibilities. Barring exceptional circumstances, members must complete a mission assigned by the Holy Legion every 3 months. Consecutive failures not only meant forfeiting all rewards but also risked expulsion from the Holy Legion. Zhāng Hào coveted the treasures listed in the Holy Legion's inventory, but with only 100 merit points, he could scarcely afford anything he truly desired. You should take this bottle of dominant blood potion. Ling Mayu retrieved the dominant blood potion and offered it to Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào shook his head in refusal. This dominant blood potion wasn't earned by me alone. We should split it in half, 1 portion each. Ling Mayu felt both touched and slightly amused. The potion requires a sufficient dose to be effective. Taking half each would be completely useless. Besides, I've already used this dominant blood potion once before. It won't affect me anymore. Alright then. Zhāng Hào wasn't sure if Ling Mayu had genuinely used the dominant blood potion before or if she was just saying that to give it to him. After some thought, he ultimately didn't refuse her kindness. He silently vowed to treat her well in the future, proving he hadn't misjudged her. Subsequently, Zhāng Hào transferred 40 merit points to Ling Mayu, bringing both of their totals to 60 merit points. These merit points held immense importance. They were required for consuming medicinal cuisine, accessing special cultivation chambers, and more. After Ling Mayu departed, Zhāng Hào retrieved the bottle of dominant blood potion from his small villa. This dominant blood potion was a gene-enhancing elixir listed on the Holy Legion's treasure catalog, requiring 1,000 merit points to exchange. Enhancing physical constitution was merely its secondary effect. Its primary function, akin to the I Ching Fa Sui technique, was to improve one's constitution and boost the body's hematopoietic capacity. Even when suffering severe injuries, recovery would be greatly accelerated, and the body would become far more adaptable to cultivation. Without hesitation, Zhāng Hào downed the entire vial of dominant blood potion in one gulp. Instantly, an intense burning sensation spread rapidly throughout his entire body. Every cell became scorching hot, as if flames were raging within him. Throughout this process, sweat poured from Zhāng Hào like a gushing spring, simultaneously expelling impurities from his body. His physical constitution underwent continuous improvement, as if his cells were undergoing division. This effect was dozens of times more potent than any dragon power potion he had ever consumed. The digestion of the Overlord blood potion lasted a full 3 days. 3 days later, Zhāng Hào exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile touching his lips. Finally digested. Ugh, I stink. Immediately, Zhāng Hào caught the foul odor emanating from his body. He hurried to the bathroom, soaked in a relaxing bath, and simultaneously checked his attribute panel. Name, Zhāng Hào. Tier 4, Beginner. Strength, 160,113. Agility, 161,291. Physical Constitution, 166,760. Spirit, 151,914. Experience points, 171,110. Skills, Firearms Mastery LV1, Basic Swordplay LV5, Source Energy Sorcery LV5, Xianhua Sword Technique LV4, Shadow Step LV3, Psionic Space LV6, Godslayer Dart LV2, Frost Psionics LV3, Gigantification Psionics LV6, Blood Chilling Sword Technique LV3, Earth Control LV6. Without a doubt, Zhāng Hāo's overall attributes had surged by 50,000 points, bringing him within striking distance of the mid-tier 4th stage. Chapter 79, Enhancing the Frost Element. At that moment, Zhāng Hào, soaking in his bath on the other side, couldn't help but recall the fire elemental transformation skill Gu Yan had previously displayed. That skill was truly spectacular, immensely powerful, and extremely practical. In the fire elemental state, one could not only glide through the air at low altitudes but also become nearly immune to all physical attacks. Moreover, it unleashed superhuman power beyond one's normal capabilities, truly a god-tier skill. Whether for killing enemies or escaping danger, it was an unparalleled skill. Had no one interfered back then, Gu Yan alone could have taken down that blood-red giant tree. Ultimately, Zhāng Hāo's victory that day was largely due to the blood-red giant tree's peculiar nature. Its strength and speed were actually quite ordinary. Zhāng Hào concluded he needed to add a powerful trump card to his arsenal. Then I'll enhance my ice elemental ability. Zhāng Hào made up his mind to upgrade his ice elemental ability, aiming to develop an ice elemental transformation skill. Ding! Consumed 4000 EXP. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Frost Ability LV4. Ding! Consumed 8000 EXP. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Frost Elemental Ability LV.5. Ding. Consumed 64,000 EXP. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Frost Ability LV8. After spending over 120,000 experience points, he finally upgraded his Frost ability to level 8. A flash of delight crossed Zhāng Hao's eyes. Elemental Ice Transformation? Finally succeeded. Reaching level 8 not only greatly enhanced the ability's power but also unlocked the Ice Elemental Transformation skill. As Zhāng Hào attempted to transform into an ice element, his body slowly began to crystallize into ice, instantly freezing the hot water in the bathtub solid. Zhāng Hào scrambled to control the frigid energy, otherwise, he might freeze his entire home solid. Even so, a thick layer of frost covered the furniture and floors throughout the villa. Zhāng Hào formed an ice crystal mirror to examine his current appearance, his heart filled with astonishment. His entire body now seemed composed of diamond-like ice crystals, completely transformed from flesh and blood into another form. He even felt as though a mere wave of his hand could freeze 1,000 miles. This was elemental transformation, a skill mastered by only a handful. Take Gu Yan, for instance, possessing extraordinary talent and undergoing prolonged secluded cultivation, he finally mastered elemental transformation. Yet Zhāng Hào had effortlessly mastered this divine skill merely by clicking to upgrade. The next day, Ling Moyu sought out Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào looked slightly surprised and teased, "Only a few days apart, and you're already missing me?" Ignoring Zhāng Hao's teasing, Ling Moyu spoke softly, "I'm about to leave on a mission and won't be at the Immortal Fortress for a while. I came to let you know." Zhāng Hào was taken aback. "We only need to complete one mission every 3 months. We haven't been in the Holy Legion long, is there really such a rush?" Ling Moyu replied, "This mission offers substantial rewards. Completing it will earn us a significant amount of merit points. Rest assured, I'll be traveling with other teams. They're all psychics who've been in the Holy Legion for years, powerful and capable. There won't be any danger. Male or female?" Zhāng Hào instantly grew wary. Seeing his reaction, Ling Moyu flashed a rare, gentle smile. "It's senior sister Nangong Chunyu's team. Senior sister Chunyu is a senior member of our Heavenly Palace. Her younger sister, Nangong Chenxi, is very close to me. She specifically arranged this for me." Nangong Chenxi? Zhāng Hào recalled the little girl who had persistently pestered Ling Moyu when he first joined the Heavenly Palace. He nodded in realization. Her sister was also a Heavenly Palace member and had been with the Holy Legion for quite some time. She should be trustworthy. "Alright then." Zhāng Hào reluctantly agreed. Though he harbored some concern for Ling Moyu, she was no child and possessed a special ability space. The probability of her encountering danger while on an external mission was low. This mission will take considerable time. Take these merit points. The special training room's effects are quite remarkable. Ling Moyu transferred 50 merit points to Zhāng Hào via her identity token. Ling Moyu appeared aloof, yet her heart was kind and considerate of others, truly cold on the outside, warm on the inside. Deeply moved, Zhāng Hào embraced Ling Moyu tightly. A faint blush spread across her fair cheeks as she gently returned his embrace. A minute later, Ling Moyu murmured softly, "Senior sister Chunyu's team is about to depart. I can't keep her waiting." "Alright, travel safely," Zhāng Hào said as he released her, offering his parting words. Watching Ling Moyu's figure gradually recede into the distance, Zhāng Hào sighed softly. Indeed, this world held many beautiful things worth cherishing. To live without desire was impossible. To do so would be like existing as a mere automaton. Ling Moyu joined Nangong Chunyu's team for their mission, while Zhāng Hào embarked on his cultivation journey, heading to the cultivation room. To Zhāng Hao's delight, the Holy Legion offered not only free standard training rooms but also special training rooms requiring payment. These special chambers could simulate diverse cultivation environments such as volcanic landscapes, ideal for flame-wielding psychics, or icy mountains and scorching deserts. Each individual could simulate an environment suited to their specific needs, achieving twice the results with half the effort. However, these special training rooms came at a steep price. Each 4-hour session consumed 1 merit point. Members participating in the blood trial only earned 20 merit points, which would be depleted in just a few days. Zhāng Hào had previously earned 100 merit points, transferring 40 to Ling Moyu. When Ling Moyu went out on a mission, she transferred her remaining merit points back to Zhāng Hào, leaving him with 110 merit points at present. "I'll rent it for 4 hours first." Zhāng Hào entered the special training room, swiped his identity token, and had 1 merit point deducted. Welcome to the Mimetic Training Chamber. This facility can simulate any training environment you require: volcanic landscapes, natural ecosystems, desert conditions, gravity fields, and more. The AI within the special training room emitted a metallic-sounding voice. Welcome to the Mimetic Training Chamber. This facility can simulate any training environment you require: volcanic landscapes, natural ecosystems, desert terrains, gravity fields, and more. It truly has everything. The AI within this special training room emitted a slightly cold, metallic voice. How advanced! Zhāng Hào couldn't help but marvel. After a moment's thought, he declared, "Gravity environment, 8 times gravity. 8 times gravity, initiating." As the mechanical sound echoed, Zhāng Hào instantly felt as if he were transported to another planet. The gravitational force surged nearly tenfold. In an environment 2 or 3 times Earth's gravity, most people would vomit blood and faint within moments. After all, this force acted upon the entire body. Every drop of blood, every single cell, bore the crushing pressure. Even a superpowered individual would find it quite uncomfortable. Yet, training in such conditions yielded progress so remarkable that the results were worlds apart from those achieved in ordinary environments. 8 times gravity is still insufficient. Give me 20 times gravity. Zhāng Hào sensed the conditions briefly before raising his demand once more. 20-fold gravity activated. Protection system engaged. Should any abnormal physical condition be detected in the user, the system will automatically cease operation. The AI's voice echoed as the ground's gravitational pull surged instantly, placing even Zhāng Hào under noticeable strain. Chapter 80, Gravity Training Chamber. Alright. Begin training. Zhāng Hào excitedly began his training. Like a ferocious beast, he rigorously honed his footwork, sword techniques, and other martial arts skills under the intense 20-fold gravity. The entire process proved exceptionally grueling, and he could distinctly feel his energy being drained at an alarming rate. Host has entered cultivation state. Gains +10 to all attributes. Host has entered cultivation state, gaining +10 to all attributes and 200 experience points. The system's notification tones rang out consecutively as Zhāng Hào, now in cultivation mode, reaped the attribute point rewards. To Zhāng Hao's delight, while entering cultivation mode in normal gravity typically yielded only 1 or 2 experience points per session, training under 20 times gravity significantly amplified the attribute point rewards. At this cultivation pace, Zhāng Hào could clearly envision just how astonishing his progress would become. The time spent cultivating was undoubtedly tedious, yet it was also precious and pleasurable. Feeling himself gradually grow stronger, the process was utterly wonderful. Zhāng Hao's cultivation session lasted for quite some time. Before he knew it, a month had passed since his arrival at the Immortal Fortress. Throughout this month, Zhāng Hào had devoted himself almost entirely to rigorous training in the special training room. His overall attributes had already reached the threshold of mid-tier 4th rank, a pace of progress that was truly extraordinary. However, today Zhāng Hào halted his cultivation for 2 reasons. First, his 100-odd merit points were nearly depleted. Second, news concerning Ling Moyu. Moyu mentioned joining senior sister Nangong Chun Yu's team on a highly rewarding mission that would take considerable time. But now, a whole month has passed. Could the mission still be unfinished? Zhāng Hao's heart was filled with worry, and this sense of unease only grew stronger. He simply couldn't sit idly by any longer. He went to Nangong Chinyu's residence and learned that she had led her team out and had not yet returned. This news only deepened Zhāng Hao's unease. Thus, he made his way to the Hall of the Sacred Legion, intending to inquire about news of Ling Moyu and the others. Elder, senior sister Nangong Chenyu led a team out on a mission a month ago and has yet to return. May I inquire what this mission entails? Zhāng Hào approached an elderly man with white hair seated behind a counter. This white-haired elder was a senior member of the Holy Legion, responsible for assigning and settling missions. Hearing this, the old man's brow furrowed deeply. It has indeed been quite some time. However, the details of missions undertaken by Holy Legion members cannot be disclosed lightly. Indeed, once a mission was leaked, it could very well trigger unforeseeable complications. Zhāng Hào took a deep breath and declared firmly, "Then I am willing to accept this mission. I implore you, Elder, to inform me of its details." He had no other choice. Sitting idly by waiting was pure agony. The worry gnawing at Zhāng Hào's heart made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. The white-haired elder's eyes flickered strangely upon hearing his words. "Are you absolutely certain? This mission is no simple task. Nangong Chenyu's strength is not to be underestimated. It's only a matter of time before she earns the Azure Flame Medal. Even the team she leads to carry out this mission could face unexpected dangers. And you've only been with the Sacred Legion for a short time, yet you intend to go alone?" "I'm certain." Zhāng Hào's tone was unwavering. Recalling the scene of parting with Ling Moyu, he couldn't bear to imagine what he would do if something truly happened to her. Therefore, he must go and investigate. Very well. The white-haired elder tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop. After a moment of contemplation, he finally granted Zhāng Hào's request. He produced a scroll and handed it to Zhāng Hào. "Here are the mission details. Take a look. Hunting monsters in Red Ice City." Zhāng Hào slowly unrolled the scroll and began reading it carefully. This mission involved exploring Red Ice City. Once a major city on the northern continent, Red Ice City had been plunged into a viral crisis a century ago. A human-hating organization had secretly released a cluster of primordial viruses into the city, turning most of its inhabitants into zombies. Subsequently, the majority of Red Ice City's residents were transformed into zombies. Over the past century, Red Ice City gradually decayed. Not only were there zombies within the city, but a certain number of psychic beings also existed. These psychics survive in small settlements within the city, occasionally trading energy stones with the outside world for food and other supplies. Several months ago, a series of highly bizarre incidents occurred in Red Ice City. It was said that a new kind of monster had suddenly appeared in the city similar to zombies, yet entirely different. These creatures were exceptionally vicious, specifically targeting and hunting down the human psychics within Red Ice City. Many settlements were destroyed by these unknown monsters. The settlements organized hunts against these creatures, but the monsters proved overwhelmingly powerful, rendering their efforts largely futile. Left with no other choice, the survivors of Red Ice City were forced to seek help from the outside world. Some had traveled to the Immortal Fortress to request aid. Consequently, the Holy Legion issued a mission to explore Red Ice City and hunt down these creatures. Nangong Chenyue's team was dispatched to carry out this task. Yet, a month has passed and they have not returned. The Holy Legion is now considering sending a reconnaissance team to investigate their situation. Alright, I'll take this mission. Zhāng Hào took a deep breath and accepted the mission with unwavering resolve. Good luck, young man. The white-haired elder took Zhāng Hào's identity token and completed the registration. Zhāng Hào then returned to his dormitory, packed his belongings, stored everything in his dimensional space, and set off for Red Ice City. The best outcome would be that Ling Mayu and the others were safe and sound, with the mission merely delayed due to the monsters being difficult to hunt. But such a prolonged delay was truly unusual. Zhāng Hào spared no expense in purchasing a snow-terrain off-road vehicle. Driving out of the Immortal Fortress, he sped toward Red Ice City. After 2 days of continuous driving, Zhāng Hào finally reached his destination. Red Ice City was overrun with hordes of zombies and a handful of survivors. From afar, the city walls appeared exceptionally weathered, blanketed in snow as if narrating tales of bygone eras. Let's see if the signal flare can reach them. After entering Red Ice City, Zhāng Hào leapt onto a tall building and retrieved a signal flare. These flares were exclusive to Holy Legion members. When facing danger or needing to contact others, one could launch it into the sky. Any nearby Holy Legion members who saw the flare would rush to the location immediately. Boom! Zhāng Hào pressed the launcher. The flare shot straight into the sky, exploding mid-air to form a massive flame pattern. The image hovered in the air for 3 full minutes before slowly dissipating. Over the next 3 hours, Zhāng Hào launched a flare every hour. Yet, weighing heavily on his mind, no one ever came. I should probably go scout around first. With no other choice, Zhāng Hào made this decision. Carefully navigating the snow-covered streets, Zhāng Hào kept a watchful eye on his surroundings. On the streets completely blanketed by ice and snow, Zhāng Hào moved slowly, his sharp gaze scanning every corner of his surroundings. Chapter 81, The Terrifying Corpse Demon. SSSSHH. As Zhāng Hào rounded a street corner, a ragged, emaciated zombie suddenly let out a shrill howl, clawing wildly as it lunged toward him. Thud! Such a first-tier zombie was beneath Zhāng Hao's contempt. The moment his foot touched the ground, genetic energy surged into the earth. A sharp, stone spear instantly erupted from beneath the zombie's feet, effortlessly piercing through it and pinning it firmly in place. Zhāng Hào pressed on without pause, advancing steadily. After a century of decay, the number of zombies lingering within Red Ice City was actually quite low. Otherwise, no survivors would have managed to endure within its walls. Something's moving? Zhāng Hao's ears twitched slightly, keenly picking up the sounds coming from ahead, causing his heart to stir. On the wide street ahead, a fierce battle was unfolding. A squad of psychics was locked in a desperate struggle with a terrifying monster. Damn it! Hold it off. Everyone else, attack with everything you've got. On the street, alongside the dozen or so psychics, stood a colossal lizard over 8 or 9 meters long. Its body was rotten and decayed, its back covered in sharp, backward-pointing spines. A burly man shouted hoarsely. Bang bang bang. A man shouldered an enormous heavy machine gun, unleashing a furious barrage of fire at the corpse beast lizard. The muzzle shook violently as armor-piercing rounds as thick as a baby's arm poured out like a torrential downpour. Only the formidable physique of a psionicist could withstand such immense recoil. An ordinary person would likely be sent flying backward by the sheer force. Clang! 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 Yet, the armor-piercing rounds bounced off the corpse beast lizard's body one after another. A metallic sheen glinted across its slightly decayed form, clearly indicating a defensive special ability. Snap! The corpse beast lizard suddenly opened its gaping maw, snapping down on a man. The man let out a piercing scream. As the corpse beast lizard chewed, a series of bone-chilling cracking sounds echoed. After chewing the man to pieces, the corpse beast lizard swallowed him whole. The scene was so bloody that it sent a chill down the spines of the other psychic warriors. That's a third-tier peak zombie beast. Everyone, split up and run. The burly man who seemed to be their leader bellowed. They hailed from a small settlement within Red Ice City. As usual, they had set out to hunt monsters for energy stones that could be used not only for their own needs but also to trade for food. But who could have imagined encountering such a formidable foe today? A peak third-tier corpse beast. Few settlements within Red Ice City possessed the strength to slay such a creature. At the burly man's command, everyone scattered in panic. In such a critical moment, each could only save themselves. As for which prey the corpse beast lizard would pursue, that was left to fate. Damn it! The burly man cursed under his breath as he sprinted for his life. The giant lizard corpse beast watched as everyone scattered in different directions. After a moment of hesitation, it actually gave chase toward the burly man's escape route. This left the burly man so frustrated he nearly spat blood. He was only a mid-tier third-stage psionicist. Becoming a settlement leader was already no small feat, but he was absolutely no match for this peak third-stage zombie beast. This is bad. The giant lizard corpse beast closed in on the burly man. Its massive body whipped sideways, and a steel hardtail lashed out with deadly force. The burly man reacted swiftly, lunging forward and narrowly evading the deadly blow. Yet the powerful gust of air whipped up by the tail's edge still lashed his back. A searing pain shot through him, forcing out a muffled groan as his flesh was torn open. He tumbled several times across the ground. Gritting his teeth, the burly man struggled to his feet. But just then, a massive shadow completely engulfed him. He looked up in terror to see the corpse beast lizard opening its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth and reeking of putrid stench slamming straight toward him. It's over. Despair surged through the burly man as the jaws closed in. Yet at that critical moment, a miracle suddenly occurred. Swish, swish, swish. From nowhere, silvery white snowflakes began drifting through the air. They fell in a flurry upon the corpse beast's massive body, instantly bringing extreme cold. The snowflakes swiftly transformed into ice crystals, encasing the entire corpse beast lizard in a solid shell. The gaping maw that had been poised to strike halted abruptly 2 feet before the burly man. Staring at the frozen ice sculpture of the corpse beast, the burly man's face was filled with disbelief. Unnoticed, a man in black robes had silently appeared beside him. He casually swung a fist, striking the frozen lizard corpse encased in ice crystals. With a shattering crash, the corpse beast's body shattered like glass, its ice crystals cracking and scattering into fragments across the ground. The burly man stared blankly at Zhāng Hào, his mind reeling with shock. This was a corpse beast that had reached the peak of the 3 realms. Yet before this seemingly young psychic, it had been slain with such ease. Could this man in black truly be a 5th-rank Grandmaster level psychic? The man who saved the burly fellow was none other than Zhāng Hào. After easily dispatching the giant lizard corpse beast, he turned his gaze to the burly man and asked, "Are you a resident of Red Ice City?" The burly man flinched and quickly replied, "Yes, I've lived in Red Ice City since I was a child." Hearing this, Zhāng Hào nodded slightly before continuing, "I'm a member of the Holy Legion." "I'm inquiring about something. Have you seen any other members of the Holy Legion?" "They arrived here a month ago with the purpose of hunting monsters." "The Holy Legion?" A look of growing reverence flashed in the burly man's eyes. Few in the eastern continent knew of the Holy Legion, but in the northern continent, its name was legendary, commanding extraordinary prestige. Everyone yearned to join its ranks, for only the strongest of the strong could gain entry. The burly man quickly regained his composure and shook his head. "Sorry, I haven't seen any other Holy Legion members." Noticing a flicker of disappointment on Zhāng Hao's face, the burly man cautiously inquired, "Did they come here to hunt monsters? Could it be to hunt ghouls? Shikigami?" Zhāng Hào looked puzzled. Could these undead be the name of the unknown monsters that suddenly appeared in Red Ice City? The burly man hastened to explain, "Zombie ghouls. They're humanoid creatures, far more powerful and terrifying than ordinary zombies. Their appearance is hideous, like evil specters, and they particularly relish devouring human flesh, leaving not even bones behind." Zhāng Hào frowned deeply, wondering inwardly if Nangong Chenyu and the others had encountered an accident while hunting ghouls. But even if something went wrong, the probability of total annihilation was incredibly low. Especially since Ling Mayu possessed spatial abilities, escaping shouldn't have been a problem. Wah! As Zhāng Hào pondered these thoughts, a piercing, demonic shriek suddenly echoed from the end of the street ahead. The sound was excruciatingly sharp, causing his eardrums to throb in agony. A ghostly shadow scurried across the walls of towering buildings, swift as lightning. It was a woman with disheveled hair, her face deathly pale, eyes glowing an eerie green, and mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. She resembled a zombie, yet her skin showed no signs of decay whatsoever. Chapter 82, Danger Alert. In the gloomy night, a terrifying woman appeared. Her hair hung in tangled strands, her face as pale as paper, her eyes glowing an eerie green, and her mouth filled with sharp, pointed teeth, a figure resembling a zombie. Yet her skin remained perfectly intact, showing no signs of decay whatsoever. "It's a ghoul, a ghoul." The burly man who saw this eerie woman screamed in terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably as if he might collapse at any moment. Zhāng Hào inwardly marveled. This was a third-tier psychic. After all, how could he be so utterly terrified? He couldn't help but wonder, is it really that terrifying? Just then, a man cautiously peered out from a building. It was the psionicist who had been with the burly man earlier. Sensing something amiss, he instinctively turned around. The moment he saw the disheveled woman on the rooftop, his body instantly began shaking like a sieve. Cackle! The corpse ghost woman emitted a shrill, piercing cackle before leaping down from the building's edge. Terrified, the man's legs went weak, his mind blank, he even forgot to flee. What followed was a horrifying sight that seared itself into Zhāng Hao's vision. Without warning, the corpse demon woman's abdomen ripped open violently. 2 tongues, as if drenched in blood, brutally protruded from the gash. These tongues were slimy and sticky, covered in dense rows of backward-facing hooks like demonic fangs, exuding a bone-chilling, monstrous aura. "Help! Let me go!" The terrified screams pierced the eerie scene with piercing intensity. The two tongues, as vivid as blood, shot out with lightning speed, coiling around the man. Only now did the man snap out of his daze, instantly panicking as he screamed at the top of his lungs while frantically twisting his body, desperate to break free from this terrifying restraint. Yet his efforts proved futile. Instead, the sharp barbs on the tongues lacerated his entire body, leaving him covered in wounds as blood gushed forth in streams. The corpse woman's tongue abruptly contracted, mercilessly drawing the man into the gaping maw that split open in her abdomen. Within that gaping maw, rows of teeth like a meat grinder mercilessly swallowed the man's entire body. Immediately after, a frenzied chewing sound erupted. Crunch! Crunch! This bone-chilling sound reverberated through the air, like a symphony from hell. Wave after wave of bone-crunching and flesh-tearing sounds followed, as if the man had been ruthlessly fed into a raging meat grinder. In less than 10 seconds, his entire body was swallowed whole by the gaping maw within. A vibrant life vanished in an instant, leaving only splattered bloodstains on the ground as silent proof of his existence in this world. This is utterly brutal and bloody. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but gasp repeatedly. While ordinary zombies devoured their victims bite by bite, the feeding method of this ghoul was both nauseating and spine-chilling, truly terrifying like a meat grinder. No wonder these people were trembling so violently their legs could barely hold them upright. Witnessing this scene, the burly man cried out in a trembling voice, "Shikigami. They are demons from hell." "From hell? Then I'll send it back." A fierce glint flashed in Zhāng Hao's eyes. Ling Mayu had gone missing while accompanying Nangong Chenyua's team on a hunt for these very creatures known as ghouls. Naturally, Zhāng Hào harbored a fierce killing intent toward such monsters. Gak! The female corpse demon let out an eerie howl. Her entire body left a trail of afterimages as she lunged toward Zhāng Hào at astonishing speed. Her clawed fist, bristling with razor-sharp nails, clenched into a ball and slammed viciously toward Zhāng Hào. The burly man, truly cowardly, retreated in fear, step after step. Yet Zhāng Hào showed no sign of backing down. He stepped forward, swinging his fist with equal fury. Boom! The fists collided, and the air seemed to crackle with the thunderous roar of a muffled explosion. The corpse demon flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Power at the initial stage of the 4th tier. Zhāng Hao's expression was grim. This zombie was indeed exceptionally powerful, even a random one possessed 4th tier combat strength. Yet, unfortunately for it, it had faced Zhāng Hào. As Zhāng Hào repelled the undead ghoul with a single punch, a strange light flashed in the burly man's eyes. He inwardly marveled, truly worthy of the Holy Legion, their strength is exceptionally formidable. Gah! The female zombie roared furiously, bearing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Her blood-red tongue shot out like two arrows, slicing through the air and hurtling straight toward Zhāng Hào. SSSH. Without moving, Zhāng Hào instantly conjured a half-meter thick ice crystal shield before him. The two razor-sharp tongues struggled to tear through the ice shield, only to become trapped within it. The undead woman frantically retracted her tongues, but they were now firmly trapped within the ice, impossible to pull free. Die! Zhāng Hào clenched his palm, and an ice crystal spear rapidly coalesced. With a low shout, he swung his arm violently. The entire spear instantly broke the sound barrier, darting toward the corpse demon woman's head like a bolt of lightning. Thud! The ghoul woman's tongue was trapped within the ice crystal shield, leaving her immobilized. The ice spear pierced straight through her forehead, leaving a transparent hole. Pickup successful. Gained 5,000 EXP. Pickup successful. Gained 320 spirit points. Pickup successful. Obtained corpse demon crystal core X1. The undead woman's ghostly green eyes lost all luster as she collapsed with a thud, utterly silent. Zhāng Hào casually gathered the items the undead woman had dropped. To his surprise, she hadn't dropped an energy stone, but instead yielded an undead crystal core. Master. Your power is truly overwhelming. The burly man was filled with awe. The ghoul, which had seemed like a nightmare to him, had been killed in just a few rounds by Zhāng Hào. Such power was truly astonishing. If you have no further business, you may leave. Zhāng Hào hadn't gleaned any useful information from the burly man, but he surmised that Ling Mayu and the others' disappearance was most likely connected to these bizarre undead creatures. Yes. Master, please be careful. The burly man hurriedly thanked him before turning and departing swiftly. These undead, what exactly are they? Zhāng Hào examined the corpse of the ghoul closely, his brow furrowed. This corpse demon was neither human nor zombie, but rather seemed to be an entirely different kind of creature. Snap! Zhāng Hào pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of the corpse. This served as mission proof, verifying the number of corpse demons he had slain to claim corresponding merit points. Zhāng Hào searched the Red Ice City for any trace of Ling Mayu and the others, occasionally firing a signal flare. Yet by evening, there was still no sign of them. As night fell, Zhāng Hào found an abandoned hotel and settled in for a brief rest. He recalled the hideous visage of the corpse demon he'd encountered that day, a living person devoured in an instant, leaving not even bones behind. He forced himself to suppress the thought of the worst possible outcome. Zhāng Hào let out a helpless, bitter laugh. Once you had someone to care about, troubles truly multiplied. Chapter 83, Devil Tree Seeds. That night, unable to sleep, Zhāng Hào idly examined his possessions. By chance, he discovered something still untouched in his system backpack. Corpse Demon Crystal Core, Devil Tree Seed. The Devil Tree Seed was a peculiar item dropped when he had slain that blood-red giant tree. While immersed in cultivation at the Immortal Fortress, Zhāng Hào had completely forgotten about this little trinket. Devil Tree Seed can grow into a devil tree. A single drop of blood will bind it to its master, causing it to sprout and become a loyal guardian. This thing seems rather interesting. Zhāng Hào pondered for a moment, then dripped a single drop of blood onto the blood-red seed, no larger than a fingertip. He waited in silence. The Devil Tree Seed swiftly absorbed Zhāng Hao's blood. Immediately, to his astonished gaze, it began growing rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, it had grown to a foot tall. It was a blood-red sapling, its form strikingly similar to the colossal crimson tree of the White Light Mountains, only a miniature version. A sapling of blood-red hue, its color as rich and deep as fresh blood, its form strikingly similar to the colossal crimson tree of the White Light Mountains, only a miniature version. Zhāng Hào stared at this devilish-looking tree, finding it quite intriguing. Due to the blood-sworn bond, a faint yet tangible connection existed between him and this demonic tree. Yet, in that instant, something unexpected occurred. The bracelet on Zhāng Hao's wrist, formed from the Venom armor, suddenly seemed to come alive. It writhed and transformed into a pitch-black liquid, sliding off his hand before completely enveloping the entire demon tree. Whoa, what the heck is going on? Zhāng Hao's eyes widened. Had the Venom suit just devoured the devil tree he'd just hatched? Helpless, Zhāng Hào could only watch and wait. He watched as the black liquid tightly enveloped the devil tree. Then, the two began to gradually fuse together, eventually forming the shape of a small black tree. Strangely enough, perhaps because the devil tree had already recognized its master, when the Venom suit fused with it, Zhāng Hào felt an indescribable connection forming between himself and them. What should I call this thing? Venom suit? Devil tree? Or maybe venomous devil tree? Zhāng Hào couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Hungry. Suddenly, Zhāng Hào sensed a faint signal from the black venom devil tree, as if it were expressing its need to feed. Well, let's see what I can find for it to eat. Zhāng Hào began rummaging through his backpack. Before long, he discovered the Corpse Demon Crystal Core. An idea struck him. He pulled out the Corpse Demon Crystal Core and asked, "Will you eat this?" Immediately, Zhāng Hào saw the 3-foot-tall venomous devil tree flail its liquid-like branches, looking utterly impatient. Go ahead. Seeing this, Zhāng Hào tossed the Corpse Demon Crystal Core over without hesitation. The venomous devil tree practically leapt with excitement, catching the crystal core effortlessly and merging it into its liquid-like body. Its branches swayed gleefully. Zhāng Hào clearly saw the venomous devil tree digesting the crystal core, growing visibly by the second. A flicker of worry crossed Zhāng Hao's mind. The venom suit had inexplicably fused with the devil tree. Could it now be permanently transformed? After all, the venom suit was crucial to boosting his combat power. However, Zhāng Hao's worries proved unnecessary. The fusion process was clearly dominated by the venom armor. By midnight, the Corpse Demon Crystal Core was fully digested, and the venomous devil tree had grown to 2 meters tall. Its primary color was black, adorned with dark red patterns, giving it an even more mysterious and cool appearance. Zhāng Hào reapplied the venom suit to his body and was pleasantly surprised to discover that, having fused with the devil tree that recognized him as its master, the suit now fit him even more perfectly. Moreover, after merging with the devil tree, the venom suit had gained new capabilities. The dark crimson patterns stood out vividly against the black armor. With a slight shift in Zhāng Hao's intent, the black liquid began to writhe, instantly transforming into a vine that shot out with blinding speed. Swoosh! The liquid vine shot through the wall like a bolt of lightning, razor sharp. Not only that, but after detaching from Zhāng Hào, the venom suit could transform into the form of the devil tree, possessing considerable combat capability. Not bad at all. Zhāng Hào was quite satisfied. He hadn't expected this strange lifeform born from the primordial virus to possess such unique abilities. Zhāng Hào also discovered that the venomous devil tree had a particular fondness for zombie demon crystals as sustenance. The zombie crystal core seemed to contain some kind of dark energy. While it had little effect on psychic users, it was a potent tonic for aberrant lifeforms like Venom and the Devil Tree. In that case, starting tomorrow, we'll hunt the ghouls within this city. A resolute gleam flashed in Zhāng Hao's eyes. Hunting corpse demons served multiple purposes. It was the mission he'd accepted. The crystal nuclei they produced were crucial for the evolution of Venom and Devil Tree, and most importantly, the disappearance of Ling Mayu and the others was likely connected to the corpse demons. Perhaps hunting them would uncover valuable clues. As dawn broke, Zhāng Hào ate a simple meal of dry rations before rising to begin the new day. Fine snowflakes drifted through the sky, dancing lightly one by one. The far north, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, presented an environment so harsh that for most people, it was truly a place where survival was impossible. Zhāng Hào wandered the streets, his objective fixed on hunting the ghouls. Just then, the venom on his wrist seemed to sense his intent. A liquid tendril extended from it, pointing in one direction and twitching persistently. Could there be a zombie in that direction? Zhāng Hao's heart stirred. After merging with the devil tree, the venom seemed to have gained new abilities. It was particularly sensitive to objects with dark attributes and seemed to favor them. Perhaps it could truly lead him to find other undead in this city. Zhāng Hào followed the direction indicated by the venom. After about 10 minutes, the black tendrils of venom began to tremble less intensely, signaling to Zhāng Hào that he was nearing his target. 133. Zhāng Hào sensed something and arrived at a house. Peering through a window, the sight inside made the corners of Zhāng Hao's mouth twitch involuntarily. Inside, a zombie was gnawing on a human corpse. Its belly gaped open like a vast maw, stuffing a human body inside. The sharp teeth within the gaping maw writhed incessantly, like a meat grinder, slowly devouring the human corpse piece by piece. No matter how many times he witnessed it, the ghoul's horrifying feeding method sent chills down his spine. Nah! The male ghoul seemed to sense something. It turned its head and caught sight of Zhāng Hào outside the window. In that instant, Zhāng Hào struck decisively. Chapter 84, Continuing the Exploration. SSSSS. The venom on Zhāng Hao's wrist began to writhe, transforming into 4 or 5 black liquid vines. They swiftly pierced through the glass and tightly coiled around the ghoul's waist and abdomen, preventing its gaping maw from opening. The venom's auxiliary effect proved remarkably potent. Yet the ghoul struggled violently, threatening to snap the venomous tendrils. After all, its fusion with the devil tree was still recent, leaving its binding capabilities relatively weak. Zhāng Hào showed no mercy in response. The ice crystal spear coalesced in his hand, sweeping out in a horizontal strike that not only shattered the glass but also completely obliterated the zombie demon's head. With Zhāng Hào now at mid-tier 4th rank physical prowess, a casual strike unleashed a colossal force of 20,000 tons. After successfully eliminating the ghoul, Zhāng Hào picked up its dropped attribute points and a black ghoul crystal core. He snapped a photo as proof for the mission before turning to leave. Zhāng Hào observed that these ghouls were not only inherently vicious but also seemed to have a particular fondness for human flesh. They rarely attacked zombies. Zhāng Hào speculated that it wasn't that they preferred human flesh, but rather that they favored consuming fresh, living meat. Within Red Ice City, there were no mutated beasts, only zombies and survivors. Thus, the ghouls naturally chose to attack humans. However, what puzzled Zhāng Hào was where these ghouls had come from. According to survivors in Red Ice City, these monsters hadn't existed here before, they had only recently appeared. Zhāng Hào continued hunting the undead. The Red Ice City was vast, and the chances of encountering ghouls were low. Yet, the venom fused with the devil tree was highly sensitive to dark attributes, guiding Zhāng Hào to the locations of nearby ghouls. By the end of the day, the number of ghouls slain by Zhāng Hào had reached a staggering 20+. These undead possessed strength at least at the high tier of stage 3, with many reaching stage 4. They were indeed a formidable monster race. At nightfall, Zhāng Hào halted his pursuit to rest. He fed the corpse demon crystal cores he had collected to the venomous creature. Venom transformed into the form of a demon tree, delightedly digesting each corpse demon crystal core. Its body grew relentlessly, shooting up from 2 meters to 10 meters in a single night so rapidly that the house could no longer contain its massive frame. Zhāng Hào thought to himself that at this rate, it wouldn't be long before it surpassed even the towering crimson tree in height. And so, 7 days passed in this manner. Over 100 ghouls had fallen to Zhāng Hao's blade. As he relentlessly hunted them down, the ghouls within Red Ice City gradually dwindled. Zhāng Hào believed that in just a few more days, he could completely eradicate the undead from Red Ice City. Sigh, still no news of MOU. Zhāng Hao's heart was filled with melancholy. Over these 7 days, while hunting the undead, he had traversed nearly half of Red Ice City, yet still found no trace of Ling Mayu or the others. Sigh, MOU is still nowhere to be found. Zhāng Hao's heart was heavy with sorrow. For these past 7 days, he had scoured nearly half of Red Ice City hunting corpse demons, yet still found not a single trace of Ling Mayu and the others. Rain? Just past noon that day, Zhāng Hào suddenly looked up and saw raindrops falling from the sky, which surprised him greatly. On the northern continent, snowfall was commonplace, but rain was something he had never encountered since arriving here. Zhāng Hào decided to wait until the rain stopped before continuing his hunt for the undead. He casually sought shelter in a nearby house. Outside, the rain grew heavier. Zhāng Hào picked up a piece of beef jerky and began to chew. However, before he could finish, Zhāng Hào suddenly furrowed his brow. Amidst the clatter of raindrops, he heard the distinct sound of numerous footsteps. Zhāng Hào moved to the window and glanced out. His face instantly froze in shock. As dusk fell, torrential rain poured down, pooling water spreading across the ground. Outside the building where Zhāng Hào stood, ghostly figures had appeared, their numbers unknown. These were pallid humanoid creatures with eerie green eyes and sharp fangs, resembling malevolent specters, none other than the undead creatures Zhāng Hào had hunted in recent days. So many undead have come? Could it be that every remaining undead in this city has gathered here? Zhāng Hào was deeply surprised. At a rough count, there were at least 100 or 200 of them. Moreover, they seemed to have come seeking vengeance. They encircled the building where Zhāng Hào was located, pairs of eerie green eyes glaring viciously and relentlessly at his floor. Recalling the hundreds he'd slain these past days, Zhāng Hào felt a pang of helplessness. His relentless hunting had evidently made them feel threatened, driving them to unite and seek retribution. Oof. Since you've come, I'll wipe you all out in one fell swoop. A cold gleam flashed in Zhāng Hao's eyes. All this time spent hunting zombies had been a waste. Now that they'd come to him, he could finish them all at once. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào leapt from the fifth-floor window, his body landing on the ground as lightly as a feather. He drew the crescent blade from his waist and faced the horde of ghouls, their demonic, hideous forms looming before him, without a flicker of fear. Roar! With a deafening roar, the undead could no longer contain themselves, charging madly toward Zhāng Hào. A disheveled ghoul charged at the forefront, swinging an arm wildly. 5 claws, sharp as blades, extended from its palm, aiming straight for Zhāng Hao's throat. Thud! Yet in the next instant, Zhāng Hao's right fist launched like a cannonball, striking the ghoul's face with devastating force. Its skull caved in as it was sent flying backward. Thud! 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 Without turning his head, Zhāng Hào swung his left hand horizontally with his blade. The 3 undead creatures attacking from the side were enveloped by the bursting cold light, their heads instantly severed. Gah! These undead creatures moved with astonishing speed, each possessing at least 3rd-tier advanced strength. The moment Zhāng Hào struck, a massive wave of undead surged in from all directions, closing in around him until he was completely surrounded. Snap! 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 The ghoul's massive abdominal mouth snapped open, unleashing a torrent of blood-red tongues that lashed out toward Zhāng Hào like a violent storm. These tongues were covered in barbed hooks, capable of easily tearing away chunks of flesh upon contact. Boom! Zhāng Hào slammed his foot into the ground, unleashing the repulsive force of his earth control. A terrifying force radiated violently outward from him, sending the undead creatures tumbling backward through the air. At that moment, the venom on Zhāng Hao's wrist began to writhe. It leapt onto the ground and rapidly twisted and contorted. As it twisted, its form continuously expanded. Within just a breath or two, it transformed into a towering tree 40 meters tall. This venomous devil tree bore a striking resemblance to the crimson colossus of before, except it was pitch black, its entire form enveloped in flowing dark liquid, giving it an even more profound and mysterious aura. SSSSS. The venomous devil tree writhed excitedly, launching sharp tendrils like arrows. Despite the surrounding ghouls' desperate attempts to evade, numerous spines pierced through them. Once pierced, the black liquid seeped through the wounds into the ghouls' bodies, causing them to emit agonized screams before collapsing to the ground, their bodies rapidly shriveling. This was the parasitic entity injected by the venomous devil tree, frantically consuming their blood and energy. The separated venom slithered back toward the devil tree, its aura subtly growing more potent. Chapter 85, The Terrifying Venomous Devil Tree. This thing is actually this powerful? Zhāng Hào watched in astonishment. He had consistently underestimated the venom suit's potential. After all, this thing was a bizarre lifeform born from the primordial virus. Its potential was unfathomable. Zhāng Hào and the venomous devil tree engaged in a frenzied slaughter, routing the ferocious undead hordes. It wasn't that these undead were weak, each possessed at least high-tier 3rd-level strength. It was simply that Zhāng Hào and his allies were far too powerful. The venomous devil tree had actually sprouted a pair of feet, its 40-meter-tall form charging back and forth through the horde of ghouls. One zombie demon unleashed a tongue capable of piercing steel, slamming it viciously against the venomous devil tree's trunk. Yet the tongue sank as if into quicksand, not only failing to inflict damage, but becoming firmly entangled, unable to be pulled free. Roar! Just as the venomous devil tree was in the thick of battle, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the distance. The earth-shattering roar shook the heavens and earth, causing the very sky to tremble. Even the falling rain seemed to sway unsteadily. Boom! Upon a distant skyscraper, a massive figure stomped its foot down hard on the rooftop. In an instant, the entire building crumbled to dust under the immense force. The massive figure then shot forward like a cannonball, breaking the sound barrier as it closed in on the venomous devil tree. With a frenzied roar, it swung a fist that slammed viciously into the towering trunk of the venomous devil tree. Boom! Terrifying force surged into the venomous devil tree before violently exploding outward. The venom devil tree let out a silent, agonized howl as the blow tore a transparent, bloody hole 2 to 3 meters wide through its trunk. The massive figure's claws tore frantically at the tree, ripping away vast swaths of its flowing liquid substance. The venomous devil tree possessed immense power, nearly matching that of a mid to high-tier 4th-stage mutant beast. Yet before this imposing figure, it suffered repeated devastating blows, sensing its very existence was gravely threatened. It hastily shrank its form, transforming into a pool of highly viscous, elastic venom. It then sprang onto Zhāng Hao's body, reverting to its bracelet form. Woo-woo! The venom emitted a pitiful whimper, as if complaining to Zhāng Hào. It resembled a bullied child whose first instinct was to seek help from a parent. The venom whimpered, its voice tinged with such pitiable desperation, as if a bullied child were pouring out its grievances to a parent. Zhāng Hào stared intently at the towering figure. This creature was exceptionally tall, standing a full 2 meters 50, its entire body covered in muscles coiled like twisted dragons. What was truly revolting, however, was the complete absence of skin covering its body. Dark red muscle tissue lay exposed, its appearance utterly hideous. Hiss! The other ghouls, upon seeing this massive creature, all let out excited whines. This colossal creature was a zombie, seemingly their king, the Zombie King. That aura, incredibly powerful. Zhāng Hao's gaze grew intense. The aura emanating from the undead king before him faintly reached the peak of the 4th tier, rivaling that of a quasi-lord. The ghoul king's hideous face, with its flesh and blood tissue clearly visible, glared viciously at Zhāng Hào. From its wide-open mouth came a hoarse, indistinct voice, "Kid. I'll eat you." It can speak? Zhāng Hào was utterly astonished. This corpse demon king seemed surprisingly intelligent, having mastered human speech, or perhaps it had once been human? Strangely enough, these undead creatures bear a striking resemblance to humans. Could they be like zombies, mutations of humanity brought about by some unknown cause? Zhāng Hào couldn't say for certain, and he had no time to ponder it further. The corpse demon king's eyes blazed with savage intent. Unable to contain himself any longer, he lunged forward, intent on striking down Zhāng Hào and devouring his flesh and blood. Crack! The corpse demon king's form shifted, its physical body instantly breaking the sound barrier, triggering a series of sonic booms. Its eyes burned with malice and hatred, fragments of its former life lingering within. It knew all too well the inhuman torment it had endured, and now sought to inflict that same agony upon others. Even before its fist reached him, a terrifying pressure enveloped Zhāng Hào. This corpse demon king's power had undoubtedly reached the quasi-lord level. The earth control skill activated, drawing an endless stream of power from the earth to fortify Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào swung his fist forward, carrying astonishing weight. Boom! The collision of their fists unleashed such terrifying force that the earth shook violently. The radiating energy shattered the rain and the sky into mist. Centered on Zhāng Hào and the corpse demon king, cracks spread like a spiderweb across the earth. Whoosh! The terrifying force of the impact slammed into him, forcing Zhāng Hao's feet to gouge deep trenches into the ground as he slid back over 10 meters. The corpse demon king's power was astonishingly formidable, brute-like in its ferocity. Roar! 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 Surrounding ghouls, witnessing the ghoul king's successful repulsion of Zhāng Hào, erupted into excited roars, as if cheering him on. Roar! The corpse demon king's eerie green eyes blazed with bloodthirsty combat intent, its excitement intensifying. Its fist hurtled toward Zhāng Hào like a meteorite, this strike packing over twice the power of the previous one. It possesses strength-based abilities? Zhāng Hao's mind raced. This undead king must possess a special ability of the strength type. The air pressure generated by this punch caused the atmosphere to crackle with a deafening roar, a devastating strike that rivaled the might of a true lord-class monster. Zhāng Hào stood perfectly still. Yet what happened next stunned the corpse demon king. Its fist pierced through Zhāng Hao's chest, and his body instantly exploded into fragments. Yet it was merely an afterimage. Zhāng Hao's figure vanished without a trace, as if he had entered another dimension. Boom! A terrifying torrent of power surged forth. The Ghoul King's fist, brimming with boundless might, could obliterate a 5-story building by the roadside into dust from 20 or 30 meters away. Its destructive force was truly terrifying. Yet, no matter how formidable the force, it was futile if it failed to strike its target. The corpse demon king reacted with lightning speed, instantly swinging a counterpunch backward. In its eyes, after Zhāng Hào vanished, the most likely place for him to appear was directly behind it. Alas, the blow missed its mark, striking only empty air. Gah! The corpse demon king let out a puzzled growl, its eyes betraying a hint of bewilderment. It realized Zhāng Hào had vanished as if he'd evaporated into thin air, completely disappearing without a trace. The surrounding ghouls swiveled their heads, searching frantically for Zhāng Hao's whereabouts. Die! At that very moment, the space where Zhāng Hào had vanished suddenly ripped open. Zhāng Hao's voice echoed out of thin air. His form shot upward like lightning, delivering a powerful knee strike that slammed into the corpse demon king's face. Boom! The blow was devastatingly powerful, instantly crushing the Ghoul King's nasal bridge. Its towering 2.5-meter frame was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing hundreds of meters away. In its wake, 3 or 5 buildings along the path collapsed with a thunderous roar under the force of the impact. This was Zhāng Hao's special ability, escape to another dimension. Once within this alternate dimension, no attack could touch him. Such a power was truly divine. Roar! Moments later, amidst the ruins, the corpse demon king let out a furious roar. The debris crushing its body shattered instantly under the shockwaves of its roar. Immediately after, its massive frame charged toward Zhāng Hào with even greater ferocity. Terrifying power rippled from its entire being, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Chapter 86, Confronting the Corpse Demon King. The Corpse Demon King's power-enhancing ability allowed it to unleash terrifying strength rivaling that of a 5th-tier lord-level monster. It spread its arms wide, lunging toward Zhāng Hào. In its mind, with its terrifying strength, even if Zhāng Hao's body were forged from steel, it was confident it could crush him until every bone shattered. Whoosh! Yet, just as before, the corpse demon king passed straight through the afterimage Zhāng Hào had left behind, failing to even brush a single thread of his clothing. Remember, entering another dimension takes only an instant. After the corpse demon king charged forward a short distance, Zhāng Hào silently materialized behind it. His hand gripped the crescent blade tightly as he swung it with all his might toward the undead king's nape. Slashing. To Zhāng Hao's surprise, the corpse demon king's bones were far harder than steel several times, perhaps even 10 times harder. The blade sliced only 2 or 3 centimeters deep before being halted by its incredibly hard bones. Roar! The corpse demon king roared in fury, spinning to deliver a punch. Zhāng Hào swiftly withdrew his blade, using its flat edge to block the attack. The terrifying force made the crescent blade hum repeatedly. Zhāng Hào was knocked off his feet, flying 20 or 30 meters before he could barely halt his backward momentum. He felt only a slight numbness in his wrist, inwardly marveling at the undead king's astonishing brute strength. Frostblood blade technique. Since the corpse demon king possessed thick, tough skin impervious to blades, Zhāng Hào unleashed the intricate and uncanny lingering blood blade technique to counter it. The blood-chilling blade technique synergized with his ice-manipulating ability, which had already reached level 8. As the technique unfolded, crimson-hued icy blades swirled around him. Pooled water on the ground froze instantly, while raindrops falling from the sky crystallized into icicles, dripping onto the earth with a steady patter. Roar! The corpse demon king roared furiously, charging forward like a raging demon. Each punch carried the force of an earth-shattering blow, showcasing the formidable might of a quasi-lord-level monster. Crack! 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 Zhāng Hào unleashed his earth control, sending wave after wave of repulsive force crashing into the corpse demon king's body. Simultaneously, Venom extended several black tendrils, lashing wildly at the corpse demon king's body. While these attacks couldn't inflict significant damage on the Ghoul King, they did slow its movements considerably. Zhāng Hào unleashed the power of earth control, waves of repulsive force crashing against the corpse demon king's body like surging tides. Simultaneously, Venom transformed into several pitch-black vines, lashing out like a mad flogger, mercilessly whipping at the corpse demon king. While such attacks could not inflict severe damage, they successfully slowed its speed to some extent. Zhāng Hào deftly evaded the corpse demon king's powerful fists, which rivaled those of a lord-class opponent. This corpse demon king possessed terrifying strength, yet proved weak in every other aspect, nothing more than a brute of raw power. Swish! 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 Blade light flashed like lightning, crimson slashes resembling brilliant stars, continuously striking various parts of the corpse demon king's body. In an instant, several fresh gashes appeared on the corpse demon king's body, each wound encased in a layer of crimson ice. Enraged beyond measure, the corpse demon king unleashed a barrage of punches like a storm, his abdomen splitting open to reveal 2 blood-red tongues. These serpentine appendages darted, twisted, and coiled like venomous snakes. Yet despite this fury, not a single blow touched Zhāng Hào. Blade after blade, Zhāng Hao's frostblood blade technique might not deliver instant death, but the thread-like cold seeped like an invisible assassin into the corpse demon king's body. It coated his internal organs in frost, drastically slowing his movements. Woo! The corpse demon king gradually succumbed to terror. It sensed its speed plummeting, the shadow of death closing in. Then, to Zhāng Hao's slight surprise, the corpse demon king abandoned all dignity, whirling its head and fleeing in panic. The surrounding ghouls instantly descended into chaos. Their king had actually fled the battlefield at this critical moment? For a moment, every ghoul was utterly bewildered. Zhāng Hào naturally wouldn't let the corpse demon king escape. He swiftly gave chase. What caught Zhāng Hao's attention was that as the zombie king fled, it kept glancing back over its shoulder, as if searching for something. What is that? Zhāng Hào suddenly froze. As he scanned his surroundings along the chase, he suddenly noticed a twisted rift in the sky. Hanging dozens of meters above, it moved at a steady pace. Could this be the entrance to some ancient ruin? Zhāng Hao's mind raced. He knew full well that this world harbored countless ancient ruins, most of which lay hidden within alternate dimensions. That twisted spatial fissure in the void was highly likely to be the entrance to such a ruin. Moreover, the sudden appearance of those undead corpses within the Red Ice City could very well be attributed to their emergence from this alternate dimension. Could the disappearance of Ling Mayu and the others be because they entered an ancient ruin? The more Zhāng Hào pondered this, the more plausible it seemed, and a surge of excitement welled up within him. At that moment, the corpse demon king also spotted the warped spatial fissure in the sky. Its blood-soaked, mangled face instantly lit up with delight. Having been hunted by Zhāng Hào, its sole desire now was to flee back to its own world as quickly as possible. Thus, the corpse demon king leapt, attempting to jump into the spatial fissure that seemed to be the entrance to the ruins. But before it could leap, Zhāng Hào teleported instantly, blocking its path. Earth control. Zhāng Hao's genetic energy erupted completely. The ground beneath the corpse demon king violently churned, and massive rock hands burst forth from the earth, binding it tightly. Simultaneously, Venom extended a multitude of vines, binding the corpse demon king like sturdy ropes. The corpse demon king struggled desperately. With its strength, breaking free from these layers of restraints would still take some time. Zhāng Hào raised his crescent blade high, unleashing the full might of his destruction blade technique. The blade transformed into a colossal, weightless black hole, crashing down with earth-shattering force. Thud! This strike, channeling Zhāng Hao's entire might, sliced clean through the corpse demon king's throat, severing its head clean off. With Zhāng Hao's current strength, he was now capable of single-handedly slaying monsters of the quasi-lord tier. Loot successful. Gained 40,000 EXP. Pickup successful. Gained 710 strength points. Pickup successful. Obtained 620 points of constitution. Loot successful. Obtained corpse demon crystal core X1. After collecting the attribute points dropped by the Ghoul King, Zhāng Hào lifted his gaze to the constantly shifting spatial rift in the sky. His mind was made up he would enter it to investigate. Ling Moyu had likely already entered the alternate dimension connected by this spatial rift. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào leapt upward with all his might, plunging without hesitation into the spatial fissure in the sky. In an instant, a powerful wave of dizziness washed over him as his body plummeted downward. After passing through the spatial fissure, Zhāng Hào realized he was plummeting from hundreds of meters above, descending toward a plane below that glowed an eerie blood-red hue. Boom! Zhāng Hào swiftly adjusted his center of gravity, landing firmly on both feet. The powerful impact caused the ground to sink slightly. Where, exactly, is this place? Zhāng Hào looked up and surveyed his surroundings. The sun was nowhere to be seen in this world. The sky was a dark red, and the area was filled with blood-red plants. This must be another dimension, Zhāng Hào thought, feeling quite astonished. Not only did plants thrive here, but air existed as well. Calling it a small world seemed more fitting. Chapter 87, Mutant Plants. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just then, a rustling sound echoed from the surroundings, instantly putting Zhāng Hào on high alert. He noticed the blood-red plants seemed to sense his presence, writhing like living creatures, snaking and twisting like serpents. Moreover, blood-red eyes and tiny mouths had sprouted from these plants, their appearance both disgusting and spine-chilling. The mutated plants frantically coiled toward Zhāng Hào, like a horde of starving demons discovering a feast, scrambling to pounce on him. Crockle! 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 A frosty mist instantly spread across Zhāng Hao's body. The extreme cold swiftly froze the plants into icy sculptures. I must get out of here fast. Zhāng Hào assessed his bearings and sprinted toward an exit leading out of the blood-red forest. Countless mutated plants attempted to tear at him along the way, but each was frozen solid by Zhāng Hao's icy power. Strange. It feels like something is watching me. Zhāng Hào ran while a sense of unease grew within him. He felt as though something lurked among the mutated plants, observing him from the shadows. Yet when he looked closely, he found nothing. Minutes later, Zhāng Hào successfully broke free from the blood-red forest, emerging onto a vast plain. The ground was covered in dark red soil, as if soaked in blood. Looking up, Zhāng Hào helplessly realized the spatial rift he had entered through had vanished without a trace. How was he supposed to leave this place now? Zhāng Hào could only proceed slowly across the blood-red plain, hoping to discover something. After wandering aimlessly for over an hour, he still hadn't encountered any living creatures. Wait, what if I fire a signal flare? A sudden thought flashed through Zhāng Hao's mind. Ling Moyu and the others might also be trapped within this blood-red microcosm. He retrieved a signal flare and launched it skyward. Boom! The flare exploded in the sky, unfurling into a fiery pattern. Zhāng Hào waited silently. At that moment, a distant group was making their way forward. A man in the group suddenly pointed at the flame pattern in the sky in astonishment and exclaimed, "Look! Isn't that our Holy Legion signal flare? Could someone be coming to rescue us? Let's go check it out." A poised woman in her mid-20s made the decisive call. "Let's go check it out." A mature woman in her mid-20s declared without hesitation. This. A fair-skinned girl in white robes felt an inexplicable sensation welling up inside her. Could it be him? After firing the signal flare, Zhāng Hào began waiting. Within 10 minutes, he spotted 5 figures approaching from the distance, clearly drawn by the flare. Among them, the leader was a mature woman with a ponytail, dressed simply and sharply, exuding an air of extreme reliability. Zhāng Hao's gaze instantly locked onto the stunningly beautiful girl among them. Moyu! Zhāng Hào was overjoyed. This was indeed Ling Moyu. She was indeed trapped within this blood-red world, and she was safe and sound. A huge weight lifted from Zhāng Hao's heart. Zhāng Hào? Seeing Zhāng Hào, Ling Moyu's usually cool and composed face unexpectedly lit up with surprise and delight. In the blink of an eye, Ling Moyu vanished from her spot, reappearing the next moment to wrap her arms tightly around Zhāng Hào. Thank goodness, you're safe. A wave of warmth surged through Zhāng Hao's heart. This. The mature woman was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Ling Moyu, the usually cold-hearted young lady, had developed feelings for someone? Jean Tianza, looks like your chances are slim now. A man with a lazy expression spoke to the sullen-faced man beside him. Jean Tianza's face was so dark it seemed it could drip water. The moment he first laid eyes on Ling Moyu, he was stunned by her beauty. Learning she was the adopted daughter of the destroyer martial god, a figure of immense prestige, ignited a fierce desire within him. Yet now, a stranger appeared, sharing such intimacy with Ling Mayu? A wave of intense bitterness, jealousy, and even murderous intent surged within him, though no one noticed his disturbance at that moment. After Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu parted ways, the other four approached. The mature woman with an efficient demeanor flashed a smile and inquired, "Are you also part of our Holy Legion?" "Yes." Zhāng Hào nodded, his heart vaguely guessing her identity. She must be Nangong Chenyu. They were both members of the Celestial Palace, and she had been part of the Holy Legion for quite some time. Not long ago, it was she who had deliberately taken Ling Mayu under her wing, bringing her along on missions. You came alone?" A tall man's face betrayed a hint of astonishment. In his expectations, if the Holy Legion had discovered the ruins' entrance, they would surely have dispatched a large contingent of elite fighters. Yet now, only Zhāng Hào had arrived, leaving him feeling somewhat disappointed. Nangong Chenyu gave a helpless, bitter smile. "We unexpectedly arrived here earlier, only to discover the spatial rift outside is one way. Once we entered, we couldn't leave. We've been trapped here ever since." Zhāng Hào nodded thoughtfully, feeling rather troubled himself. Yet, recalling the undead corpses, he was certain there must be a way out. The lazy-looking man shrugged indifferently. "Just wait it out. Once the Holy Legion realizes we haven't reported back in a month or two, they'll definitely send someone. The Holy Legion is full of talent. Maybe someone from the top 100 battle rankings will show up. Then they can just take us out directly." Nangong Chenyu was utterly speechless. This lazy man seemed utterly content to coast through life, yet his words weren't without merit. They hadn't returned to the Immortal Fortress for an extended period. Given the time, the Holy Legion would inevitably dispatch elders or even elder-level powerhouses to investigate. These were formidable beings of 5th-tier Grandmaster rank or higher. "Let's head back first. This place hasn't only been visited by us," Nangong Chenyu finally said. The group began their return journey. Along the way, Zhāng Hào learned from Ling Mayu about recent events. Just as he had suspected, Ling Mayu, Nangong Chenyu, and the other two had come to Red Ice City to hunt corpse demons. By chance, they had discovered a spatial fissure in the sky. Driven by curiosity, they decided to investigate, only to find the fissure was one-way enterable but inescapable. Trapped within, they had remained there until now. According to Ling Mayu, they weren't the only ones in this blood-red microcosm. Before them, nearly 200 survivors from Red Ice City had accidentally arrived here and formed a settlement within this blood-red microcosm. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Zhāng Hào's group reached the heart of a mountain valley. Here stood a simple settlement built of wood, bustling with people coming and going, all survivors from Red Ice City. "Lord Jean, have you found an exit?" A man hurried over, his expression respectful as he inquired. They knew well that Nangong Chenyu and his group were members of the Holy Legion, possessing formidable abilities. Thus, they pinned their hopes for escape on them. The man addressed as Lord Jean, whose name was Jean Tianzi, was exceptionally handsome and a member of Nangong Chenyu's group. Jean Tianzi, observing the close rapport between Ling Mayu and Zhāng Hào, felt a surge of pent-up rage welling up inside him. He snapped coldly, "If I tell you to wait, then wait. What's with all the nonsense?" The man's expression froze, yet he dared not vent his anger at Jean Tianzi. Instead, he forced a sheepish smile and silently walked away. Nangong Chenyu shot him a puzzled glance, unable to fathom the source of his intense anger. Chapter 88, Temporary Settlement. Zhāng Hào settled temporarily in this settlement. In this crimson microcosm, the fruits of certain mutated plants were edible, so food was not an immediate concern. 3 days passed in this manner. Zhāng Hào was meditating indoors, cultivating his primal energy techniques. Suddenly, a soft knock sounded at the wooden cabin door. Zhāng Hào rose and opened it to find Jean Tianzi standing outside. Jean Tianzi's face was beaming as he said, "Brother Zhang, it's our turn to go out searching for food today. Should I go alone?" Within this settlement, some were responsible for constructing dwellings, others for guard duty, and still others for venturing out to find food. Everyone had their role to contribute. Of course, given Zhāng Hào and his comrades' status as members of the Holy Legion, no one dared say a word even if they chose not to participate in these tasks. "Let's go together." Zhāng Hào had no intention of shirking his duty. With that, he rose to prepare. A faint, sinister smile flickered across Jean Tianzi's lips. Noticing Ling Mayu was in meditation, Zhāng Hào refrained from disturbing him. He shouldered a basket woven from vines and stepped outside alongside Jean Tianzi. Along the way, Jean Tianzi spoke with a warm smile. "I hear Brother Zhang performed exceptionally well during the blood trial when joining the Holy Legion." Zhāng Hào shook his head. "Nothing special." Jean Tianzi brushed it off, continuing, "Brother Zhang, you're far too modest." Yet within Jean Tianzi's heart surged a murderous intent. "Kid, putting on airs in front of me? Soon enough, you'll learn just how treacherous this world can be. Kill you, and even if I can't have Ling Mayu, you won't get her either." Jean Tianzi was a narrow-minded man who looked down on all women until he met Ling Mayu. She stunned him, a heavenly beauty who stirred ripples in his heart. But before he could resolve to pursue her, Ling Mayu suddenly appeared to have a boyfriend? This ignited a raging fire of fury within Jean Tianzi, making him feel his dignity had been ruthlessly trampled upon. Not every member of the Holy Legion was kind and friendly. They often undertook dangerous missions, enduring immense pressure that warped their minds. Jean Tianzi was one such example. This Jean Tianzi is truly peculiar. Zhāng Hào frowned inwardly throughout their journey. He sensed Jean Tianzi was deliberately making small talk, trying to build rapport with him. Logically speaking, he was merely a new recruit to the Holy Legion, while Jean Tianzi was a powerful veteran member. Why would someone like him go out of his way to curry favor with a rookie? This felt more like a calculated attempt to build rapport, lulling him into a false sense of security. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but grow more wary. The two gathered some edible mutated plants on the blood-red plain. By noon, they paused to rest beside a large boulder. On that blood-red plain, the two gathered some usable mutated plants. By noon, they approached a large boulder to rest. Jean Tianzi pulled 2 sealed bottles of liquor from his backpack, handing one to Zhāng Hào. "These are my most treasured bottles," he said. "Even when Wang Kuei and the others asked for some earlier, I refused." With that, Jean Tianzi unscrewed the cap of his own bottle and downed it in one gulp. A fleeting, venomous glint crossed his eyes. He had already tampered with Zhāng Hao's bottle, filling it with the corrosive essence of the bone-eating flower, a substance he had acquired by exchanging his accumulated merit points earned in the Holy Legion. Colorless and odorless, if ingested directly, this erosion flower extract would cause a person's bones to gradually decay, leaving only an empty shell behind. Its toxicity was extremely potent. Jean Tianzi appeared to be drinking contentedly, but his gaze was fixed intently on Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào had always been wary of the treacherous nature of human hearts. Even though they were both members of the Holy Legion, they were not familiar with each other. Jean Tianzi's enthusiasm felt excessive. Could poison have been slipped into the wine? Zhāng Hào couldn't tell whether Jean Tianzi's warmth stemmed from genuine nature or hidden malice, but one taste would reveal the truth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Zhāng Hào uncorked the bottle, brought it to his lips, and began gulping it down, making swallowing motions. In reality, he had activated his spatial ability, opening a separate dimension and pouring all the wine into it. Haha, this wine is truly delicious. Many thanks, Brother Jean. Zhāng Hào channeled half the bottle into the alternate space, yet his face wore a look of intoxication, even taking the time to wipe his lips. Seeing Zhāng Hào consume the entire bottle, a triumphant expression flashed across Jean Tianzi's face. His smile gradually faded, replaced by cold indifference. With utter disgust, he sneered, "Brother Jean? Do you even deserve to call me that?" Zhāng Hào froze in shock. How quickly this guy could switch faces. He had only pretended to drink the wine, and Jean Tianzi had immediately shown his true colors. Jean Tianzi's attitude confirmed Zhāng Hao's suspicion the man had indeed poisoned the wine. A surge of rage welled up inside him. He couldn't recall ever crossing this man, yet here he was, showing such ruthless cruelty? Though Zhāng Hào hadn't actually drunk the poisoned wine, his expression darkened. "You poisoned this wine? Ha 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 ha. You fool. Not only did I poison it, but I used a deadly toxin extracted from the bone-eating flower. Even a 4th-tier psionicist would succumb within 20 seconds. Their bones would be completely corroded, leaving nothing but a pile of flesh." Jean Tianzi laughed wildly. "Dealing with you shouldn't have required such elaborate measures, but to ensure absolute certainty, this was necessary. If you'd managed to escape, that would have been a real headache. The Holy Legion strictly forbids internecine warfare among its members. Discovery would result in the lightest punishment being the stripping of one's cultivation. Of course, that required irrefutable evidence. This was a microcosm teeming with mutated flora. As long as he disposed of the body first, Jean Tianzi could fabricate any excuse claiming Zhāng Hào had been killed by poisonous mutant plants and slipped through unscathed. Even if he reported back to Nangong Chenyu and the others, they might harbor suspicions. But without proof of his involvement, he would walk away unscathed. Zhāng Hào feigned pallor, as if the toxin had taken effect. He leaned weakly against the rock behind him, appearing utterly limp, yet inwardly he sneered coldly. Jean Tianzi was indeed formidable after all. Those who joined the Holy Legion were no ordinary individuals. Jean Tianzi had trained in the Holy Legion for 7 or 8 years, his strength now nearing the upper tier of the 4th rank. Zhāng Hào resolved to turn the tables on him. Soon enough, he would make sure this man had nothing left to laugh about. Zhāng Hao's face twisted with fury as he shouted, "I've done you no wrong. Why such ruthless cruelty?" This was a genuine puzzle to Zhāng Hào. Everything in this world happened for a reason. He hadn't wronged Jean Tianzi, yet he had used such a precious poison against him. There must be a reason behind it. Chapter 89, MOU's Identity. Jean Tianzi, believing Zhāng Hào was already in his grasp, saw no need for further concealment. His face brimmed with pride. "I, Jean Tianzi, possess extraordinary talent. At such a young age, I've already joined the Sacred Legion. My future is limitless. My heart is devoted solely to martial arts. I care not for anything else." "You call yourself gifted?" Zhāng Hào inwardly scoffed. This fellow was utterly arrogant. Those who entered the Holy Legion were all super geniuses from across the land. In this gathering of prodigies, he still had the nerve to utter such words. "I once believed I felt no attraction to any woman until I met Miss Ling Moyu." His expression softened at this point. She possesses the beauty of a celestial being and otherworldly grace as if an immortal had descended to our realm. But on what grounds? She is the adopted daughter of the destroyer martial god, of noble birth. What makes you, you little punk, worthy of her? Jin Tianzi roared in a low voice, his eyes fixed on Zhāng Hào with fierce hatred. So it's because of Mo Yu? Zhāng Hào froze, utterly stunned by this revelation. He scoffed, even if you killed me, Mo Yu would never set her sights on a despicable scoundrel like you. Jin Tianzi drew a deep breath, his face darkening once more. He snorted coldly. Killing you still leaves me a chance. But if she truly scorns me, I'll make sure she joins you in death. If he couldn't have her, he would destroy her. Jin Tianzi was a selfish, twisted villain, truly pitiable and despicable. Ha 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 ha. First, I'll shatter every meridian in your body. Then I'll toss you onto the bone-buried plains, overgrown with mutated plants. That way, I can return and report my success. Even if they suspect your death is linked to me, without evidence, what can they do? Jin Tianzi cackled wildly, closing in on Zhāng Hào, who leaned against a rock, preparing to strike with a palm strike that would sever his meridians. Is that so? When Jin Tianzi was 2 meters away, the panic vanished from Zhāng Hao's face, replaced by coldness and a blank expression. This is bad. Jin Tianzi inwardly cursed his misfortune. He frantically tried to retreat, to create distance, but it was too late. Whoosh! A terrifying gravitational force suddenly squeezed in from all directions. Jin Tianzi grunted as his internal organs felt like they were about to plummet. The ground beneath his feet instantly caved in under this dreadful pressure. Simultaneously, Zhāng Hào erupted with explosive force, unleashing a long-prepared punch like a bolt of lightning. It struck Jin Tianzi's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A dull crack of shattered bones echoed as Jin Tianzi's chest caved in. His body flew backward uncontrollably, crashing heavily to the ground 40 or 50 meters away. Cough, cough, cough. Impossible, impossible. I clearly saw you drink that wine. Clutching his chest, Jin Tianzi coughed up blood in great gulps, his voice hoarse as he shouted. He had personally witnessed Zhāng Hào drink the wine laced with erosive bone flower juice. Bone-eating flower juice. This was a treasure he had exchanged for merit points within the Holy Legion. Once consumed, not even a 4th-tier psionicist could survive unscathed, let alone a 5th-tier grandmaster. Zhāng Hào naturally offered no explanation to this man. His face twisted with murderous intent as he closed in on Jin Tianzi. For anyone daring to strike against him, Zhāng Hào showed no mercy. Sensing the dire situation, Jin Tianzi screamed in terror, Wait, wait! You can't kill me! The captain and the others know we came out together. If you kill me, they'll never let you off. Realizing the gravity of the situation, terror instantly gripped Jin Tianzi's face. He shouted hoarsely, Wait, wait! You can't kill me! The captain and the others know we came out together. If you kill me, they won't let you off the hook. Zhāng Hào shrugged indifferently, sneering, Not only will I kill you, but I'll dispose of you right in front of them. Truthfully, Zhāng Hào had no immediate intention of ending Jin Tianzi's life. According to the rules, since Jin Tianzi had dared to attack him, even if he killed him, it wouldn't cause too much trouble. However, if he killed Jin Tianzi in the wilderness and disposed of the body like Jin Tianzi had done, even without concrete evidence, Nangong Chenyu and the others would inevitably grow suspicious. Rather than face such a predicament, Zhāng Hào believed it would be better to explain the circumstances clearly before dealing with Jin Tianzi. That way, even if Nangong Chenyu and the others were furious, they'd have no grounds to hold it against him. Come on. Follow me back and explain everything clearly. Zhāng Hào said coldly, then hoisted Jin Tianzi up like a dead dog and headed toward the gathering place in the valley. The psychic on duty at the gathering spot witnessed the scene in frozen terror, unable to utter a sound. The aura emanating from Zhāng Hào was utterly terrifying. What exactly happened? Upon returning to the settlement, Nangong Chenyu and the others gathered in the square. The sight of Jin Tianzi, slumped like a dead dog, left them utterly stunned. Jin Tianzi's face twisted in agony, feeling utterly humiliated. Still, he secretly mocked Zhāng Hào in his mind, convinced that Nangong Chenyu would never stand by and let Zhāng Hào kill him. He believed he still had a chance to survive. What happened here? Wang Kuei, Jin Tianzi's tall teammate, approached Zhāng Hào with a look of utter bewilderment. This Jin Tianzi tried to kill me earlier. Zhāng Hào recounted the entire sequence of events in detail, leaving everyone utterly stunned. The lazy-looking man glanced at Jin Tianzi and sighed inwardly. He knew Zhāng Hao's account was likely true. As a teammate, he knew Jin Tianzi's character all too well, narrow-minded and vicious. Is what he said true? Nangong Chenyu frowned, her gaze fixed on Jin Tianzi. No, it was that kid who ambushed me out of nowhere. Jin Tianzi's tone sounded somewhat unconvincing. After all, if there were no reason, why would Zhāng Hào have ambushed him? But quickly, Jin Tianzi came up with an excuse, shouting loudly, he must be a member of the anti-human organization. Zhāng Hào shook his head helplessly. Jin Tianzi really was making wild accusations. If he truly belonged to an anti-human organization, why would he bring Jin Tianzi here to confront Nangong Chenyu and the others face to face? Nangong Chenyu took a deep breath and said, We will report this incident truthfully to our superiors afterward. He will receive the punishment he deserves. Zhāng Hào smiled faintly. If this matter were handed over to the Holy Legion to handle, the most severe punishment would be crippling Jin Tianzi. But Zhāng Hào had no intention of relying on others to exact his revenge. He would handle this personally. Zhāng Hào produced a liquor bottle. Jin Tianzi instantly sensed danger, his voice trembling slightly. What are you doing? Captain, Wang Kuei, stop him. The tall man, Wang Kuei, opened his mouth to speak, but seeing Nangong Chenyu remained motionless, he could only shake his head and abandon the thought of intervening. Chapter 90, Tit for Tat. Zhāng Hào grabbed Jin Tianzi's chin and forced half the bottle of liquor down his throat. No! No! You'll burn in hell! You bastard! This very bottle of liquor was the one Jin Tianzi had intended to poison Zhāng Hào with earlier. Jin Tianzi screamed frantically. However, within less than 20 seconds, Jin Tianzi could no longer scream. Instead, he emitted a pitiful wail. His body convulsed uncontrollably as his bones began to rot away, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. Not a shred of pity stirred in Zhāng Hao's heart. Had he not been sufficiently cautious, this agonizing death would have befallen him in Lingmoyu. Kill me! Kill me! Jin Tianzi let out a heart-wrenching, agonized howl, pleading desperately. The bone-corroding flower's venom raged within him, his bones dissolving as if etched by caustic acid. Such agony left him yearning only for a swift end. Crack! Wang Kuei approached in silence, slowly crouching down before delivering a sharp slap to Jin Tianzi's forehead. A crisp snap echoed as Jin Tianzi's skull shattered instantly, and his writhing, struggling body finally stilled. Jin Tianzi had brought this fate upon himself by betraying his own comrades. Though the eccentric Jin Tianzi had always been unpopular as a teammate, Wang Kuei could only grant him a slightly easier exit. Watching Jin Tianzi suffer such agony before death, Zhāng Hào finally felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Dispose of his body. Nangong Chenyu gave Zhāng Hào a deep look. Jin Tianzi was, after all, a veteran of the Holy Legion, possessing strength approaching the upper tier of the 4th rank. He had intended to secretly scheme against Zhāng Hào, yet ended up being killed by him instead. This Zhāng Hào was truly no ordinary man. With Jin Tianzi dead, the settlement returned to calm. Zhāng Hào and his companions waited quietly for the Holy Legion to send reinforcements. This crimson microcosm harbored numerous strange plants, holding immense developmental value. Time flew by, and before they knew it, over a week had passed since Zhāng Hao's arrival in this crimson microcosm. As night deepened, psychic warriors stood guard outside the valley. A man with a full beard stood bored. He had been here for over 2 months and had never seen monsters attack the settlement. He even thought the sentry posts were completely unnecessary. Yet, at that very moment, the bearded man froze. He spotted a white figure in the distant darkness, slowly approaching the settlement. Where did this person come from? Did they also fall through a spatial rift? The bearded man was filled with confusion and immediately shouted, "Stop right there!" But the white figure paid no heed to his words, continuing forward. The other guards also sensed something was amiss. The figure was a woman with long, flowing hair that obscured her face, making her features impossible to discern. Most bizarrely, though she appeared to be walking, her feet never touched the ground. She seemed to be flying through the air. She was literally walking on air. The sight sent a chill down everyone's spine. The bearded guard swallowed hard, muttering to himself, could it be a ghost? He shouted urgently, "Attack!" One of the psychics, already unable to contain himself, recognized the sinister intent behind this eerie woman in white. He conjured a searing fireball in his hand, flicked his wrist, and sent it hurtling like an arrow released from a bow. It streaked dozens of meters through the air, bearing down on the woman in white. Boom! The fireball struck the woman in white with pinpoint accuracy, instantly exploding into a towering inferno. As the flames gradually dissipated, the woman in white appeared to have been blown to smithereens. The psychic smirked triumphantly. Playing ghost games, huh? Even if you weren't one, I'll make sure you become one for real. But before he could finish speaking, the psychic froze. He suddenly noticed the others staring in terror at his back. At some unknown moment, the woman in white had materialized behind the psychic. With a sudden movement, she burrowed her head through his back. Gurgle, gurgle. Immediately, the psychic let out a wretched scream, collapsing limply to the ground as blood gushed from his mouth. He screamed wildly, It's inside me. It's eating my insides." All the guards felt a chill run down their spines. In the distant darkness, white shadows slowly crept toward the gathering place in the valley, like a horde of demons descending. All the guards felt a chill run down their spines. In the deep darkness far away, white shadows were slowly moving toward the gathering place in the valley, like demons from hell, exuding a sinister and terrifying aura. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The shrill, piercing alarm instantly shattered the tranquility of the entire settlement. As all the psychics within the settlement were jolted awake from their slumber and hurried to the settlement's perimeter fence, each of them couldn't help but gasp in horror. In the distance, a horde of ghostly figures, each with a different appearance and bodies rendered semi-transparent, was advancing step by step toward their settlement. Could it be the night parade of 100 ghosts? A man's face was etched with terror, his voice trembling, for these things looked far too much like ghosts. Nearly 2 months after arriving in this blood-red microcosm, their makeshift settlement had finally met its crisis. Zhāng Hào, Ling Moyu, Nangong Qinyu, and the others naturally heard the warning cries. Rushing to the edge of the gathering place, they too were struck dumb with shock upon seeing these things. What kind of monsters were these? They had never seen the likes of them before. Nangong Qinyu's teammate, Chen Feng, usually a lazy-looking man, now wore no trace of his usual lethargy. Instead, his expression was grave. "Look closely at these ghostly figures," he said. "They are definitely not ordinary humans." Zhāng Hào scrutinized them closely. Indeed, as Chen Feng had said, these specters not only possessed bodies in an unusual state, but their features, while bearing some resemblance to humans, also showed distinct differences. Their ears were pointed, somewhat reminiscent of the elves depicted in certain films and television shows. Could they be the Demon Witch clan? The tall man, Wang Kuei, seemed to suddenly recall something and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The Dark Witch clan. All eyes turned to Wang Kuei. While keeping a wary eye on the ghostly figures closing in, Wang Kuei spoke rapidly. "I've read many records about ancient races in the Holy Legion's library, and the Dark Witch clan was among them. It is said that since the first life emerged on Earth, 5 eras have passed. The Dark Witch clan is an ancient race from the 3rd era, notorious for delving into forbidden realms of life, things like genetic modification and cloning technology." Wang Kuei's expression grew increasingly grave. Zhāng Hào was well aware that ancient ruins existed on Earth, along with remnants of ancient human civilizations. The War Heaven Tower, it was said, was a treasure left behind by one such ancient civilization. Could these ghostly figures before him be remnants of that ancient race? Chapter 91, The Dark Witch Clan. But judging by their appearance, they were clearly not normal. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Kuei said, "This blood-red microcosm was likely the domain of the Dark Witch clan long ago. They conducted forbidden research. Perhaps those monsters called corpse ghouls were their creations. These ghostly figures are probably some kind of monster the Dark Witch clan conjured." Nangong Qinyu's face flushed with excitement. If this blood-red microcosm was once home to the ancient evil witch clan, it might hold their technological advancements and treasures. Obtaining even one item would be an immense gain. Alright, enough of that for now. Let's deal with these ghostly things first. Chen Feng spoke up at that moment. Indeed, the ghostly shadows were closing in on their gathering point one after another. The blank expressions on their faces had vanished, replaced by savage, ferocious looks. Clearly, they were preparing to attack. Attack! An impatient psychic grabbed a wooden bow and fired arrows at the distant specters. Wooden shafts rained down like hail. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the arrows passed cleanly through the specters upon impact, as if they were nothing more than illusory shadows. One specter approached a man. The man frantically swung his weapon at it, but the blade, like the arrows before it, passed straight through the specter's form without encountering any resistance. The specter, its eyes glowing crimson, suddenly burrowed into the man's body. Then, a bone-chilling event unfolded. The man screamed in terror, "My heart, it's eating my heart." Crunch! Crunch! The chilling sounds of gnawing echoed clearly in everyone's ears. This ghostly shadow can actually burrow into a living body to attack? Zhāng Hào watched the scene unfold, his mind filled with shock. Could this bizarre entity be the monster created by the Dark Witch clan? Whoosh! Genetic energy surged within Zhāng Hào, transforming into a bone-chilling cold that shot forth like sharp arrows, enveloping the ghostly shadows. 3 or 5 specters, assaulted by the swirling cold, twisted their faces in agony. Their bodies gradually became ethereal, slowly fading away. Thank goodness, though these specters aren't affected by physical attacks, ability attacks work on them. Zhāng Hào exhaled deeply, a weight lifted from his shoulders. These specters seem to exist in a soul-like state, rendering physical attacks like swords and blades utterly useless. However, ability attacks proved remarkably effective. Quick! Those with special abilities, use your ability attacks now. The other psychics, witnessing this, shouted in unison. In that moment, everyone stopped holding back on their gene energy consumption, unleashing their unique abilities to attack. In an instant, flames roared, frost spread unchecked, and hurricanes howled and raged. One by one, the ghostly figures writhed in agony under the barrage of elemental assaults, ultimately succumbing to death. Yet some psychics possessed no special abilities. Helpless against these specters, they could only watch as the ghostly forms pierced their bodies, mercilessly tearing at their internal organs, until they met a gruesome end. "Stay by my side," Zhāng Hào instructed Ling Moyu. Though Ling Moyu possessed spatial abilities, she was utterly helpless against these specters. Puff! 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 Zhāng Hào unleashed his level 8 frost ability at full power, unleashing a raging blizzard around them. Any ghostly shadow daring to approach met certain death. These ghostly shadows actually drop attributes? Zhāng Hào was quite surprised. He discovered that upon death, these ghostly shadows actually dropped attributes. Naturally, he didn't hesitate to pick them up. Pickup successful. Gained 110 points of spirit attribute. Pickup successful. Gained 120 spirit attribute points. Pickup successful. Acquired soul fragment X1. The ghostly figures only dropped spirit attribute points. What puzzled Zhāng Hào further was the appearance of an item called Soul Fragment, though he had no time to examine it closely at the moment. Armed with his frost abilities, Zhāng Hào mercilessly slaughtered the ghostly shadows. Though these phantoms were highly unnerving, once he discovered the countermeasure, eliminating them proved surprisingly straightforward. After a fierce slaughter, over 100 ghostly shadows were completely wiped out, and the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. They then assessed the casualties. 20 had perished, all killed by ghostly shadows burrowing into their bodies and shredding their internal organs. Soul fragments, condensed from the essence of souls, digesting them offers certain benefits for strengthening one's soul. Additionally, a total of 120 soul fragments were dropped this time, each capable of enhancing soul power. The soul is the foundation, strengthening it brings immense benefits. Everyone should rest for now, but remain vigilant. Nangong Chenyu said. After the chaos, most would likely find sleep elusive tonight, while Zhāng Hào began assimilating these so-called soul fragments. As the fragments gradually assimilated, a peculiar sensation washed over Zhāng Hào as if his soul were immersed in warm water, enveloped in a comforting, blissful warmth. When all the soul fragments were fully assimilated, Zhāng Hào slowly opened his eyes, a delighted expression spreading across his face. Is this the benefit of a strengthened soul? At this moment, Zhāng Hao's control over his body had grown significantly stronger. To draw an analogy, a left-handed person would feel awkward writing with their right hand, but with a powerful soul, they could adapt swiftly. Simply put, the strength of one's soul directly determines their innate talent and comprehension. Zhāng Hao's mastery over his own body grew ever stronger. It was like a left-handed person writing with their right hand, initially awkward, yet with a powerful soul, they could adapt swiftly. In short, the strength of one's soul directly determines their innate talent and comprehension. Compared to before, Zhāng Hao's comprehension had improved by at least 2 or 3-fold, a truly unexpected delight. He believed methods for cultivating soul power must exist, though he had yet to master them. Tonight was destined to be an extraordinary night. At midnight, disaster struck once more. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted from the horizon. Zhāng Hào burst out of the wooden hut instantly, while the others were jolted awake, all staring wide-eyed toward the distant sky. In this blood-red microcosm, the sky was normally a deep crimson. Yet now, the distant horizon was ablaze with lightning and thunder. Streaks of blood-red lightning sliced through the heavens, resembling crimson thunder dragons poised to tear the sky apart. What on earth is happening? Everyone was utterly bewildered, but Zhāng Hào and the other Holy Legion members understood this was likely connected to the ruins of the Dark Witch clan. The crimson lightning in the sky persisted for 3 to 5 minutes before gradually dissipating. Wang Kuei's eyes flickered as he spoke. Beneath that lightning lies the remnants of the Dark Witch clan, deep within the bone-buried plains. Should we investigate? The safest course, naturally, was to wait for reinforcements the Holy Legion might send. While this would be the easiest path, it meant the remnants of the Dark Witch clan would remain beyond their reach. At best, they might earn a few merit points as reward. If they ventured to explore the ruins themselves, whatever they found would be theirs to keep. Despite the potential dangers. Go and see. If things look bad, we'll abandon it. Nangong Chun, you made the decision. Both Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu yearned to witness firsthand what the ancient ruins left by humanity truly look like. Chapter 92, The Investigation. Only the lazy-looking Chen Feng sighed. Why can't we just wait for someone from headquarters to send help? Chen Feng gave off an extremely laid-back vibe, but minority rules, and he couldn't object. Meanwhile, in a distant land, another group watched the strange phenomenon on the horizon. There were 3 of them, all clad in black robes. One of them, a man with a hideous face, waved his arms excitedly. Ha! Passing through this red ice city, our spatial detector picked up a spatial rift. We've barely arrived and already stumbled upon this. It must be the ruins left behind by an ancient race. Elder mingling, should we investigate? A man radiating an eerie aura looked respectfully at the figure in the center. The figure addressed as Elder Mingling had snow-white hair and a slightly stooped posture, appearing quite aged. His face was concealed by a ghostly mask adorned with intricate patterns. Hearing this, the spirit of darkness emitted a hoarse, piercing sound like the wail of a night demon. Ancient ruins? Of course we must investigate. We might just find treasures beyond imagination. Ha ha ha. As if recalling something utterly amusing, the spirit of darkness emitted a shrill, eerie chuckle. The sinister man and the ugly man both wiped cold sweat from their brows. Though they didn't know what had made the spirit laugh, they could only force smiles in response. This malevolent presence was notoriously unpredictable. They had no choice but to appease him, lest their deaths be utterly wasted. Zhāng Hào and his companions resolved to venture deep into the bone-buried plains to uncover the truth. The bone-buried plains were a vast expanse formed by mutated plants. These aggressive flora had deterred anyone from venturing deep into the plains before. As for the other members of the settlement, they had no desire to venture deep into the bone-buried plains. They were merely ordinary psychics. Going there would only make them cannon fodder. Thus, 5 members of the Holy Legion, Zhāng Hào, Nangong Chenyu, Ling Moyu, Chen Feng, and Wang Kuei, departed the settlement alone, pushing forward into the depths of the bone-buried plains. Continuing forward, a blood-red plain suddenly came into view. Mutant plants sprouted abruptly from the ground, each bearing eyes that glared with savage ferocity. Like starving beasts spotting their desired prey, they fixed their gaze relentlessly upon the group. Let's go. Zhāng Hào led the way, his body radiating a bone-chilling cold. The mutated plants that lunged at them froze instantly upon contact, crystallizing into shimmering ice. Could it be this witch clan that has reduced the world to such desolation? Chen Feng gazed at the endless sea of mutated plants, his expression unusually melancholic. Wang Kuei shrugged. Probably. That witch clan is utterly insane. They dabbled in forbidden realms of life. In today's society, they'd be nothing short of an anti-human organization. How exactly did the Dark Witch clan meet their demise? Zhāng Hào was equally curious. Despite Wang Kuei's burly, rough-and-tumble appearance, he was actually well-read and possessed profound knowledge. After a moment's thought, Wang Kuei replied, I've read accounts in ancient texts suggesting their demise might be linked to the cataclysms at the end of each era. It is said that there were 5 eras in total, and at the end of each era, a colossal catastrophe erupted, utterly annihilating all civilizations of that era. However, there's another theory. The Dark Witch clan did not perish in the cataclysm of the era's end. Instead, while researching life-altering technology, they created an utterly terrifying monster. In the end, they played with fire and were consumed by the very horror they created. Wang Kuei's words left everyone deeply astonished. A monster powerful enough to annihilate a great tribe like the Dark Witch clan, how formidable must it have been? Yet upon reflection, the Dark Witch clan truly brought this upon themselves. Both the corpse demon and the spectral apparitions they had encountered earlier were monsters of their own creation. The group pressed onward, walking for a full half-day. Finally, a flicker of excitement flickered across their faces as they saw the crimson plain come to an end, giving way to a forest ahead. This forest was lush and verdant, its towering trees reaching into the clouds. Trees over 50 meters tall were commonplace. As they ventured deeper, a massive black metallic structure began to emerge from behind the trees. A surge of excitement welled up in everyone's hearts. An ancient ruin. Any treasure found within held immense value. When they finally emerged from the trees and beheld the full form of the black structure, every one of them couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It turned out this wasn't a building at all, but a ship, a colossal warship. Half buried in the earth, the black warship was entirely pitch black and colossal, its length easily exceeding 500 meters. Above the warship, distinct spatial fissures were clearly visible. Zhāng Hào recalled the crimson lightning that had streaked across the sky not long ago. He understood these spatial fissures must have been created during that event. Through these spatial fissures, one could escape this blood-red microcosm and return to the world of Earth. Is this a warship of the Dark Witch clan? Wang Kuei swallowed hard. A warship of this caliber must carry countless unique technologies exclusive to the Dark Witch clan. Its value was beyond estimation. Yet a new problem arose: how could they possibly transport such an enormous warship? Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Zhāng Hào suddenly felt a surge of alertness. As his soul power continued to strengthen, his sixth sense grew increasingly acute. While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, a sudden sense of alarm surged through Zhāng Hao's mind. As his soul power grew stronger, his sixth sense became increasingly acute. Who's there? Nangong Chenyu and the others also sensed something amiss, their gazes darting warily toward the distance. 3 men clad in black robes slowly emerged from the distant woods. The one on the right, with a devilishly handsome face, grinned wickedly. Someone beat us here? Looks like they're from the Holy Legion. Who exactly are you? Nangong Chenyu demanded, her expression icy. These 3 gave her an intensely chilling vibe, especially the one in the middle wearing a ghostly mask. He sent a spine-tingling shiver down her spine. Definitely not good news. Who are we? I am Yusha of the Undying Heavenly Palace. This, rather unattractive fellow here is Kwangshan. The sinister-looking man chuckled as he introduced himself and the burly, grotesquely ugly man beside him. As for the masked leader, his face softened with respect as he announced, this one is Lord Mingling. The Undying Heavenly Palace? Lord Mingling? At these words, Nangong Chenyu and the others visibly stiffened. Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu had only recently joined the Holy Legion and knew nothing of the Nether Spirit. However, Zhāng Hào knew well that the Undying Heavenly Palace was a formidable force, one of the most powerful anti-human organizations. Alongside it stood the World-Destroying Society and the now eradicated Rebellion Alliance, all colossal anti-human organizations. Chapter 93, The Undying Heavenly Palace. The fact that these 3 individuals hailed from the Undying Heavenly Palace, especially the spirit in the center wearing the ornate ghost mask, seemed to strike fear into the hearts of Nangong Chenyu and the others. It must be noted that Nangong Chenyu had once been poised to receive the Azure Flame Medal. Her strength had reached the peak of the 4th tier, sufficient to rival quasi-lord level mutant beasts. That Nangong Chenyu's expression changed so drastically indicated this nether spirit was likely a 5th tier grandmaster level psychic. Exercise extreme caution. This nether spirit is no ordinary foe. Our Holy Legion once dispatched forces to hunt him down, yet he escaped. Worse still, he slaughtered 2 of our Blue Flame tier members. Nangong Chenyu lowered her voice as she spoke these words, intended for Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu. Upon hearing this, Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu's expressions visibly shifted. Members of the Azure Flame rank, those who have earned the Azure Flame medal yet remain within the Sacred Legion, are essentially all 5th tier Grandmaster level psychics. Yet when they joined forces, 2 of them were actually slain by this Nether Spirit? The Nether Spirit is undoubtedly a genuine threat. Move out. Eliminate them. A faint smirk played at the corners of the mask-concealed lips. Had the opposing force comprised several Azure Flame tier Holy Legion members, he might have shown some restraint. But among this group of psychics, not a single 5th tier Grandmaster was present. Naturally, the Nether Spirit held them in utter contempt. The sinister-looking man, Yucha, and the tall, ugly man, Kwangshan, licked their lips, their faces dripping with bloodlust. Zhāng Hào and the others stood ready for battle. Just as the 2 sides were about to engage in fierce combat, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! 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 The dark witchcraft warship beside them seemed to sense the fluctuations of life, immediately projecting a beam of light toward everyone. No speed could outrun light. Without question, Zhāng Hào and his companions were enveloped by the beam. Simultaneously, a powerful suction force pulled them in, utterly irresistible. The world spun violently before their eyes, as if traversing space itself. When solid ground finally met their feet again, the surrounding scenery gradually came into focus. The space was vast, its far end marked by a metallic barrier. Looking up, bright lights shone down from above. The members of the Undying Heavenly Palace and Ling Mayu's group were also nearby, all staring around in astonishment. Could this be the interior of that demonic witch warship? Zhāng Hào marveled as he surveyed the surroundings. This must indeed be the interior of the Dark Witch warship. The beam of light that struck them earlier transported them here, truly wondrous and extraordinary, remarkably similar to spatial abilities. Could this warship have been built by the Dark Witch clan? Their technological prowess is utterly astonishing. From the outside, this ship appears only 500 meters long, yet stepping inside reveals dimensions far exceeding its visible size. This is spatial folding magic. Ming Ling and the others were utterly stunned. The technological prowess of this Dark Witch warship had reached an unbelievable level. Immediately, Ming Ling's eyes burned with fervor. A warship like this, setting aside other considerations, merely mastering its technology alone could dramatically elevate the Undying Heavenly Palace's technological prowess. It might even enable the development of weapons unique to the Dark Witch clan. Welcome, all, to this place. At that moment, a voice echoed through the air, startling everyone present. For this voice belonged neither to the Holy Legion nor to the immortal Heavenly Palace. Turning toward the source, their expressions shifted to one of profound surprise. A strikingly handsome man, clad in black robes and sporting pointed ears, had materialized in the center of the plaza. Outwardly, he appeared to be a member of the Dark Witch clan. Yet upon closer inspection, it became clear he was not a true living being. His form was ethereal and faint, more like a projection. Who exactly are you? The ghostly green eyes of the spirit fixed intently on the shadowy figure of the Dark Witch clan. I am the artificial intelligence of this Dark Witch warship. You may call me Carmel. The cloaked figure introduced itself with polite formality. As expected, this was not a living being at all, merely the warship's AI, a mere virtual projection. What do you intend by bringing us here? Nangong Chen Yu's eyes brimmed with intense wariness. The shadowy figure of Carmel chuckled softly. There's no need for tension, my friends. This might just be an opportunity for you. I released those test subjects and commanded the Dark Witch warship to unleash its thunder precisely to lure you here. Should you pass the trials left behind by the Dark Witch clan, this warship and everything within it shall become yours. A trial. Zhāng Hào was inwardly astonished. The Dark Witch clan seemed extinct, which was why the AI sought an heir. Yet passing the trial would be no easy feat. Success meant claiming the warship, while failure's consequences were self-evident. Trial. Ming Ling suddenly smiled. That sounds rather interesting. But before the trial, there's some unresolved business between me and them. You won't interfere, will you? Do as you please. Camel shrugged his shoulders. Once you've settled your differences, I'll emerge to explain the details of the trial. With that, Carmel's figure slowly faded away. What are you up to? The towering Wang Kuei glared at Ming Ling with fury. The spirit chuckled hoarsely. Aren't you asking a rhetorical question? The AI said passing the trial would grant us this Dark Witch warship. It's already mine for the taking. So, you're all going to die. Ming Ling's plan was simple. Regardless of the trial's nature, eliminate these Holy Legion members first. Kwangshan, Yucha, I leave them to you. Ming Ling said coldly. Yes. Ferocious Mountain and Dark Slaughter both wore savage grins. Whoosh. Kwangshan stepped forward, his body swelling relentlessly. Muscles bulged like inflated balloons until he transformed into a towering 4-meter-tall rock giant. A terrifying aura radiated from him, his overwhelming power nearing the peak of the 4th tier. Boys, prepare to die. The rock giant form of Kwangshan roared furiously. His petrified foot slammed down on the ground, causing the metal floor to erupt with a deafening boom. His colossal frame charged toward Zhāng Hào and the others like a mountain crashing down. There was no doubt that Kwangshan possessed earth elemental abilities. The sheer magnitude of his transformation revealed that he had developed his powers to a formidable level. "I'll handle this!" Wang Kuei roared, his eyes blazing with battle fervor. His body underwent a similar transformation. His height surged to 2 meters 50, and a metallic sheen radiated from his entire form as his body solidified into steel. Zhāng Hào had previously known Wang Kuei's ability was steel hardening, which allowed him to transform into steel, greatly enhancing both his resistance to blows and his strength. With Wang Kuei's high-tier 4th stage physique, this steel transformation enabled him to engage quasi-lord-level monsters head-on without being outmatched. Chapter 94, Head-on Collision. Boom! The rock giant Quangshan and the steel giant Wang Kuei collided with no frills, an ear-splitting roar tearing through the air. In just the first exchange, Zhāng Hào observed both combatants' strength attributes plummet by hundreds of points. The rock giant Quangshan and the steel giant Wang Kuei collided with unrestrained ferocity, unleashing a deafening roar that could shatter eardrums. In just one round of combat, Zhāng Hào witnessed hundreds of points of strength attribute plummet from both combatants like falling stars. Both Quangshan and Wang Kuei were brute force type psychics. Their combat style was primitive and savage, with neither yielding an inch. A savage glint flashed across Quangshan's rock-hard, grotesque face. His massive fists, seemingly weighing over 100 tons, swung down with frenzied force, triggering a series of sonic booms. Wang Kuei crossed his arms, straining to block the onslaught. Boom! Quangshan's fist, swung down from above like a meteorite, slammed into the ground with terrifying force. Even with his steel-like body, Wang Kuei was knocked to one knee by the impact, causing the metal floor to dent slightly. "Heh, iron lump, you're no match for me." Quangshan roared with triumphant laughter. As a peak 4th-tier psychic, his power far surpassed Wang Kuei's by several tiers. Thud! Quangshan delivered a vicious kick, sending Wang Kuei flying backward. His metallized body scraped violently against the floor, sending sparks flying in a dazzling shower. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Chen Feng sighed helplessly. "Why push yourself so hard? Are you okay?" Wang Kuei slowly rose from the ground, clenching his teeth as he replied, "I'm fine." Zhāng Hào shook his head in resignation. Had it not been for Wang Kuei's exceptionally resilient metallized body, that single blow would likely have been fatal. Immediately after, Nangong Chenyu declared, "Everyone, attack together." The Nether Spirit showed no signs of attacking, but we must guard against a sneak attack. We can't afford to let our guard down. Shoo! Nangong Chenyu struck. She drew the icy cold curved blade from her waist and swung it through the air. The scimitar seemed to transform into a cold, clear moon. A blade of light flashed instantly, so fast that Quangshan didn't even have time to dodge. The strike landed precisely on his neck. Boom! The blade shattered, sending rock fragments flying. Quangshan clutched his neck and staggered backward, blood dripping steadily. His rock giant form hadn't fully solidified his flesh and blood. Disbelief filled his eyes. How could he have been wounded in a single exchange? Her ability is light? Zhāng Hào was secretly astonished. Nangong Chenyu came from the Celestial Palace. She had once been similar to Gu Yan, ranking at the top among all advanced disciples. Her strength had reached an astonishing level, nearing the point of earning the Azure Flame medal. She had even led a team to hunt down a Lord-level mutant beast. If one were to rank various abilities, common powers like earth, wind, water, and fire would fall between A and C grades. Abilities like spatial manipulation or earth control would be S grade. Nangong Chenyu's light attribute power could be rated as quasi-S grade, making her strength far surpass that of someone like Quangshan at the same rank. Puff! 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 Nangong Chenyu's expression remained icy as she unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes. The crisscrossing blades cut through the air with a bitter cold, their sharpness cutting through Quangshan's body. Rocks were continuously hacked off his form, scattering in all directions. His body was covered in wounds, and blood spurted out from beneath the rock-covered flesh. Quangshan and Nangong Chenyu were both peak 4th-tier psychics, but in terms of combat prowess, he was in a completely different league from Nangong Chenyu, only able to be one-sidedly overwhelmed by her attacks. The captain has grown even stronger. Wang Kuei and Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel. Nangong Chenyu now possessed the strength to claim the Azure Flame medal. All that remained was accumulating the necessary merits. Zhāng Hào froze slightly. He saw a glowing orb drop from Nangong Chenyu's body. Was this a drop special ability? Ding! Pickup successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Light Beam ability LV1. Zhāng Hào selected to pick it up, a peculiar expression crossing his face. This was actually Nangong Chenyu's light attribute ability, and it had dropped so easily. What incredible luck! As Zhāng Hào unexpectedly gained the Light Beam ability, the battle on the other side reached its most intense, boiling point moment. Roar! Knowing full well that continuing this fight would lead to his defeat, Quangshan roared madly. Charging recklessly toward Nangong Chenyu amidst a storm of flying light blades, his massive fist, carrying ferocious power, slammed viciously down toward her head. Boom! But would the others stand idly by? Wang Kuei, transformed into a steel colossus, charged out from the flank like a cannonball, slamming into Quangshan's body. The impact sent Kwangshan staggering, completely nullifying the force of his powerful punch. Sizzle! Nangong Chenyu channeled her light-based ability into her curved blade. Instantly, the blade blazed with dazzling light. She swung it in a fluid motion, sending Kwangshan reeling backward with a blood-curdling scream. A gash over a foot deep ripped open his abdomen. Had he not been in his petrified state, which bolstered his defenses, that strike would likely have severed him clean in two. Meanwhile, Yusha did not stand idly by. His form underwent a bizarre transformation. His body surface turned blood red, and mutated plants suddenly sprouted from the metallic ground beneath his feet. These crimson, mutated plants rapidly spread, covering an area hundreds of meters in diameter. Could this be a domain-level ability? Zhāng Hào was slightly startled. Yucha's ability was plant manipulation, already at the Lord level. It was precisely because of this that he could create such a vast expanse of crimson plants. My darlings, tear them to shreds. Yucha emitted a sinister cackle. The crimson plants sprouting from the ground writhed like living snakes, frantically coiling toward Zhāng Hào and his companions. Covered in razor-sharp thorns and blood-red eyes, these plants were enough to make anyone with trypophobia feel their scalp crawl and their hair stand on end. Chen Feng unleashed his power for the first time, coldly uttering two words, dissolve. Whoosh! A visible ripple spread outward from Chen Feng's center. Any blood-red plant it touched let out a wretched wail before convulsing, decomposing, and dissolving into nothingness. Whoosh! Ling Maoyu teleported instantly to Yucha's side, thrusting her long sword straight toward his heart. The chill emanating from the blade sent a shiver down Yucha's spine. Ling Maoyu's sudden appearance shocked him, yet his hands showed no hesitation. He commanded the surrounding plants to lash out at the sword, causing it to tremble slightly. Simultaneously, crimson vines opened gaping maws, lunging savagely toward Ling Maoyu. Yet she evaded them in an instant, relying on her teleportation ability. Chapter 95, The Fatal Strike. Zhāng Hào, concerned for Ling Maoyu's safety, followed closely behind, unleashing his earth control ability to leap hundreds of meters in a single stride. Gravity field. Zhāng Hào pushed the gravity field to its absolute limit. Instantly, a colossal gravitational force pressed down on Yucha, causing a crushing sensation in his chest. Horrified, he roared, "Tear them apart!" SSSSSSS. The blood-red plants around them seemed to have been injected with stimulants, swelling several times larger as their strength and speed surged dramatically. Facing these plants lunging madly to tear him apart, Zhāng Hào unleashed a terrifying repulsive force from his body surface. The impact sent the plants reeling violently, unable to come within an inch of him. Clang! Ling Maoyu seized the moment, teleporting instantly behind Yucha. A flash of light danced on her sword as she swung it down with brutal force. Caught in a relentless barrage, Yucha was now utterly flustered. With no time to think, he swung his fist viciously at the sword's edge, causing the blade to hum and Ling Maoyu's palm to tingle slightly. Simultaneously, Zhāng Hào pushed his gravity field to its absolute limit. Yucha felt darkness suddenly engulf his vision before Zhāng Hao's fist slammed into his chest like a thunderbolt. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Yucha's chest caved in. His entire body flew backward like a cannonball, blood spurting from his mouth, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. A single punch had rendered Yucha combat ineffective. He crashed heavily to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. It wasn't that Yucha was weak, rather, both Zhāng Hào and Ling Maoyu were formidable opponents. As the saying goes, two fists can't fight four hands. The other battle had also reached its conclusion. Kwangshan was already inferior to Nangong Chenyu in strength, and with Chen Feng and Wang Kuei assisting her, he was completely overwhelmed. The rock armor surrounding him shattered, and blood gushed from his wounds. Two useless fools. A sinister voice echoed ominously. Nangong Chenyu's heart jolted, and she hurriedly warned, "Watch out. The nether spirit is about to strike." Kwangshan and Yucha were merely fourth-tier psychics. Though formidable, they proved relatively easy to handle when the five of them joined forces. However, this nether spirit was no ordinary foe. He was a genuine fifth-tier Grandmaster-level psionicist, having claimed the lives of numerous fifth-tier psionicists, including even a Blue Flame-tier member of the Holy Legion. The ghost spirit's hunched form suddenly straightened. Without a sound, his figure seemed to transcend time and space, appearing instantly before Wang Kuei. The ghastly mask wore a faint, mocking expression. What? Wang Kuei's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of Ming Ling's movement before the man was already upon him. Such footwork was utterly unfathomable. Without hesitation, Wang Kuei unleashed a heavy punch toward the spirit of darkness. His fist, hardened like steel, carried immense force enough to send even an armored vehicle flying with a single blow. Yet, what happened next left Wang Kuei utterly horrified. The spirit of darkness extended a withered, bony hand, fingers blade wide, effortlessly catching Wang Kuei's fist. The immense force surged into the spirit of darkness, yet vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. His body didn't waver in the slightest. "Youngster, your strength is still far from sufficient." The spirit of darkness emitted a hoarse, unpleasant chuckle. Gripping Wang Kuei's fist, he stepped back slightly, then smoothly pulled and tugged. A strange force coiled up, propelling Wang Kuei forward until he stumbled and fell to the ground. Snap! The spirit of darkness raised a foot and stomped down on Wang Kuei's arm. Instantly, a crisp sound of shattering bones echoed. Even in his steel-hardened state, Wang Kuei's arm shattered and twisted under the spirit's single stomp. Ah! Wang Kuei let out an agonized scream. He clutched the spirit's ankle with his remaining arm, desperately trying to pry it away. Yet no matter how much strength he mustered, the spirit remained immovable as a mountain. Oppose me, and you face only death. Why not join the 1.7 Undying Heavenly Palace? Serve the great Undying King and gain eternal life. The nether spirit chuckled lowly. This made Wang Kuei curse furiously. You old hag. You're so decrepit you can't even show your face, yet you talk about eternal life. At these words, the expression beneath the nether spirit's mask darkened. He delivered a brutal kick to Wang Kuei's chest as he lay on the ground. Wang Kuei grunted heavily, his massive body sliding nearly 100 meters along the floor. Blood gushed from his mouth. Even with his steel-hardened body, this single blow from the nether spirit nearly knocked him unconscious. What terrifying power! Zhāng Hào and the others' expressions turned grim. Wang Kuei, in his steel-hardened state, could hold his own against a lord-level mutant beast. Yet against the nether spirit, he was like a child facing an adult utterly powerless to fight back. The nether spirit's strength had reached an utterly absurd level. Ha 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 ha. Lord Yingling, wipe them all out. Quang Shan and Yu Cha had already retreated far away, their faces burning with fanatical fervor. The nether spirits might far exceeded these men's comprehension. To become an elder of the immortal heavenly palace, the nether spirit relied solely on his undeniably formidable strength. Everyone, attack together. Do not underestimate him. Nangong Chenyu's expression was grave. Though her strength approached that of a fifth-tier grandmaster, Mingling's power was truly unfathomable. All she could do now was give it her all. Dissolve. Chen Fang's lazy expression vanished completely. Clenching his fist in midair, pale mist rapidly coalesced into a serpentine cloud that lunged toward the spirit of darkness with claws outstretched. Chen Fang's ability, named Dissolve, released mist capable of dissolving and decomposing everything. The mist serpent coiled and twisted, but before it could fully close in, the nether spirit materialized before Chen Feng like a phantom. A claw shot toward his face, lightning fast. Yet, a dazzling blade light flashed abruptly. The nether spirit frowned slightly and chose to withdraw its attack. Nangong Chenyu wielded her curved blade, unleashing a storm of slashing light as she furiously attacked the nether spirit. Most peculiar was that the blade itself seemed to vanish entirely. SSSSH. The nether spirit took a step back, a fine tear appearing in the black robe covering its chest, a wound inflicted by Nangong Chenyu's blade. This surprised the spirit of darkness slightly. Is this a light attribute ability? Nangong Chenyu possessed the ability to manipulate light, creating illusions by distorting its path. Her expression darkened as she murmured, distorted shadows. Under the shadow spirit's amused gaze, Nangong Chenyu instantly multiplied into dozens of figures. These weren't true duplicates, but projections created by warped light to confuse her enemy. Dozens of Nangong Chenyus simultaneously raised their curved blades and swung them down with all their might. Only one was the real body, but through the distorted light, flashes of blades appeared from all directions, overwhelming the senses and making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Ming Ling could only rely on instinct and experience to evade. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào seized this prime opportunity, deploying a gravitational force field to restrain Ming Ling's movements. Meanwhile, Nangong Chenyu once again employed another application of her mastered light abilities, Lightless. The light around the spirit vanished instantly, transforming the surrounding space into a pitch-black void so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Take him out in one fell swoop. Zhāng Hào knew full well that if the nether spirit went berserk, its terror would be unimaginable. He unleashed his level 8 frost power, sending waves of bone-chilling cold surging toward the shadowy void from all directions, attempting to freeze the spirit into solid ice. Chapter 96, It's Not Over Yet. Crackle! 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 Ice crystals shimmered with dazzling brilliance, radiant and luminous. As light returned to the area where the spirit dwelled, everyone turned their gaze toward the center. They all breathed a sigh of relief. The spirit was frozen solid within the ice crystals, not moving an inch. Is it taken care of? A hint of relief flashed across Wang Kuei's face. Not yet. Zhāng Hao's expression turned grave. He noticed that Quang Shan and Yu Cha showed no sign of tension, instead wearing expressions of eager anticipation. Look at his body! Chen Feng shouted in horror. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, scales began to sprout from Ming Ling's palms and soles, transforming them into beast-like claws. Not only that, but Ming Ling's body was rapidly swelling at an alarming rate. Crack! 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 The solid ice layer shattered under the force of immense power. Ming Ling's body rose like a mountain, stretching upward relentlessly. Iron-hard muscles bulged across his frame, while a pair of jet-black horns sprouted from his forehead. Within mere breaths, Zhāng Hào, Ling Mayu, and Nangong Chenyu all sucked in sharp breaths, their eyes brimming with shock. The ghostly mask that had covered Ming Ling's face shattered under the violent transformation of his body, revealing a face with a green complexion and sharp fangs. The nether spirit had now completely transcended the bounds of humanity. Standing over 20 meters tall, the most terrifying aspect was the layer of emerald green scales covering its entire body. With 2 horns on its head and long, powerful limbs, it was a monstrous creature in the truest sense. If anyone claimed he had once been human, no one would believe it. What kind of power is this? Wang Kuei's face was etched with utter disbelief. Among psychics, some could alter their physical form, but a complete transformation from one species to another, as Ming Ling had undergone, was something he had never heard of or witnessed. Caw caw caw. From childhood, I suffered a strange affliction that made my face hideously grotesque. My parents even abandoned me because of it. It was the great undying king who brought me back to the undying heavenly palace and bestowed upon me a drop of his blood, granting me this invincible power. Ming Ling emitted a sinister cackle. Now transformed into a monstrous beast, he radiated a bone-chilling aura. The Undying King was a being of unimaginable terror, the leader of the anti-human organization, the Undying Heavenly Palace. He was shrouded in profound mystery. Anyone who had ever laid eyes on him had met their end. The world's top 100 combat ranking listed only powerful beings from the Supernatural Alliance and other supernatural factions. Members of these anti-human organizations were not included. The true extent of the Undying King's power remains unknown, yet there is no doubt he would rank among the top tiers of the world's top 100 combat list. His might rivals that of super-powered figures like the Yin-Yang Elder and may even surpass it. That a single drop of his blood could transform a human into such a monstrous creature speaks volumes about the truly bizarre and unfathomable power of the Undying King. Everyone, be careful. Facing this terrifying beast, Nangong Chenyu felt her blade-gripping hand tremble involuntarily. Her heart raced with dread. This nether spirit was utterly terrifying, far surpassing most Azure Flame tier members and easily rivaling those who had earned the Silver Flame medal. You're first on the chopping block. The nether spirit's gaze swept the area before locking onto Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei's heart lurched. He forced himself to ignore the pain and tried to dodge, but it was already too late. SSSSH. Despite its towering height of over 20 meters, the nether spirit moved with teleportation-like speed. In a single flash, its claws clamped down like iron pincers, seizing Wang Kuei with iron grip. Ah! Wang Kuei struggled desperately, yet he couldn't budge the nether spirit's claws an inch. Let him go! Nangong Chenyu and Shen Feng were enraged. Nangong Chenyu pushed her light manipulation to its absolute limit, focusing a dazzling, blindingly white beam from the center of her palm. It shot straight toward the nether spirit's eerie green left eye. Meanwhile, Shen Feng unleashed his dissolving ability. Pale mist coiled like a serpent around the nether spirit's thick left leg. Clang! The nether spirit casually shifted its massive head slightly. Nangong Chenyu's beam missed its eye entirely, striking instead the scaly surface of its forehead. It merely sparked a shower of sparks, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Nangong Chenyu felt incredulous. Her light ability possessed extraordinary penetrating power, once capable of severely wounding powerful quasi-lord level mutant beasts. Yet now, it couldn't even leave a trace on the nether spirit? Chen Feng's dissolving mist enveloped the nether spirit's left leg, yet it failed to decompose or corrode even a shred of his flesh. Ha 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 ha. After transforming into the nether spirit beast, Lord Nether Spirit's power surpasses even mid-tier Lord class mutated beasts. He's even fought high-tier Lord class mutated beasts one-on-one without being outmatched. Blood-soaked Mad Mountain roared with frenzied excitement. When fully unleashed, Mingling's power rivaled that of a high-tier Lord-level mutant beast. He had once devoured several 5th-tier Master-level psychic warriors from the Holy Legion, truly terrifying. Zhāng Hao's heart trembled at the specter's overwhelming might. Facing such a form, even if he gave his all, what chance of victory could he possibly have? A bunch of insignificant ants. The nether spirit sneered contemptuously, flicking the struggling Wang Kuei into its mouth before beginning to chew. Crunch crunch. Accompanied by Wang Kuei's blood-curdling screams, blood trickled from the nether spirit's mouth. This horrifying spectacle sent chills down their spines. Yucha and Quanshan couldn't help but swallow hard. This was precisely why they had feared the nether spirit so deeply. It was a demon in human form. A look of indescribable fury flashed across Ling Moyu's pale face. Killing someone was one thing, but Mingling had devoured Wang Kuei like prey. Such an act was utterly inhuman, unworthy of being called a person. You. Chen Feng was on the verge of collapse. He and Wang Kuei had been the closest of friends, yet now, his comrade had been brutally murdered before his very eyes. I'll kill you. Chen Feng's eyes blazed crimson as he charged at the nether spirit, completely out of control. The soul spirit, resembling a vicious beast, looked down on him from above, a sinister curve forming at the corner of its mouth. Then, with a single spit, a chunk of flesh and blood shot out like a cannonball. Thud! The flesh fragment struck Chen Feng's chest with pinpoint accuracy. The immense force contained within it pierced straight through his body. His body tumbled backward like a... Nangong Chenyu had been striving to maintain her composure, but now, a thread of despair crept into her heart. This nether spirit's power far surpassed theirs. It was simply beyond their ability to contend with. Damn it! This demonic witch worship is completely sealed. Neither spatial teleportation nor spatial transmission can get us out of here. Zhāng Hào repeatedly attempted to activate his spatial abilities, only to discover with frustration that the entire demon witch worship functioned like a sealed cage. His spatial powers were utterly incapable of transporting them beyond the worship. This meant they had no choice but to fight to the death. Moyu, stay back. Don't advance. Zhāng Hào instructed Lingmoyu. Though she possessed spatial abilities, her offensive capabilities were relatively weak. Facing the nether spirits with their astonishing defense, she would struggle to inflict any real damage. Chapter 97, Sudden Concern. You must be careful. Lingmoyu nodded obediently and murmured softly. Senior Chenyu, do you have any stronger offensive methods? Zhāng Hào inquired. The spirit of darkness's defenses were simply too formidable. His current offensive capabilities were unlikely to inflict any damage. Nangong Chenyu nodded slightly upon hearing this. Yes, but it requires time to execute. The nether spirit will surely detect it in advance and evade. The nether spirit was no fool. At its level, it would never choose to confront danger head-on once it sensed it. Then I'll pin it down. You seize the moment to strike its vital points with your most powerful ability. Zhāng Hào proposed. You can restrain him? Nangong Chenyu was skeptical. The demon spirit's beast form possessed immense strength. Could Zhāng Hào truly restrain it? Zhāng Hào said nothing more. By now, the nether spirit had swallowed Wang Kuei's corpse and turned its gaze toward them. Whoosh! In an instant, an icy chill radiated from Zhāng Hao's body. His form gradually crystallized into ice, then transformed from ice crystals into an ice-blue storm. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The metal floor rapidly froze over, coated in a thick layer of frost. Is this elemental transformation? Nangong Chenyu's face betrayed utter astonishment. Elemental transformation. This was the ultimate technique of natural element abilities. Ice elementalization, fire elementalization, wind elementalization. By transforming into an element, one could unleash power far beyond their natural limits. Moreover, in this state, they became nearly immune to all physical attacks. Without a countering ability, it was nearly impossible for an opponent to inflict significant damage before the elemental form ended. Yet the demonic beast manifested by the nether spirit relied purely on physical attacks, utterly incapable of harming Zhāng Hào in his elemental form. An unusual gleam flickered in Ling Moyu's eyes. Zhāng Hao's strength seemed to undergo a qualitative leap every so often. Whoosh! Transformed into an ice element, Zhāng Hào swept toward the 20-meter-tall nether spirit, carrying a blizzard with him. Slashing! The nether spirit swung a claw, slashing viciously toward the heart of the icy tempest. Its terrifying force tore a massive gash through the blizzard. Yet, in his ice elemental form, Zhāng Hào flowed like water. Even when torn apart by immense force, he swiftly reassembled. The nether spirit's vicious claw, sharp as a blade, slashed viciously at the heart of the blizzard. Its terrifying force tore a massive gash through the icy tempest. In his ice elemental state, Zhāng Hào flowed like water. Even when torn apart by immense force, he swiftly and automatically healed himself. The torn section of the ice storm closed back together. Zhāng Hào pushed his ice elemental transformation to its absolute limit, tightly binding the nether spirit within. Water molecules in the air instantly froze solid. The nether spirit furiously swung its razor-sharp claws, yet it couldn't grasp Zhāng Hào, who had transformed into pure ice element. The spirit's movements grew increasingly sluggish as a thick layer of ice crystals gradually coated its body. In his ice elemental state, the power of his frost abilities more than doubled. Even the formidable spirit creature found itself firmly bound. Quick, now! Zhāng Hào leaped backward with all his might, his entire body transforming into an ice crystal form. In that instant, Nangong Chenyu's charged energy finally reached its peak. The light emanating from her body rapidly contracted, converging at her slender fingertips to form a blazing white beam as thick as a finger. This beam contained overwhelming destructive power. Nangong Chenyu's most potent attack skill, forged through deep mastery of her light abilities. She named it Blazing Light. Whoosh! The blazing light seemed capable of tearing through space itself, distorting the surrounding air as it hurtled straight toward the nether spirit's left eye. The nether spirit attempted to evade, but it was frozen within the ice crystal, unable to move an inch. For any creature, no matter how formidable its scales or body, the eyes remained a relatively vulnerable spot. Crack! The blazing light effortlessly shattered the ice, striking the nether spirit's eerie green left eye with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, its left eye shattered. The light penetrated unimpeded through the socket, directly into its brain, causing the nether spirit's entire body to convulse violently. With its brain severely damaged, the nether spirit's remaining right eye lost its light, and its life force gradually faded. Lord Nether Spirit! Yuchai and Quanshan cried out in shock. Had the nether spirit truly perished? Nangong Chenyu exhaled a long breath. For her, unleashing that blazing light required an immense expenditure of energy. Now, she finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. At last, this terrifying monster had been dealt with. No, he's not dead. Only Zhāng Hào sensed something amiss. Crack! 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 Sure enough, the right eye of the nether spirit, which had dimmed, suddenly flashed with a ghostly green light. A frenzied surge of power erupted, violently shattering the ice layer covering its body. Get out of the way! Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu shouted the warning simultaneously. In truth, even without their prompting, Nangong Chenyue had already sensed the danger. Yet the speed gap between her and the nether spirit was simply too vast. The beast-like spirit of darkness, its left eye streaming blood, instantly materialized before Nangong Chenyue and lashed out with a vicious kick. Nangong Chenyue only had time to cross her arms in front of her. Boom! Nangong Chenyue was sent flying backward hundreds of meters by the kick. Her entire body felt as if every bone had shattered as she slammed violently onto the ground. Blood gushed from her mouth. She struggled to rise, utterly powerless. Dizziness washed over her, and she lost consciousness. I'll kill you! The nether spirit roared furiously. Though the previous strike hadn't killed it, it had blinded its left eye, sending it into a raging fury. As it prepared to crush the unconscious Nangong Chenyue underfoot, Zhāng Hào would not stand idly by. Gigantification. Zhāng Hào unleashed his gigantification ability. His ice crystal body rapidly expanded to 23 meters tall, transforming him into a majestic ice giant. Simultaneously, his hands formed a void grip, and an ice crystal spear rapidly coalesced. Shrinking the earth to an inch, Zhāng Hào channeled his power to its absolute limit during this process, violently thrusting the spear into the nether spirit's back. Shoo! In his giant form, Zhāng Hao's strength multiplied exponentially, and the ice spear effortlessly tore through the nether spirit's scales. However, the nether spirit swiftly tensed its muscles, and the spear was jammed after penetrating only a foot deep. Thud! The nether spirit whipped around, delivering a crushing punch that slammed into Zhāng Hao's jaw. Zhāng Hao's massive frame staggered backward, his jaw cracking with fissures as if it might shatter. Fortunately, Zhāng Hào was in his ice crystallized state at that moment, which spared his skull from more severe damage. Otherwise, that single blow would have been enough to shatter his head. Then I'll deal with you first. Zhāng Hao's relentless harassment enraged the nether spirit, who resolved to defeat him first. Chapter 98 Under Fire, Danger. Kill! The ice crystal giant Zhāng Hào roared like thunder. The ice crystal spear in his grasp, amplified by the gravitational force field, became incredibly heavy, weighing tens of thousands of pounds. Zhāng Hào wielded the spear with devastating precision, swinging the colossal weapon with brutal force toward Mingling's face. Boom! The spear struck the nether spirit's face, cracking the scales covering its features. The ice crystal spear shattered in Zhāng Hao's grasp from the recoil force. Boom! The nether spirit planted its feet and launched itself at Zhāng Hào like a cannonball. It opened its gaping maw and sank its teeth into Zhāng Hao's shoulder, tearing off a large chunk of ice crystal. Thud! 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 Zhāng Hào swung his massive fists, each punch channeling gravitational force, striking the nether spirit's face like a storm of blows. The battle between them raged with primal, blood-pumping intensity. Who is this guy? How can he engage Lord Nether Spirit in such a fierce head-on clash? Yucha and Quangshan watched in stunned silence as the two inhuman creatures engaged in a terrifying battle. They believed that with the strength Zhāng Hào had demonstrated, he was more than worthy of a blue flame medal. Ling Moyu's heart was filled with tension. This nether spirit was far too ferocious, its power vastly exceeding theirs. Could Zhāng Hào truly handle this? No, he's too powerful. Zhāng Hào was indeed struggling to endure. The nether spirit raged like a savage beast. Though each of Zhāng Hao's punches packed the force of tens of thousands of tons, they failed to inflict any substantial damage. Had Zhāng Hào not transformed into his ice crystal elemental form, he would have been torn to shreds long ago. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào teleported instantly, appearing beside Ling Moyu. His form rapidly shrank, reverting to flesh and blood. Maintaining multiple abilities simultaneously exacted a tremendous toll on Zhāng Hào with every passing second. In this state, he couldn't defeat the nether spirit. Continuing the fight would only be a futile drain on his strength. Boom! The nether spirit leapt forward, its massive foot bearing a ferocious momentum as it slammed down toward Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu. Zhāng Hào reacted with lightning speed, grabbing Ling Moyu's wrist and activating teleportation once more. They vanished hundreds of meters away, narrowly evading the spirit's crushing blow. The nether spirit had descended into complete madness, its sanity all but gone. Its gaze locked onto Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu in the distance, charging after them without hesitation. For the nether spirit, whose top speed approached twice the speed of sound, a distance of several hundred meters was merely a matter of 1 or 2 breaths. Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu teleported once more, arriving beside Quangshan and Yucha. What are you doing? Quangshan and Yucha, who had been observing the battle, suddenly felt an ominous foreboding. Both were severely wounded, utterly powerless to resist Zhāng Hào. Get out of here! Zhāng Hào grabbed Quangshan and Yucha with his left and right hands respectively, hurling them forcefully toward Mingling. The nether spirit caught Quangshan and Yucha in one fluid motion, his ghostly green eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Ming! Lord Mingling, it's us! Quangshan and Yucha cried out in panic. Mingling had descended into madness, his form resembling a ferocious beast. His insatiable hunger drew his gaze to the two subordinates in his grasp. A savage grin twisted his lips. You two worthless pieces of trash. Today, I shall grant you what you call a glorious death. No, no! The two screamed in terror. Yet Lord Mingling paid no heed to their struggles, brutally tossing Quangshan and Yucha into his gaping maw. After a few chews, he swallowed them whole. This bastard is utterly insane, he doesn't even spare his own kind. Zhāng Hào cursed silently in his mind. In his view, 9 out of 10 members of the anti-human organization were complete lunatics. What should they do next? Zhāng Hào clasped Ling Maoyu's soft little hand tightly. With his spatial abilities, they might still be able to stall the nether spirit for a while. But trapped within this sealed, malevolent witchcraft worship, even with spatial abilities, escape seemed impossible. Once their genetic energy depleted and they could no longer activate spatial abilities, death would be their only fate. Wait, when I activated the spatial ability just now, why did I feel something strange? Zhāng Hào looked at Ling Maoyu. When he had held her hand just now, a peculiar connection seemed to form between them. This is ability fusion. Ling Maoyu had also sensed this phenomenon and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ability fusion? Zhāng Hào froze, recalling an extremely rare phenomenon he'd witnessed at the Transcendent Alliance. Ability fusion occurred when two individuals possessed identical abilities that intertwined. Under such fusion, the effect was far more than a simple 1 + 1 = 2. The combined power would surge dramatically. However, ability fusion typically occurred between blood-related twins with extremely high affinity for the same abilities. That Zhāng Hào and Ling Maoyu were experiencing this sensation of ability fusion was truly unexpected. My spatial ability originates from Ling Maoyu. In a sense, we truly share the same root. Could this be why our abilities fuse when we use spatial powers together? Zhāng Hào silently speculated on the cause of this phenomenon and decided to test it out to see what this spatial ability fusion could truly achieve. Use the spatial abilities together, Zhāng Hào said to Ling Maoyu. All right. Ling Maoyu nodded in agreement. The two clasped their palms tightly together, and the genetic energy within their cells began to converge. The sensation was utterly extraordinary, as if they could achieve things previously beyond their reach. Roar! The nether spirit lunged forward once more. Zhāng Hào and Ling Maoyu simultaneously activated their teleportation. This time, their teleportation spanned an astonishing distance of over 1,000 meters, transporting them directly from one end of the dark witch worship to the other. Had they not reached the very edge of the demon witch worship, they might have teleported even farther. Excellent! The ability fusion has amplified the power of the psychic space by several times over. A flicker of delight crossed both Zhāng Hào and Ling Maoyu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of unease. Outside the demon witch worship, they could have easily escaped. But inside this enclosed vessel, even teleporting such a great distance didn't make much practical difference. Wait! Let's try opening the alternate space and trapping this nether spirit inside. Zhāng Hào suddenly had an idea. Zhāng Hao's spatial abilities allowed him to enter the alternate dimension alone or bring others with him, though the energy cost increased significantly. Moreover, it only worked if the others didn't resist. Forcibly dragging an enemy into another dimension was nearly impossible. But now, with his ability fused with Ling Maoyu's, the strength of his psychic space had increased several-fold. Could he force the spirit into the alternate dimension? Thoughts turned to action. He signaled to Ling Maoyu with his eyes, and she understood immediately, nodding in agreement. Chapter 99, Spatial Ability. Spatial abilities? Genetic energy will eventually run dry. Having lost an eye, the ghostly spirit, its face twisted into a hideous grimace, roared madly as it pursued Zhāng Hào and Ling Maoyu. A sharp claw lashed out, yet it passed straight through both their bodies. Gone? Immediately after, Zhāng Hào and Ling Maoyu vanished completely from the demon witch worship. The nether spirit was utterly astonished. In his perception, Zhāng Hào and Ling Maoyu had completely disappeared, as if they had entered another dimension, and indeed, that was precisely what had happened. Zhāng Hào and Ling Maoyu had entered a different dimension. This pitch-black space stirred a sense of nostalgia in Ling Maoyu. The last time they faced the Black Slaughter Lord, it was Zhāng Hào who had brought her into this alternate space, saving both their lives. Pull him in, Zhāng Hào commanded. He and Ling Maoyu channeled their spatial abilities, forcibly opening a passageway within the alternate dimension. A pitch-black spatial fissure appeared, instantly engulfing one of the nether spirit's arms. A powerful suction force emerged, pulling him deep into the rift. What on earth is this? The nether spirit was stunned. In all his years of experience, he had never heard of such a method. Yet, driven by pure instinct, he sensed clearly that if he were dragged into that spatial fissure, the consequences would be unimaginably dire. His broad feet dug into the ground, and he pulled with all his might to free the arm trapped in the rift. Thus, a fierce tug of war erupted instantly, rapidly depleting Zhāng Hào and Ling Maoyu's genetic energy at an alarming rate. Zhāng Hào and Ling Maoyu pushed their spatial abilities to the absolute limit, sweat dripping relentlessly from their foreheads. They generated a terrifying suction force within the alternate dimension, attempting to drag the nether spirit into this perilous realm. Successfully dragging the nether spirit inside would mean certain destruction. The environment was hostile to living beings, making survival impossible. At the very least, trapping it within would be effortless. But dragging a monster comparable to a lord level being proved far more difficult than they could have imagined. The nether spirit roared with maniacal laughter. What a pity! You were so close. At that moment, the venom in Zhāng Hao's hand suddenly leapt away, hovering within the alternate dimension. It rapidly expanded, transforming into a venomous devil tree standing 40 meters tall. Ling Moyu stared in astonishment at this sudden, bizarre creature, while Zhāng Hao's heart leapt with joy. After all, in terms of raw power, the colossal venomous devil tree was no pushover. Hiss! The venomous devil tree extended dozens of black tendrils, tightly wrapping around the arm of the nether spirit that had been sucked into the alternate dimension. It then began violently tugging at it. What had been an evenly matched struggle now tilted decisively in Zhāng Hao's favor with the venomous devil tree's aid. No! Under the venomous devil tree's frantic tugging and the black hole-like suction created by the psychic space, Ming Ling inwardly cursed his misfortune. His dragged feet gradually lifted off the ground and his massive body slammed headfirst into the spatial rift, plunging into the alternate dimension. It worked! Let's get out of here fast. Zhāng Hao's heart surged with joy as the venomous devil tree rapidly shrank and leapt back onto his body. Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu immediately activated their spatial abilities, swiftly exiting through the portal from the alternate dimension. No! The dark spirit roared madly, frantically extending its monstrous claws, desperate to grasp something to halt the healing of the pitch-black spatial rift. An arm reached out from the fissure, but it was already too late. Splat! The nether spirit's body failed to escape in time, but one arm stretched out, only to be ruthlessly severed by the closing spatial fissure. The severed limb fell onto the metal deck inside the Dark Witch's worship, twitching faintly twice. Ha 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 ha, well done. Zhāng Hào burst into laughter. Through his spatial abilities, he saw the one-armed nether spirit trapped within that pitch-black, airless alternate dimension. Despite its immense strength, far surpassing most lord-level mutant beasts, being trapped in such a void meant death was only a matter of time. Unless the nether spirit possessed spatial abilities or held a treasure with spatial attributes, but that was highly improbable. After all, spatial abilities and treasures with spatial attributes were exceedingly rare. Smack! Overwhelmed by the joy of narrowly escaping death, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but plant a firm kiss on Ling Moyu's delicate little face. Caught completely off guard, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she protested indignantly, "What are you doing? Last time, you were the one who kissed me." Zhāng Hào chuckled. Ling Moyu's bashful expression filled his heart with delight. "Let me out. I'll give you everything I have. I can give you intelligence on the undying heavenly palace." Trapped in the alien dimension, the spirit felt like an ant on a hot pan, his mind growing increasingly foggy. Humans couldn't survive long in an oxygen-deprived alternate space, forcing him to beg for mercy, hoping Zhāng Hào would spare his life. But Zhāng Hào remained utterly unmoved, waiting silently for the spirit's demise. After 3 minutes passed, the spirit of darkness lapsed into unconsciousness within the alternate dimension. Deprived of his power, he reverted to human form. Another 10 minutes passed before Zhāng Hào saw the attributes and experience points drop from the nether spirit's body. He knew then that the nether spirit was truly dead. It would be hard to believe, but this nether spirit, a figure of considerable status and formidable reputation within the undying heavenly palace, had fallen at the hands of Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu. How many merit points will this nether spirit's corpse fetch? Zhāng Hào thought to himself with glee. After all, killing an elite member of the anti-human organization came with a reward of merit points. Pickup successful. Gained 70,000 EXP. Loot successful. Gained 420 points of spirit attribute. Loot acquired, 610 strength points added to inventory. Looting complete. Gained 730 points of constitution. Pickup complete. Obtained 1 portion of undying blood. Looting complete. Obtained 1 spatial detector. Zhāng Hào stepped into the alternate dimension and successfully gathered the experience attributes dropped by the nether spirit. To his astonishment, 2 additional items had also been dropped. The spatial detector was a unique artifact capable of sensing intense spatial fluctuations. Resembling a compass, this ancient artifact from a lost relic could detect spatial fluctuations in the vicinity, revealing spatial rifts and the ruins within them. Previously, the reason the nether spirits and their companions had been able to enter this crimson microcosm was precisely because, while passing through the Red Ice City, the spatial detector had sensed intense spatial fluctuations. The value of this artifact is truly immense. The blood of immortality is the quintessential essence of immortal beings, containing the profound mysteries of immortality. The other item is undying blood. Ming Ling once mentioned that the Undying King bestowed upon him a single drop of blood. This must be that very substance. However, the exact properties of this undying blood remain unknown. It should be handed over to the Holy Legion personnel for analysis and investigation in the future. Ling Moyu retrieved the hyper-accelerated healing potion from Nangong Chenyua's backpack and administered it to Chun Feng and Nangong Chenyua. This hyper-accelerated healing serum, a therapeutic gene-based medication produced by the Holy Legion, could rapidly heal any injury as long as it wasn't critical damage to the heart, head, or severed limbs. Chapter 100, Completely Misunderstood. Nangong Chenyu and Shen Feng gradually regained consciousness, both feeling disoriented and at a loss. Nangong Chenyu's eyes darted warily around the area. Spotting the terrifying arm belonging to the Nether Spirit, he asked in shock, "Where's the Nether Spirit?" Neither Zhāng Hào nor Ling Mayu responded, but their expressions made it clear to Nangong Chenyu that Ming Ling had likely been killed. Yet, even if Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu's strength had increased several-fold, how could they possibly be a match for the Nether Spirit? Could Ling Mayu have hidden some powerful trump card? That would make sense. She is the adopted daughter of the god of destruction. He must have given her some treasure for self-defense. Nangong Chenyu quickly arrived at this conclusion, convinced that Ling Mayu must have slain the Nether Spirit using some sort of treasure. As the adopted daughter of the strongest human warrior, it made perfect sense that the god of destruction would have bestowed one or two treasures upon her. Of course, she was completely mistaken. Shen Feng appeared somewhat despondent, naturally due to Wang Kuei's passing. While Jin Tianzi had previously been hostile toward him, Wang Kuei had been his close friend. Yet the dead could not be revived. Becoming a psychic meant embracing both glory and peril. Have you resolved your conflicts? At that moment, a figure cloaked in black appeared before them. Handsome in appearance, this black-robed being was none other than the AI core of the demon which worshipped the intelligent lifeform calling itself Carmel. We almost forgot about this guy. Zhāng Hào and the others felt a tightening in their hearts. They were still inside the demon witch worship, and their very lives were effectively in Carmel's hands. Fortunately, as an AI, everything would proceed according to protocol. Carmel smiled and said, "Now, accept the trial. Should you pass, the entire witchcraft worship shall be yours. This is the last worship of our Dark Witch clan. Regardless of its combat capabilities, the technology and research techniques of the Dark Witch clan aboard it will undoubtedly be priceless treasures to you. Rest assured, it's just a minor test, it'll only take a few minutes," Carmel said with a beaming smile. It sounded incredibly tempting, but Zhāng Hào remained vigilant. Though Carmel promised the ship if they succeeded, failure, well, just think of those ghouls inspectors earlier, all creations of the Dark Witch clan. There was no choice but to see what Carmel was really up to first. Carmel adopted a hands-off approach to the fierce battle between Zhāng Hào, Ming Ling, and the others. However, after the fight concluded, obtaining the Dark Witch worship and departing this place would still require passing a series of trials. Though Carmel hadn't explicitly stated the punishment for failure, Zhāng Hào, Nangong Chenyu, and the others knew full well that Carmel was no benevolent entity. As an AI core, it operated strictly according to its programmed protocols. Once it decided to kill, it would show no hesitation whatsoever. "Follow me." Carmel's tone was flat as it walked toward a tightly sealed metal door. The door opened automatically, and it stepped inside with steady strides. Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu followed closely behind. Zhāng Hào remained alert, ready to immediately transport Ling Mayu into another dimension if he sensed danger. Nangong Chenyu and Shen Feng, having consumed expensive hyper-healing potions, were now mostly recovered, though their complexions remained slightly pale. The 670 group followed Carmel through a series of metallic corridors. Externally, this witch worship appeared only 500 meters long, yet it employed space-folding technology, making its interior vastly more expansive than its external dimensions suggested. After passing through several metal doors, they finally came to a halt in a large hall. The hall was filled with all manner of strange instruments. Carmel spoke up, "We've arrived. The trial awaits here." "What exactly is this trial?" Zhāng Hao's eyes narrowed with caution. Carmel smiled faintly, pointing to one of the devices. "This is a genetic analyzer, also known as a bloodline detector. It determines a person's bloodline grade." "Bloodline rank?" Nangong Chenyu paused in surprise, while Zhāng Hào and the others had never heard of such a term before. Carmel explained, "Bloodline rank is determined at birth. It's like how some people are born stronger than others, or born more intelligent than others, that's bloodline rank. Simply put, it relates to a person's innate talents and the potential achievements they can attain in the future." Carmel's explanation was easy to grasp, and the group quickly understood the meaning of bloodline rank. Essentially, bloodline rank refers to the inherent strength of one's inherited genes and bloodline. Differences in bloodline rank exist between individuals. Typically, those who cultivate quickly and possess strong learning abilities tend to have higher bloodline ranks. Furthermore, cultivation can improve one's bloodline rank. Some powerful individuals possess exceptionally potent bloodlines, and their descendants inherit these traits. These offspring often exhibit remarkable cultivation talent. This is the essence of bloodline influence. Of course, bloodline rank alone does not entirely determine one's future achievements. After all, diligent cultivation and the opportunities encountered in life are far more crucial. Many individuals of ordinary talent can achieve extraordinary heights through diligent cultivation and favorable opportunities. Carmel continued, "This trial is quite straightforward. Simply pass the bloodline test. Those who achieve an advanced bloodline rank will pass the first round." "This, advanced bloodline? How many people in a group would possess a high-grade bloodline?" Nangong Chenyu asked with a look of concern. This trial felt utterly frustrating. It didn't test one's strength, but directly assessed bloodline rank. There was no room for effort, one could only rely on fate and pray their bloodline rank was high enough. Carmel smiled faintly and replied, statistically, 99.9% of the world's population possesses only ordinary bloodlines, failing to even reach the low-grade level. 1 in every 100,000 possesses a low-grade bloodline, 1 in every 1 million possesses a mid-grade bloodline, and 1 in every 10 million possesses a high-grade bloodline. As for even higher bloodlines, they are virtually non-existent outside the world's top-tier powerhouses or their offspring. Hearing this, the group nodded slightly, though their spirits sank to the depths. The four exchanged glances. Carmel had previously mentioned that the first trial required a bloodline of at least the high-tier level. Yet she also stated that, on average, only 1 in 10 million possessed a high-tier bloodline. This condition was simply too demanding. All four hailed from the Sacred Legion, their innate talents and bloodlines undoubtedly exceptional. Yet whether any among them possessed a high-grade bloodline remained a profoundly worrying question. Alright, let's begin. Who goes first? Carmel showed no sign of impatience. Their eyes met. Chen Feng, his face pale, stepped forward slowly. Then I'll go first. Chen Feng felt deeply that he hadn't been much help earlier. Now, facing this test whose dangers were unknown, he decided to volunteer as the vanguard. Step onto that platform. Carmel pointed to a cylindrical apparatus. Chen Feng climbed onto the cylindrical device as instructed. Under Carmel's operation, the machine activated. Beams of light showered down upon him as needles pierced his arm muscles, drawing blood. Chapter 101, how's it going? Various data points flashed across the instrument's screen, as if performing complex calculations. Finally, the calculation symbols ceased, the device powered down, and Chen Feng stepped out. He felt as though he'd undergone a full-body ultrasound scan, but beyond that, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. What's the situation? All eyes turned to Carmel. Carmel shook his head calmly. He's merely a low-grade bloodline. Hearing this, everyone wore bitter smiles. But upon reflection, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Carmel had once mentioned that only 1 in 100,000 possessed a low-grade bloodline. Such talent was actually quite commendable, as evidenced by Chen Feng's admission into the Holy Legion. Yet Carmel had hoped for a high-grade bloodline, a rarity among tens of millions. That was an exceptionally demanding standard. Next, it was Nangong Chenyu's turn for the test. After the test concluded, Carmel still shook her head softly, low-grade bloodline. Nangong Chenyu sighed helplessly. Born into a prestigious family with a 5th-rank grandmaster as her father, she herself possessed only a low-grade bloodline. You've got to try harder. When it was Zhāng Hao's turn, he silently encouraged himself, hoping his bloodline rank would be high. Yet deep down, he had little confidence. Ultimately, his rapid progress stemmed from a unique opportunity. While his innate talent wasn't poor, it still fell short of the level of a true prodigy. Previously, he had obtained a single drop of immortal blood, the blood of the immortal king. As one of the strongest beings among all humanity, the immortal king's bloodline rank was undoubtedly extremely high. Yet, under Carmel's watchful gaze, attempting to cheat by using the drop of immortal blood was utterly impossible. Zhāng Hào stepped inside the testing apparatus, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. Zhāng Hào possesses such formidable strength at such a young age, and he has mastered elemental transformation. His bloodline grade must be quite high. Chen Feng and Nangong Chenyu thought to themselves, while Ling Mayu's heart was also filled with anticipation, believing that if any of the four possessed a high-grade bloodline, Zhāng Hào was the most likely candidate. The test commenced. Multicolored lights enveloped Zhāng Hào as needles pierced his skin, drawing a small sample of blood. In less than half a minute, the instrument's door opened, signaling the test's completion. Camel's expression turned peculiar. Nangong Chenyu hurriedly asked, "How is it? Did Zhāng Hao's bloodline rank reach the advanced level?" Zhāng Hao's heart was equally filled with anticipation, but Carmel's next words made his lips twitch. No. His bloodline grade hasn't even reached the basic level. At best, it's considered decent among ordinary people. Carmel's words poured cold water over everyone's hopes, extinguishing them instantly. Zhāng Hao's rapid growth and strength was evident to all. When unleashing his full power, he could even stand toe-to-toe with formidable opponents like Ming Ling. Everyone had assumed his bloodline rank wouldn't be low, but the result was, he hadn't even reached the low-tier bloodline rank? Compared to the collective shock, Zhāng Hào had mentally prepared himself long ago. His rapid growth and strength had been entirely due to external aid. Of course, since obtaining the system, the effort and diligence Zhāng Hào had put into his cultivation were no less than those prodigies. Among bloodline ranks, only 1 in 100,000 possessed a low-tier bloodline. Zhāng Hao's ordinary bloodline was perfectly normal, marking him merely as an average genius. Moreover, bloodline ranks gradually elevated as an ability user grew stronger. However, Zhāng Hào clearly hadn't cultivated to the point where his bloodline rank could undergo a transformation, so he remained an ordinary bloodline. Disappointment etched itself across Carmel's face. Out of the four, 2 possessed low-tier bloodlines and 1 held an ordinary bloodline. While still decent, he required a high-tier bloodline. Now only Ling Mayu remained to be tested, but the probability of her being a high-grade bloodline was extremely slim. If none of the four possessed a high-tier bloodline, this assessment would inevitably fail. As for the consequences of failure, none of them dared to contemplate them. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Zhāng Hào gently patted Ling Moyu's head in consolation. Ling Moyu nodded softly. Bloodline rank was entirely predetermined by nature, there truly was no other way. She then stepped into the testing apparatus, while Zhāng Hào and the others waited anxiously. We didn't die at the hands of the nether spirits, only to meet our end here? Shen Feng inwardly sighed bitterly. After barely escaping the nether spirits of the immortal heavenly palace, was this merely buying them another half hour of life? Zhāng Hao's nerves were stretched taut. If they failed the assessment, Carmel would execute them. Their only option would be to force their way out of this demonic witch worship. Though the odds of destroying this worship were slim, it was better than sitting around waiting to die. As the scan progressed, a look of astonishment flashed across Carmel's face. She possesses a high-grade bloodline? Zhāng Hào and the others froze, stunned. A turning point had emerged. Ling Moyu was 1 in a million, a high-grade bloodline bearer. Wonderful! Finally, a high bloodline. Carmel burst into laughter. High-grade bloodline carriers were a rarity among millions. For the extinct Dark Witch clan, finding one was no easy feat. Ling Moyu stepped out from the testing apparatus and gave Zhāng Hào a wink. A rare hint of smugness flashed across her small face, which amused Zhāng Hào, though he felt genuinely pleased inside. Upon reflection, Ling Moyu's status as a high-level bloodline user wasn't entirely coincidental. She possessed a natural spatial ability, and despite being much younger than Zhāng Hào, only 19 years old, she had already reached the mid-4th tier as an ability user. Moreover, she had achieved this almost entirely through her own efforts. Although she was the adopted daughter of the god of destruction, she had met him only a few times, and he had never specifically instructed the heavenly palace to cultivate Ling Moyu with all its might. Given these circumstances, Ling Moyu's current level of attainment was intrinsically linked to her own diligence and innate talent. She truly was a high-level bloodline user, 1 in a million. Very well. We may proceed to the next round of testing. Carmel's words snapped everyone back to reality. The bloodline grading test they had just completed was merely the first trial. If there was a first round, then a second round was inevitable. This young lady, come with me. The rest of you wait here. Carmel's gaze fixed on Ling Moyu. Hearing this, Zhāng Hao's heart sank. He hurriedly protested, "No. I absolutely cannot be separated from Moyu." If Carmel took Ling Moyu away, Zhāng Hào would have no way of knowing if she encountered danger. Ling Moyu clutched Zhāng Hao's hand tightly, her icy gaze fixed on Carmel. "If you harm him, I'd rather forfeit this assessment." These words left Carmel feeling rather helpless. It was rare to encounter someone with a high-level bloodline. While she might not pass the assessment smoothly, there was still hope. Thus, Carmel amended her offer, "Then both of you may come." With that, Carmel strode toward a metal door, Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu following closely behind. Nangong Chenyu and Chen Feng could only wait patiently in the hall, hoping Ling Moyu and the others would pass the trial. Otherwise, they might all meet their end aboard this demonic witch worship. Chapter 102, Accepting the Trial. The second trial is also not particularly difficult. Master a secret art. If you succeed, you shall henceforth become the new master of this dark witch worship. Upon entering a spacious room resembling a training hall, Carmel halted and addressed Ling Moyu. Secret technique? Ling Moyu and Zhāng Hào exchanged puzzled glances. This was indeed a rather peculiar trial. A look of deep nostalgia filled Carmel's eyes as he spoke slowly. Back in the Third Era, our Dark Witch clan was a renowned and powerful clan, renowned throughout the Third Era. We possessed a full 108 of these very Dark Witch worships. 108 Dark Witch worships? Zhāng Hào couldn't help but twitch his lips. Even this single Dark Witch worship was extraordinary. The manpower and resources required to build it must have been immense. Yet the Dark Witch clan possessed 108 of them. This alone revealed just how powerful they had been back then. Subsequently, our clan sought to create a perfect being, a creature possessing ultimate power to confront impending calamities. Camel continued, "We gathered the remains of various powerful beings to study their bloodlines, genes, and the origins of their strength. Ultimately, we succeeded in creating a perfect being, one we called the Perfect God." Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu listened intently, absorbing the hidden history of an ancient Grey clan. Though the Holy Legion's records mentioned the Dark Witch clan, they only noted their demise stemmed from trespassing into forbidden realms of life, without detailing the specific reasons. Carmel sighed. "You can probably guess what happened next. The Perfect God spiraled out of control, unleashing rampant destruction. Our Dark Witch clan was forced to expend our entire clan's strength to eradicate it. Our strongest warriors fell one after another, and our warships were shot down by the Perfect God, one after another. Finally, we barely managed to defeat it. However, the Dark Witch clan suffered devastating losses in the process. From then on, they faced relentless suppression from all factions and eventually vanished into the mists of history." Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu fell silent. After all, the Dark Witch clan had brought this upon themselves. Monsters like the corpse ghosts and shadow fiends were their own creations, their annihilation was just punishment. Yet Carmel's words left Zhāng Hào pondering. He had stated the Dark Witch clan defeated the God of Perfection, but never claimed to have slain him. Could the God of Perfection still exist? The fact that it could annihilate an entire powerful race spoke volumes about the sheer terror of this God of Perfection. Yet 2 eras had passed since then. It seemed unlikely the God of Perfection could have survived this long. After all, even the current world's strongest being, the destroyer god of martial arts, had only lived for 500 years. Carmel perked up. Later, we realized that forcibly creating perfect beings was impractical. Yet, our efforts in crafting the perfect god were not entirely fruitless. Through studying the perfect god, our clan developed a secret art. This art focuses specifically on cultivating bloodlines, enabling the human body's blood to evolve and ultimately reach the state of perfection. In the distant First Era, a race of giants once existed, regarded as the original source of humanity. These giants possessed innate divine strength so formidable it was jaw-dropping power capable of shaking mountains and commanding thunder and lightning. Upon reaching adulthood, they attained the might of kings, all due to the extraordinary abilities born from their formidable bloodlines. However, the bloodlines of these ancient giants gradually weakened through generations of inheritance. By the present age, the bloodline grade within ordinary humans scarcely reaches even the lowest tier. Their strength is feeble, their lifespans brief, mere centuries at most. Carmel's words sent shockwaves through Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu's hearts. The First Era? Ancient giants? King-level strength upon reaching adulthood? Zhāng Hao's heart trembled violently. In that distant First Era, giants roamed the earth. The giant race was born powerful, and upon reaching adulthood, they commonly possessed king-level strength. Consider this, in the present age, king-tier strength surpasses that of 5th-tier grandmasters. Reaching such a realm grants one the qualification to challenge the world's top 100 battle rankings. Yet in the First Era, any adult giant possessed king-level strength. This confirmed Zhāng Hao's earlier conjecture. Though the destroyer martial god was the mightiest human of this era, across the 5 eras' long history, there might well exist humans even more formidable than him. Carmel drew a deep breath, a flicker of fervor in his eyes as he declared, through studying the perfect god, we've developed this secret art. Its power lies in refining others' bloodline energy to enhance one's own. It enables practitioners to rapidly evolve their bloodline tier, rivaling or even surpassing the ancient giants. Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu listened, their jaws dropping in astonishment. This secret art was truly terrifying. Ancient giants attained king-level strength upon maturity, meaning their bloodline grades must have been astronomically high. If one could attain a bloodline grade surpassing that of the ancient giants, would it mean becoming a powerhouse that transcends them? This secret art was truly chilling. However, the requirements for cultivating this secret art are quite high. One must possess at least a high-grade bloodline. Carmel revealed another condition. Only then did Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu realize the purpose of their earlier bloodline grade test. The cultivation requirements for this secret art were extremely stringent. One must possess at least a high-grade bloodline to practice it. What if I fail to master it? Ling Moyu asked softly, her voice tinged with apprehension. This secret art seemed incredibly difficult to master, and she only barely met the threshold with her high-grade bloodline. We'll worry about failure later. Begin cultivating this secret art now. This is the second trial. You must master it within 5 days. Carmel's tone was flat, making no mention of the punishment for failure. Yet his attitude alone weighed heavily on Ling Moyu. If she couldn't master the basics within 5 days, then all of them would perish here. The secret technique is inscribed on the door of this training room. Go see for yourself. Carmel pointed to the training room door. Sure enough, the metal surface was covered in intricate inscriptions. Then, Carmel vanished without a trace. In his mind, Ling Moyu was the only one capable of mastering this secret technique. As for Zhāng Hào, his ordinary bloodline fell far short of the cultivation requirements. If not for Ling Moyu, Zhāng Hào would never have been granted access to witness this secret art. But that didn't matter. If Ling Moyu failed to master the secret technique, everyone would lose their lives. Naturally, the secret technique wouldn't be allowed to leak out. Ling Moyu dared not delay. She approached the metal door alongside Zhāng Hào to examine the secret art inscribed upon it. With only 5 days remaining, she could afford to waste not a single moment. Blood refining secret art? Zhāng Hào read the name of the technique etched upon the metal door. Though seemingly plain and unassuming, the title bluntly revealed its purpose: refining bloodlines to catalyze their evolution, potentially even surpassing the ancient titans. Chapter 103, Acquiring the Blood Secret Art. Zhāng Hào scanned the cultivation method etched upon the metal door, his mind filled with awe at the profound depth of this technique. This technique likely belonged to the same tier as the source energy secret art, a technique originally discovered within ancient ruins. It was precisely this existence that had empowered psychic users. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired Blood Refining Secret Art LV1. After Zhāng Hào finished reviewing the Blood Refining Secret Art, the system's notification sounded. He froze in surprise. I've already mastered it? Zhāng Hào couldn't help but let out a wry, helpless chuckle. With the system's existence, he could master any martial skill simply by glancing at its training method, and this Blood Refining Secret Art was no exception. Zhāng Hào felt both exasperated and amused. Because of the system, he could effortlessly master any martial art by merely glancing at its training method, and the blood-refining secret art was no exception. The cultivation requirements for the blood-refining secret art were extremely stringent. Only those possessing a high-grade bloodline 1 in a million had any chance of mastering it. Zhāng Hào, however, possessed an ordinary bloodline, falling far short of even meeting the threshold for the secret art. Yet, with the system's assistance, Zhāng Hào had directly surmounted this hurdle, successfully mastering the blood-refining secret art. Ahem. Let Mo cultivate at her own pace. If she succeeds, that's excellent. If not, it's no great loss. Zhāng Hào gave a soft cough before walking over to sit down. I will train with all my might. We will definitely leave this place safely. Ling Moyu mistakenly thought Zhāng Hào was feeling down because he couldn't cultivate, so she offered words of comfort. Hang in there. Zhāng Hào gave a helpless smile, offering only encouragement to Ling Moyu. In his heart, it would be best if Ling Moyu succeeded in her cultivation. Even if she didn't, it wouldn't matter much after all, he had already mastered his own path. The blood-refining secret art allows one to absorb the bloodline power of others, enhancing one's own bloodline rank to wield unimaginable power, unleashing potential comparable to that of ancient titans. The ultimate achievement of the Dark Witch clan was the perfect god, and this blood-refining secret art was the key. I must elevate my rank. The higher the rank of the blood-refining secret art, the more advanced bloodline power I can refine. Zhāng Hào pondered silently. Ding! Consume 10,000 EXP, congratulations, host, you have acquired blood-refining secret art LV1. Ding! Consume 20,000 EXP, congratulations, host, you have acquired blood-refining secret art LV2. Ding! Consumed 40,000 EXP, congratulations, host, you have obtained blood-refining secret art LV3. Zhāng Hào wasted no time in advancing the blood-refining secret art all the way to level 3. This blood-refining secret art was truly extraordinary. Each level required an enormous amount of experience points. Reaching level 3 alone had consumed 70,000 points. Fortunately, Zhāng Hào had accumulated nearly 400,000 EXP points from hunting corpse demons and eliminating ghost spirits. Even after spending 70,000 points, he still had 300,000 points remaining. 5 days neither long nor short flew by in the blink of an eye during his cultivation. Before he knew it, the 5 days had passed. Ling Moyu's small face was etched with deep worry and anxiety. She had already given her all, but this blood-refining secret art was truly arduous. She wasn't even sure if she could pass the assessment. Alright, the 5 days are up. Now we'll test whether you've mastered the basics of the blood-refining secret art. At that moment, Carmel appeared in the training room and spoke slowly. MHM. Ling Moyu nodded lightly, while Zhāng Hào gestured to her, signaling her not to be nervous. The metal floor slowly parted, revealing a circular platform that rose steadily. Upon it lay the massive carcass of a tiger. A gaping hole in its head suggested a fatal strike from some powerful thermal weapon. Begin. This is the corpse of a quasi-lord level monster that recently fell into this small world by accident. Simply extract the bloodline power within its body, and you will succeed. Carmel pointed at the giant tiger's corpse as she spoke. Taking a deep breath, Ling Moyu steeled herself to face the challenge. She gently pressed her palm against the tiger's head, attempting to extract its bloodline power. Time slipped away silently, each minute and second feeling unbearably long. Carmel's expression grew increasingly grim. 3 minutes passed, yet Ling Moyu still hadn't extracted the bloodline power. Carmel sighed helplessly. Though advanced bloodlines are the threshold for cultivation, not everyone can achieve enlightenment through them. Alas! Ling Moyu was momentarily speechless. 5 days was simply too rushed. She thought to herself that if she had a month, she would surely succeed in mastering the basics. Just then, Zhāng Hào approached silently. He took Ling Moyu's delicate hand and placed it once more upon the giant tiger's head. Ling Moyu was filled with confusion, while Carmel also frowned, puzzled by Zhāng Hao's actions. Yet the scene that unfolded next made Ling Moyu's beautiful eyes widen in astonishment. She sensed a peculiar force emanating from Zhāng Hào. From the previously motionless corpse of the giant tiger, a crimson mist slowly rose and was successfully extracted. You actually succeeded? Ling Moyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course. I told you not to worry. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but laugh at Ling Moyu's astonished expression. Then why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry for nothing all this time. Ling Moyu pouted indignantly, a sudden urge to bite Zhāng Hào surfacing in her mind. So? I guess we passed the test, huh? Zhāng Hào grinned widely at Carmel, whose face was frozen in utter astonishment. It was truly rare to see such an expression on an AI's face. This can't be. You're just an ordinary bloodline. How could you have mastered the blood-refining secret art? Could it be that the test malfunctioned? Carmel shook his head in disbelief. He had been watching closely the entire time. Had Zhāng Hào actually mastered the blood-refining secret art without anyone noticing? Obviously, I'm a genius. Zhāng Hào said without batting an eye, inwardly mocking himself. With his cheat code, mastering this blood-refining secret art was a piece of cake. Feeling Ling Mayu's admiring gaze, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but feel a surge of elation. Without further words, he pressed his other hand onto the giant tiger's head. A crimson mist began to be continuously extracted, then merged into his palm, steadily amplifying his own bloodline power. Indeed, this is undoubtedly the blood-refining secret art, and the refinement process is so smooth and swift it's far beyond the level of a mere beginner. Though doubt still lingered in his mind, the undeniable evidence before him forced Carmel to concede. Amazing! So this is the blood-refining secret art? After refining this giant tiger's bloodline power, my own bloodline grade has increased several-fold. I might be approaching the level of a low-grade bloodline soon. Zhāng Hao's heart surged with wild joy. He knew well that the higher the bloodline rank, the greater the innate talent, even potentially unlocking wondrous, unfathomable powers like those of the ancient giants. Only after refining every last bit of bloodline power from the colossal tiger's corpse did Zhāng Hào pause. He turned to Carmel, who was still reeling in shock. Well, have I passed the test? After a few seconds of silence, Carmel nodded slightly. You have passed. From this day forward, you are the new master of the Dark Witch Battleship 233. Carmel greets the master. With that, Carmel bowed deeply in reverence. Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu both broke into delighted smiles. They had finally passed the trial. According to protocol, the Dark Witch warship had officially recognized Zhāng Hào as its master. Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu exchanged smiles. They had finally succeeded in passing the trial. According to the rules, the Dark Witch warship had now acknowledged Zhāng Hào as its master. Chapter 104, finally recognized. Tell me about this Dark Witch warship. Zhāng Hào asked Carmel. Carmel immediately replied, certainly. This Dark Witch warship is equipped with various facilities including laboratories, cultivation chambers, dining halls, and more. It also carries a substantial arsenal of weapon systems. Although most of the weapon systems were destroyed during the battle with the God of Perfection, it can still easily kill Beast King level monsters. Even if it encounters a Beast Emperor, while it might not be able to kill it outright, inflicting severe injuries would be no problem. These words sent a surge of wild excitement through Zhāng Hao's heart. This Dark Witch warship could actually effortlessly obliterate a Beast King. Carmel promptly added, however, the Dark Witch battleship's energy reserves are nearly depleted. If we activate it at full power, it won't last long before exhausting its energy. Master, you could seek out some energy crystals to replenish its power. Energy crystals? The Holy Legion should have some. Zhāng Hào nodded slightly. Replenishing the Dark Witch warship's energy was indeed a problem, but there was always a way to solve it. Carmel continued, additionally, the remains of the Dark Witch elders are preserved aboard the warship. Master, you may extract their bloodline power to strengthen yourself. This was their own choice in life, you need not feel any burden about it. Then take me there. Zhāng Hào replied without hesitation. Soon, Zhāng Hào and Ling Moyu followed Carmel into a metallic hall. The chamber contained numerous glass sarcophagi, each housing the remains of a member of the Dark Witch clan. According to Carmel, the Dark Witch clan had once hidden within this small world, struggling to survive. However, due to the extreme difficulty of reproduction, they ultimately faced extinction. Upon the passing of the last member of the Dark Witch clan, this trial was established. Whoever mastered the secret art of blood refinement would inherit the clan's final treasure. Zhāng Hào began extracting the bloodline power from these Dark Witch tribe corpses. These corpses were all contained within special vessels, thus showing no signs of decay. The bloodline power of these Dark Witch clan members is truly formidable. As Zhāng Hào extracted the bloodline power from each corpse, he was astonished to discover that nearly everyone rivaled the strength of the quasi-lord level mutant beasts he had encountered before. Carmel had once mentioned that human bloodline power weakened with each generation. Thus, the bloodline power possessed by races of the Third Era was naturally far stronger than that of humans in the present Fifth Era, with nearly every individual possessing a low-tier bloodline. After refining the bloodline power of just 3 or 5 Dark Witch clan members, Zhāng Hào successfully advanced from an ordinary bloodline to a low-tier bloodline. He couldn't help but feel excited. What changes would occur if the bloodline surpassed the high-tier level? According to Carmel, the highest tier of human bloodline power was generally considered to be the high-tier bloodline. Beyond that, unless one possessed the bloodline of an ancient race, attaining higher levels was exceedingly difficult. As Zhāng Hào continued refining the bloodline power of the Demon Witch clan, his own bloodline power surged rapidly. As his bloodline power grew ever stronger, Zhāng Hào felt that with every movement, he could unleash power capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks. There are a total of 320 corpses of the evil Witch clan here. This should be sufficient for you, my lord, to transcend the high bloodline and reach the level of a royal bloodline. Even during the Demon Witch clan's heyday, those born with the peerless talent of a royal grade bloodline were few and far between. I wonder if you will master some unique bloodline power upon reaching the king level. Carmel's heart brimmed with anticipation. Bloodline power is usually difficult to alter through cultivation, yet this blood-refining secret art was specifically designed for cultivating bloodline power. Ancient giants often possessed various unimaginable powers, which stemmed precisely from the strength of their bloodlines. As the first to master the blood-refining secret art, the heights Zhāng Hào could reach in the future were truly immeasurable. It feels as though a powerful force is about to surge forth from my bloodline. As time passed, Zhāng Hao's bloodline rank had already ascended to the level of a high-grade bloodline. High-grade bloodlines were a rarity, found in perhaps 1 in 1,000. In this 5th era, aside from those powerful individuals who had cultivated their bloodlines to the point of transformation, the highest level of bloodline power was typically advanced. Ling Moyu was one such representative. Above the advanced bloodline tier lies the royal grade bloodline. Among ancient races, typically only royal bloodlines could attain this tier. As for imperial grade bloodlines, which surpass even royal grade, Zhāng Hào speculated that the ancient giants might have possessed this level of bloodline. Boom! Finally, after Zhāng Hào completely refined the last remnant of the evil which clans bloodline power, the bloodline power within his body underwent an earth-shattering transformation. He could distinctly feel the bloodline power surging through his veins like a raging river, ceaseless and unstoppable. He instinctively sank to the ground, sitting in silence to absorb the profound changes. Flashbacks flooded his mind, humans clad in animal hides living primitive lives, and 10-meter-tall giants galloping freely across vast plains. This was the inheritance from his bloodline memories belonging to the ancient past. What's wrong with him? Ling Moyu watched Zhāng Hao's state, her face turning pale with alarm. Zhāng Hào was drenched in sweat, as if trapped in a blazing steamer. No need to worry. This is the master's bloodline undergoing a transformation, evolving toward a royal-grade bloodline. Even at the height of our demon witch clan's power, only imperial family members were born with royal-grade bloodlines. Perhaps our master will successfully harness this formidable bloodline power. Camel spoke with palpable excitement. Zhāng Hào witnessed a scene from ancient times, a golden giant. This colossus stood over 30 zhang tall, radiating dazzling golden light. Each punch and kick unleashed earth-shattering divine power, while its breath alone could stir violent hurricanes. Its strength was beyond belief, resembling a deity from mythical legends. Zhāng Hào seemed to grasp something profound. He sat still, radiating dazzling golden light from his body. An aura of extreme power spread out, causing even Ling Moyu to feel a chill in her heart. It's bloodline power! Carmel exclaimed excitedly. Finally, Zhāng Hào slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the golden radiance enveloping his body, astonishment filled his heart. Isn't this precisely the power possessed by that giant I witnessed? Could it be that I've awakened the same power as him? Earlier, through the memories within his bloodline, Zhāng Hào had witnessed countless scenes from ancient times, ferocious beasts, giants, too many to count. Among them, the most formidable was that golden giant. Boom! 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 Golden light enveloped Zhāng Hào's entire body. He tried clenching his fist, and instantly, a series of sonic booms erupted between his fingers. A look of disbelief flashed in Zhāng Hào's eyes. In this form, my strength and speed have increased several-fold. Not only that, but I'm now impervious to blades and bullets. Zhāng Hào drew a small knife and thrust it forcefully toward the center of his palm. Yet, upon striking the golden hand, the knife shattered into countless fragments. This is the power I've awakened after reaching the king-tier bloodline. I shall call it the Golden Dominion Body. Zhāng Hào gave this ability a name. Chapter 105, Golden Overlord Physique. Upon entering the Golden Overlord body state, Zhāng Hào's physical prowess increased exponentially. He firmly believed that within this dominant state, he now possessed strength comparable to that of a 5th-tier Grandmaster Psionicist. As for defense, it too received a substantial boost. While the upper limit of his defense is difficult to precisely gauge, it absolutely would not be inferior to those possessing defensive psychic abilities. Moreover, the golden overpowering body will grow increasingly formidable as the power of his bloodline strengthens. When Zhāng Hào's bloodline power ascends to the king tier, emperor tier, or even higher realms, the true extent of this golden overlord's might remains utterly unpredictable. Congratulations, master. Carmel addressed Zhāng Hào with utmost reverence. Ling Moyu, witnessing Zhāng Hào's ever-growing strength, felt her heart brim with joy. A thought stirred within her. Could Zhāng Hào one day become a powerhouse capable of standing against the destroyer martial god? Zhāng Hào swept his gaze over the corpses of the Dark Witch clan scattered across the hall. It must be said, these Dark Witch clan members had not only left behind their Dark Witch worship but also preserved their own bodies. This was intended for those inheriting the worship to cultivate the blood-refining secret art. Regardless, Zhāng Hào had undoubtedly gained immense benefits from them. Zhāng Hào surveyed the corpses of the Dark Witch clan scattered throughout the hall. It must be said, these Dark Witch clan members were quite generous. Not only had they left behind the Dark Witch worship, but they had even preserved their own bodies for those who would inherit the worship to cultivate the blood-refining secret art. Regardless, Zhāng Hào had truly gained immense benefits from them. Zhāng Hào turned to Carmel and inquired, did these Dark Witch clan members have any final wishes before dying? Carmel nodded in response. Indeed. The last one uttered before dying that the Dark Witch clan's downfall stemmed from the God of Perfection. He hoped the inheritor of the worship would, if given the chance, slay the God of Perfection and avenge the clan. Zhāng Hào's lips twitched involuntarily. A perfect god powerful enough to destroy an entire Grey clan was beyond estimation. However, this was not a mission they absolutely had to undertake. Besides, 2 eras had passed since then. The perfect god was most likely long gone from this world. For now, they needn't concern themselves with this matter. We can leave now, Zhāng Hào said with a smile. The gains from this journey were truly immense. The Dark Witch worship possessed spatial folding technology. By simply shrinking it slightly, it could be stored within the dimensional space. Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu had the Demon Witch worship transport them out. From the outside, the ship measured 500 meters in length. Yet now, under the control of the AI Carmel, it slowly ascended into the air and began to shrink, eventually reducing to 60 meters in length. Though still massive, storing it within the dimensional space was now no problem. Zhāng Hào channeled his full psychic energy to activate the dimensional space, storing the witchcraft worship within. Oh dear, I nearly forgot about Nangong Chenyu and the others. Zhāng Hào suddenly remembered Nangong Chenyu and Chen Feng, promptly teleporting them out of the. Nangong Chenyu and Chen Feng were still somewhat dazed. Once they took in their surroundings, their eyes lit up with wild joy. We escaped the demon witch worship? Yes, we can leave this place now. Zhāng Hào nodded in agreement. Nangong Chenyu and Chen Feng understood that Zhāng Hào and his companions must have passed the trial. Though they suspected Zhāng Hào and his partner had gained immense benefits, they tacitly refrained from asking. Several spatial fissures appeared in the sky not far from where they had been. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhāng Hào and his three companions leaped into one. The dizzying sensation from traversing the spatial rift washed over them, and Zhāng Hao's group immediately felt the air around them grow bitterly cold. Scanning their surroundings, they found themselves in an abandoned city blanketed in ice and snow. Zhāng Hao's heart swelled with delight. They had successfully escaped the blood-red microcosm. This was Red Ice City. We made it out alive. Nangong Chenyu couldn't help but sigh. Just as Zhāng Hào was about to speak, they suddenly sensed something. On the distant streets, agile figures were sprinting rapidly toward them. There were 7 or 8 of them, all clad in black uniforms. Leading the group was an imposing middle-aged man bearing a blue flame emblem on his chest, clearly members of the Holy Legion. Could it be that the Holy Legion sent people to investigate because we went missing? Zhāng Hào pondered briefly before grasping the reason for the Holy Legion's presence. The group in the distance were indeed members of the Holy Legion, and their leader bore the Azure Flame medal, a clear sign he was a 5th-tier Grandmaster-level psionicist. You entered the ruins? The imposing middle-aged man at the head of the group approached Zhāng Hào and his companions, his face filled with astonishment as he asked. The 7 or 8 members behind him also wore stunned expressions. They had witnessed Zhāng Hào and his companions seemingly materialize out of thin air from the sky, a clear indication they had just emerged from the ruins. Elder Jia. Chen Feng addressed the middle-aged man with considerable respect. This imposing middle-aged man was Jia Zhiqing, an elder of the Holy Legion. After receiving the Azure Flame medal, he had chosen not to leave but to remain within the Holy Legion to continue his development. Ah, Chen Feng. We've been dispatched to Red Ice City to investigate your situation. Did you just enter the ruins? Jia Zhiqing inquired. 367. It's the ruins of the Dark Witch clan. Chen Feng made no attempt to conceal this. Jia Zhiqing turned his gaze to Zhāng Hào and the others, asking, how was the haul? Not bad. We acquired some blueprints for Dark Witch clan technology, genetic serums, and similar items. Zhāng Hào replied. He certainly had no intention of handing over the Dark Witch worship. This vessel was extremely valuable when powered to its full capacity. Its mounted weapons could even slay a beast king. Zhāng Hào had no plans to be so selflessly generous as to surrender the entire worship. However, the Dark Witch clan's technological schematics and gene serum formulas were fair game for submission. Zhāng Hào had backups of these materials. Even if he provided a copy to the Holy Legion, he wouldn't suffer any loss. On the contrary, he could earn a substantial amount of merit points. This was undoubtedly a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, a fiery gleam flashed in Jia Zhiqing's eyes. The Dark Witch clan's technological expertise? For a massive faction, technological advancements and genetic blueprints were of paramount importance. Take that special cultivation chamber, for instance. It had been created only through ancient technology. The power of technology could reshape the world. Excellent. Excellent. You've performed a great service. Hand these over to me, and I'll present them to the Council of Elders to secure your commendation. Jia Zhiqing burst into hearty laughter, his face radiant with satisfaction. However, Jia Zhiqing's words caused Zhāng Hào, Nangong Chenyu, and the others to frown. Jia Zhiqing was utterly shameless. By asking Zhāng Hào to hand over the items for him to submit, he was clearly trying to get a piece of the pie. Yet when Zhāng Hào, Nangong Chenyu, Chen Feng, Ling Mayu, and the others were fighting desperately against the nether spirits inside the demon witch worship, these people hadn't lifted a finger to help. Now that the matter was concluded, they dared to come forward seeking credit? How could anyone tolerate such audacity? Chapter 106, No Free Ride. No need to trouble Elder Jia. I can walk on my own and have 2 hands. I'll personally deliver these technological advancements to the Elders Council. Zhāng Hào stated flatly. Granting Nangong Chenyu and Chen Feng their share of credit was only fair. They had both fought the nether spirits, and Wang Kuei had even sacrificed his life for the cause. But these people expected to reap benefits with just empty words? Zhāng Hào would never agree to that. At Zhāng Hao's words, not only Jia Ziqing but also the 7 or 8 Holy Legion members behind him wore expressions of fury. If Jia Ziqing got the meat, they wanted their share of the broth. Kid, looks like you just joined the Holy Legion, huh? Do you even know who you're talking to? Elder Jia has made tremendous contributions for all humanity. Even after receiving the Azure Flame Medal, he chose to remain in the Holy Legion. You'd better show some respect. Hey, kid, judging by your look, you must be new to the Holy Legion, right? Do you even know who you're talking to? Elder Jia has earned glorious merits for all humanity. Even after receiving the Azure Flame Medal, he remained steadfast in the Holy Legion. You'd better show some respect. That's right. If Elder Jia puts in a good word for you with the council, you'll reap immense benefits. The crowd pressed Zhāng Hào to hand over the benefits he'd obtained from the ruins. With no one else present, if Elder Jia obtained technical blueprints or similar items, he could easily claim them as his own discoveries from the ruins upon returning, thus appropriating the lion's share of the credit. The others who came with Jia Ziqing would naturally get their share as payment for keeping quiet. Witnessing this scene, Zhāng Hào felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Ultimately, good and evil existed everywhere, and the Holy Legion was no exception. These people were utterly shameless in their scramble for credit. Elder Jia, his face plastered with a smile, said, "Young man, hand over those technological blueprints to me right away. These things are far too valuable to remain in your possession. It wouldn't be safe. If you encounter the anti-human organization along the way and they snatch them away, that would be disastrous." Elder Jia's words carried an implicit threat. Nangong Chenyu and Chen Feng were furious, and even Ling Maya's beautiful face turned icy. These people were truly more despicable than the members of the Undying Heavenly Palace like Ming Ling. Nangong Chenyu and Chen Feng gripped their weapons tightly, yet they harbored deep apprehension toward Elder Jia. Having earned the Azure Flame Medal a full decade ago, Elder Jia's strength had long since reached the 5th-tier Grandmaster level, likely approaching the mid-tier 5th rank. Against him alone, they stood little chance. Moreover, behind Elder Jia stood 7 veteran members of the Holy Legion, none of them weak. Compared to them, Nangong Chenyu and Chen Feng were clearly at a disadvantage. "Get out of here, or I'll feed you all to the zombies." Zhāng Hào, with his fiery temper, naturally refused to back down. He barked coldly. "Get lost? He dares tell us to get lost? Maybe he thinks he's some prodigy outside the Holy Legion, but here, we veterans have a duty to teach him how to respect his elders." Hearing this, the members of the Holy Legion burst into unrestrained laughter. Those who join the Sacred Legion, isn't every one of them a super genius selected from among 10,000 in the outside world? Yet even in this gathering place of prodigies, they must be tempered to remove their rough edges. Very well. Since that's the case, we'll simply claim we never found you. A sinister smile curled at Elder Jia's lips. Zhāng Hào and the others had vanished, and they were here on orders to search for them. As long as they eliminated Zhāng Hào and the others, they could return claiming they had found no trace of them or simply say they had perished within the ruins. As for the Dark Witch clan's technological secrets, those would naturally become the fruits of their arduous labor within the ruins. What do you intend to do? Nangong Chenyu's face darkened. She saw the group of psychics behind Elder Jia subtly forming an encircling stance, their hostility unmasked. Elder Jia himself radiated an extraordinary presence, standing like a towering mountain, exuding a simple yet profound aura. As a 5th-tier Grandmaster level psionicist, he was a powerhouse capable of single-handedly confronting Lord-tier monsters. Each punch and kick contained the force to shatter mountains and sever rivers, utterly transcending the realm of ordinary humans. The mere aura of pressure emanating from Elder Jia weighed heavily on Nangong Chenyu and Chen Feng, their backs drenched in sweat. Only Ling Mayu remained utterly unfazed. To her eyes, this Elder Jia was nothing but a fool courting his own demise. Let this teach you why a Grandmaster must never be defied. Elder Jia's hair fluttered in the breeze, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze toward Zhāng Hào and the others was like a cat toying with mice. Is that so? Zhāng Hào sneered coldly. Had he faced a 5th-tier Grandmaster earlier, he might have fled using his spatial ability. But now, he felt no fear. Golden Overlord body. The bloodline power within Zhāng Hào erupted violently, surging like a raging river. His entire body transformed into a golden hue, emanating a terrifying aura that filled the air with a series of crackling explosions. "Old man, come and die." Zhāng Hao's body shone with golden light, his voice booming like a temple bell, as if a celestial being had descended. What kind of power is this? Elder Jia was momentarily stunned. Zhāng Hào, enveloped in golden radiance, had his aura surge several levels higher, even causing a faint sense of pressure to wash over the elder. What on earth is happening? Nangong Chenyu and Chen Feng were equally stunned by Zhāng Hao's transformation. However, Zhāng Hao's furious shout caused Elder Jia's expression to turn icy cold. He coldly declared, "Don't think that a little bit of skill gives you the right to challenge me. Since that is the case, I shall show you what a 5th-tier Grandmaster truly is. You insignificant insect." Heavenly Thunder Fist. Jia Zichun unleashed his attack with brutal force. Having reached the 5th tier years ago, he was far beyond comparison to ordinary 5th tier psychics. His fist shot out like a bolt of lightning. Amplified by immense genetic energy, Jia Zicheng's fist instantly unleashed a series of thunderclaps. Carrying terrifying destructive force, it crashed down upon Zhāng Hào like 5 bolts of lightning striking simultaneously. Zhāng Hào moved. Like an invincible war god, he eschewed complex maneuvers, relying solely on a single, direct punch aimed straight at the heart of the matter. Boom! Yet this seemingly ordinary punch unleashed terrifying force, stirring up a whirlwind as it resolutely met Elder Jia's fist. Boom! The instant their fists collided, a look of utter disbelief flashed across Elder Jia's eyes. 2 terrifying forces erupted violently, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Several people behind Elder Jia, including Ling Mayu and the others, were knocked back by the aftershock. Snow piled on the street swirled wildly, while falling flakes shattered into fine powder under the violent shock. The thunderous explosion caused cracks to appear in the windows of buildings lining both sides of the street. Thud! 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 Elder Jia felt an unstoppable force slam into him, forcing him to stumble back 5 steps involuntarily. His feet left 1-foot-deep footprints in the ground. How could this be? The psychics behind Elder Jia stared in disbelief. Wasn't Zhāng Hào just a new recruit in the Holy Legion? Chapter 107, Unthinkable. How could he possibly possess the strength to knock back Elder Jia with a single punch? It was as unbelievable as an ant toppling an elephant. Chen Feng and Nangong Chengyu were equally stunned. What had transpired in such a brief moment? How had Zhāng Hao's strength grown powerful enough to confront this 5th-rank elder head-on? This is the power of a royal-grade bloodline. If one could harness their bloodline energy to approach or even surpass that of the ancient titans, how formidable would they become? Zhāng Hào himself was deeply astonished. After all, he was currently only at the mid-4th tier. Yet, by activating the Golden Overlord body, he had transcended an entire tier, leaving Elder Jia utterly disheveled. You brat! I will slaughter you! Elder Jia, enraged by humiliation, had earlier dismissed Zhāng Hào as an insect. Yet in the very first exchange, he himself was driven back in disarray. Roaring with fury, he pushed his power to its absolute peak. 5 thunder strikes. Purple lightning flared across Elder Jia's body, transforming him into a thunderous orb. With an aura of utter destruction, he charged viciously toward Zhāng Hào. Bring it on! Zhāng Hào roared with laughter, his fighting spirit blazing. He stomped his foot, instantly creating a 3-meter-wide crater in the ground. His golden form launched forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward Elder Jia. Boom! The two collided violently. Blinding purple lightning enveloped Zhāng Hào, attempting to reduce him to ashes. Yet this terrifying thunder, unbearable even for a low-tier lord, stung Zhāng Hào only slightly upon striking his golden overlord body state, failing to inflict any substantial damage. This power awakened from his bloodline was overwhelmingly formidable, utterly unmatched. Die! Battle fervor surged through Zhāng Hao's entire body. His golden fists, like colossal hammers wielded by celestial gods, relentlessly and ferociously pounded toward Elder Jia. Boom! 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 5 consecutive punches, each more ferocious than the last, forced Elder Jia to grunt in pain. The lightning swirling around his body trembled and wavered under the relentless assault, while Zhāng Hao's blows caused blood to spurt from his mouth. The fierce clash between the two left the entire street in ruins, as if it had endured a brutal bombardment, now scarred and devastated. Damn it! Is this kid some kind of monster? How can he be this powerful? Elder Jia was filled with disbelief, a sense of foreboding quietly rising within him. Zhāng Hào fought with increasing ferocity, while Jia's own injuries grew worse by the moment. I was just messing with you earlier. Stop this at once! Elder Jia shouted, actually choosing to beg for mercy. Stop? Zhāng Hào gave a cold laugh. Once he'd started, there would be no survivors. Boom! Zhāng Hào unleashed a devastating punch, channeling the destructive power of the Ruin Blade technique. The sheer force erupted in an instant. The golden fist tore through like a razor, ripping apart the lightning surging across Elder Jia's body. It struck his chest with pinpoint accuracy, tearing it open violently as the fist drove straight through, the entire arm piercing cleanly through his torso. No, this can't be. Blood gushed from Elder Jia's mouth as he trembled, staring down at the arm piercing through his chest. Immediately, the blood-refining secret art activated. Zhāng Hào extracted the bloodline power from within Elder Jia's body. After all, the bloodline power of a 5th-tier grandmaster was formidable, it could not be squandered lightly. After completing this, Zhāng Hào casually tossed Elder Jia's corpse aside. Blood dripped from his golden arm onto the ground, instantly melting the snow. His murderous gaze now turned toward the remaining psychic warriors. It was Jia Zicheng who started it. We had nothing to do with it. A scrawny man stammered, trembling from head to toe. You were so arrogant and domineering just now, yet now you claim it has nothing to do with you? Zhāng Hào would never let these accomplices off the hook. His golden form shot through the air like lightning, tearing through the atmosphere. With a single punch, 2 lives were instantly extinguished. Run! Split up! Return to the Holy Legion and inform the Council of Elders that he slaughtered his own comrades. The remaining 5 were terrified out of their wits, lacking any courage to confront Zhāng Hào. They scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. But how could they possibly escape Zhāng Hào, who was in his invincible state? Zhāng Hào closed the distance in mere strides, dispatching each with a single punch. Within a few breaths, every last one lay slain, their blood staining the pristine ground of vivid crimson. Too terrifying. Nangong Chenyu and Chen Feng stared at Zhāng Hào, who seemed like a god of slaughter, their hearts filled with intense dread. They felt he was even more chilling than the nether spirits of the undying heavenly palace. As for Ling Mayu, her eyes were filled with tenderness. She knew Zhāng Hao's nature well. He wasn't a bloodthirsty man, but he would eliminate those who deserved to die. Let's go. Return to the Holy Legion. Pretend we never saw these people. Zhāng Hào emerged from his overlord state, breathing heavily as he spoke. While in overlord mode, his power surged exponentially, but so did the drain on his stamina. MHM. Nangong Chenyu and the others quickly nodded obediently. Killing Elder Jia and the others would inevitably cause trouble, but fortunately, Zhāng Hào had slaughtered them all. They could simply insist they'd never seen them. Zhāng Hào and his group headed toward the city gates. In the distant streets, zombies caught the scent of blood and began sprinting toward them. Upon discovering the corpses of Elder Jia and his companions, they immediately swarmed over, tearing into the bodies with frenzied bites. In this city of the dead, there was no need to expend effort destroying the bodies and covering their tracks. These zombies would faithfully carry out that task. For these zombies, consuming the flesh and blood of a 5th-tier Grandmaster-level psionicist was nothing short of a stroke of luck. Outside the city walls, where Zhāng Hào had parked earlier, the vehicle was now completely buried beneath a thick blanket of snow. Zhāng Hào laboriously cleared the snow, and the 4 of them boarded the vehicle, setting off on the journey back to the Immortal Fortress. 2 days later, the group finally reached the gates of the Immortal Fortress. Zhāng Hào and his companions felt a flood of emotions, relieved to have finally returned alive to the Holy Legion. Originally, they had set out merely to hunt the undead ghouls. Unexpectedly, they stumbled into a microcosm, where they discovered the wicked witch worship left behind by the Witch Clan. They had also engaged in fierce combat with the psychics of the Immortal Heavenly Palace. Fortunately, luck was on their side, and they had managed to escape unscathed. The 4 entered a grand hall and found the elder responsible for assigning missions. The white-haired elder looked astonished. "You're back? Why the delay? Did you encounter Jia Jicheng? They've already been dispatched to search for you." Chen Feng's expression turned slightly peculiar. Of course he had seen Jia Jicheng and witnessed his death at Zhāng Hao's hands. But if he revealed this, no one would believe him. For a psionicist who had joined the Holy Legion less than half a year ago to slay a 5th-tier Grandmaster like Jia Jicheng was truly unbelievable. "We haven't seen him. We entered an ancient ruin earlier, which delayed us considerably," Zhāng Hào answered calmly. In his view, Jia Jicheng and the others deserved their fate, and he felt no remorse whatsoever. "Ruins?" At these words, the white-haired elder's eyes lit up instantly, temporarily setting aside any thoughts of Jia Jicheng's whereabouts. "Yes, we discovered an ancient ruin and obtained some technological blueprints and genetic schematics. We intend to submit them to the Holy Legion." Zhāng Hào spoke slowly. "Excellent, excellent. Hand these over to me. I'll present them to the Council of Elders for them to determine their value." The white-haired elder hurriedly interjected. Such ancient technology held far greater worth than ordinary treasures. Chapter 108, USB Drive Data. Zhāng Hào nodded slightly. This was the Holy Legion headquarters. There was no chance of anyone like Elder Jia embezzling others' possessions here. Zhāng Hào retrieved a USB drive and handed it to the white-haired elder. The data contained within had been copied from Carmel, the AI core of the Dark Witch worship. Zhāng Hào and the others temporarily returned to their respective quarters to await news, while the white-haired elder promptly submitted the USB drive to the Council of Elders for review. Spirit Conversion Technology, Quantum Transformation. Within the Elders' Council, a bespectacled man scanned the USB's contents, nearly dancing with excitement. This is technology left behind by the Dark Witch clan of the Third Era. Most pertains to genetic modification, but certain segments hold immense value for us. Zhāng Hào has truly accomplished something monumental. The man laughed heartily. For someone obsessed with technology, this material was enough to keep him immersed in research and digestion for a long time. Shortly thereafter, Zhāng Hào received word and proceeded to the white-haired elder. The white-haired elder beamed as he announced, "The items you submitted possess immense value. After review by the Council of Elders, it has been decided to grant you 100,000 merit points." Hearing this, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, a single bottle of the precious Overlord's blood potion was worth only 1,000 merit points. Additionally, the rewards for his previous task of slaying the corpse demon had been settled, totaling 1,500 merit points. Zhāng Hào had previously earned a triple reward multiplier for his first mission in the blood trial. Even with that bonus, his total had only reached 45,000 merit points. This clearly demonstrated the immense value of the Dark Witch clan's technological advancements he had submitted. After successfully obtaining over 100,000 merit points, Zhāng Hào had no intention of keeping them all for himself. He handed over 10,000 merit points to Nangong Chenyu and Chen Feng, acknowledging their contributions. 5,000 points each was no small sum. Moreover, these technologies originated from the Dark Witch worship, and the worship belonged to Zhāng Hào. As for Ling Mayu, Zhāng Hào was even more generous, directly transferring 40,000 merit points to her. This amount was more than enough for her to fully equip herself with a set of ancient relic gene-enhanced battle armor. Even when facing the attacks of a 5th-tier Grandmaster, it could reduce the damage by 90%. What should I buy? Zhāng Hào began browsing the treasure exchange list, naturally unwilling to shortchange himself. After a quick scan, he concluded the battle armor wasn't essential for him. Currently in his overlord state, he could easily withstand attacks from ordinary 5th-tier psychic users without a scratch. This item looks promising. Zhāng Hao's gaze was drawn to one particular treasure, the Annihilation Bomb. This Annihilation Bomb had been unearthed from ancient ruins, its power truly formidable. Once detonated, its blast radius could reach around 100 meters. Even powerful Lord-level monsters would struggle to withstand its terrifying force. Of course, deploying the Annihilation Bomb in practice was far from straightforward. First, extreme caution was required to avoid friendly fire. Second, if thrown from too great a distance, a Lord-level monster could easily dodge it. Remember, Lord-level mutated beasts possess incredible speed. Any one of them can reach supersonic speeds, even several times the speed of sound. However, these issues posed no real challenge to Zhāng Hào. He could instantly teleport the Annihilation Bomb right beside the monster or approach a Lord-level mutant up close. Just like when he blew up the Black Slaughter Lord, he could detonate the bomb and then swiftly enter another dimension to avoid the blast's damage. Without a doubt, this Annihilation Bomb could serve as a formidable trump card. 2,000 points each. Zhāng Hào checked his merit points and had to admit the price was shockingly expensive. The cost of a single Annihilation Bomb equaled 2 bottles of Dominator Blood Potion, both being single-use consumables. But if he could hunt down several more Lord-level mutant beasts with the Annihilation Bombs, the deal would be worth it. For Zhāng Hào, the experience points and attribute points dropped after each kill held immense significance. Without hesitation, Zhāng Hào purchased 15 Annihilation Bombs. The Hyper-Regeneration Potion also served a vital purpose. As long as the injury wasn't a broken limb, heart damage, or brain injury, this potion could heal wounds at an extremely rapid pace. At 500 merit points per bottle, Zhāng Hào bought 5 bottles. Additionally, he acquired energy crystals to replenish the Dark Witch worship's power reserves. Zhāng Hào spent a total of 10,000 merit points on these energy crystals, restoring the Dark Witch worship's energy reserves to 50%. Sigh, this money is just flowing out like water. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this point, he had only slightly over 10,000 merit points remaining. Fortunately, he had no need for battle armor, otherwise, its exorbitant price would have been another massive expense. It's time to enhance my light attribute abilities. Zhāng Hào mused inwardly. Among all his abilities, few possess truly formidable offensive power, most leaning toward physical attacks. Yet this light-based ability possessed formidable destructive power. Nangong Chenyu had wielded it against the Nether Spirit before. Had the Nether Spirit not been so monstrously powerful, it likely would have been instantly killed by anyone else. Ding! Consumed 2000 EXP. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Light Ray ability LV2. Ding! Consumed 4000 EXP. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Light Beam ability LV3. Ding! 64,000 EXP consumed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Light Beam ability LV7. Zhāng Hào consumed 120,000 experience points in one go, elevating his Light Beam ability to level 7. At this moment, his understanding and mastery of the light ability had reached an utterly terrifying level. Light beams could not only illuminate but also distort light to achieve invisibility and create various illusions. Reaching level 7 unlocked an exceptionally powerful offensive skill. He could now channel his genetic energy and surrounding light rays to condense them into a terrifyingly powerful beam, capable of devastating enemies. Zhāng Hào named this self-developed skill the Light of Destruction. Its power was staggering, capable of effortlessly piercing through a meter-thick steel plate. Being light-based, it closely resembled the energy cannon fired toward Mengcheng that day, boasting an extremely rapid attack speed. Unless one evades it in advance, it is nearly impossible to dodge. The Source Energy secret art still requires further upgrades. Zhāng Hào possessed numerous abilities, but continuously deploying multiple powers consumed an enormous amount of genetic energy. Therefore, enhancing the Source Energy secret art was imperative. Otherwise, even a moderately prolonged intense battle would leave him gasping for breath. Ding! 32,000 EXP consumed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Source Energy secret art LV.6. Ding! Consumed 64,000 EXP. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Source Energy secret art LV7. Zhāng Hào elevated his Source Energy secret art to level 7 in one go. At this moment, the cells within his body seemed to undergo a transformation, storing at least 4 times more genetic source energy than before. This immense, colossal power now rivaled that of numerous 5th-tier grandmasters. Excellent! Now, even if I encounter another powerhouse like the Nether Spirit, I possess the strength to confront them head-on. Zhāng Hao's eyes shone brightly. This journey had transformed him beyond recognition, and his strength had made a tremendous leap forward. Chapter 109, The Might of a Fifth-Tier Grandmaster. Apart from Ling Mayu, Nangong Chenyu, Chenfeng, and a handful of others, no one knew that Zhāng Hào now possessed strength comparable to a fifth-tier Grandmaster. A fifth-tier Grandmaster at the initial stage, like Elder Jia, would likely be defeated in just a few rounds under Zhāng Hao's hands. Name, Zhāng Hào. Rank, 4th Tier Advanced. Strength, 310,113. Agility, 321,291. Constitution, 316,760. Spirit, 301,914. Experience points, 151,110. Skills, Firearms Mastery LV1, Basic Swordplay LV5, Source Energy Mysticism LV7, Xianhua Sword Technique LV4, Shadow Step LV3, Psionic Space LV6, Godslayer Darts LV2, Frost Psionics LV8, Gigantification Psionics LV6, Frost Blood Blade Technique LV3, Earth Control LV6, Blood Refining Secret Art LV3, Light Projection LV7. Time passed swiftly. A month had elapsed since the incident with the Dark Witch's worship. Zhāng Hao's attributes had all advanced to the upper tier of the 4th rank, propelling his strength into an entirely new realm. During this month, Zhāng Hào unusually refrained from his usual relentless cultivation, yet his progress remained astonishing, a direct result of his bloodline transformation. Originally, Zhāng Hao's bloodline hadn't even reached the low tier, yet now it had become a royal-grade bloodline, a rarity even among ancient races. His cultivation speed had skyrocketed. Those with ordinary aptitude need not achieve little in the future, while those with extraordinary aptitude undoubtedly find greater success easier to attain, with more opportunities presenting themselves. Over the course of this month, Zhāng Hào and Ling Mayu's bond deepened daily. They shared both blessings and hardships, and meeting each other was truly a stroke of good fortune. Yet, whenever their intimacy reached its peak, Ling Mayu would firmly resist, insisting they save it for after marriage. "Mou, what if I ask the god of destruction for your hand?" Zhāng Hào said with a hint of resignation. "Of course you can, but my foster father said that to marry me, you must surpass him in strength." Ling Mayu playfully stuck out her pink little tongue, a remark that nearly made Zhāng Hào spit blood. Surpass the god of destruction? Zhāng Hào felt his strength was improving rapidly, but it would still take some time. Surpass the god of destruction? Zhāng Hào knew well that despite his rapid progress, achieving this goal would likely demand considerable time. However, Zhāng Hào remained unruffled by this realization, fully understanding the adage that haste makes waste. "Oh, right. I need to return to the Heavenly Palace the day after tomorrow. My foster father said he wants to take me out for some training." Ling Mayu suddenly remembered this matter and informed Zhāng Hào. "That's fantastic news." Zhāng Hào was quite surprised, yet he also felt genuinely happy for Ling Mayu. After all, as the strongest human being of this era, having her personally guide Ling Mayu in cultivation was undoubtedly an extremely rare opportunity. As far as Zhāng Hào understood, the god of destruction had always shunned mundane affairs and never wasted time teaching juniors. Superior masters like the Yin Yang Elder all had their own disciples, yet the god of destruction had never taken a single apprentice. Her willingness to take Ling Mayu out to train must stem from the fact that Ling Mayu was her adopted daughter. "Where does the goddess of destruction plan to take you to train?" Zhāng Hào couldn't help but feel curious. Since this mysterious powerhouse had decided to take Ling Mayu away, the destination must be extraordinary. "My adoptive father said to the moon. Last time, she discovered a ruin there and felt it would be suitable for my cultivation." Ling Mayu replied. "Cultivate on the moon?" Zhāng Hao's lips twitched involuntarily at the words. It truly was an extraordinary place. They were actually leaving Earth altogether. An ancient site on the moon? Zhāng Hào also caught that phrase, silently wondering, ruins on the moon? These must not be ordinary ruins. Ancient humans were indeed far more powerful than those of today. They even left traces on the moon. Though traveling to such a distant place, not even on the same planet, inevitably caused Zhāng Hào some concern, he also knew that with the destroyer martial god present, there was virtually no one who could harm Ling Mayu. This powerhouse was a freak of nature capable of traversing between Earth and the moon in his physical form. 2 days later, Ling Mayu departed the Holy Legion and returned to the Celestial Palace. She would be taken to the moon by the god of destruction for her cultivation. Zhāng Hào didn't know how long this journey would take, but he understood that when Ling Mayu returned, her strength would have undergone a transformative change. "Tomorrow, I too must venture out to train." An inexplicable weight settled upon Zhāng Hao's heart. The sudden emergence of the god of destruction and his decision to take Ling Mayu to train at the lunar ruins, did this signify something? Was it a harbinger of immense upheaval to come? Now in the 5th epoch, all civilizations of the previous 4 eras had perished in unknown catastrophes. Could the 5th era possibly escape this fate? Even the mighty ancient giants vanished in the cataclysms of the era's end, reduced to dust in the annals of history. Without sufficient strength, when the future crisis truly arrives, survival itself remains uncertain. Carmel, where do you think would be suitable for me to cultivate? Zhāng Hào entered the warship within the alternate dimension and asked Carmel. As the artificial intelligence governing the Dark Witch clan's warship, Carmel undoubtedly possessed considerable hidden knowledge. Given your current strength and the ship's location on the northern continent, I recommend the Nethernight Forest. It was once one of the 62 global danger zones. During the Third Era, many races used these 62 perilous regions as training grounds. Carmel paused briefly before responding. The Nethernight Forest? It existed as far back as the Third Era? Zhāng Hào was startled. Zhāng Hào was certainly familiar with the Nethernight Forest. This forbidden zone of the northern continent was rumored to harbor countless powerful monsters, with numerous overlord-level beings dwelling within. Even encountering a beast king was not impossible. Other eras had also experienced viral crises, ultimately leading to the extinction of all life within that era. Only when a new era dawned did the cycle begin anew, as if trapped in an endless loop. Yet the Nethernight Forest had existed since the Third Era. It must conceal some unknown secrets. Alright, then let's head to the Nethernight Forest. Zhāng Hào made his decision decisively. The next morning, after making all necessary preparations, he set off for the Nethernight Forest. The Nethernight Forest seemed eternally sealed in endless darkness, devoid of light year-round. Stretching for thousands of miles, its vastness was boundless and awe-inspiring. Who could say how many terrifying creatures lurked within this mysterious forest? Even if it harbored monstrous beasts ranked among the strongest on the fierce beast list, it would come as no surprise. Only those ranked among the world's top 100 warriors dared venture into this forbidden zone. Anyone else would be courting death. Zhāng Hào, however, possessed the audacity to venture into the Nethernight Forest for cultivation, relying solely on his spatial abilities. 5 days later, Zhāng Hào reached the edge of the Nethernight Forest, and a wave of awe washed over him. The Nightshade Forest stretched endlessly before him, its towering trees piercing the clouds, each reaching dozens or even hundreds of meters in height. Compared to this place, those so-called primeval jungles were utterly insignificant, no contest whatsoever. This place, the virus, is exceptionally active. Zhāng Hào keenly sensed a faint layer of black mist shrouding the forest sky, so dense that even sunlight struggled to penetrate it. This was a virus visible to the naked eye. Consider this: a single cluster of primordial virus could lay waste to an entire city. Just like Red Ice City before transformed into a ghost town by the anti-human organization using a cluster of primordial virus. Zhāng Hào surmised that within this Nethernight Forest, monsters carrying primordial viruses must be numerous. In such an environment, humans could not survive long-term. Even psychics would eventually succumb to infection from the airborne virus if they lingered too long. Chapter 110, Time to Enter. To ensure safety, Zhāng Hào deliberately carried over 10 vials of high-grade virus serum. He would consume one vial at regular intervals to prevent infection. This place was a death trap for humans, yet a prime hunting ground for mutated beasts. Under these conditions, the growth rate of these mutated beasts becomes astonishingly rapid. Time to go in. Zhāng Hào strode forward with resolute steps, slowly making his way into the depths of the Nethernight Forest. The Nethernight Forest was dangerously treacherous. Should outsiders learn that a mere 4th-tier psychic dared venture in alone, they would surely deem it a suicide mission. Even a team of 5th-tier masters venturing deep into the Nethernight Forest would likely face annihilation. Once inside, towering trees pierced the clouds, their intertwined branches and leaves forming a dense canopy that completely obscured the sky, plunging the forest's depths into perpetual darkness. Fortunately, Zhāng Hao's source energy secret art had reached level 7, so even in such dim surroundings, it didn't significantly hinder him. After an hour deep into the Nethernight Forest, Zhāng Hào encountered his first monster. Is that a shadow leopard? Zhāng Hào spotted a massive leopard sprawled across a thick tree branch in the distance, its body stretching over 5 meters in length. A Tier 4, early-stage shadow panther. Zhāng Hào was secretly startled. Typically, mutated beasts like shadow leopards could only grow to mid-tier 3rd stage at most. Yet judging by its aura, this one had already reached early-stage 4th tier. Within the Nethernight Forest, the virus concentration was extremely high. These mutated beasts could relatively easily break through their own limits and evolve to higher tiers, far surpassing their counterparts outside. Whoosh! The shadow panther was extremely alert. Sensing someone approaching, it unleashed its innate ability without hesitation, vanishing instantly into the shadows. For shadow panthers, the perpetual darkness of the Nethernight Forest doubled their combat prowess. Whoosh! Suddenly, from the darkness behind Zhāng Hào, the shadow panther launched its attack. Seemingly materializing out of thin air, it opened its gaping maw and lunged straight for Zhāng Hao's neck. But before it could reach him, Zhāng Hào darted sideways a meter or two like lightning, swiftly punching out to strike its throat. Whoosh! To Zhāng Hao's astonishment, though the punch clearly struck the shadow panther's throat, its entire body instantly dissolved into a mass of black shadow. Zhāng Hao's fist passed right through it, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Immediately, the shadow panther vanished back into the shadows, completely concealed within the darkness. Its innate ability allowed it to thrive in this environment. Even if its opponent was vastly more powerful, it would be difficult to harm it. You think you can hide in the shadows? Then I'll erase the shadows entirely. Zhāng Hào chuckled inwardly. He knew the Shadow Panther must be lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opening. Without hesitation, he drew the crescent blade from his waist, simultaneously unleashing his light-based ability. Swish! The cold blade of the crescent knife suddenly erupted with a blinding, searing white light. The brilliance was so intense it instantly illuminated the surrounding area for dozens of meters as bright as day. Everything within this zone became crystal clear, and the shadows vanished without a trace. The Shadow Panther, fixated on Zhāng Hào, was caught completely off guard. The blinding light pierced its eyes with excruciating pain, as if countless needles were stabbing them. In that split second, Zhāng Hào pinpointed the Shadow Panther's hiding place. Zhāng Hào moved like lightning, appearing before the Shadow Panther in an instant. His crescent blade, empowered by genetic energy, flickered with an unstable blow as he swung it down without hesitation. Thud! The Shadow Panther's head was cleanly severed in an instant, its eyes still frozen in bewilderment and unwillingness. This light ability is surprisingly effective here. Zhāng Hào laughed heartily. The creatures of the Nether Night Forest lived perpetually in darkness, making sudden blinding light extremely lethal to them. As long as he could blind them, Zhāng Hao's prowess allowed him to take their heads in an instant. Loot successful. Gained 7,000 EXP. Pickup successful. Gained 200 agility points. Pickup successful. Gained 180 strength points. Pickup successful. Obtained 1x tier 4 energy stone. After successfully collecting the attributes dropped by the Shadow Panther, Zhāng Hào pressed one hand onto its corpse, activating the blood refining secret art. Before long, the pure bloodline essence was extracted. Zhāng Hào infused it into his own bloodline, strengthening it. This place is nothing short of paradise for me. Feeling the slightly enhanced bloodline power within him, Zhāng Hào felt fortunate to have come to the right place. Within the Nether Night Forest, countless high-tier mutated beasts roamed all potential nourishment for Zhāng Hao's growth. After training here for a while, his progress would be incredibly rapid. Zhāng Hào relentlessly hunted mutated beasts within the Nether Night Forest. In just a single day, he had slain as many as 7 4th-tier mutated beasts. It was important to note that 4th-tier mutated beasts were extremely rare outside this forest. I'm exhausted. I need to rest for a moment. Constantly staying alert in this dark place, always on guard against monsters lurking in the shadows, was truly draining. His nerves were perpetually on edge. Should any sudden danger arise while in this state, the consequences would be unimaginable. Keep watch for me. Without hesitation, Zhāng Hào lay down beneath a large tree to rest, commanding Venom to monitor the surroundings. The goal of this trial is to officially become a 5th-tier master-level psychic. Zhāng Hào was brimming with fighting spirit, firmly believing that before long, he would successfully ascend to a 5th-tier master-level psionicist. He even planned to utilize the blood-refining secret art to transform his bloodline, achieving an even greater leap forward. Zhāng Hào rested quietly. Over an hour later, a sudden sharp pain shot through his hand, causing him to snap awake. It turned out Venom had detected an anomaly while on alert and immediately roused Zhāng Hào. Trying to ambush me? Lying sideways on the ground, Zhāng Hào skillfully refracted the scene behind him using his light manipulation ability, projecting it into his field of vision. In the darkness behind him, he saw a massive gray wolf slowly approaching. The wolf's paws landed on the ground without making a single sound, utterly silent. As it advanced, the wolf kept an eye on Zhāng Hào lying on his side. Seeing him seemingly in deep sleep, it prepared to sneak closer and bite off his head in one go. Zhāng Hao's eyes darted, and an idea formed in his mind. Zhāng Hào silently activated his light manipulation ability, causing the surrounding light to distort without a sound. All living beings see because light exists. By manipulating light, one could deceive an opponent's vision, making them perceive false scenes. To the gray wolf's eyes, Zhāng Hào remained motionless on the ground. In reality, however, he had already risen silently. Awah! As the gray wolf closed to within 3 meters of Zhāng Hào, it could no longer contain itself. With a low growl, it lunged like lightning, aiming its jaws at the figure on the ground. Yet to the gray wolf's astonishment, its jaws met only empty air. The Zhāng Hào before its eyes was merely an illusion created by his manipulation of light akin to a mirage. Chapter 111, Light Manipulation. Only someone like Zhāng Hào, whose light manipulation had reached level 7 and whose mastery surpassed even Nangong Chenhua, could wield this ability with such flawless precision. At that moment, the gray wolf extended its neck forward, fully exposing its throat. Zhāng Hào wasted no time. Standing to the side, he raised his blade and brought it down with force, slashing at the gray wolf's nape. Sizzle! The gray wolf sensed the danger and tried to dodge, but it was already too late. The blade, infused with potent genetic energy, severed the gray wolf's head in one clean stroke. This was the advantage of potent genetic energy when channeled into an attack. Even a wooden stick could unleash devastating destructive power. This place won't even let you sleep in peace. Zhāng Hào muttered under his breath. After purifying the gray wolf's bloodline power, he moved to another spot to continue resting. Fortunately, the venomous creature, which required no rest, kept watch, allowing Zhāng Hào to sleep relatively peacefully within the Nether Night Forest. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 10th day since Zhāng Hào entered the Nether Night Forest. Over these 10 days, Zhāng Hào had hunted numerous powerful monsters, reaping immense rewards. His attributes were now approaching the peak of the 4th tier. I'll venture a bit deeper into the Nether Night Forest. Zhāng Hào decided to venture deeper into the Nether Night Forest. Monsters in the outer regions were generally weaker than those in the depths, and he wanted to attempt hunting a Lord-level monster. Just then, Venom suddenly became unusually agitated, extending a vine that pointed in one direction and trembled incessantly. Could it have discovered something? Seeing this, Zhāng Hào resolved to investigate the direction Venom indicated. Like a swift breeze, Zhāng Hào darted through the trees. His light ability was activated to its fullest, granting him a panoramic, blind spot-free vision that took in everything around him. This allowed him to effectively guard against surprise attacks from monsters lurking in the shadows. He had to admit, this light ability was truly extraordinary. It not only granted him a 360-degree God's eye view with no blind spots, but could also project scenes from thousands of meters away directly before his eyes, incredibly practical. It's just ahead. Zhāng Hào sensed Venom's tremors growing stronger, knowing whatever it had detected was nearby. He halted his steps. For safety's sake, he resolved to first scout the situation ahead. Using his light projection ability, Zhāng Hào skillfully navigated around the obstructions of towering trees until he finally gained a clear view of the situation ahead. In an open area several kilometers away, a massive ape was leisurely pacing among the trees. This ape stood 7 zhang tall, its entire body a black gold hue, radiating an unparalleled majestic presence. As it moved, it exuded a regal, sovereign-like aura, as if surveying its own domain. This is the black gold demon ape. Among ape-type mutant beasts, the black gold demon ape ranks among the top 6 most formidable species. Typically, a mature black gold demon ape possesses 4th-tier combat strength. In fact, the 91st entry on the Ferocious Beast list, which ranks the world's 100 strongest monsters, is a black gold demon ape. What shocked Zhāng Hào even more was the layer of slowly oozing black liquid covering the black gold demon ape's body. It's the primordial virus. This black gold demon ape carries the primordial virus. Witnessing this, Zhāng Hào suddenly understood. He recalled the attack by a crimson blood eagle at the supply station that Eagle 2 had been infected with the primordial virus. The primordial virus posed an extreme danger. Even a small cluster could infect an entire city. Should any monster carrying the primordial virus be discovered in the outside world, the Transcendent Alliance would immediately dispatch powerful psychics to exterminate it and recover the virus, preventing catastrophic consequences. Unexpectedly, within less than half a month in the Nether Night Forest, they had already encountered a monster carrying the primordial virus. This is a Lord-level black gold demon ape. Zhāng Hào observed the creature's massive stature and the formidable aura radiating from its every movement, confirming it was undoubtedly a Lord-level monster. No doubt Venom detected it because the primordial virus on the black gold demon ape had formed some inexplicable connection with Venom. At that moment, the black liquid on the black gold demon ape's body began to writhe. This startled the ape momentarily. Immediately after, its gaze shifted toward Zhāng Hào's direction, seemingly sensing his presence thousands of meters away. A flash of savage fury ignited in its eyes. It planted its massive feet and charged toward Zhāng Hào's location. Discovered? Then come! Facing the black gold demon ape charging toward him with overwhelming momentum, Zhāng Hào's eyes blazed with fierce fighting spirit, showing no trace of fear. Gigantify! Golden invincible body! Zhāng Hào instantly activated his gigantification and golden dominance abilities. His body rapidly swelled, transforming into a colossus over 20 meters tall in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, his imposing frame radiated a dazzling golden glow. At this moment, Zhāng Hào resembled an ancient golden giant, his overwhelming aura making the surrounding air feel thick and heavy. For a Lord-class mutant beast like the black gold demon ape, a distance of several kilometers was covered in less than 10 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the 20-meter-tall black gold demon ape charged forward, its gaze locking onto Zhāng Hào in the distance, a figure radiating golden light and matching its own colossal stature. Zhāng Hào's dazzling golden radiance and equally imposing stature momentarily startled the black gold demon ape. Yet it soon let out a deafening roar, harnessing the momentum of its charge as it lunged toward Zhāng Hào. Its massive black fist, carrying the force of a thunderous impact, slammed viciously toward him. Whoosh! The black gold demon ape's power was terrifying. This single punch stirred up a whirlwind, causing dust to fly everywhere from the slightly damp ground. Zhāng Hào showed no fear. His left fist, shrouded in brilliant golden light, shot out with overwhelming momentum. Boom! The two massive fists collided violently, like two nuclear bombs detonating simultaneously. Terrifying force erupted outward in all directions. Trees over 100 meters tall in the vicinity shook violently, their leaves falling like a torrential downpour. Yet the moment these leaves touched the overwhelming force permeating the air, they instantly disintegrated into dust. Such power is truly astonishing. Compared to it, Elder Jia is worlds apart. Zhāng Hào felt the immense power radiating from the opponent's fist, his heart pounding with shock. The black gold demon ape's power was beyond imagination. Elder Jia was merely a low-tier 5th-rank psychic, while this black gold demon ape was a mid-tier lord-level mutant beast. Its formidable strength was utterly incomparable to someone like Elder Jia. The black gold demon ape was equally astonished. Never before had an enemy in this vicinity been able to directly withstand its punch without being overwhelmed. Immediately, Zhāng Hao's eyes flashed with intensity. An opponent this formidable would make for a truly thrilling battle. Control the earth. Zhāng Hào stomped his foot down hard, causing the ground beneath him to instantly sink. He skillfully channeled the force he absorbed into the earth. Simultaneously, he unleashed his earth control technique, drawing boundless power from the earth. Then, his right fist, enveloped in the mighty force of the earth, struck out again with brutal force. Boom! The punch struck the black gold demon ape's bulging chest with pinpoint accuracy. Terrifying force surged forth like a tidal wave, sending the beast hurtling backward like an uncontrolled cannonball. 100-meter-tall tree behind it shattered into pieces upon impact, and only then did the ape barely steady itself. Chapter 112, Power Surges. The black gold demon ape felt excruciating pain in its chest, as if breathing itself had become an agonizing struggle. Truly worthy of a mid-tier lord-level mutant beast. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but marvel. With the combined effects of overlord body, gigantification, and earth control, the punch possessed enough power to shatter Jia Jiqing's full defense stance. Yet, despite landing squarely on the black gold demon ape, it failed to inflict fatal damage. It must be understood that lord-tier monsters far surpassed grandmasters of the same rank in physical toughness. They could even withstand powerful thermal weapons. Then let's continue. Venom slithered like a living creature around Zhāng Hao's wrist, swiftly coalescing into a black battlesuit that tightly enveloped him. This venom armor seemed to burn with a desire to see Zhāng Hào slay the black gold demon ape. The moment the venom armor took hold, Zhāng Hao's physical capabilities surged dramatically. Roar! Blood-red light flared in the black gold demon ape's eyes as it launched a frenzied, reckless assault on Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào showed no fear, no retreat, resolutely engaging the black gold demon ape in direct combat. Thud! 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 Fists rained down like a storm, dense, swift, and heavy as both combatants exchanged blows. Fist met flesh, neither gave an inch. A series of heart-stopping explosions echoed through the air. Zhāng Hào and the black gold demon ape engaged in pure, unadulterated close-quarters combat, no dodging, no retreating. For psychics, whose physical constitutions were relatively weaker, this style of combat was utterly unimaginable. Typically, psychic warriors relied on skill to defeat mutated beasts. Such close-quarters combat, given their fragile physiques, was tantamount to suicide. But Zhāng Hào was different. After entering the golden dominant state, his physique had undergone a tremendous enhancement. Earlier, he had withstood the death throes of Jia Jiqing, a 5th-tier grandmaster-level psionicist, and scathed a display of strength that inspired dread. The black gold demon ape, too, was a monster of extreme power in close combat. Every punch exchanged between it and Zhāng Hào landed with brutal force, each blow connecting solidly. Boom! The two engaged in a frenzied slaughter. 100-meter-tall trees around them toppled and snapped one after another, the resulting commotion audible for 10 miles around. Nearby mutated beasts instinctively retreated from the area, sensing this was a battle between two terrifying monsters. They knew that any careless approach could lead to them becoming collateral damage. Snap! Yet as the battle intensified, the black gold demon ape found itself, to its disbelief, gradually losing ground. Zhāng Hāo's fist slammed into its elbow, the excruciating pain making its eyes turn bloodshot. That single blow had actually cracked its bones. Sensing the dire situation, the black gold demon ape quietly contemplated retreat. Monsters evolved to the lord level possessed considerable intelligence, well aware of the wisdom in self-preservation. Precisely because of this, the greatest challenge many psychic warriors faced when hunting lord-level monsters was the fear that such creatures would flee. After all, if these beasts set their minds on fleeing, stopping them would prove exceedingly difficult. Whoosh! 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 Before Zhāng Hào could pursue, Venom impatiently unleashed thick, resilient black vines. Like layer upon layer of shackles, they tightly bound the black gold demon ape's body. Roar! The black gold demon ape struggled furiously. Its immense strength caused Venom to emit a series of hissing sounds as the vines snapped one after another under its brutal tugging. It must be said that Venom's binding power was truly stretched to its limits against such a colossally powerful lord-level monster. But Zhāng Hào was here. Seizing the brief moment the vines held the black gold demon ape, Zhāng Hào closed in like lightning. One hand clamped down on its throat, the other aimed for its eye. The black gold demon ape thrashed violently, finally ripping free of the vines. It then clamped its massive hands around Zhāng Hāo's waist, a savage gleam flashing in its eyes as it prepared to crush his bones. But at that very moment, it suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of danger bearing down upon it. Whoosh! Zhāng Hāo's palm erupted with an utterly terrifying radiance. Vast genetic energy and light coalesced into a deep, dark beam brimming with devastating power, streaking toward the black gold demon ape's left eye. Put! At such close range, the black gold demon ape had no chance to dodge. The dark beam instantly pierced through its eye and emerged from the back of its skull. The black gold demon ape's eyes instantly lost their light, and its massive body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. What Zhāng Hào unleashed was a skill developed from his light ability's Light of Destruction. This skill possessed extraordinary penetrating power and unparalleled lethality. Cough cough cough. Zhāng Hào deactivated his Gigantification 440 and Invincibility states, returning to his normal size. He coughed repeatedly, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood before wiping his lips and chuckling. That was intense. The Black Gold Demon Ape was no ordinary foe. Even with Zhāng Hào in his invincible state, he had taken 2 punches to the chest during the fierce battle, sustaining internal injuries. However, thanks to the powerful regenerative abilities granted by Zhāng Hao's sovereign-grade bloodline, these injuries would heal completely within half a day, at most nothing to worry about. Ha! Finally, I've successfully slain a true Lord-class monster. Zhāng Hào felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This was the first time he had personally defeated a Lord-level monster using his own true strength, and it was a powerful mid-tier Lord-level monster at that. Loot successful. Obtained 65,000 EXP. Loot successful. Obtained 900 points of Constitution. Loot successful. Gained 980 points to Strength. Loot successful. Acquired 1 Lord Tier Energy Stone. Zhāng Hào collected the massive amount of attribute points dropped during the recent battle. The attribute drops from mid-tier lords were not only plentiful but also featured exceptionally high values per cluster. Combined with the generous experience points and the Lord Tier Energy Stone, this haul was truly immense. You wish to consume this primordial virus? In Zhāng Hào perception, the Venom was transmitting an intensely strong sense of craving. Seeing the black liquid coiled around the black gold magic ape on the ground, he suddenly understood. Venom was a strange lifeform born from the primordial virus. To it, this virus might be the ultimate nourishment, capable of making it even stronger. Go ahead. Zhāng Hào instructed Venom. Previously, Venom had fused with the devil tree that recognized him as its master, establishing a certain connection between them. At least, Zhāng Hào had detected no signs of Venom turning against him. Since its birth, Venom had always remained by Zhāng Hao's side. Perhaps, deep down, it had long regarded Zhāng Hào as family. Upon hearing this, Venom leapt gleefully onto the corpse of the golden demon ape, devouring every trace of the primordial virus parasitizing its body. After a satisfied belch, it transmitted a surge of delight to Zhāng Hào. These primordial viruses were undoubtedly a powerful tonic for Venom, fueling its evolution and making it even stronger. Venom can sense other monsters carrying primordial viruses. These creatures are usually powerful, all at the Lord level or above. I can use Venom to track down and hunt these beasts. Zhāng Hào leaned against a large tree to rest, deep in thought. Venom and primordial viruses would sense each other when within a certain range, and monsters capable of carrying primordial viruses were usually Lord level. By following Venom's signal, he could pinpoint these Lord level monsters with precision. It was like having a homing radar. Chapter 113, Caution is Essential. Hunting a single Lord level monster yielded far richer rewards than slaying dozens of low tier creatures. Of course, extreme caution was essential. Monsters carrying the primordial virus could be lords or even entities far more powerful than lords. However, Zhāng Hào possessed the ability to remotely scan with his light powers and spatial abilities. Even when facing powerful monsters, escaping would pose no problem. Help me locate other monsters carrying the primordial virus. Thoughts turned to action. Once Zhāng Hao's stamina and injuries were fully restored, he instructed Venom. Venom perked up instantly, eager to consume more primordial virus. It cheerfully extended a vine, pointing in a specific direction. Zhāng Hào followed the vine's direction. As he neared the target, the vine began vibrating rapidly, signaling his arrival. Zhāng Hào halted his steps. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào activated his light projection ability, using the beams to pierce through layers of obstruction. The scene thousands of meters away was clearly projected before his eyes as he began searching for the prey Venom had detected. Soon, Zhāng Hào spotted the creature carrying the primordial virus. It was a fiery red colossal tiger over 10 meters long, its entire body covered in flame-like fur, with black liquid flowing across its skin. For a mutated beast, harboring the primordial virus was a blessing, as it accelerated the creature's mutation and evolution. The fiery red colossal tiger before him was a monster that had reached the quasi-lord level. Let's go! Zhāng Hào licked his lips. A quasi-lord level monster was no match for his current strength. He activated golden invincibility, instantly accelerating to twice the speed of sound as he charged toward the fiery red giant tiger. Roar! Zhāng Hào made no effort to conceal his approach. The howling gale he generated as he charged caught the fiery tiger's attention. The beast immediately turned its gaze toward Zhāng Hào, a deep growl rumbling from its throat as crimson flames ignited across its body, clearly sensing the threat he posed. Earth control! Zhāng Hào shouted. Before the fiery tiger could react, Zhāng Hào lunged forward. Utilizing the ability to compress distance granted by Earth Mastery, he instantly covered over 100 meters. Zhāng Hao's golden form shot forward like a bolt of lightning, appearing abruptly before the fiery red giant tiger. Power surged to its peak within him. Leaping upward, his golden fist struck out with thunderous force. Boom! The fiery red tiger never anticipated Zhāng Hao's terrifying ability to strike so suddenly. It tried to dodge, but the speed was simply too fast for it to react. Thus, its head took Zhāng Hao's full force punch squarely. In his invulnerable state, Zhāng Hao's strength rivaled that of a mid-tier 5th rank master. This brutal, powerful punch instantly sent the fiery red giant tiger reeling as if struck by a sledgehammer. Its body, over 10 meters long, flew backward like a hurled boulder, tumbling through the air. Its head was crushed in, deeply caved in. The fiery red colossal tiger crashed to the ground. It strained with every ounce of strength to struggle back up, but blood and brain matter poured from its head. Though filled with unwillingness, it ultimately lost all strength. As a quasi-lord, it had not even been granted the chance to retaliate before Zhāng Hào delivered his fatal strike. Zhāng Hao's power had undergone a transformative shift, rendering him unrecognizable from his former self. Following his usual routine, Zhāng Hào collected the dropped attributes and items before purifying the bloodline power within the fiery tiger's body. He could tangibly feel his strength surging at a visible, astonishing rate each passing day. Ha! I won't be outdone by anyone. By the time we meet again, I might just be renowned throughout the land. Zhāng Hào watched the venom eagerly leap onto the fiery tiger's body to devour the primordial virus, a faint smile curling his lips. The destruction martial god had taken Ling Mayu to the moon for cultivation, and it would likely be quite some time before they returned. By then, Ling Mayu would undoubtedly have made tremendous progress. Yet Zhāng Hào was certain that by that time, he himself would have undergone a complete and profound transformation. Continue hunting lords. Fueled by determination, Zhāng Hào followed the Venom's guidance. Locating lord-level monsters would now be effortless. Does my conduct count as making a tremendous contribution to humanity? A peculiar thought unexpectedly surfaced in Zhāng Hao's mind. Each cluster of primordial virus posed immense danger, and by hunting down these virus-carrying monsters with venom, his contribution was undeniably monumental. After all, eliminating a single primordial virus was far more beneficial to humanity than slaying 10 lord-level monsters. Zhāng Hào relentlessly hunted lord-level monsters throughout the Nethernight Forest. Armed with overwhelming power and diverse abilities, he navigated each battle with breathtaking skill, dispatching one lord after another. Over the course of these 20 days, a staggering 10 lord-level mutated beasts met their end at Zhāng Hao's hands. Such a record was truly astonishing. For most psychic warriors, slaying even one lord-level monster would cause a sensation, earning them the reverence and worship of countless peers. Defeating a lord-level monster was typically a feat reserved for 5th-tier grandmaster-level psychics. Zhāng Hào, however, had single-handedly slain 10 lords within 20 days. Such a feat was beyond exaggeration. If told, few would believe it. Only the Nethernight Forest, one of the world's 64 high-risk zones, could harbor such a concentration of lord-level monsters. The bountiful rewards from slaying so many lords were immense. His attributes had already reached the peak of the 4th tier, standing just one step away from formally entering the ranks of 5th-tier masters. Additionally, his experience points had accumulated to a staggering 800,000. Zhāng Hào resolved to thoroughly upgrade all his abilities. Ding! Consumed 160,000 EXP. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Psionic Space LV7. First up was the Psionic Space, which Zhāng Hào elevated to level 7. Upon reaching level 7, a look of astonishment flashed in Zhāng Hao's eyes. This is simply too powerful. At level 6, he had mastered the skill to instantly teleport into another dimension. Now, with the psionic space upgraded to LV7, he unlocked an incredibly powerful divine technique, Void Force Redirection. This skill was virtually unbeatable, functioning by redirecting incoming attacks into the alternate dimension. Facing an enemy's lethal strike, Zhāng Hào could fearlessly endure it head-on, transferring the entire impact force into the alternate space while remaining unscathed. Admittedly, the greater the intensity of the attack, the harder it was to deflect. Even so, this skill was truly astonishing. Chapter 114, Frenetic Leveling. Ding! 160,000 EXP consumed. Congratulations, host, on mastering Earth Control LV7. Zhāng Hào successfully elevated Earth Control to level 7. Upon reaching Earth Control LV7, as long as Zhāng Hao's feet touched the ground, he gained powerful buffs. His recovery abilities multiplied exponentially, and the regeneration rate of his genetic energy became astonishingly rapid, greatly enhancing his endurance. Earth Control and Psionic Space are equally powerful abilities of the same tier. Immediately after, Zhāng Hào elevated Source Energy's Secret Art and Light Ray to level 8. After light manipulation reached level 8, Zhāng Hao's mastery over light became even more refined. Releasing the light of destruction became effortless, and its power doubled. Even the hardest skulls of ordinary low-tier lord-level monsters would struggle to withstand this force. In mere moments, over 500,000 of the 800,000 experience points were consumed. Zhāng Hào retained over 200,000 experience points as a reserve for unforeseen needs. It must be said, the rate of EXP consumption was truly staggering. In the late stages, each level up for any ability demanded an enormous expenditure. Pray. After completing the skill upgrade, Zhāng Hào suddenly looked up. When his Light 867 ability reached level 8, he could effortlessly control an area spanning thousands of meters. Any movement within this radius was keenly detected by Zhāng Hào through the omnipresent light. Zhāng Hào spotted a massive kangaroo gnawing on a tree trunk roughly 3,000 meters away. This kangaroo was exceptionally peculiar, standing as tall as a two-story building. Among mutated beasts, such a size wasn't exceptionally large, but it was extraordinarily robust, its entire body covered in metal-like muscles brimming with explosive strength. Moreover, its fur glowed a pale golden hue, emanating an alluring aura. Its bloodline grade is remarkably high. Zhāng Hao's eyes lit up. This kangaroo was a quasi-lord level monster, and its bloodline rank must be exceptionally high. Just as humans possess superior bloodlines, so too did monsters. Zhāng Hào believed that if he could extract this kangaroo's bloodline power, his own bloodline power would be greatly enhanced. With that thought, Zhāng Hào rose to his feet. Entering his overlord state, he swiftly advanced toward the pale golden kangaroo. Whoosh! The kangaroo, mid-meal, abruptly froze. Its eyes darted toward Zhāng Hao's position before it turned and fled without hesitation. Discovered? You won't escape. Zhāng Hào grinned, teleporting instantly before the pale golden kangaroo and delivering a fierce punch straight to its chest. To Zhāng Hao's astonishment, the kangaroo's pupils suddenly contracted as if sensing danger. Its body began to disintegrate, transforming into a green whirlwind. Thud! Zhāng Hao's fist passed straight through the kangaroo's body. Elemental transformation? Zhāng Hào froze in shock. This kangaroo possessed the element of wind and had mastered the skill of elemental transformation. This was the first time Zhāng Hào had learned that monsters could also master elemental transformation. However, Zhāng Hào felt no panic. Instead, his heart surged with delight. This precisely indicated that the pale golden kangaroo possessed exceptionally potent bloodline power. Its innate talent and lineage were truly outstanding among monsters, which was precisely why it could comprehend the elementalization skill. A shimmering light flowed around the pale golden kangaroo as it transformed into a wind element. Sensing Zhāng Hao's formidable power, it instinctively fled deep into the heart of the nether night forest. In its wind elemental form, the pale gold kangaroo moved with astonishing speed. A blue hurricane howled in its wake, tearing terrifying fissures across the earth wherever it passed. In its elemental state, it could withstand most attacks. Unless countered by a specific method, it was nearly impossible to inflict substantial damage. Zhāng Hào wasted no time, swiftly pursuing it. Having mastered elemental transformation himself, Zhāng Hào knew the immense energy drain it required. The pale gold kangaroo couldn't sustain it for long. Once it exited its elemental state, Zhāng Hào would only need a single teleport to easily subdue it. Sure enough, within a minute, the pale golden kangaroo began to falter. The green hurricane around it showed faint signs of collapsing. What made it even more anxious was that no matter what it did, it couldn't shake Zhāng Hào off. Zhāng Hao's speed was astonishing. Harnessing his mastery over the earth, he could cover hundreds of meters in a single stride. Can't hold on anymore, huh? Zhāng Hào watched as the pale golden kangaroo reached the air above a swampy area, finally unable to sustain itself, and exited its elemental state. Its paws lightly touched the marsh as it attempted to leap to the opposite shore. Zhāng Hào instantly teleported, appearing directly in front of the pale golden kangaroo. This time, Zhāng Hào gave it no chance. A crimson beam of destructive light erupted from his fingertip, piercing clean through the pale golden kangaroo's skull with a sharp pop. When his light ability reached level 8, the destructive light he unleashed was terrifyingly powerful. Most low-tier lords couldn't withstand it, let alone this quasi-lord-level pale golden kangaroo. With its skull pierced, Zhāng Hào swiftly seized the corpse, inwardly gloating. Even quasi-lord-level monsters now fled in terror at his sight. What? Zhāng Hao's pupils suddenly contracted. He was in the swamp, and at some point, the surrounding space had grown dim. From the murky depths below, several massive black tentacles slowly emerged. These tentacles were enormous, each casually reaching 10 meters in diameter, as thick as a house. Judging by their thickness, each tentacle likely stretched over 200 meters in length. This alone hinted at the colossal size of the creature they belonged to. Beast King! It's the Beast King! Zhāng Hao's heart raced with shock. The largest mutated beast he had ever encountered was the Black Slaughter Lord, a high-tier lord-level creature over 60 meters long. Yet, even a single tentacle of this monster dwarfed the Black Slaughter Lord. Only a Beast King, surpassing the Lord tier, possessed such staggering proportions. Beast Kings were the true rulers of the land, immune to nearly all firearms. Their bodies were typically colossal, resembling prehistoric behemoths. Even the sturdiest city walls crumbled like mud before them. The presence of a Beast King in the Nether Night Forest was hardly surprising. While pursuing the pale gold kangaroo, Zhāng Hào had accidentally trespassed into the territory of a Beast King. Roar! Zhāng Hào immediately attempted to teleport away, but the colossal beast in the swamp suddenly emitted a soul-piercing howl. Zhāng Hào groaned in pain as a tearing agony shot through his skull, rendering his teleportation power useless. Simultaneously, tentacles like giant serpents coiled around him, slithering toward Zhāng Hào with murderous intent. Ice Elemental Transformation. In this critical moment, Zhāng Hào swiftly activated his ice elemental transformation. One tentacle coiled tightly around Zhāng Hào, tightening with such force it could crush even a body of steel. Yet, transformed into crystalline ice, Zhāng Hào slipped through the tentacle's gaps like shimmering snowflakes, streaking away into the distance. The thunderous roar echoing like a great bell within Zhāng Hao's mind finally began to fade. Seizing this moment, the swirling snowflakes rapidly coalesced, forming a human-shaped ice crystal. Immediately after, Zhāng Hào activated his teleportation ability, vanishing from the swampy terrain in the blink of an eye. Having already reached level 7 in his psionic space, Zhāng Hao's teleportation this time spanned over 1,000 meters. That was close. After successfully teleporting out of the swamp, Zhāng Hào realized his back was soaked with cold sweat. He glanced back to see the pale golden kangaroo's corpse slowly sinking into the swamp. Chapter 115, The Demon-Scaled Octopus. Earlier, Zhāng Hào had been too preoccupied with his frantic escape to pay any attention to this mutated beast of considerable bloodline grade. What he witnessed next was utterly terrifying. The swamp violently churned as a colossal beast burst forth from its depths. Resembling a giant island, its body spanned over 200 meters in diameter. Though octopus-like in shape, its entire form was covered in black scales. That's a demon-scaled octopus. Zhāng Hào gasped, identifying the creature's species. Demon-scaled octopuses typically dwelled in remote swamplands. While Lord-tier specimens weren't uncommon, Zhāng Hào had never heard of a Beast King-tier demon-scaled octopus existing. This creature's size was utterly colossal. Compared to the demon-scaled octopus before him, even a high-tier Lord-level being like the Black Slaughter Lord seemed as insignificant as an infant beside an adult. Without a doubt, this was a terrifying monster that had reached the Beast King tier. Monsters of this caliber stood near the apex of the terrestrial food chain. Its massive form was matched by an exceptionally tenacious vitality. Only a king-level powerhouse could slay a beast king, yet such beings were exceedingly rare and precious. Crackle crackle. Zhāng Hào watched helplessly as the demon-scaled octopus wrapped one of its tentacles around the 5-meter-tall pale gold kangaroo, then tossed it into its gaping maw. With a few chews, it crushed the creature as easily as eating chocolate beans before swallowing it whole. Immediately afterward, the giant eyes of the demon-scaled octopus turned coldly toward Zhāng Hào, standing a kilometer away on the marsh's edge. Then, its massive body slowly sank back into the swamp. The demon-scaled octopus seemed reluctant to leave this marshland. Perhaps sensing Zhāng Hào possessed spatial abilities, it realized killing him would be exceedingly difficult and simply chose to abandon the pursuit. After all, in its eyes, Zhāng Hào was so insignificant he wasn't even worth the effort of a single bite. Zhāng Hào quickly retreated from the marshland. Beast King-level monsters were the undisputed rulers of the land. If they unleashed a beast tide, cities like Venom would be utterly defenseless, breached in an instant. The power of a Beast King was truly terrifying. Even walls forged from steel could never withstand the assault of a Beast King-level monster. If only I could slay it. A fiery gleam flashed in Zhāng Hao's eyes. Killing a Beast King would, setting aside other benefits, allow him to refine its bloodline power, making his own bloodline far more formidable. Moreover, Zhāng Hào had nearly perished at the hands of this demon-scaled octopus moments ago. To simply slink away now would leave a bitter taste in his mouth. A mad thought surged within Zhāng Hào: slay this demon-scaled octopus. With Zhāng Hao's current strength, it was naturally impossible. But he still possessed his secret weapon, the Dark Witch Worship. The Dark Witch Worship was the sole surviving vessel of the Dark Witch clan, a great race from the Third Era. Though most of its weapon systems were destroyed, according to Carmel, slaying a Beast King was no difficult feat. Alright, then let this octopus witness the power of advanced technology. Zhāng Hào made his decision swiftly. Earlier, he had exchanged numerous energy crystals at the Holy Legion, charging the Dark Witch Worship to 50% capacity. Taking down the Beast King would certainly pose no problem. Regardless of the method used to take down a Beast King, it was bound to be an exhilarating feat. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào activated his spatial ability, opening the alternate dimension where the Dark Witch Worship was stored. Within a vast, shadowy spatial fissure, a worship crafted entirely of silver-black metal floated silently. The Demon Witch Worship emerged from the alternate dimension, descending slowly onto the open ground before Zhāng Hào without stirring much dust. Whoosh! A dazzling light surged from the like a tidal wave, completely enveloping Zhāng Hào. Amidst the blinding light, Zhāng Hao's figure vanished instantly. The next moment, he materialized inside the Demon Witch battleship. Within the warship's cockpit, Carmel, clad in a black robe, appeared silently. He bowed with extreme deference toward Zhāng Hào. Master. Camel, with the current energy reserves of the Demon Witch Worship, could it eliminate a Beast King? Zhāng Hào inquired. Master has discovered a Beast King? Carmel's eyes lit up at the mention. The bloodline power extractable from a Beast King was immense, a true treasure for Zhāng Hào, who mastered the blood-refining secret art. Carmel hastily replied, taking down a Beast King is no problem at all. Unless this particular Beast King has reached the peak Beast King tier, approaching the level of a Beast Emperor, eliminating it should pose no significant difficulty. Excellent. Then we shall hunt the Beast King. Zhāng Hào laughed heartily, his heart brimming with bold ambition. Though the demon-scaled octopus was formidable, it certainly hadn't reached the peak Beast King realm. With the remaining weapons of the demon witch worship, obliterating it would be entirely within reach. Moreover, even if they couldn't kill it, escaping unscathed would be a piece of cake. Camel's heart raced with excitement. As the AI of this demon witch worship, it had lain dormant for far too long. Zhāng Hào sat leisurely in a spacious chair, the massive screen before him clearly displaying the view outside the witchcraft worship. Though Zhāng Hào knew nothing of piloting warships, this one was controlled by artificial intelligence. He need only issue commands, and Carmel would execute them without hesitation. Launch! At Zhāng Hao's command, roaring flames erupted beneath the dark witch worship, kicking up a cloud of dust and unleashing a deafening roar. The 60-meter-long ship soared skyward, shattering the trees above with its immense force, piercing the clouds like a sharp arrow. This location was not far from the swamp where the demon-scaled octopus dwelled. In less than half a minute, the witchcraft warship reached the swamp's airspace. Detecting intense energy fluctuations. Threat level, low. Proceed to combat mode? On the screen before Zhāng Hào, the outline of a colossal octopus materialized. The warship's detection system had effortlessly uncovered the magic-scaled octopus lurking within the marsh. Engage combat mode. Zhāng Hào confirmed decisively. Instantly, the 60-meter-long witchcraft warship rapidly transformed into a 500-meter-long colossus, obscuring the sky as it hovered over the marsh, casting an immense shadow below. Master, according to the detection instruments, this is merely a monster approaching mid-tier Beast King level. Carmel, clad in black robes, observed the swamp imagery on the screen and remarked with a smile, calculations indicate the Dark Witch worship would expend 8% of its energy to eliminate it. 8%? Zhāng Hào couldn't help but gasp. The Dark Witch worship was truly formidable even with most of its weapon systems damaged, it only needed to expend about 8% of its energy to kill a monster approaching mid-tier Beast King level. Chapter 116, Forcibly Breaking Through the Spatial Barrier. Below in the swamp, the demon-scaled octopus vaguely sensed the anomaly. Slowly raising its head from the marsh, its pair of blood-red eyes stared in utter astonishment at the 500-meter-long Dark Witch worship in the sky. It froze completely. What on earth was this thing? Haha, didn't expect me back so soon, did you? Open fire. Destroy it. Zhāng Hào laughed triumphantly. What was the Beast King? Before the Dark Witch worship, it would still be blasted to smithereens. Recommending Bloodhunter energy cannon for attack. Whoosh! A terrifying event erupted suddenly. A violent tearing sound echoed through the void, and a pitch-black spatial fissure abruptly appeared, as if ripping the entire void apart. Enveloped within the primordial virus, a blood-red eye belonging to the humanoid creature locked onto Zhāng Hào, who was hiding within the alternate dimension, through the gaping spatial fissure stretching nearly a foot wide. This bastard, he actually forced his way through the spatial barrier? Zhāng Hao's pupils contracted sharply. The instant he was targeted by the humanoid creature, he felt as though a colossal python had coiled tightly around him, nearly suffocating him. Its speed is lightning fast, my teleportation can't even compare. Zhāng Hao's mind raced. From the moment the humanoid creature entered his detection range to appearing before him took merely 1 or 2 seconds. A rough estimate suggested its speed likely exceeded 10 times the speed of sound. Such speed far surpassed even his own teleportation. Damn it! Zhāng Hào spun violently and charged into the Dark Witch worship floating within the alternate dimension. Since escape was impossible, his only hope lay in the Dark Witch worship destroying or repelling this humanoid creature. Upon entering the warship's cockpit, Zhāng Hào immediately commanded, engage combat mode. Whoosh! The witchcraft warship instantly transformed into a 500-meter-long vessel, and Carmel, clad in a black robe, appeared beside Zhāng Hào. Not far away, the humanoid creature's claws tore viciously at the spatial barrier, ripping open a 2-meter-wide fissure. Its entire body then forced its way through. Witnessing this, a heavy weight settled in Zhāng Hao's heart. He himself could tear open and enter another dimension because he possessed spatial abilities, but this humanoid creature had forcibly ripped through the spatial barrier with sheer raw power. To achieve such a feat, even among the elite ranked in the world's top 100 battle list, few could match it. This was raw, unadulterated power strong enough to warp space itself. Could this be a creature from the ferocious beast list? Zhāng Hào pondered silently. The Fiend Beast list corresponded to the world's top 100 combat ranking, but unlike it, the Fiend Beast list recorded the world's top 100 monsters. Camel also noticed the humanoid creature burrowing into the alternate dimension. His pupils contracted violently as he exclaimed in horror, That's an undead. The undead clan? What is that thing? Zhāng Hào froze for a moment, surprised that Carmel recognized the humanoid creature's identity. It made sense, though. As the AI core of the Dark Witch battleship, Carmel possessed knowledge of many secrets unknown to others. But what exactly were the undead? Zhāng Hào had never heard of them before. Carmel took a deep breath, his handsome face clouded with gravity. The undead clan, they are the kings among the zombies. The undead are called undead because they do not succumb to death over time. In other words, they possess infinite lifespans. At least in recorded history, not a single undead being has ever perished from old age. Endless lifespans? Zhāng Hào couldn't help but gasp in shock. The undead evolved from zombies, and every member of this race possesses infinite lifespans. This meant the undead could endure multiple eras. As long as they weren't destroyed, they could persist indefinitely. If an undead creature could survive 1 or 2 eras, even with slow evolution, it would have thousands or tens of thousands of years. Even an ordinary first-tier zombie could evolve to an unimaginably terrifying level. The creature before them, enveloped in a thick layer of primordial virus, was an undead. It was highly likely one that had survived from the previous era, making its true power unimaginably terrifying. Among the 64 highly dangerous zones worldwide, undead creatures exist, and Zhāng Hào had the misfortune of encountering one. Can it be killed? At any cost. Zhāng Hao's voice was heavy as he watched the undead creature enter a parallel dimension. Its blood-red eyes coldly fixed upon the 500-meter-long witchcraft warship, the crimson light in its gaze flickering, poised to strike at any moment. If our weapon systems were intact, eliminating it might not be difficult. But now, with only the energy cannons remaining, our chances of success are less than 10%. Carmel's expression was grim. Attack! Destroy it! Zhāng Hào had no other choice but to issue the attack order. The undead creature before them was utterly terrifying, its menace far surpassing the previous demon-scaled octopus. Even the demon witch warship had less than a 10% chance of defeating it. Gravity cannon, prepare to fire. On the dark witch warship, a dark barrel locked onto the undead creature burrowing into the alternate dimension. Energy rapidly coalesced at the muzzle, and a sallow yellow orb of light erupted from the barrel. Boom! The 1-meter diameter gravity sphere slammed into the undead creature's body, instantly coalescing into a gravitational field that attempted to bind it tightly. Yet, the undead creature's exposed blood-red eyes remained utterly unflinching. Its foot stomped violently against the pitch-black void, propelling its form like an arrow released from a bow. It charged toward the dark witch warship with blinding speed, a massive fist distorting the surrounding space as it struck out with lightning-like velocity. Thorn armor, activate. Carmel focused intently on piloting the dark witch warship, enveloping its hull in a peculiar force field. This thorn armor represented the most formidable defensive capability currently available to the witchcraft warship, capable of reflecting a portion of any attack it withstood. Boom! The undead's fist slammed viciously into the witchcraft warship. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted, violently hurling the 500-meter-long warship backward. The powerful force rebounded by the thorn armor caused the undead's body to tremble slightly. But immediately, a frenzied glint flared in its blood-red eyes as it lunged forward once more. A barrage of fists, like a raging storm, relentlessly pounded the sorcerer's warship. Thud! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed through the air. Inside the sorcerer's warship, Zhāng Hào felt the entire vessel tremble violently. He quickly gripped the armrests of his seat with both hands, preventing himself from being thrown forward. Chapter 117, The Undead. Through the screen, Zhāng Hào got a close-up view of the undead's appearance. This undead creature appeared to be male, its face covered in black primordial virus, giving it a hideously terrifying appearance. His hair was wildly disheveled, and his blood-red eyes burned with madness, as if he were a demon crawling out from the depths of hell. This was the undead clan, the kings among the zombies, possessing endless lifespans. As long as they weren't completely destroyed, they could endure forever. How long this particular undead had existed remained unknown, but it might have survived since the previous era, lurking hidden within the Nethernight forest. Consider this, the god of destruction himself had only lived for 500 years. Bang! 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 Energy cannons extended from the flank of the demon witch battleship, unleashing hundreds of energy projectiles per second. They slammed into the undead clan member's head, chest, and thighs at close range. Even the demon-scaled octopus had been battered to a pulp by these guns before, yet the undead clan's physique was monstrously resilient. Energy projectiles struck its body repeatedly, yet failed to breach even a single layer of its skin. Boom! 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 The Black Hunter energy cannon unleashed a close-range assault, firing thick black beams of energy. Yet the undead creature used its razor-sharp claws to tear the cannon clean in half. Boom! 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 The undead unleashed punch after punch, driving dents into the metal armor of the dark witch warship. Even the strongest defense struggled to withstand the undead's savage onslaught. Energy reserves at 25%. Depletion would be catastrophic. Camel was frantic with worry. Master, flee now. Carmel shouted urgently. I'll hold it off. Also, you have the locator system. You can use it to find me later. There's no other choice. Zhāng Hào felt utterly helpless. Who could have foreseen encountering this undead creature that had likely existed for untold ages? I'll bind it. Master, you must depart immediately. Carmel declared. As he spoke, the undead outside continued assaulting the dark witch warship. Suddenly, the warship's armor activated, and a massive mechanical arm extended, gripping the undead creature firmly. Master, retreat now. Carmel shouted. Understood. Zhāng Hào clenched his teeth and instantly activated his teleportation technique, leaving the witchcraft warship. The moment he materialized, the undead creature let out a series of shrieks. The piercing howls sent a wave of dizziness through Zhāng Hao's head. The mechanical arm of the Dark Witch warship clamped down on the undead, pinning it firmly in place. Without hesitation, Zhāng Hào activated his spatial ability, slipping into the alternate dimension and returning to the Nether Night Forest. Activating his golden invincible body state, Zhāng Hào accelerated to speeds exceeding twice the speed of sound, sprinting toward the forest's edge while periodically using teleportation. Within mere seconds, he had fled several miles away. Within the alternate dimension, the undead roared in fury. With a sudden, violent jerk of its arms, it shattered the mechanical arm extending from the Dark Witch warship. Then, it spun around and delivered a kick to the hull of the Dark Witch warship. The terrifying force directly smashed a crater several meters in diameter into the warship's metal armor. Simultaneously, the entire Dark Witch warship was sent flying sideways, plummeting into the depths of the alternate dimension. Simultaneously, the undead emerged from the torn spatial fissure. Its nostrils twitched slightly before it immediately turned and gave chase toward Zhāng Hao's location. Its speed was astonishing, exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. As it sprinted, its muscles frictioned violently against the air, producing a series of sonic booms and even sparking dazzling sparks in the void. Upgrade the psionic space. Zhāng Hào shouted urgently as he fled at full speed. He distinctly sensed an overwhelmingly dangerous aura closing in. This undead creature was undoubtedly the most formidable entity in the entire Nether Night Forest. Only powerhouses ranked among the world's top 100 warriors could possibly stand against it. Ding! 320,000 EXP consumed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Psionic Space LV8. After upgrading to level 8, Zhāng Hao's ability space underwent significant enhancement. A single teleportation now covered nearly 2 kilometers. Yet, even this couldn't shake the undead clan's pursuit. Spatial storm? Zhāng Hào grasped the concept. Upon reaching level 8, he mastered a skill called Spatial Storm. Yet, to Zhāng Hao's frustration, the skill came with significant limitations. In a relatively stable environment like Earth, casting Spatial Storm demanded an immense amount of time. If he stopped to cast it here, that undead creature would likely snap his neck with ease. I'll have to try the second option. Zhāng Hao's eyes flickered. Casting Spatial Storm in a stable environment was extremely difficult, but entering an unstable area like a different dimension would make it much easier. Enter another dimension and attempt to slay that undead creature with a Spatial Storm. Of course, Zhāng Hào understood that with this undead creature's power rivaling that of a ferocious beast-ranked beast, relying solely on a space storm to kill it might be naive. But if he could trap it long enough to escape its pursuit, that would suffice. With this thought, Zhāng Hào slipped into the pitch-black dimensional void. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed the Spatial Storm. Zhāng Hào channeled his genetic energy into the surrounding pitch-black alternate dimension. Within this void of utter darkness and emptiness, a faint breeze began to stir. This breeze intensified, transforming into a raging tempest. The fury of the storm warped the very fabric of the dark dimensional space, revealing black fissures that radiated immense destructive power. This was the first offensive skill developed by Zhāng Hao's psychic space, combining genetic energy with spatial power to form a spatial storm. It engulfed enemies within its grasp, unleashing terrifying lethality capable of shredding foes into fragments. However, executing this skill in stable space required considerable preparation time and consumed immense energy, making it far less practical than imagined. Unless Zhāng Hao's power grew so immense he could effortlessly summon spatial storms anytime, anywhere. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Zhāng Hao's heart sank as he heard that bone-chilling tearing sound. There was no doubt about it, the terrifying undead had arrived. In the void ahead, the undead had forcibly shattered the spatial barrier, squeezing their way into this alternate dimension. Such power was truly awe-inspiring. To tear through a spatial barrier with their physical bodies alone meant their strength rivaled that of the world's top 100 warriors. Come on! Zhāng Hao's eyes blazed with savage intent. He yanked his hands with all his might, pushing his psychic space ability to its absolute limit. An invisible spatial storm instantly erupted under his command, sweeping in like a violent tempest. The undead creatures that had just crawled into the alternate dimension were instantly engulfed by it. The spatial storm warped the black void itself, tearing into the undead like a razor-sharp blade. Yet the undead's physique was monstrously resilient. The spatial storm, capable of tearing through steel with ease, failed to leave even a scratch upon its body. Whoosh! Not only that, but the undead creature's blood-red eyes suddenly blazed with an intense crimson light. Defying the constraints of the spatial storm, it pressed forward step by step, closing in on Zhāng Hào. Chapter 118, Step by Step. Roar! Zhāng Hào roared in fury, his entire body erupting in dazzling golden light. Venom instantly transformed into a battlesuit, tightly enveloping him. Squeak! 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 Upon seeing the Venom battlesuit enveloping Zhāng Hào, the primordial virus within the undead creature began to writhe violently, visibly agitated. Its eyes brimmed with a look of intense desire. Could it be, this guy is also a lifeform born from the primordial virus, similar to Venom? Zhāng Hào watched this scene unfold, astonishment welling up inside him. Perhaps the reason the undead clan pursued him relentlessly was precisely because of the venom on his body. This substance seemed to exert an immense attraction on zombie-like creatures. The corpse beast dragon had once relentlessly pursued him for the same reason. Suck it into the depths of the void. Zhāng Hào gritted his teeth, the thought racing through his mind. Within this alternate space, movement was impossible. Even with spatial abilities, the slightest misstep could lead to being lost in the rifts of the void. Escaping such a trap would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Being trapped for years, or even until death, was not uncommon. Since the spatial storm couldn't destroy this undead creature, Zhāng Hào could only hope to drag it into the depths of the void. If he could trap it for even a short while, he'd have a chance to escape. The venom unleashed Zhāng Hào's full potential. Genetic energy surged through his body like a raging tide, dramatically amplifying the spatial storm's power. The force warped reality within dozens of meters, trapping the undead creature firmly within its grasp. The undead creature desperately tried to close in on Zhāng Hào, but the spatial storm pulled it upward relentlessly, forcing it to ascend step by step. In this void, it found no foothold to brace against, placing the undead in an extremely disadvantageous position. Had it been on solid ground, it could have easily broken free from the storm's grasp by planting its feet. Good. Hurl it into the depths of the void. Zhāng Hào felt a surge of secret delight. He was about to manipulate the spatial storm to hurl the undead into the void's depths when suddenly an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh! A sudden howling sound erupted within this alternate space, causing Zhāng Hào to freeze in shock. What is that sound? No! Zhāng Hào's pupils contracted sharply. He saw the pitch-black space around him warping. From the depths of the void, tendrils of black hurricane-force winds swept in, completely engulfing the area. It's spatial turbulence. Zhāng Hào inwardly cursed his misfortune. Spatial turbulence was the most dangerous phenomenon one could encounter within an alternate dimension. Once caught in it, one would either be torn to shreds or dragged into the void's depths, with no hope of escape. Zhāng Hào attempted to activate his spatial ability to escape the alien dimension, only to discover that within this spatial turbulence, the forces of space were utterly chaotic. His spatial abilities had become completely ineffective. Whoosh! A pitch-black hurricane swept toward him like a raging serpent, tightly coiling around Zhāng Hào and slicing through his body like razor-sharp blades. SSSSSSS. The venomous creature enveloping Zhāng Hào emitted piercing screams. Under the relentless assault of the spatial turbulence, its body shattered into fragments. Zhāng Hào groaned in agony as his muscles, though in a state of invulnerability, were lacerated by countless cuts. Fortunately, only superficial wounds. However, the true threat lay in the undead creature. After Zhāng Hào was swept into the spatial turbulence, his spatial storm could no longer be sustained. Seizing the opportunity, the undead broke free and actively plunged into the spatial turbulence itself, closing in on Zhāng Hào step by step. Its stance screamed relentless, unyielding determination. The spatial turbulence carried both Zhāng Hào and the undead being, hurtling rapidly into the depths of the void. Holy! What kind of grudge is this? Zhāng Hào felt like he could spit blood. They were both trapped in the spatial turbulence, yet instead of trying to escape, the undead creature was solely focused on killing him and devouring his venom. Go to hell! Trapped within the spatial turbulence, Zhāng Hào could only drift along with the current. As the undead creature closed in, he wasn't about to go down without a fight. His hand shot out, unleashing a blinding beam of destructive light. Boom! The undead creature shifted its head slightly. The beam of destruction, originally aimed at its eye, veered off course, striking its forehead instead. Yet it left only a faint mark. Even when facing the Black Hunter energy cannons of the Dark Witch worship earlier, it had suffered not a single scratch. As an undead creature, it had endured countless ages. It vaguely remembered existing since the previous era. Throughout countless ages, it had hunted and evolved within the Nether Night Forest, eventually growing to its current formidable strength. Its power was now sufficient to rival the mightiest warriors of this current era. I can only risk trying to escape through ice elemental transformation. Zhāng Hào took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as the undead creature closed in. Transforming into ice elements within this spatial turbulence might mean being utterly shredded by the chaotic currents, yet now, he had no choice but to fight to the death. SSSSH. The undead creature closed in on Zhāng Hào within the spatial turbulence, one claw thrusting violently toward his heart. The tip of its claw pierced into his flesh, sending a searing pain through Zhāng Hào. At such close range, Zhāng Hào could clearly see the undead's features. It was a man's form, his skin as pale as paper. One could vaguely discern that in his human days, he must have been quite handsome. In that very instant, Zhāng Hào successfully completed his transformation into ice. The undead creature's claw passed straight through his chest, striking nothing but air. Break free from the spatial turbulence. The moment Zhāng Hào transformed into ice crystal form, the surrounding spatial turbulence tore him to shreds. Yet, in his ice elemental state, Zhāng Hào instantly regenerated. Struggling desperately to escape the spatial turbulence, Zhāng Hào found his genetic energy depleting at an alarming rate while trapped within. The undead let out an enraged roar, extending its claws to seize Zhāng Hào, yet it couldn't even touch him. Zhāng Hào grew increasingly distant, sensing his genetic energy was nearly depleted. Just then, he finally broke free from the spatial turbulence's grasp. Turning back, Zhāng Hào saw the undead roaring in frustration amidst the swirling black hurricane. Ultimately, it was swept away by the spatial turbulence, vanishing into the depths of the void. Zhāng Hào breathed a sigh of relief, only for an overwhelming suffocating sensation to surge over him like a tidal wave. He could no longer sustain his ice elemental form, his body reverting to flesh and blood. Exhausted from the excessive drain on his genetic energy, he slipped into unconsciousness. It must be understood that in this oxygen-deprived alternate dimension, living beings simply couldn't survive for long. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The venom on Zhāng Hao's body grew restless, drifting within the alien space. With Zhāng Hào unconscious, there was a high chance he would simply die in his sleep. Just then, a pitch-black fissure abruptly appeared ahead. This crack bore a striking resemblance to the one that had led them into the Crimson Microcosm that day, and it was moving. Where it led was unknown. But now, there was no other choice. The venom extended black tendrils, tightly coiling around Zhāng Hào and dragging him headfirst into the pitch-black fissure. Whoosh! The moment he entered the spatial fissure, the unconscious Zhāng Hào was struck by intense dizziness, followed by his body plummeting straight downward. Snap! 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 Amidst a sunlit forest, a series of snapping branches echoed through the air. After passing through the spatial fissure, Zhāng Hào crashed heavily into the forest, crushing numerous branches and leaves before finally coming to rest, dangling from a thick tree limb. Squeak! Venom finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though it remained unclear exactly where they were, at least Zhāng Hào had survived. Venom had seen Zhāng Hào as the first person since its creation. Later, Zhāng Hào had helped it acquire numerous primordial viruses. In its heart, Zhāng Hào had long been regarded as a father figure and elder brother. Venom transformed into a bracelet and fell into a deep slumber on Zhāng Hao's wrist. Earlier, in the spatial turbulence, it had been repeatedly sliced into various shapes, sustaining severe injuries. Half a day passed unnoticed as a carriage moved slowly along the road. Outside the carriage, several tall knights clad in armor rode alongside, led by a middle-aged man with a sword at his waist. As the convoy entered the forest, the man's brow furrowed slightly. He looked up alertly. Careful! Protect the young lady! The other armored knights also looked up, swiftly drawing the weapons at their waists. They saw a man hanging from the large tree above, his upper body bare. All the knights surrounded the carriage tightly, remaining on high alert. Chapter 119, Exercise Extreme Caution. He seems unconscious? After a long moment, a knight in armor spoke hesitantly. Commander Bai, should we bring him down? The middle-aged man addressed as Commander Bai hesitated briefly before saying, send someone to lower him down. Exercise utmost caution. Yes, sir. A knight leapt forward, deftly dislodging Zhāng Hào from the tree branch and setting him gently on the ground. This. The others froze in shock. Zhāng Hao's face was as pale as paper, sweat cascading down like a waterfall, his veins bulging as if ready to burst through his skin. He was scratched by a zombie and infected with the virus. A knight pointed to Zhāng Hao's chest. There, a tiny wound remained where the undead's claws had pierced him before his elemental transformation. It was precisely this wound that had allowed the undead's virus to infect him. With Zhāng Hao's constitution, a regular zombie scratch wouldn't have been enough to infect him. But the undead carried the primordial virus. How could there be zombies here? And how did he get scratched by one? The group was filled with confusion, all eyes turning to Commander Bai, awaiting his instructions. Commander Bai's gaze grew icy. Those infected by the virus would turn into zombies. When faced with an infected individual, there were only two options. 1. Use the expensive virus serum to purge the infection. 2. Kill them before they turn into zombies. But who would willingly part with a precious vial of serum for a stranger? Kill him. Commander Bai said coldly. He did indeed possess the serum, a life-saving reserve he had acquired at great expense. How could he possibly part with it to save a complete stranger? The other soldiers exchanged glances, each sighing helplessly, yet none spoke further. In this world, human life was cheap. Faced with someone about to be infected into a zombie, executing them when there was no cure was the wisest course of action. Hold on. Just as someone drew the sword at their waist and advanced toward Zhāng Hào, a soft voice drifted from within the carriage. The sound halted the soldiers' advance abruptly. Then, a strikingly beautiful woman stepped slowly down from the carriage. Dressed in luxurious attire, her figure graceful and slender, she appeared to be around 20 years old, radiating an air of gentle nobility. Young miss, why have you come out? The wind is strong outside. Commander Bai hurriedly spoke upon seeing this. The beautiful woman turned her gaze toward Zhāng Hào, who lay trembling on the ground, repeatedly uttering 020 while drenched in cold sweat and pale as death. She then ordered, give him a vial of the virus serum and bring him along. In this desolate wilderness, if we don't save him, he will surely die. At these words, everyone exchanged glances. Commander Bai also looked troubled, hesitating as he said, young miss, this man is merely a stranger. That antivirus serum is incredibly precious, it's truly not worth it. The beautiful woman slightly furrowed her delicate brows. Do my words hold no weight? Very well. Your wish is my command, Miss Bai Yuan. Seeing this, Commander Bai shook his head helplessly. Miss Bai Yuan was known for her kind heart, but giving precious virus serum to a stranger was simply too much of a sacrifice. Commander Bai Yi produced a test tube containing a clear liquid. He administered the serum to Zhāng Hào. Within half a minute, Zhāng Hao's labored breathing began to steady slightly, and a faint flush returned to his cheeks. Take him with us. Seeing this, Bai Yi waved his hand, and attendants lifted Zhāng Hào onto the back of a black horse. Depart. Ensure we reach Blackrock City before nightfall. Commander Bai Yi and his group set off once more, now with Zhāng Hào in their ranks. Where are we? The constant jostling of the journey left Zhāng Hào feeling quite unwell. He slowly awoke from his slumber, his gaze dazed as he looked around. He realized he was lying prone on the horse's back, surrounded by mounted riders. The uncomfortable position of lying prone made him groan. He pushed himself up with his arms and shifted to sit upright on the saddle. Young miss. Commander Bai Yi, he's awake. A knight who witnessed this exclaimed loudly. You're awake? Have some water. Commander Bai Yi called out from a distance, tossing a water flask his way. Zhāng Hào deftly caught it. Thank you. Though Zhāng Hào hadn't yet grasped the situation, he still offered his thanks. He unscrewed the flask's cap and drank the clear water in big gulps. Zhāng Hào naturally didn't suspect the water was poisoned. If they truly intended harm, he'd been completely defenseless while unconscious. You're one lucky bastard to have run into Miss Bai Yuan. You're infected with the virus. Anyone else would either ignore your life or death or simply cut off your head. One of the knights addressed Zhāng Hào. I'm infected with a virus? Zhāng Hào recalled the earlier incident. He had been scratched by the undead's claws, never expecting it would lead to this infection. The realization sent a cold sweat soaking his back. His dimensional space contained the virus serum, but while unconscious, he couldn't administer it. Had he not encountered these people, he would likely have already turned into a zombie by now. Thank you, Miss Bai. Zhāng Hào looked toward the carriage in the center and said gratefully. You still seem quite weak. Blackrock City is just ahead. Why don't you come to my family's residence to recuperate for a few days? Bai Yuan's voice from within the carriage was gentle as flowing water. Merely hearing it, Zhāng Hào could tell she must be a kind and compassionate woman, and indeed she was. Otherwise, he doubted he would have regained consciousness. Zhāng Hào nodded slightly, still utterly clueless about their exact location. He might as well head to this so-called Blackrock City first. While recuperating, he could also take the time to sort out his situation. Zhāng Hào observed the people around him, inwardly remarking, their attire is truly old-fashioned. The knight's attire differed greatly from other psychic users. Even more peculiar was their choice to travel on horseback rather than by carriage. Could it be? I really did travel through time? Zhāng Hào found the notion absurd, yet the realization that these people also possessed the virus serum confirmed he remained in the same world. Only the technology here seemed considerably backward. Not even automobiles or similar vehicles were in sight. Finally, we're here. A city wall gradually came into view ahead. Constructed from massive black rock, the wall soared 60 meters high, radiating a profound, imposing aura. Standing beneath its walls, one couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of their own insignificance. This was Blackrock City. During the journey, Zhāng Hào had learned some details. This convoy belonged to the Bai family, one of Blackrock City's prominent clans. The woman in the carriage, Bai Yuan, was the Bai family's young mistress. She had been visiting relatives elsewhere and had only recently begun her journey home. Upon reaching the city gates, fully armed soldiers stood guard, equipped with swords and other cold weapons. We are members of the Bai family. Commander Bai Yi presented an identification token. After a brief inspection, the soldiers allowed them to pass. In Blackrock City, while the Bai family wasn't among the most powerful, it was certainly one of the major clans. Chapter 120, The Bai Family of Blackrock City. This city is truly magnificent. Upon entering Blackrock City, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but exclaim. The streets of Blackrock City were exceptionally wide, easily accommodating 10 carriages side by side. The streets teemed with people, bustling with activity, showcasing the city's prosperity. It was said that Blackrock City's population exceeded 3 million. Yet, both the city and its inhabitants gave off an intensely retro vibe. No electric lights or automobiles were in sight. Instead, it carried a distinct flavor reminiscent of ancient China. Everyone wore traditional attire. Were it not for the existence of the virus serum, Zhāng Hào might have genuinely suspected he had traveled through time once more. Sister, you're finally back. Outside the Bai family residence, a crowd had gathered to welcome her. Among them, a teenager of 17 or 18 approached with a beaming face. You'll be of age in a few days. You must carry yourself with more composure. Seeing the youth, Bai Yuan's lips curved into a gentle smile as she gave him a light pat on the head. This youth was her younger brother, Bai Hongfei. Ha? Who is this? Bai Hongfei's gaze instantly locked onto the unfamiliar face of Zhāng Hào amidst the crowd. He was encountered in the wilderness, likely attacked by 0.7 bandits who robbed him of his belongings. He'll be staying at the manor for a few days. Commander Bai Yi explained from the side, deliberately omitting the fact that Zhāng Hào had been infected by a zombie bite to avoid unnecessary trouble. In his view, once Zhāng Hào departed in a few days, the matter could be treated as if it had never happened. I see. You may stay at the Bai residence without worry, food and lodging are provided. Bai Hongfei said heartily. Zhāng Hào nodded his thanks, inwardly moved by the kindness of the Bai siblings. 3 days had passed since Zhāng Hào arrived at the Bai residence. One day, while browsing through a book in the family's library, an odd expression crossed his face. This place is actually the Nightmare Realm. The book detailed certain matters concerning this place, causing Zhāng Hao's lips to twitch involuntarily. The Nightmare Realm, he had never heard of this place, but he could confirm it was still within the Earth world. This place is likely similar to that blood-colored microcosm of the Dark Witch clan. I must have encountered spatial turbulence while traversing the Void Rift, leading me to stumble into this realm by accident. Zhāng Hào mused silently. In this world, Earth's space coexisted with numerous other dimensions. Though all resided on the same planet, they occupied distinct spatial dimensions. To draw an analogy, Earth was like a single floor, while those diverse spaces were like separate floors, existing without interference from one another. Yet, through spatial fissures and psychic portals, one could reach other levels. Zhāng Hào had journeyed from the earthly realm to this place known as the Nightmare Realm. The Nightmare Realm's territory was far less vast than Earth's, and its technological advancement lagged behind. In fact, this world had never prioritized technological development at all. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. How on earth was he supposed to get back? Finding a spatial fissure back to Earth depended entirely on luck. Who knew how long he'd have to wait? The most powerful ruler of the Nightmare Realm is the Nightmare Palace within Nightmare City. Surely this Nightmare Palace must hold the key to the passage back to the Earth world. Through studying ancient texts, Zhāng Hào had grasped the fundamental nature of this realm. Compared to Earth, the Nightmare Realm was merely a minor world. Though technologically underdeveloped, it possessed a vital item, the virus serum. Bai Yi and the others had acquired theirs from the Nightmare Palace. From this, it could be deduced that the Nightmare Realm most likely controlled the passageway to the Earth world. We must make a trip to the Nightmare Demon City. Zhāng Hào closed the scroll, thinking to himself. The Nightmare Demon City and the Nightmare Demon Palace were the rulers of this small world, with the Nightmare Demon Palace holding an extraordinary status, wielding influence akin to that of a national government. Zhāng Hào resolved to bid farewell to Bai Yuan. In this unfamiliar land, he felt no sense of belonging and yearned to return to Earth. Otherwise, if too much time passed, the Holy Legion might mistakenly believe he had met with misfortune. Miss Bai Yuan, my devotion to you is as clear as heaven and earth. Please accept me. I, Dongfang Sun, swear here that I will treat you well. As soon as Zhāng Hào entered the back garden, he heard a man's voice. This surprised him greatly. Someone was actually proposing to Bai Yuan here? Zhāng Hào halted his steps outside the garden, thinking it would be inappropriate to interrupt such a scene. Dongfang Sun, I've already told you I have no feelings for you. Bai Yuan's voice carried a rare hint of irritation. From a distance, Zhāng Hào observed a handsome man in the garden ahead, his expression tinged with a subtle darkness. He gazed at Bai Yuan with profound devotion. Miss Bai Yuan, with your father's recent passing, a union between our families would stabilize the situation. Bai Yuan clenched her fists tightly. The head of the Bai family had died suddenly and inexplicably not long ago. Since then, Dongfang Sun had come courting, clearly coveting the Bai family's wealth. Bai Yuan even suspected her father's death was connected to the Dongfang family. Moreover, the Dongfang family's recent expansion had been unusually rapid. Achieving such growth without resorting to underhanded means was utterly impossible. Forget it. Bai Yuan refused again without hesitation. The Bai family's legacy could never be swallowed by outsiders. You. A hint of savagery flickered across Dongfang Sun's face. He was inherently a cunning and vicious man, even he found it awkward to feign such deep affection. Now, his warm advances met with a cold shoulder, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. He even felt an impulse to strike down the woman before him. What do you intend to do? Zhāng Hào keenly sensed the murderous intent radiating from Dongfang Sun and immediately barked coldly, then strode into the garden. Bai Yuan had once saved his life naturally. Zhāng Hào wouldn't stand idly by. Oomph. Stubborn and self-destructive. Dongfang Sun snorted coldly, ignoring Zhāng Hào entirely. He addressed Bai Yuan with icy detachment before turning and striding away without a backward glance. Thank you for freeing me from this predicament. Bai Yuan watched Dongfang Sun's receding figure, a hint of weariness creeping onto her face. It was nothing. Zhāng Hào had intended to take his leave, but witnessing this scene, he involuntarily swallowed the words on his lips. Very well. I'll depart in a few days. Zhāng Hào decided not to rush his departure. After all, a few extra days wouldn't hurt. At the very least, he needed to repay Bai Yuan's earlier kindness and ensure her safety. Though Zhāng Hào wasn't exactly a saint, he had his own principles: repay kindness and settle grudges. After Zhāng Hào departed, a flicker of unease crossed Bai Yuan's face. Hongfei will turn 18 in 2 days, qualifying him to inherit the position of head of the Bai family. We had already agreed that after his coming-of-age ceremony, he would succeed his father. But the Dongfang family has been eyeing us greedily all this time. Ah. Bai Yuan's sigh echoed softly through the garden, heavy with sorrow. Coming-of-age ceremony? While dining in the Bai family dining hall that day, Zhāng Hào overheard the news. Bai Hongfei would hold his coming-of-age ceremony today. According to what Zhāng Hào had learned from books, coming-of-age ceremonies for aristocratic families like the Bais typically involved hunting a mutated beast as proof of courage and strength. Of course, the chosen mutated beasts were usually relatively weak, ensuring a high probability of success with minimal risk. However, what Zhāng Hào had witnessed earlier in the back garden led him to believe the Dongfang family would undoubtedly interfere with Bai Hongfei's coming-of-age ceremony. As the sole male heir in the Bai family's direct line, eliminating Bai Hongfei would make seizing the Bai family's assets a simple matter. Chapter 121, The Depths of Human Malice. As for Bai Hongfei not attending the coming-of-age ceremony? That was utterly impossible. To inherit the position of head of the Bai family, he must first establish a certain level of prestige. Slaying a mutant beast at the coming-of-age ceremony and then declaring his succession as head of the Bai family, this was what every member of the Bai family wholeheartedly anticipated. Don't worry, sister. I'm a third-tier psychic. What's the big deal about killing a first-tier mutant beast? I could crush it effortlessly with one hand. The Bai family contingent was about to depart for the Blackrock Arena in Blackrock City. Unlike Bai Yuan's deep concern, Bai Hongfei radiated absolute confidence. Don't underestimate it. Bai Yuan sighed helplessly. While her brother excelled in many areas, he remained naive about the complex and treacherous nature of human hearts. The Dongfang family would stop at nothing to devour the Bai family's holdings. The Blackrock Arena is property of the city lord's mansion. With everyone watching, they shouldn't dare act recklessly. Bai Yuan could only console herself with this thought. Miss Bai, young Master Bai, may I accompany you? Just as the Bai family's crew prepared to depart, a man approached them. It was none other than Zhāng Hào. Ha, of course you may. It'll broaden your horizons. Just wait and see this young master's prowess in slaying mutant beasts. Before anyone else could respond, Bai Hongfei had already agreed readily. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but find it amusing. Bai Hongfei possessed the heart of a youth, bold, generous, and straightforward, devoid of scheming, truly simple-minded. An extra companion posed no real issue, and none in the Bai family's group voiced objection. Thus, the group of nearly 100 set off toward the Blackrock Arena at the heart of Blackrock City. The coming-of-age ceremonies for these young nobles were always held at the Blackrock Arena, witnessed by the citizens of Blackrock City. In a lavish chamber, two figures sat quietly sipping tea. A man with a hooked nose inquired softly, "How has the matter progressed?" A middle-aged man dressed as a steward hurriedly nodded repeatedly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Rest assured, Commander Mu," he replied. "Everything has been handled perfectly." "Ha! Excellent." Hearing this, the handsome man beside him, Dongfang Sun, couldn't help but laugh heartily. "My deepest gratitude, Commander Mu. No need for formalities. From now on, we're family." Commander Mu, with his hooked nose, grinned. "Marrying my sister to him wouldn't be a bad deal." Dongfang Sun nodded silently to himself, thinking this. Commander Mu was a member of the city lord's household and also the overseer of the Blackrock Arena. The Dongfang family sought this marriage alliance to leverage his influence within Blackrock City. With Commander Mu's backing, the insignificant Bai family would be a piece of cake to deal with. Commander Mu and Dongfang Sun exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding implicit. The Bai family's young master is holding his coming-of-age ceremony today. Indeed. Word is the Bai family patriarch passed away suddenly not long ago. Alas. Old Master Bai was such a good man. Truly a pity. Let's hope his son has what it takes to uphold the family legacy. At that moment, the Blackrock Arena was already teeming with spectators. In Blackrock City, Bai Hongfei's coming-of-age ceremony was no small affair. The rite required battling a mutated beast to prove one's strength and courage, naturally drawing a large crowd of onlookers. The Bai family planned to have Bai Hongfei elected as the new head of the family after he completed his rite of passage, witnessed by the people of Blackrock City. This would help stabilize the hearts of the Bai family members. After all, the passing of the previous head had plunged the Bai family into a state of disarray, leaving them leaderless. In a waiting room, Bai Hongfei spoke reluctantly, "Sis, I'm dressed so thickly that no one can even see my face. Can I skip the helmet?" Generally, coming-of-age ceremonies posed little danger. On one hand, the chosen mutated beasts were relatively weak. On the other, participants wore full-body armor. Under these circumstances, getting injured by a mutant beast would be tantamount to being as clumsy as a 3-year-old. At that moment, Bai Hongfei held a long spear and wore a full set of light iron armor. This armor offered high defense without being cumbersome, allowing full mobility though its price was naturally steep. Bai Yuan's expression turned stern as he warned, "Don't let your guard down. You're destined to become the head of the Bai family." Right. With a sigh of resignation, Bai Hongfei secured his helmet. Once everything was prepared, Bai Hongfei entered the center of the arena through the passageway. This arena bore a striking resemblance to the gladiatorial arena of the Celestial Palace, a massive circular structure. At its center lay the combat arena, surrounded by spiral-shaped spectator stands capable of holding tens of thousands. This arena served not only as the venue for coming-of-age ceremonies but also hosted bloody entertainment events periodically. Simply put, it was akin to ancient beast fights, mutant beasts pitted against each other to the death while spectators placed wagers. It was a thrilling spectacle many were passionate about. Why are there so many people here? Upon entering the center of the arena, Bai Hongfei was startled to see the spectator seats completely filled. Commander Mu bellowed, "The Bai family's young master, Bai Hongfei, is holding his coming-of-age ceremony here. Let us all witness his courage and strength." "Young Master Bai!" The crowd erupted in excited shouts. A coming-of-age ceremony combined with a battle against a mutated beast, it was incredibly thrilling. They couldn't wait to witness the spectacle. Bai Hongfei couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, while Bai Yuan frowned deeply. She spotted Dongfang Sun in the opposite spectator stands. He was smiling at her, his face unabashedly revealing a sneer. A bad feeling welled up in Bai Yuan's heart. Could it be that the other side had truly tampered with this coming-of-age ceremony? But did the Dongfang family truly possess the capability to meddle on the city lord's estate? Zhāng Hào remained silent beside her. If nothing happened, that would be best. But if the Bai family faced trouble, he would certainly step in to help. "Release the mutant beast, the one in cage 3. Commander Mu ordered a guard beside him. "Cage 3? The guard looked surprised, but under Commander Mu's stern gaze, he dared not say more. He nodded quickly and hurried away. Boom! Soon after, thunderous booms echoed from one of the arena's stone doors. The heavy slab slowly rose, revealing a passageway. From within the passage, a dark figure emerged. All spectators fell instantly silent, their eyes fixed with anticipation on the fierce battle about to unfold. "That's a green-scaled lizard?" Bai Yuan gripped his spear tightly. Upon recognizing the creature emerging from the passageway, he froze for a moment before a relaxed smile touched his lips. "I was wondering what it could be." Emerging from the passageway was a green-scaled lizard, over a meter in length. Its body was covered in green scales, its frame slightly lean, giving it an appearance that wasn't particularly formidable. A low-tier, first-stage green-scaled lizard? Dongfang Sun looked at Commander Mu with some surprise. While Bai Hongfei had grown up in a relatively sheltered environment, he was still a third-tier psychic. Even with his eyes closed, dealing with a first-tier mutant beast like this should be a piece of cake, right? Don't worry. This green-scaled lizard is no ordinary creature. Our city lord's mansion paid a hefty price to capture it. Many lives were lost in the process. Commander Mu said with a smile. Go for it. The crowd's spirits instantly ignited, cheering Bai Hongfei on with fervor. Chapter 122, Subtle Energy Fluctuations. The green-scaled lizard, however, appeared somewhat bewildered. It looked around its surroundings in confusion, its expression dull and clueless, hardly the demeanor of a formidable mutant beast. Ha! Just a low-tier first-stage mutant beast. Commander Bai Yi and the other Bai family members relaxed visibly at this sight, and Bai Yuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Only Zhāng Hào frowned inwardly. He sensed an extremely subtle energy fluctuation within the green-scaled lizard. Kill! Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Bai Hongfei's blood boiled. With a low shout, he charged toward the green-scaled lizard like a bolt of lightning. Speed amplification, activate! Bai Hongfei roared under his breath, activating his special ability Speed Amplification. His spear left a trail of afterimages as it slashed viciously toward the green-scaled lizard, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. This strike was Bai Hongfei's all-out effort. Logically, a low-tier first-stage mutant beast should have been easily dispatched with a single spear thrust. Yet, this green-scaled lizard was far from as simple as it appeared. Thud! Bai Hongfei's spear successfully pierced the green-scaled lizard's body, yet he froze in shock. His strike had only hit one of its afterimages. The lizard had sidestepped a meter or two, effortlessly evading his attack. Hiss! The green-scaled lizard seemed enraged by Bai Hongfei's strike, emitting a shrill cry. The piercing, ear-splitting shriek caused the spectators in the stands to clasp their ears in agony. Amidst the piercing screech, a powerful aura radiated from the green-scaled lizard, its body continuously swelling. This isn't a first-tier green-scaled lizard. Bai Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. He watched in disbelief as the lizard's body rapidly expanded from 1 meter to 3 meters, 4 meters, all the way to 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, the once clumsy and dull-witted green-scaled lizard had undergone a shocking transformation. In the blink of an eye, its length surged from 1 meter to 10 meters, towering as high as a single-story building. Its body was covered in blood-red scales, sharp fangs interlocked within its gaping maw, and its thick limbs radiated savage power. A frenzied aura surged toward Bai Hongfei like a tidal wave, enveloping him completely. This is a 4th-tier mutant beast, the Bloodscale Earth Dragon. Under the crushing weight of this terrifying presence, Bai Hongfei's legs trembled uncontrollably. His eyes went wide as he stared blankly at the sudden colossal creature before him, his mind filled with shock and dread. A first-tier green-scaled lizard had transformed into a 4th-tier blood-scaled Earth Dragon. This left Bai Hongfei's mind in utter chaos. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Quick! Quick! Stop the duel! Bai Yuan's voice was filled with urgency and worry as she shouted frantically. From a distance, Dongfang Sun witnessed the scene. He paused for a moment, then a look of delight spread across his face. Its ability is camouflage? Exactly. Commander Mu chuckled, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes. This blood-scale earth dragon possesses extraordinary camouflage abilities. It usually disguises itself as an extremely weak creature. Our city lord's office's psychics were careless back then and suffered a major setback because of it. Taking advantage of Bai Hongfei's coming-of-age ceremony, Commander Mu released this blood-scale earth dragon with its camouflage abilities. Even if he faced criticism afterward, he could find ways to shift all blame away from himself. After all, who could have imagined that seemingly harmless green-scaled lizard would transform into a terrifying blood-scale earth dragon in an instant? The blood-scale earth dragon towered as high as a building, gazing down at Bai Hongfei with eyes blazing with ferocity. Its gaping maw dripped with viscous saliva. Run, run! Bai Hongfei finally snapped out of his daze and frantically turned to flee. But in his panic, his left foot tripped over his right, sending him stumbling and crashing heavily to the ground. No! Bai Yuan witnessed the scene and let out a desperate scream. Her father was already gone. Now her younger brother, barely an adult, was about to meet a tragic end before her very eyes? The blood-scale earth dragon let out a deafening roar, opening its gaping maw wide enough to swallow everything and lunged toward Bai Hongfei on the ground. Its dagger-like fangs were razor-sharp, capable of tearing through steel and bone with ease. This blood-scale earth dragon had been captured alive by the city lord's men and imprisoned in a cage, its heart long filled with pent-up murderous intent. Now, faced with prey delivered right to its doorstep, it naturally wouldn't let it slip away. Bai Hongfei struggled to his feet, only to turn and witness this terrifying spectacle. His mind instantly went blank. A sinister smile spread across the lips of both Commander Mu and Dongfang Sun. Just as Bai Hongfei was about to meet his end at the dragon's jaws, a figure leapt down from the arena's spectator seats like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào had been watching the situation closely. Seeing the blood-scale earth dragon about to strike Bai Hongfei, how could he stand idly by? Though Bai Hongfei was a bit of a scatterbrain, he was genuinely kind-hearted. Zhāng Hào propelled himself like a cannonball, covering nearly 100 meters as he plummeted toward the blood-scale earth dragon's head. The blood-scale earth dragon sensed the disturbance above, but paid it no mind. It continued its reckless charge toward Bai Hongfei, intent on crushing his skull. But then... crack! Zhāng Hào crashed down like a meteorite, his foot slamming down with the force of a heavy hammer, striking the dragon's densely scaled head with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A terrifying force surged forth like a tidal wave. The dragon's lunging body was slammed into the ground at a 90-degree angle by the immense impact. Its head slammed into the rocky ground, sinking deep into the surface. The immense force instantly shattered the dragon's skull beyond recognition. Brain matter and blood mingled, staining the ground in a gruesome mess. Are you okay? After crushing the 4th-tier blood-scale earth dragon under his boot, Zhāng Hào turned to Bai Hongfei, whose face still bore traces of terror, and asked with concern. I'm fine. Bai Hongfei instinctively shook his head, but immediately his face filled with astonishment. What on earth was going on? Wasn't Zhāng Hào staying temporarily at the Bai residence because he'd been robbed by bandits and lost all his money? Bai Hongfei's gaze instinctively fell upon the blood-scale earth dragon whose skull Zhāng Hào had crushed with a single stomp. He swallowed hard. Just how formidable a bandit would dare rob such a terrifying individual? He's actually such a powerful psychic? Commander Bai Yuan, and the others all wore expressions of utter disbelief. That Zhāng Hào was a psionic wasn't surprising, but Bai had estimated him to be at most a 1st or 2nd-tier psionic. Otherwise, how could he have been scratched and infected by a zombie? Yet Zhāng Hào had single-handedly killed a 4th-tier blood-scale earth dragon with one kick. Such power was utterly outrageous. Chapter 123, Disrupting the Plan. Who exactly is he? Dongfang Sun's expression darkened. With Bai Hongfei dead, the Bai family had no heir. Wouldn't that tempting prize now be entirely at his mercy? Success seemed within reach, yet an unexpected obstacle had emerged. Commander Mu glared at Zhāng Hào with equal fury. Many lives had been sacrificed to capture this blood-scale earth dragon, which they'd intended to use as the arena's ace beast to rake in profits. Yet someone had killed it with such effortless ease. He was genuinely shocked by Zhāng Hao's power. Even if not a 5th-tier grandmaster, he must rank among the absolute elite of 4th-tier psychics. Let's go! Zhāng Hào led Bai Hongfei out of the arena and approached the spectator seats where Bai Yuan and the others were seated. Thank you, thank you. Bai Yuan gazed at Zhāng Hào, expressing sincere gratitude. The rest of the Bai family members felt equally overwhelmed with endless thanks. Had Bai Hongfei died here, the Bai family would truly have been finished. Bai Hongfei scratched his head awkwardly. Brother Zhang, I had no idea you were this powerful. Zhāng Hào smiled faintly. Today, he had repaid Bai Yuan's life-saving favor. Now he could proceed to Nightmare City with ease, searching for a way out. That's a 4th-tier mutated beast, the blood-scale earth dragon? Who is that noble? To slay a 4th-tier mutant beast with a single strike. But how could a green-scaled lizard of this tier transform into a blood-scale earth dragon? The spectators in the stands were already buzzing like a boiling pot, their murmurs growing louder. This only deepened Commander Mu's gloom. This incident would undoubtedly affect him. If the objective had been achieved, it might have been tolerable, but failure was not an option. If the city lord held him accountable for this, the trouble would be immense. Just as Bai Yuan was about to speak, his brow suddenly furrowed. A group of people approached from the distance, the Dongfang family entourage, led by Dongfang Sun. Impressive, truly impressive. I underestimated your Bai family. Dongfang Sun stared at Zhāng Hào with admiration. The Bai family actually possesses such a formidable warrior? How did you manage to recruit him? Zhāng Hao's gaze was icy as he looked at him, as if observing a clown jumping around. This young master of a prominent family thought himself capable, but in truth, he was utterly useless outside his clan. Killing him would be as easy as moving a finger for Zhāng Hào. Miss Bai Yuan is as beautiful as a celestial being. Could it be she lured you with her charms? Or perhaps you covet the Bai family's wealth, aspiring to become its master? Dongfang Sun wore a look of utter bewilderment. After much thought, those are the only two possible reasons. At these words, Zhāng Hao's expression instantly turned as cold as ice. Bai Yuan's fury reached its peak. Seeing his most respected elder sister insulted, Bai Hongfei's eyes blazed crimson as he roared furiously, Dongfang Sun. How dare you insult my sister? I will take your life. Behind Dongfang Sun, two psychics exchanged glances and burst into laughter. One tall man shook his head and said, You're just a greenhorn who knows nothing. What good does all this shouting do? Take my life? I'm right here in front of you. Come at me if you've got the guts. Dongfang Sun's plan had been ruined, and he was seething with pent-up anger. At those words, a mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't be impulsive. Though Bai Yuan was furious, he gently patted Bai Hongfei's shoulder. Fighting here would only put them at a disadvantage. Yet Dongfang Sun refused to let it go. Lowering his voice, he hissed, Kid, you got lucky just now. I, Dongfang Sun, always finish what I start. This isn't over. Your Bai family's assets are destined to be mine. And your sister make her marry me willingly. Maybe I'll show some mercy. As the words left his mouth, Dongfang Sun's expression shifted to surprise. In his mind, Bai Hongfei should have erupted in fury upon hearing this, but reality defied his expectations. Bai Hongfei didn't raise his voice. Bai Hongfei's voice was cold and steady. I could tolerate your targeting me, but you have repeatedly insulted my sister in front of me. My patience with you has reached its limit. This is bad. Dongfang Sun's heart tightened, his pupils suddenly contracting as a sense of foreboding washed over him. He tried to retreat, but it was too late. Bai Hongfei had just stepped out of the arena, still gripping his spear tightly. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared with fury, Go to hell! Thud! Accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn apart, Dongfang Sun's throat was mercilessly pierced by the spear. Bai Hongfei gripped the spear shaft tightly, his body heaving with the intensity of his emotions. Already hot-blooded and impulsive, he had narrowly escaped death at the jaws of the blood-scale earth dragon in the arena moments before. Now, the very culprit responsible for that near-fatal ordeal dared to threaten them again. This ignited Bai Hongfei's fury completely, robbing him of all reason. Without a second thought, he thrust the spear into Dongfang Sun's throat. Cough! 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 The spearhead was wrenched free. Dongfang Sun's eyes widened in horror as blood gushed from his neck like a fountain. He never imagined he would meet his end at the hands of a mere upstart. He had never once taken this young master of the Bai family seriously. Thud! Dongfang Sun fell heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with bitter resentment. His two bodyguards froze in shock. They never anticipated Bai Hongfei would actually strike, leaving them no chance to protect Dongfang Sun before he met his brutal end. Bai Yuan was stunned, a chill spreading through his heart, even plunging him into despair. Bai Hongfei had killed someone within the city walls. The city lord's mansion would never let him off lightly. The iron law was as unyielding as a mountain, brooking no violation. That kid, he actually has some guts. Zhāng Hào hadn't anticipated Bai Hongfei's sudden attack either, but he couldn't help but silently admire him. Youthful impetuosity wasn't entirely a bad thing. Dongfang Sun had brought this upon himself. Even if Bai Hongfei hadn't acted, he himself had been planning to intervene. Murder, murder. The Blackrock City citizens who witnessed Dongfang Sun's brutal death were seized by terror. They scattered in all directions, plunging the scene into utter chaos. You bastard! How dare you kill young Master Dongfang? Seize him and bring him back to the family for the patriarch's judgment. Dongfang Sun's two bodyguards were furious beyond words. With their master dead before their eyes, they knew punishment awaited them too. Protect the young master. Seeing this, Bai Yi shouted urgently. His group rushed forward, shielding Bai Hongfei. Boom! Boom! However, Dongfang Sun's two bodyguards possessed formidable strength, both reaching the peak of the third tier, while Bai Yi himself was only at the mid-third tier. The Dongfang family's two psychics effortlessly sent Bai Yi and his men flying backward, spitting blood. Kid, come with us quietly. The towering man lunged viciously toward Bai Hongfei's throat as the young man was still consumed by guilt over the killing. Put. At that moment, a faint sound echoed. A dark flash of light streaked through the air, and a gaping hole appeared in the tall man's forehead. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground, his face frozen in utter bewilderment. He never understood how he had met his end. Big brother. Another psychic among Dongfang Sun's bodyguards cried out in terror. Pop. With a flick of Zhāng Hao's wrist, a beam of annihilating light shot forth, piercing straight through his skull and dispatching him effortlessly. Brother. Brother Zhang. Bai Hongfei finally snapped back to reality, staring blankly at Zhāng Hào. Since we've started this, we might as well turn the world upside down. Zhāng Hao's gaze was as cold as frost. Having intervened in this matter, he would see it through to the end. Freeze. The Black Rock Arena guards closed in, surrounding the area. Their expressions were grim, filled with murderous intent. Daring to kill within Black Rock City whoever it was, punishment was inevitable. A cold glint flashed in Commander Mu's eyes. His own brother-in-law had lost his life on his turf. I killed Dongfang Sun and his 2 men. If you've got the guts, come at me. Zhāng Hào stepped forward, meeting Commander Mu's gaze without flinching. Bai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed with light. Zhāng Hao's imposing figure radiated a reassuring sense of reliability. Chapter 124, Cross this line, die. Bai slowly rose from the ground, clutching his chest. The scene before him filled him with guilt. When Zhāng Hào had been infected with the virus, Bai Yi had suggested eliminating him. Yet today, Zhāng Hào had willingly taken the blame for murder to protect the Bai family. It must be said, the Bai family was truly fortunate. Bai Yuan's kindness had not been in vain after all. Seize him. Commander Mu bellowed. SSSSH. Just as some soldiers moved forward, Zhāng Hào gave a cold snort. His finger lightly traced the ground, and in an instant, a dark, destructive light flashed. A bottomless crack appeared in the earth, as if the ground had been sliced in two by a sharp blade. The soldiers halted in their tracks, staring at the nearly 100-meter-long black fissure and swallowing hard. They had witnessed Zhāng Hào crush a 4th-tier bloodscale earth dragon underfoot with a single stomp. They knew all too well that advancing recklessly now would be tantamount to suicide. Cross this line, and die. Zhāng Hào radiated murderous intent, his icy gaze sweeping the area. Those met by his stare instinctively stepped back. You lot, hurry up and go. Commander Mu shouted, his voice trembling with fear, though he himself dared not move an inch. HM? A master has arrived? Zhāng Hao's eyes flickered as he spotted a towering, imposing figure emerging from the doorway of a distant private room. At the sight of this man, everyone breathed a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted. Commander Mu, overcome with joy, exclaimed, Lord City Master. This man was none other than Li Zongyue, Lord of Blackrock City. Lord City Master, this audacious individual has committed murder. Right here in our arena, before everyone's eyes, he killed Dongfang Sun of the Dongfang family. Commander Mu hurriedly reported. But Li Zongyue waved him off, and Commander Mu had no choice but to swallow the rest of his words. Li Zongyue spoke with authority, everything that just happened I saw it all clearly from my box. Mu. I entrusted you with managing this arena as a mark of my trust. Yet you colluded with Dongfang Sun to sabotage Bai Hongfei's coming-of-age ceremony. Li Zongyue's gaze was icy as he fixed it on Commander Mu. I didn't. Commander Mu looked utterly stunned. He never imagined Li Zongyue would confront him instead of pursuing Zhāng Hào. A wave of dread washed over him, causing his speech to falter. That blood-scaled earth dragon, capable of disguise, was captured by my own hand. I specifically ordered you to guard it meticulously, yet you released it to attempt Bai Hongfei's murder. Do you understand the gravity of your crime? Li Zongyue roared angrily. City Lord, spare my life. Commander Mu instantly knelt on the ground. This matter would never stand up to investigation. He banged his head on the ground like a pestle, tears and snot streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. Imprison him in Blackrock City's water dungeon. Await disposition. Li Zongyue ordered. Yes, sir. Soldiers immediately dragged the wailing Commander Mu away. Zhāng Hào was quite surprised. He had expected a fierce battle. In his perception, Li Zongyue possessed profound and unfathomable strength, at least a 5th-tier Grandmaster-level psychic power not to be underestimated. Then, Li Zongyue turned to the Bai family members with a smile. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the Bai family's affairs. I will issue a warning to the Dongfang family shortly. Within Blackrock City, no one can challenge the authority of your Bai family. Thank you, Lord City Master. Bai Yuan and the others were both shocked and overjoyed. In Blackrock City, Li Zongyue held absolute authority. With his words, no one would dare covet the Bai family's assets. Li Zongyue then turned to Zhāng Hào with genuine warmth. Young friend, would you care to visit my residence? I would be most honored to make the acquaintance of a young talent like yourself. Very well, I'll take you up on that. Zhāng Hào accepted after a moment's thought. He understood that Li Zongyue's display of impartiality was likely due to him. Why else would he not have intervened earlier? Zhāng Hào was also deeply curious about Li Zongyue's purpose in seeking him out. After all, Li Zongyue was the ruler of Blackrock City and a powerful 5th-tier psychic. If he had no request, he certainly wouldn't be this courteous and gracious. The Bai family members exchanged puzzled glances. Who exactly was this Zhāng Hào? That he could command such profound respect from a figure like Li Zongyue. It was well known that Li Zongyue had ruled Blackrock City for decades. As a 5th-tier psionicist, ordinary matters scarcely registered in his eyes, and he never meddled in the feuds between the city's clans. Yet, for Zhāng Hào alone, he had personally pledged to protect the Bai family. So, that's it? It's all settled? Bai Hongfei looked utterly bewildered. He had personally killed Dongfang Sun, a member of the Dongfang family. Blackrock City's rules were as rigid as steel. By all logic, he should have faced severe punishment. Yet, because of Zhāng Hào, he was completely unscathed? Bai Hongfei couldn't fathom that the so-called rules were always made for the weak. This way, please. Seeing Zhāng Hào agree, Li Zongyue was overjoyed. He invited Zhāng Hào to leave with him, heading outside the arena. There, a lavish carriage stood waiting. 627 Li Zongyue invited Zhāng Hào aboard, and they headed straight for the city lord's mansion. In the reception hall of the city lord's mansion, servants respectfully served premium fragrant tea. Zhāng Hào, however, did not touch a drop. Instead, he asked directly, "City lordly, what business brings you to me? Whatever I can do within my power, I shall assist." Throughout their journey, Li Zongyue had been exceedingly warm, lavishing Zhāng Hào with courtesy and even promising to protect the Bai family. Zhāng Hào understood clearly that Li must have a request. Li Zongyue cleared his throat lightly. "Then I shall be blunt. This matter presents Brother Zhang with an unparalleled opportunity for meteoric success. Should you succeed, your future will be boundless, and you will wield immense power in the nightmare realm." Zhāng Hào was deeply suspicious, wondering if this fellow was running some kind of pyramid scheme. Li Zongyue smiled faintly. "Have you heard of the Nightmare Demon Palace?" "Of course I have. Who hasn't heard of the Nightmare Demon Palace?" Zhāng Hao's heart skipped a beat. Could this matter be connected to the Nightmare Palace? In the Nightmare Realm, the Nightmare Palace held absolute dominion, even controlling the passageways out of this realm. Its mysterious and unfathomable nature was beyond imagination. Li Zongyue continued, "The Nightmare Demon Palace has ruled the Nightmare Realm since ancient times, possessing supreme authority. The Nightmare Palace has 3 palace lords, among whom the Great Palace Lord, Yama, is the most renowned and formidable being in the entire Nightmare Realm. Once, a beast king terrorized the realm, only to be slain by the hand of Palace Master Yama himself." The fact that the Yama Palace Lord could slay a beast king made Zhāng Hao's heart tighten. The other 2 rulers must surely be no ordinary beings either. In other words, based on what was known, the Nightmare Palace possessed 3 powerhouses of the king level. Such power was truly terrifying. The Palace Master of Yama had a daughter late in life, whom he named Yen Shuyue. The old Palace Master Yen cherished her deeply. Recently, upon Miss Yen Shuyue's 18th birthday, the old Palace Master held a lavish coming-of-age ceremony for her. Invitations were sent throughout the entire Yen realm, summoning all young talents to Yen City. His intent was to select a suitable husband from among them. Li Zongyue spoke at length, but Zhāng Hào grew increasingly uneasy as he listened. Before Li Zongyue could finish, Zhāng Hao's eyes widened. "Lordly, you wouldn't be suggesting I go to Yenyu City for this matchmaking event, would you?" Zhāng Hào was at a loss for words. He had thought Li Zongyue had some important matter to discuss, but this was it? The old Palace Master of Nightmare Palace was selecting a husband for his daughter, and Li Zongyue actually wanted him to participate? Chapter 125, The Old Palace Master Selects a Husband for His Daughter. Li Zongyue cleared his throat and said solemnly, "Miss Su Yeye is as beautiful as a celestial being, and her family background is truly extraordinary. To become her husband is the dream of every man in the Yenyu realm. Were I not already old and frail, I would insist on competing for her hand. Young brother Zhang, you are young and accomplished, possessing extraordinary strength. You are a first-rate young talent. This is a golden opportunity for you to rise above the crowd and make a name for yourself in the Nightmare Realm." Zhāng Hào gently massaged his temples. The idea of competing with a crowd of men for a woman held little appeal for him. However, he had no choice but to go to the Nightmare Demon City. After all, the Nightmare Demon Palace controlled the exit passage, and he would inevitably have to deal with them. Having a suitable identity would be crucial. After weighing his options, he decided it would be best to accept Li Zongyue's proposal. "Very well. I shall make a trip to Nightmare Demon City." Zhāng Hào reluctantly agreed. "Wonderful. Brother Zhang is sure to win the beauty's heart. I'll draft your credentials immediately so you can represent Blackrock City at the matchmaking assembly." Li Zongyue hurriedly added, fearing Zhāng Hào might change his mind. Becoming a son-in-law of the Nightmare Palace was an impossibly difficult feat. The finest young talents from across the Nightmare Realm would converge in Nightmare City. Among them, prodigies of extraordinary brilliance were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Even the super-gifted prodigies meticulously cultivated by the Nightmare Palace would participate. The odds of Zhāng Hào standing out were minuscule, but that wasn't Li Zongyue's concern. He merely wanted someone passable to represent Blackrock City at Nightmare City, maintaining appearances and preventing the Nightmare Palace from taking notice if Blackrock City failed to send even a single delegate. Li Zongyue handed Zhāng Hào an identity credential. With this document, Zhāng Hào could enter the Nightmare Demon City and participate in the Nightmare Demon Palace's selection assembly. Since that is the case, I shall not linger further. Zhāng Hào accepted the credential and took his leave from Li Zongyue. I'll have someone escort you immediately. Li Zongyue immediately ordered his men to escort the guest out. What a hassle. Zhāng Hào left the city lord's residence feeling rather gloomy, but to return to Earth, he had no choice but to go to Yanma City. I hear the young prodigies of the Nightmare Realm will all gather in Nightmare City. I wonder if any true peak masters are among them. A flicker of anticipation stirred within Zhāng Hào. The Nightmare Realm's land area was far smaller than Earth's, and its population was less numerous, yet the proportion of psychic users here was remarkably high. In such an environment, the number of powerful individuals born in the Nightmare Realm was quite substantial. When Zhāng Hào returned to the Bai family and informed them he was leaving Blackrock City, perhaps never to return, Bai Hongfei leapt up in excitement. Zhāng Hào had resolved the Bai family's crisis, and Bai Hongfei's gratitude toward him had reached its peak. The news of Zhāng Hao's impending departure caused a flicker of panic to cross Bai Yuan's lovely face. She whispered softly, "Could you stay with the Bai family for however long it takes?" Bai Yuan's gaze toward Zhāng Hào had changed profoundly. His unhesitating intervention during today's crisis had left an indelible mark on her heart, elevating her feelings for him to extraordinary heights. Her request for Zhāng Hào to remain with the Bai family forever carried an unmistakable implication. Ha ha. I really must go now. Someone's waiting for me back home. Zhāng Hào pretended not to grasp her meaning. He understood Bai Yuan needed to care for Bai Hongfei and couldn't leave with him, just as he couldn't remain in the Nightmare Realm forever. Well, alright then. You're always welcome to visit the Bai family whenever you have time. You'll always be our honored guest. A hint of melancholy flickered in Bai Yuan's eyes. The next morning, Zhāng Hào departed the Bai residence and set off toward the Nightmare Demon City. I must retrieve my demon witch worship. The Nightmare Palace harbors no fewer than 3 figures comparable to king-level powerhouses. I absolutely need some trump cards up my sleeve. Zhāng Hào thought to himself as he walked out of Blackrock City. The 3 palace masters of the Nightmare Palace possessed unfathomable power. Among them, the old palace master, Yama, was particularly renowned, having once slain a beast king. Though Zhāng Hào had no desire for direct confrontation, he knew he must keep some cards up his sleeve for contingencies. Otherwise, should he find himself in dire straits, he would be utterly defenseless. Zhāng Hào activated the alternate dimension and, guided by the tracking device he carried, cautiously ventured deeper into its depths. Not long ago, he had encountered a terrifying undead creature in the Nether Night Forest. This undead being possessed power that could rival the strongest warriors on the world's top 100 battle rankings, even wielding the terrifying ability to tear space apart with sheer force. To escape its clutches, Zhāng Hào had no choice but to have the Dark Witch battleship cover his retreat, after which he lost all contact with the vessel. I hope that damn thing didn't perish in the void. Sooner or later, I'll chop off its head. Zhāng Hào seethed with rage, his hatred for the undead being so deep it felt like an irreconcilable blood feud. That creature had relentlessly pursued him, and Zhāng Hào had etched this debt of blood deep into his memory. Beep beep beep. Zhāng Hào stepped into the alien space, moving slowly through the void, constantly monitoring his direction, fearful of getting lost within it. Soon after, the locator system in his hand suddenly emitted a series of beeps. This filled Zhāng Hào with sudden joy. He knew it was a message from the demon witch's worship. Huff. Zhāng Hào halted in mid-air, standing still and waiting in silence. After several minutes, a massive silver-black warship slowly emerged from the depths of the distant void, heading straight toward Zhāng Hào. Seeing this, the weight lifted from Zhāng Hao's heart. Thankfully, the Dark Witch warship hadn't been lost. Otherwise, the loss would have been immense. Guided by its positioning system, the Dark Witch warship successfully returned to Zhāng Hao's side. Phew! The Dark Witch warship emitted a beam of light, enveloping Zhāng Hào within it. Moments later, he was transported into the warship's interior. In the ship's cockpit, Carmel appeared, clad in a black robe. His face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Wonderful, Master. You're safe and sound." What is the status of the Dark Witch warship? Zhāng Hào inquired of Carmel. We were fortunate. The Dark Witch warship's armor is exceptionally sturdy. The undead attack only dented some sections of the armor, but it drained a significant amount of energy. The Dark Witch warship now has only 13% energy remaining. Carmel replied. 13%? Zhāng Hào felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing this. The energy reserves were indeed critically low. The battle against the ink-scale octopus had already drained 8% of the ship's power, and the subsequent relentless attacks from the undead had further depleted its reserves. To replenish energy, they would have to wait until they returned to the Holy Legion to purchase some energy crystals. With only 13% energy left, it could barely sustain a few more uses. He could only hope the journey to Nightmare City would go smoothly. After retrieving the demon witch's worship, Zhāng Hào exited the dimensional space and set off toward Nightmare City. 3 days later, a magnificent city appeared before Zhāng Hào. The entire city resembled a colossal beast in the darkness, its gaping maw wide open. At the city gates, imposing black-armored soldiers meticulously searched every passerby, their vigilance unyielding. From Blackrock City? Zhāng Hào approached the gate, presenting the identification document Li Zhongyue had given him. After a glance, the soldier waved him through. Chapter 126, Arrival at Nightmare City. The style of this nightmare demon city is truly peculiar. Walking through the streets of Nightmare City, Zhāng Hào surveyed the surrounding buildings with a sense of wonder. The city's architecture exuded an overall dark and gloomy style, which should have felt oppressive. Yet the streets bustled with people, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere, a peculiar contradiction. As the capital of the Nightmare Realm, Nightmare City was undoubtedly its most prosperous hub, home to tens of millions of residents and a thriving metropolis. Where exactly do I go to register? Zhāng Hào wandered the streets, feeling a bit overwhelmed. This Nightmare City was simply too vast. If he were back on Earth, he could rely on his phone's navigation, but here, he felt like a headless fly, utterly lost. Thud. Just as Zhāng Hào was considering asking someone for directions to the Nightmare Palace, a small figure suddenly collided with him. Zhāng Hao's brow furrowed involuntarily. The figure hung their head low, muttering repeatedly, "Sorry, sorry." With that, they hurriedly vanished into the crowd. Zhāng Hào instinctively checked the items in his chest pocket. His ID was safe and sound. He concluded the figure was just a clumsy person, not a pickpocket. After all, his other belongings were stored in his dimensional space. If a pickpocket could actually steal from there, they'd be quite skilled indeed. However, not long after, an incident occurred that made Zhāng Hào frown inwardly. A pot-bellied, greasy middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes, followed by 2 soldiers, came running toward Zhāng Hào, panting heavily. The moment the man spotted Zhāng Hào, anger flashed across his face. His fat finger pointed straight at Zhāng Hào as he shouted, "It's him. Him. What's going on?" Zhāng Hào looked utterly bewildered as the 2 black-armored soldiers and the obese man swiftly closed in on him. The fat man fumed, "Kid, hand over my money pouch, or you'll be spending the rest of your life in prison." The 2 black-armored soldiers also wore hostile expressions. "Daring to steal in Nightmare City? We'll make sure you rot in prison." "Stealing?" Zhāng Hào paused, his tone flat. "You must have the wrong person. I've only just arrived in Nightmare City. It was you, you brat. I saw it with my own eyes. Do you think I'm blind?" The obese middle-aged man pointed angrily at Zhāng Hào, his face twisted with indignation. Zhāng Hào felt puzzled. The man's certainty and fury didn't seem like a deliberate frame-up. But being falsely accused of theft out of nowhere would make anyone furious. Seeing the obese middle-aged man pointing at him, Zhāng Hào snorted coldly. Energy surged within him, coalescing into a slender beam of light that shot out with blinding speed. Put! Thinner than a needle's point, the beam instantly pierced the obese middle-aged man's palm, causing him to let out a pained, startled cry. Zhāng Hào hadn't intended to kill him, but the excruciating pain of his palm being pierced still made the man wail like a pig awaiting slaughter. "Get out of here!" Zhāng Hao's icy gaze swept over the obese man and the 2 black-armored soldiers. A powerful aura erupted like a surging tidal wave, plunging the 3 into a sensation akin to falling into an abyss. Breathing itself became an agonizing struggle. I must have misidentified him earlier. The obese man endured the searing pain in his palm, apologizing profusely. His heart brimmed with humiliation. It was clearly Zhāng Hào who had stolen his money pouch. But there was nothing he could do. Zhāng Hao's vicious demeanor filled him with dread. He feared that next time, it wouldn't end with just a pierced palm. Losing his life over a few coins simply wasn't worth it. "You, don't get too cocky." The 2 black-armored soldiers, intimidated by Zhāng Hao's imposing presence, barked a feeble warning before hastily retreating. Confronting such a formidable opponent over a mere money pouch was a foolish choice. They quickly beat a hasty retreat. What kind of nonsense is this? Zhāng Hào felt frustrated. He'd been falsely accused of theft, yet the fat man didn't seem to be lying. After asking a passerby for directions to the Nightmare Palace, Zhāng Hào set off in that direction. "Help, help me! Wah!" As Zhāng Hào passed through a narrow alley, a sudden cry for help echoed from the entrance, halting his steps instantly. In the lawless environment of Nightmare City, who would dare to do such a thing? After a moment's hesitation, Zhāng Hào resolutely decided to investigate. Stepping into the dark, narrow alley, he slowly advanced several dozen meters before finally catching sight of the scene. "Kid, hand over your money." "Ha ha. Walking around with all that cash, you must have stolen it." 3 men with hair dyed in garish colors cornered a slender figure clad in black robes against the wall. One of them, with yellow-dyed hair, grinned maliciously, his face twisted with greed. "This is Nightmare City. How dare you act so brazenly? You'll face punishment." The slender figure shouted angrily, her voice tinged with youth, clearly a woman. "Shut your trap. One more scream, and I'll slit your throat." The blonde-haired man brandished his knife, threatening viciously. All three men's eyes were fixed on the money pouch clutched tightly by the small figure, their intentions unmistakable. Get lost. A cold voice rang out as Zhāng Hào stepped into the alley. Zhāng Hao's gaze lingered briefly on the slender figure cloaked in black, none other than the person who had bumped into him on the street earlier. Seeing this, the blonde-haired man snarled menacingly, "Kid, mind your own business." Whoosh! Before the blonde man could finish his threat, Zhāng Hào raised a finger. A weakened version of the destroyer's light shot forth. The dark beam pierced straight through the man's left ear. Instantly, he clutched his ear, wailing in agony as blood gushed from between his fingers. Get lost! Zhāng Hào barked coldly once more. The other two thugs, their faces frozen in terror, hurriedly helped the blonde-haired man to his feet and fled the scene. Thank you. Thank you so much. The small, thin figure spoke gratefully, then hesitantly prepared to leave. Hold on. We haven't settled the score from earlier. Zhāng Hào stared at the slender figure in the black cloak with a faint, ambiguous smile. I don't understand what you're talking about. The frail figure shook her head frantically, her expression only drawing more cold laughter from Zhāng Hào. That money pouch in your hand, you stole it, didn't you? And you stole it while impersonating me, didn't you? Zhāng Hào fixed his gaze on the bulging money pouch in the small figure's hand, demanding an answer. Zhāng Hào recalled the incident where he'd been mistaken for a thief by that obese man, and how he'd been jostled by this very same slender figure. He surmised she was undoubtedly involved. Why? I know I was wrong, please spare me this once, I'll give you half the money. To Zhāng Hao's surprise, the small figure suddenly burst into loud sobs, her voice weak and trembling like a little girl's. In the dim light, Zhāng Hào finally realized it was a young girl, though her face remained obscured beneath the hood. Chapter 127, Don't Cry, Little Sister. Zhāng Hào felt rather helpless. Her pitiful sobbing made him feel guilty about bullying a little girl. He said, "Stop crying. Tell me why those people mistook me for a thief, and I'll let you off this time." Really? The hooded girl lifted her head at his words, her eyes sparkling with delight. Zhāng Hào now saw clearly that she was a girl of breathtaking beauty, like a painting come to life. Her features were exquisitely perfect, and she looked no older than 18. Her skin was so delicate it seemed as though you could squeeze water out of it. Zhāng Hao's mouth twitched slightly. Only then did he realize there were no tears on her face at all, she had been faking her crying. But you can't go back on your word. I'm a special ability user, my power is called super mimicry. I can transform into anyone's appearance. The girl proudly extended her pale, delicate hand and lightly touched the back of Zhāng Hao's hand. Immediately, under Zhāng Hao's stunned gaze, a dazzling light erupted from her body. When the light faded, the girl had become the spitting image of Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào stared wide-eyed in disbelief, as if looking into a mirror. Now he finally understood why the fat man had accused him of stealing the money pouch. This girl had transformed into his form to steal the wallet. The girl, now radiant with light, returned to her original form. She playfully stuck out her pink little tongue. That's right. My ability allows me to transform into someone else's appearance by touching them or some kind of medium. Don't be angry. How about I treat you to a meal? The girl adopted a conciliatory posture, genuinely worried that Zhāng Hào might pierce her ear like he had done to the blonde man earlier. Fine. You're buying. Zhāng Hào pondered briefly before agreeing. His stomach was indeed rumbling, and this offered a chance to sample Yanma City's cuisine. Simultaneously, he found the girl's ability utterly astonishing. Her ability to shapeshift into others was so convincing, it was nearly impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Come on. I'll take you to taste the most delicious whole roasted lamb. At the mention of food, the girl became exceptionally enthusiastic, her face lighting up with excitement as she led Zhāng Hào toward an inn. The girl was quite mischievous, but her heart wasn't bad. She seemed more like a child spoiled by pampering. She led Zhāng Hào to an inn and ordered 2 whole roasted lambs. During the meal, she removed her hood, revealing beauty so stunning it could rival the moon and flowers, truly breathtaking. She was every bit as beautiful as Ling Mayu, yet unlike the outwardly cold but inwardly warm Ling Mayu, this girl was exceptionally lively. Throughout the meal, the girl chattered non-stop, her voice brimming with longing. I've heard the outside world has so many delicious foods, she said. I wonder when I'll ever get the chance to go out and see it. The outside world? Zhāng Hào paused slightly, probing cautiously, are you referring to the lands beyond the nightmare realm? The girl perked up at this, you know about it? Yes, the world beyond the nightmare realm. They say it's even vaster and more wondrous than here. Zhāng Hào looked at the girl intently. She seemed to know quite a lot, perhaps he could learn more about this place from her. He replied, I'm equally curious about the world beyond. But how exactly does one leave? Learning that Zhāng Hào also wished to leave the nightmare realm, the girl perked up. The nightmare palace has a passageway to exit the realm. Her expression grew somber as she continued, however, to pass through this passage, one must obtain permission from the Yin Yin Palace. Without it, escape is utterly impossible. Zhāng Hao's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. Just as he had suspected, the Nightmare Palace controlled the exit passage. Did that mean to leave the Nightmare Realm, one must become the Nightmare Palace's son-in-law and then request permission to use that passage? I must return now. It's already quite late. After devouring an entire roasted lamb, the girl patted her little belly and declared with satisfaction. With the girl gone, Zhāng Hào sighed in resignation. It seemed his only option was to try his luck at the groom selection ceremony. Young miss, venturing out alone from the Nightmare Palace is far too dangerous. Even if you wish to go out for leisure, you should at least bring 2 guards. Zhāng Hào suddenly sensed movement below. Peering out the window, he saw a group of men clad in black robes. Their leader was earnestly pleading with someone. "All right, I know." A familiar voice replied with a hint of impatience. It was the young lady from earlier. The girl climbed into a carriage and slowly departed, surrounded by the group of men in black robes. She's actually the young miss of the Nightmare Palace? Zhāng Hào witnessed this scene, his mind suddenly clear. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. What a strange coincidence this truly was. Yan Shuyue, daughter of Earth-Morph, the Grand Palace Master of the Nightmare Palace, was none other than that black-robed girl. This realization left Zhāng Hào with an unsettling feeling. Should he even bother registering for that matchmaking event? Zhāng Hào felt utterly helpless. To leave the Nightmare Realm, he could only rely on the passageway controlled by the Nightmare Palace. At that moment, the underground palace of the Nightmare Palace was shrouded in deep, eerie darkness. A man in black robes stood respectfully to the side. From the depths of the darkness, a hoarse voice slowly echoed, "Shang Shang, how are the preparations progressing?" Hearing this, the robed figure hastily replied, "Rest assured, master. Everything has been meticulously arranged. Talented youths from every corner of the Nightmare Realm are flocking to the Nightmare Palace. Even the disciples of the second and third palace masters, upon hearing of your intention to select a husband for the eldest daughter, have hurried back from the undying heavenly palace." "Very well. You may withdraw," the raspy voice commanded. "Yes." The man in black robes bowed respectfully before exiting the subterranean palace. In the darkness, the hoarse voice murmured to itself, "The second and third lords are indeed loyal fellows, sending their own disciples over. After all, we share a century-long bond. This body of mine has rotted away. I must find a fresh vessel. Haha, selecting the most outstanding husband for that girl Suyu from across the entire Nightmare Realm, then possessing his body, it's perfect. Suyu truly resembles her late mother. Father will make you the happiest woman in this world." The figure in the darkness emitted waves of low, chilling laughter, sending shivers down one's spine. The next morning, Zhāng Hào inquired of passers-by along the way and finally arrived at the gates of the Nightmare Demon Palace. From afar, the entire Earth-Morph Palace stood majestic and grand, resembling a lavish imperial palace. The entrance was already teeming with people. Young talents from all corners of the Nightmare Realm had gathered here. The news of the great palace master Earth-Morph selecting a husband for his daughter, Yan Shuyue, had spread throughout the entire Yin realm. All the young elites of the realm had gathered here. Becoming Yama's son-in-law was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, promising the full support and cultivation of the entire Nightmare Palace. Moreover, Yan Shuyue herself was a beauty of unparalleled grace. The prospect of winning such a captivating maiden while simultaneously ascending to the pinnacle of life was a dream every young prodigy yearned to achieve. Chapter 128 Eligibility Requirements. The requirements are: applicants must possess at least third-tier supernatural abilities and be under 35 years of age. Zhāng Hào understood the requirements. Considering that psychic practitioners typically lived well beyond 150 years, 35 was indeed exceptionally young. You meet the third-tier evolution requirement, but you're already 36 this year. Go back. At the registration desk, a coldly beautiful woman's eyes flickered with faint white light as she addressed the man before her. "But I'm only 30. This is clearly intentional harassment." The bearded man shouted angrily upon hearing this. "Get lost." The bearded man looked ready to cause trouble, while the others watched with eager curiosity. The cold beauty grew slightly impatient, casually waving her hand. A terrifying surge of power erupted, instantly sending the bearded man flying backward, his chest caved in deeply. Fifth-tier Grandmaster. Zhāng Hào and the other registered psychics were all secretly stunned. This cold, elegant woman was actually a fifth-tier Grandmaster-level psychic. "Don't waste everyone's time." The icy woman spoke coldly. Possessing the ability to probe, she could instantly discern an opponent's age and approximate physical condition, thereby determining their eligibility for the selection ceremony. Registration continued, and soon it was Zhāng Hao's turn. The woman's eyes turned white as she fixed them on him, making Zhāng Hào feel an uncomfortable sense of being completely seen through. "Not bad. What is your name?" A flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes as she studied Zhāng Hào intently. By her assessment, he was only 21 years old, yet his physical prowess had already reached the advanced fourth tier, nearing peak levels. Such a case could undoubtedly be called a rare prodigy. "Zhāng Hào. I come from Blackrock City." Zhāng Hào completed his information registration. "Very well. Proceed inside and await further instructions." After recording Zhāng Hao's information, the coldly beautiful woman permitted him to enter the interior of the Nightmare Palace to wait. Entering the Nightmare Palace, Zhāng Hào saw a large crowd already gathered in the square. All present met the requirements for the groom selection assembly. Time slipped by unnoticed. By afternoon, over 4,000 people had gathered in the square. Each was under 35 years old and possessed strength at the 3rd tier or above. Without a doubt, every single person here could be considered a prodigy. They're here. Just then, Zhāng Hào heard someone whisper softly. He looked up to see a procession of Yen Palace members clad in black robes approaching. Among them was a young woman. Zhāng Hào recognized the very same black-robed maiden he had encountered the previous day. Now, she wore an exquisite palace gown, her natural beauty radiating a princess-like elegance and ethereal charm. Just as Zhāng Hào had surmised, the girl he had met yesterday was none other than the eldest daughter of the Nightmare Palace, Yen Shuyue. First, I wish to express my gratitude to all of you for traveling such a great distance to the Nightmare Palace. A man in his 30s, possessing the mature charm of a seasoned gentleman, spoke slowly. That is Chief Steward Chang Shang. Within the Nightmare Palace, aside from the 3 palace masters, few can rival his status and power. Moreover, he is the direct disciple of the Grand Palace Master. Someone whispered his identity upon seeing the man. Yen Shuyue stood quietly to the side. Unlike the lively girl Zhāng Hào had seen yesterday, she now radiated the quiet grace of a maiden, exuding the unique nobility and elegance of a distinguished lineage. Many eyes burned with intense admiration. To marry Yen Shuyue would undoubtedly save countless years of struggle. Chief Steward Chang Shang continued, I presume you are all here for the same purpose. The Grand Palace Master's daughter, Yen Shuyue, will select her ideal husband from among you. However, with so many present, the first round of trials begins immediately. I shall project my aura to test your resilience. Those unable to withstand it shall be eliminated. The 32 who endure to the end will pass this initial trial. If you cannot withstand it, step back. As Chief Steward Chang Shang finished speaking, tension gripped every heart present. As a direct disciple of Yenma, Chief Steward Chang Shang's power undoubtedly ranked among the top 10 in the entire Nightmare realm. The sheer terror of his aura was far beyond what ordinary mortals could endure. Whoosh! The moment Chief Steward Chang Shang finished speaking, his aura abruptly shifted. Boom! The crowd felt the earth shake violently, the entire sky seeming to darken. A colossal, malevolent beast loomed in the heavens, its claws and fangs bared, glaring down malevolently upon the thousands of young prodigies gathered in the square. It seemed poised to pounce at any moment, ready to devour them whole. This Chief Steward Chang Shang. Could he be a king-level powerhouse? Such terrifying aura caused even Zhāng Hao's eyes to betray a hint of shock. He surmised that this Chief Steward Chang Shang was most likely a king-level powerhouse. Now, this Chief Administrator Chang Shang was a disciple of Yama. If he was already this formidable, what kind of powerhouse must his master, Yama, be? Could he be a peerless master rivaling the top 100 warriors on the world battle rankings? It was not entirely impossible. Thud. 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 Under this overwhelming aura, as fierce as a raging beast, within a mere 3 seconds, some turned deathly pale, sweat pouring down their faces as they staggered backward. They gasped for breath, their eyes filled with terror. Only by experiencing it firsthand could one comprehend the sheer terror of Chang Shang's aura. Zhāng Hào had previously faced terrifying undead creatures head-on. Though the Chief Steward's aura was formidable, it still fell significantly short compared to that of the undead. Thus, Zhāng Hào remained calm and composed in the face of his aura. Put. 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 Time passed slowly, and the pressure bearing down on each person grew heavier. More and more found it impossible to endure, forced to retreat backward. Some tried to forcefully resist, only to be crushed by that suffocating pressure until they spat blood and collapsed. Attribute points are dropping? Zhāng Hao's eyes lit up. He saw everyone around him struggling to resist this overwhelming pressure, with attribute points continuously dropping from each person's body. Pickup successful. Gained 110 points of physical attribute. Pickup successful. Acquired 130 points of mental attribute. The primary attributes dropping were physical constitution and spirit. Zhāng Hào swiftly gathered the scattered attributes around him. Within moments, he had collected over 1,000 points, and this was merely within a 70-meter radius. By the end of the first round of assessments, Zhāng Hào estimated that if all the attribute points scattered across the square were added up, the total would easily reach tens of thousands. As time passed, the aura released by Chief Steward Chang Shang grew increasingly dense. Even Zhāng Hào gradually began to feel a sense of pressure. But just then, that pressure receded like a tide. Now, only 32 individuals remained standing on the square, including Zhāng Hào. Chief Steward Chang Shang smiled and announced, "Excellent. The 32 who endured to the end will compete tomorrow in a one-on-one tournament. The ultimate victor shall become the son-in-law of the Lord of Yama Palace." The rules were straightforward and simple. Ultimately, strength was the decisive factor. Chapter 129, The Arrogant Opponent. Rest well tonight, everyone. Prepare yourselves for tomorrow. With that, Chief Steward Chang Shang swept his sleeves and departed without delay. Haha, you lot had better forfeit voluntarily. Otherwise, if you cross paths with me, I'll wring your heads right off. Among the 32 men, a burly figure grinned savagely. He licked his lips, revealing faint streaks of crimson flesh between his teeth. Is that so? Then I hope we face you in the first round. The others were equally brimming with hostility. Among these 32 men, only one would ultimately become Yama's son-in-law. It's you! Zhāng Hào paid them no mind. He circled the square, picking up every drop attribute item. Just then, a melodious voice suddenly rang out. Zhāng Hào turned to see Yan Shuyue approaching. Yan Shuyue beamed at Zhāng Hào. You came too. And you even qualified for the competition. What a coincidence. Zhāng Hào cleared his throat, feeling slightly awkward. Truthfully, his goal wasn't to marry her, but to find a way to escape this place using the passageway of the Nightmare Palace. Yan Shuyue's eyes suddenly brightened, filled with excitement. If you can persevere to the very end in this contest, you could become my husband. As she spoke, a rare blush spread across Yan Shuyue's usually haughty face. I'll be perfectly obedient. Could you take me away from here? To see the vast world outside? Zhāng Hào couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. This young lady of the Nightmare Palace, though seemingly noble and exalted, was in truth like a canary trapped in a cage. Her greatest wish was to leave the Nightmare Realm and explore the vast, unknown world beyond. Zhāng Hào pondered for a moment before replying solemnly, I will do everything in my power to defeat all opponents. As for whether you choose to marry me, that decision rests entirely with you. I will never force you. Moreover, I will definitely leave the Nightmare Realm, and when that time comes, I can take you with me. Upon careful reflection, becoming the son-in-law of the Nightmare Palace might be the only way to leave this place. When the time came, if he wished to use the Nightmare Palace's passageway to leave, the palace would surely not refuse. Taking Yan Shuyue with him would be a mere formality, especially since she yearned to leave. This would greatly increase the likelihood of utilizing the Nightmare Palace's passageway. Thank you. Thank you. Yan Shuyue danced excitedly, her petite face lighting up with a genuine smile. However, Yan Shuyue's brows furrowed slightly as a look of worry crossed her face. But all of this depends on you defeating every single competitor. Among the 31 who came this time, even the disciples of the second and third palace masters are here. Quang Xin and Luogu. Both of them reached the 5th rank Grandmaster realm long ago. Moreover, they once left the Nightmare Demon realm to pursue advanced studies in the Undying Heavenly Palace. Their true strength is truly difficult to gauge. Yan Shuyue's words left Zhāng Hào momentarily stunned. The second and third palace masters' disciples? They went to the Undying Heavenly Palace? The Undying Heavenly Palace. Zhāng Hào was quite familiar with this organization. The nether spirits he had encountered in the blood-colored microcosm were members of the Undying Heavenly Palace. Their ruthless tactics and formidable strength had left a profound impression on Zhāng Hào. Had they not been banished to another dimension back then, they likely would have met their end at the hands of the nether spirits. The Immortal Heavenly Palace was one of the most notorious anti-human organizations. Yan Shuyue mistakenly thought Zhāng Hào was surprised by the outside world and wanted to learn more. Yan Shuyue cautiously scanned her surroundings before lowering her voice to Zhāng Hào. You must never mention these matters to anyone. As far as I know, our Nightmare Palace is subordinate to the Undying Heavenly Palace. Uncle Changshang once told me that my father, second uncle, and third uncle are all high-ranking members of the Undying Heavenly Palace. They swear allegiance to the great Undying King. Holy, holy. Zhāng Hao's mouth twitched uncontrollably, an urge to curse filling his heart. The Nightmare Palace actually belonged to the Undying Heavenly Palace, one of the most powerful anti-human organizations. All 3 palace masters of the Nightmare Palace were high-ranking members of the Undying Heavenly Palace. In other words, the entire Nightmare Realm was actually a world controlled by the Undying Heavenly Palace. The reason these anti-human organizations could persist and expand for so long was, naturally, the constant influx of new talent. Take the 2 disciples of the second and third palace masters of the Nightmare Palace, for instance. Both were the most exceptional prodigies in the Nightmare Realm, which earned them the opportunity to leave the Nightmare Realm and enter the Undying Heavenly Palace. The depth of these anti-human organizations' foundations is truly terrifying. They likely control numerous small realms similar to the Nightmare Realm, ensuring a constant influx of fresh blood. For the Transcendent Alliance and the Holy Legion to completely eradicate such an anti-human organization is far more difficult than anyone could have imagined. Did I just walk into the lion's den? Zhāng Hào felt like crying without tears. He had walked straight into the Undying Heavenly Palace's territory. He could only imagine the catastrophic consequences if his identity as a Holy Legion member were discovered by the Nightmare Palace. The Holy Legion was undoubtedly the most hated target of all anti-human organizations. If Zhāng Hao's identity were exposed, even setting aside the 3 unfathomable palace lords of the Nightmare Palace, the mere presence of Chief Steward Changsheng alone suggested a powerhouse of king-level strength. I need to find a way to make you stronger. Yan Shuyue bit her finger, her face clouded with worry. What if Zhāng Hào couldn't defeat the other competitors? Yan Shuyue pinned all her hopes on Zhāng Hào bringing her away. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she gripped Zhāng Hao's wrist tightly. Brother Zhāng, I'll take you to the Yin Palace treasury. The gift father gave me for my coming-of-age ceremony was the right to choose any treasure from the vault. There might be treasures in there that could greatly enhance your strength. The treasury? Zhāng Hào was thoroughly puzzled. The young Miss Yan's thinking was truly unfathomable. In Yan Shuyue's mind, only if Zhāng Hào persevered to the very end of this contest would she have any chance of leaving the nightmare realm. Yet, 32 participants had gathered for the selection ceremony, and the other 31 were no ordinary foes. Particularly the disciples of the second and third palace masters of the Nightmare Palace Mad Heart and Ghost Luo, whose power was unfathomable. Yan Shuyue felt Zhāng Hao's chances of defeating them were slim. Moreover, Yan Shuyue harbored a deep-seated loathing for Huang Exayan and Luo Gu. She had no desire whatsoever to marry either of them. By comparison, Yan Shuyue naturally hoped Zhāng Hào would prevail. Thus, she resolved to enhance his strength. The Nightmare Palace is a faction under the Undying Heavenly Palace. Even its 3 palace masters serve the Undying King? I must proceed with utmost caution and never reveal my identity. Zhāng Hào silently pondered within his mind. Chapter 130, The Might of the Undying King. The Undying Heavenly Palace's influence far exceeded expectations, likely controlling numerous small realms akin to the Nightmare Demon Realm. The might of the Undying King himself was truly extraordinary. Yanma, the Grand Palace Master of the Nightmare Demon Palace, likely possessed strength rivaling the top 100 warriors on the world battle rankings. Such formidable beings were typically proud and arrogant, yet they remained utterly loyal to the Undying King. Fortunately, Zhāng Hào had only briefly joined the Holy Legion and hadn't accomplished anything earth-shattering. Moreover, the Nightmare Realm was isolated from the outside world, making it highly unlikely anyone here would recognize his identity. He must win the finals swiftly, become Yama's son-in-law, then request access to the Nightmare Palace's passageway to flee the realm immediately. Once outside, safety was assured, and bringing Yan Shuyue along would pose no difficulty. By the way, why are you so eager to leave the Nightmare Realm? Don't you have a father and family here? Zhāng Hào asked Yan Shuyue curiously. Does your father treat you badly? Yan Shuyue's small face clouded with sorrow at the question. Father treats me well, but perhaps too well. The way he looks at me, it's very strange. How strange? Zhāng Hào was utterly confused. Yan Shuyue hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Her father was one reason she was so eager to leave the Nightmare Realm lately. For reasons she couldn't fathom, she'd developed an inexplicable dread toward the Demon King. We're here. Yan Shuyue led Zhāng Hào through layer upon layer of courtyards, finally halting before a magnificent pavilion. She pointed ahead and declared, "This is the Yin Yin Palace's treasure vault." Zhāng Hào looked up. The tower was imposing, its entire structure shrouded in a strange power. Clearly, it was far from simple as it appeared on the surface. This was the place where the Nightmare Palace stored its treasures. The Nightmare Palace ruled over the entire Nightmare Realm, and most of the realm's most precious treasures were stored here. Young Mississippi. Just then, Zhāng Hao's gaze shifted. From the shadows ahead, a figure clad in black robes slowly materialized. His voice was hoarse and deep. Wearing a ghostly mask, the cloaked figure radiated a dangerous aura, clearly the guardian of the treasure vault. Ghost Fork, I wish to enter and select a treasure. Father said I could choose anyone I desire. Yan Shuyue addressed the figure. Very well, you may enter. However, I must accompany you. The masked man called Ghost Fork cast a fleeting glance at Zhāng Hào before nodding slightly in response. Let's go. Yan Shuyue pulled Zhāng Hào into the pavilion, while Ghost Fork followed silently behind them like a ghostly shadow, ensuring the stranger made no suspicious moves within the treasure vault. This Ghost Fork radiated a formidable aura, at least that of a 5th-tier grandmaster. His aura surged violently around him, undeniably formidable at the very least, a 5th-rank grandmaster. Entering the treasure vault, glass display cases lined the walls, their contents dazzlingly varied. Weapons gleamed coldly, gene potions shimmered in vibrant hues, martial arts manuals piled high like mountains, countless treasures beyond measure. Compared to the treasury left behind by the ancient Windblood Temple, this place was 10 times more impressive. Let's take this bottle of gene enhancement serum. It's made from the energy stone of a beast king. Yan Shuyue pointed to a counter as soon as they entered the vault. On the counter sat a test tube containing a clear liquid. A gene-enhancing serum crafted from the energy crystal of a Beast King-level mutant beast was undoubtedly worth a fortune, truly astonishing. Monsters of the Beast King tier were extremely difficult to slay. Ordinary psychics simply cannot accomplish this feat. Only those who have reached the king level or higher have any chance of defeating him. Standing behind the two, Ghost Fork hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. He had already realized that Yan Shuyue had intended to select an item for Zhāng Hào. This filled him with curiosity. Just who was Zhāng Hào? That he could move Yan Shuyue, who had few friends since childhood, to care so deeply for him. But how could such a precious gene-enhancing serum be given to a stranger? Many within the Nightmare Palace coveted this gene enhancement serum crafted from a king-tier energy stone, and he was no exception. But recalling the palace lord's words during the coming-of-age ceremony that Yan Shuyue could choose any treasure from the vault, Guicha swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Given the Demon King's affection for Yan Shuyue, speaking out of turn would only invite trouble. Zhāng Hào also felt a flicker of hesitation. This gene-enhancing serum would indeed be of great use to him. Yet, after a moment's thought, he declined. Let's look at the other items first. A bottle of gene-enhancing serum crafted from a king-grade energy stone would require considerable time to fully absorb and assimilate. The competition for the tomorrow's groom selection was about to begin. Zhāng Hào simply wouldn't have time to process it, not to mention the energy stones he'd obtained from slaying the demon-scaled octopus were still sitting unused. All right. Yan Shuyue nodded lightly. There are other treasures worth considering. Zhāng Hào spent a long time carefully examining the treasures within the vault. The floor was indeed covered with splendid items imposing gene battle armor, extraordinary weapons with intimidating sharpness, yet their utility to Zhāng Hào was not particularly significant. Let's look at the martial arts techniques. Zhāng Hào then began browsing the martial arts techniques possessed by the Nightmare Palace. Most of these martial arts lean toward the bizarre and sinister. While powerful, Zhāng Hào found them largely unappealing. The essence of martial arts lay in mastery and depth, not quantity. Besides, Zhāng Hào didn't have enough experience points to upgrade them all. Ha! What is this? Zhāng Hào suddenly noticed a peculiar book displayed among the martial arts manuals on the counter. The book emitted a faint, gentle glow, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding ancient, weathered manuals. Moreover, the script on this manual was utterly bizarre, a completely unfamiliar writing system. Ghost Fork, what is this? Yan Shuyue was equally clueless about the tome, so she turned to look at Ghost Fork. Ghost Fork could only explain, this martial art was obtained from ancient ruins and most likely originates from the First Era. The text is written in the script of the First Era. Our Nightmare Palace once sought scholars of ancient scripts to decipher it. According to their findings, it records a martial art called the light combat technique. The First Era? Light combat technique? Zhāng Hào was utterly stunned. The First Era, that was the most ancient time. In that era, mighty giants roamed the earth, rulers of mountains and plains. Could this light combat art be a martial technique created by the giants of the First Age? Yet, Zhāng Hào's face was filled with confusion. After all, those from the Nightmare Realm knew little of other eras. He must not reveal any weakness. Chapter 131, Ancient Martial Arts. Light combat technique? Is this martial art formidable? Yan Shuyue asked impatiently. Probably, quite formidable. Guicha's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with uncertainty. What do you mean probably? Yan Shuyue's expression darkened, her cheeks puffing out like little buns in annoyance. Guicha gave a helpless, bitter smile. This martial art is recorded in ancient script. Even if someone proficient in ancient texts translates it, some obscure characters and phrases might still lose meaning in translation. It's like translating English into Chinese. Some words can end up with vastly different meanings, and it also depends on the translator's skill. Zhāng Hào nodded thoughtfully. He understood this was akin to language conversion. Even professional translators could make subtle errors. Those proficient in ancient scripts were few and far between. Even if the light combat manual were translated into a language everyone could understand, it could only convey the general meaning. But mastering martial arts manuals requires more than a general grasp, otherwise, problems are bound to arise. Guicha continued, it's not just because of the ancient script. There's another crucial reason: the cultivation requirements for this martial art are extremely demanding. As its name suggests, light combat technique requires mastery of light attribute abilities to practice. Therefore, despite being stored here for so long, no one has ever successfully mastered this ancient martial art. I see. Brother Zhang, perhaps we should choose something else. Yan Shuyue nodded in sudden realization, then suggested to Zhāng Hào that choosing a useless manual was less practical than selecting other treasures. Yet Yan Shuyue noticed Zhāng Hao's eyes shimmering brightly, as dazzling as stars. This light combat art, requiring light attribute abilities to cultivate, perfectly suited Zhāng Hào, who possessed light-based powers. Moreover, this manual was written in ancient script, incomprehensible to ordinary people. Even with translation, one could only grasp the general meaning, and the content would inevitably contain inaccuracies. But Zhāng Hào possessed the system. When learning various martial arts techniques, he only needed to glance through them once to grasp the basics. Of course, he'd only ever studied texts he could read before. Whether he could directly master this incomprehensible script remained uncertain, but he felt it was worth a try. According to Ghost Fork, this martial art was discovered in an ancient ruin, likely originating from the First Era. Zhāng Hào knew the First Era was the age ruled by ancient giants. This light combat art was most likely created by the giants. As an ancient martial art, it must be extraordinary. I choose this one. Zhāng Hào pointed at the manual for the light combat technique on the counter, his voice firm. At these words, both Ghost Fork and Yan Shuyue were utterly astonished. Why did he choose this manual? Even the palace master personally studied it and found it impossible to master. Guicha frowned inwardly, though he held his doubts and said nothing more. Yan Shuyue quickly interjected, Brother Zhang, this is useless. You should pick something else. I'll take this one. Who knows? Maybe I can actually master it? Zhāng Hào replied with a smile. Yan Shuyue recalled how Zhāng Hào had used light-based abilities against those thugs earlier. Could Zhāng Hào truly meet the cultivation requirements? But even if he met the requirements, the translation of this manual was only a rough outline. It was utterly impossible to cultivate successfully. Yet Zhāng Hào remained resolute, leaving Yan Shuyue no choice but to reluctantly nod in agreement. "I'll fetch the translated version for you." Ghost Fork eagerly agreed. He was more than happy to see Zhāng Hào choose something utterly useless. "Wait." Zhāng Hào halted Ghost Fork's movement. Pointing to the light combat manual within the display case, he cleared his throat and declared, "I want the untranslated original." Zhāng Hào reasoned that even the translated version of the light combat manual contained numerous issues. Even with the system's assistance, he might not be able to master it. Therefore, he decided to choose the untranslated original. Guicha frowned deeply. The original manual for the light combat arts was indeed obscure and difficult to comprehend, with no one able to fully grasp its secrets. Yet, as an ancient martial art originating from the First Era, its value was, in a certain sense, immeasurable. To simply give it away so easily was truly a waste. "Hey, hurry up and bring it out." Yan Shuyue, unaware of Guicha's inner conflict, urged impatiently. "I must seek the palace master's approval on this matter." After speaking, Guicha closed his eyes, as if communicating with someone. "Must you bother me with such trivial matters? If Suyu wants it, just give it to her." In the underground palace, the dark figure sat in meditation. Upon receiving Guicha's contact, he responded with noticeable impatience. Ghost Fork opened his eyes again and slowly stated, "The palace master has agreed." Then, Ghost Fork pressed his palm against the glass countertop. A strange phenomenon occurred. The light-based martial arts manual, which would normally pass right through the counter, was now firmly grasped in his hand. "Wonderful!" Guicha handed the manual to Zhāng Hào, who accepted it with heartfelt joy. The manual emitted a soft glow. The materials used to craft it alone were extraordinary, making it clear that the light combat arts recorded within must be truly remarkable. Zhāng Hao's palm gently caressed the light combat manual. He could feel the light-based abilities within his body seeming to stir. "Alright, let's go." After selecting the manual, Zhāng Hào and Yan Shuyue departed the treasure vault. "Perhaps he'll meet his end on the arena tomorrow. We can simply retrieve the manual then." Ghost Fork watched their retreating figures, his thoughts swirling in the darkness. Even if Zhāng Hào truly mastered this light combat art, so what? In just one day, how much could he possibly master? Big brother Zhang, get some good rest. Give it your all tomorrow. Yan Shuyue pumped her little fist, cheering Zhāng Hào on. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Nodding, he departed the Nightmare Palace and took lodging at an inn not far from the palace. To ensure his safety, Zhāng Hào activated the alternate dimension and entered the training chamber of the demon witch battleship within it. He took out the light combat manual and began studying it carefully. Though he recognized not a single character on the pages, he still diligently scanned every word. Upon finishing his review, Zhāng Hao's eyes lit up with immense delight. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring light combat technique LV1. Amidst the system's notification, Zhāng Hào successfully mastered this light combat technique. Just as Zhāng Hào had anticipated, as long as the cultivation methods recorded in these manuals were correct, even if he couldn't understand the text, he could learn them after just one glance. This light combat technique truly lives up to its reputation as an ancient martial art. After mastering it, Zhāng Hao's eyes brimmed with awe. The power of light combat arts surpassed Zhāng Hao's imagination. Its cultivation requirements were extremely stringent. Only those possessing light attribute abilities could practice and wield it. Yet its sophistication was beyond comparison with ordinary martial arts. Chapter 132, Speed Prevails. The light combat art is a martial technique that emphasizes speed. One word sums it up: fast. Fast to the extreme, fast as the speed of light. Imagine a fist struck at the speed of light, how terrifying that would be. Admittedly, achieving such velocity with a mortal body is nearly impossible. Yet even so, the formidable power of this light combat art remains undeniable. As the saying goes, among all martial arts, only speed cannot be broken, and there is wisdom in this truth. Even a thin sheet of paper, when wielded with extreme speed, can effortlessly slice through flesh and blood. Ding! 5,000 EXP consumed. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring light combat art LV2. Ding! 10,000 EXP consumed. We are delighted to inform the host that light combat technique LV3 has been acquired. Ding! 80,000 EXP spent. Heartfelt congratulations to the host for achieving light combat art LV6. Zhāng Hào still possessed over 200,000 experience points. Seizing the momentum, he pushed light combat technique to the LV6 realm. With this, his remaining EXP dwindled to roughly 80,000 points painstakingly accumulated through relentless hunts against Lord-level monsters in the Nether Night Forest. Though he felt a pang of reluctance, Zhāng Hào was also incredibly excited, eager to experience the formidable power of light combat art. Huff! Inside the training chamber of the Dark Witch battleship, Zhāng Hào launched an attack at a metal dummy crafted from memory metal. He unleashed the light combat art, seamlessly merging his light manipulation abilities with his combat techniques. In an instant, his entire body seemed to transform into a dazzling beam of light. Bang! 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 Zhāng Hao's fists seemed to defy the speed of light, unleashing dozens of punches in an instant. The dense barrage of impacts erupted almost simultaneously, sounding as if it were a single thunderous roar. The metal doll, constructed entirely of metal, lasted barely a second. Under Zhāng Hao's relentless barrage of fists, as fierce as a storm, it shattered explosively, utterly destroyed. Such a technique. Could it be an ancient martial art created by the giant race? Truly terrifying. Witnessing this scene, the AI caramel beside him was utterly stunned. Delivering 70 or 80 punches within a single second, such speed had reached its absolute limit. And the ultimate speed brought with it unparalleled lethality. Excellent. This light combat art places a heavy burden on the body, but when unleashed at full power, its might is truly astonishing. Zhāng Hào was filled with delight. Speed was the essence of light combat art. Delivering dozens or even hundreds of precise punches in an instant could overwhelm even a body of steel. Armed with this formidable light combat art, Zhāng Hào felt even more confident about tomorrow's contest. Time flew by, and the night vanished in the blink of an eye. Early the next morning, Zhāng Hào rose at dawn and headed for the Nightmare Demon Palace. Guided by a disciple of the Nightmare Palace, he arrived at the edge of a vast, magnificent arena. The spectator stands were already filled with many people, including participants of the selection ceremony and disciples of the Nightmare Demon Palace. As the presiding master of this match, Chief Steward Chang Shang, possessing the strength of a king-level cultivator, undoubtedly held the entire event firmly in his grasp. Brother Zhang! Yan Shuyue's face lit up with an incredibly joyful smile upon seeing Zhāng Hào arrive. Ah! Seeing Yan Shuyue's heartfelt, radiant smile, Chief Steward Chang Shang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had always cherished and looked after this young girl, yet rarely had he seen her laugh so genuinely. Could it all be because of this young man before him? Yet Chief Steward Chang Shang knew Yan Shuyue was destined for heartbreak. Regardless of whether Zhang Hào could survive on this stage, even if he truly managed to stand out among the many opponents and win the final match, what awaited him would certainly not be a happy ending of winning the beauty's heart. Instead, he would become the new vessel for the Yanma. This entire matchmaking tournament was nothing more than a trap set by the Demon King to select a body that satisfied him. The reward awaiting the ultimate victor would be the brutal stripping of his body by Yanma, enabling the Demon King's rebirth. Chief Steward Chang Shang gathered his thoughts and announced loudly, "The rules of this selection ceremony are quite simple. 32 young talents are participating. They will compete in a single elimination tournament. The one who defeats all opponents and wins the final match will be the victor. Now, let us begin. I shall draw the lots. Those whose names are selected shall step forward to settle the contest." Chief Steward Changsheng produced a wooden box, reached inside, and drew out 2 wooden slips. Staring intently at the names inscribed on the sticks, he announced loudly, "First match of the first round, Blood Butcher of the Bloodshed Tribe vs Stone Badian, the Nomad from the Wilderness." "Ha! I'm first on the list? Then I'll fire the opening shot." A burly, obese man slowly rose from his seat. A massive, blood-red butcher's cleaver hung across his back. Laughing wildly, he strode confidently toward the arena. "Blood Slaughter Tribe? I've heard this tribe is actually a cannibalistic one. Only the most ruthless killers earn the title of Blood Butcher. Even such a figure has come to participate in this matchmaking tournament? This man is crude and utterly arrogant. How could he possibly be worthy of the young lady?" From the spectator seats, a disciple of the Nightmare Palace revealed the identity of the obese man. The Bloodshed Tribe, a notorious cannibalistic tribe that feeds on human flesh. Truly revolting. Upon learning the Blood Butcher's identity, Yan Shuyue felt a surge of fear and revulsion. To her, marrying such a cannibalistic monster would be worse than death. Of course, Yan Shuyue remained unaware of the true purpose behind this groom selection ceremony. Yama sought to pluck the most exceptional body from the entire nightmare realm. As for the identity and origins of that body, he couldn't care less. "Rest assured, Miss Yan Shuyue, I, Badian, will personally take his head." Another towering man rose to his feet. Bare-chested, his solid muscles were fully exposed, thick chest hair covering his torso. A powerful and fierce aura radiated from his entire being as he offered Yan Shuyue a faint smile. "What? These people are so strange." Yan Shuyue felt tears welling up. The 2 combatants in this first round Blood Butcher hail from a cannibal tribe, while Badian looked every inch a savage bandit. This sight left Yan Shuyue feeling dizzy. By comparison, Zhāng Hào seemed downright refined and courteous, a true paragon of gentlemanly conduct. "Look at that thick layer of meat on you. Must be delicious to eat, right?" Both the Blood Butcher and Badian leaped onto the stage. The Blood Butcher, obese as a mountain of flesh, wore an expression like he'd just spotted a delicacy. He licked his lips and chuckled sinisterly. "I doubt your teeth could handle it." Badian snorted coldly. Even before the duel officially began, the stage was already thick with tension, like drawn swords and cocked crossbows. The duel ends when one combatant dies, leaves the platform, or concedes defeat. Now, the duel begins. The Chief Steward Chang Shang declared the duel open. Black Stone Battle Form. Badian launched his attack first, instantly activating his unique ability. His body rapidly swelled, transforming into a 2.5-meter tall rock giant. The black rock fragments were incredibly hard and textured. Chapter 133, The Slaughter. Kill. Sharbatian roared, his massive frame charging like a mighty tank toward the Blood Butcher. His black stone fist clenched tightly, hurtling like a screaming meteorite toward the Blood Butcher. The sheer force of the punch was staggering, tearing through the air with a series of deafening sonic booms. Over 4,000 participants had gathered for the selection tournament, all powerful psychics under 35 years old and at least 3rd tier. From them, the 32 strongest had been chosen. Those who remained at this stage were certainly no weaklings. Facing Sharbatian's fist, which slammed toward him like a raging storm, the Blood Butcher, obese as a mountain of flesh, flashed a sneer of contempt. He stood as steady as a mountain, allowing the fist to crash heavily against his chest. Boom! The punch, imagined to be earth-shattering, should have blown the Blood Butcher to smithereens, leaving him utterly mangled. Yet reality was different. The black rock fist struck his chest, producing only a dull thud. Immediately afterward, the butcher's entire mass of flesh began to violently tremble, while he himself remained planted firmly in place, unmoving as a rock. Such mastery of force deflection. Chief Steward Chang Shang witnessed this and gave a slight nod of approval. The Blood Butcher, seemingly brutish and inept, was in fact a master of exquisitely refined force deflecting martial arts. Sharbatian's ferociously powerful punch had been deftly neutralized, as if it had vanished into thin air. This is bad. Sharbatian's punch failed to inflict even the slightest damage on the Blood Pagoda. A flicker of alarm crossed his face as a vague sense of foreboding began to take root in his heart. Sure enough, before he could even pull his fist back, the fleshy rolls on the Blood Butcher's body seemed to come alive. Like venomous snakes, they coiled tightly around his fist. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Come now, become food for my belly. A savage, terrifying grin spread across the Blood Butcher's face. The fleshy rolls on his body undulated like waves, generating a powerful suction force that involuntarily drew Sharbatian closer toward the flesh. Terror etched itself onto Sharbatian's face. He hastily swung his other fist, aiming a fierce blow at the Blood Butcher's midsection. Yet this arm too could not escape the fate of being sucked into the flesh. Uncontrollably, Sharbatian was swallowed piece by piece by the Blood Butcher. I surrender! I surrender! Sharbatian struggled desperately, unable to break free from the Blood Butcher's grasp. He shouted hoarsely, attempting to concede defeat. Yet Chang Shang, the referee, stood there as if deaf to the cries, showing no intention of intervening. In his eyes, Yama needed only the most perfect vessel. As for the others, even if they all perished, it was none of his concern. Don't waste your breath. Just become my meal. The Blood Butcher laughed wildly, his grip tightening around Sharbatian. His abdomen writhed like a monstrous maw, swallowing Sharbatian whole into his body. The sight sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. He actually ate him whole. This guy is truly savage, no wonder he comes from a cannibal tribe. The disciples of the Nightmare Palace were secretly horrified. Zhāng Hào, too, was stunned. This Blood Butcher possessed utterly bizarre abilities. Not only was he incredibly resilient to blows, but he could also devour his opponents whole. First round, first match, Blood Butcher wins. Chief Steward Chang Shang announced the first round's result with a blank expression. A solemn expression spread across every face. On this stage, merely shouting surrender was useless. To concede defeat, one had to voluntarily step down from the platform. Otherwise, the fate awaiting them would be the same as Sharbatian's, a brutal death at the hands of their opponent. The Blood Butcher strode down from the platform, returning leisurely to his seat. Closing his eyes to rest, he began digesting Sharbatian, whom he had devoured. Those around him instinctively kept their distance. After all, no one wished to provoke such a harbinger of doom. As for Yen Shuyue, her small face was clouded with worry. To her eyes, everyone here except Zhāng Hào seemed utterly bizarre. She silently resolved that if someone like the Blood Butcher won the final match, she would seek out Yenma and plead desperately. She absolutely refused to marry any of these people. First round, second match, Luo Gu of the Nightmare Palace versus Yuan Song of the Windfire City. Without a moment's delay, Chief Steward Chang Shang swiftly drew 2 new wooden slips. Glancing at the names inscribed, he announced loudly. Lord Luo Gu. He stands out as the strongest among the young generation of the Nightmare Palace. Rumor has it he even left the Nightmare Realm to train in superior environments. He's destined to become a high-ranking figure in the Nightmare Palace. In the spectator stands, the gathered psychics all wore expressions of astonishment. Luo Ghost had been a prodigy even during his time in the Nightmare Palace, unmatched among his peers. Only Mad Heart could rival him. Though they had departed the Nightmare Realm years ago, each had returned from the outside world for their own reasons to attend this matchmaking assembly. Luo Ghost rose slowly. This man exuded an eerie, otherworldly aura. As a psychic, he appeared to be in his early 20s, youthful yet possessing a ghostly demeanor. A faint, gentle smile often played on his lips, yet it sent chills down spines, evoking a palpable sense of danger. Ha ha! Luo Ghost, I have no interest in that Yen Shuyue girl. My return serves 2 purposes. First, to obey my master's command. Second, to challenge you to a contest to see who truly is the peerless prodigy of the Nightmare Demon Palace. A burst of maniacal laughter echoed as a towering, 2-meter-tall figure spoke. This man radiated a terrifying aura. Ugly in appearance, he stood 2 meters tall with muscles coiled like twisted dragons. Bald and hairless, his face and head were entirely covered in muscle, resembling a ferocious beast. This was Kwang Xin. He and Luo Ghost were disciples of the second and third palace masters of the Nightmare Demon Palace respectively, both having trained in the Undying Heavenly Palace. Yet their relationship was tense, like swords drawn and bows strung. Quan Xin had little interest in becoming Yama's son-in-law. He had returned to the Yama realm solely because of his master's command and his desire to settle the score with Luo Gu. Haha, the time will reveal all. Luo Gu's face flickered with a sinister smile before he slowly stepped onto the arena. Both Quan Xin and Luo Ghost possess extraordinary talents. Let's see who emerges victorious. The vessel chosen by our master will most likely come from among these two. Chief Steward Chang Shang observed the scene, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Both the second and third palace masters knew the Grand Palace Master Yama's body was rapidly decaying, hence they had specially dispatched their 2 disciples. In their view, given their friendship with Yama, losing disciples could simply be replaced. After all, Yama was the strongest within the Yama Palace lineage. Sacrificing a few juniors to grant Yama rebirth was a bargain indeed. Damn it, facing Luo Ghost in the first round. Luo Gu's opponent was Yuan Song from Fenghua City, and he inwardly cursed his luck. Yuan Song was confident in his own strength, having already reached the peak of the 4th tier. However, rumors claimed Luo Ghost had long since ascended to the 5th tier of psychic power. His chances of victory against such an opponent were slim. Yet to concede outright before all these spectators would be utterly humiliating. With my strength, even facing a 5th tier master, victory may be difficult, but escaping should be manageable. I'll exchange a few blows with him, then step down from the stage and admit defeat. Yuan Song silently deliberated. This way, conceding after a few exchanges wouldn't completely destroy his reputation. Moreover, Yuan Song himself yearned to test his limits against a formidable psionic like Luo Ghost, to gauge the true gap between them. With this resolve, he stepped onto the stage with determined strides. Chapter 134, Round 2 begins. Second round, second match, Luo Gu vs Yuan Song. Begin! The chief steward of Changsheng announced loudly. Luo Gu stood silently on the stage, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yuan Song was filled with confusion. He assumed a fighting stance, ready to concede defeat and step down if things turned sour. Yet, after waiting a long while, Luo Gu showed no sign of attacking. Unable to contain himself, Yuan Song asked, "Are we not going to fight?" Luo Gu's lips curled slightly in a sneer. "Fight? You've already lost." The words had barely left his mouth when Yuan Song jolted in terror. Unseen, a creature shrouded in eerie mist had silently materialized from the shadows behind him. A clawed hand closed slowly around his throat, its icy touch sending a chill that made his hair stand on end. In the shadows behind Yuan Song, a mass of eerie mist churned strangely. Then, a massive, burly creature slowly materialized. Enveloped in the shadowy mist, it suddenly extended a massive hand, clamping down on Yuan Song's neck with deadly force. Caught completely off guard, Yuan Song was seized by terror. Instinctively, he swung a punch, striking the massive creature's body with all his might. Thud! Yet the force of that punch, compared to the massive creature, was as insignificant as a child facing a giant, utterly incapable of making the slightest dent. What on earth is this thing? Everyone stared at each other in bewilderment. They clearly saw the suddenly appeared creature. Its face was dark and sallow, fangs protruding, 2 sharp horns sprouting from its head, skin creased and wrinkled, radiating an ancient, aged appearance, resembling a hideous, malevolent demon. Wasn't it supposed to be one-on-one? Some were filled with doubt. Luo Ghost plus this strange, green-faced, fanged creature clearly a 2-on-1 situation. Yet Chief Steward Chang Shang made no move to intervene, indicating Luo Ghost hadn't broken the rules. This is Lord Luo Gu's unique ability. His shadow can transform into a specter to aid him in battle. Such power is truly top tier. Some disciples of the Nightmare Palace exclaimed excitedly. Many had only heard of Luo Gu's ability, but today they witnessed it firsthand. What an extraordinary ability! Zhāng Hào witnessed this scene, his heart filled with astonishment. Luo Gu's ability was truly bizarre. He could actually summon a monster to aid him in battle. This was the first time Zhāng Hào had ever witnessed such a power. I surrender. Yuan Song's neck was gripped tightly. He flailed his arms, striking the creature known as the Ghost Demon repeatedly, yet failed to inflict even the slightest damage. He quickly shouted, abandoning his resistance, terrified that the other might crush his neck with a single squeeze. Luo Ghost gave a slight nod, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. I was thinking of letting you go, but unfortunately, the ghost doesn't agree. No. Yuan Song desperately tried to speak, but at that moment, the ghost let out a sinister cackle. Its claws tightened suddenly, crushing Yuan Song's neck until it twisted and deformed, ultimately squeezing it into a pulp. Yuan Song's face twisted with bitter resentment. He never imagined he'd meet his end at Luo Gu's hands without even landing a single blow. Now, he was consumed by regret. Why hadn't he simply surrendered from the start? Cackle, cackle, cackle. The ghost cackled at Luo Gu, seemingly pleading for something. Luo Ghost shook his head helplessly, then nodded. Go ahead, eat. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ghost let out a joyful cry. One claw suddenly pierced through Yuan Song's chest, tearing out a bright red, still beating heart. It brought it to its mouth and began gnawing on it in big bites, making chomping noises. Witnessing this scene, a chill ran through everyone present. If you encounter an opponent you cannot defeat, you must surrender immediately. Otherwise, you'll meet your end on the stage just like this. Those attending the matchmaking assembly felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Several even contemplated withdrawing outright. These contenders were each more ruthless than the last. Typically, battles between extraordinary beings of the Alliance never claimed lives. But in this nightmare realm, it was different. Every contest was fought with all-out intensity, regardless of the cost, life or death. First round, second match, Luo Ghost wins, announced the chief steward Chang Shang in a loud voice. After devouring Yuan Song's heart, the spectral fiend swiftly burrowed into Luo Ghost's shadow, vanishing without a trace. This ghost could lurk within shadows, launching surprise attacks from within the darkness. Its speed was akin to teleportation. It was precisely because of this ability that Yuan Song had been subdued in an instant, without even a chance to leap off the stage. The matches raged on, and Zhāng Hào watched each combatant closely. He noted that among these combatants, Luo Ghost and Mad Heart possessed the most formidable strength. Both were already 5th-tier psychics, showing no mercy on the stage. Luo Ghost's ability was particularly bizarre, allowing him to summon specters to aid in battle. As for Guanxin, his power seemed tied to sheer force so terrifyingly immense that he could pulverize an opponent's body with a single punch delivered mid-air. They're dropping quite a bit of experience and attributes. Zhāng Hào was quite pleased that these individuals dropped attribute points during their duels, and some even dropped experience points upon being killed. When his turn came to step onto the stage, he could simply collect all of these gains. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the 7th match of the first round commenced. First round, 7th match, Zhāng Hào of Blackrock City vs Iron Slayer from the Blood Arena. Chief Steward Changsheng drew the wooden slips and announced the two names. Zhāng Hao's spirits soared. His turn had finally come. Brother Zhang, please be extremely careful. If you encounter danger, get off the stage immediately. Yan Shuyue whispered her warning. Nearly half the combatants had perished on the arena in previous matches, and she feared Zhāng Hào might meet the same fate. Don't worry. I will win, and I will take you away from here. Zhāng Hào replied with a faint smile. Though Luo Ghost and Mad Heart were formidable, he was no ordinary opponent either. Zhāng Hào of Blackstone City? Never heard of him. And this Tai sure actually came from the Blood Arena? He must be extraordinary. As Zhāng Hào stepped onto the arena, none of the spectators recognized him. His opponent, Iron Slayer, however, was a massive man radiating a thick, blood-soaked aura. The Blood Arena, much like the ancient Roman Colosseum, was a place where humans fought each other and battled monsters to the death, all to entertain the spectators below. The Blood Arena had one ironclad rule: only one of the two opponents who entered the ring could survive. Taisher hailed from the Blood Arena. It was clear he had survived countless life or death battles to reach this day. Let's hope for a little surprise. Chief Steward Chang Shang watched the scene in silence. Yan Shuyue's attitude toward Zhāng Hào was starkly different from how he treated others. He was genuinely curious to see what made this obscure young man so special. I'll wrench your head off so you can see your own back. Taisher licked his lips, his face twisted into a savage grin. Emerging from the Blood Arena, he never held back in combat. He dealt with every opponent mercilessly, slaughtering them without mercy. Zhāng Hào couldn't be bothered to waste words on Taisher. In his eyes, this man was already a dead man walking. Chapter 135, The Battle Begins. I'll wrench your head off so you can see your own back. Taisher licked his lips, his face twisted into a savage grin. Emerging from the Blood Arena, he never held back in battle, mercilessly slaughtering every opponent without mercy. Zhāng Hào couldn't be bothered to waste words on Taisher. In his eyes, Taisher was already a man marked for death. The battle begins. The chief steward of Chongsheng bellowed. I'll kill you. The duel began with Taisher's furious roar. A surging crimson aura erupted from his entire body, his momentum escalating to an astonishing height. Taisher's strength was undeniably formidable, having reached the peak of the 4th tier of power comparable to that of a quasi-lord-level mutant beast. Unfortunately, his opponent this time was Zhāng Hào, a man who had slain over a dozen lord-tier mutant beasts. Earthquake! Zhāng Hào roared, his foot slamming down onto the ground. Boom! 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 His earth control power, now at level 7, unleashed its might. As Zhāng Hao's foot struck down, the entire stage seemed to come alive, trembling violently as if 100 earth dragons were threshing wildly beneath it. How is this possible? Taisher's charging stride abruptly faltered. He halted abruptly to steady himself, his mind reeling in shock. Had Zhāng Hao's power truly reached such staggering heights? Die! Gritting his teeth, Taisher roared and charged recklessly toward Zhāng Hào. Leaping off the trembling ground, he swung a steel fist savagely toward Zhāng Hao's head. Repulsion! Zhāng Hao's eyes were as cold as ice. His stance was as steady as a rock as he stood his ground. In that instant, a surging repulsive force erupted from his body like a raging tidal wave, crashing forward with savage force. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. Taisher felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his chest, a dull ache instantly overwhelming him. The force of his full power charge collided violently with the repulsive force unleashed by Zhāng Hào, like a speeding car crashing head-on into an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron. The sensation was excruciatingly painful. Taisher staggered backward, stumbling several steps. His body swayed violently, like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to collapse at any moment. Immediately, a torrent of blood gushed from his mouth, tracing a startling arc through the air before splattering onto the ground, staining it crimson. Whoosh! Zhāng Hao's fingers twitched slightly. Rocks on the ground instantly began tumbling. Caught off guard, Taisher stumbled and fell, only to be instantly crushed beneath the surging mass of rocks. The terrifying weight descended like a mountain crushing down, turning Taisher into a subdued monkey king. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't budge the heavy mountain crushing him. Impressive, incredibly impressive. Could this be a special Earth attribute ability? In the spectator stands, the Yama Palace's psychics gasped in astonishment. They weren't unfamiliar with Earth attribute abilities, but one as powerful and versatile as this was truly a first for them. A peculiar gleam flashed in Chief Steward Chang Sheng's eyes. Zhāng Hào had effortlessly suppressed Taisher, a combatant at the peak of the 4th tier. Such fighting prowess was already on par with a 5th tier grandmaster. As for Kwang Xin and Luo Gui, they were initially startled, but soon a faint smile spread across their faces. To them, the stronger the opponent, the more thrilling the challenge. A mere 5th tier master? How many had they already slain? No, I surrender. Taisher watched Zhāng Hào steadily closing in. He strained every muscle, yet couldn't break free from the crushing weight of the rock pressing down on him. With no other choice, he cried out for mercy, hoping Zhāng Hào might spare his life. You said you'd twist my head off? Zhāng Hào looked down at Taisher, pinned to the ground. I was just joking. We have no grudge against each other. Taisher forced a stiff smile. Zhāng Hào snorted coldly. He didn't believe Taisher was merely joking. He had clearly sensed that sharp, murderous intent moments ago. Die. Zhāng Hào spat out the 2 words coldly. In that instant, a stone spear burst from the ground, piercing straight through Taisher's forehead and emerging cleanly from the back of his skull. Taisher's body twitched slightly before falling utterly still. Loot successful. Gained 25,000 EXP. Loot successful. Gained 510 strength points. Loot successful. Gained 420 points of constitution. Zhāng Hào collected all the attributes and experience points scattered on the ground. During the previous battle, several unfortunate souls had met their end on the arena stage. As a result, Zhāng Hào had amassed a total of 80,000 experience points, a truly unexpected windfall. Zhāng Hào wins! The chief steward of Changcheng loudly proclaimed Zhāng Hao's victory. As Zhāng Hào stepped down from the platform, Yan Shuyue beside him beamed with excitement, her face flushed. Brother Zhāng, you're incredibly skilled. Zhāng Hào shook his head helplessly. Yan Shuyue really lacked confidence in him. Before he could speak, Kwang Xin, seated in the distance, burst into laughter. Yan Shuyue, this kid has some talent, but don't set your expectations too high for him. If he crosses my path later, I'll knock his brains out. You bastard. Yan Shuyue's face flushed crimson with anger. Whether it was Kwang Xin or Luo Gu, she despised them both intensely. When she was young, she had witnessed Kwang Xin and Luo Gu brutally slaughtering innocent people during their cultivation. This had left an indelible shadow on her young heart. I'll tear your mouth to shreds later. Zhāng Hào wasn't one to hold his temper either. Facing Kwang Xin's provocation, he responded without restraint. Ha, is that so? Kwang Xin's crimson tongue flickered across his lips as his face contorted into a hideous grimace. I'll crush your bones one by one, letting you die in agony. Those around them fell silent. Zhāng Hào, hailing from Blackrock City, possessed formidable strength, yet daring to provoke Kwang Xin was, in their eyes, a profoundly unwise move. Mad Heart was the disciple of the 3rd Palace Master of the Nightmare Palace and a prodigy who had even been permitted to train within the Undying Heavenly Palace. His strength far exceeded ordinary expectations. Zhāng Hào ignored Kwang Xin, focusing instead on replenishing the genetic energy he had just expended. With Earth Control reaching level 7, Zhāng Hao's recovery rate skyrocketed whenever he stood upon solid ground. In less than 30 seconds, the genetic energy depleted during his battle with Iron Slaughter was fully replenished. Time slipped away unnoticed. Soon, the 16 matches of the first round concluded, with 16 of the 32 contestants advancing to the second round. The third round would eliminate another half of the contestants, continuing in this cycle until the ultimate victor was determined. In these 16 initial matches, 5 contestants were slain before they even had a chance to leap off the stage, a death rate that was remarkably high. By all accounts, the selection ceremony should not be this brutal, yet every disciple of the Nightmare Palace regarded it as perfectly ordinary. The Nightmare Demon Palace, affiliated with the Undying Heavenly Palace lineage, had always been devoid of so-called righteous individuals. To them, dying at the hands of a superior opponent was simply a matter of fact. Chapter 136, Fresh Prey. First match of the second round. Chief Steward Chang Shang wasted no time. This matchmaking tournament must conclude today. The first match of the second round pitted Luo Ghost against another formidable man. Yet before the challenger even stepped onto the platform, he declared, "I sustained severe injuries in the first round. I lack the strength to continue fighting in the second. I willingly concede defeat." His face was deathly pale. Though he had defeated his opponent in the first round, the toll on his own body was immense. Recovery within such a short time frame was impossible, hence his immediate surrender. Of course, the most crucial reason was that his opponent was Luo Gu. Luo Gu's strength was unfathomable, and his nature was cruel. If he stepped onto the stage, there might not even be a chance to concede defeat. Sacrificing one's life for a shred of pride was truly not worth it. How tedious. Luo Gu sighed softly, shaking his head in disappointment at having one less victim to claim. Second round, second match, Zhāng Hào from Blackrock City vs Blood Butcher from the Bloodshed Tribe. After drawing a new wooden slip, Chief Steward Chang Shang swiftly announced the combatants for the second match. Zhāng Hào rose to his feet. In this second match, it was his turn to enter the arena. "Ha! I'm itching to get started." Zhāng Hao's opponent, the Blood Butcher, roared with laughter as he rose from his seat. During the first round, the Blood Butcher had devoured his opponent alive, leaving a profound impression on everyone. Zhāng Hào had also dispatched his opponent with equal ease. The prospect of their duel had many straightening their backs, hearts brimming with anticipation. Gak gak. Just finished digesting my meal, and fresh food arrives at my doorstep. On the stage, the Blood Butcher cackled grotesquely, resembling a colossal mountain of flesh wielding a blood-red cleaver. Hailing from the cannibal tribe, he had come here specifically to feast on more powerful psychics. Zhāng Hao's gaze was cold as he fixed it upon the Blood Butcher. "Begin!" As the words of Chief Steward Chang Shang echoed, the Blood Butcher swung the massive crimson blade from his back, bellowing, "Mountains of corpses, seas of blood." Whoosh! A terrifying aura erupted, instantly shrouding the entire arena in a crimson mist. The pungent stench of blood filled the nostrils of everyone below the stage, causing them to involuntarily wrinkle their brows. Who knew how many souls this Blood Butcher had devoured to cultivate such terrifying killing intent? This terrifying aura alone was enough to crush the will to fight in weaker psychic warriors. Zhāng Hào felt as if he'd fallen into a sea of corpses and blood. All around him stretched a crimson ocean, its surface dotted with fragments of flesh. Countless rotting corpses reached out with grotesque, putrid hands, clawing toward him. Could this be a psychic attack? Zhāng Hào stood motionless, his mind racing with speculation. The martial art cultivated by this Blood Butcher was truly peculiar. It could use killing intent to induce illusions in enemies, trapping them in an endless sea of corpses and blood. Truly extraordinary. Brother Zhang. Below the arena, Yan Shuyue was frantic with worry. Her gaze was fixed intently on Zhāng Hào atop the platform, where he stood utterly motionless, as if possessed. The Blood Butcher, his eyes flickering with a crimson glow and a savage grin curling his lips, raised his blood-red greatsword high and slowly advanced toward Zhāng Hào. In his eyes, Zhāng Hào had already fallen into a sea of corpses and blood. Escape was nothing but a fool's fantasy. Die! The Blood Butcher stood before Zhāng Hào, raising his blade without hesitation and bringing it down with brutal force. SSSSH. The blade sliced clean through Zhāng Hao's neck. Yet, to the Blood Butcher's horror, not a single drop of blood flowed from the severed stump. A cold, distant voice suddenly echoed behind the Blood Butcher. "Is this your signature move?" "Nothing special." It turned out Zhāng Hào had never been trapped within the Blood Butcher's sea of corpses and blood. He had cleverly distorted the light on the arena, concealing his form and creating an illusory image. Yet the Blood Butcher foolishly believed he had succeeded. Boom! Zhāng Hao's right fist struck like thunder, slamming viciously into the Blood Butcher's back. The blow landed squarely on the Blood Butcher's back, yet his thick layer of flesh began to writhe, attempting to suck Zhāng Hao's fist inward. The Blood Butcher sneered with unrestrained mockery. "Didn't you see the first round? How utterly foolish to attack me with your fists." The Blood Butcher possessed a unique ability. He could swallow his enemies whole and digest them alive. He's not foolish, he's confident in his plan. A peculiar gleam flashed in Chief Steward Chang Shang's eyes. The Blood Butcher desperately unleashed his power, attempting to swallow Zhāng Hào whole. Yet, his expression turned ashen when an extreme chill emanated from Zhāng Hao's fist. "Keep swallowing," Zhāng Hào said coldly. Immediately, he unleashed his frost ability. Endless waves of frigid mist poured into the Blood Butcher's body, rapidly freezing his muscles, blood, and even his internal organs into solid ice. "No!" The Blood Butcher screamed in terror. Crack! The Blood Butcher's entire body of fat instantly froze into an ice sculpture. Zhāng Hào casually flickered his wrist, unleashing a powerful surge of force. Amid the Blood Butcher's desperate screams, his body stiffened by the freezing mist shattered like glass in a series of crisp cracks. The Blood Butcher, who had been ferocious beyond measure in the first round, even devouring a living human, met his end so effortlessly at Zhāng Hao's hands. This Zhāng Hào possesses 3 abilities? The gazes of Chief Steward Changsheng, Mad Heart, and others sharpened slightly. During the first round, Zhāng Hào had displayed an Earth attribute ability. Now, in the second round, he first utilized a light attribute power resembling invisibility, then unleashed a third ice attribute ability. Typically, ability users possessed only one power. Those with two abilities were extremely rare. As for those with three abilities, while not entirely non-existent, they were as rare as a phoenix's feather or a Qilin's horn. Zhāng Hao's possession of three abilities genuinely astonished these individuals. So what if he has multiple abilities? What matters is the power of the abilities, not their number. Luo Gu chuckled softly. Behind him, within the shadows, the black specter stirred restlessly, as if it couldn't wait to devour everything around it. The psychic space was not to be used lightly. He must keep some cards up his sleeve. Zhāng Hào picked up the Blood Butcher's dropped attributes as he stepped down from the arena, silently pondering. In this tournament, he absolutely couldn't reveal all his trump cards, especially spatial abilities. Skills like teleportation or diving into alternate dimensions must never be used lightly. Doing so would make it painfully obvious he possessed spatial powers. Chapter 137, Concealing His Ace. After all, this was the territory of the anti-human organization. Keeping abilities that could save his life was no bad thing. If others learned of his spatial abilities and harbored ill intent, they would inevitably take precautions against his spatial domain. His previous clash with the undead had taught Zhāng Hào a profound lesson: no power in this world is invincible. Even if one could retreat into an alternate space, a powerhouse ranked among the world's top 100 warriors would still find a way to force their way in. Zhāng Hào returned to his seat. Yan Shuyue's gaze toward him grew increasingly filled with trust. Zhāng Hao's victory was undoubtedly the best outcome. Among all those present, she alone felt no aversion toward Zhāng Hào. Time slipped away unnoticed as the 8 duels of the second round concluded swiftly. This round eliminated half the participants once more, leaving only 8 remaining. Next came the quarterfinals. Those who advanced to the third round were all formidable contenders. First match of the third round, Zhāng Hào vs. Mohen. Chief Steward Changsheng drew lots to determine the first matchup. Zhāng Hào rose to his feet. Mohen's prowess was truly formidable. He had already defeated 2 opponents consecutively and was a 4th-tier peak psychic. However, Mohen did not rise. His face pale, he declared, "I forfeit." Zhāng Hào glanced at Mohen and saw he was indeed badly injured. In the previous round, though he had killed his opponent, he had also been gravely wounded by the enemy's desperate last-gasp counterattack. Such a short time was simply insufficient for recovery. Moreover, both opponents Zhāng Hào had faced had met their end at his hands. After careful consideration, Mohen decided against taking such a risk and chose to concede decisively. Even if he managed to defeat Zhāng Hào, the terrifying figures of Luo Gue and Guangxin still awaited him. He knew his chances in this selection tournament were now gone. Zhāng Hào wins, announced Chief Steward Changsheng, his eyes flickering slightly. Zhāng Hào had successfully advanced to the 4th round. His strength was undeniably formidable. The competition continued. While keeping an eye on the battles unfolding on the stage, Chief Steward Changsheng glanced toward Zhāng Hào in the distance and Yan Shuyue, her face beaming with joy. A sudden wave of tenderness welled up in his heart. As Yama's disciple, Chief Steward Changsheng was significantly older than Mad Heart and Ghost Luo, having passed 50 years of age. Thus, he did not meet the criteria for inhabiting Yama's new body. Having watched Yan Shuyue grow up since childhood, he cherished her deeply, a profound affection born of an elder's care for a younger generation. Shuyue seems genuinely fond of this Zhāng Hào. After a moment of deep thought, Chief Steward Changsheng finally resolved to offer Zhāng Hào some guidance. Zhāng Hào was intently watching the duel on the stage when suddenly, a man's voice reached his ears. "In the next match, I'll arrange for you to face Kwang Xin. You'd be wise to concede defeat outright." The words rang clearly in Zhāng Hao's ears, startling him. He immediately looked toward Chief Steward Changsheng, only to see the steward watching the arena battle with a calm expression. The others around him seemed equally unfazed, as if none had heard the voice. "Chief Steward Changsheng? Using secret transmission to make me concede?" Zhāng Hao's mind was filled with astonishment. Could it be that the other party feared he might win the final victory in this match? It made sense. As an outsider, defeating the 2 most prodigiously talented disciples of the Nightmare Demon Palace would surely bring utter disgrace upon the sect. "This is for your own good." Chief Steward Changsheng's voice echoed in Zhāng Hao's ears once more. This was a well-intentioned warning, for in truth, even if he claimed first place, he could never marry Yan Shuyue. Instead, he would become the new vessel for the Yanma demon. Chief Steward Changsheng's kind warning stemmed from concern for Yan Shuyue. He didn't want to see her heartbroken. Besides, there were still Kwang Xin and Luo Guai here. Both were peerless prodigies. As Yanma's new vessel, they would surely satisfy him. Of course, Chief Steward Changsheng didn't believe Zhāng Hào could stand a chance against Guangxin or Luo Gue. He merely hoped Zhāng Hào wouldn't risk his life fighting them, only to perish in vain. Moreover, if he did win, it would only invite a host of troubles. Having said these 2 sentences, Chief Steward Changsheng said no more. This was all he could do. "Is he threatening me?" Zhāng Hào couldn't help but frown inwardly. He was certain Chief Steward Changsheng was coercing him into surrender. Without explaining the reasons, he was being pressured to concede defeat. Such behavior reeked of intimidation. What's going on? Yan Shuyue, standing nearby, looked puzzled. It's nothing. Zhāng Hào smiled indifferently. He had never feared threats. This time, he must win and become Yan Shuyue's fiancé. Only then could he seize the opportunity to request passage through the Nightmare Palace's portal to leave this nightmare realm. If he missed this golden opportunity, who knew when another chance to leave might arise? Every moment spent longer in the Nightmare Realm meant one more moment of danger. Chief Steward Changsheng remained unaware that his well-intentioned warning had been misconstrued as a threat. Even if he had known, he had no intention of offering further explanation. After all, it was already rare for him to offer even a word of warning out of respect for Yan Shuyue. All matches of the third round concluded, determining the final 4 contestants advancing to the quarterfinals. With 2 more eliminations from this quartet, the final showdown would commence. The 4 remaining contenders were Zhāng Hào, Mad Heart, Luo Ghost, and a man named Wang Lianshan. To have reached this stage, there was no doubt that these 4 were the cream of the crop among the strong. The most thrilling moment is about to unfold. The ultimate victor will surely be either Luo Gue or Guangxin. It's truly impossible to say which of the 2 is stronger. The spectators in the stands were all extremely excited. In their view, the duel between Luo Gue and Guangxin would be the pinnacle battle of this matchmaking tournament, and the one who would marry Yan Shuyue would surely be one of these 2. Reaching this stage has already secured my fame, Wang Lianshan mused inwardly. Yet, though I am a 5th-tier grandmaster, I only recently attained this rank. Compared to Luo Gue and Guangxin, I still fall short. Wang Lianshan, one of the 4 contenders, mused silently to himself. Wang Lianshan's advancement to the semifinals was testament to his formidable strength. At merely 26 years of age, he had already attained 5th-rank grandmaster status, a level of talent truly extraordinary. Across the entire Nightmare Realm, few could rival him. Wang Lianshan had come to the groom selection assembly not necessarily to marry Yan Shuyue, but to prove his strength and secure an opportunity to train at the Undying Heavenly Palace. In his eyes, the Nightmare Realm felt far too confined. He yearned to venture out into the wider world and make his mark. If Guangxin and Luo Gue meet earlier, then Wang Lianshan and Zhang Hào might still have a chance to win the finals. Exactly. A clash between Guangxin and Luo Gue would likely leave the victor severely weakened. Numerous Nightmare Demon sect disciples discussed this fervently. If Mad Heart and Luo Ghost clashed in this round and both emerged battered, Zhāng Hào and Wang Lianshan might seize the chance to gain an advantage. Chapter 138, Cheating Tactics. The Nightmare Demon Palace has surely taken note of my strength. But if I can win one more match and advance to the finals, that will suffice. I only hope to face that Zhang lad. Wang Lianshan glanced at Zhāng Hào, his thoughts racing. If he faced Luo Gu or Guangxian, defeat was certain. But if luck favored him and he drew Zhāng Hào, he still had a chance to win one more match and reach the finals. Chief Steward Changsheng presided over the draw. He bowed his head to examine the names on the slips, originally Guangxian and Luo Gue, yet he announced loudly, 4th round, first match, Luo Gue vs. Wang Lianshan. Zhāng Hào shrugged helplessly. He suspected Chief Steward Changsheng had rigged the draw, but since the man presided over the matchmaking tournament, cheating was indeed a simple matter. There was nothing he could do about it. Ah! Wang Lianshan sighed inwardly. He had fervently hoped to face Zhāng Hào, but fate had dealt him a cruel hand, Luo Gu instead. Silently, Wang Lianshan ascended the stage alongside Luo Ghost. Their contest commenced immediately. Within Wang Lianshan's shadow, the ghostly specter materialized silently, launching a fierce attack upon him like a phantom. Wang Lianshan's prowess was truly extraordinary. He grappled with the specter for a brief moment. The specter emitted a eerie cawing sound, seemingly preparing to intensify its assault. Yet before the specter could unleash its deadliest strike, Wang Lianshan decisively leapt off the stage. I admit defeat. My skills are no match for yours. Standing below the platform, Wang Lianshan turned his gaze toward Luo Ghost and spoke calmly. Luo Ghost frowned slightly, gave a cold snort, and said nothing more. Wang Lianshan's decisive concession caught him off guard. The opponent had leaped off the stage so swiftly that he hadn't even had time to intervene. Thus, Wang Lianshan became the first person to step onto the stage with Luo Gu and walk away unscathed. The audience felt quite dissatisfied, believing Wang Lianshan was too cunning, surrendering without even deploying his trump card to truly test his strength against Luo Gu. Still, they understood Luo Ghost fought with ruthless ferocity, leaving no survivors. Fighting him to the death was hardly a wise choice. As for Zhāng Hào, his luck proved even worse than Wang Lianshan's. With Wang Lianshan now defeated, only he, Guangxian, and Luo Gue remained on the field. If you're in danger, surrender immediately. I'll plead with father for you. If I must marry, I only wish to marry you. Yan Shuyue's small face was filled with worry. Zhāng Hào had drawn Guangxian in this round, meaning he must defeat both Guangxian and Luo Gu to win the finals. Hearing Yan Shuyue's words, a wave of warmth surged through Zhāng Hao's heart. This little girl truly had a kind heart. Not everyone born into anti-human organizations was evil, just as not everyone in the Holy Legion was good. Don't worry. I will win. No matter what, whether to escape the nightmare realm himself or to prevent Yan Shuyue from marrying Luo Guikai or Kwang Xin, victory was non-negotiable. The fiends of the Nightmare Palace? The mighty warriors of the undying Heavenly Palace? He feared none of them. Zhāng Hào stepped onto the arena platform. Opposite him, Quangxin stood with arms crossed over his chest, every muscle bulging, even his head and face were covered in flesh, making him hideously grotesque and ferocious. Ha! Never thought you'd make it this far, kid. But meeting me is your bad luck. I'll just use you as warm-up before dealing with that Luo ghost bastard. Kwang Xin stared at Zhāng Hào with a mocking smile. I'll honor my earlier promise, I'll crush every bone in your body to dust. Is that so? With you, a muscle freak? Zhāng Hào sneered. To be so confident with a face like yours, you're a real freak. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room fell dead silent. Yan Shuyue couldn't help but snort with laughter. Zhāng Hao's tongue was truly vicious. While others might avoid insulting someone's face or exposing their weaknesses, he deliberately struck at the heart of their pain. No one could endure such humiliation. Sure enough, the smile on Kwang Xion's face twisted into a grimace. He gritted his teeth, his eyes even flashing with crimson bloodshot veins. Since childhood, Kwang Xian had endured constant ridicule and bullying over his appearance. Later, he demonstrated astonishing talent. As his strength grew and his status rose, no one dared mock his looks anymore. But today, Zhāng Hào had publicly called him an ugly freak. This sent his rage soaring to its peak. Such youthful recklessness. Chang Shang, the chief steward, shook his head silently in exasperation. Earlier, he had advised Zhāng Hào to concede defeat. Not only did Zhāng Hào refuse to listen, but he had openly provoked Kwang Xian on the stage. Now, even if Zhāng Hào jumped off the stage, Kwang Xian would likely not let it go easily. Chief Steward Chang Shang felt his earlier advice had backfired. I'll kill you. Quangxin roared, his entire body trembling violently as a terrifying force erupted from him. He stomped his foot, instantly covering dozens of meters, and unleashed a savage punch. Boom! Kwang Xian's punch unleashed such terrifying force that the very void trembled, scattering the clouds in the sky. The surging force whipped up a violent gale, like a ferocious beast charging straight at Zhāng Hào, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Quangxin possessed innate superhuman strength from childhood, and the ability he awakened further amplified his power. His power was formidable enough to obliterate Lord-level mutated beasts. Enraged, he was nothing short of a human-shaped beast. Though Zhāng Hao's frame appeared slightly slender compared to Kwang Xian's, he showed no fear and sprang into action instantly. Terrifying power surged ceaselessly from the earth, refined by him. Then, he unleashed a thunderous punch, his entire being seemingly fused with the ground as he charged forward with a frenzied momentum. Boom! Their fists collided violently, like two meteors from beyond the heavens crashing together. The thunderous roar sent sharp pains through the eardrums of weaker psychics in the stands. Kra-la! The ground seemed torn apart by countless giant hands, shattering rocks flying skyward. The violent force radiated outward, shattering the air itself as thunderous explosions echoed ceaselessly. Gale force winds howled, whipping the robes of Zhāng Hào and Kwang Xian. It was almost impossible to believe such earth-shattering chaos could be unleashed by two mere mortal bodies. Clang! 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 Despite Zhāng Hao's mastery over the earth, in raw strength alone, he was no match for Quangxin, who had long reached the 5th tier and possessed strength-based abilities. The immense force of the impact sent him staggering backward, a faint tingling numbing his wrist. Quangxin's fearsome reputation was well earned, his strength was truly formidable. You managed to take my punch, that shows you've got some skill. Quangxin roared with maniacal laughter, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. In raw strength alone, you surpass most early-stage 5th tier ability users. But I'm already a mid-stage 5th tier user specializing in strength. Even late-stage 5th tier users would be easily overpowered by me in a strength contest. Quangxin was brimming with confidence. In his eyes, even a high-tier lord-level mutant beast could be subdued by sheer force. Prepare to die. A cold gleam flashed in Quangxin's eyes as he slashed a palm blade fiercely toward Zhāng Hào. The air itself tore apart, emitting a piercing shriek, as if the entire world was about to be cleaved in two by that single strike. Chapter 139, directly challenging his dignity. Quangxin's power-type ability allowed him to channel force through the air. Even from dozens or hundreds of meters away, a single punch could obliterate his opponent. This palm strike, carrying a violent surge of air, cleaved the earth and charged straight toward Zhāng Hào. A fiery battle intent flashed in Zhāng Hao's eyes. He didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he stepped forward, his blood surging like a raging river, and a golden light suddenly burst forth from his body. Upon entering the golden dominant state, Zhāng Hao's strength surged to unprecedented heights. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fist, smashing directly into the intangible force emanating from the void. Crack! Zhāng Hao's fist struck the blade-shaped energy blast, its terrifying force shattering it completely. The scattered energy carved crisscrossing cracks across the stage. Amidst the swirling dust, Zhāng Hào radiated a dazzling golden glow, standing like a war god between heaven and earth. Every cell, every pore of his body emitted an incomparably powerful aura, causing the surrounding air to warp and distort. What on earth is this? The crowd trembled in awe. Zhāng Hào, now in his golden overlord state, had transformed into a war god of supreme majesty, his presence so overwhelming that no one dared meet his gaze. Countless onlookers were utterly stunned. What kind of power was this? How could it allow Zhāng Hào to match Kuang Xin blow for blow in a direct clash of power? A flicker of alarm crossed Chief Steward Chang Shang's eyes. This is bloodline power. It's a royal-grade bloodline. Luogu couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, his eyes blazing with fervor. High-grade bloodline bearers are rare even among millions. A royal-grade bloodline is virtually impossible to find among ordinary people. Only the descendants of the most peerless powerhouses could possibly possess such a legacy. Those few prodigies within the Undying Heavenly Palace bear royal-grade bloodlines. They are the very focus of the entire Undying Heavenly Palace's cultivation efforts. Royal-class bloodlines were truly exceedingly rare, even in other eras. If I could devour him, I would surely ascend to new heights. Luogu's eyes were deep as abysses. Within his shadow, the ghostly figure slowly raised its head, its gaze fixed intently on Zhāng Hào. So dashing. Yan Shuyuem murmured involuntarily. At this moment, Zhāng Hào resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, his refined features radiating a unique charm. Is this a royal-grade bloodline? Kuang Xin was also startled. He too sensed that this wasn't an ability but power originating from bloodline, a royal-grade bloodline, something exceedingly rare. Zhāng Hào stared coldly at Kuang Xin. Is this the capital you pride yourself on? Truly pathetic. Come on, 3 punches. What do you mean by that? Kuang Xin snapped back to his senses and demanded. A smile curved Zhāng Hao's lips. I'll stand right here. You may strike me 3 times. I won't retaliate. I want you to understand what true invincibility means. The surging power within Zhāng Hao's veins roared like a torrent, making the young, impetuous man unable to contain his urge to unleash it fully. He was determined to crush these prodigies of the anti-human organization mercilessly. Quangxin's relentless taunts had particularly ignited Zhāng Hao's fury. He would shatter Quangxin's pride completely before ending him. To defeat Quangxin and Luogu, he must demonstrate power that would shock everyone. Since it would inevitably draw attention, he might as well make a scene that would shake the heavens. Everyone deemed Zhāng Hao's actions arrogantly reckless, bordering on suicidal. Even Chief Steward Chang Shang frowned deeply. He understood Zhāng Hao's power had surged after awakening his bloodline, but how could he possibly withstand 3 full-force punches from Quangxin? Quangxin's power was potent enough to slaughter a high-tier lord outright. Allowing 3 unreturned punches? He's courting death. Kuang Xion's cheeks twitched uncontrollably, his face flushing crimson with rage. This was contempt, utter, unmasked contempt. He was the one who looked down on others, yet Zhāng Hào was the first to dare act so brazenly before him, treating him as nothing. Since you seek death so desperately, I shall grant it. Quangxin roared with fury, his muscles bulging instantly as his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. From dozens of meters away, he unleashed a punch that flew through the air, smashing toward Zhāng Hào. The terrifying force of the punch resembled a ferocious dragon, seemingly capable of warping and tearing the very fabric of space as it lunged madly toward Zhāng Hào. The force traveled through the air without diminishing, powerful enough to shatter even a lord-level mutant beast. Yet, facing this terrifying blow, Zhāng Hào stood utterly still, as if deaf to the threat. He didn't even assume a defensive stance, seemingly intent on taking the full force of the strike with his bare flesh. Has he gone mad? That was the sole thought racing through everyone's mind at that moment. When Mad Heart's terrifying punch came hurtling toward him, no one would be foolish enough to stand rooted to the spot. After all, the bodies of psychic users were far too fragile compared to mutated beasts of the same level. A punch that even a lord-level mutated beast would struggle to withstand, how could Zhāng Hào possibly not dodge? That would be madness or sheer stupidity. Kuang Xion's face was etched with caution. He feared Zhāng Hào might resort to trickery, just as he had in their previous battle, using distorted light to create illusions, luring him into attacking, then striking from behind. But Quangxin had overthought it. Boom! The brutally powerful punch slammed squarely into Zhāng Hao's body. An illusion could never withstand such an assault. Die, fool! A savage grin twisted Quangxin's lips. He was utterly confident in his power, certain that taking this blow head-on without defense was nothing short of suicide. Yet, spatial force redirection. The instant the fist struck Zhāng Hào, he unleashed a skill developed from his spatial ability, spatial force redirection. Spatial force redirection could divert incoming attacks into another dimension, leaving the user unscathed. Of course, the more powerful the attack, the greater the difficulty in deflecting it, and the higher the energy cost. When facing that undead creature earlier, using spatial force redirection in its presence would have been a suicide mission. Yet against the Mad Heart, it proved more than sufficient. Whoosh! Zhāng Hao's body instantly established a connection with the alternate dimension. Quangxin's ferocious punch slammed into him, only to vanish as if falling into a black hole. Zhāng Hao's body absorbed the entire force of the attack, then redirected it into the linked alternate dimension. What followed left everyone utterly speechless. Facing an attack that even a high-tier lord-level monster couldn't withstand head-on, Zhāng Hào not only suffered no injury whatsoever, but his clothes were merely brushed lightly by the gust of force, causing them to sway slightly. Not a hair out of place. What on earth is going on? Everyone stared in stunned silence. Zhāng Hao's declaration to directly withstand the 3 fists of madness wasn't arrogance or trickery. He genuinely possessed the ability to endure those 3 strikes. Chapter 140, Bloodline Power. Is this some kind of special ability? Or the bloodline power granted by a king-tier bloodline? Below the stage, Luo Ghost and Chief Steward Chang were utterly stunned. Even with their vast experience, they couldn't fathom how Zhāng Hào had managed it. Had Zhāng Hào used spatial teleportation or retreated into another dimension, it would have been immediately detected. But he employed a covert, silent spatial deflection technique, one so subtle that others couldn't even perceive his use of spatial abilities. Observing Kwang Xian's stunned expression, Zhāng Hào remarked calmly, 2 more punches. Damned bastard. Kwang Xian's face flushed crimson. Zhāng Hao's contempt was unbearable to his pride. He silently vowed to make this arrogant bastard pay dearly. Overlord Fist. Kwang Xian roared, unleashing a frenzied punch. This time, he unleashed the martial art he had trained in for years, the Overlord Demon Fist. This martial art contained no intricate variations, only a simple, pure, and utterly domineering punch. Boom! The very void trembled. Kwang Xian's punch unleashed a terrifying force that seemed to transform into a demonic head, lunging madly toward Zhāng Hao's body. Boom! Fine cracks began to form in the stage beneath Zhāng Hao's feet. Yet he stood his ground, taking the full force of the blow head-on. His robes billowed in the wind, yet he remained unscathed, as if this colossal punch were merely a gentle breeze brushing his face. Impossible. This can't be. The gale subsided, leaving Zhāng Hào unscathed, not a hair out of place. Kwang Xian roared in disbelief. Zhāng Hào stood motionless, radiating a brilliant golden glow. Though he hadn't shifted an inch, he exerted a mountain-like pressure on Kwang Xian, causing sweat to pour down his forehead. Ha! Big brother Zhang is too awesome. Quangxin's really been put in his place this time. Yan Shuyue was the most delighted, her smile stretching wide as her earlier worries vanished like smoke. He possesses a royal-grade bloodline, and his strength is equally formidable. Chief Steward Chang Shang was inwardly stunned by Zhāng Hao's power, while also sighing silently. If Zhāng Hào truly emerged victorious, Yama would undoubtedly choose him as his new vessel. Possessing royal-grade bloodline, a handsome face, and being far younger than both Quangxin and Luo Ghost, truly the most perfect vessel. 1 punch remains. Zhāng Hao's gaze was icy as he stared at Kwang Xian. His black hair fluttered, emanating an invisible, awe-inspiring pressure. He was determined to utterly destroy everything about Kwang Xian. Don't get cocky. This punch will shatter you into dust, ensuring you never reincarnate. Quangxin roared madly, his eyes turning blood red. The more frenzied he became, the more terrifying the potential he unleashed. Crack! 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 Quangxin's muscles swelled violently. Beneath the flesh, tendons writhed like living serpents, coiling and undulating. Terrifying power surged through his body, igniting a series of explosive crackles in the air. Consumed by madness, he knew this punch must kill Zhāng Hào, the only way to reclaim everything he had lost. Overlord Fist. Crazed heart's bones rumbled, seemingly struggling to contain the power surging through him. He no longer punched at empty air. Instead, his foot slammed into the ground, causing it to instantly cave in. His massive frame charged forward like a ferocious beast, his fist coalescing with such force it felt like an ancient demon was about to awaken. Kwang Xian unleashed a punch with all his might, smashing brutally toward Zhāng Hao's chest. The terrifying force surged forth like a raging tidal wave, capable of shattering even the mightiest mountain into dust. Boom! The earth shook violently. The entire stage trembled as if caught in a fierce earthquake, shaking wildly as if it might shatter and collapse at any moment. Zhāng Hào stood firmly upon the platform. His body connected to the alternate dimension, continuously channeling wave after wave of surging force into that other realm. It must be acknowledged that Quangxin's full power punch was terrifying. Even as Zhāng Hào attempted to dissipate the force using his void deflecting technique, he found it quite taxing. Fortunately, however, it had not yet reached its limit. Kwang Xian's power was finite after all. Once the last shred of force was fully diverted into the alternate dimension, everything returned to stillness. The entire massive arena was now crisscrossed with cracks, showing signs of splitting apart, a testament to the terrifying power of Quangxin's punch. Yet Zhāng Hào remained standing, still as a mountain, unshaken. Impossible, this can't be. Staring at Zhāng Hào mere inches away, Mad Heart descended into utter collapse, muttering to himself. He had unleashed 3 full power punches. Zhāng Hào hadn't even dodged, yet he hadn't managed to scratch him. This utterly crushed his pride and dignity. Now it's my turn. Zhāng Hao's voice was icy. Kwang Xian was utterly brutal, his sins no less heinous than those of the previous mingling. Zhāng Hào would show him no mercy or restraint. Zhāng Hào clenched his golden fist, channeling the power of the earth into it. In the next instant, it crashed down like a god's hammer, smashing into the disoriented mad heart. Boom! Quan Xin instinctively raised his arms to shield himself, but it was futile. The fist slammed into his arms, unleashing terrifying force that instantly shattered his limbs. His entire body flew backward like a cannonball. Boom! 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 The dual enhancement of Earth's power and the golden dominance body propelled Zhāng Hao's punch to a terrifying level of force. Kuang Xian's body was torn to shreds in midair by this overwhelming force. A trace of unwillingness and terror lingered on his face before he finally exploded into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating into the air. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Only Zhāng Hào stood alone, unshaken. Kuang Xian had once vowed to tear Zhāng Hào limb from limb, yet now it was Kuang Xian himself who had been utterly obliterated. Quan Xin, is he truly dead? The disciples of the Nightmare Demon Palace felt a wave of bewilderment wash over their minds. Quan Xin was one of the most brilliant talents in the entire Nightmare Demon Palace. He had even left the palace to pursue advanced studies at the Undying Heavenly Palace, making him a strong contender for one of the 3 palace master positions in the future. Yet this prodigy had been obliterated before their very eyes, reduced to dust by a single punch from Zhāng Hào. What's more, just moments before, Zhāng Hào had stood perfectly still while taking Kuang Xian's 3 punches. It seemed Kuang Xian himself had accepted his defeat without a shred of doubt, finding no excuse whatsoever. He hails from Blackrock City? Who would have thought such a prodigy would emerge from our nightmare realm? Indeed. Judging by his appearance, he seems barely over 20, far younger than both Quan Xin and Luo Gue. Yet his innate talent surpasses both of them. He holds the potential to reach the level of a king in the future. The formidable strength Zhāng Hào displayed was utterly staggering. Previously, everyone had assumed the final showdown would be between Mad Heart and Luo Ghost. Yet Zhāng Hao's sudden emergence, decisively crushing Mad Heart, made him the undisputed dark horse of this matchmaking tournament. His future potential was truly immeasurable. Zhāng Hào wins. Chief Steward Chang Shang announced the result with mixed emotions. Zhāng Hào had successfully advanced to the finals, with only Luo Ghost remaining as his opponent. If he could defeat Luo Gu, he would become the sole victor, his name reverberating throughout the entire nightmare realm. Proceed directly to the next round. Zhāng Hào declared. His battle with Quan Xin had been brief, leaving him with minimal exhaustion. Thanks to the powerful regenerative abilities of his earth domination, he had already recovered nearly fully. He intended to defeat Luo Gu in one decisive blow and end this battle. Afterward, he would only need to feign agreement to become Yama's son-in-law, then request to go out into the world for training, taking Yan Shuyue with him as they departed. Will Luo Ghost accept the challenge? Even Quan Xin, who was his equal, was beaten to a pulp. Even he would likely face mortal danger against this terrifying opponent. Some looked forward to the showdown between Luo Ghost and Zhāng Hào. This is rather interesting. Luo Ghost rose slowly, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Would he accept the challenge? The answer was undoubtedly yes. Chapter 141, Dissolving with Mind. Luo Gu strolled unhurriedly toward the stage. Even after witnessing Kuang Xian's death before his eyes, not a trace of fear flickered in his gaze. How amusing. You must possess some sort of power to neutralize attacks, right? That brute Kuang Xian was all muscle and no brains, perfect for you to counter. Luo Gu spoke in a flat tone. Indeed, though Quan Xin's power was formidable, his methods were rather limited. If countered, defeat was inevitable. I'm not that fool, Quan Xin. Your special ability won't affect me at all. Luo Gu declared with brimming confidence. Though people constantly compared him to Kuang Xian, Luo Gu never held Kuang Xian in any regard. His methods and strength far surpassed Kuang Xian's. Are you done with your nonsense? Zhāng Hào impatiently cut Luo Gu off. You possess a king-tier bloodline, exactly what I crave. Devour your bloodline, and I'll rival those peerless geniuses within the Undying Heavenly Palace. I'm going to eat you. Quan Xin's face contorted into a hideous grimace, his narrowed eyes burning with unquenchable greed and lust. Nah! From the shadows behind Zhāng Hào, a green-faced, fanged creature suddenly lunged forward. It was the ghost. Slime dripped from its gaping maw as it lunged madly toward Zhāng Hao's neck. Having witnessed Luo Gu's attacks multiple times before, Zhāng Hào wasn't caught off guard by this peculiar ability. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào spun instantly, his golden fist smashing hard against the ghost's jaw, sending a wave of dizziness through its head. Yet it was ferocious, raising a pair of claws to claw furiously at Zhāng Hào. Clang! 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 The ghost's sharp claws struck Zhāng Hao's body with force, yet they seemed to hit unbreakable metal, leaving not a single mark on him. Thud! 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 Zhāng Hào unleashed a flurry of punches, the sheer force sending the specter flying backward. To Zhāng Hao's astonishment, though his fists could kill Lord-level mutated beasts, this specter seemed utterly unaffected, charging back with undiminished ferocity. Could it be because of Luo Ghost? This specter is a manifestation of Luo Ghost's power. Perhaps my attacks are indeed ineffective against it. Zhāng Hào glanced toward Luo Gu, who stood motionless in the distance, and a realization dawned on him. As long as Luo Ghost remained alive, no matter how powerful the attack landed on the spectral ghost, it would merely consume a fraction of Luo Ghost's genetic energy. As for the specter itself, no matter how intense the assault, it would not perish easily. If I can't kill it, then I'll trap it. Watching the specter lunge toward him once more, Zhāng Hào gave a cold snort. He pressed his palm downward, and the air temperature plummeted instantly. Water molecules in the atmosphere rapidly condensed into ice crystals, tumbling to the ground. The specter's forward momentum slowed progressively. A layer of frost gradually coated its body. Within a single breath, the specter was completely encased within the crystalline ice. Having dealt with the specter, Zhāng Hào turned his icy gaze toward Luo Ghost and sneered, "Is that all you've got?" Zhāng Hào knew full well that Luo Ghost's true power far exceeded this display. Though the specter it summoned was formidable, it was merely on par with a typical low-tier lord-level monster suitable only for bullying weaker psychic users. Heh, then let me show you my true power. Anyone who makes me go all out will meet their end. Luo Ghost chuckled softly. With a wave of his hand, the ghost frozen within the ice sculpture transformed into a black specter. Like a serpent, it wriggled free from the ice crystals and shot toward Luo Ghost at blinding speed. Whoosh! Luo Gu opened his mouth wide and sucked in sharply. The black shadow of the ghostly spirit plunged straight into his mouth. Disgusting! Zhāng Hào watched the scene, his mouth twitching involuntarily as the sight filled him with profound revulsion. After swallowing the ghost, Luo Gu underwent a dramatic transformation. His face turned green and jagged, his frame grew slender, and a shroud of black mist swirled around him. His body flickered in and out of existence within the void, as if the slightest disturbance would cause him to vanish completely. This ability bears a striking resemblance to that fellow's. Zhāng Hào observed this transformation, his thoughts turning inward. Luo Ghost's drastic alteration in appearance bore a striking resemblance to the previous Yingling. The nether spirit could transform into a colossal monster 20 meters tall, while Luo Ghost, after devouring the spectral ghost, underwent such profound changes that he could no longer be considered human. Luo Gu chuckled softly, "This is my ability, spectral transformation. In this state, I am invincible." Zhāng Hào curled his lip. Chief Steward Chang Shan watched the duel silently from the sidelines. He knew full well that Luo Gui's strength truly surpassed Quang Xayan's, and the sheer strangeness of his methods was something Quang Xayan could never match. For Zhāng Hào to rely on that single move just now to deal with Luo Gui was virtually impossible. Whoosh! Luo Gu's form shifted subtly, instantly materializing within the shadows behind Zhāng Hào. His movement was utterly silent, ghostly, and unseen. In his shadow form, Luo Gu possessed the Shadow Assault skill. Shadow Assault was somewhat similar to teleportation, though not as advanced as spatial teleportation. Teleportation allows instant movement to any location within a certain range, while Shadow Strike only permits movement into shadows, imposing significant limitations. Admittedly, when used for surprise attacks, this technique proved utterly unblockable. SSSSH. Luo Gu's two slender arms coiled toward Zhāng Hao's throat like vicious pythons, seemingly intent on crushing his neck. Yet Zhāng Hao's form shifted slightly, evading the deadly stranglehold with effortless grace in an instant. Whoosh! Zhāng Hao's golden palm, sharp as a cleaver, sliced through the air. Snowflakes drifted down as his palm struck toward Luo Ghost. Empowered by the golden dominance, his palm proved harder than the crescent blade. Zhāng Hào unleashed the blood-chilling blade technique, bringing a palm strike down fiercely upon Luo Gu, aiming to sever his head. Whoosh! Alas, this fierce palm strike merely grazed Luo Gu's neck, failing to inflict even a scratch. Luo Ghost seemed to transform into an illusory shadow, elusive and intangible. 10,000 ghosts devouring heart palm. Luo Gu, his face green and snout, emitted a shrill, piercing howl. His withered, emaciated palms, carrying the wails of ghosts and the howls of demons, slammed violently against Zhāng Hao's chest. Thud! Thud! Zhāng Hào took the full brunt of both strikes. He immediately employed the void force deflection technique, channeling the immense power enough to gravely wound a lord-level monster into another dimension. Yet, to Zhāng Hao's slight frown, though the force was neutralized, two strands of sinister energy seeped through his skin, stealthily infiltrating his body, attempting to assault his vital organs. Zhāng Hào instantly ignited his bloodline power, causing it to surge and churn violently, dissolving these two strands of yin-based force. His hands never stopped moving. He swiftly reached out to grab Luo Ghost's wrist before it could retract, but the result was the same as before. His hand passed straight through Luo Ghost's wrist. Luo Ghost seemed to have truly transformed into a ghost, completely unaffected by physical force. He's completely untouchable. The crowd below the stage stared in stunned silence. Luo Ghost's abilities were utterly bizarre. Zhāng Hào couldn't land a single blow, yet Luo Ghost could attack him freely. This was far too unfair. Chapter 142, Countering the Heart-Devouring Palm. Whoosh! Luo Ghost leapt lightly backward, a faint smile playing on his lips. You're destined to lose. You can't hit me, yet I can strike you. Moreover, your deflection technique can't nullify the power of my heart-devouring palm. Indeed, Luo Gu's 10,000 ghosts devouring heart palm was utterly bizarre. Though Zhāng Hào could deflect the force, he couldn't nullify the bone-crushing, heart-devouring palm energy. As long as he kept attacking Zhāng Hào this way, gradually piling on the damage, even with Zhāng Hao's formidable physique, he would eventually be unable to withstand it. Can't hit him? Zhāng Hào pondered the technique Luo Ghost had just employed. Possessing a similar ability himself, he quickly deduced the precise effects of Luo Ghost's maneuver. Similar to Zhāng Hao's ability to slip into another dimension, Luo Gu could likely shift his body at will between a phantom form and a physical form. In his ethereal state, he was immune to all attacks but could not strike others. When solidified, he could attack enemies but also became vulnerable to their assaults. Simply put, it was a transition between the ethereal and the tangible. With this ability, Luo Ghost could completely control the initiative in combat, entering his ethereal state at will to become impervious to all attacks. It must be said, this is an exceptionally cunning technique, rendering him nearly invincible. Zhāng Hao's escape into another dimension involves his entire body entering that space, whereas Luo Gu remains in his original position, an essential difference between the two. To counter his ability, one might need to use psychic attacks capable of damaging his mind. Unfortunately, Zhāng Hào lacks such capabilities. Cackle cackle cackle. I'll finish you off in one fell swoop, Ghost World. Luo Ghost emitted a hoarse, eerie cackle. From his body, shadowy figures spread like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the entire arena. After transforming into a spectral ghost, Luo Ghost gained the ability to shadow strike, moving freely through the shadowy realm. Now, he had enveloped the entire arena in shadow, meaning he could move freely and infinitely within this space. His speed was so swift it seemed like teleportation. What do you have to fight me with? Luo Ghost cackled wildly, his figure appearing repeatedly around Zhāng Hào. Amidst the shadowy mist, Luo Gu resembled a malevolent specter seemingly omnipresent and omnipotent. How is this fight supposed to proceed? All the disciples of the Nightmare Palace were utterly terrified. Even Chief Steward Chang Shang was convinced that Zhāng Hào was doomed to lose. Only by voluntarily conceding defeat and leaping off the stage might he save his life. Luo Ghost could teleport freely on the stage and shift between physical and ethereal forms, firmly holding the upper hand. Zhāng Hao's force redirecting ability proved largely ineffective against him. From any perspective, Zhāng Hào had no chance of victory. What a pity. Even if he surrendered now, he'd likely still be doomed. Chief Steward Chang Shang sighed inwardly. He knew full well that Yama was undoubtedly watching this battle closely, seeking a perfect vessel. Zhāng Hào displayed extraordinary talent, young, handsome, immensely powerful, and possessing royal-grade bloodlines. Even if Zhāng Hào fell to Luo Gu in this battle, Yama would still choose Zhāng Hào as his new vessel. After all, Zhāng Hao's potential far surpassed Luo Gu's. Brother Zhang. Yan Shuyue gazed at the dim, shadowy figure on the stage and Luo Ghost, who had transformed into countless indistinguishable phantoms within that shadow. Her heart was filled with unease. She sincerely hoped Zhāng Hào would win, yet her greater concern was for his safety. Is that all you've got? A faint smile touched Zhāng Hao's lips, his expression tinged with surprise, as if disappointed by Luo Gu's limited repertoire. Luo Gu's smile instantly froze. Had this guy still not grasped the situation? Still trying to put on a brave face? This is all you've got? I'll make sure you won't even be able to cry later. Luo Gu roared furiously, you're dead today. I'll devour every last bit of your flesh and blood. Is that so? Then I'll start by knocking your teeth out. Zhāng Hào growled lowly, a flash of blinding white light darting through his eyes. To defeat Luo Ghost, he must first dispel the shadowy aura permeating the arena. Otherwise, Luo Ghost's infinite teleportation would render him impossible to strike. Light. It was now afternoon, when the sun's rays were most intense. Zhāng Hào channeled his light ability 320, gathering the sunlight and concentrating the sky's radiance into a single beam that flooded the entire arena. Instantly, the entire arena was illuminated as bright as day. The shadowy figures Luo Gu had conjured rapidly melted away like ice under the blinding sunlight. Luo Ghost shielded his eyes uncomfortably with his arm. With all shadows banished from the arena, his shadow assault ability was rendered useless. So what? I can shift between reality and illusion. I stand invincible. Luo Ghost was surprised, yet his confidence remained unshaken. Is that so? Even if you transform into a phantom form, you can't maintain that state forever, can you? A cold smile touched the corner of Zhāng Hao's lips. Just as he himself couldn't remain in the alternate dimension indefinitely, Luo Gu must also be unable to sustain his ethereal form forever. As long as he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, he could defeat Luo Gu the instant he emerged from his ethereal form. Like combat art. Zhāng Hào shouted softly, unleashing this ancient martial art created by the primordial giant race. Boom! 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 A breathtaking spectacle unfolded as Zhāng Hào instantly transformed into a blinding streak of light, enveloping Luo Ghost within its radiance. A dense swarm of fist shadows rained down from all directions, pounding Luo Gu with relentless fury. Each fist moved at an extreme velocity, and this extreme speed brought with it terrifying destructive power. Zhāng Hao's golden fists frictioned violently against the air, erupting in dazzling bursts of sparks, a truly breathtaking spectacle. Luo Ghost's heart raced with terror. His mortal eyes could not possibly track the trajectory of Zhāng Hao's punches. Without hesitation, Luo Gu instantly shifted into a spectral form. Yet Zhāng Hao's fist, like a phantom, pierced straight through his body. This. Luo Ghost gaped in disbelief. The surrounding space was densely packed with fist imprints, resembling a sky full of stars. He couldn't possibly discern where Zhāng Hao's true form was. The man seemed to have transformed into a dazzling beam of light. Under this relentless barrage of fists, as dense as a torrential downpour, Luo Gu was utterly defenseless, forced to struggle desperately to maintain his ethereal form. If he abandoned this ethereal state, Zhāng Hao's fists would pulverize him into dust in an instant. This is a martial technique? How could it be so terrifying? Such dense, lightning-fast fists defied human limits. It's the light combat art. He's actually mastered the light combat art. Chief Steward Chang Shang's face was etched with shock as his mind flashed back to the light combat art treasured within the Nightmare Demon Palace, a technique no one had ever managed to master. The Nightmare Palace knew well the power of the light combat art. Cultivating it required possessing light attributes, supernatural abilities, a condition met by many. Yet, the art was recorded in ancient script. Even after translation, numerous errors remained, rendering it impossible to learn until Zhāng Hào defied all odds. Brother Zhang only obtained the light combat art yesterday. Yan Shuyue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Zhāng Hao's feat was truly astonishing, mastering an ancient martial art that even the Demon King Yanma couldn't learn in just one night. Chapter 143, Supernatural Prodigy. Was he an unparalleled genius, or a super prodigy? It seemed no adjective could adequately describe him. No. I can't. I must leave the stage. My ethereal form is about to expire. Luo Gu's heart raced with panic. His ethereal form could only be sustained for a maximum of 30 seconds before he had to exit. Yet beneath this barrage of light-clad fist shadows, exiting the ethereal state would mean instant death. Luo Gu attempted to shift his feet, only to discover with horror that Zhāng Hao's fist shadows continuously erupted, forming a vortex-like presence. It generated a powerful suction force, dragging him down relentlessly, making it impossible for him to move even an inch. Even in his ethereal state, Luo Gu's form was pierced by the relentless barrage of fist shadows, rendering him as immobile as a distorted reflection on a lake's surface. This was the ancient giant's developed light combat technique. When speed reached a certain realm, it could even warp space. I surrender. Cold sweat poured down Luo Gu's face. 20 seconds had already passed. He shouted loudly, choosing to concede defeat. Far from suppressing Zhāng Hào, he was utterly dominated by him. Surrender? Zhāng Hào gave a cold laugh. When Luo Gu's previous opponents had surrendered, he had shown no mercy. Zhāng Hào paid no heed to Luo Gu's surrender. Chief Steward Changsheng. Quickly stop him. I surrender. Seeing Zhāng Hao's complete indifference, Luo Gu grew increasingly frantic. He desperately turned his gaze toward Chief Steward Changsheng outside the ring, clutching at what felt like his last lifeline as he pleaded desperately. Here, only the king-level commander Chang Sheng possessed the authority to halt Zhāng Hào and end the match. Yet Chief Steward Changsheng remained utterly motionless, his expression as cold as ice. Having refrained from intervening earlier, he showed no intention of acting now. He harbored no affection for his fellow disciples Kuang Xin and Luo Gui. In fact, their personalities even aroused a certain distaste within him. No. Stop this. I'll give you anything you want. Luo Ghost screamed in terror, his body struggling to hold on. He was on the verge of losing his ethereal form, yet Zhāng Hao's assault showed no sign of ceasing. This space was completely sealed off by Zhāng Hao's fist shadows. Luo Gu couldn't even break free and jump off the stage. No! Luo Ghost finally couldn't hold on any longer, snapping out of his ethereal state. What greeted him was Zhāng Hao's barrage of fists, now blazing like a torrent of light. Thud! 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 A series of bone-chilling impacts echoed as dozens of fists struck every part of Luo Gu's body simultaneously. Countless waves of overwhelming crushing force descended from all directions, grinding him down. Amidst his agonized screams, Luo Gu's body was violently shattered, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. He met the same fate as Kuang Xin. Huff, huff, huff. This light combat art is incredibly taxing on stamina. After reducing Luo Gu to a pulverized mess, Zhāng Hào gasped for breath, slowly coming to a halt. The light combat art pushed speed beyond its limits, yet the strain it placed on the practitioner was equally staggering. Fortunately, Zhāng Hào was in his golden invincible state, which greatly enhanced his physique. Otherwise, delivering high-speed punches non-stop for 30 seconds would likely have severely injured his own arms. Pickup successful. Gained 60,000 EXP. Pickup successful. Gained 2,100 agility points. Pickup successful. Gained 1,700 strength points. Zhāng Hào successfully collected the various attributes dropped by Luo Gu. Zhāng Hào! Zhāng Hào! The disciples of the Nightmare Palace below the stage were in a frenzy, their faces ablaze with fervor as they chanted the victor's name in unison. In this world where strength reigns supreme, power is undoubtedly the most crucial factor. Only with formidable might can one earn the respect of others. Zhāng Hào had consecutively defeated Kuang Xian and Luo Guai, and his age was far younger than theirs. Such prowess was truly astonishing. Without a doubt, he would become the new leader of the Nightmare Palace in the future. Moreover, he would marry Yan Shuyue. It wouldn't be long before he earned the precious opportunity to train at the Undying Heavenly Palace. A faint blush spread across Yan Shuyue's small face. Zhāng Hao's victory meant she would soon marry him. Though Zhāng Hào had stated he would never force her, she harbored no aversion to the idea of marrying him. Congratulations, Zhāng Hào. You are the undisputed victor. From this day forward, you are the fiancé of Lady Yan Shuyue. The palace master of Yanma Palace will offer his heartfelt blessings and select an auspicious day to host your wedding ceremony. Henceforth, you shall also receive the strong recommendation of the Yanma Palace, enabling you to enter the Undying Heavenly Palace for advanced studies. Chief Steward Chang Shang composed his complex emotions and spoke slowly. A flicker of excitement stirred within Zhāng Hào. Though he held no interest in studying at the immortal Heavenly Palace, this presented a rare opportunity to leave the Nightmare Demon realm. Who would have thought our Nightmare realm could produce such an outstanding young talent? Possessing multiple extraordinary abilities, bearing royal-grade bloodlines, and in the prime of his youth. Suyu shows no resistance toward him either. Ha, this truly is a generous gift bestowed upon me by the heavens. Within the subterranean palace, Yama, shrouded in darkness, emitted a ghostly laugh that echoed relentlessly through the vast underground chamber. Brother Zhang, let's go out and have some fun together. Yan Shuyue, filled with delight, clutched Zhāng Hao's wrist tightly. Sure. Zhāng Hào felt a touch of weariness, but seeing Yan Shuyue's face radiant with joy, he nodded in agreement. He would soon be leaving this realm of nightmares, so wandering about now seemed like a good idea. At dusk, Nightmare City resembled a bustling metropolis after dark lanterns and decorations adorned every corner, crowds surged through the streets, and the atmosphere was incredibly lively. Brother Zhang, let's play hide and seek. You come find me. Yan Shuyue suddenly suggested as they walked down the street. Sure. A smile touched Zhāng Hao's lips. Yan Shuyue really did have the personality of a child. Hee, I'm going to hide now. Count to 10 before you come looking for me. Yan Shuyue giggled and vanished into the crowd. Possessing super mimicry abilities, she instantly transformed into the likeness of another girl upon entering the crowd. She felt quite smug, certain Zhāng Hào would never find her. Ha! Her ability just gave itself away. Zhāng Hào shook his head with a hint of resignation. Without turning around, he had already activated his light projection ability. From a godlike perspective, he clearly saw Yan Shuyue transform into another girl's form. As she deployed her ability, a glowing orb had even fallen from her body. Acquisition complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Super Mimicry LV1. Zhāng Hào decisively selected Pickup, thus adding Yan Shuyue's discarded Super Mimicry ability to his arsenal. This ability was quite remarkable. The user could transform into the form of other creatures by touching another person or a specific medium, truly a high-tier power. Zhāng Hào scanned the crowd, quickly pinpointing Yan Shuyue's location. He strode purposefully over, firmly grasping her fair, delicate hand. A smile played on his lips as he declared, "Finally found you." Chapter 144, Nowhere to Hide. You must have cheated. Yan Shuyue returned to her original form, her cheeks puffed out in indignation. Zhāng Hào scratched his head helplessly and suggested, "How about I treat you to a whole roasted lamb?" Yes. Yan Shuyue's eyes lit up instantly. As night fell completely, Yan Shuyue led Zhāng Hào back to the Nightmare Demon Palace. Exhausted from a full day of travel, Zhāng Hào settled into the guest quarters arranged for him in the Nightmare Palace to rest. Yan Shuyue, however, walked briskly toward the underground palace. Along the way, her large, moist eyes darted about playfully. In high spirits, she decided to share today's amusing events with her father, Yanma. Come to think of it, it had indeed been quite some time since she last saw Yama. As this thought crossed her mind, Yan Shuyue's body began to transform. Gradually, she took on the appearance of Chief Steward Changsheng. I'll go see father disguised as Uncle Changsheng and give him a big surprise. Now Super Mimic transformed into the Chief Steward Changsheng, Yan Shuyue walked toward Yama's underground palace with a stern expression and a straight face. Good day, Chief Steward. The disciples and guards of the Nightmare Palace she encountered along the way bowed respectfully upon seeing Yan Shuyue disguised as Chief Steward Changsheng. A quiet chuckle escaped Yan Shuyue's lips. Thus, Yan Shuyue smoothly entered the heavily guarded underground palace. In the darkness, she saw Yama, a gaunt old man with eyes tightly shut. His skin had rotted away, emitting waves of putrid stench. Father. You will recover. Seeing Yama, who resembled a corpse, a wave of sorrow welled up in Yan Shuyue's heart. About 2 years prior, Yama had been robust and imposing. Yet his lifespan had reached its end. Despite his desperate struggle against death, his body had inevitably succumbed to decay. With little time left, Yan Mo wished to see Yan Shuyue married before his passing. That was why Yan Shuyue had agreed to attend the matchmaking assembly, choosing a fiancé she didn't love all to bring her father joy. Changsheng, you've come? Hearing Yan Shuyue's footsteps, the withered and decaying Yanma slowly opened his eyes in the darkness, his voice raspy to the extreme. Father, it's been so long since I last visited you. Yan Shuyue silently thought to herself. Due to his physical condition, Yama had not appeared before others for a very long time. He had been hiding in this underground palace, unwilling to let Yan Shuyue see his current hideous appearance, fearing it would shatter the image she held of him. Yan Shuyue, disguised as Chief Steward Changsheng, was about to shed her disguise to surprise Yanma. Yet his next words stunned her. Keep a close watch on that boy named Zhāng Hào. I have thoroughly studied the corpse demon reincarnation technique obtained from the Undying King. In a few days, I shall be able to perform this ritual, enter his body, and gain new life. Yanmo addressed Yan Shuyue, completely unaware that the person before him was not the chief administrator of Changsheng, but Yan Shuyue. After all, within the entire Yanma palace, only Yan Shuyue possessed disguise abilities. Moreover, no one could have imagined that someone would dare to impersonate Chief Steward Changsheng within the palace itself, infiltrating Yanma's secluded underground palace. Yanma's words sent shockwaves through Yan Shuyue's mind. Corpse? Corpse reincarnation technique? He intends to possess Brother Shang's body? Yan Shuyue stared in disbelief. Though she knew nothing of the corpse demon reincarnation technique, she clearly sensed Yanma's sinister intent toward Zhang Hao from his words. Finding a perfect vessel had Yanma thrilled beyond measure. Ha ha ha. I thought I'd have to choose between Guangxin and Luogue, but I'm not entirely satisfied with either of them. But this Zhang Hao bearing royal-grade bloodlines and possessing multiple unique abilities is simply the most ideal vessel. Besides, that girl Siyu is infatuated with him. Once I seize his body, Siyu surely won't harbor any resistance toward me, right? Yan Shuyue felt as though her heart had stopped beating in that instant. So this groom selection ceremony was merely Yama's scheme to find himself a new body. She knew full well that Yan Imo was no saint, yet she could never tolerate him killing Zhang Hao and seizing his body. After all, Zhang Hao was already her fiancé. Only Chief Steward Changsheng and the other two palace masters of the Nightmare Palace knew of Yanma's plan to reincarnate through the corpse possession reincarnation technique. However, both the second palace master and the third palace master were currently in the Undying Heavenly Palace. Yanma could only communicate with Chief Steward Changsheng. Well then, have you prepared everything? Yanma forced himself to calm his emotions as he asked slowly. All is prepared. Yan Shuyue suppressed the disappointment, rage, and fear churning within her, responding in a tone and manner that mimicked Chief Administrator Changsheng's. Yan Shuyue dared not reveal her true identity at this moment. On one hand, she knew she could never stop Yanma's evil deeds. On the other, if word leaked out, Yanma would surely act immediately to seize control of Zhang Hao. Very well. I feel somewhat weary myself. You may withdraw. Yan Mo exhaled twice, his tone flat. His body was already in a state of semi-necrosis. Merely speaking a few words caused him immense discomfort. Yan Shuyue forced herself to suppress the chaotic turmoil within her heart, nodded, and turned to leave the underground palace. Stepping outside the underground palace, Yan Shuyue shed his disguise. His heart felt as though it had plunged into an ice cellar, his thoughts tangled like a ball of knotted thread. What on earth should I do? Yan Shuyue was plunged into agonizing conflict. Telling Zhang Hao would undoubtedly betray Yanma. Yet keeping it hidden meant Zhang Hao, utterly defenseless, would likely fall victim to Yanma's corpse ghost rebirth technique, which would claim his body. The mere thought of her father transforming into the likeness of her fiancé sent a shiver down Yan Shuyue's spine. It was a nightmarishly terrifying vision. No, I must inform Brother Zhang. Father may seek a new life, but he absolutely cannot choose Brother Zhang. Yan Shuyue finally made up her mind to reveal this matter to Zhang Hao. Yan Shuyue understood her own selfishness. She neither wished for Yanma to pass away nor for the first man she had ever loved to be harmed by Yanma. If forced to choose between Yan Mo and Zhang Hao, she would undoubtedly choose her father, the man who raised her and showered her with boundless affection. However, if Yan Mo sought rebirth, it needn't necessarily be through Zhang Hao's body. A lesser vessel might suffice. Under these circumstances, Yan Shuyue truly did not wish to see Zhang Hao secretly harmed by Yan Mo. Thus, she quietly made her way to Zhang Hao's residence. It's so late at night, could it be? This is far too urgent. Under the cover of night, Zhang Hao sensed Yan Shuyue cautiously approaching his room from afar. Coming alone at this late hour, appearing anxious and furtive, stirred a whirlwind of thoughts within Zhang Hao. Brother Zhang, are you asleep? Yan Shuyue's voice came from outside the door. Chapter 145, is it safe here? Not yet. Come in. Zhang Hao opened the door and found Yan Shuyue standing outside, her small face etched with unease. He couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Brother Zhang. Is it safe here? Yan Shuyue glanced around nervously, worried that someone might be eavesdropping on their conversation. What do you need to discuss? Don't worry, I haven't detected anyone else around. Seeing Yan Shuyue's expression, Zhang Hao grew slightly more serious. He used his light manipulation ability to thoroughly scan the room inside and out. Only after confirming there were no abnormalities did he speak. Zhang Hao was also filled with curiosity about what Yan Shuyue wished to share. Yan Shuyue took a deep breath and whispered softly, "It's like this. My father, Yanma, has been nearing the end of his life for the past year or two. His body has even begun to decay." Yan Shuyue recounted the details of Yanmo's condition, leaving Zhāng Hào utterly astonished upon hearing it. Yanmo was nearly 200 years old. While psionics users possessed great power and generally lived longer than ordinary people, not everyone could survive for centuries like the destroyer martial god. Even for the most formidable, bodily functions inevitably began to decline after a century, making reaching 200 years an extraordinary rarity. That Yanma had surpassed the 200-year threshold was truly astonishing. After that, my father secluded himself in the underground palace, devoting himself to mastering a technique called the corpse demon reincarnation method. This matchmaking event wasn't for me at all, it was solely for him to select a perfect new vessel. Yan Shuyue recounted in detail to Zhāng Hào what had transpired in the underground palace. Even someone as composed as Zhāng Hào found himself momentarily speechless upon hearing this. Yanma, seeking to reclaim another life through a new vessel, had initially favored Guanxin and Luogue. Yet when the more exceptional Zhāng Hào appeared and instantly slew both Luogue and Guanxin, Yanma's sole choice naturally fell upon Zhāng Hào. So that warning from Chief Steward Changsheng earlier, it wasn't a threat after all. Zhāng Hào recalled the steward's earlier caution with a sigh of resignation. Couldn't the man have been more explicit? Had he known the true purpose of this matchmaking assembly, Zhāng Hào would never have acted so brazenly. He would have surrendered immediately during his duel with Kuang Xin. I killed Guanxin and Luogu. That old monster is definitely targeting me now. Zhāng Hào felt a deep headache coming on, his brow furrowing tightly. Should he leave the Nightmare Palace immediately? With his spatial abilities, escaping the Nightmare Palace would pose no difficulty. Moreover, the vast expanse of the Nightmare Realm would make hiding or fleeing relatively easy if he so desired. However, leaving the Nightmare Realm required passing through spatial passages controlled by the Nightmare Palace. It was clear that if Zhāng Hào chose to flee, Yama would spare no expense, mobilizing all forces to track him down and seal off the exit passages, attempting to trap him within. The Nightmare Palace's king-level powerhouses weren't limited to the three palace lords and Chief Steward Changsheng. If king-level experts sealed the passages, breaking through would be no easy feat, especially since he didn't even know where the exit passages were. According to Shuyue, only Yama currently resides in the Nightmare Palace. The other two palace masters are absent from the Nightmare Realm. Yet even with his body nearly decayed, this Yama Palace master's explosive power undoubtedly far surpasses that of ordinary king-level powerhouses. Zhāng Hào pondered inwardly. Though Yama's name did not appear on the world's top 100 combat rankings, he was akin to the Undying King, unranked yet undoubtedly possessing strength on par with those listed. Brother Zhang. I will disguise myself as Uncle Changsheng and lead you to the spatial passage to help you escape the Nightmare Realm. Father has already set his sights on you. Even if I go to persuade him, he will surely not listen. Yan Shuyue clenched her silver teeth as she voiced her plan. In Yan Shuyue's view, disguising herself as Chief Steward Changsheng and escorting Zhāng Hào to the spatial passageway to send him away was the optimal strategy. Just as Zhāng Hào was about to speak, his eyes suddenly shifted. He lowered his voice and whispered, "Someone's coming. It's Chief Steward Changsheng." What? Yan Shuyue's heart skipped a beat. She had just gone to the underground palace disguised as Chief Steward Changsheng. Could it be that Yanma had sensed something amiss and sent Chief Steward Changsheng to arrest Zhāng Hào? Don't panic. He likely hasn't discovered what just happened. You mustn't give yourself away. Zhāng Hào remained remarkably composed. Using his light manipulation abilities, he observed Chief Steward Changsheng approaching with measured steps and a serene expression. Had Chief Steward Chang known Zhāng Hào had uncovered the secrets of the corpse demon reincarnation technique, he would have rushed here immediately to secure Zhāng Hao's capture. He certainly wouldn't be so leisurely. Yan Shuyue nodded. Zhāng Hao's composure gradually calmed her as well. At that moment, Chief Steward Changsheng stood outside the room, smiling as he said, "Shuyue, my dear, you two aren't even married yet. How could you just run off to his room like that?" "You? What brings you here?" Yan Shuyue inquired. Changsheng sighed inwardly, his expression remaining composed as he replied, "You haven't visited your master in quite some time. He misses you dearly and wishes for you to come see him. Furthermore, there are matters he needs to inform you of." This. Could it be about the corpse demon reincarnation technique? Zhāng Hào surmised inwardly, suspecting Yanma summoned Yan Shuyue primarily to discuss the corpse reincarnation technique. Yet Yanma hadn't anticipated that Yan Shuyue had already disguised herself as Chief Steward Changsheng to meet him earlier. Very well. I'll go immediately. Yan Shuyue forced himself to remain calm. Wait for me. She whispered to Zhāng Hào before stepping out of the room and departing alongside the Chief Steward of Changsheng. Once again, Zhāng Hào was left alone in the room. What should I do? Should I wait for Yan Shuyue to return and follow her plan, letting her continue posing as Chief Steward Changsheng to lead me out? Zhāng Hào pondered silently, finding this plan highly impractical. The spatial passage would undoubtedly be heavily guarded, and with Chief Steward Changsheng himself within the Nightmare Demon Palace, the risk of discovery was immense. If it provoked Yanma himself to intervene, even with Zhāng Hao's spatial abilities, he would likely find himself in grave danger, much like facing the undead clan. Wait. Speaking of disguises, couldn't I do it? Zhāng Hao's eyes suddenly flashed as he recalled Yan Shuyue's super mimicry ability. He had obtained that item when it dropped earlier. Could he possibly use super mimicry to escape? At this thought, Zhāng Hao's eyes lit up. Got it. This Nightmare Palace is territory of the Undying Heavenly Palace. The Nightmare Realm served as a minor world where the Undying Heavenly Palace cultivated and trained its talents. The sole ruler of the Undying Heavenly Palace was the enigmatic Undying King. Though excluded from the world's top 100 combat rankings due to his affiliation with an anti-human organization, this immortal king possessed strength that would undoubtedly place him within the top 10, perhaps even the top 5. He ranked among humanity's most powerful psychics. If I disguised myself as the Undying King, wouldn't I be able to leave this place openly and unchallenged? The people of the Nightmare Palace would have to treat me with utmost respect. When Zhāng Hào had slain the Nether Spirit, he had unexpectedly obtained a single drop of the Immortal King's essence blood, a gift bestowed upon the Nether Spirit by the Immortal King himself. The super mimic ability required physical contact or a medium like hair or blood to transform into another being. With this drop of the Undying King's blood, Zhāng Hào could directly assume the Undying King's form. Chapter 146, Identity Easily Exposed. However, this approach carried significant risks. After all, the sudden appearance of their leader on enemy territory would inevitably arouse suspicion and provoke testing, making his identity extremely vulnerable to exposure. Then I shall enhance my super mimicry. Zhāng Hào mused inwardly. The higher the psychic ability level, the more potent the effect. With that thought, Zhāng Hào decisively chose to upgrade his super mimicry. Ding! Consumed 1000 EXP, congratulations, host, on acquiring super mimicry LV2. Ding, 2000 EXP consumed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained super mimicry LV3. Ding! 32,000 EXP consumed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring super mimicry LV.7. Zhāng Hào expended over 60,000 experience points to elevate super mimicry to level 7. Upon reaching level 7, a flash of wild excitement flickered in Zhāng Hao's eyes. Super mimicry LV7 not only perfectly replicated a target's appearance but also projected their aura and imposing presence during transformation. It even subconsciously mimicked their habits and mindset, making it nearly impossible to detect. With level 7 super mimicry, impersonating the Undying King might just fool the entire Nightmare Palace. Of course, even if exposed, his hidden psychic space should ensure his survival. Then, let's give it a try. Disguise as the Undying King. Zhāng Hào retrieved the carefully preserved drop of the Undying King's essence blood. The thought of soon disguising himself as the legendary Undying King caused a flicker of excitement to appear in his eyes. At that moment, deep within the subterranean palace, Yama and Yan Shuyue were locked in a fierce argument. No, absolutely not. Can't you choose someone else? Why must it be Brother Zhang? Yan Shuyue's face flushed crimson. This was the first time she had ever been this furious with Yanma. Just as Zhāng Hào had anticipated, Yanma had summoned Yan Shuyue to inform her about the corpse demon reincarnation technique. Replace him? Who else could compare to this boy? His body is practically perfect. Once I possess his form and inherit that royal bloodline, my power will swiftly return to its peak and even surpass it. A hint of madness flickered in Yanmo's dull, yellow eyes. How could he possibly abandon such a flawless new vessel? He's my fiancé. Please, for my sake, spare him. Facing Yama, Yan Shuyue could only plead desperately. In the past, whenever Yan Shuyue pleaded, Yanma, who doted on her excessively, would always grant her every request. But this time, a surge of rage welled up within Yama. Having lived countless ages, Yanma had always been cruel and cold-hearted. The only person he had ever deeply loved was Yan Shuyue's mother, who had tragically passed away while giving birth to Yan Shuyue. Yanma channeled his love for his wife into Yan Shuyue. As she grew older, he found her increasingly resembling his late wife, igniting a fierce possessiveness within him. You need no fiancé. Your father will always be by your side, protecting you. Yan Mo declared in an icy tone. Chief Steward Changsheng stood silently in the distance, saying nothing. Yanma turned his gaze toward him and commanded coldly, Changsheng, capture that boy immediately. I must begin the corpse demon rebirth ritual at once. Yes. Chief Steward Changsheng nodded in compliance. Though he felt deep sympathy for Yan Shuyue and even Zhāng Hào, his heart was equally filled with gratitude toward Yanma, who had raised and nurtured him. He had long regarded Yanma as his own father. No. Yan Shuyue felt as though an invisible hand had clenched her heart, squeezing it painfully. If Zhāng Hào was truly killed by Yan Mo, how could she ever face her father afterward? At that very moment, Yan Mo and Chang Shang's expressions abruptly changed as they both turned their gaze toward a certain direction. That aura. Yanma and Chief Steward Changsheng's faces were etched with shock. The king. The king. He actually came? Chief Steward Changsheng could scarcely believe it. He had once accompanied Yama to pay homage at the undying heavenly palace. The king's aura, vast and deep as the ocean, had left an indelible impression upon him. And now, within the Nightmare Demon Palace, the unique aura of the undying king had appeared. Why would the king come here? The last time he visited was when the Nightmare Palace was first built. Yanma's mind raced. Though he couldn't fathom why the undying king's aura was here, he immediately declared, "Follow me. We must investigate." Yanma forced himself to his feet and, supported by Chief Steward Changsheng, hurriedly departed the subterranean palace. The king, is that the undying king? In the underground palace, Yan Shuyue froze in shock. She was well aware of the undying heavenly palace and understood that her father, the other two palace lords, and the entire Yanma palace swore allegiance to this undying king. In Yan Shuyue's memory, the descriptions of the undying king she'd heard from Yanma painted him as a god and omnipotent deity. Yan Shuyue gritted her silver teeth and hurried after them. She would never allow Yanma to harm Zhāng Hào if need be, she would force him at the cost of her own life. TSK. This feeling is truly exhilarating. Inside the chamber, Zhāng Hào extracted the undying king's essence blood and activated his super mimicry, now at level 7. In an instant, a colossal aura surged from his body, enveloping him in a shroud of eerie light. Under the shroud, Zhāng Hao's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Holy crap, I've turned into a skeleton? Using the undying king's essence blood as a medium, Zhāng Hào completed his mimicry. He stared at his own palm, nearly screaming in shock as he saw his hand had transformed into bare bone. Is this the form of the undying king? Zhāng Hào fashioned a mirror from ice crystals and gazed at his reflection, his heart pounding with astonishment. Now clad in a black robe, Zhāng Hào stood over 2 meters tall, enveloped in a deathly black mist that swirled around him like a vast, abyssal ocean, one capable of devouring souls and life itself. Beneath the cloak lay a skeletal frame, its eyes blazing with 2 fiercely burning, eerie green flames. Zhāng Hào felt his head spin. Was this the form of the undying king? He was actually a skeletal frame? How utterly terrifying. Why did the undying king appear in such a form? Could it be that he wasn't human, or rather, not a normal human? I need to get out of here fast. This mimicry won't last much longer. Zhāng Hào thought to himself. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào instantly teleported, materializing on the plaza of the Nightmare Palace. Clad in a black robe, his skeletal frame shrouded in a pallid aura of death, he resembled a grim reaper stepping forth from the depths of hell. Who is he? The disciples of the Nightmare Palace gathered in the square were stunned to see Zhāng Hào materialize out of thin air. Ordinary members of the Nightmare Palace were unaware of the existence of the undying king. At that moment, Chief Steward Changsheng and Yama rushed over from afar. Upon catching sight of Zhāng Hào in the distance, their hearts trembled. It truly is the king. Yama pays homage to the great immortal king. Yanma approached with unsteady steps, bowing deeply to Zhāng Hào in a near 90-degree bow. Is this Yama? Zhāng Hào recognized him at once upon seeing Yanma's appearance. His body was shriveled like dried wood, his sunken eye sockets seemed deep enough to hold the entire night. His muscles were rotten and decayed, emitting waves of nauseating stench, making him look exactly like a corpse already in a state of decay. Zhāng Hao's gaze swept to the side, landing on the utterly stunned Chief Steward Changsheng and Yan Shuyue. He is the legendary Undying King? Chapter 147, The Immortal King Appears. At these words, every disciple of the Nightmare Palace in the square was utterly stunned. They had actually witnessed the true Undying King with their own eyes. Using his level 7 super mimicry, Zhāng Hào had transformed himself into the form of the Undying King. His skeletal frame made it nearly impossible to believe this was an illusion. Moreover, few had ever seen the Undying King in person. Combined with Zhāng Hao's masterful replication of the Undying King's formidable aura, neither Chief Steward Changsheng nor Yama harbored any suspicion that the figure before them was an impostor. Just as Zhāng Hào pondered what to say, Yama spoke urgently. Has your majesty come to confirm the status of your subordinate? Rest assured, your majesty. I have mastered the corpse demon reincarnation technique you bestowed upon me and found a new vessel. Before long, I shall return to my peak state and will not delay that crucial matter. The great matter? What great matter is this? Zhāng Hao's mind was filled with questions, but he naturally couldn't ask outright. He merely gave a slight nod, the fire flickering within his deep green eyes. Since this throne has come to this place, I shall enter and take a look. Zhāng Hào spoke slowly, his voice low and gravelly. Through his level 7 super mimicry, his tone, style, and timbre grew ever closer to that of his mimic target. Truly, a king is a king entering the nightmare realm without needing a spatial passage. Yanma's face was etched with admiration and reverence. Zhāng Hào felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. He had been pondering how to explain his method of entry, but Yanma had already provided the perfect explanation for him. In the distance, Chief Steward Changsheng also wore an expression of reverence, his head bowed, not daring to meet Zhāng Hao's gaze. He had once accompanied Yama to pay homage to the Undying King, yet he had only seen him once. Only high-ranking officials of the Undying Heavenly Palace like Yama possessed the privilege of frequent audiences with the Undying King. Yan Shuyue's heart was equally filled with complex emotions. Could it be that the corpse demon reincarnation technique had been taught to Yenma by the undying king standing before them? Do not delay this king's important affairs. I have prepared for this for a long time and will not tolerate any mistakes. Zhāng Hào echoed Yama's earlier words, though in truth, he knew nothing of this so-called grand undertaking. Yes, yes. Yenma hastily nodded repeatedly. In that case, this king shall take his leave. Zhāng Hao's tone was flat, yet his entire being radiated an intense aura of death. His overwhelming presence made it impossible to imagine that the undying king before them was merely an illusion. Zhāng Hao's eyes darted toward Yen Shuyue in the distance, contemplating how to escape this place while taking Yen Shuyue with him. Within the shroud of deathly mist, Zhāng Hào, resembling the Grim Reaper himself, caused Yen Shuyue to instinctively take a step back. Yen Mo's heart trembled. The undying king required the souls of the living to sustain himself periodically. Could he have set his sights on Yen Shuyue? At this thought, Yen Mo hurriedly shielded Yen Shuyue. Your Majesty. This is my daughter. She is my only family. Are you hungry? Should your Majesty require sustenance, the souls of the others here are yours to devour. It would be their supreme honor. The other disciples of the Nightmare Palace heard these words and felt a chill run down their spines, their legs trembling uncontrollably. This undying king actually feeds on souls? Zhāng Hao's mouth twitched involuntarily. This undying king truly seemed terrifying beyond measure. Yenma's trembling, utterly fearful demeanor in his presence spoke volumes. Of course, this was largely because Yama was currently in poor condition, his power far from its peak. If the undying king truly wished to take his life, it would be as easy as turning over one's hand. This maiden possesses exceptional innate talent. I intend to bring her back to the undying heavenly palace. Zhāng Hào stated calmly. At these words, Yen Shuyue's expression abruptly changed from afar. She hastily shook her head. I don't want to go. The undying king's reputation was simply too terrifying. Moreover, with Zhāng Hào residing in the Nightmare Demon Palace, she truly did not wish to leave. Do not defy me. Yen Mo's heart lurched with alarm. Offending the undying king would spell grave trouble. He turned to glare at Yen Shuyue, a flash of eerie green light darting through his eyes. Instantly, Yen Shuyue felt her entire body stiffen, unable to utter a single word. Mental pressure. Zhāng Hào was astonished. That Yenma could suppress someone with psychic power alone was truly extraordinary. Yenma turned to Zhāng Hào with a fawning smile. It is my daughter's honor to have earned your Majesty's favor. Please take her away. Being chosen by the king of the undead meant Yen Shuyue's future was bound to be bright. Moreover, when he had intended to strike at Zhāng Hào, Yen Shuyue had risked her life to intervene. This was the perfect opportunity to send her away first, lest she disrupt his grand scheme. Very well. Lead the way to the spatial passage. Zhāng Hào felt a surge of secret delight, yet his expression remained impassive as he spoke. Your Majesty, this way, please. Chief Steward Chang Sheng supported the immobilized Yen Shuyue as they moved in a certain direction, his tone brimming with utmost reverence. My stature demands lofty elevation. How could I possibly walk on foot? Zhāng Hào thought to himself, then instantly activated his teleportation technique, appearing 10 meters away in an instant. The king actually possesses spatial power. Or has he already mastered the ability to forcibly tear open the void with his physical body, achieving the effect of teleportation? Yen Mo was utterly stunned by the undying king's power. He believed Zhāng Hào had chosen the spatial passage only because he needed to bring Yen Shuyue along. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have freely traversed between worlds without needing a spatial passage, just as he had done upon arrival. Thus, under the stunned gazes of the others, Zhāng Hào flickered like a ghostly apparition. With each flash, he materialized in a different location, his feet never leaving the ground. They arrived at a heavily guarded hall where a massive door loomed ahead. Chief Steward Chang Sheng strode forward and pushed it open with force. Within the chamber beyond, a pitch-black spatial rift suddenly revealed itself. Zhāng Hào's heart surged with overwhelming joy. This spatial passage was precisely the 010 channel leading out of the Nightmare Demon realm. Suyu, you shall depart with this king first. Once I am reborn, I shall seek you out in the undying heavenly palace. Yen Mo spoke to Yen Shuyue with a gentle expression. Yet Yen Shuyue's eyes were filled with pleading, which Yen Mo ignored completely. In his eyes, Zhāng Hào was the perfect vessel he had longed for. He would never relinquish it for any reason. Zhāng Hào seized Yen Shuyue's shoulders and guided her slowly into the spatial fissure. Watching Zhāng Hào and Yen Shuyue vanish into the spatial passage, Chief Steward Chang Sheng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. His voice still trembled with lingering fear as he said, "The king's aura is unfathomably deep, truly awe-inspiring. Naturally. His Majesty wields the power of death. He has clashed with the god of destruction multiple times and emerged unscathed each time." Yen Mo's eyes brimmed with reverence. Chapter 148, Journey to the Holy Legion. The god of destruction is universally acknowledged as the mightiest being of this era, virtually unmatched by any opponent. Yet even he could not prevail against the undying king in their confrontation. One who has reached the realm of the undying king is truly a formidable foe to slay. Yet why has his Majesty come to this place? Is it merely to inspect my progress? He could have simply sent someone else to verify. Could it truly be that he was merely passing through and decided to drop by? Yanma's mind was filled with questions. Yet the Undying King's ways were notoriously unpredictable. After a moment's contemplation, Yanma dismissed further speculation. Seize that boy at once. Begin the corpse demon reincarnation ritual immediately. An uncontrollable thrill flashed in Yama's eyes. He was about to be reborn. Zhāng Hào carried Yan Shuyue into the spatial passageway. Once they passed through, they emerged in a desolate wasteland. Go! Without hesitation, Zhāng Hào used teleportation to instantly move Yan Shuyue several miles away, leaving the location of the spatial passage far behind. Yan Shuyue stared at Zhāng Hào, her eyes filled with terror. Zhāng Hào froze for a moment before realizing he was still in the guise of the Undying King. He immediately shed the disguise. Brother Zhang! Yan Shuyue stared wide-eyed as the towering skeletal figure transformed into Zhāng Hao's form. Overwhelmed by disbelief, her heart surged with both terror and relief. We'll be safe soon, Zhāng Hào said with a smile. He then activated his spatial teleportation technique, determined to leave this place far behind and return to the Holy Legion. You possess abilities similar to mine? Yan Shuyue, possessing super mimic abilities, quickly grasped the situation. She concluded that Zhāng Hào must possess a similar ability to her, allowing him to disguise himself as the Undying King and deceive Yanma and the others. However, Yan Shuyue was unaware that Zhāng Hào utilized an ability identical to hers, yet of a higher tier. Zhāng Hào opened a spatial teleportation channel and stepped inside with Yan Shuyue. Currently, with Zhāng Hao's special spatial ability, the teleportation range could reach over 200 li. The moment Zhāng Hào and Yan Shuyue stepped into the spatial passage, they vanished without a trace. Though spatial teleportation required considerable preparation time and proved impractical in combat, it served as an excellent means of travel in this situation. Where are we going? Yan Shuyue felt a surge of bewilderment and unease. I'm taking you to the Holy Legion, but once we arrive, don't mention you're from the Nightmare Palace. Zhāng Hào replied. For now, bringing Yan Shuyue to the Immortal Fortress for temporary shelter was the only option. The Holy Legion? Yan Shuyue was filled with confusion. She knew virtually nothing about the outside world. I am not from the Nightmare Realm. Zhāng Hào no longer concealed the truth from Yan Shuyue, recounting the entire story in detail. After listening, Yan Shuyue remained in a daze for a long while. Zhāng Hào understood that she needed time to process all this information. After a series of detours, Zhāng Hào brought Yan Shuyue back to the Holy Legion. He introduced Yan Shuyue as his sister to outsiders and arranged for her to stay at the Immortal Fortress. Very well. I shall not report the matters of the Nightmare Realm for now. Zhāng Hào decided against reporting the Nightmare Realm incident. Partly because of Yan Shuyue, and partly because he believed the Holy Legion should already be aware of the Nightmare Realm's existence. However, the spatial passage to the Nightmare Realm was controlled by the Nightmare Palace, making it difficult for the Holy Legion to invade. At least I made it back safely. Zhāng Hào wiped the sweat from his forehead. This training journey had been fraught with twists and turns. He had even ventured into the territory of the Undying Heavenly Palace, impersonating the Undying King. Surely, not long after their departure, Yanma and the others would discover the Undying King appearing in the Nightmare Palace was an imposter. Upon realizing Zhāng Hào was also missing, they would undoubtedly be furious beyond measure. But that was no longer Zhāng Hao's concern. Upon returning to the Holy Legion, Zhāng Hào handed over the King Great Energy Stone and requested their assistance in crafting a gene evolution serum. Seeing Zhāng Hào produce a King Great Energy Stone, the members of the Legion stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with surprise. However, they did not believe Zhāng Hào had slain a Beast King. Instead, they assumed this was a gift bestowed upon him by the Heavenly Palace. Given the Heavenly Palace's immense resources, it wouldn't be unusual for them to bestow an energy stone from a Beast King upon someone they wish to cultivate. Upon receiving the finished gene evolution potion, Zhāng Hào swallowed it without hesitation and immediately entered seclusion to assimilate its effects. Whoa! So hot! Zhāng Hào felt as if every cell in his body was about to ignite. This gene evolution serum, crafted from a King Great Energy Stone, was truly overwhelming in its potency. It took Zhāng Hào a full week to fully assimilate it. During that week, he absorbed the entire vial of gene evolution potion, causing his physical constitution to surge dramatically. He successfully ascended into the ranks of 5th-tier psionicists. Name, Zhāng Hào. Tier, 5th tier, Junior. Strength, 681,200. Agility, 661,291. Physical strength, 626,760. Spirit, 651,914. Experience points, 271,110. Skills, Firearms Mastery LV1, Basic Swordplay LV5, Source Energy Sorcery LV8, Xianhua Sword Technique LV4, Shadow Step LV3, Godslayer Dart LV2, Frostblood Sword Technique LV3, Light Combat LV6, Blood Refining Sorcery LV3. Abilities: Frost Manipulation LV8, Gigantification LV6, Earth Control LV7, Beam Manipulation LV8, Astral Space LV8, Super Mimicry LV7. Bloodline: Royal Class Bloodline Golden Overlord Physique. Zhāng Hào had firmly ascended to the ranks of 5th tier. According to 5th tier grading standards, a 5th tier beginner must possess a total attribute score of 500,000 points, while a 5th tier intermediate requires 1 million points across all attributes, and so on. A king class psionicist's total attributes surpass 2 million points. A 5th tier Grandmaster level psionicist is a formidable force wherever they go. Take the former Storm Arrow King, for instance. He was merely a 5th tier psionicist. Even within the Holy Legion, 5th tier masters are considered the backbone of its forces. Unexpectedly, Zhāng Hào had joined the Holy Legion for only 2 or 3 months before becoming a 5th tier master level psionicist. As Zhāng Hào accompanied Yan Shuyue on their stroll through the Immortal Fortress, her joyful mood was tinged with a faint longing for home. Zhāng Hào understood this was only human nature. Many yearn to leave their hometowns to explore the wider world, yet once gone, they often found themselves longing for home. All Zhāng Hào could do was ensure she never felt alone. This marked the 10th day since Zhāng Hao's return to the Holy Legion. On this day, he received a summons from higher-ups. A mission? A mission to receive the Azure Flame Medal? Zhāng Hào paused in surprise. From the information he had gathered, this mission was closely tied to the distribution of the Blue Flame Medal. Chapter 149, The White-Haired Elder. Within the Holy Legion, earning the Blue Flame Medal signified graduation. One could choose to leave the Legion or remain. Moreover, this medal was a symbol of honor. It must be due to what happened in the blood-colored microcosm last time. Zhāng Hào recalled his experiences in the blood-colored microcosm, where he had clashed directly with the Nether Spirit. Though Nangong Chenyue and Shin Feng hadn't witnessed that confrontation firsthand, they were well aware of his subsequent slaying of 5th-tier Grandmaster Elder Jia in Red Ice City. They were well aware that Zhāng Hào now possessed strength comparable to a 5th-rank Grandmaster. When inquiring about mission details, they might not mention his killing of Elder Jia, but they would certainly emphasize that Zhāng Hào possessed strength rivaling that of a 5th-rank Grandmaster. Reaching the 5th-rank Grandmaster realm granted eligibility for the Azure Flame Medal. One need only complete the corresponding quest. Zhāng Hào arrived at the mission dispatch area, where he encountered a white-haired elder and several unfamiliar faces, among them Nangong Chenyue. Nangong Chenyue gave Zhāng Hào a slight nod of acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the white-haired elder in the distance spoke with a solemn expression. You are all elite members of the Holy Legion, possessing the strength of 5th-rank Grandmasters and having made numerous contributions to the Holy Legion. This is a blessing for humanity. Today, a mission is entrusted to you. Should you succeed, each of you shall receive the Azure Flame Medal. At that time, you may decide for yourselves whether to graduate from the Holy Legion. At these words, excitement flashed across many faces, including Nangong Chenyue's, who was deeply stirred. Since returning from the blood-colored microcosm, her power had surged, propelling her into the realm of a 5th-tier Grandmaster. Now, she finally had the chance to obtain the coveted Azure Flame Medal she had long dreamed of. With this medal in hand, she could bring glory to her clan and shower them with blessings. Zhāng Hào, however, appeared remarkably composed. As a lone individual, he placed little value on so-called glory. He had only joined the Sacred Legion a few months ago and had no intention of leaving yet. Besides, obtaining the Azure Flame Medal early was certainly a welcome bonus. A strikingly handsome man asked urgently, "What exactly is this mission?" The white-haired elder smiled faintly and spoke slowly. The mission itself is quite straightforward. According to urgent intelligence, Icebreaker City in the north is under fierce attack by a massive wave of beasts. Among this horde, Lord-level mutant beasts have been sighted. Your mission is to assist Icebreaker City in eliminating these Lord-level mutated beasts and repelling the horde. You call that simple? The others present couldn't help but twitch their lips. Slaying a Lord-level mutated beast was already an extremely difficult feat, let alone doing so amidst a surging tide of beasts. However, earning the Azure Flame Medal was never an easy task to begin with, so the difficulty of this mission wasn't entirely beyond imagination. Monsters attacking the city? Zhāng Hao's eyes lit up. To him, this was the kind of scene he relished most, attributes raining down like a deluge. No time to waste. We depart immediately. By breaking Wind Fighter Jet, we can reach Icebreaker City in just over half an hour. The white-haired elder declared decisively. Yes. The group responded in unison. Zhāng Hào and his party of 8 advanced steadily toward the landing pad of the Immortal Fortress. Each of these 8 possessed formidable combat prowess at the 5th-tier Grandmaster level. You're Zhāng Hào? Having joined the Holy Legion for only a few months, you're already tasked with missions alongside us. Truly, the young are formidable. A man over 30, sporting a full beard, laughed heartily. My name is Zhao Shi. Pleased to meet you. Greetings, Senior Zhao Shi. Zhāng Hào smiled in return. Since the other party was extending goodwill, he naturally responded with courtesy, displaying utmost humility. The 8 of them boarded a breakwind fighter jet that had been prepared in advance and sped toward Icebreaker City at full throttle. The windbreaker's speed was astonishing, reaching 10 times the speed of sound. An ordinary person aboard would undoubtedly suffer severe discomfort. Inside the aircraft, Zhāng Hào and the other 7 members got acquainted. Each possessed formidable combat prowess at the 5th tier Grandmaster level. Upon completing this mission, they would earn the Blue Flame Medal, potentially opening doors for future collaborations. Nangong Chenyu, Zhāng Hao's only acquaintance, couldn't help but remark, to assist Icebreaker City in repelling the beast tide, they've only dispatched the 8 of us. Zhao Shi, the man with the bushy beard, laughed heartily. True, the 8 of us alone cannot defend a city. But our mission isn't defense, it's offense. By eliminating the Lord-level mutated beasts within the horde, we will empower Icebreaker City to repel the onslaught. Indeed, the true strength of psychics lay in their terrifying individual combat prowess. The Lord-level and above beasts within the horde were its core pillars. Eliminating them would shatter the horde's morale and trigger its retreat. A single 5th tier Grandmaster level psionicist can hold back an entire army. This is precisely why Icebreaker City requested aid from the Holy Legion. The Holy Legion dispatched a full contingent of 8 5th tier Grandmaster level psionics operatives, demonstrating their utmost seriousness. We're here. Prepare to disembark. The pilot's voice echoed from the cockpit ahead. The journey from the Holy Legion to Icebreaker City was long, but thanks to the windbreakers 10 times the speed of sound, they arrived smoothly in just over half an hour. The Holy Legion's reinforcements have arrived. Icebreaker City was already locked in fierce combat with the beast tide. A soldier spotted the massive windbreaker fighter parked in the sky and shouted excitedly. The Holy Legion held an extraordinary status and reputation across the northern continent. They never pursued power or profit, dedicating themselves solely to the advancement of all humanity. They eradicated anti-human organizations, explored ancient ruins, and extended aid to cities ravaged by disaster. Alright, everyone, prepare to disembark. For safety, contact us immediately if anything happens. If you spot a Lord-class monster, call for backup. Don't try to handle it alone, those mutated beasts aren't easy to deal with. On the windbreaker fighter, the cabin door was already open. Standing beside it, the man with the bushy beard shouted his final instructions. We'll give it our all. Zhāng Hào laughed heartily. They had already fought side by side, forging a bond forged in battle. Whoosh! Communication devices were fitted in everyone's ears, enabling real-time coordination. Whoosh! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the man with the bushy beard leapt first from the cabin. Though the ground lay 400 or 500 meters below, such a distance was nothing to a 5th-tier master-level psychic. One after another, the others leapt from the fighter jet, leaving only Zhāng Hào and Nangong Chenyu inside the cabin. Nangong Chenyu smiled faintly and said, "Then I'll be counting on your continued support from now on." Zhāng Hào then leaped from the breaker fighter. The wind howled in his ears as he plummeted rapidly from the 400-500 meter height. Below, hideous mutated beasts came into sharp focus. As he descended, their forms grew increasingly colossal. A 5-meter-long black wild bull looked up, its eyes widening in terror. It saw a human figure plummeting straight toward its head, but any attempt to dodge now was already too late. Chapter 150, Reinforcements Arrive. Boom! Zhāng Hāo's foot slammed down hard on the black wild bull's head. A colossal force erupted outward, instantly shattering the bull's skull. Zhāng Hào used the momentum of that stomp to land lightly on the ground. The battlefield was ablaze with conflict. Soldiers atop the city walls fired relentlessly at the surging tide of mutated beasts below. Fantastic! The Holy Legion's psychics have arrived. With them here, we just need to take down those Lord-level mutated beasts. Repelling this wave of beasts will be a sure thing. An officer on the city wall spotted Zhāng Hào and his companions descending onto the battlefield through his binoculars, his face immediately lighting up with ecstatic joy. While ordinary mutated beasts were manageable, quasi-Lord level and above creatures were extremely troublesome. Most conventional firearms were nothing more than a tickle to them. Their speed could easily break the sound barrier, making them utterly beyond the capabilities of ordinary soldiers. To combat Lord-level mutated beasts, one could only rely on powerful psychics. Zhāng Hào landed steadily at the center of the battlefield, crushing a black wild bull to death with a single stomp. Surveying his surroundings, he saw wolves, bears, tigers, leopards, every kind of mutated beast imaginable. Upon spotting him, they paused in surprise before revealing savage expressions. They charged at him with frenzied roars, seemingly intent on tearing this unexpected human presence to shreds. Perfect timing. Far from panicking, Zhāng Hào felt a surge of excitement. Gripping his crescent blade tightly, he unleashed the blood-chilling blade technique. Cold, slashing blades crisscrossed the air, unleashing a blizzard-like storm around him. With Zhāng Hao's source energy secret art now reaching level 8, each strike was infused with powerful genetic energy, making the lethality of every slash utterly terrifying. Shoo shoo shoo. The mutated beasts, impervious to blades and charging recklessly forward, were sliced by the endless, icy cold blade energy. Their momentum halted abruptly as their bodies were instantly cleaved in two. Yet no blood flowed from the wounds. Instead, the frigid energy within the icy blade light instantly froze the blood. The profound realm of the Ling Shui blade technique achieves the effect of killing without bloodshed. Loot acquired. 400 EXP points added to your account. Loot acquired. Gained 500 EXP. Loot acquired. Strength increased by 100 points. As the auto pickup function activated, a series of system notifications chimed in Zhāng Hao's ears. A faint smile of satisfaction touched his lips. Looks like this trip has yielded quite a bountiful harvest. At that moment, Zhāng Hào resembled a cold-blooded god of slaughter. His crescent blade whirled through the air, unleashing a torrent of crimson, icy light, like a merciless meat grinder. Wherever the blade's glow reached, monsters fell one after another beneath his sharp edge, none escaping. Zhāng Hào felt no pity for these creatures. Every year, countless humans perished at the claws and fangs of these beasts. While heavily fortified cities might fare slightly better, smaller settlements and towns faced certain annihilation when attacked, their populations decimated beyond repair. Zhāng Hào slaughtered with relish. Though these monsters were generally low-tier, yielding scarce attribute points, the cumulative gains remained substantial. Not only was Zhāng Hao's slaughter speed astonishing, but the other 7 members of the Holy Legion were no slouches either. Each possessed formidable 5th-tier Grandmaster-level combat prowess, tearing through the battlefield like tigers among sheep, slaughtering monsters with reckless abandon. Puff! 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 Nangong Chenyu unleashed her psychic ability, plunging the surrounding 100-meter area into darkness. Her figure darted like lightning through the shroud, her icy scimitar slicing cleanly through the necks of one mutated beast after another. Deprived of sight, these mutated beasts became as helpless as infants. You vile monsters, all of you can go to hell. Zhao Shi, the bearded man, gripped a black iron rod tightly, roaring with fury. He swung the rod, smashing each attacking mutant beast until their bodies exploded and they flew backward. As a child, Zhao Shi had lived in a small settlement where his parents were tragically killed during a monster attack. Thus, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for these creatures. Is this what a 5th-tier Grandmaster-level psionicist looks like? He's practically a human beast. An officer on the city wall couldn't help but exclaim. The killing speed of Zhāng Hào and his group was terrifying. The monsters in their area were swiftly cleared out, and surrounding monsters chose to bypass them, creating a vacuum zone around them. The frenzied slaughter by Zhāng Hào and his group undoubtedly boosted the morale of the Icebreaker City forces. With these human weapon entities present, the surging tide of beasts no longer seemed quite so terrifying. Zhāng Hào, intense energy fluctuations ahead and to your left. A massive creature is closing in on you. At that moment, a man's voice reached Zhāng Hao's ears. This man, also a member of the Holy Legion, possessed perception-based abilities. Upon detecting the anomaly, he immediately issued the warning to Zhāng Hào. Got it. Zhāng Hào replied briefly through the communicator in his ear. So it's this thing? A quasi-lord level mutant beast? Using his light projection ability, Zhāng Hào surveyed the surrounding mutated beasts from a godlike vantage point, quickly pinpointing his target. It was a colossal turtle, nearly 20 meters in length, its body covered in thick armor plates. Sharp, thick barbs sprouted from the armor, giving it a terrifyingly ferocious appearance. This quasi-lord giant turtle was clearly drawn by Zhāng Hao's killing spree, charging straight toward him. Roar! As the giant tortoise lord closed to within 200 meters of Zhāng Hào, it suddenly accelerated, letting out a deafening roar. Mutant beasts nearby scattered to the sides at the sound, clearing a path for it. The giant turtle lord curled its body into a tight ball, charging toward Zhāng Hào like a rolling sphere. Boom! The giant turtle lord, curled into a ball, was covered in thick, sharp spikes. One could only imagine the devastating consequences of being struck by such a force. As the giant turtle lord rolled forward, its massive body crushed the ground beneath, causing it to emit a series of deep, muffled booms. The ground, unable to bear the weight, cracked open in multiple places. Its momentum was overwhelming, like an unstoppable tank crushing everything in its path. Watch out! Someone atop the towering city walls witnessed the scene and couldn't help but scream in alarm. However, Zhāng Hào was not unaware of the giant turtle lord's attack. A mere quasi-lord level mutant beast was hardly enough to make him choose to dodge. Rumble! The giant turtle lord rolled like a mountain, its momentum growing ever more fierce. By the time it approached within 100 meters of Zhāng Hào, its speed had reached 3 times the speed of sound. Such staggering speed, combined with its colossal bulk, would shatter even a wall 3 to 5 zhang thick under its impact. Chapter 151, Repulsion Activated. Repulsion Activated. At that very moment, Zhāng Hào decisively unleashed the repulsive force of his earth control. Centered on him, a terrifying repulsive force erupted violently, surging toward the giant turtle lord like a raging tidal wave. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the giant turtle lord slammed into an invisible wall of force. Its body, rolling forward at 3 times the speed of sound, jolted violently. The barbs on its shell collided fiercely with the repulsive force, snapping off one after another. Snap! 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 The giant turtle lord slammed on invisible brakes. As the repulsive force steadily eroded its momentum, its speed plummeted until it finally ground to a halt 5 meters before Zhāng Hào. Since you enjoy rolling, I'll let you roll to your heart's content. A devilish grin spread across Zhāng Hao's face. He raised his foot and delivered a vicious kick to the giant turtle lord's ball-shaped body. Instantly, it flew away like a cannonball, rolling once more. Thud. 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 Faced with the rolling colossal turtle lord, the mutated beasts panicked, scattering in all directions to evade it. Yet some mutated beasts failed to evade in time, crushed to splattered flesh and blood beneath the colossal turtle lord's wheels. Rumble. Zhāng Hào followed closely behind the giant turtle lord, using gravity to make it even heavier. This amplified the devastating force unleashed by the colossal turtle lord's rolling assault. Simultaneously, Zhāng Hào continuously propelled the giant turtle lord forward with repulsive force, providing it with immense kinetic energy. Thus, a truly awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded upon the battlefield. The colossal body of the giant turtle lord charged like a merciless iron ball, crushing everything in its path into pulp. Zhāng Hào followed closely behind, his crescent blade whirling to unleash bone-chilling slashes that finished off any stragglers who had managed to escape. The psychics of the Holy Legion, are this terrifying? The psychics on the city walls witnessed this scene, each breaking out in a cold sweat and gasping in shock. Even as a 5th-tier grandmaster, Zhāng Hao's combat prowess remained jaw-droppingly formidable. A quasi-lord-class monster was utterly at his mercy, reduced to a mere plaything with no power to resist. The giant turtle lord was now consumed by despair. The relentless rolling left it dizzy and disoriented, yet it could not stop. This humiliation pushed it to the brink of collapse. Bang! 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 Upon the city walls, every soldier fought with their lives. Behind them lay their homeland. Should monsters breach the city walls, the destruction would be beyond measure. Unnoticed among the beasts below the walls, a black unicorn tiger crept silently toward the fortifications. This is bad. That black tiger, take it down immediately. Inside the command center, a man stared intently at the monitor. His pupils suddenly contracted as he bellowed the order. Before his words had fully faded, the black tiger's eyes blazed with savage intent. Its body abruptly swelled at an astonishing rate. Its original length of 3 or 4 meters instantly ballooned to a terrifying 40 meters. It's a lord-class mutant beast. The soldiers on this section of the city wall felt their hearts jolt violently. Below the ramparts, the colossal black tiger stood imposing, its fur whipping in the wind like black flames. Its pale golden eyes were deep and commanding, seeming to hold boundless power. Using its unique stealth abilities, the beast had cleverly reduced its size, blending effortlessly among a group of ordinary mutated beasts. Unhindered, it had approached the city walls. This black colossus was no ordinary lord-tier mutant beast. Its rank was far from the lower echelons of lord-tier. Roar! Suddenly, the black colossus opened its gaping maw, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. The roar thundered like 1,000 bolts of lightning, shaking the heavens and earth. The terrifying sonic waves seemed poised to tear the very fabric of reality apart. The immense force warped space itself, and the earth, unable to bear the burden, cracked open in countless fissures. These tangible shockwaves surged outward like raging tidal waves, spreading madly in all directions. Thud! 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 Along the 200-meter-long city wall, soldiers who had been fighting with all their might suddenly froze in place. A strange sonic wave, like an invisible tidal surge, swept fiercely over their bodies. In an instant, their bodies seemed to lose all supporting force, crumbling and disintegrating like loose sand without any resistance. Muscles, bones, and internal organs shattered instantly under the savage assault of this terrifying sonic wave, reduced to fine dust. A thick mist of blood spread like a dense curtain. Along the entire 200-meter stretch of the city wall, without exception, every single one of those 200 soldiers met their doom. Their bodies were utterly crushed, reduced to nothing but bone fragments. In an instant, the area became a living hell. The entire section of wall transformed into a terrifying void. It's a sonic ability. The commander in the command room felt a chill run down his spine. It was well known that sonic abilities possessed an extremely wide attack range. Among abilities of the same tier, while its lethality was relatively weaker, its sheer coverage was truly terrifying. Yet against ordinary people or lower-tier psychics, it was terrifyingly effective, akin to a nuclear weapon. Sound swept through like a raging hurricane, leaving no escape for any living thing. Once touched by it, one would be instantly shattered into pieces. That black colossal tiger, like a demon from the darkest abyss, possessed not only sonic power but had also reached the terrifying mid-tier lord level. Such an existence was profoundly dangerous. Roar! The black colossal tiger extended its crimson, massive tongue, licking its lips. Its pale golden eyes were filled with nothing but cruelty and ruthlessness. It was consumed by a bloodthirsty fervor, particularly obsessed with the sensation of crushing lives as insignificant as ants until they exploded. This pleasure felt like paradise to it. Boom! 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 3 or 5 fighter jets sliced through the sky, diving in to launch a sweeping assault on the black colossus. Special bullets as thick as a baby's arm poured down like a torrential rain. These specialized rounds were engineered specifically to fell powerful lord-level mutated beasts. Each thick bullet contained a miniature bomb that detonated explosively upon impact, unleashing terrifying destructive force. Roar! Yet, the black colossal tiger's eyes flashed with disdain as it unleashed another bone-chilling, terrifying roar. Boom! The thunderous roar spread out like surging ocean waves. Before the infant arm-thick specialized bullets could even approach the black colossal tiger, they were shattered by the powerful sonic shockwaves, exploding into dazzling sparks in midair. Quick, take cover! The pilots inside the fighter jets stared in terror. They tried to evade, but in this desperate situation, where could they possibly flee? Boom! 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 Several fighter jets in the sky were mercilessly struck by the sonic blast, instantly exploding into dazzling bursts of sparks. The wreckage spun through the air, tumbling downward and kicking up a cloud of dust. Roar! 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 All the nearby mutated beasts roared with excitement, their morale soaring to its peak. Meanwhile, the black colossal tiger rampaged unchecked beneath the city walls, unleashing terrifying sonic attacks that caused soldiers on the ramparts to explode into mist-like clouds of blood. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000-meter stretch of wall was completely cleared by the black colossal tiger, shattering the entire defensive line in that sector. Some mutated beasts, roaring with excitement, leaped onto the now unprotected walls and charged into the city. Chapter 152, Monsters Enter the City. Quick! Kill them! They must not reach the city center. Inside the command center, commanders paced frantically, their eyes bloodshot with urgency. That black colossal tiger was simply too terrifying. If allowed to slaughter unchecked, the entire western defensive line would collapse completely. This was the terror of a lord-level mutant beast. Within the beast hide, they were like spirits even towering, sturdy city walls could not hold them back. Just then, the charging black colossus abruptly halted, lowering its head and crouching low. Simultaneously, a massive sphere streaked overhead, crashing heavily onto the ground before rolling dozens of meters until it finally ground to a halt against the thick city wall. The black tiger turned its gaze toward the sphere. It was a massive turtle, its shell now shattered and torn, caked in blood and flesh. Killing intent filled the tiger's eyes as it turned its head toward the distance. There, a man clad in black combat gear stared back at it with icy resolve. Zhāng Hào, have you encountered a lord-level mutant beast? Need backup? Nandong Chun Yu's voice crackled through Zhāng Hao's communicator. A true lord-level mutant beast is indeed troublesome. Keep it occupied for now, we'll be there immediately. Zhao Shi added. No need. You guys go relieve pressure on other fronts. I'll handle this monster. Zhāng Hào replied before fixing his icy gaze back on the black colossal tiger. It's a Saint Legion psionicist. But can he take down this lord alone? This isn't just any low-tier lord. The commanders in the control room, while directing soldiers to reinforce the sections of the city wall cleared by the black colossal tiger, felt a slight sense of relief yet were simultaneously plunged into unease. A 5th-tier Grandmaster-level psionicist was indeed formidable, but this black colossal tiger was likely a terrifying monster of mid-tier overlord class or higher, not something an ordinary 5th-tier Grandmaster could easily handle. Zhāng Hào radiated an intense aura of killing intent. Had he not arrived in time, the black tiger's slaughter would have been even more brutal. Gigantification. Zhāng Hào activated his gigantification ability, his body instantly transforming into a giant over 20 meters tall. Though still vastly smaller than the black tiger, whose body stretched over 40 meters, he held his own in sheer presence. Come on, I'll crush you completely. Zhāng Hào curled his finger, his tone icy cold. The black tiger possessed intelligence rivaling humans. Sensing the contempt in Zhāng Hao's gesture, it erupted in fury. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth. Wave after wave of sonic energy coalesced into a tidal surge, sweeping toward Zhāng Hào like a sea of razor-sharp blades. In large-scale warfare, this black tiger's sonic abilities were terrifying, akin to a nuclear bomb. Yet, when used against Zhāng Hào now, they seemed somewhat ineffective. Repulsion. Zhāng Hào unleashed a terrifying repulsive force, fiercely pushing back against the onrushing waves of sound. Whoosh! 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 The repulsive force shattered the sound blades into fragments. The scattered shards, as sharp as blades, carved deep, bottomless fissures across the ground within dozens of meters, as if countless great swords were wildly slicing the earth, tearing it apart. As the sound waves dissipated, Zhāng Hào stood unscathed upon the earth. His 20-meter-tall form loomed like a demon god descended from the heavens. A flicker of shock crossed the black tiger's eyes. Its attack had been so easily repelled by Zhāng Hào. Die! The massive black tiger was about to open its jaws for another roar, preparing to unleash its sonic abilities. But at that very moment, Zhāng Hào stomped his foot down with tremendous force. His mastery over the earth activated instantly, propelling him like a phantom across dozens of meters in the blink of an eye as if he could shrink the earth to an inch. Immediately after, his massive fist plummeted like a meteorite, slamming viciously into the side of the black tiger's jaw. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed across the heavens as the fist connected solidly with the black tiger's skull. In that instant, the black tiger's vision went pitch black. The world seemed to spin, and its entire mind plunged into utter chaos. Rumble! A terrifying force surged through it, shattering its sharp fangs. Its 40-meter-long colossal body flew through the air like a cannonball, tumbling helplessly. Driven by inertia, it tumbled several times across the ground before finally coming to a halt. What? The commanders in the control room stared in stunned silence. The ferocious black tiger had been struck by Zhāng Hao's single punch, its teeth shattered, sent flying backward like a. Zhāng Hao's 20-meter-tall form now resembled an ancient giant awakening, radiating unparalleled majesty. Huff, huff, huff. The black colossal tiger struggled to rise from the ground, blood trickling from the corners of its mouth, teeth missing. Its vision blurred with multiple afterimages, and it took a long moment to regain its senses. Zhāng Hao's single punch had nearly plunged it into despair. Then, the black colossal tiger was consumed by fury. As a mid-tier lord-level monster that ruled its domain, when had it ever suffered such a humiliating defeat? Roar! Genetic energy surged through its body like a raging tide. From its gaping maw erupted a thunderous roar, a terrifying sonic wave blasting toward Zhāng Hào like a massive sonic cannon, its momentum terrifying. Zhāng Hào remained composed, however. He unleashed his earth control ability. Between him and the black colossal tiger, massive stone walls 50 meters tall rose from the ground, standing like impenetrable shields. His earth control ability, now at level 7, allowed Zhāng Hào to establish extensive defenses in an instant. Boom! 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 The black tiger's sonic cannon shattered 7 or 8 of the massive stone walls before its power finally dissipated. The fragments of shattered stone wall now danced through the air. Sensing danger, the black tiger scrambled to evade, but it was already too late. Thud! 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 Under Zhāng Hao's gravity enhancement, even fist-sized stones carried the weight of thousands of pounds. They rained down like a torrential storm, pounding the black tiger's body until it trembled violently, its limbs barely able to support its weight. Countless stones piled up relentlessly, eventually forming a towering mountain of rock dozens of meters high. It crushed the black tiger beneath, leaving only its upper body exposed. Roar! The black colossal tiger roared desperately, struggling with all its might, yet it could not lift the gravity-enhanced mountain of rocks. Zhāng Hào walked slowly over, his gaze cold as he looked down at the black tiger trapped beneath the mountain of rock. His palm curled slightly, and a spear formed from condensed rock slowly rose from the ground. The black tiger clearly sensed what was about to happen, its eyes filled with terror and pleading. Chapter 153, Mutant Beasts Struggle for Survival. Even an ant clings to life, how much more so a highly intelligent, lord-level mutated beast. Yet this was a war between humans and monsters. Mercy shown to the enemy in war was cruelty to oneself. Thud! Zhāng Hào thrust his spear without hesitation into the black tiger's throat, pinning it firmly to the ground. The beast's body convulsed violently as its eyes gradually lost their light. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground a vivid crimson. This is far too powerful. Who exactly is he? He couldn't possibly be an unknown figure in the Holy Legion. The psychics witnessing this scene from the city walls and command center were all shaken to their core. This was a mid-tier lord-level mutant beast. Yet in Zhāng Hao's hands, it had been killed outright in just a few exchanges, without even a chance to flee. Zhāng Hào knew this battle would truly spread his fame throughout the far north. But he didn't care. Only with overwhelming strength could one earn others' respect and attain supreme glory. Loot acquired. Successfully obtained 68,000 EXP. Looting complete. Gained 1,900 points of physical attribute. Successful pickup. Gained 1,880 strength points. Pickup successful. Added 1 Lord tier energy stone to inventory. Zhāng Hào collected all the items and attributes dropped by the black colossal tiger. The benefits of successfully slaying a lord-level monster were profoundly significant. Compared to killing ordinary trash mobs, the difference was like night and day. As for the black giant tiger's corpse, it naturally belonged to him after the battle. He could use it to refine bloodline power, so there was no need to rush its disposal just yet. Help! Help me! Just then, a brief, urgent cry for help suddenly rang out through Zhāng Hao's communication device, followed immediately by silence. Could it be one of the Holy Legion members who came with us? Zhāng Hao's heart skipped a beat. The distress signal on this communication channel could only have come from a Holy Legion member sent to reinforce Icebreaker City. After all, they were all 5th-tier Grandmaster level psychics. The fact that they were now crying out for help clearly indicated an extremely critical situation. What on earth happened? Is that Lu Lifeng calling for help? Questions began pouring in from others on the communication channel. Quick! East Gate. Hordes of Lord-level monsters are attacking. Lu Lifeng was ambushed and killed on the spot. A man's slightly panicked voice crackled through the communication device. His words sent shockwaves through the group. Lu Lifeng was one of the 8 Holy Legion members sent to reinforce Icebreaker City. Those deemed qualified to pass the assessment and receive the Azure Flame Medal were all 5th-tier Grandmaster level psychics. Yet Lu Lifeng had only managed to cry out for help before meeting his end. This suggested the attacking Lord-level monsters were overwhelmingly numerous. Otherwise, given his strength, even if he couldn't defeat them, escaping would have been far from impossible. He certainly wouldn't have lost his life so easily. East Gate? That's the farthest gate from here, a full 193. Please clarify what 193 represents, such as 193 kilometers. Zhāng Hào frowned. His current position was at the west gate, and reaching the east gate would likely take considerable time. Hurry up and get on. Just then, an amplified shout echoed from the sky. Zhāng Hào looked up to see a massive streamlined fighter hovering 100 meters above the very same windbreaker he had arrived in. Clearly, the pilot of the windbreaker fighter had also received news of the 5th-rank Grandmaster's death and had immediately come to retrieve Zhāng Hào, intending to swiftly transport him to the east city gate to provide support. Got it. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhāng Hào leaped upward, soaring 100 meters into the air. His hands clamped tightly onto one of the fighter's wheels below, his arms wrapping around it with all his strength. Boom! In an instant, the windbreaker fighter jet soared over the towering city walls at a staggering 10 times the speed of sound, racing straight toward the east gate. A fierce gale slammed into his face, making it difficult for Zhāng Hào to keep his eyes open. Fortunately, at 10 times the speed of sound, traversing the city sky took only a minute or two to reach the battlefield at the east gate. So many Lord-level mutant beasts? The windbreaker hovered in midair as Zhāng Hào looked down, his heart racing with shock. On the distant open ground, a dozen colossal monsters advanced slowly. Nearly all of these beasts were Lord-level mutants, each radiating a terrifying aura. Gathered together, their menacing presence seemed capable of crushing the entire sky. Whoosh! Zhāng Hao's gaze swept downward, catching sight of Nangong Chenyu, Zhao Shi, and the others. They had nearly reached the location, yet each face bore a heavy, somber expression. Zhāng Hào released the wheels of his windbreaker fighter jet and leapt from 100 meters above, landing steadily beside Nangong Chenyu and the others. What on earth is going on? Why have so many Lord-level monsters gathered here? Zhāng Hào asked, utterly astonished. He had never witnessed such a gathering of over a dozen Lord-level monsters before. It's unclear. Perhaps they've already sensed our presence, gathering together to force us into a decisive battle. Zhao Shi's expression was grave. Zhao Shi's conjecture held considerable logic. This battle was no longer merely a clash between the Beast Tide and Icebreaker City, it had become a contest between these Lord-level monsters and the members of the Holy Legion, including Zhāng Hào. After all, ordinary soldiers were utterly helpless against Lord-level monsters. A mere dozen such beasts could completely shatter the defenses of Icebreaker City. The only ones capable of halting them were Zhāng Hào and the other 5th-tier Grandmasters. By eliminating Zhāng Hào and his companions, the horde of beasts, led by the Lord-level monsters, could effortlessly breach Icebreaker City and unleash a bloody massacre. Conversely, if Zhāng Hào and his comrades could eliminate these Lord-level monsters, the Beast Tide would inevitably collapse and scatter in all directions. This was already a decisive battle. Yet it was glaringly obvious that Zhāng Hào and his group were the underdogs. A careful count revealed that there were as many as 11 of these Lord-level mutated beasts. Meanwhile, the Holy Legion side, led by Zhāng Hào, numbered only 8. Moreover, not long ago, one of them, a 5th-tier Grandmaster named Lu Lifeng, had suddenly been ambushed by multiple Lord-level monsters and tragically perished. Thus, they were now down to 7 members, already at a numerical disadvantage. As for individual strength, although Zhāng Hào and his companions were all 5th-tier Grandmasters, they had only just met the qualifications to receive the Azure Flame Medal, all being early-stage 5th-tier practitioners. Among the group of Lord-level mutant beasts before them, not all were low-tier lords. Both in numbers and individual strength, the Holy Legion side was at a disadvantage. Chapter 154, Holding the Line. With so many Lord-level monsters, can they hold their ground? The defenders of Icebreaker City felt their breath freeze in their throats. If Zhāng Hào and his companions were killed or driven back, even Icebreaker City's formidable strength would be utterly powerless against such overwhelming numbers of Lord-level mutant beasts. This is highly unusual. Why would so many Lord-level mutated beasts suddenly appear? Beads of sweat formed on the forehead of a tall, slender man. The situation was indeed highly unusual. Normally, 3 or 5 Lord-level beasts in a beast tide would be considered quite a lot, yet this tide contained over 10 lords. Let's set aside other considerations for now. How should we respond immediately? Nangong Chenyu's expression darkened. This was her first mission since advancing to 5th rank Grandmaster, and she hadn't anticipated facing such an overwhelming spectacle. Avoid direct confrontation. Our goal is simply to stall them. I've already contacted the Holy Legion, reinforcements are on their way. Zhao Shi's voice was low and grave. Hold them off? The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. They were facing over a dozen Lord-level monsters. Even with the Holy Legion dispatched to send experts, and even if they raced here at full speed in their windbreaker fighters, it would still take at least half an hour. How could they possibly hold them off for that long? Watch out. They're about to attack. Someone shouted loudly. The dozen or so Lord-level monsters across the way seemed to have been waiting for Zhāng Hào and his group to gather before launching a decisive annihilation. Now, the eyes of these massive, terrifying beasts blazed with savage intent. They could no longer contain themselves and prepared to strike. Roar! A leopard-like creature, covered in fiery red scales, 30 meters long, and crowned with a single horn, charged toward the group first. Its massive frame possessed an agility disproportionate to its size, instantly breaking the sound barrier. Swamp Domain! Zhao Shi took a sudden step forward and roared with all his might. A vast surge of genetic energy erupted from his body, transforming the ground before the Crimson Panther Lord into a pitch-black swamp. The fiery leopard halted abruptly, yet its limbs sank deep into the quagmire. The black mud, as if alive, coiled upward, dragging the fiery leopard deeper into the swamp, attempting to bind its movements. Zhao Shi's swampification ability had reached the domain level, its effects profoundly potent. An ordinary low-tier lord, once restrained, would struggle to break free in the short term. The others wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. Nangong Chunyu acted decisively. Her fingers trembled slightly as a brilliant, blinding white beam instantly coalesced. It shot forth like an arrow released from its string, hurtling straight toward the fiery leopard's head. Nangong Chenyu's innate ability was light projection, and Zhāng Hao's light projection ability originated from her. The blinding white beam shot forth with devastating speed. Had it been a lone Crimson Leopard, this combined assault would surely have ended the Crimson Leopard Lord's life. Yet the other Lord-level monsters would never stand idly by. Whoosh! A massive white bear, towering and covered in snow-white fur, suddenly materialized before the Leopard Lord. Its body transformed into a metallic sheen, gleaming with a cold, sharp light. Boom! The blazing white beam struck the bear's chest with pinpoint accuracy, causing its massive form to sway slightly. The blazing white beam instantly shattered and dispersed. The metallic sheen on the bear's body rippled endlessly, revealing only minor damage at the point of impact. Not even a trace of blood seeped out. It's a metallization ability. Nangong Chenyu's expression darkened. This white giant bear possessed the same ability as her fallen comrade, yet it was clearly far more powerful. What a pity! The others who witnessed this scene all felt a pang of regret. Had they been able to slay a lord at the battle's outset, it would not only have weakened the enemy's strength but also dealt a crushing blow to the morale of the other lords. Alas, the white bear had blocked Nangong Chenyu's fatal strike. Securing another such opportunity would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Roar! At that moment, a colossal crocodile burst forth from the beast horde. Its body was covered in dark green scales, with white bony spines protruding from its spine and tail. Its appearance caused everyone's expressions to shift slightly. This black-armored giant crocodile measured a staggering 45 meters in length, undoubtedly a mid-tier lord-level monster. But that wasn't all. Its abilities were exceptionally troublesome. Whoosh! A ripple of power surged from the crocodile's body, radiating outward in all directions and engulfing an area spanning nearly 1,000 meters. Zhāng Hào and the others were all enveloped within it. Zhao Shi grunted as the swamp domain he had been sustaining could no longer hold, collapsing and dissipating instantly. Everyone felt an immense gravitational force bearing down upon them. It's a gravity domain. Zhāng Hao's brow furrowed slightly. The giant black armored crocodile possessed a gravity domain. Its massive size allowed it to store far more genetic energy than other creatures of the same tier. The gravity field it unleashed affected every monster and person within a kilometer radius indiscriminately. Though both sides endured the field's effects, the Saint Legion and other psychic warriors were clearly at a disadvantage. Monsters possessed far greater physical resilience than humans. This slight gravity was easily bearable for them. Meanwhile, Zhao Shi and his comrades fighting within the gravity field found their movement severely restricted. The slightest misstep could see their fragile bodies crushed into pulp. Retreat! Retreat! Zhao Shi bellowed at the top of his lungs. In this dire situation, they were already at a disadvantage and stood no chance of holding back these terrifying lord-level monsters. The slightest misstep could mean certain death. Retreating was their only option to avoid needless sacrifice. Damn it! This beast tide actually contains so many lord-level monsters. Cold sweat poured down the others' backs as they scrambled to flee toward the distance. They had anticipated no more than 3 or 4 lord-level monsters at most. With the combined strength of their 8-man team, they believed they could easily slay them. Little did they expect the number of lord-level monsters here to far exceed their wildest imaginings. And these psychics were merely at the initial stage of the 5th rank. If these lords breach Icebreaker City, the casualties within will be devastating. A pang of reluctance stirred in someone's heart. Reinforcements from the Holy Legion would take over half an hour to arrive. Such a prolonged delay would give these monsters ample time to run rampant through Icebreaker City, leaving the casualties within the city undoubtedly horrific. Yet they were utterly powerless to stop it. When Zhao Shi and the others retreated nearly a kilometer, escaping the gravity field's reach, they glanced back to see Zhāng Hào standing motionless in the distance, not retreating at all. Zhāng Hào, retreat now! What are you doing standing there like a statue? Nangong Chunyu shouted frantically. In this situation, Zhāng Hào dared to remain stationary. It was tantamount to courting death. Don't make a pointless sacrifice. Zhao Shi also yelled, while the others watched with equally anxious expressions, yet helpless. Could this mission truly cost them 2 5th-rank Grandmasters? Chapter 155, Soloing 10 Lord-tier Mutant Beasts. Roar! Zhāng Hào stood his ground, and the monsters showed no mercy. The fiery red leopard lord, previously trapped by Zhao Shi's swamp domain, let out a furious roar. Its eyes blazing crimson, it lunged viciously at Zhāng Hào, a massive claw slamming down toward his head. Zhāng Hao's expression remained icy. A dozen lord-level mutant beasts? So what? Not enough to make him back down. When the massive claw was still 4 or 5 meters away from Zhāng Hào, the bloodline power within him suddenly surged to a boiling point, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted violently. Get out of my way! Zhāng Hào roared furiously, instantly entering the golden overlord body state. A fist radiating golden light surged forward with the might of a tyrant lifting a, smashing viciously toward the enormous claw. Has he lost his mind? From afar, Zhao Shi and the others could only watch in disbelief. Zhāng Hao's actions seemed like nothing short of suicide. The greatest difference between mutated beasts and psychic users lay in the strength of their physical bodies. To confront a lord-level monster head-on, what else could this be but madness? Yet the scene that unfolded next left shock etched across their faces. Boom! Zhāng Hao's fist collided with the colossal claw. The disparity in size was stark. Yet a distinct sound of flesh-tearing echoed, followed by a piercing howl. The fiery red panther let out a wretched roar, staggering back several steps. Its front claw, used to attack Zhāng Hào, had shattered into a spray of blood, staining the ground crimson. Amidst the bloodstorm, Zhāng Hao's golden form stood like a demon god. Having already reached the 5th tier, Zhāng Hào now entered the golden overlord state. Even against the might of the power-focused Mad Heart Reborn, Zhāng Hào held his own in strength. How could this low-tier lord-level monster possibly withstand his iron fist? Roar! One claw shattered under the blow. Agonizing pain made the crimson-furred cheetah lord's eyes turn bloodshot. It lowered its head, opened its gaping maw, and unleashed a torrent of deep crimson, high-temperature flames sweeping toward Zhāng Hào. This terrifying crimson flame was incredibly dense, almost liquid-like. Its scorching heat instantly vaporized water molecules in the surrounding air, causing the temperature to skyrocket as it completely engulfed Zhāng Hào. Crack! 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 Within dozens of meters, the ground cracked open in massive fissures under the extreme heat. Even an Iron Man would be melted into molten metal in an instant. Every psychic witnessing this scene couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhāng Hào was simply too reckless. Was he relying on some hidden advantage, or was he courting his own demise? The next moment, they got their answer. Within the searing crimson flames, Zhāng Hào casually tore open a massive gap with a single pull, revealing his golden form. Golden light rippled across his entire body. Not a single strand of hair had been singed. My turn! Excitement flashed in Zhāng Hao's eyes. He stomped his foot, launching himself skyward like an arrow released from its bow. His golden fist, carrying an unstoppable momentum, slammed brutally toward the fiery red leopard's jaw. Crack! The fiery red panther's pupils contracted sharply as excruciating pain exploded through its skull, as if its entire head were being torn apart. Zhāng Hao's fist slammed into its jaw with terrifying force. The impact raged like a furious dragon, roaring and snarling as it mercilessly shattered its bones and tore through its flesh. The force continued unabated, like a sharp spear piercing straight through its brain. Put! Zhāng Hao's punch tore a transparent, half-meter-wide hole through the fiery red panther's skull, spewing a mixture of brain matter and blood onto the scorched, cracked earth. Zhāng Hào landed lightly. Fear and resentment filled the fiery red panther's eyes as its light gradually faded. Its massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. One punch had slain a low-tier lord-level monster. Zhāng Hào stood silently. Compared to the colossal lords, his frame seemed minuscule, yet the aura radiating from him was overwhelmingly powerful, as if even the clouds in the sky were churning violently beneath its force. But hasn't he also yet received the Azure Flame Medal? A man stared in disbelief. They knew little about Zhāng Hào, only that he was an exceptionally gifted psychic who had earned the right to claim the Azure Flame Medal within mere months of joining the Holy Legion. Who could have imagined his strength was this formidable? He had completely surpassed the typical early-stage 5th-rank Grandmaster, capable of obliterating a lord with a single punch. I'm not entirely sure either. Nangong Chunyu shook her head in disbelief. She had witnessed Zhāng Hào slaying Elder Jia, yet the Zhāng Hào before them now displayed vastly enhanced power compared to that time. Had he concealed his strength before, or had he achieved a monumental breakthrough in such a short span? Zhāng Hao's single punch obliterating the fiery Red Panther Lord filled the eyes of the remaining nearly 10 lords with utter shock. They had never anticipated such an outcome. Roar! At that moment, the 45-meter-long black-armored giant crocodile's eyes blazed with savagery. It channeled its full power into its gravity domain, crushing down upon Zhāng Hào with brutal force. By concentrating its abilities on a single target, the gravity domain's potency surged several-fold in an instant. Boom! As if a towering mountain crushed down upon Zhāng Hào, his body sank slightly yet managed to endure the pressure. However, the ground beneath his feet, unable to withstand the immense force, buckled and caved in, resembling a severe landslide. Roar! Seizing this opening, the steel-hardened white bear charged forward. Its massive form resembled a moving mountain peak. Already possessing staggering weight, its steel-hardened body had grown several times heavier. With each step, the ground shook violently, as if hit by a powerful earthquake. Immediately after, the 30-meter-long white bear lunged forward, its terrifyingly heavy body mercilessly crushing down upon Zhāng Hào, who was bound by the gravitational force field. Boom! Like a meteorite crashing from the heavens, the impact sent shockwaves rippling across hundreds of meters of ground. Cracks spread like spiderwebs, extending over 100 meters in every direction. How is he? Anxious hearts beat in unison. Trapped between two formidable Lord-tier beasts, they clung to the faintest hope of a miracle. A flicker of disbelief passed through the white bear's eyes. Then, its body slowly rose upward. Beneath it, a burly golden giant lifted its mountain-like, heavy frame high into the air. Zhāng Hào pushed his gigantification ability to its absolute limit, his body radiating golden light as if an ancient golden giant had returned to the world. His arms lifted the white bear overhead with effortless ease, as if he were holding a small white kitten. Come on, today I will defeat every last one of you. Zhāng Hào grinned, a cruel curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Just how terrifying would he be when unleashing his full power? He couldn't wait to find out himself. Chapter 156, Insanely Strong. The pure white giant bear was held high above Zhāng Hào's head. It thrashed wildly, struggling to break free from Zhāng Hào's grasp. Yet all its efforts were futile. His hold was as unyielding as iron chains, pinning it completely immobile. The lords gathered across the field stared in utter shock and horror. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Who was this human? How could he possess such terrifying power? His strength is utterly absurd. Zhao Shi and the other members of the Holy Legion couldn't help but swallow hard. Though they were all early-stage 5th-rank warriors equally qualified for the Azure Flame Medal, Zhāng Hào's prowess far surpassed theirs. Those on the city walls and within the command center clenched their fists tightly. They knew full well that the outcome of this battle hinged entirely on Zhāng Hào alone. If Zhāng Hào could repel this horde of lords, the beast tide would surely collapse. But if Zhāng Hào was defeated, these lord-level monsters would undoubtedly lead the beast tide straight into Icebreaker City, unleashing a bloody massacre. Facing a dozen or so lord-level monsters, Zhāng Hào's heart swelled with heroic resolve. Not long ago, at the supply station, they had encountered an attack by a lord-level monster. Fortunately, the Stormwind demon hunters and others had arrived in time to slay it. And now, in the blink of an eye, he himself had grown to such formidable strength. Get the hell out of here! The massive white bear atop Zhāng Hào's head continued to struggle violently. He roared in fury, then swung his arms with tremendous force. The enormous white bear flew through the air like a cannonball, hurled with brutal force toward the distant lords. Whoosh! This 30-meter-long white bear, now in its metallized form, possessed terrifying weight, hurtling past like a towering mountain. All the lord-level mutated beasts scattered in all directions, none daring to confront it head-on. Boom! The white bear crashed down onto the ground, causing the earth to violently tremble and collapse instantly. Its massive body flew uncontrollably over 100 meters, tumbling across the ground and crushing the earth beneath it. It rolled more than a dozen times before finally grinding to a halt. The white bear felt as though every bone in its body had shattered, the agony overwhelming. Roar! A pack of lord-level mutated beasts was utterly enraged. As dominant rulers within their respective territories, when had they ever been treated with such contempt by a human? They roared with fury, their deafening cries shaking the heavens, charging toward Zhāng Hào with boundless killing intent. Leading the charge was a lord-level blue-armored mantis. This colossal creature, with a wingspan exceeding 10 zhang, resembled a fighter jet as it flapped its transparent wings. Instantly breaking through 4 or 5 times the speed of sound, it streaked toward Zhāng Hào. ZZZZT. At this extreme velocity, the blue-armored mantis lord's sharp, massive blade-like leg resembling a celestial god's blade slashed down fiercely toward Zhāng Hào, who stood over 20 meters tall, harnessing the momentum of its incredible speed. The air ripped apart, a faint black fissure appearing. The sheer power of this strike was enough to cleave a small mountain in two. Facing the Lord Mantis's assault, Zhāng Hào's eyes, now golden, precisely tracked the attack's trajectory. As everyone held their breath in tense anticipation, Zhāng Hào extended a golden palm and firmly grasped the side-like leg as it swung down. The blade-like leg, sharp as a legendary divine weapon, was firmly grasped in Zhāng Hào's hand. In his golden overlord body state, Zhāng Hào's physique and strength had been vastly enhanced. When he emerged from the blood-red microcosm, his golden overlord body had already withstood Elder Jia's attack unscathed, let alone now. The green-armored mantis lord struggled desperately, attempting to sever Zhāng Hào's palm to break free, but all its efforts proved futile. A cold gleam flashed in Zhāng Hào's eyes. His right hand gripped the blade-like leg of the green-armored mantis lord with an iron grip, while his other hand formed a palm blade with fingers pressed together. He brought it down with a fierce chop. Snap! A crisp snapping sound echoed as the blade-like leg of the green-armored mantis lord was severed cleanly by Zhāng Hào's bare hand. Gripping the severed blade leg tightly, Zhāng Hào's eyes blazed with icy fury as he thrust it violently toward one of the green-armored mantis lord's enormous insect eyes. Thud! The severed blade foot pierced through like a knife through butter, 2/3 of its length sinking deep into the blue-armored mantis lord's brain. The mantis lord let out a wretched scream. Such a devastating blow to its head meant even this tenacious beast king could not escape death. Thud! After delivering the fatal blow to the blue-armored mantis lord, Zhāng Hào kicked it aside. The second one. A savage glint hardened in Zhāng Hào's eyes, sharp as a blade. High in the sky, a four-winged black tiger soared like a mighty fighter jet, hovering 100 meters above. It looked down on Zhāng Hào below with an air of supreme superiority. Whoosh! The four-winged black tiger violently flapped its wings, instantly stirring the surrounding air currents into a whirlwind. It resembled a storm of blades, sweeping furiously toward Zhāng Hào. The seemingly pale air currents contained unimaginably high-temperature lethality, overwhelmingly engulfing the area within dozens of meters around Zhāng Hào. Clang! 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 These air currents struck the earth with brutal force, instantly shattering it into countless fragments. Yet when they struck Zhāng Hao's body, they emitted a series of crisp metallic clangs, as if striking an impossibly hard metal. This low-tier Lord-level attack couldn't inflict even the slightest damage on Zhāng Hào. Boom! Zhāng Hào stomped his foot fiercely against the ground, launching himself skyward like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward the four-winged black tiger soaring above. Seeing this, the four-winged black tiger flapped its wings frantically, attempting to escape. But at that very moment, Zhāng Hào activated his gravitational force field. An immense gravitational pull tugged at the four-winged black tiger, severely hampering its speed. The four-winged black tiger's pupils contracted sharply as it realized the dire situation. By then, Zhāng Hào had already leaped to 100 meters above, his arms coiling around like iron chains, clamping down on its neck with deadly force. The four-winged black tiger was both terrified and enraged. Its eyes blazed with ferocity as it opened its gaping maw, lunging to bite at Zhāng Hao's head, seemingly intent on tearing it clean off. Boom! Before the beast could react, Zhāng Hào delivered a savage headbutt, smashing it hard against the tiger's nasal bridge. A thunderous crack echoed as the beast reeled from the blow. Its nasal bone shattered instantly, blood gushing forth like a fountain. This is utterly brutal. Zhao Shi and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. All of them were 5th-tier master-level psychics. Though they had experience hunting Lord-level monsters, those expeditions had always been carefully coordinated by teams of psychics, wary of provoking a Lord-level monster's counterattack that could mean instant death. Zhāng Hao's performance, however, completely shattered their understanding. He stood alone against a pack of lords, slaying 2 in quick succession. Such a ferocious fighting style made him seem like a terrifying beast in human form. Meanwhile, the nearby horde of beasts had halted their charge at some unknown moment. They stared in terror at Zhāng Hào, who loomed in the sky like a golden giant, their hearts filled with dread. Their lords had been beaten so mercilessly? Chapter 157, Waving Banners and Shouting. Giant. A giant. Soldiers and psychics atop the city walls were overcome with fervor, their voices rising in unison to cheer Zhāng Hào on. They did not know Zhāng Hao's name, but they shouted the name of the giant. Zhāng Hào truly resembled the ancient mythical ruler of the earth, that primordial giant who once dominated an entire era. Die! Zhāng Hào flipped onto the back of the four-winged black tiger, growling lowly as he wrapped his arms tightly around its neck. With a sudden burst of strength, he began to choke it. Instantly, a terrifying force surged forth, followed by a series of bone-crunching snaps. The beast's thick neck twisted and contorted like soft noodles, its bones crushed beyond recognition. Boom! The four-winged black tiger plummeted from the sky like a crashed fighter jet, crashing into the earth with a deafening roar that echoed across the heavens. Centered on the impact point, the ground caved in over 100 meters around, revealing a massive sinkhole. The third one. Zhāng Hao's expression was as cold as frost. The golden light radiating from his body carried a deep, icy chill, as if a god of death had descended. The bone-piercing cold caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Roar! The white colossal bear roared furiously as it charged forward. Moments ago, Zhāng Hào had hurled it hundreds of meters away. Now, consumed by rage, it vowed to avenge its humiliation. As the white bear charged, the earth trembled violently beneath its weight. Its entire body had become metallic, heavy as lead. As it charged toward Zhāng Hào, it reared up on its hind legs. A massive paw, trailing a fierce gust of wind, came crashing down with vicious intent. Before the paw even made contact, a biting wind as sharp as a blade lashed out, threatening to slice through skin. Roar! Zhāng Hào sprang into action, drawing a powerful force from the earth that surged through his entire body. His fist struck with the weight and steadiness of the earth itself. Though his attack came later, it arrived first. Just as the white bear's paw was halfway through its descent, Zhāng Hao's fist slammed down like thunder, connecting with the bear's neck. Snap! A series of crisp, popping sounds, like beans sizzling in a pan, erupted as the white bear was sent flying backward by the immense force. Even in its metal-hardened state, its bones couldn't withstand such a devastating blow, suffering visible damage. The bear's neck bones shattered instantly. It crashed heavily to the ground, its body twitching uncontrollably, all signs of life extinguished. Too powerful. Beyond imagination. Zhāng Hào had slain 4 overlord-level monsters in quick succession, eliminating them one after another. Not a single overlord-level monster had lasted 2 rounds against him, truly terrifying. Thank goodness, he's not our enemy. Nangong Chenyu silently rejoiced within. A man like Zhāng Hào, if you can't make him an ally, you absolutely must not make him an enemy. With such prowess, he absolutely deserves the silver flame medal. Among the psychics who had come with the Holy Legion, someone couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The silver flame medal ranked higher than the blue flame medal, typically awarded only to elite 5th-tier grandmasters. Above that, the gold flame medal was an honor reserved for those at the king level. Zhāng Hao's prowess had undoubtedly reached the standard for the silver flame medal. Zhāng Hào had consecutively slain 4 lord-tier monsters. A distant group of lord-tier monsters eyed him hungrily, yet none dared to recklessly charge forward to their deaths. The tragic fates of the 4 before them served as a stark warning. Monsters reaching the lord level possessed considerable intelligence. They had already recognized Zhāng Hào's power as unfathomably deep and terrifying beyond measure. Thus, none were willing to volunteer as the vanguard anymore. Zhāng Hào's ferocity had already struck fear into their hearts. Roar! Amidst the group of lord-level monsters, a massive creature finally stepped forward. It was a colossal crocodile covered in massive, dark green scales, each plate as large as a shield. This was the ink-armored giant crocodile. The black-armored giant crocodile was widely regarded as the most formidable presence among this group of lord-level monsters, possessing strength at least reaching mid-tier lord level or higher. Having previously unleashed its gravity field skill, it now stepped forward to challenge Zhāng Hào. The black-armored giant crocodile wasn't courting death. Having witnessed Zhāng Hào slay several lord-level monsters in succession, it still dared to step forward, clearly relying on some advantage. Roar! The black-armored giant crocodile let out a frenzied roar to the heavens, its thunderous sound waves causing the clouds in the sky to churn violently. Immediately after, Zhāng Hào watched in astonishment as an intense crimson glow erupted across the giant crocodile's entire body. Its form began swelling at an astonishing rate. The creature that had been over 40 meters long in an instant transformed into a colossal beast nearly 70 meters in length. Icy cold glints flashed from the bone spines along its back, while a blood-red aura enveloped its entire form. The terrifying aura it emitted was like a ferocious prehistoric beast reborn into the world. A high-tier lord-level monster. A heavy gravity instantly gripped Zhao Shi and the others. High-tier lord-level monsters represented the absolute pinnacle within the lord tier, surpassed only by quasi-beast king-level entities and above. Recalling the assault on Feimeng City, the strongest monster encountered had been merely a high-tier lord-level black slaughter lord. Yet the aura emanating from this black-armored giant crocodile surpassed even that black slaughter lord's might. Facing the black slaughter lord, Zhāng Hào had been nearly helpless, ultimately relying on Ling Moya's life or death sacrifice to slay it. Yet now, facing this black-armored giant crocodile, a foe even mightier than the black slaughter lord, Zhāng Hào felt no trace of fear. High-tier lord class? That must be a hefty amount of experience points. Zhāng Hào mused silently to himself. Roar! The black-armored giant crocodile launched its attack first. It opened its massive jaws and expelled an invisible spherical projectile, hurtling toward Zhāng Hào like a cannonball. This twisted spherical mass was a supergravity sphere, formed by the condensation of immense gravitational force. Wherever it passed, the ground was crushed into shattering fragments. Facing the oncoming hypergravity sphere, Zhāng Hào unleashed a punch without hesitation. Boom! To Zhāng Hào's astonishment, his fist shattered the hypergravity sphere. Yet, a powerful force field instantly expanded, enveloping him completely. A terrifying gravitational force surged like a tidal wave, crushing his internal organs, bones, and every inch of muscle. Such gravity would have instantly crushed any other 5th-tier master-level psychic, their bodies exploding under its instantaneous pressure. But for Zhāng Hào, possessing the golden invincible body and amplified by his gigantification ability, this was far from a fatal threat. Boom! Zhāng Hào's arms surged with power, tearing the gravitational force field enveloping him to shreds. Simultaneously, the ink-armored giant crocodile surged forward at breakneck speed. Its 70-meter-long body propelled itself at 3 to 4 times the speed of sound. A colossal steel tail, as massive as a mountain, swept toward Zhāng Hào with the force of 1,000 armies. Chapter 158, Chilling. Whoosh! Though the steel tail hadn't touched the ground, the gale it generated had already stripped away a layer of earth. Shattered rocks and dirt were whipped into the air several meters high, its sheer scale chilling to the bone. Zhāng Hào's fist flashed with dazzling golden light as he fearlessly met the steel tail head-on. Boom! Two brutally powerful forces collided, unleashing a thunderous roar that radiated outward in all directions. Surrounding rocks were hurled skyward, shattering into dust. The scene resembled two ferocious beasts locked in a brutal battle. What immense power! Truly worthy of a high-tier lord-level being. And by the looks of it, it seems to possess more than just gravity as its ability. Zhāng Hào felt the force surging through his arms, inwardly astonished. This black-armored giant crocodile wasn't just a high-tier lord-level creature, it was a rare mutant beast possessing dual abilities. Its second ability resembled a berserk transformation, allowing it to drastically boost its combat power for a short time, though it would then enter a period of weakness afterward. Naturally, this pales in comparison to the boost granted by Zhāng Hào's golden dominance. Even so, it caused its strength to surge explosively, surpassing even the full power of a berserker's fury. But facing me? You've got no chance. A cold gleam flashed in Zhāng Hào's eyes. Roar! The black-armored giant crocodile's strike failed to harm Zhāng Hào. Twisting its massive body, its steel tail, now imbued with the gravity domain, grew heavier still like a moving mountain swinging down once more. Yet Zhāng Hào wielded dominion over the earth, and gravity itself lay within his grasp. His fist carried both gravitational pull and repulsive force. The collision of these two diametrically opposed energies caused the surrounding space to warp. In the next instant, a tremendous force erupted from his entire body, propelling his golden fist forward with unstoppable force. Boom! The fist collided once more with the steel tail of the ink-armored giant crocodile. This time, a look of disbelief flashed in the creature's eyes. Snap! The giant black armored crocodile felt an excruciating pain shoot through its tail. Its bones shattered under an unstoppable force, terrifying power tearing through its scales and muscles. Scales rained down like drops of blood. Roar! The black armored giant crocodile's blood-curdling roar echoed across the entire battlefield, exploding through the air like a thunderclap. At that sound, all the mutated beasts charging toward the icebreaker city halted involuntarily, their gazes turning toward the source of the piercing roar. One by one, the overlord-level beasts wore expressions of gravity and unease. Among them, the black armored giant crocodile was the mightiest. If even it couldn't withstand this terrifying human, then their prospects in this battle looked grim indeed. The black armored giant crocodile writhed in agony, its eyes bloodshot. It snapped its massive jaws open, lunging viciously at Zhāng Hào's arm. The two rows of sharp, saw-like teeth gleaming within its maw radiated a bone-chilling aura. Yet Zhāng Hào not only failed to withdraw his arm but extended his other arm instead. With pinpoint precision, he seized the crocodile's upper and lower jaws, then wrenched them apart with brutal force. Gurgle! The black armored giant crocodile strained every muscle, desperately clamping its massive jaws shut in a desperate attempt to snap both of Zhāng Hào's arms clean off. It must be noted that crocodiles are among the creatures with the most terrifying bite force in the world, and this was a mutated giant crocodile that had reached the high-tier lord level. Yet no matter how fiercely the black-clawed giant crocodile strained, its jaws remained perpetually open. The earth beneath Zhāng Hào's feet continuously channeled immense power into his limbs. Zhāng Hào gripped the crocodile's jaws tightly and suddenly exerted all his strength. To the stunned gazes of everyone in the mutated beasts, the 70-meter-long black-armored giant crocodile was forcibly lifted off the ground. Roar! Veins bulged across Zhāng Hào's entire body as he pushed his strength to its absolute limit. In that moment, he resembled a demon god, roaring as he hurled the giant crocodile skyward. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful repulsive force, propelling it even higher. Its stubby limbs flailed wildly in the air, yet it could not alter its fate of soaring skyward. Its 70-meter-long body was hurled by Zhāng Hào to a staggering height of nearly 100 meters, a sight that left onlookers utterly speechless. Whoosh! As the giant black armored crocodile began its descent toward the ground, a faint smile touched Zhāng Hào's lips. His palm clenched, and gravity erupted instantly. Instantly, the already heavy body of the black armored giant crocodile grew even heavier, as if an invisible giant hand was pulling it down. It plummeted from 100 meters like a meteorite. The larger the creature, the harder it was to rise after a fall, much like an elephant, which could even break bones upon toppling. Crash! Under the relentless pull of gravity, the giant black armored crocodile's massive body slammed into the ground, creating a colossal crater over 100 meters in diameter. The shockwave it generated swept out in all directions, affecting an area hundreds of meters wide. As the shockwave gradually dissipated, the giant black armored crocodile lay sprawled in the crater, utterly battered. Its dorsal spines were shattered, half its skeleton fractured, and blood gushed incessantly from its mouth. No matter how it struggled, rising from the ground proved impossible. Zhāng Hào showed no mercy. Like a demon god descending, he strode forward, seized the colossal crocodile's tail with one hand, and dragged its massive body toward the last surviving overlord-level monsters. His pace quickened until he was charging like a whirlwind toward a massive, dog-like lord-level monster. His overwhelming ferocity momentarily stunned the canine lord. By the time it regained its senses, it was already too late. Crash! Zhāng Hào swung the 70-meter-long body of the ink-armored giant crocodile, slamming it viciously into the canine lord-level monster. The sound of shattering bones echoed as the canine lord was instantly whipped backward. That was brutal. The onlookers couldn't help but wipe away cold sweat, a fleeting pang of sympathy welling up in their hearts for these lord-level mutated beasts. The roles seemed reversed. Zhāng Hào appeared to be the invading monster, while these massive, ferocious creatures now seemed utterly vulnerable. Woo woo woo! The remaining few lord-level beasts were utterly terrified. With no will to fight left, they scattered in all directions like startled birds. Zhāng Hào wouldn't let such prey escape. After all, they represented massive amounts of experience points and attribute gains. Casually tossing aside the dying ink-armored giant crocodile, Zhāng Hào unleashed his earth control. Moving like a ghost, he used the technique of shrinking the earth to chase down these lord-level monsters. Boom! Zhāng Hào unleashed a thunderous punch, instantly obliterating a fleeing lord-level monster. With his current strength, a single punch was enough to kill any ordinary low-tier lord-level monster. All the lord-level monsters fled in disarray, most meeting their end at Zhāng Hào's hands. The beast tide had collapsed, and the mutated beasts scattered in all directions. Zhāng Hào knew he couldn't stop such a vast number of mutated beasts from escaping, but those few Lord-level monsters he would absolutely not let them go. Chapter 159, Full-Scale Search. Zhāng Hào activated his light abilities, opening his God's Eye view. Even if these Lord-level monsters tried to blend into the beast herd to escape, they couldn't evade his pursuit. 10. Zhāng Hao's brow furrowed. Of the 11 Lord-level monsters, he had already eliminated 10. Only the last one remained. He pushed his light abilities to their absolute limit, searching relentlessly for the last Lord's trail. Here? Soon, Zhāng Hào located the final Lord-level monster. It was a 10-meter-long, snow-white fox, curled up and trying to blend in among the fleeing mutated beasts. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. As if sensing its discovery, the fox's fur instantly bristled, and it bolted away at astonishing speed. This snow-white fox had lurked on the sidelines throughout the previous battle, never engaging. Its frontal combat prowess seemed lacking, but its escape speed was truly jaw-dropping. Bang bang bang! Zhāng Hào wouldn't let such a juicy opportunity slip through his fingers. To pursue more effectively, he deactivated his giant transformation ability and sped after it like a whirlwind. Bouncing off one mutated beast after another, his speed was lightning fast. This. Zhao Shi and the others exchanged glances, their faces etched with wry smiles as they helplessly scratched their heads. Zhāng Hao's power had reached a terrifyingly high level. They were simply not on the same plane as him. Today, Zhāng Hào had single-handedly turned the tide, slaying over a dozen Lord-level mutated beasts. His name was destined to echo throughout the entire far north. Zhāng Hào and the Snow-White Fox, one pursuing and one fleeing, swiftly left the shattered ice city behind and entered a forest in the wilderness. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào precisely calculated the Snow-White Fox's escape path. He leaped onto a large tree, his fingertips gathering a jet-black beam of destructive light. In an instant, it spanned dozens of meters, piercing straight through the head of the frantically fleeing Snow-White Fox. The creature, already terrified out of its wits, focused solely on fleeing for its life, completely unaware of death's imminent approach. Whoosh! Having successfully slain all the Lord-level mutated beasts, a faint, relieved smile finally touched the corners of Zhāng Hao's mouth. He deactivated the Golden Overlord state, and immediately, a wave of exhaustion washed over him like a tidal surge, forcing him to gasp for breath. The Golden Overlord stance consumed immense stamina. Fortunately, Zhāng Hào possessed the ability to control the earth. As long as his feet touched the ground, his stamina and genetic energy could recover at an astonishing rate. After slaying the Snow-White Fox, Zhāng Hào stepped forward, intending to carry its corpse away to extract its bloodline power later. At this moment, having successfully vanquished all enemies, Zhāng Hào was undoubtedly the most relaxed. Yet, at that very instant, Zhāng Hao's pupils abruptly contracted. His senses detected an intensely dangerous aura emanating from the Snow-White Fox's corpse ahead. Splatter! A horrifying scene unfolded. The fox's corpse suddenly exploded in a spray of blood and flesh. From within, a shadowy figure clad in black burst forth like a specter, lunging straight toward Zhāng Hào. A cold, gleaming dagger in its hand aimed directly for Zhāng Hao's heart. This sudden attack caught him completely off guard. Having just endured a fierce battle, Zhāng Hào was inevitably weary and guarded. The timing of the ambush was nothing short of perfect. Shoo! The black-clad figure flickered like a ghost, the dagger plunging straight toward Zhāng Hao's chest. Its sharp tip instantly pierced the muscles of his chest. Yet though startled, Zhāng Hào did not falter. With decisive action, he activated his spatial ability, instantly vanishing into another dimension. Swoosh! The dagger pierced straight through the illusion Zhāng Hào had left behind, striking nothing but thin air. What? The black-clad man's face drained of color. He never imagined Zhāng Hào could vanish into thin air. He scrambled backward several steps, his eyes darting warily around the area, wary of Zhāng Hào suddenly reappearing to launch an attack. This black-clad man appeared to be around 40, his face stern and his eyes sinister, resembling a treacherous venomous snake. Now, he silently speculated, is it a spatial ability? Or does he possess some kind of life-saving artifact or ability? However, a cruel smile soon spread across the black-clad man's lips. But none of that matters. My dagger is coated with the venom of a Beast King-level blood-melting scorpion. Even the slightest cut will be fatal. Despite Zhāng Hao's swift reflexes, which allowed him to retreat into the alternate dimension in time, the black-clad man's ambush was far too sudden. The tip of the dagger still managed to graze his chest, breaking the skin slightly. His dagger is poisoned. Trapped in the alternate dimension, Zhāng Hao's expression instantly turned grim. He distinctly felt that though the tiny scratch on his chest was merely a flesh wound, a searing heat instantly surged through his entire body like a tidal wave. His blood felt as though it were being scorched by flames, becoming unbearably hot. This black-clad man had clearly made thorough preparations, coating his dagger with potent poison. His determination to kill Zhāng Hào was exceptionally fierce. Ha! 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 Boy, stop hiding. Come out and face your death. You've already been poisoned by the blood-melting venom on my dagger. This toxin was extracted from the venom sac of a Beast King-level blood-melting scorpion. There's no escape for you now. Rather than suffer the agonizing death of your blood being scorched from within, come out now and let me cleanly sever your head, then I can return with proof of my success." The black-clad man searched frantically for Zhāng Hao's whereabouts while laughing wildly, attempting to unsettle Zhāng Hao's mind and drive him into panic. In a state of panic, even the faintest glimmer of hope could easily be overlooked. As a professional assassin and a fifth-tier psychic himself, this black-clad man had never failed to eliminate his targets. "Today, I'll tear you limb from limb." Zhāng Hào gritted his teeth. The toxin extracted from the Beast King's body was devastatingly potent, even his formidable physique struggled to withstand it. Yet Zhāng Hào did not lose his composure. He still possessed a life-saving item. Zhāng Hào produced a small, blood-red porcelain vial containing a pill of the same crimson hue. This pill was none other than the blood demon pill he had obtained from the Wind Blood Temple treasury. The blood demon pill was an exceedingly rare medicine, requiring the essence blood of several beast kings possessing restorative abilities to refine a single pill. Its difficulty of creation was unimaginable. Its effects were terrifying. Any injury, even severed limbs or a shattered heart, could be fully restored as long as the brain remained intact. It could even regrow severed limbs, making it an unquestionably top-tier healing elixir. The former Blood Demon Emperor, ranked among the top 5 on the 100-strong battle list, had expended immense effort to refine only 3 Blood Demon pills as his personal life-saving treasures. However, after his battle with the God of Destruction, he suffered severe injuries beyond healing. Even consuming 2 Blood Demon pills proved futile. Knowing all was futile, he preserved the final Blood Demon pill before succumbing to his injuries. This Blood Demon pill remained in the treasury of the Wind Blood Temple until it was later acquired by Zhāng Hào, who kept it close at hand for emergencies. Chapter 160. The Blood Demon pill takes effect. Now poisoned by the venom extracted from the Beast King's body, Zhāng Hào dared not hesitate. Without a second thought, he swallowed the Blood Demon pill. Whoosh! In an instant, the Blood Demon pill transformed into a colossal surge of medicinal power, swiftly dispelling the burning sensation within Zhāng Hao's blood. Heartache and rage filled him. This Blood Demon pill was an invaluable treasure, a second life in critical moments. Yet here it was, consumed prematurely. How could this not cause heart-wrenching regret? Immediately, Zhāng Hao's rage erupted like a volcano. Had he not still possessed 1 Blood Demon pill, he might truly have fallen at the hands of that black-clad man. Huff! Thanks to the Blood Demon pill's miraculous effects, Zhāng Hào successfully expelled the blood-corrupting poison from his body and safely withdrew from the alternate dimension. His gaze turned icy as he fixed it on the black-clad man, his voice cold as ice. "Who sent you to take my life? You're unharmed?" The black-clad man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhāng Hào, seemingly unscathed. After all, his dagger was coated with the blood-corrosive poison. Not only Zhāng Hào, but even some king-level powerhouses would need to expend enormous time and energy to dispel such a poison, and even then, it could be life-threatening. Die! In an instant, a murderous glint flared in the black-clad man's eyes. As a 5th-tier Grandmaster-level psionicist, he was a master assassin with an unblemished record of never failing his target. He was utterly convinced this time would be no exception. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the black-clad man materialized behind Zhāng Hào like a specter. His ability, Shadow Assault, allowed him to teleport into an enemy's shadow and launch a surprise attack. SSSSH. The dagger tore through Zhāng Hao's lower back, yet passed straight through him. The man's face paled as he realized this was merely an illusion. Having survived the sneak attack, Zhāng Hào wasn't about to let him succeed again. The moment he emerged from the alternate dimension, he had used his light manipulation to create a lifelike illusion. The black-clad man tried to break free and flee, but a powerful hand had already seized his wrist and clamped down with force. Snap! Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones and the black-clad man's agonized howl, his wrist bones were crushed to dust and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Zhāng Hao's gaze was as cold as frost. His fingertips condensed blazing beams of light, slicing through the air like laser blades in rapid succession. The acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air as the black-clad man's screams grew more piercing. Zhāng Hào severed his limbs cleanly, one after another. Zhāng Hào had always been ruthless in his killings, delivering a single, decisive blow to his enemies. But having nearly lost his life to this black-clad man, he showed no mercy. After completely incapacitating the man, Zhāng Hào looked down at him, limbs severed, face ashen, cold sweat pouring, and asked coldly, "Why did you try to kill me? Who sent you? Tell me the truth, and I'll let you die quickly. Otherwise, dying won't be so easy for you." Zhāng Hào had severed the man's limbs with high-temperature beams, leaving charred wounds that bled no blood. Before uncovering who sought his life, Zhāng Hào would not let him die easily. Huff, huff, huff. The black-clad man gasped for breath several times, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain. A mad, savage grin twisted his lips. "It matters little if I tell you. Anyone targeted by our undying heavenly palace is doomed to die. It is the undying heavenly palace that seeks your life." "The undying heavenly palace?" Zhāng Hào frowned deeply. This answer did not surprise him. "You dare to impersonate the great immortal king on the territory of our undying heavenly palace. You have already violated the king's majesty." The The black-clad man laughed wildly with unrestrained arrogance. So it was. Zhāng Hào understood. Not long ago, to escape the nightmare realm, he had disguised himself as the Undying King, successfully deceiving Yama and the others. Afterward, Yama and the others would inevitably detect something amiss. A simple inquiry to the Undying Heavenly Palace would reveal that the Undying King had never set foot in the nightmare realm. That so-called Undying King was an imposter. Combined with Zhāng Hao's disappearance, they would easily connect the dots and realize Zhāng Hào had impersonated the Undying King. As a member of the Holy Legion, Zhāng Hào was no obscure figure. With the Undying Heavenly Palace's intelligence network, tracking him down would pose no difficulty. The Undying Heavenly Palace would certainly not let the impersonation of the Undying King go unpunished. Thus, they dispatched this black-clad assassin to eliminate him. Had Zhāng Hào not concealed his spatial abilities, he likely would have fallen victim to this assassin. After all, the enemy had planned this meticulously. The assassin had concealed himself within the body of a Lord-level mutant beast, bursting out suddenly like an alien creature, a tactic no one could have anticipated. Moreover, the dagger wielded by this black-clad man was coated in deadly poison, a move of extreme treachery and cunning. I have already told you the reason. If you wish to ask anything further, I will not utter another word. The black-clad man said coldly. He knew his fate was sealed, so he made no plea for mercy. Oof. Since that's the case, I'll at least grant you a swift death. Having learned the reason behind the assassination attempt, Zhāng Hào saw no point in sparing the black-clad man. Though handing him over to the Holy Legion might yield considerable merit points and intelligence on the Undying Heavenly Palace, Zhāng Hào had nearly been killed by his ambush. Now, Zhāng Hào desired only one thing, to erase him from existence entirely. Zhāng Hào picked up the dagger from the ground. The black-clad man's expression shifted slightly. What are you doing? Let you taste the blood-dissolving poison yourself. Zhāng Hào sneered coldly, using the dagger coated in Beast King venom to slice open a wound on the black-clad man's body. You'll get your comeuppance. The Undying King won't spare you. Your soul will be devoured. The blood-melting venom's potency was ferocious. Within mere breaths, the black-clad man's blood began to burn and melt. Agony like a raging inferno scorched through his limbs and bones, contorting his face in torment. He snarled and cursed viciously. The black-clad man's agonized screams lasted half a minute. His entire body shriveled, his blood completely melted away, leaving him resembling a vampire-drained corpse, a gruesome, pitiful sight. Zhāng Hào felt not a shred of pity. Had he not concealed a blood demon pill within himself, his fate would likely have mirrored the man's. Zhāng Hào searched the black-clad man's body thoroughly but found no other items on him. Zhāng Hào fell deep in thought. This beast-tide is highly suspicious. Moreover, over 10 Lord-level mutated beasts appeared in a single wave. This fellow might have played a role in that. The anti-human organization seems to have mastered the methods to trigger beast and corpse tides. This beast tide appears specifically orchestrated to target me. Triggering the beast tide, then dispatching us to carry out the mission afterward. This implies there's an Undying Heavenly Palace mole within the Holy Legion, and this individual likely holds a high position. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhāng Hao's eyes. He realized the beast tide in Icebreaker City might have been orchestrated specifically for him, and that the Holy Legion likely harbored an Undying Heavenly Palace mole. This explained why he'd received the mission to claim the Azure Flame Medal so swiftly and ended up in this very city. The enemy's preparations were meticulously detailed, even going so far as to conceal a 5th-rank Grandmaster skilled in assassination within the body of a Lord-level monster, a truly lethal gambit. Chapter 161, A Mole Among Us. If there's a mole within the Holy Legion, might this person come personally to verify my death? Zhāng Hào pondered silently. His impersonation of the Undying King seemed to have provoked the Undying Heavenly Palace. Perhaps someone would indeed come to verify whether the cloaked figure had truly eliminated him. Very well. I shall bide my time and see if anyone shows up. This black-clad man might have accomplices. If possible, it would be best to wipe them all out at once. A flash of inspiration struck Zhāng Hào. He stared at the corpse of the black-clad man on the ground, slowly pressing his palm against the face. Then, he activated super mimicry. Whoosh! Within a mere 10 seconds, Zhāng Hào successfully transformed into the black-robed man's likeness through the power of super mimicry. His eyes were dark and menacing, his aura cold and forbidding. Had the black-clad man returned from the dead and seen Zhāng Hào, he might have mistaken it for his own reflection in a mirror. Level 7 super mimicry perfectly replicated both voice and aura, making it nearly impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Zhāng Hao's plan was straightforward: remain here disguised as the black-clad man, observe whether anyone from the Undying Heavenly Palace would arrive, and then eliminate them all. After a moment's thought, Zhāng Hào severed the man's head and placed it inside a cloth sack. After completing this, he leaned against a large tree, quietly waiting while recovering his strength. Someone's actually coming. After about 15 minutes, Zhāng Hào suddenly snapped his eyes open, a hint of astonishment flickering within them. He heard faint footsteps approaching from the distance. Someone was actually coming. Truth be told, Zhāng Hào hadn't held out much hope. Is that someone from the Holy Legion? Through the refracted light, Zhāng Hào spotted figures entering the dense forest several miles away. This figure wore a blue-green robe, appeared to be around 40 years old, and bore a face marked by both hardship and integrity. Upon his chest, he wore a silver flame-shaped medal. This man was a member of the Holy Legion, and one who had earned the silver flame medal. His standing within the Legion must be considerable. Has he come to aid Icebreaker City, or is he an Undying Heaven Palace spy, here to confirm my death? Zhāng Hao's eyes flickered. Zhao Shi and the others had already sought aid from the Holy Legion. By now, they should have arrived. Whether this middle-aged man was a master sent by the Holy Legion or an Undying Heaven Palace mole sent to verify his fate was truly difficult to discern. However, a simple test would reveal the truth. He deliberately cleared his throat softly, creating a faint sound. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and like a swift goose, he sped toward Zhāng Hao's location. The man wearing the silver flame medal approached Zhāng Hào and immediately spotted him disguised as a black-clad figure beneath a tree. His gaze lingered briefly on the human head wrapped in cloth in Zhāng Hao's hands. Then, the middle-aged man smiled. Truly worthy of the silver-ranked assassin Yin Shi from the Undying Heavenly Palace. Even a peak 5th-tier expert met his end at your hands. This youngster named Zhāng Hào possesses strength beyond imagination. He's slain over a dozen lord-level mutant beasts. My unease drove me here to investigate. It seems I worried needlessly. He ultimately fell to you after all. With those words, his identity became clear. This man was indeed an Undying Heavenly Palace mole infiltrating the Holy Legion, and he'd risen remarkably within their ranks, becoming a silver flame level member. Who would have thought this seemingly honest fellow with thick eyebrows and large eyes was actually a traitor? We've caught a big fish. Zhāng Hao's heart swelled with delight and the exhilaration of impending revenge. This man must have played a role in why he was sent to this godforsaken ice city for his mission. And now, he'd practically walked right into his trap. A faint smile curved Zhāng Hao's lips as he spoke slowly. He won't be the last to die by my hand. In his super mimic state, Zhāng Hao's expression and tone mirrored those of the black-clad assassin Yin Shi so closely that even his closest friends would struggle to distinguish him, let alone this green-robed middle-aged man who had only met him a handful of times. Hearing this, the green-robed man burst into loud laughter. Yin Shi, the black-clad assassin, was a silver-ranked hitman of the Undying Heavenly Palace. While his frontal combat prowess wasn't top-tier, he excelled in assassination techniques, often defeating stronger opponents. He had even successfully killed a peak 5th-tier grandmaster. Among those below the king level, few had survived his assassination attempts. This time, facing Zhāng Hào, the outcome seemed unlikely to be any different. Return and inform the higher-ups. In 1 week, the scorched land will open. The expression of the middle-aged man in green robes gradually grew solemn. This intelligence was obtained by my operative infiltrating the Holy Legion. In 1 week, the scorched land shall manifest. Advise the Undying Heavenly Palace to pay close attention. It may hold significant benefits worth exploring in depth. The scorched land? Zhāng Hào silently wondered where exactly this place was, but he naturally gave no sign of it, merely nodding slightly. Inspect this head. Afterward, I'll return to deliver the mission. Zhāng Hao's tone remained flat as he tossed the cloth bundle toward the man in green. The man in green caught it, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Since Zhāng Hào was already dead, inspecting the head should be the responsibility of the Undying Heavenly Palace personnel, not his. Yet, he ultimately decided to take a look. Slowly, he unwrapped the cloth bundle. This is a Yin snake? Damn it! The middle-aged man in green robe's pupils abruptly contracted sharply when he saw the head inside the cloth bundle. The head inside the cloth bundle wasn't Zhāng Hao's, it was that of Yin Snake, the assassin in black. Yin Snake's face was contorted with agony, as if he had endured unimaginable torment before his death. Yin Snake was already dead. Who, then, was the person before him? The middle-aged man in green reacted with lightning speed, flinging the head aside as he prepared to act. But at that very moment, a chill ran down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, Zhāng Hào had appeared behind him. A cold gleam flashed in his hand as he slashed toward the middle-aged man's back. Whoosh! The middle-aged man in green retreated like a swift swallow, gliding effortlessly 7 or 8 zhang away, demonstrating extraordinary agility. Yet, a faint smile touched Zhāng Hao's lips. The dagger had carved a wound several centimeters long into the middle-aged man's back. Though the wound itself wasn't life-threatening, the dagger was coated in blood-dissolving poison. The man had already fallen victim to it. Who the hell are you? The middle-aged man in green robes glared at Zhāng Hào with a dark expression. What do you think? Zhāng Hao's eyes were icy as his form shifted, returning to his original appearance. Zhāng Hào? The middle-aged man in green instantly paled. Zhāng Hào hadn't died after all. He'd slain the Yin Snake and now impersonated him to lure his target into a trap? This youth's scheming runs so deep, even the Yin Snake couldn't finish him off. The middle-aged man in green robes felt both shock and rage. That damned fool Yin Snake. Even such a meticulously planned assassination ended in failure. My identity might already have been detected by the Holy Legion. Filled with rage, the middle-aged man in green cursed the dead assassin Yin Snake countless times. Very well. I've grown weary of the Holy Legion anyway. Today, I shall take your head and return to the undying heavenly palace to report. A savage expression flashed across the man's face. If his cover was blown, departure was the only option, but first, he must secure Zhāng Hao's head to fulfill his duty. This thing up here is no ordinary item. Zhāng Hào smiled faintly, lifting the dagger in his hand. No, this is bad. Chapter 162, Head-on Collision. The middle-aged man in green robes sensed it too. A searing heat surged from the slash wound on his back, rapidly spreading throughout his body. It felt as though the blood within him was being scorched to ashes. The blood-dissolving poison on this dagger was extracted from the Beast King's body. Even a king-level powerhouse couldn't resist it. This green-robed middle-aged man had risen to silver flame rank within the Holy Legion precisely because of his formidable strength. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th tier, making him a top-tier master among 5th-tier practitioners. Below the king level, he had virtually no equal. Yet even he could not withstand this blood-dissolving poison. Quick! Drink the purifying spirit dew immediately. The green-robed man gritted his teeth, frantically reaching inside his robe for the life-saving elixir. But Zhāng Hào would never give him the chance to counteract the poison. Whoosh! Zhāng Hao's gaze was bone-chillingly cold. That piercing frigidity instantly transformed into an overwhelming blizzard, roaring like a raging frost giant bear as it crushed toward the middle-aged man in green. Boom! The middle-aged man in green swung his palm violently, unleashing a fierce strike to meet the icy storm head-on. His strike carried the roar of wind and thunder, its terrifying momentum unleashing a tidal wave of power that rippled through the void, causing it to warp slightly. The icy storm shattered instantly under the force of that single palm. He's got some skill. Zhāng Hào was slightly surprised. This middle-aged man in green was likely a 5th-tier peak grandmaster, with few equals beneath the king rank level. However, Zhāng Hào remained unflustered. Though formidable, the man was poisoned by the blood-melting toxin and could not last long. True to his prediction, in less than 10 seconds, the middle-aged man's skin turned a deep crimson. His face contorted in agony as the blood-melting poison took effect with devastating speed. Bang! 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 The man in blue attempted to flee, but Zhāng Hào would not let him succeed. Zhāng Hào unleashed his earth control ability, a terrifying gravitational force pulling the man down with relentless force. Simultaneously, massive stone walls rose up from all directions, sealing off every possible escape route. Crash! Above, snow and ice swirled, transforming into fist-sized hailstones that pelted down upon him without mercy. The middle-aged man in green robes erupted with terrifying genetic energy, each punch and palm strike carrying the power to shatter mountains and rivers. Yet, his strength rapidly waned. On one hand, he had to resist the corrosive effects of the blood-transforming toxin. On the other, he had to fend off Zhāng Hào's relentless attacks. He simply couldn't hold on much longer. Zhāng Hào, I'm a silver flame-ranked member of the Holy Legion. You'd be wise to let me go. I can pretend none of this ever happened. I could even offer you significant benefits. The middle-aged man in green cried out urgently. Benefits? Keep them for yourself. Zhāng Hào snorted coldly, already seeing that the middle-aged man in green was on his last legs. Zhāng Hào's form flickered, instantly transforming into a blizzard of ice and snow. He activated his ice elemental transformation and swept toward the middle-aged man in green robes. The man's entire body was encased in ice crystals, the extreme cold slowing his movements. Crack! 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 Immediately, Zhāng Hào solidified into an ice crystal form and delivered 4 consecutive punches to the middle-aged man's limbs. Instantly, a series of bone-shattering sounds rang out as the man's limbs fractured, sending his entire body flying backward. With that, the middle-aged man in green was utterly incapacitated. Zhāng Hào shed his ice elemental form. Watching the man in green robes writhe in agony, his blood seemed to boil within him. I can't just let him die like this. Zhāng Hào thought to himself. Having already killed the black-clad assassin Shi, this time he must keep the undercover agent from the undying heavenly palace alive. With that thought, Zhāng Hào approached the broken-limbed man in green robes. He searched him thoroughly, finding several small porcelain vials. Blood-boosting potion? Mind-clearing dew and spirit juice? Zhāng Hào was quite surprised. This green-robed middle-aged man carried quite a few treasures. The blood-burning potion ignited the blood, drastically boosting combat power for a short time. It was perfect for desperate moments and extremely effective. The spirit cleansing dew, meanwhile, was a sacred elixir for healing wounds. Its price was exorbitant. Even a single small bottle was worth a fortune. Zhāng Hào counted them, 2 bottles of blood-boiling potion and 3 bottles of spirit cleansing dew. The total value was staggering. As a peak 5th-tier psionicist, it wasn't surprising that this man possessed such wealth. After a moment's thought, Zhāng Hào poured a bottle of the spirit cleansing dew into the middle-aged man's mouth. This top-tier healing elixir, while unable to fully neutralize the blood corrosion toxin, could suppress the majority of its toxicity. With the middle-aged man's own strength, his life would be safe. After completing this, Zhāng Hào channeled his frigid power, freezing the man into an ice sculpture. He then dragged him out of the dense forest, heading toward Red Ice City. Zhāng Hào must be pursuing that escaped Lord-level mutant beast. Is he going to be okay? How could he be in trouble? He just single-handedly took down over a dozen Lord-level mutated beasts. Besides, Elder Mo personally went to check on him. He's definitely fine. Outside Red Ice City, all the mutant beasts scattered in panic following the deaths of their Lord-level leaders, leaving only a field of corpses behind. The Holy Legion members waited for Zhāng Hao's return. This battle at Red Ice City had been entirely thanks to Zhāng Hao's heroic efforts. After this battle, Zhāng Hao's status and standing would undoubtedly be vastly different from before. Barely in his early 20s, Zhāng Hào had already achieved such feats. In the future, he would very likely ascend to the king level, challenge the world's top 100 battle rankings, and step into the ranks of the ultimate powerhouses. Look! He's back! Someone pointed toward the distance, shouting excitedly. Sure enough, Zhāng Hào was rapidly approaching from afar. To everyone's astonishment, he was dragging a gleaming ice sculpture. Frozen within it was a middle-aged man in blue robes, his face contorted in agony. Isn't that Elder Mo? He came to support us, searching for Zhāng Hào earlier. How could he end up frozen like this? Nangong Chenyu, Zhao Shi, and the others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the scene before them. Everyone okay? Zhāng Hào swiftly glided over, stopping before Nangong Chenyu and the others, asking casually. We're fine. The others shook their heads in unison. During the recent battle, only one 5th-tier Grandmaster had been killed by a Lord-level monster due to a momentary lapse in vigilance. The rest had emerged unscathed. By contrast, everyone's attention was clearly drawn to the ice sculpture behind Zhāng Hào. Zhao Shi glanced at the middle-aged man in green robes frozen behind Zhāng Hào, then cleared his throat. Brother Zhang, this Elder Mo was sent by headquarters as our reinforcement. What happened to him? Chapter 163, Give a Reason. As expected, this green-robed middle-aged Elder Mo was indeed a powerful reinforcement sent by the Holy Legion. He must have volunteered to come, partly to investigate whether Zhāng Hào had been killed, and partly to have the black-clad assassin Shi relay information. Unfortunately, they both fell victim to Zhāng Hào. He ambushed me in the dark, attempting to kill me. I subdued him and intend to hand him over to headquarters for punishment. Zhāng Hào briefly explained the situation. He ambushed you? Zhao Shi and the others were utterly shocked. They couldn't fathom why Elder Mo would ambush Zhāng Hào. What astonished them even more was that Zhāng Hào had managed to capture Elder Mo alive. After all, this was a 5th-tier peak psychic. Holy Legion, we can return now. Zhāng Hào declared. The corpses of those Lord-level monsters all belonged to him. No one dared to claim them for themselves. Understood. The others nodded in unison. The mission was completed. It was time to return and report their success. This mission had been accomplished almost entirely by Zhāng Hào efforts alone. They had truly ridden on his coattails. The group boarded the Windbreaker fighter and headed back toward the Undying Fortress and the Holy Legion. Zhāng Hào handed over Elder Mo, and an elderly man came forward to receive him. This elder had snow-white hair yet a rosy complexion, resembling that of a child. Adorning his chest was a golden medal. Could he be a member of the Elders' Council? Zhāng Hào instantly recognized the elder's status. One who earned the Golden Flame medal was at least a king-level powerhouse and held considerable standing within the Holy Legion. You claim Mo when ambushed you? The elder inquired. Zhāng Hào had captured a Silver Flame level member and reported being ambushed. Naturally, the Holy Legion would take this matter extremely seriously. Indeed. I was attacked by a black-clad assassin claiming affiliation with the Undying Heavenly Palace. Fortunately, I eliminated him. Shortly after, Elder Mo appeared. Having been through the earlier ambush, I remained vigilant and eventually discovered his malicious intent. However, with my guard already up, I successfully subdued him. Zhāng Hào recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. There was no need to conceal anything, so he simply told the truth. Mo Wen was actually an undercover agent for the Undying Heavenly Palace? The elder's brow furrowed deeply. Yes, that seems correct. He also mentioned a place called the Scorched Land. Zhāng Hào nodded in response. At this mention, a flash of insight lit the old man's eyes. If Zhāng Hào knew of this place, the matter was almost certainly true. A simple interrogation of Mo Wen would easily reveal the truth. You've done us a tremendous service this time. The old man's face brimmed with delight. The leak of information about the Scorched Land isn't a major issue in itself. It wasn't particularly classified to begin with. But you've exposed a mole of such high standing. This saves us from immense losses. Indeed, a Silver Flame level Undying Heavenly Palace mole leaking intelligence about the Holy Legion and betraying its members, leading to precise ambushes and assassinations like Zhāng Hào, posed immense danger. Zhāng Hào exposure of such a high-ranking mole was akin to pulling out a thorn, significantly reducing the potential risks. Wait here for further updates. I'll interrogate Mo Wen first. The elder said to Zhāng Hào. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Zhāng Hào nodded and returned to his residence. Inside Zhāng Hao's villa, Yan Shuyue was browsing the internet with keen interest. To her, the outside world's internet and technological products were filled with a sense of novelty. Zhāng Hào did not tell Yan Shuyue about the near-fatal encounter with the immortal Heavenly Palace assassin during his mission. After all, her father was a high-ranking official in the immortal Heavenly Palace, and telling her would surely make her feel guilty. Before long, the rewards for Zhāng Hao's mission were announced. He once again met with the elderly man known as Elder Ming, a member of the Sacred Legion's Council of Elders and a figure of immense power and influence. A faint smile touched Elder Ming's face as he said, "The interrogation of Mo1 has concluded. He is indeed an undercover agent for the undying Heavenly Palace. Your contribution has been immense. By the decision of the higher-ups, you shall be granted 30,000 merit points as your reward." 30,000 merit points, that was no small sum. Back when Zhāng Hào had surrendered the Dark Witch clan's technological advancements, he had only received 100,000 merit points. With this merit, Zhāng Hào could now exchange for sufficient energy crystals to fully replenish the energy reserves of the demon witch worship. Moreover, your strength, young man, is truly astonishing. Elder Ming's eyes gleamed with astonishment. You've consecutively slain over a dozen lords, successfully countered and eliminated assassins from the undying Heavenly Palace, and even captured the peak 5th tier Mo1 alive. This was truly awe-inspiring, almost unimaginable for a youth to achieve. Ha ha. Zhāng Hào gave an awkward laugh. His performance this time had indeed been earth-shattering, instantly making his name known far and wide. Your strength has reached the level required to qualify for the Silver Flame Medal. Moreover, you previously submitted these technological blueprints, and now you've successfully captured the undying Heavenly Palace's mole. Your contributions are truly monumental. According to the higher-ups' decision, the Silver Flame Medal is hereby awarded to you. Congratulations, you are the fastest member to receive this honor since joining the Holy Legion. Elder Ming said with a smile. Thank you, Elder Ming. Zhāng Hào couldn't hide his excitement. Receiving the Silver Flame Medal outright? Silver Flame level members held immense privileges within the Holy Legion, free access to cultivation chambers and select medicinal meals, plus discounts when exchanging merit points for items. The benefits were truly substantial. Keep pushing forward. Your future shines far brighter than ours old-timers. You might just become the next destroyer martial god. Elder Ming lavished praise without reservation. Zhāng Hao's astonishing rate of growth convinced him the young man would undoubtedly join the ranks of the world's strongest warriors. After collecting his rewards, Zhāng Hào returned to the villa. He was deeply curious about the so-called scorched earth, yet Elder Ming made no mention of it, seemingly unwilling to reveal details. Zhāng Hào refrained from asking, but even without Elder Ming's explanation, he had his own means of finding out. Master, the energy is fully replenished. You needn't worry about energy depletion for those high-powered weapons anymore. Zhāng Hào activated his dimensional space and entered the demon witch worship. Carmel, clad in a black robe, spoke excitedly. Zhāng Hào used the energy crystals he had exchanged to directly replenish the demon witch worship's energy reserves. This naturally filled Carmel, the worship's AI core, with immense delight. Carmel, do you know of the Scorched Land? Zhāng Hào inquired, his curiosity about this place truly piqued. The Scorched Land? Carmel paused slightly. Seeing this, Zhāng Hào understood Carmel clearly knew of it. Carmel elaborated to Zhāng Hào, the Scorched Land was once the stronghold of the mighty race known as the Multi-Life Clan during the Third Era. Later, the Multiverse Clan faced a catastrophe, engaging in an earth-shattering war against an unknown species. After the war, the Multiverse Clan suffered heavy casualties. Their main city and the small world they controlled were engulfed in flames for months, turning the entire place into scorched earth. To recover and rebuild, the 10,000 spirits sealed off their small world. But it seems they never fully recovered. Their realm was consumed by flames, leaving only a barren wasteland, hence the name Land of Scorched Earth. Carmel's explanation was thorough and clear. Chapter 164, The Scorched Earth. The Scorched Earth. This was once the small world ruled by the great clan of the Third Era, the Clan of All Spirits? Then who exactly did they battle that led to their extinction? Zhāng Hào was deeply shocked. Yet when he inquired further, Carmel admitted he too was unaware, for by that time, the Dark Witch clan had already begun its decline. According to Carmel, the 10,000 Spirits clan possessed power surpassing even the Dark Witch clan, renowned throughout the Third Era as a formidable race. Master inquires about this. Could it be that the Scorched Land is about to open? If you could enter and obtain the blood of 10,000 spirits, it would be immensely beneficial to you. With sufficient spirit blood, it might even catalyze a transformative leap in your bloodline power, elevating it to imperial grade. Carmel was visibly excited, but his expression quickly turned grave. However, the Scorched Land is extremely dangerous. The battle between the unknown creatures and the 10,000 Spirits clan left behind countless corpses. Later, the land became saturated with viruses, causing many corpses to rise again as zombies. Zhāng Hào's mouth twitched involuntarily. These zombies possessed extraordinarily long lifespans. They could enter a dormant state, requiring only minimal energy to sustain themselves, allowing them to survive for ages. Among them, the Undead clan possessed infinite lifespans. This scorched land was a scar left behind by the Third Era. The zombies slumbering here possessed an unfathomable level of evolution. Perhaps even members of the Undead clan lurked among them. Undoubtedly, the strength of the undead varied. Not everyone could be compared to the one Zhāng Hào had encountered in the Nethernight Forest. Yet, lurking within this scorched land are zombies that have endured one or two eras, their danger reaching an extreme level. Earlier, when Zhāng Hào had disguised himself as Yin Shi, an assassin of the Undying Heavenly Palace, Elder Mo, when the middle-aged man in green robes had informed him that the scorched land would soon open. He instructed Zhāng Hào to return to the Undying Heavenly Palace to report this, suggesting they dispatch an expedition. Such an endeavor might yield considerable rewards. The Holy Legion would undoubtedly send elite fighters to probe it as well. After all, this was an ancient ruin with good fortune, the rewards would be immense. However, Elder Ming had not elaborated on the specifics to Zhāng Hào, likely deeming the location too perilous for him to enter with his current strength. Then what is this 10,000 spirits' blood? Zhāng Hào hadn't missed Carmel's words. Carmel had mentioned that with sufficient 10,000 spirits' blood, Zhāng Hao's king-grade bloodline might ascend to emperor grade. Such a treasure must be incredibly precious. Camel elaborated, the blood of 10,000 spirits is a treasure unique to the 10,000 spirits clan. It is forged from the blood of powerful monsters, and its formula is a closely guarded secret. This blood aids in fundamental transformation and enhances innate potential, typically reserved for the royal lineage of the 10,000 Spirits clan. Precisely because of this, royal bloodline members possess extraordinary talents, and it is not uncommon for them to give birth to those with king-level bloodlines. Zhāng Hao's eyes flickered. His bloodline power had reached the level of a royal-grade bloodline some time ago. Transforming a royal-grade bloodline into an imperial-grade one required refining an immense amount of bloodline power. Despite slaying numerous lords during this period, the prospect of his bloodline undergoing another transformation remained distant. If he could obtain some 10,000 spirits' blood to elevate his bloodline power to the imperial level, his strength would undoubtedly surge exponentially. Do you know where this barren land lies? Zhāng Hào resolved to journey to the Scorched Land to uncover its secrets. I know. The Scorched Land was once a minor realm controlled by the 10,000 Spirits clan. Though it was later sealed off, its location is no secret. Carmel replied. Good. Then let's head to the Scorched Land. Zhāng Hào declared. The Scorched Land only opened once every long time. If they missed this chance, they would have to wait years. The Holy Legion had no intention of dispatching Zhāng Hào to explore the Scorched Lands, but Zhāng Hào decided to go on his own. Zhāng Hào applied to the Holy Legion for an external training assignment, then spent several days with Yen Shuyue. When Yen Shuyue learned Zhāng Hào was leaving again, her mood visibly sank, yet she made no attempt to stop him. She knew well she must not burden Zhāng Hào further. 5 days later, Zhāng Hào set out for the Scorched Lands. The entrance to the Scorched Land lay at the edge of the far north, a great distance from the Holy Legion's base. Destination, the Scorched Land. Though the distance was vast, it posed no challenge to Zhāng Hào. He activated his spatial ability, using teleportation to cover the distance, traversing 200 li with each leap. While spatial teleportation proved less effective in combat, it was exceptionally practical for rapid travel. At this moment, a heavy atmosphere hung over the Holy Legion. During this expedition into the Scorched Land, members of the anti-human organization will undoubtedly appear. Do not engage them unnecessarily. Your primary objective is to retrieve as many undead corpses as possible. A white-haired elder spoke with grave solemnity. The Holy Legion's primary objective in dispatching personnel to the Scorched Land was indeed the undead. Depart immediately. The Holy Legion's forces advanced toward the Scorched Lands, fully aware that anti-human organizations like the Undying Heavenly Palace and the World-Destroying Society would likely also venture into this region. Carmel, these undead are so formidable, is the reward for hunting them truly worth it? Zhāng Hào asked Carmel while opening his dimensional space during the journey. The rewards are immense, of course. Carmel answered without hesitation. Every undead being contains undead matter, a truly rare treasure. Immortality substance? Zhāng Hào froze at the mention, the concept entirely unfamiliar to him. Carmel elaborated, the undead possess near limitless lifespans. If you can slay them, you can extract undead substance from their bodies. This substance has numerous applications. When used to craft restorative potions, its effects far surpass those of the blood demon pills you've used before. More importantly, it can extend lifespan. With sufficient immortal substance, theoretically, an ordinary person could survive for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Carmel sighed with emotion. Human life is incredibly fragile. Even as a psionicist, your lifespan is only slightly longer than that of an ordinary person. Ultimately, you cannot escape the fate of aging and death. The emergence of the immortal substance brings hope for extending human lifespans. Doesn't this essentially equate to an elixir of immortality? Zhāng Hào was astonished. The effects of the immortality substance were truly astonishing. Take the ancient Qin Shi Huang, for instance. Though he possessed everything, his deepest desire remained immortality. He even dispatched Su Fu on a quest to find the elixir of life, a story well known throughout history. The immortality substance within the immortal clan, in a sense, was the very elixir of immortality. With sufficient immortality substance, one could extend their lifespan and even realize the dream of eternal life. Could it be that the destruction martial god survived for over 500 years precisely because of the immortality substance? Zhāng Hào pondered silently. Yanhua, as one of the top-tier powerhouses of the Undying Heavenly Palace, possessed strength comparable to those on the 100-strong battle rankings. Yet, his body began to decay when he was just over 200 years old. The destruction martial goddess, however, had lived this long. Perhaps she had consumed vast quantities of the substance of immortality. Of course, it was also possible that her cultivation had reached a realm far surpassing others, allowing her to survive for 500 years. The greatest difference between humans and monsters lies in lifespan and physical constitution. Humans who live to 200 are exceedingly rare, while many monsters effortlessly surpass the 2-century threshold. Take the beasts listed on the Fierce Beast Registry, for instance, many of them lived during the same era as the god of destruction. Zhāng Hào was still young, and immortal substances might not be his most pressing need at the moment. However, stockpiling some or crafting them into restorative potions would undoubtedly be a wise choice. Restorative potions made from the undying substance far surpass the blood demon pill in effectiveness. Still, it's best to avoid encountering the undead clan whenever possible. Zhāng Hào shook his head. While the corpses of the undead clan were indeed precious, the undead substance extracted from them was enough to drive those ancient monsters nearing the end of their lifespans mad. Yet the undead were typically immensely powerful, best avoided if possible. Is this the area? 2 days later, Zhāng Hào reached the edge of the far north. Snow swirled through the sky, blanketing the land in ice and snow, creating a vast, desolate landscape. Howling winds blurred everything in sight, making the world around him seem ethereal and unreal amidst the blizzard. Chapter 165, Finding the Entrance. The entrance to the scorched land should be somewhere around here, but finding it would be no easy task. Oh, I remember, I have a space probe. A thought suddenly flashed through Zhāng Hao's mind. It was a treasure he had obtained from the nether spirit he had slain, known as the spatial detector. It was said to originate from some mysterious ancient ruins. It possessed only one function, detecting spatial fluctuations to locate the positions of spatial rifts. Zhāng Hào retrieved the device, which resembled a compass. No sooner had he taken it out than the needle began to spin, finally settling on a direction. Over there! A surge of excitement filled Zhāng Hao's heart as he immediately dashed toward the direction indicated by the needle. Before long, he saw the space ahead warping in waves, sucking in the swirling snow and wind. This must be the entrance to the scorched land. Without hesitation, Zhāng Hào observed briefly before resolutely stepping into the warped space. As he drew near, a powerful suction force suddenly engulfed him, sending a familiar wave of dizziness through Zhāng Hào. When his vision cleared, Zhāng Hào gazed at the scene before him with mild astonishment. He found himself in a scorching desert, the earth charred black, faint traces of fire still visible. This was the site of the Wanling clan's ruins. Outside, it was a frozen wasteland, yet within this small world, the heat was suffocating, like a steaming cauldron. Zhāng Hào found it difficult to adjust at first. Let's go explore. Zhāng Hào snapped back to his senses and resolved to explore this miniature world. His purpose in coming here was to see if he could find some 10,000 spirits' blood to transform his own bloodline. This scorched, searing land resembled a blazing hot iron skillet. If you placed an egg on it, it would likely fry to a crisp in no time. Zhāng Hào moved forward slowly, simultaneously projecting his light abilities to scan the entire area within nearly 10 miles. It was as if he'd activated a god's eye view, searching for any treasures left behind by ancient ruins. What's that, a zombie? Zhāng Hào froze abruptly. About half an hour into his journey, his light projection revealed a statue 7 or 8 miles ahead. The statue stood amidst the wind and sand, its entire body covered in dust. But upon closer inspection, one could discern it was not a true statue, but a humanoid creature. It remained utterly motionless, as if already dead. A zombie in hibernation, perhaps. Zhāng Hào mused silently. Many zombies, unable to obtain sustenance for extended periods, would enter a dormant state resembling death to conserve energy. The humanoid creature standing on that scorched land must be a zombie in hibernation, perhaps a being that has survived from another era all the way to the present. Long ago, the 10,000 Spirits clan had waged a brutal war against unknown creatures, ultimately leading to the annihilation of their entire race. Moreover, the virus raged unchecked throughout this microcosm, transforming countless fallen warriors into zombies that rose again. They are now among the few mobile creatures in this small world. Zhāng Hào paused briefly before setting off toward the humanoid figure in the distance, suspected to be a zombie. However, when he approached within 3 li of the humanoid creature, he abruptly halted. The humanoid creature abruptly opened a pair of blood-red eyes, seemingly sensing Zhāng Hào presence and awakening from its dormant state. It detected me from that far away? Zhāng Hào was genuinely startled. He was still 3 li away, yet it had already awakened from its slumber. His plan for a surprise ambush now seemed hopeless. Just as Zhāng Hào had surmised, the humanoid creature was indeed a zombie. Its body trembled slightly as dust and sand fell away, revealing a ghastly, sunken face. Having survived in this vast, scorched desert wasteland, every ounce of moisture seemed to have evaporated from its body, leaving it resembling nothing more than a desiccated corpse. Roar! This emaciated zombie had awakened upon sensing Zhāng Hao's presence. Its blood-red eyes burned with an intense craving for flesh and blood, and it charged toward Zhāng Hào like an arrow released from its bow. In this scorched land, emaciated zombies typically remain dormant, allowing their viruses to ferment and slowly evolve. Only upon spotting prey did they eagerly awaken, eager to feast. That speed is incredible. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but feel a jolt of alarm. Judging solely by this emaciated zombie's speed, it had already reached the level of a 5th-tier overlord. You must understand, this gaunt zombie was the very first monster Zhāng Hào encountered here, and it was already approaching the 5th-tier overlord level. This alone shows just how powerful the other zombies in this scorched earth world must be. There might even be undead creatures lurking here. SSSH. The gaunt zombie lunged at Zhāng Hào, its 5 razor-sharp claws slashing through the air with a series of piercing, tearing sounds. Get lost. Facing the gaunt zombie's fierce attack, Zhāng Hào snorted coldly. The genetic energy within him erupted instantly, forming a powerful repulsive force that surged out violently. Boom! A terrifying repulsive force, akin to a tsunami, slammed into the gaunt zombie's body, sending it reeling backward. Before the gaunt zombie could regain its footing, Zhāng Hào had already pointed a finger at its skull. At his fingertip, a jet black beam as thick as a baby's arm rapidly coalesced, then shot forth with explosive force. Put! A faint sound echoed as the jet black beam, sharp as a laser, pierced clean through the gaunt zombie's skull, leaving a fist-sized hole in its head. Loot successful. Gained 25,000 EXP. Pickup successful. Gained 700 agility points. Pickup successful. Gained 680 strength points. Pickup successful. Acquired 1 quasi-lord level energy stone. Zhāng Hào successfully collected the attributes dropped by the emaciated zombie. He discovered this zombie was not a true 5th-tier lord level creature, but rather a quasi-lord level zombie. Still, the haul was quite substantial. What a pity. The blood and moisture within this zombie's body had been completely evaporated, rendering it unusable for refining bloodline power. Zhāng Hào felt slightly disheartened. The extreme heat in this area, combined with the zombie's inability to access water sources for replenishment, had caused their bodily fluids to evaporate completely. This made it impossible to use the blood-refining secret art to extract bloodline power, significantly diminishing the corpse's value. After dispatching the zombie, Zhāng Hào pressed onward, seeking the ruins that might have been left behind by the 10,000 Spirits clan. Hiss! In less than 10 minutes, a piercing shriek suddenly pierced Zhāng Hāo's ears. The sound startled him, and he wondered inwardly what on earth was making that noise. A zombie? Or some other mysterious creature? Without hesitation, Zhāng Hào swiftly moved toward the source of the sound, using the light to scan the distant terrain. Before long, he spotted 2 bizarre creatures locked in fierce combat amidst the distant desert. One creature was gaunt and emaciated, its hair hanging in disarray like a malevolent specter. Judging by its features, it had likely been a woman in life, now transformed into a zombie. The other creature, however, left Zhāng Hào utterly astonished. Chapter 166, The Bizarre Sandworm. This creature bore a striking resemblance to a sandworm, only magnified 1,000-fold. Its entire body was encased in purple armor. Its head lacked eyes, possessing only 2 nostrils and a gaping maw. The gaping maw was lined with rows upon rows of teeth, like a meat grinder, sending a chill down one's spine. This purple sandworm stretched 20 meters long, with dark purple tentacles sprouting from its body, an utterly terrifying sight. Puff! 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 The zombie was quite formidable. It roared furiously as genetic energy rapidly coalesced into ice crystal spears, which it hurled at the purple sandworm's entire body. Yet upon striking the purple carapace, these ice spears shattered into fragments, unable to inflict even the slightest damage. What kind of monster is this? How could it survive in this desolate, scorched wasteland? Zhāng Hào was filled with astonishment. Zombies could survive here because of their inherently tenacious vitality. Even without water or food, they could barely eke out an existence. But living creatures, such as beast kings or beast emperors, would starve to death if deprived of food and water for too long. This purple sandworm, however, was clearly not a zombie-like creature. Its ability to survive in this desert, where food and water were extremely scarce, was truly astonishing. Zhāng Hāo's mind raced. He opened his dimensional space and used his light projection ability to beam an image of the distant purple sandworm to Carmel aboard the Dark Witch warship. "What is this creature?" he asked. "Do you recognize it?" "That's a void creature." Upon seeing the purple sandworm, Carmel immediately identified its species without hesitation. "A void creature? Not like it's the Lube Alliance," Zhāng Hào muttered to himself in his mind. However, seeing Carmel's extremely grave expression, he knew these void creatures must be no ordinary foes. Sure enough, Carmel's expression turned utterly solemn. Void creatures are chaotic, malevolent entities born from the void itself. Typically, they exist in hordes, possessing extraordinary resilience capable of surviving in oxygen-deprived space or dimensional rifts. However, most of their lives are spent in the barren crevices of the void. They only emerge when they discover the coordinates of another space. Void creatures are intensely aggressive. Upon entering another space, they will attack any living thing they encounter. Typically, when small worlds fall victim to void creature attacks, they are often reduced to ruins. It appears the spirit race was attacked by a large group of void creatures, leading to their extinction. The small world they once controlled, where they could thrive and multiply, was turned into scorched earth. Carmel exclaimed, during the cataclysm at the end of the era, void creatures were one of the greatest calamities. Void creatures mostly exist in clans, but their individual strength is also extremely formidable. Even a single void creature can reach the 5th tier. Carmel's words were utterly staggering. Consider this, 5th tier overlord level monsters are exceedingly rare. Yet among the void creatures, virtually every individual possesses strength surpassing the 5th tier. The entire race of the 10,000 spirits was annihilated by void beings? Zhāng Hào was utterly stunned. The 10,000 Spirits clan was a renowned great clan during the Third Era, yet they were annihilated by void creatures. This alone demonstrated the overwhelming power of these beings. Typically, void creatures could scarcely leave the void rifts in their lifetime. Unless they discovered passages like spatial fissures, they would drift aimlessly in the alternate dimension until death. Once they discovered another space, they would invade without hesitation, launching frenzied attacks and slaughtering all other life forms. Moreover, at the end of every era, an era cataclysm erupts. Under this catastrophe, the current civilization is utterly destroyed, without exception. We now stand in the 5th epoch, as if in a cycle of rebirth. In the first era, mighty giants once thrived, yet they too perished in the cataclysm that ended that age. The void creatures were a key element of that final catastrophe. These are truly destructive, chaotic, and malevolent beings. Crunch! 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 Up ahead, the fierce battle between the purple sandworm and the zombie had reached its climax. Though the zombie repeatedly unleashed its icy powers in an attempt to outmaneuver it, none of these attacks inflicted any substantial damage upon the purple sandworm. The purple sandworm's tentacles coiled around the zombie's body like swift serpents, then tightened with brutal force. Amid a series of sharp snapping sounds, the filthy zombie's bones snapped under the crushing pressure, its entire body ultimately crushed to pieces. The purple sandworm retracted its tentacles and slowly dragged the corpse toward its gaping maw. As the corpse drew near, it bit down on its torso without hesitation. Snap! Crack! Row upon row, circle upon circle of razor-sharp teeth, like a meat grinder, began to spin frantically. Instantly, the bone-chilling sounds of flesh being torn apart and bones snapping intertwined. The zombie's body was ground to pieces bit by bit within the purple sandworm's mouth before being swallowed whole. For void creatures, all things in the world are food. Even in the void of an empty dimension, they could absorb unique particles from the air to sustain themselves. Their tenacious vitality was truly astonishing. In less than 10 seconds, the entire zombie had been completely devoured by the purple sandworm. It smacked its lips, seemingly still unsatisfied. Suddenly, it turned its head toward Zhāng Hao's location. Though lacking eyes, it could pinpoint its target with precision. Has it detected me? Zhāng Hào wondered silently. Void creatures an exceptionally powerful species. Within their ranks, even the most ordinary individual possessed strength surpassing the 5th tier. Truly astonishing. The purple sandworm, sensing Zhāng Hao's presence, let out an excited hiss. In this scorched wasteland, beyond the nauseating zombies, no other sustenance existed. Discovering a living human now was, to it, no different than finding a rare delicacy. Squeak! The purple sandworm plunged headfirst into the sand, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Zhāng Hào immediately heightened his vigilance. He knew the creature would likely attack, so he drew his crescent blade from his waist. Sure enough, mere seconds later, the ground before Zhāng Hào began violently churning, sending sand flying everywhere. A hideous, gaping maw opened to its fullest extent, its razor-sharp fangs chilling to the bone, lunging straight toward Zhāng Hào. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhāng Hào leaped upward just before the gaping maw closed, narrowly evading the purple sandworm's deadly bite. Meanwhile, suspended midair, he extended a finger. A jet-black beam of destructive light coalesced at astonishing speed, trailing a long, fiery tail as it shot precisely toward the purple sandworm's gaping maw. Pop! The destructive beam sliced through the purple sandworm's mouth like a razor, leaving a transparent, gaping wound from which purple blood gushed forth. Yet to Zhāng Hao's astonishment, the purple sandworm merely writhed in agony before lunging at him with renewed ferocity. Whoosh! The purple sandworm's tentacles whipped around like mad whips, sweeping toward Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào executed his agility techniques, dodging nimbly while unleashing another beam of destruction light. It struck the purple sandworm's head with precision, blasting open a bloody hole. But unbelievably, the purple sandworm showed no signs of death. This void creature is truly peculiar. Could its head not be its vital point? Zhāng Hào inwardly marveled at the creature's resilience, astonished that even a direct headshot failed to finish it off. A cold gleam flashed in Zhāng Hao's eyes. If that's the case, then I'll shatter it completely. Chapter 167, Devastating Firepower. Whoosh! The crescent blade in Zhāng Hao's hand slashed out like lightning. The gleaming blade released a chilling aura that instantly transformed the dry, scorching air into bitter cold. Snow and ice swirled down from the sky, sweeping toward the purple sandworm. The combination of the blood-chilling blade technique and the frigid ice ability unleashed devastatingly shocking destructive power. Thud. 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 Each of Zhāng Hao's strikes landed with brutal force upon the purple sandworm's body, leaving behind a series of horrifying wounds. The relentless cold seeped into its flesh, slowing its counterattacks with each passing moment. SSSSHHH. Sensing danger, the purple sandworm attempted to burrow into the sand to escape. However, Zhāng Hào possessed the power to command the earth. He channeled his genetic energy into the ground, transforming it into steel-hard solidity that the purple sandworm couldn't penetrate. Thud. Zhāng Hào moved like lightning, his fist striking the purple sandworm's abdomen with thunderous force. In an instant, a colossal force surged forth, shattering the frostbound purple sandworm's entire body into fragments. This microcosm must harbor many more void creatures still. Zhāng Hào mused inwardly. Long ago, the small world of the 10,000 Spirits clan had likely been invaded by a massive clan of void creatures. Both sides had engaged in fierce combat, ultimately leading to the tragic annihilation of the 10,000 Spirits clan. By now, countless void creatures must have thrived and multiplied within this microcosm. Zhāng Hào tossed the corpse of the void creature into his dimensional space, intending to extract its bloodline power from it later. In this scorched wasteland, Zhāng Hào trudged forward with great difficulty, sinking deeply into the sand with every step. The scorching heat baked the earth, leaving him parched after hours of walking. He quickly pulled out his canteen and gulped down several mouthfuls of water to replenish his body's fluids. Have I still not escaped this desert? Zhāng Hào felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The desert stretched endlessly, seemingly without end. Something seems to be moving up ahead? Zhāng Hào abruptly halted his steps. He heard the sound of intense combat echoing from the desert ahead. At first, he thought it was zombies fighting each other, but when he used the light to make out the distant scene, he froze in shock. The combatants were a massive purple scorpion on one side and a man clad in black on the other. The man, bearded and appearing to be in his 30s, was tall and imposing. The purple scorpion was clearly a void creature, stretching over 7 or 8 meters in length, while the man wielded only a short dagger. Yet, in the man's hands, this diminutive dagger unleashed astonishing lethal power. 0. Thud. 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 With a slight flick of his wrist, the dagger instantly transformed into a swarm of blinding light, raining down like hailstones across the purple scorpion's entire body. Instantly, the purple scorpion let out a series of piercing screams. The areas where it was struck seemed to have powerful explosives stuffed inside, detonating one after another in a series of explosions, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. SSSSHHH. After half a minute of fierce combat, the man leapt onto the purple scorpion's back, driving the dagger deep into its spine before injecting genetic energy. The purple scorpion let out a final, despairing scream as the genetic energy detonated within its back, blasting open a gaping wound over a meter in diameter. Suffering such a fatal wound, the purple scorpion slowly collapsed to the ground, its life extinguished. The man leapt off the scorpion's back, casually wiping the blood from his face before whirling around and bellowing, "Who's there?" Zhāng Hào materialized slowly from the void, speaking calmly, "I mean no harm." He possesses light manipulation abilities? Can he distort light to achieve invisibility? Could he be? A flicker of doubt crossed the man's eyes. The man demanded in a deep voice, "Who are you? And who are you?" Zhāng Hào countered. This man's appearance in this scorched wasteland was certainly no coincidence. The man spoke slowly, "My name is Dongwonwu. I came here by accident and now cannot find my way out." Dongwonwu's words made Zhāng Hao's eyes narrow sharply. "He's lying." Zhāng Hào effortlessly detected the man's deception, for Dongwonwu had slowly moved his hand behind his back as if transmitting a message. Dongwonwu smiled and said, "Why don't we travel together? In this strange land, an extra pair of hands means extra strength." Is he stalling? Was he calling for backup just now? Zhāng Hao's heart stirred, his gaze sharpening slightly. This Dongwonwu had ulterior motives. Earlier, he'd hidden his hand behind his back as if signaling, and now he seemed to be deliberately stalling, waiting for his accomplices to arrive. Zhāng Hào replied calmly, "No need. I've always worked alone and am unaccustomed to traveling with others." "That's truly unfortunate." Dongwonwu's face wore a look of regret. With that, Zhāng Hào turned to leave. At that moment, though his back was turned to Dongwonwu, Zhāng Hào, with his light manipulation ability activated, clearly saw every expression on Dongwonwu's face. Dongwonwu hesitated briefly before a ruthless glint flashed across his face. He was clearly about to strike. True to form, Dongwonwu stomped his foot down, silently closing in on Zhāng Hào. The dagger in his hand darted like a venomous snake's fangs, aiming straight for Zhāng Hao's back. Dongwonwu possessed a unique ability. He could inject genetic energy into his target's body, triggering a violent explosion with devastating lethality. He was certain that if his dagger struck Zhāng Hào, it would instantly kill him. Right on time. Zhāng Hào sneered coldly. The bastard truly had ulterior motives. The moment he made a move to leave, Dongwonwu couldn't wait to strike. Repulsive force erupted instantly. Zhāng Hào, already primed for action, unleashed terrifying repulsive force that sent the unprepared Dongwonwu staggering backward. Dong Wonwoo inwardly cursed his misfortune. Only now did he realize Zhāng Hào had deliberately baited him into attacking. Put! Zhāng Hào spun around, unleashing a beam of annihilating light. The pitch-black rays seemed capable of devouring all surrounding illumination. Dong Wonwoo dodged desperately, but the beam still struck his shoulder. With a soft pop, a fist-sized transparent hole appeared in his shoulder, the excruciating pain making him groan in pain. Gravity crushed him relentlessly. Immediately, Zhāng Hào unleashed terrifying gravitational forces, crushing Dong Wonwoo from all directions. Instantly, Dong Wonwoo felt his breath catch. He spat a mouthful of blood, while the wound on his shoulder gushed blood like a flowing stream. Zhāng Hao's relentless counterattack left Dong Wonwoo utterly stunned. Though both were early-stage 5th-tier psychics, Zhāng Hao's power far surpassed Dong Wonwoo's. Before Dong Wonwoo could react further, Zhāng Hào had already seized his throat, his icy gaze locked onto Dong Wonwoo's eyes. Who exactly are you? Why did you try to kill me? Zhang Hào, you're dead. You're on our most wanted list, your head's worth a fortune. Ha 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 ha. Dong Wonwoo's face twisted into a savage grin, his expression bordering on madness. Is he a member of the anti-human organization? Zhāng Hào thought to himself, the only ones who could identify him by name were either members of the Holy Legion or the anti-human organization. Not long ago, Zhāng Hào had made a name for himself outside Red Ice City, defeating 2 elite warriors from the Undying Heavenly Palace in quick succession. This inevitably placed him on the anti-human organization's hit list. For promising psychic talents, the anti-human organization would stop at nothing to eliminate them. Chapter 168, Getting to the Bottom of It. News of the Scorched Lands opening hadn't reached only the Holy Legion. The anti-human organization had likely received word and dispatched agents to explore the area. In a shadowy corner lurked a man named Dong Wonwoo, emanating an eerie aura that strongly suggested he was likely a member of the anti-human organization. Zhāng Hao's name had also appeared on the organization's bounty list. Because of this, Dong Wonwoo recognized Zhāng Hào at a glance and was eager to take his life. Yet whether this man truly belonged to the Undying Heavenly Palace or another anti-human organization remained unknown. Ha 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 ha. You're dead. You're dead. Dong Wonwoo cackled like a madman, his laughter echoing endlessly. All things in this world shall meet their doom. Snap. Zhāng Hào had no desire to waste time with this lunatic. He decisively crushed Dong Wonwoo's throat, muttering under his breath, what a nutcase. It seemed most members of the anti-human organization were mentally unstable. After disposing of Dong Wonwoo, a flicker of thought crossed Zhāng Hao's eyes. Earlier, the man had seemingly sent a signal to his comrades. An idea struck Zhāng Hào, why not infiltrate them and uncover the truth? Zhāng Hào harbored no sympathy whatsoever for these members of the anti-human organization. Given the chance, he would eradicate every last one of them. With that thought, Zhāng Hào activated his super mimicry, transforming into Dong Wonwoo's likeness. He picked up Dong Wonwoo's dagger, meticulously wiped away the bloodstains on the ground, then tossed Dong Wonwoo's corpse into the alternate dimension. After completing these tasks, he waited quietly beside the purple scorpion's corpse. Zhāng Hao's plan was straightforward: disguise himself as Dong Wonwoo, infiltrate his accomplices, and seize the moment to annihilate them all. In this moment, he felt as though he had transformed into a secret agent, and a small thrill of excitement even surged within him. Before long, Zhāng Hào detected a group approaching at high speed from 10 miles away using his light manipulation ability. The group numbered about 7 or 8 individuals, each radiating a fierce aura, clearly all 5th-tier grandmasters or above. When he recognized the leader, Zhāng Hao's pupils suddenly contracted. It's the white-faced Rakshasa of the world-destroying society? Both the anti-human organizations and the Holy Legion possessed basic information on each other's key figures. Every member joining the Holy Legion was required to study and memorize the profiles of the anti-human organization's key figures, ensuring they wouldn't be caught unaware if they ever encountered them. Now, leading the approaching group was a man whose skin was as pale as if coated in white powder. His long hair fell over his shoulders, and bloodshot eyes made his age impossible to discern. This pale-faced man was none other than the white-faced Rakshasa Zhāng Hào had seen in the Holy Legion's database. According to the Holy Legion's records, the pale-faced Rakshasa was notorious as an extremely cruel villain. He reveled in slaughter, showing no mercy even to innocent civilians. Over a decade ago, he had rampaged through cities and settlements in the far north, unleashing indiscriminate slaughter. When a powerful psychic descends into madness, the consequences are terrifying. The white-faced Rakshasa claimed at least 100,000 lives, making his sins profoundly grave. The Holy Legion could not stand idly by in the face of such atrocities. They dispatched no fewer than 4 Gold Flame tier members to hunt down and eliminate the white-faced Rakshasa. Though the white-faced Rakshasa was severely wounded in the end, he still managed to escape. He vanished from sight thereafter, his actions becoming considerably more restrained. It must be noted that the Holy Legion's Golden Flame tier members are masters. The fact that he could escape the coordinated assault of 4 such experts demonstrates that the white-faced Rakshasa had already attained strength over a decade ago. And this white-faced Rakshasa, according to intelligence, is a member of the anti-human organization, the World-Destroying Society. A king-level powerhouse. Even if I launched a surprise attack from the shadows, he'd likely detect me beforehand. Zhāng Hào mused inwardly. Grandmaster-level experts could already sense impending danger, but king-level masters possessed even more acute perception. If Zhāng Hào rashly attempted a sneak attack, he would surely be detected before he could act. Every king-tier powerhouse transcended human limits, there might sufficient to rival formidable creatures like beast kings. What's happening? The pale-faced Rakshasa and his companions halted before Zhāng Hào. The pale-faced Rakshasa remained silent, yet the aura emanating from him carried an indescribable, oppressive weight. At that moment, a bald man stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào forced a dry laugh, pointing at the purple scorpion's corpse on the ground. I encountered a large creature earlier, hence the distress signal. Fortunately, I've already dealt with it. Dong Wonwu, you're such a weakling. Making such a fuss over taking down a mere monster. The bald man snorted coldly, his face brimming with displeasure. Zhāng Hào could only smile apologetically, using his super mimicry to meticulously imitate Dong Wonwu's appearance and mannerisms. More coming? The pale-faced demon, who had remained silent, suddenly tilted his head slightly, gazing into the distance. Zhāng Hao's heart skipped a beat. His senses detected another group closing in on their location. Before long, the group halted before the members of the World-Destroying Society. This group also numbered around 10, each radiating an intimidating presence. The figure at their head caused Zhāng Hào to pause in surprise. Isn't that Wang Lianshan? The leader of these uninvited guests was a young man in his 20s, yet his eyes betrayed a world weariness far beyond his years. Zhāng Hào was quite surprised, for he recognized this man. They had crossed paths in the Nightmare Realm. Back when they participated in the Groom Selection Tournament, the 4 finalists were Zhāng Hào, Luo Ghost, Mad Heart, and this very Wang Lianshan. Wang Lianshan possessed formidable strength, already a 5th-tier psychic at such a young age, which is why Zhāng Hào remembered him. But shouldn't Wang Lianshan be in the Nightmare Realm? How had he ended up here? When Bai Mian Luosha spotted Wang Lianshan and his group, his gaze locked directly onto Wang Lianshan. A hint of gravity flickered in his eyes. You are Yama of the Immortal Heavenly Palace? The moment those words left his mouth, Zhāng Hào was stunned. The white-faced Rakshasa had actually addressed Wang Lianshan as Yama? This caused Zhāng Hao's expression to grow distinctly peculiar. You are the white-faced Rakshasa? A peculiar expression flickered across Wang Lianshan's face. It is truly an honor that one of the 10 kings under the Immortal King recognizes my name. The white-faced Rakshasa adopted a humble demeanor. The bald man and others behind him were filled with astonishment. How could the usually arrogant white-faced Rakshasa display such humility? Yet it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. As one of the 10 kings under the Undying King of the Undying Heavenly Palace, Yama possessed strength sufficient to rank among the top 100 warriors. In terms of seniority, he was the white-faced Raksasa's superior, and his powers surpassed the white-faced Raksasa's. That was why the white-faced Rakshasa was so humble. Rumor has it Yama is over 200 years old. Why does he appear so youthful? The members of the World-Destroying Society were equally perplexed. Chapter 169, The Corpse Demon Reincarnation Technique. It's the Corpse Demon Reincarnation Technique. He truly is Yama. Zhāng Hao's eyes held a hint of strangeness. Yama was Yen Shuyue's father. The matchmaking event he held for Yen Shuyue was actually a search for a perfect vessel. Zhāng Hào fought valiantly throughout the competition, only to be singled out by Yama himself. Fortunately, Yen Shuyue, being kind-hearted, had warned Zhāng Hào of this plot. Had Zhāng Hào been caught off guard, he would likely have perished at Yama's hands. Yanma initially had his eye on 2 bodies, Guangxin and Luogue. But in the end, Zhāng Hào shattered both of them to pieces. Zhāng Hào himself escaped with Yen Shuyue, while Yanma's physical form had reached its limit, forcing him to undergo immediate reincarnation as a corpse demon. With no other choice, Yama settled for the next best option, Wang Lianshan, who was slightly inferior to Luogue and Kuang Xian. Thus, the Wang Lianshan before him was Yama after completing his reincarnation as a corpse demon. Zhāng Hào thought to himself, this father-in-law must despise him to the core. Not only had he stolen his daughter away, but he had also forced him to settle for a lesser new vessel. But Zhāng Hào felt not a shred of remorse. Had Yen Shuyue not uncovered Yanma's secret back then, he himself would likely have lost his life long ago. Both the World-Destroying Society and the Undying Heavenly Palace were among the largest anti-human organizations. The Immortal Heavenly Palace was ruled by the enigmatic and immensely powerful Immortal King, whose infamy spread far and wide. The leader of the World-Destroying Society, known as World Destroyer, was also an ancient and terrifyingly mysterious presence. Legend held that he and the God of Destruction were peerless powerhouses of the same era, having clashed multiple times. These creatures are notoriously infamous archdemons, exceedingly difficult to eliminate, perpetually wreaking havoc upon the world. Unexpectedly, both of these anti-human organizations have dispatched agents to this scorched wasteland. What brings you here, members of the World's End Society? Yanma asked the pale-faced Rakshasa, his hands clasped behind his back. Elder Yama, we have come here naturally for treasures, such as the blood of 10,000 spirits. The Rakshasa replied with a faint smile. The blood of all souls. Yama's eyes flickered. He had come to this scorched land for the same reason, the blood of all souls. After completing his transformation into a corpse demon, Yama had gained new life, yet his power had not yet returned to its peak. Thus, when the scorched land opened, Yanma arrived here, hoping to find some blood of all souls to accelerate his recovery. He sought to accomplish that great task to shatter the years of tranquility and reshuffle the world's order. Zhāng Hao's heart stirred as well. He too had come for the blood of all souls, intending to use it to transform into an imperial-grade bloodline. Elder Yama seeks the blood of 10,000 spirits as well? Then perhaps we should join forces. Over 70 years ago, some explored the scorched lands and brought back news of the blood of 10,000 spirits. It's said to be hidden within a forest of withered trees, in considerable quantity. Once we find it, we'll split it evenly. What do you say? The pale-faced Rakshasa seemed to have discerned Yama's intentions and extended the invitation. At these words, Yama showed a hint of surprise before nodding slightly. Very well, let us join forces. Once we find the blood of 10,000 spirits, we shall divide it equally. If the blood of 10,000 spirits is sufficient, I won't mind sharing some with you. But if the quantity is insufficient... A faint curve appeared at the corner of Yama's mouth as he calculated silently in his mind. Enough. Continue the search. Once we locate that withered forest, contact the others immediately, said the pale-faced Rakshasa. Subsequently, the group of over 20 individuals dispersed, each beginning their search for the location of the deadwood forest. Zhāng Hào, disguised as Dongwonwu, felt a surge of secret delight. He never imagined that infiltrating this group would yield such an unexpected reward, learning of the 10,000 spirits' blood. 70 years ago, the scorched land had opened, and someone who entered it had discovered traces of the 10,000 spirits' blood within a grove of dead trees. This elixir of 10,000 spirits was a supreme treasure, forged from the essence blood of countless powerful monsters. It could temper the body, transforming one completely. Zhāng Hào searched everywhere for the location of the deadwood forest. Beep beep beep. However, after searching for 2 or 3 hours, Zhāng Hào found nothing. Wiping sweat from his brow, he suddenly froze as a beeping sound emanated from his pocket. It was the communicator he had retrieved from Dongfang Wen's corpse. He pulled it out and saw a line of text displayed on the screen. Assemble at the eastern sector immediately. Zhāng Hào understood immediately the others must have made a discovery. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted eastward. To actually have to work alongside members of this anti-human organization. A strange feeling welled up inside Zhāng Hào. He hadn't chosen to explore the scorched world with the Holy Legion. Instead, he was forced to join hands with the anti-human faction. Zhāng Hào raced eastward. Soon, a forest of dead trees appeared on the horizon. The trees soared skyward, some nearly 100 meters tall, standing densely packed to form a vast forest. Once upon a time, this forest must have been vibrant and lush. Yet, a merciless conflagration had reduced these trees to charred husks, their very essence now a desolate ruin. When Zhāng Hào reached the edge of the deadwood forest, he found that Yama and the white-faced Rakshasa's forces had already assembled. Their gazes were fixed intently on the deadwood forest in the distance, each face a mix of excitement and solemnity. Soon after Zhāng Hào arrived, the others began trickling in. Before long, nearly 20 people had gathered together. Everyone's here. Let's head in, Yanma said calmly. Having gained new life through the corpse demon reincarnation technique, he appeared to be only in his 20s, yet possessed a natural leadership presence. Then, the group of 20 stepped into the deadwood forest. This place seems to be the ancestral land of the ancient 10,000 Spirits clan. I've heard they cherish natural environments and typically dwell within forests. Mian Luosha remarked slowly as they walked. Indeed. These great trees are actually dwellings. Yanma nodded in agreement. Zhāng Hào observed closely and discovered that many of the trees were hollowed out inside, transformed into room-like spaces suitable for habitation. The 10,000 Spirits clan was truly unique, their architectural style blending seamlessly with the trees. Trees soaring over 100 meters high were ubiquitous throughout the forest, nearly all having undergone some form of modification. One could imagine that in the distant past, this forest had been incredibly bustling, resembling a thriving metropolis. Yet now it had become a charred, lifeless grove of dead trees. All prosperity would eventually fade away in the river of time. Something's approaching. Amidst the crowd, a stout man's eyes blazed as he fixed his gaze on the distance, then hurriedly lowered his voice. This man possessed perception-type abilities, allowing his vision to pierce through obstacles and see great distances. Sure enough, before long, a zombie charged toward them from ahead. Its charred body bore the scars of a fierce fire, its eyes glowing blood-red like a rabid beast as it charged toward the group. This charred zombie moved with the speed of a cheetah, a 5th-tier zombie. Oomph! A mere lowly zombie dares to attack us? A cold snort echoed from within the group. A slender man moved in an instant, the shadow beneath his feet seemingly coming alive as it swiftly spread out, wrapping around the charred zombie's legs and climbing upward, binding it tightly. Roar! The charred zombie let out a deafening roar. It strained its arms, desperately trying to break free from the shadows binding it, but it was utterly futile. Though it was a 5th-tier Lord-class zombie, the one binding it was likewise a 5th-tier Grandmaster. Thud. From the undying Heavenly Palace's ranks, a man wielding a ghost-headed broadsword casually swung a slash through the air. The charred zombie's head was instantly cleaved clean in two. Chapter 170, Silent Looting. It wasn't that the charred zombie was too weak, but rather that the team it attacked was too powerful. Nearly 20 individuals present were all elite members from the undying Heavenly Palace and the world-destroying society. Even the weakest possessed at least early 5th-tier psychic abilities, with the king-level powerhouses White-Faced Rakshasa and Yama overseeing the operation. The scorched zombie's reckless charge was nothing short of suicide. Looting successful. Obtained 40,000 EXP. Pickup successful. Gained 700 agility points. Pickup successful. Gained 1080 strength points. Loot successful. Acquired 1 Lord tier energy stone. Zhāng Hào silently pocketed the items and attributes dropped by the zombie. Hey, it's a Lord level energy stone. Getting one of those out there isn't easy. The rugged man who had slashed the charred zombie grinned widely. The effeminate man who had bound the zombie with shadows snorted coldly. Don't even think about keeping it all for yourself. I put in the work too. No problem, no problem. We'll split it, we'll split it. The burly man shrugged indifferently, striding toward the corpse with his blade. He sliced open the zombie's chest, searching for the energy stone. But the burly man's smile froze when he found the corpse's heart completely empty, no trace of an energy stone. Refusing to accept defeat, he sliced open the zombie's skull. Yet beyond the blackened brain matter, he found nothing. How could a Lord-level zombie not have an energy stone? The burly man's face was etched with disbelief. The others exchanged bewildered glances, none understanding the reason. Could the zombies here be different, so unique that they didn't generate energy stones within their bodies? Only Zhāng Hào chuckled inwardly. He had already taken the energy stone. Of course, a single zombie couldn't possibly have 2 energy stones. Let's keep moving forward. Yanma and the pale-faced Rakshasa also found the situation peculiar, but they too hadn't spotted who had secretly taken the energy stones. They could only conclude that the zombies here were simply unusual. The group pressed onward, encountering occasional zombie attacks along the way. However, these were easily dealt with by the nearly 25th-tier masters in their ranks. There's a wall here? The one leading the way suddenly grunted, as if colliding with an invisible barrier. Everyone looked up to see a layer of invisible force enveloping the path ahead. Everyone, be careful! The obese man with the heightened senses bellowed. His words had barely left his mouth when a beast-like shadow burst from the confines of a large tree. Moving with astonishing speed, it lunged forward, one claw reaching out to strike the nearest man. Just as the man started to react, the beast-like shadow emitted an excruciatingly sharp, piercing screech. SSSSHHH. The shriek made everyone involuntarily groan, even Zhāng Hào felt a sharp pain in his head. Thud. The man targeted by the shadow was momentarily thrown off by the shriek. His chest was pierced clean through by a sharp, clawed hand, a withered, pitch-black hand with 5 razor-sharp talons. Clutched within that hand was a still-beating heart. Is it the undead? Zhāng Hào froze, recognizing the shadow's form. It was a hairy zombie, ape-like in shape, its blood-red eyes flickering. An aura of eternal decay emanated from its body. This is clearly an undead. The undead are the kings among zombies. If one can evolve into an undead, they gain true eternal life. An undead. How come I've never encountered one before? Yanma's expression darkened. As his time drew near, he had scoured the land seeking undead to hunt and extract their immortality essence, hoping to prolong his own life. Yet undead beings were exceedingly rare, and their essence was exceptionally precious. Only the most powerful warriors possessed the strength to hunt them down. Naturally, such elite warriors held no interest in ordinary items. Even if a powerful warrior obtained undead essence, they would never sell it, only keep it for themselves. Whether used for healing wounds or extending life, it was an unparalleled treasure. Thus, Yama never managed to obtain the undead substance. He had no choice but to seek aid from the undead king, ultimately securing the corpse demon rebirth technique, which allowed him to undergo a complete transformation. Yet, having just completed his rebirth as a corpse demon, he encountered the undead clan here. How could this not fill him with frustration? The undead clan? A fiery gleam instantly ignited in the white-faced Rakshasa's eyes. The value of the undead clan surpassed all expectations. If he could obtain their corpses and extract the immortality substance from them, he could use this treasure to recruit some ancient monsters to join the world-destroying society. For those whose lifespans were dwindling, this immortality substance was undoubtedly priceless. Its allure was immense. Damned bastard! The undead clan had appeared and instantly slain a 5th-rank grandmaster, leaving the others both shocked and enraged. The effeminate man's mind flickered, and his shadow extended like a serpent, coiling toward the hairy undead creature. Yet the undead moved like lightning, deftly dodging the shadow's grasp with effortless agility. Simultaneously, a sharp claw shot out once more, striking directly at a tall man. Clang! The tall man swiftly raised his massive shield to guard his front. The claw struck the shield's center with pinpoint accuracy. A metallic clang echoed as the tall man grunted, forced backward by the immense force. 5 transparent holes appeared on his shield, and a tearing pain shot through his wrist. Seize it! The others unleashed their respective techniques, but the undead creature's speed was astonishingly swift. Like a phantom, it appeared and vanished without a trace. For a moment, the group struggled to make contact, plunging the scene into chaos. Zhāng Hào felt a slight sense of relief. Though this undead creature was powerful, it still fell slightly short compared to the one they had encountered in the Nethernight forest. Oomph! The white-faced Rakshasa's expression darkened. The man just slain was a member of the world-destroying society. Seeing the group unable to defeat the undead creature, his killing intent flared, and he resolved to intervene personally. Whoosh! The white-faced Rakshasa flickered like a ghostly apparition, moving so swiftly it defied human reflexes. In an instant, he materialized before the undead creature. Squish! The undead creature hesitated only briefly before snapping its massive jaws open, lunging directly for the pale-faced demon's throat. The bite was precise and deadly. Sharp fangs pierced the white-faced Rakshasa's neck. Yet, to Zhāng Hao's astonishment, not a single drop of blood trickled from the wound. Puff! 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 The next moment, the undead creature's pupils suddenly contracted as it tried to retreat, but it was already too late. From within the white-faced Rakshasa's body, sharp bone spines erupted like a torrential downpour, mercilessly piercing the undead creature's heart, limbs, abdomen, and neck. Undead? Nothing special. The white-faced Rakshasa sneered coldly, raising a foot to deliver a brutal kick to the undead creature's abdomen. It was sent flying dozens of meters like a cannonball, its back slamming straight through a thick tree trunk. Is this the white-faced Rakshasa of the world-destroying society? The group of psychics from the undying heavenly palace stared in astonishment. The white-faced Rakshasa had already been a king-tier powerhouse over a decade ago, and his current strength far surpassed even that of his prime. A flicker of unease crossed Yama's eyes. At his peak, he would have dismissed the white-faced Rakshasa without a second thought. But his power was no longer what it once was. While he was confident he could defeat the white-faced Rakshasa in a conflict, emerging unscathed would be no easy feat. The undead creature struggled to its feet, its body riddled with transparent holes pierced by bone spears. Any ordinary mortal would have been utterly destroyed by such injuries. Yet as an undead being, it could not die as long as its brain remained intact. After rising, the undead creature turned and fled frantically in one direction. Chapter 171, Vanishing into the Mist. The white-faced Rakshasa moved like lightning, poised to pounce on the undead like a tiger hunting its prey. Yet, his entire body collided with an invisible wall, slamming violently into an intangible barrier. This sudden obstruction froze him in place. His piercing eyes widened slightly, and his brows furrowed deeply, forming a pronounced character. In that brief moment of delay, the undead had already vanished like a ghost into the distant mist. There's an invisible barrier here, he murmured. It stopped me dead in my tracks, yet the undead passed through as if no one was there. The pale-faced demon spoke with grave expression. Hearing this, Zhāng Hào extended his hand and cautiously reached out to touch the air. Sure enough, where his fingertips made contact, a peculiar resistance surged. The path ahead was completely sealed off by an invisible barrier. This barrier was truly peculiar. The undead had passed through effortlessly, yet they seemed barred from entering. Break it! Yanma's eyes narrowed sharply as he issued the command decisively. The others exchanged glances, each understanding that having come this far, they must enter and investigate. There was no room for hesitation. In an instant, they moved like a well-drilled unit, concentrating their power and unleashing a fierce assault upon the barrier. Wave after wave of immense power surged toward the barrier like a raging tide. This barrier's defense is incredibly strong. Zhāng Hào swung his fists relentlessly, pounding the barrier before him like a storm, inwardly astonished. Nearly 25th-tier grandmasters unleashing their power simultaneously should have been unimaginably devastating, yet even that combined might struggle to breach the barrier swiftly. Crack! After nearly a minute of relentless, frenzied assaults, a faint sound like shattering glass finally echoed through the air. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the barrier. Moments later, it finally buckled under the pressure and shattered completely. Enter! Yanma and the white-faced Rakshasa exchanged a glance. Though their steps appeared light as they moved forward, every nerve in their bodies remained on high alert. They knew full well that this place was most likely the ancient site of the once mysterious 10,000 Spirits clan. And now, at the very heart of this deadwood forest, an utterly baffling spectacle unfolded. The rest of the withered forest lay charred black, as if ravaged by an apocalyptic inferno, permeated with deathly stillness and desolation. Yet at its very heart, a serene oasis emerged. There, lush green grass carpeted the ground like a soft, velvety blanket. Towering, emerald green trees encircled the area, their branches swaying gently in the breeze as if singing a hymn to life, radiating a vibrant energy everywhere. Within this vibrant heartland, a blood-red pool stood out strikingly. Its color was as vivid as blood, sending a chill down one's spine at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, a faint medicinal scent wafted from its surface, hinting at boundless mystical power within. At the very center of the pool, a purple frog covered in sharp spines swam leisurely. Its form was modest, no larger than a millstone, and its purple body appeared all the more airy against the crimson backdrop of the pool. On the shore, two equally strange creatures stood. One was a towering golden-haired ape, standing a full 7 meters tall, like a small mountain standing erect. Currently perched on a large tree, it idly dangled its feet, its golden fur glistening in the sunlight. Compared to these two peculiar creatures, the final one was truly unique. It was a woman with blood-red eyes and silky white hair cascading like a waterfall. Though not conventionally stunning, her features blended together with an irresistible charm. Leaning against a great tree, the white-haired woman rested with her eyes closed, seemingly at one with this mysterious place. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, a strange gleam flashing within them. "What is it? Karina?" Noticing the white-haired woman had opened her eyes, the golden monkey perched on the tree spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Upon closer inspection, these three beings differed entirely in both appearance and species. Their only shared trait was their blood-red eyes like burning flames, radiating an aura of mystery and eeriness. A faint smile curved the lips of the white-haired woman known as Karina, like a mysterious smile blooming in the night sky. She murmured, "It's been nearly a century. It seems we have guests. Food?" The frog in the crimson pool perked up instantly, its round eyes widening as if drool was about to drip from its mouth. No sooner had the words left its mouth than a zombie, covered in wounds, stumbled clumsily toward them from the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the undead creature that had fled in panic after being struck by the white-faced Rakshasa. The undead creature fled in panic to the edge of the blood-red pool, seemingly intent on leaping straight in. But the purple frog spoke in a human voice, its tone cold as ice, "Dare to come down, and I'll wring your neck." The long-haired undead creature halted abruptly, only then noticing the purple frog. The moment it saw the purple frog, a deep terror flashed in its eyes. Its expression was like a mouse encountering a cat, its entire body trembling uncontrollably. In this mysterious and eerie wasteland, a blood-red pool stood out, its significance self-evident. A small yet imposing purple frog stood guard like a loyal sentinel, allowing no other creature to approach the crimson pool. The purple frog radiated an eerie glow, its eyes like deep purple crystals, constantly watching the surroundings with vigilance. What was truly astonishing was that the usually arrogant and domineering undead, in the presence of this purple frog, seemed to have their backbone pulled out. Their fierce aura vanished instantly, leaving no trace. This scene was utterly baffling, as if some invisible, overwhelming force was suppressing the undead clan's arrogance. "You're injured. Did an outsider arrive?" A strange, half-smile flickered across the purple frog's face, followed by a sinister chuckle. "I'll avenge you. In return, you shall become my meal." No sooner had the words left its mouth than the purple frog shot out a long tongue. Swift as an arrow leaving the bowstring, it instantly pierced the undead creature's skull. Then, like a powerful rope, the tongue coiled around the undead's body, slowly dragging it toward the purple frog's slightly open mouth. Gulp! The purple frog opened its mouth. Despite being no larger than a millstone, it possessed a bottomless pit of an appetite, swallowing the entire undead creature whole in one gulp. The scene was utterly astonishing, leaving onlookers gaping in disbelief. "Bucky, you bastard. You're hogging it all?" A golden monkey perched on a large tree watched the scene unfold, its face twisted with displeasure as it couldn't help but shout loudly. After all, an undead creature trespassing on their territory was a rare delicacy. Now that the purple frog was enjoying it alone, how could the golden monkey not feel resentful? "Heh, don't worry, more are coming in later. I'll let you have a couple more then, okay?" The purple frog chuckled nonchalantly. For these creatures of immense longevity, the intrusion of living beings into this barren, scorched wasteland was like a pebble tossed into a tranquil lake, a welcome diversion to their monotonous, endless existence. Meanwhile, on the other side of the shattered barrier, Zhāng Hào and his companions from the undying heavenly palace and the world-destroying society cautiously advanced deeper into the scorched land. Chapter 172, The Fresh Scent. Suddenly, a faint, refreshing fragrance drifted into Zhāng Hao's nostrils. This scent seemed to possess a magical power, causing every pore in one's body to involuntarily open, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. What was even more astonishing was that this area had been ravaged by fire. Under normal circumstances, it should have been filled with a nauseating, burnt stench. Yet now, this fresh fragrance appeared so abruptly. The others gradually caught the peculiar scent too. Though excited, a hint of caution flickered across each face. After all, in this perilous wasteland, any anomaly could conceal immense danger. A grove of green trees up ahead. As they pressed forward, Zhāng Hào and the others couldn't help but exchange astonished glances. Not far ahead, a forest had materialized, a vibrant expanse of green trees brimming with life. Surrounded by barren wastelands dotted with dead trees, this spot stood out like a dazzling emerald gem, its lush greenery starkly contrasting the lifeless landscape around it. "Let's go take a look." Yanma and the white-faced Rakshasa hesitated not a moment, immediately giving the order. They led the group, slowly stepping into this mysterious grove. As they delved deeper, a scene straight out of a fairy tale unfolded before their eyes. Emerald plants flourished freely across the ground, swaying gently in the breeze as if dancing joyfully. Unnamed flowers and grasses, vibrant and tender, gleamed like freshly carved masterpieces. Surrounded by towering trees whose intertwined branches cast dappled light and shadow, the entire scene resembled a hidden paradise. Yet a nagging question arose in everyone's minds: how could this place alone have survived the conflagration that had nearly consumed the entire small world? Zhāng Hào and the others followed the scent to its source, their gaze immediately drawn to a vast pool ahead. The pool was filled to the brim with vivid crimson blood. This blood possessed a crystalline clarity under the sunlight, it shimmered like rubies, radiating an alluring yet dangerous aura. Is this the blood of 10,000 spirits? Yanma narrowed his eyes, a flicker of delight and greed dancing within them. His breathing quickened involuntarily. It must be noted that Yama had only recently completed his rebirth as a corpse demon. At this moment, he was like a starving man craving sustenance, desperately needing treasures like the blood of 10,000 souls to swiftly restore his peak strength. His primary purpose in coming to this scorched land was to acquire vast quantities of the blood of all souls to enhance his own power. The white-faced Rakshas's breathing also quickened. His cultivation had hit a bottleneck, like a bird trapped in a cage, desperately needing to break free. The 10,000 souls' blood, a miraculous substance capable of transforming one's very essence, held immense promise. If he could obtain enough to temper his body, he could swiftly break through his current realm, achieving a qualitative leap in power. How could such a prospect not stir his heart? As for Zhāng Hào, his eyes glowed with greed, his mouth watering at the sight. He murmured to himself, this much 10,000 spirits' blood. It should be enough for me to transform into an imperial-grade bloodline, right? His eyes flashed with intense light, as if he could already see his transformed self. Upon entering this mysterious place, everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to a massive pool before them. Resembling a miniature lake, it spanned nearly 100 square meters. The blood within glowed with an intense, rich hue, radiating an otherworldly light, undoubtedly the 10,000 Spirits clan's unique, supreme treasure. Yet the joy in their hearts was as fleeting as a morning glory, quickly fading. They keenly sensed that the pool of 10,000 spirits already had an owner. Behold, within the pool, a purple frog radiating an eerie glow floated leisurely. Far off, atop a great tree, a golden monkey sat unhurriedly, its golden fur dazzling brilliantly in the sunlight. And by a large tree on the shore, a young white-haired woman sat quietly, radiating an air of mysterious charm. These are void creatures, mutated beasts, and the 10,000 Spirits clan? Zhāng Hào couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The purple frog, with its eerie form and faint aura of void energy swirling around it, was undoubtedly a void creature. Then there was the golden ape in the tree, every movement radiated extraordinary power. Its golden fur stood on end, subtly revealing formidable bloodline strength, undoubtedly of an extremely high bloodline rank. As for the white-haired woman by the shore, her ethereal aura and every gesture carried the distinctive grace of the 10,000 Spirits clan. She was undoubtedly one of them. Strangely, these three beings of distinctly different races now coexisted peacefully in the same place. The pale-faced Rakshasa's eyes grew grave as he fixed his gaze on the three creatures across from him. His voice was deep and solemn. Be cautious, all of you. These three seem to be members of the undead race and by no means ordinary ones. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone grew silently alert. Zhāng Hào's careful observation revealed that though these three had belonged to different races in life, they were now all dead. Likely, during the rampant virus outbreak in the microcosm, they had been infected, reanimated as zombies, and subsequently evolved into a more advanced form of the undead. The power of these three undead beings was unfathomable. Even if they weren't as formidable as the undead encountered in the Nethernight Forest, the difference was likely negligible. Heh, you lot are quite rude. Entering someone's home without greeting the host? From the crimson pool, the purple frog suddenly spoke in human language, its voice echoing through the air. A talking frog? This scene instantly brought astonishment to everyone's faces. Monsters can indeed speak, but this is my first time seeing one. Zhāng Hào marveled inwardly. He knew that for many highly intelligent monsters, learning to speak wasn't difficult. It was just that most monsters disdained learning human language. And now, he had actually encountered a talking monster. My apologies for the intrusion. Is this your territory? A hint of a smile flashed across the white-faced Rakshasa's face, making him appear remarkably courteous and polite. It wasn't before, but it is now. The purple frog grinned. This used to be the domain of the 10,000 Spirits clan. The purple frog couldn't help but sigh wistfully. In its previous life, it had been a void creature, tragically perishing during the brutal battle when the void invaded the 10,000 Spirits clan. It never imagined that due to the virus, it would be resurrected, eventually evolving into an undead being and gaining extraordinary intelligence. Is this the blood of the 10,000 spirits? The pale-faced Rakshasa gazed at the crimson pool and asked. The purple frog, seemingly unused to interacting with outsiders for a long time, offered no concealment. It replied frankly, yes, this is the pool of 10,000 spirits' blood. Those beings once used it to temper their kin's bodies, though only the most important members were deemed worthy. It turned out that the purple frog, the golden monkey, and the white-haired woman had evolved such high intelligence precisely because they had been immersed in this pool of 10,000 spirits' blood for an extended period. They now jointly ruled this place. Any other creature daring to covet the pool of 10,000 spirits' blood would meet certain death. This elixir of all spirits, could we have a share? The pale-faced Rakshasa ventured cautiously. Before the purple frog could respond, the golden monkey perched on the branch let out a cold chuckle. After prolonged immersion, the 10,000 spirits' blood holds little effect on us now. But to simply hand it over to you? Who do you think you are? In this airy place, the purple frog extended its long tongue, slowly licking its lips, and emitted a spine-chilling heh-heh chuckle. Want the blood of 10,000 spirits? Then prove your worth by defeating us. Let's see if you have the guts to snatch the elixir of all beings from our grasp. Poof. I knew these beasts wouldn't give it up easily. The blood of all beings, the substance of immortality. I intend to claim them both. Yenma snorted coldly, his tone brimming with resolve and dominance. Chapter 173, Feasting to their heart's content. The purple frog's blood-red eyes blazed like two burning flames of bloodlust. It keenly sensed the immense energy coursing through the humans before it. That enticing aura made it feel as though it had caught the scent of the world's most delicious feast. Already overcome with greed, it could barely contain itself, desperate to rush forward and feast immediately. In an instant, with a whoosh, the purple frog's body swelled at an astonishing speed, as if under a spell. Like a giant balloon rapidly inflating, it transformed before the blink of an eye into a terrifying beast 20 meters long. Its purple carapace gleamed like impenetrable armor, reflecting an eerie light under the sun. Its limbs thickened into powerful pillars, steadfastly supporting its colossal frame. Its spine was densely covered with sharp purple barbs, each radiating deadly danger and emanating an aura of extreme ferocity, as if capable of tearing everything apart. Clearly, this was the true form the purple frog had concealed all along. Then I'll play along with you. A cruel, savage grin twisted the purple frog's mouth. In this moment, it radiated such overwhelming ferocity, like a terrifying prehistoric beast awakened from ancient slumber. The crushing pressure it emitted seemed to freeze the very air around it. The golden ape and the white-haired woman stood by, utterly composed, showing no intention of intervening. Instead, they watched with keen interest, eager to see how this spectacle would unfold. Don't be fooled by this giant frog's appearance. Though its size might seem modest compared to many lord-level monsters, even downright petite, its true power lay elsewhere. Large monsters are typically formidable, but smaller ones aren't necessarily weaker. This frog colossus was a prime example. Roar! The giant frog suddenly opened its gaping maw, sucking in air with such force that its belly instantly swelled like a balloon. Immediately after, it unleashed an earth-shattering roar, a terrifying, hellish bellow that reverberated instantly throughout the entire deadwood forest. The sound seemed imbued with powerful magic, shaking the surrounding thick trees violently. Leaves rained down like a torrential downpour. Amidst the roar, countless sonic blades barely visible to the naked eye materialized out of thin air. Like vicious, deadly blades, they slashed furiously toward the distant crowd. Is that a sonic ability? The group instantly recognized the ability unleashed by the giant frog. Sound abilities possessed an immense lethal range, often proving unexpectedly devastating in large-scale combat. Yet the assembled fighters were all battle-hardened veterans, and none panicked. The ghastly white-faced demon's smile vanished instantly, replaced by an icy, ruthless expression. Since the enemy had made their move, his nature demanded no mercy. Bone wall. The white-faced Rakshasa slammed his foot down hard on the ground. Instantly, as if manipulated by some mysterious force, twisted, deformed white bones burst forth from beneath the earth. They rapidly intertwined and rose upward, forming a solid wall in the blink of an eye. It stood firmly before the group. Clang! 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 Sound blades slashed viciously against the bones, erupting into a series of sharp metallic clangs. The sheer power of these sound blades was astonishing, causing each bone to tremble and gradually shatter, ultimately crumbling into fine powder. Fortunately, the purple frog's fierce attack was successfully halted. Not half bad. The purple frog couldn't help but be astonished by the white-faced Rakshasa's strength. Immediately, the bloodthirsty gleam in its eyes intensified, as if it were about to devour the white-faced Rakshasa whole. Again! The frog colossus erupted in a maniacal cackle, slamming its fan-like paw down onto the water below. In an instant, the sonic waves merged with the crimson blood of all souls, forming razor-sharp blades. Like surging, raging waves, they relentlessly tore toward the white-faced Rakshasa, their momentum threatening to shred it into countless fragments in an instant. Frostbone battle armor. Facing this highly intelligent undead monster, the white-faced Rakshasa dared not show the slightest carelessness. Thick white bones rapidly extended from his body, twisting and coiling across his form. In the blink of an eye, they coalesced into a set of bone armor, gleaming with a cold, icy light. Clad in the armor, the white-faced Rakshasa's entire form swelled, transforming him into a skeletal demon emerging from hell, radiating a chilling aura. Clang! 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 The crimson liquid blades and sonic blades collided violently against the bone armor, shattering instantly into scattered points of light. What a waste! Zhāng Hào watched the scene unfold, inwardly lamenting the loss. After all, this 10,000 spirits' blood was incredibly precious. To see it consumed and wasted like this was truly heartbreaking. I must retrieve this 10,000 spirits' blood. A resolute gleam flashed in Zhāng Hao's eyes as he made up his mind. He pondered silently. The water pool stretched endlessly before him. To rashly approach and collect the priceless 10,000 spirits' blood would be tantamount to walking into a trap. He would instantly become the target of everyone's attacks, surrounded by forces from all sides, unable to move an inch. Why not seize the entire pond in one decisive move? A brilliant idea flashed through Zhāng Hao's mind. The pond spanned 100 meters in diameter. For ordinary people, transporting something of this size would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Yet for Zhāng Hào, it was not an impossible feat. To achieve this, however, he must first perfectly separate the pond from the ground before carefully stowing it within that mysterious dimensional space. Without hesitation, Zhāng Hào set to work. Keeping a watchful eye on the rapidly shifting battle in the distance, he cautiously placed his foot on the solid ground. Immediately, he silently unleashed his exquisite earth control art. An invisible force spread outward from beneath his feet like an intricate web, tearing deep, profound fissures into the ground from within outwards. It was as if the earth itself had been ruthlessly scarred. Such caution stemmed from the grave risk, the slightest loud movement could alert the two undead powerhouses observing nearby. Meanwhile, the battle between the pale-faced Rakshasa and the frog colossus raged fiercely, showing no signs of ceasing. Whoosh! The giant frog beast thrust its limbs violently against the water, propelling its 15-meter-long colossal body like an arrow from a bowstring. It leapt high from the pond and crashed heavily onto the shore. Immediately, it let out a deafening roar. The terrifying sound waves instantly coalesced into a surging tidal wave of noise, crashing in from all directions and violently pressing toward the white-faced Rakshasa. Sizzle! 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 The sound waves slammed viciously against the white-faced Rakshasa's bone armor, which glowed with a cold, eerie sheen. A sharp, grinding friction erupted instantly, accompanied by bursts of dazzling sparks shooting out in all directions, a truly terrifying spectacle. Seizing the moment, the giant frog beast raised one enormous foreleg high as massive as a small mountain and brought it crashing down with vicious force, aiming squarely at the white-faced Rakshasa. Crack! Even before the fan-like claw made contact, a terrifying force surged forth like a tidal wave, completely engulfing the white-faced Rakshasa. Under the crushing pressure of this immense force, the ground beneath the white-faced Rakshasa's feet buckled under the strain. Instantly, a dense network of cracks spread out like spiderwebs, radiating outward in all directions. Chapter 174, The Terror Approaches. Roar! A strange flush suddenly appeared on the white-faced Rakshasa's paper-white cheeks. Immediately, he unleashed a deafening arrow that shook the heavens and earth. Without flinching or fear, he swung a fist with all his might toward the massive claw descending upon him. Boom! His fist struck the claw's center with pinpoint accuracy. A colossal surge of force erupted from the point of impact, exploding outward in a frenzied shockwave. The lush, vibrant flora along the shore was instantly uprooted by the fury of this force, reduced to dust and vanishing into nothingness. Sizzle! 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 The giant frog's expression shifted slightly. It clearly felt an excruciating pain radiating from its front claw. It turned out that, unbeknownst to the beast, razor-sharp bone spurs had sprouted from the knuckles of the white-faced Rakshasa's fist. Like deadly daggers, they had pierced deep into the frog-like creature's claws, greedily draining its blood. You're asking for death. The frog colossus, enraged by humiliation, opened its gaping maw wide enough to swallow the heavens. A terrifying sonic wave brewed violently within its jaws. Yet before it could strike, the white-faced Rakshasa exerted all his strength, violently prying open the giant frog's claws and darting out like a ghostly apparition. Simultaneously, a bone spear radiating a bitter chill erupted from the center of his palm. Without hesitation, the white-faced Rakshasa thrust the spear deep into the frog colossus's abdomen. The spear was sharper than anything imaginable. Though the frog beast was covered in impenetrable purple armor, the bone spear pierced more than a third of its way through with astonishing ease. Even more bizarrely, the bone spear seemed to have taken on a life of its own, frantically sucking the giant frog's blood. Blood flowed steadily down the spear, continuously feeding into the white-faced Rakshasa's body. As the blood flowed in, a flush of color spread across the white-faced Rakshasa's face, accompanied by an unmistakable look of excitement. This white-faced Rakshasa is incredibly powerful. Zhāng Hào marveled inwardly. The giant frog monster possessed terrifying power, likely at the king level, yet in direct combat with the white-faced Rakshasa, it found itself repeatedly at a disadvantage, suffering greatly. Moreover, the white-faced Rakshasa seemed to possess an utterly bizarre ability absorbing others' blood through its own bones to enhance its combat prowess. Let's strike together and eliminate it. Seeing this, the other psychics naturally refused to stand idly by. One by one, they unleashed their signature abilities. A torrent of powerful attacks like a violent storm pounded the frog colossus. In an instant, frost and flames intertwined, enveloping the giant frog completely. Though these attacks couldn't yet inflict fatal damage, they succeeded in enraging the beast. The frog beast roared in fury, "Golden monkey, come help! These bastards dare to gang up on me!" The golden monkey chuckled upon hearing this, teasing, "It's been ages since I last saw you looking so flustered." With that, the golden monkey reached down and plucked a tuft of shimmering golden hair from his own body. He flicked it casually into the air. A miraculous scene unfolded. The dozens of hairs instantly twisted and transformed in midair, blinking into dozens of golden apes, each standing 5 or 6 meters tall. Is this the legendary 72 transformations? Zhāng Hào watched in disbelief, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. It seemed this golden ape possessed an extraordinary ability to create duplicates, using materials like its own fur as a medium to conjure lifelike clones. In an instant, every hair-turned ape let out a deafening roar, like the thunderous rage of ancient times. They clawed and snarled, charging toward the group with overwhelming force. A monkey radiating golden light, agile as a bolt of lightning, leapt across the 100-meter distance. Its thick, powerful arm swung high, a massive fist packing 1,000 pounds of force, smashing violently toward a burly man holding a shield. The burly man's eyes narrowed sharply, a flicker of tension crossing his face. He swiftly raised his heavy shield before him, attempting to block the ferocious blow. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed like a crack of lightning in everyone's ears. The sturdy shield instantly caved in, forming a deep dent as if struck by a heavy hammer. The man himself was sent flying backward like a kite whose string had snapped, completely out of control. The immense force not only numbed his arms but also mercilessly shattered his internal organs. Blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain, scattering a blinding spray of crimson droplets through the air. Watch out! These monkey clones possess lord-level power. Someone in the crowd shouted in terror upon witnessing the scene. Indeed, these monkey clones, born from his ability, were terrifyingly powerful despite not being physical beings. Each possessed lord-level combat strength, sending chills down spines. In an instant, a swarm of golden apes charged wildly through the crowd, leaving chaos in their wake. Everyone was suddenly embroiled in a desperate struggle, forced to fight these ferocious monkey clones with all their might, leaving them no time to aid the pale-faced Rakshasa. Zhāng Hào was no exception, locked in a deadly standoff with one such golden ape clone. This golden ape stood a full 2 zhāng tall, its entire body resembling molten iron cast into form. Muscles bulged like reservoirs of boundless power, every contour radiating a terrifying sense of strength. Its blood-red eyes flashed with savagery as it raised its enormous fist, unleashing a merciless strike toward Zhāng Hào without hesitation. Boom! As if the earth itself shook, Zhāng Hào sensed danger and swiftly sidestepped. The fist slammed heavily into the earth, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. The ground trembled violently as if struck by a powerful earthquake. A massive crater, 10 meters in diameter, gaped before them, while the surrounding earth cracked open. Fissures spread like spider webs in all directions. Oomph! Zhāng Hào gave a cold snort. Disguised as Dong Wonwu, he couldn't freely use his abilities, but he was no easy opponent for a mere monkey clone. He reacted swiftly, drawing the dagger he had taken from Dong Wonwu's corpse with a sharp swish. The blade felt icy to the touch. Zhāng Hào slowly channeled the light energy within him into it. Instantly, the frigid dagger erupted with a blinding, searing white light like a miniature sun suddenly rising. The intense brightness made the ape clone struggle to keep its eyes open, and it instinctively raised its arm to shield itself from the glare. In that critical instant, Zhāng Hào sprang up like an agile cheetah. The dagger in his hand, sharp as a viper's fang and gleaming with deadly coldness, pierced precisely into the monkey clone's left eye, sinking in completely up to the hilt. SSSSS. The instant the blade pierced the monkey clone's brain, countless fine, searing white beams shot out in all directions like sharp steel needles, mercilessly piercing the monkey clone's brain until it was riddled with holes. Huff! With a muffled exhalation, the monkey clone suffered a fatal blow. Its life force vanished instantly, transforming into a single golden hair that drifted slowly to the ground. Chapter 175, Fear of Discovery. Zhāng Hào was acutely aware of his unique status and acted with extreme caution. Each time he deployed his abilities, he did so with meticulous care and utmost concealment, terrified that others might uncover his true identity as an impostor posing as Dong Wonwu. In truth, however, he was worrying needlessly. Everyone was completely absorbed in the fierce battle, leaving no one with the spare attention to monitor his situation. Seeing this, Zhāng Hào felt a surge of secret delight. Without a trace of emotion, he activated his earth control ability. Deep within the ground, tiny fissures silently tore open. These cracks spread and widened like greedy mouths. He was preparing to separate the entire Wanling Bloodwater pond from the earth and store it within his dimensional space. Once successful, he could instantly activate his spatial teleportation and gracefully depart this troubled place. Quietly, no shooting. Zhāng Hào chuckled inwardly, like a thief executing a secret plan, unnoticed as he covertly severed the 10,000 spirits' blood pool from the earth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yama was locked in a fierce battle. 3 ape clones completely surrounded him, each radiating a powerful lord-level aura whose oppressive presence felt tangible. Facing the assault of 3 such formidable monkey clones, Yama's face showed not a trace of panic, maintaining his usual unruffled composure. Boom! 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 Suddenly, Yama moved. His actions were faster than anyone could have imagined, like a black phantom darting between the 3 monkey clones. He unleashed 3 consecutive palm strikes, each packed with overwhelming force, as if capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Each palm strike whistled through the air, striking one ape clone heavily, sending them flying backward as if severely wounded. Mid-air, the monkey clone shattered like fragile glass with a loud boom, disintegrating back into strands of golden hair that scattered in the wind. This guy's pretty powerful too. The golden ape that had been sitting quietly on the tree watching the battle couldn't help but let a fierce fighting spirit flicker across its face. Witnessing Yama's formidable power, it couldn't suppress its predatory instincts. Seeing a worthy opponent to fight with all its might, its eyes flashed with excitement. Whoosh! The towering golden ape stomped its powerful hind legs on the branches. Its entire 2 zhang tall body soared skyward like a great phoenix spreading its wings. Hovering mid-air, its pale golden fist descended like a meteor streaking across the sky, carrying the force of 10,000 June, crashing down ferociously toward Yama. Terrifying pressure spread like an invisible net, enveloping the surroundings. Yama, clad in black robes and reborn through Wang Lianshan's body, bore a youthful countenance yet exuded the seasoned mastery of one tempered by the passage of time. Facing the golden ape's ferocious, terrifying punch, Yama's expression remained as calm as still water, as if everything was under his control. He slowly raised a palm, seemingly effortless yet carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, meeting the blow steadily. In that instant, fist and palm collided with a thunderous crash. A flicker of astonishment crossed the golden monkey's face. Though Wang Lianshan's palm strike appeared light and devoid of force, the hidden power within it was astonishingly formidable. Boom! 2 terrifying forces collided violently, shaking the earth and mountains. The earth trembled violently, as if struck by a powerful earthquake. Cracks as fine as spiderwebs spread at an astonishing speed, densely covering the entire land. In the distance, towering trees over 100 meters tall bent under the impact of an invisible, colossal force, as if crushed by countless giant hands, their trunks nearly snapping in two. At that very moment, a sharp gleam flashed in Yama's eyes as he launched his counterattack without hesitation. He surged upward like a black bolt of lightning, his other palm striking out with blinding speed. This strike was utterly different from the seemingly slow and light one before. Now, it was as swift as a meteor, piercing through clouds and tearing through mist. Boom! The strike landed with pinpoint accuracy on the golden monkey's chest, sending a thunderous, muffled roar reverberating through the air. Under the immense impact, the golden ape's body flew backward like a high-velocity cannonball, hurtling hundreds of meters through the air. Along its path, towering 100-meter-high trees were pierced through one after another, as if struck by powerful cannonballs. The golden ape finally came to a halt only after piercing through 5 or 6 trees as thick as houses. Beside it, the white-haired woman who had remained motionless until now couldn't help but let a strange expression flicker across her eyes. Impressive! Zhāng Hào couldn't help but exclaim in awe. He silently marveled that while his father-in-law might not be the most admirable person, his combat prowess was undeniable. With just one palm strike, he had sent the golden monkey flying backward like a punching bag. He's quite skilled. Hundreds of meters away, the golden ape struggled to its feet, a streak of vivid blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. Yet it seemed utterly unfazed, its eyes instead flashing with a blood-red light, radiating an indescribable excitement. Oomph! Had I been at my peak strength, that single palm strike would have ended him. Yanma observed this and let out a cold snort within his heart. At his peak, he could easily rank among the world's top 100 fighters, having slain countless beast lords. Had he been at his peak, he would have been utterly confident that his strike would have either killed or crippled the golden ape, never allowing it to escape with merely a trivial, insignificant wound. Roar! The golden ape unleashed a frenzied roar. Its pale gold form seemed to possess the power to tear through space, instantly covering hundreds of meters. With overwhelming force, it slammed a fist toward Yanma. The terrifying force warped the surrounding space, and the gale force wind lashed out like a blade. Yet Yanma's expression remained resolute, showing not a trace of fear. Without hesitation, he clashed with the golden ape once more. The golden ape's power was truly formidable. Without a doubt, it possessed the strength of a king-level being, each punch and kick carrying the might to shatter mountains and split rocks. Yet Yama's prowess was even more unfathomable. He unleashed profound martial arts techniques, engaging in fierce close-quarters combat with the golden ape. His palm techniques flowed like clouds in water, at times lightning fast, leaving one dazzled. At other times as gentle as a breeze, yet concealing hidden dangers. In the interplay of motion and stillness, time itself seemed to warp, leaving observers utterly bewildered. As one of the 10 kings of the undying heavenly palace, Yama's prowess ranked among the world's elite, a truly peerless powerhouse. Even now, though not at his peak, he remained utterly terrifying. Thud! 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 The golden ape was struck repeatedly. Yama's exquisitely precise palm techniques left it completely overwhelmed. What truly sent shivers down the golden monkey's spine was the subtle, sinister force concealed within each of Yama's strikes. With every hit, this force steadily seeped into its body. Initially, 1 or 2 strikes caused little harm. But as the blows multiplied, the insidious force grew stronger within its body, gradually pushing it toward the brink of collapse. Roar! The golden monkey's fury reached its peak. With a sudden jerk, it tore a tuft of fur from its body and flung it with all its might. In an instant, the tuft of fur miraculously transformed into dozens, even hundreds, of monkey clones. They surged like a tidal wave, swarming around Yama to attack. Boom! 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 Yet Yama showed no fear. His palms flashed like lightning as his form darted through the swarm of monkey clones with ghostly agility. Each monkey clone possessed lord-level strength, yet under Yama's palms, they were as fragile as ants. Amidst a series of thunderous crashes, the monkey clones vanished at an astonishing speed, leaving the golden-haired ape scratching its head in fury. Chapter 176, The Great Battle Erupts. Meanwhile, the battle between the white-faced Rakshasa and the frog colossus raged fiercely. The frog colossus roared like thunder, unleashing wave after wave of sonic shockwaves that surged back and forth like raging tidal waves. Its ferocious momentum seemed poised to instantly crush the white-faced Rakshasa into dust. Yet the white-faced Rakshasa's bone armor proved far more formidable than anyone could have imagined. Sharp sonic blades struck the armor like lightning bolts, only to rebound as if colliding with an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron. Not even the slightest scratch remained, as if this bone armor had been forged from ancient divine materials, capable of withstanding any attack in the world. Boom! The giant frog beast raged like a war god gone mad, radiating a chilling aura. Its purple carapace shimmered with an aura that flowed like living water, as if containing mystical power. Its massive claws rose high before slamming down upon the earth like a sudden storm. Each impact tore the ground apart as though it were fragile paper, sending vast cracks sprawling wildly in all directions. Yet the pale-faced Rakshasa moved with agile grace, like a ghost in the night. Avoiding direct, fierce collisions with the frog colossus, it relied on superb footwork to constantly dodge and weave, circling the beast in a dance of evasion. Each evasion was precise, as if it had already foreseen the frog colossus's attack trajectories. Thwack! A ruthless gleam flashed in the white-faced Rakshasa's eyes. With a fierce flick of his palm, a razor-sharp white bone spear instantly ripped through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. Like a bolt of white lightning, it struck the giant frog beast squarely in the spine. The frog colossus's incredibly hard purple carapace proved as fragile as tofu under the sudden assault, the bone spear piercing clean through. The bone spear seemed to possess a life of its own, greedily draining the giant frog's blood. For a short while, the beast might still fight on through sheer strength, but as time passed and blood flowed relentlessly, it would inevitably weaken, its combat power steadily diminishing. The area had now transformed into a fierce battlefield, a breathtakingly chaotic melee. The white-faced Rakshasa and Yama, two formidable king-level powerhouses renowned within the anti-human faction, were locked in a life-or-death struggle against two equally powerful undead beings. Their figures flickered as the collision of their power erupted in blinding light that illuminated the entire area. Astonishingly, far from being overwhelmed in this fierce clash, they gradually gained the upper hand through their masterful combat skills and formidable strength, radiating an unparalleled aura of power. The other psychic warriors were equally busy, pouring their full strength into eliminating the monkey clones spawned by the golden ape. The once idyllic paradise was now utterly ravaged by the fierce clashes. The earth was torn open, riddled with countless holes, crisscrossed by massive gullies. Once vibrant flowers and grasses snapped under the powerful energy blasts, scattering across the ground in utter chaos. In one corner of the battlefield, Zhāng Hào was in a state of extreme tension. He deftly parried the relentless waves of attacks from the monkey clones, each evasion a hair's breadth from disaster, as if teetering on the edge of life and death. While simultaneously covertly channeling his unique abilities, attempting to separate the pool of 10,000 spirits' blood. His eyes betrayed unwavering resolve and determination, as if no obstacle could shake his resolve. It worked! Finally, an uncontrollable flash of joy lit Zhāng Hào's eyes as he successfully separated the 100-meter square pool of 10,000 spirits from the ground. The earth around the pool gradually loosened, as if drawn by an invisible force. Taking a deep breath, Zhāng Hào's gaze instantly hardened. Clenching his fists, he roared from the depths of his throat, "Rise!" Boom! Genetic energy erupted from Zhāng Hào's body like a volcanic explosion, as he pushed his mastery over the earth to its absolute limit. In an instant, the ground began to violently tremble, centered on the pool of 10,000 spirits, as if the entire world shook at that moment. Under this immense force, the entire 10,000 spirits' blood pool slowly detached from the ground. Like a mysterious artifact suspended in midair, it rose steadily into the sky. What the hell? The sudden, immense commotion instantly silenced the chaotic battlefield. Everyone froze as if under a spell, turning their stunned gazes toward the scene. There, the pool of 10,000 spirits was being forcibly uprooted from the ground. The scene was utterly breathtaking, like a mythical tableau unfolding in reality. That guy. Dong Wonwoo? Does he possess such power? The pale-faced Rakshasa, witnessing this, instantly ceased his struggle with the giant frog beast and leapt backward with a mighty bound. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the man radiating astonishing fluctuations. After careful recognition, he realized this person was none other than Dong Wonwoo, the usually low-key member of his own team. It was well known that Dong Wonwoo was merely a 5th-tier master-level psychic, and only recently had he entered the 5th tier. Within the ranks of the world-destroying society, his strength was considered among the weakest. Yet now, he was unleashing such overwhelming power fluctuations, a strength exceedingly rare even among 5th-tier grandmasters. This is bad, that kid. The golden ape and the giant frog's expressions instantly darkened, a sense of foreboding washing over them. Meanwhile, the white-haired woman on the shore instantly shed her leisurely expression. She abruptly straightened her body, rising from the ground like an agile cheetah. Yet it was already too late. Their attempts to intervene came a moment too soon. Ha! The pool of 10,000 spirits is mine. Zhāng Hào burst into maniacal laughter, his hands rapidly forming seals as his psychic space manifested instantly. A massive fissure suddenly ripped open in the void, resembling a passageway to another mysterious world. A powerful suction surged from the fissure like a cosmic black hole, pulling the entire pool of 10,000 spirits into the alternate dimension. Then, the spatial fissure slowly closed, as if it had never existed. The golden monkey, Yama, the giant frog beast, and the white-faced Rakshasa all stared in stunned disbelief. The pool of 10,000 spirits had been completely absorbed? Zhāng Hào, having expended vast amounts of energy to fully activate his spatial and earth manipulation abilities, could no longer sustain his super mimic form. He gradually reverted to his true appearance. You are not Dong Wonwu. The white-faced Rakshasa's previously composed expression darkened instantly, as if winter had descended. The moment his gaze fell upon the young man before him, a sudden shock rippled through his heart. He silently pondered, how had a stranger infiltrated his own ranks unnoticed? Truthfully, the pale-faced Rakshasa couldn't be blamed for such negligence. After all, who could have anticipated someone so audacious would infiltrate their ranks? Moreover, the pale-faced Rakshasa knew very little about Dongwonwu to begin with, and it never crossed his mind that Dongwonwu might have been replaced. You're Zhāng Hào? The moment Yanma saw Zhāng Hào, his eyes instantly bloodshot, as if burning with two fiery balls of rage. He spat out these words through gritted teeth. Chapter 177, Yama's Defeat. Yanma's hatred for Zhāng Hào ran deep to the bone. The original matchmaking event had never been about marrying off his daughter. He merely intended to use it to see if there were any vessels in the Yama realm more suitable than Luo Ghost or Mad Heart. And what was the result? Zhāng Hào emerged like a bombshell, crushing Luo Gu and Kuang Xan, the two prodigies of the Nightmare Palace, with overwhelming force. Yet in the end, Zhāng Hào disguised himself as the Undying King, successfully escaping the Nightmare realm and snatched away his precious daughter in the process. So much time had passed. What exactly had transpired between them? Whenever this thought surfaced, the rage within Yama's heart blazed like a raging inferno. He had long planned to settle the score with Zhāng Hào personally once his current affairs were concluded. But who could have imagined that this sworn enemy would now appear before him of his own accord and suddenly seize the pool of 10,000 spirits? Is this the Zhāng Hào known as the Giant of the Holy Legion? Upon hearing Yama's cry, everyone was utterly stunned. Now that Zhāng Hào had been placed on the anti-human organization's most wanted list, they instantly recognized him. Father-in-law, long time no see. Zhāng Hào saw the hatred in Yan Mo's eyes and shrugged helplessly. After all, he was Yan Shuyue's fiancé, technically Yan Ma's son-in-law. Yet this father-in-law glared at him with such seething hatred it left Zhāng Hào utterly speechless. You have some nerve, pretending to be one of the world's end society. Hand over the 10,000 spirits' blood immediately. Luo Cha's voice seemed to emanate from an ice cellar, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. They'd fought tooth and nail here, only for Zhāng Hào to effortlessly reap the rewards. How could that not incense him to the extreme? No more playing with you lot. A faint, composed smile touched the corner of Zhāng Hao's lips as he prepared to teleport away from this trouble spot. With the spatial abilities he now possessed, a single teleport could carry him several miles away. Yet, as he channeled his full power for the teleportation, his entire body froze in shock. He discovered with horror that his teleportation ability had failed. What the hell is going on? Zhāng Hào stared in utter disbelief, muttering to himself. You possess a special spatial ability? A white-haired woman's lips slowly curved into a smile, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light. That is indeed an extremely rare ability. Unfortunately, this is the ancestral land of the 10,000 Spirits clan. Long ago, to defend against void creatures invading from other dimensions, our 10,000 Spirits clan established an immensely powerful barrier across the entire ancestral land. Within this ancestral domain, any teleportation-type abilities are completely suppressed and cannot be activated. Her tone was gentle yet carried an undeniable authority as she explained slowly. Zhāng Hao's lips twitched involuntarily at her words. He stubbornly attempted to activate his teleportation ability again and again, only to feel an invisible yet overwhelmingly powerful force like an impenetrable net tightly enveloping the entire area, rendering his teleportation ability completely useless. The white-haired woman tilted her head slightly, a nostalgic expression flickering across her face. Spatial abilities, they truly are exceptionally rare. Back then, our clan's hero, Olin, had always longed to find a successor with spatial abilities. Unfortunately, he passed away before his wish could be fulfilled. Spatial abilities? That brat actually possesses spatial abilities? Yanmo was both shocked and furious, his anger stemming from his earlier plan falling apart. Had he succeeded in possessing Zhāng Hao's body through the corpse demon transformation technique, all this opportunity and power would have been his. You brat, return the pool of 10,000 spirits now. The golden monkey's eyes flashed with threads of bloodlight, as if capable of piercing through hearts. Its voice was low and raspy, as if echoing from the depths of the nine hells, reverberating directly into the souls of all present, sending chills down their spines. Beside it, the giant frog beast wore a look of ill intent, its massive form trembling slightly as if poised to strike at any moment. The white-haired woman stood silently, seemingly unruffled. Yet, having not intervened once, she exuded an unfathomable aura that inspired the deepest apprehension. Meanwhile, the members of the world-destroying sect and the undying heavenly palace all turned their cold stares toward Zhāng Hào. Their murderous intent toward this Saint Legion member was palpable, as if they could practically tear him limb from limb right then and there. With his spatial teleportation disabled and a hostile crowd closing in, Zhāng Hào cleared his throat softly, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. Father-in-law, perhaps we should put our internal conflicts aside for now? The urgent task at hand is to deal with these three monsters. Once we're done, I'll share some of the 10,000 spirits' blood with you all. Consider this: if you kill me, you might never find the coordinates to that dimensional space. Then all the 10,000 spirits' blood would remain forever buried in that other realm, lost to you forever. In this ever-shifting, mysterious space, Zhāng Hào made a move that left everyone speechless. He absorbed the entire pool of 10,000 spirits into his possession in one fell swoop. This act instantly made him the target of everyone's wrath. After all, even without counting the 5th-rank grandmasters from the anti-human organizations, the sheer presence of Yama, the white-faced Rakshasa, and these three undead alone was enough to trap Zhāng Hào in a desperate situation. Even if he possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, he would likely be powerless against such formidable opposition. At this life-or-death juncture, seeking reinforcements was undoubtedly the most urgent task. Zhāng Hào knew full well that expecting Yama and white-faced Rakshasa to lend their full strength was nothing short of a pipe dream. But at the very least, he needed them to hold their fire for now to refrain from stabbing him in the back. Sure enough, when Zhāng Hào voiced this request, a flicker of hesitation appeared on both Yama and the white-faced Rakshasa's faces. It turned out Zhāng Hào had already securely stored the pool of 10,000 souls within his mysterious dimensional space. Neither of them possessed expertise in spatial abilities. They understood that if anything happened to Zhāng Hào, the pool of 10,000 spirits would likely be lost within the vastness of the alternate dimension, never to be found again. As for following Zhāng Hao's commands and aiding him wholeheartedly, that was utterly out of the question. They exchanged a glance, their eyes conveying their shared thoughts to hold their ground for now, observe the situation, and see which direction events would unfold. However, not everyone was as hesitant as Yenma and the white-faced Rakshasa. The colossal frog-like beast, for instance, had no such reservations. Hot breath poured from its wide nostrils like tangible steam, while its enormous eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty gleam. Suddenly, it snapped its gaping maw open. A massive sonic blade shot forth like a razor-sharp bolt of lightning, carrying the force of a tidal wave as it slashed fiercely toward Zhāng Hào. Chapter 178, The Strange Force Field. Zhāng Hao's heart sank abruptly. Within this peculiar force field-enveloped zone, all teleportation abilities were rendered useless. His life-saving spatial teleportation technique was now useless. He had to be extremely cautious. The slightest misstep could cost him his life. In that critical moment, Zhāng Hào hesitated not a second. He immediately activated his earth control technique. In an instant, the ground seemed to awaken under a mysterious force. Thick walls rose from the earth like giants stirring from slumber, forming impenetrable shields that steadfastly blocked the attack before him. Boom! The colossal sound blade, wielded like a celestial god's scimitar with world-shattering might, slammed violently into the stone walls. In an instant, dust and debris swirled as all 10 stone walls shattered under the terrifying impact, only ceasing when the blade's force was completely dissipated. "I'll tear you apart." The giant frog beast roared with a deafening bellow. Its body was covered in wounds. The fierce battle with the white-faced Rakshasa had left it badly injured, and its combat strength was far from its peak. Yet even so, it showed no fear toward Zhāng Hào, whom it regarded as a mere junior. With a violent stomp of its limbs, the hard ground instantly caved in. The entire beast charged toward Zhāng Hào like a cannonball leaving the barrel, its momentum fierce and relentless. Judging from its performance against the white-faced Rakshasa, this frog colossus undoubtedly possessed king-level strength, though likely only at the initial stage of that tier. Zhāng Hào silently compared its strength to the ink-scaled octopus he had slain in the Nethernight Forest earlier. Clearly, it was far inferior. Let's see who tears whom apart. Zhāng Hào roared lowly, instantly activating both his gigantification and golden invincibility abilities. His body swelled visibly at a rapid pace, reaching a towering 8 meters in height within the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, a golden radiance shone across his entire body, as if enveloped in a layer of dazzling golden armor. He resembled a golden war god descended upon the mortal realm, emanating an aura that sent chills down spines. In truth, the giant form ability wasn't about being bigger, being better. Zhāng Hào understood this well. If he stretched his body to the extreme of over 20 meters tall, not only would his movements become sluggish, but just to attack this giant frog beast, he'd have to laboriously crouch down, losing all combat flexibility. Roar! The instant Zhāng Hào completed his transformation, the frog colossus teleported forward like a raging demon, materializing before him in a flash. It mercilessly smashed the rock walls in front of Zhāng Hào to pieces. Yet awaiting it was Zhāng Hao's storm of counterattacks. Boom! In his giant form, Zhāng Hao's aura was suffocatingly powerful. His golden fist streaked across the sky like a meteor, carrying unparalleled force as it roared toward the frog colossus. Obstructed by the rock walls, the giant frog beast failed to notice Zhāng Hao's transformation. Caught off guard by the sudden blow, it momentarily failed to react. Zhāng Hao's fist slammed heavily into the giant frog beast's skull. Boom! Empowered by his gigantification, earth control, and golden invincibility, Zhāng Hào unleashed a punch beyond his limits, erupting with a thunderous roar. The frog colossus seemed struck by lightning, hurtling backward uncontrollably. Its path shattered countless rocks, unleashing a series of thunderous booms. Across the vast, boundless land, a colossal form 15 meters long plummeted like an out-of-control meteorite, tumbling as it crashed down with a thunderous impact. The earth trembled violently as if struck by a powerful earthquake. Ripples of shock radiated out from the impact point, circling over and over. Only after more than a dozen waves did the tremors finally subside. The colossal frog-like beast struggled to its feet, its vision blurred and the world spinning violently. A deafening buzzing filled its head, as if swarms of insects were colliding within its skull. This kid. The pale-faced demon was secretly startled. He had long heard of Zhāng Hao's name, initially dismissing him as just another up-and-comer, young and impetuous, not worth taking seriously. Yet witnessing Zhāng Hao's formidable power firsthand today had profoundly shaken him. Recalling his own youth at Zhāng Hao's age, he realized he couldn't hold a candle to the young man before him, neither in power nor in presence. It should have been mine. Yama's heart grew increasingly bitter. A wave of resentment surged within him, his face darkening so much it seemed it could drip with water. Beside him, the white-haired woman's eyes flashed with an unusual light, as if she had discovered a rare treasure. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Is this a royal-class bloodline?" And the power of this bloodline, it bears such a striking resemblance to the legendary bloodline power of the giant imperial clan. It must be remembered that during the peak of the 10,000 Spirits clan's prosperity, prodigies of royal-grade bloodline emerged in droves. The 10,000 Spirits blood possessed the miraculous ability to temper the body, granting the 10,000 Spirits clan a far higher probability of producing royal-grade bloodlines compared to other races. My golden overlord physique has grown considerably stronger. Zhāng Hào thought to himself, unconsciously clenching his fist. Over these past days, he had worked tirelessly, refining the bloodline power of 2 or 3 dozen lord-level monsters, including even the bloodline of a beast king-level creature. Nourished by these potent bloodlines, his golden overlord physique had received immense enhancement. Compared to its initial state, it was now incomparable, growing immensely stronger. Roar! The giant frog beast was utterly enraged. Its eyes, like copper bells, blazed with furious rage as it unleashed its sonic abilities to their absolute limit. In an instant, terrifying sonic waves surged toward Zhāng Hào like a tidal wave, sweeping in from all directions with overwhelming force. Each sonic blade was razor-sharp, slicing through the air with a hissing sound wherever it passed. It formed an invisible net of death, leaving no room to evade. Zhāng Hào knew full well the lethality of these sonic blades. Any single one could effortlessly slice through the hardest metal. He didn't believe his golden overlord physique could withstand such a king-tier ability attack head-on. Thus, he swiftly activated his cultivation technique, employing a spatial force redirecting method to counter. As the sonic blades struck Zhāng Hào's body, he skillfully diverted the majority of their destructive force into a mysterious alternate dimension. Though the remaining force was still formidable, it remained within his tolerable limits. Clang! 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 The significantly weakened sound blade struck Zhāng Hào's body. Upon encountering the overwhelming defense of his dominance body state, it shattered instantly like glass. The shattering sound blades released a surge of force that sliced the earth like razor-sharp blades, carving deep gashes into the ground. Yet Zhāng Hào himself remained unscathed, standing unshaken like a war god. How is this possible? The giant frog monster's eyes widened, filled with utter disbelief. Earlier, when facing the white-faced Rakshasa, the beast had only barely withstood its sound blades thanks to its bone armor. Yet Zhāng Hào had absorbed the full force with his bare flesh. An undead? Let's see if you truly cannot die. Zhāng Hào's eyes flashed with a cold light, like 2 burning icy flames. He swiftly drew his crescent blade. Empowered by his gigantification ability, the blade instantly grew massive, its edge flashing with a piercing, icy glint, as if capable of cleaving through anything in existence. Not only that, the venom on his wrist seemed summoned by some force, instantly morphing into a battlesuit. It writhed as if alive, tightly enveloping Zhāng Hào. He recalled how, back in the Nether Night Forest, the venom had devoured numerous primordial viruses. Since then, it had grown significantly stronger than its original state. Now transformed into battle armor, it intertwined with the golden radiance emanating from Zhāng Hào's body, subtly revealing a mysterious, noble black gold hue as if it were ancient, mystical armor. Chapter 179, Blood Boiling. What immense power! A look of astonishment flashed in Zhāng Hào's eyes. He rarely used the venom suit in daily life after all, its overwhelming power risked exposing his trump card. Yet today, surrounded by formidable foes with danger looming like a dark cloud, he had no choice but to unleash it. The primordial virus? The white-haired woman furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across her face as a fiery gleam ignited in her eyes. The undead were a race born from viruses. If she could possess this venom, her evolution would accelerate dramatically, granting her unprecedented power. Kill. The Venom battlesuit unleashed the immense latent potential within Zhāng Hào. His blood seemed to ignite, boiling within his veins. A powerful force surged through his body, making him eager to unleash it. Zhāng Hào let out a deep roar, the sound reverberating like a great bell throughout the surroundings. In a flash, his figure streaked like a black lightning bolt, covering dozens to nearly 100 meters in a single stride. His crescent blade whirled as he unleashed the full fury of the destruction blade technique. His entire being seemed to transform into a black hole, carrying unparalleled suction and impact as he crushed down upon the giant frog beast. A flicker of gravity passed through the frog colossus's blood-red eyes, its earlier contempt for Zhāng Hào completely vanishing. With a powerful thrust from its hind legs, it reared up on its hind legs. A massive claw glowed with an eerie green light as it lashed out at the blade, filling the air with a piercing, shrill whistle. Boom! The moment the blade and claw collided, terrifying force erupted like endless thunderclaps, exploding through the air. Dust swirled, winds howled, and trees were uprooted by the violent blast, hurled skyward as if the apocalypse had arrived. Before Zhāng Hao's now peerless prowess, that crescent blade had long been an inadequate match for his formidable abilities. For ordinary psychic warriors, this crescent blade was undoubtedly a rare treasure, gleaming with a covetable brilliance. Yet when facing terrifying monsters of lord level or higher, it proved somewhat inadequate, like a brilliant yet faint star struggling to rival the most dazzling supernovas in the vast cosmos. Yet with Zhāng Hao's current power, even an unremarkable embroidery knife, fully charged by his vast, abyssal gene energy, could unleash earth-shattering destructive force in an instant like a super bomb poised to detonate at any moment. Zhāng Hào unleashed his devastating blade technique, renowned for its lethality. A flash of cold steel streaked through the air like a meteor across the night sky, striking with precision and ferocity toward the claw of the colossal frog beast. This single strike seemed to channel the ultimate power of heaven and earth, forcibly cleaving through the frog-like beast's thick, muscular claw. In an instant, dark crimson blood erupted like a volcanic explosion, forming eerie streaks in midair that carried a nauseating stench. The frog colossus, struck by such excruciating pain, let out an earth-shattering roar, as if it could shatter the entire world. Immediately after, a barrage of sonic waves, like a hail of artillery shells, crashed toward Zhāng Hao's body with overwhelming force. Yet Zhāng Hào stood as steady as a towering mountain, calm and composed. He deftly redirected the force of these sonic waves into the mysterious alternate dimension. The remaining fraction of damage was as futile as an ant shaking a tree. It couldn't even tear through his venom armor, let alone scratch him. The waves merely bounced off his armor, dissipating harmlessly. This kid's strength is actually this formidable? A tidal wave of shock surged through Yama and white-faced Rakshas's hearts, leaving them utterly stunned. Having navigated the world of psychics for years, they had witnessed countless prodigies, yet never encountered an evolutionist as monstrously gifted as Zhāng Hào. He seemed to being sent by the heavens to shatter the world's conventions. Blade light flashed like lightning, icy winds biting like blades. Zhāng Hào immediately unleashed the blood-chilling blade technique, skillfully merging it with his ice-manipulating ability. In an instant, the world seemed plunged into an apocalyptic winter, a terrifying blizzard erupting around them. Amidst this blizzard, deadly blade glints darted like hidden assassins in the darkness, striking relentlessly at the frog-like beast's purple carapace. The purple carapace was incredibly hard, like an impregnable steel fortress. Even the power of the blood-chilling blade technique could only barely carve a tiny crack in it. Yet the icy chill that accompanied each strike seeped through these tiny cracks like a swarm of cunning snakes, penetrating the giant frog's body and sending a shiver through its massive frame. Who could have imagined that this already formidable giant frog would be completely overwhelmed by Zhāng Hào, utterly unable to fight back? Even though it had sustained injuries during its fierce battle with the white-faced Rakshasa and wasn't at peak strength, Zhāng Hāo's performance was still astonishing, as if he were a god presiding over this fight. Roar! At that moment, a ferocious roar shook the heavens and earth, like rolling thunder. It was the golden ape, unable to contain itself any longer, refusing to stand idly by. Its massive form, over 2 zhang tall, shot forward like a golden bolt of lightning, instantly breaking the sound barrier as it charged toward Zhāng Hào. Its massive fist unleashed a deafening series of sonic booms as it slammed down with overwhelming force. Wherever the fist's wind passed, the air seemed to ignite, radiating scorching heat. The terrifying power compelled Zhāng Hào to take it dead seriously. Zhāng Hào reacted instantly, gripping his blade tightly with his left hand while channeling the power of the earth into his right. In an instant, his right arm hardened like solid rock, shimmering with an earthen glow. Without hesitation, he met the blow head-on with a savage punch, as if determined to shatter every obstacle before him with that single strike. Boom! 2 terrifying forces collided instantly, like 2 planets crashing together, erupting in an earth-shattering roar. Zhāng Hào was sent reeling backward by the immense force, his feet skidding uncontrollably across the ground for dozens of meters. His soles plowed 2 deep gullies into the earth, like gaping wounds torn open in the land, a sight that was truly horrifying. Clearly, in terms of raw strength, he still lagged far behind this golden ape, a master of brute power. "I'll wrench your head off." The golden ape licked its lips, its eyes gleaming with boundless ferocity and greed. It opened a massive paw covered in golden fur, reaching out to grab Zhāng Hào. A powerful suction surged between the 5 fingers, like a black hole, seemingly pulling Zhāng Hào toward it. It reached straight for his neck, intent on ending his life. This guy's bloodline rank is incredibly high. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhāng Hao's eyes, a mix of caution toward a formidable opponent and a burning fighting spirit. Then, a murderous intent blazed within him like raging flames, threatening to incinerate every enemy before him. Light combat art. Without hesitation, Zhāng Hào unleashed this ancient martial art, forged by the primordial giants of antiquity. This martial art was profoundly mysterious and formidable, requiring light attribute abilities to master. It was a terrifying combat technique, seemingly imbued with the supreme power of ancient times. Chapter 180, A Flicker of Panic. SSSH. The golden ape moved with blinding speed, its claws snapping at Zhāng Hao's throat only to grasp at thin air. In an instant, Zhāng Hao's entire figure dissolved into a shimmering light, vanishing from the spot like a fleeting illusion. What? The golden ape froze in shock. A flicker of panic crossed its eyes, which had been brimming with confidence moments before. Suddenly, it found itself enveloped in a blinding white light. The next moment, its hair stood on end as an overwhelming sense of danger surged through its body. Suddenly, the air was filled with a dense swarm of fists. Like countless comets streaking across the sky, they rained down from all directions like a torrential storm, crashing toward the golden ape. These fists moved with blinding speed, leaving trails of afterimages as they seemed poised to engulf the golden ape. Gritting its teeth, the golden ape demonstrated the formidable strength befitting a king-level powerhouse truly beyond comparison with ordinary beings. Its pair of long arms, like 2 steel pillars, struck out continuously, deflecting Zhāng Hao's overwhelming barrage of fists at incredible speed. Thud! 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 A series of thunderous explosions echoed as Zhāng Hao's fists rained down like a dense storm upon the golden ape's arms. In a mere second, Zhāng Hào unleashed dozens of punches with astonishing speed. Each punch carried terrifying force, causing the golden ape's arms to tremble slightly. It couldn't help but groan in pain. That brat! Why does he get all the advantages? Yanma gritted his teeth, his heart filled with envy and helplessness. His daughter had been stolen away by Zhāng Hào, and the light combat art he'd painstakingly obtained from the ancient ruins, the very art he'd poured his life's work into mastering, had instead been learned by that brat Zhāng Hào. How could this not fill him with rage and frustration? Whoosh! 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 Zhāng Hào unleashed the light combat art with all his might, transforming his entire body into a blinding light. His punches reached an unbelievably exaggerated speed. In mere seconds, he unleashed hundreds of punches like a machine gun, each carrying terrifying destructive force that seemed poised to warp the surrounding space itself. Amidst this turbulent battlefield, the golden ape found itself at a defensive disadvantage. As if bound by an invisible force, it struggled to withstand the torrential barrage of fists despite its desperate defense. Its back and chest took successive heavy blows. Each punch landed with a force like 1,000 pounds, overwhelming its bones until they cracked with fine, intricate fissures like flaws appearing on porcelain, ready to shatter completely at any moment. The surrounding space itself seemed to warp and distort under the ferocity of the assault, rippling with eerie undulations. The golden ape stood helplessly rooted to the spot, like fish meat on a chopping block, utterly stripped of any ability to evade. Karina, help her! Have you watched enough? The giant frog beside it was frantic with worry. Its massive body lunged left and right, yet it couldn't find a suitable opening to strike. It could only turn its head and cry out anxiously to the white-haired woman. Sigh. Karina sighed softly, her eyes flickering with resignation and sorrow as she spoke slowly, I don't want to kill. Deep within her memories, she had once been a member of the Multiverse clan, a being who cherished peace and pursued the beautiful vision of all creatures living in harmony. Yet fate proved cruel. She ultimately lost her life in that brutal war against the void creatures. Crackle, crackle, crackle. But Karina could no longer stand idly by. If she continued to let the golden ape endure Zhāng Hao's storm of frenzied punches, it would surely meet its end in moments. In an instant, a flash of crimson light erupted from the eyes of the white-haired woman, Karina, as if 2 burning blood-red flames danced within them. Immediately, surging genetic energy erupted like a raging tsunami. With a sharp command, she shouted, Counterforce barrier. Zhāng Hào, immersed in his frenzied assault, froze. His keen senses registered a sudden, crystalline barrier like a protective membrane firmly enveloping the golden monkey. When his fist struck the barrier again, terrifying force rebounded like a boomerang. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào was instantly sent flying backward like a cannonball by the force rebounding from the barrier, tracing a clumsy arc through the air. A flicker of shock flashed through his mind. He stared at the white-haired woman in disbelief, murmuring to himself, was that her doing? Her ability is actually a barrier? Yanma, who had seen it all, instantly recognized the ability possessed by the white-haired woman, Karina barrier ability. Such abilities were notoriously troublesome, and Karina's barrier power had reached an advanced level, making it something to be reckoned with. You shouldn't have come here. You're courting death. Karina's expression was icy as she spoke softly. No sooner had the words left her lips than she activated her barrier ability once more. Her hands swiftly formed seals as she chanted, "Explosive barrier. Everyone, be careful." The white-faced Rakshasa keenly sensed the approaching danger and shouted urgently. Centered on Karina, an invisible barrier spread out like rippling water, expanding at astonishing speed in all directions. Boom! Wherever the barrier passed, it felt like a devastating storm had swept through. Hard stones shattered instantly upon contact, turning into a sky filled with stone dust. Sturdy trees were instantly blown to pieces, their broken limbs and leaves scattering wildly through the air. Ah! A fifth-tier psychic from the Apocalypse Society couldn't dodge in time and was ruthlessly swept away by the barrier. His piercing scream seemed to shatter everyone's eardrums, sending chills down their spines. Immediately after, his body seemed to explode as if countless bombs detonated simultaneously. In an instant, he was blown to smithereens, flesh and blood scattered everywhere. His once vibrant life was reduced to nothingness by this single strike. Boom! Zhāng Hào was equally unable to escape, struck by the barrier. In that instant, the barrier erupted violently. The immense shockwave hurled him backward through the air. He tumbled several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, his unique ability to absorb force from the void prevented this strike from causing him any substantial harm. This is terrifying. Zhāng Hao's gaze swept the area, his heart filled with dread. The area was now littered with fragments of flesh and bone, resembling a hellish battlefield. Nearly 20 fifth-tier psychics present were swept away by Karina's explosive barrier. Except for those possessing life-saving abilities or wearing defensive gear like Jean battle armor, nearly half of the fifth-tier psychics were mercilessly crushed by the barrier in a single strike, their bodies exploding into bloody pulp. In a single move, nearly 10 fifth-tier psychics met their end. This seemingly fragile, harmless white-haired woman possessed terrifying power beyond imagination. This undead is far stronger than the other two. A solemn expression simultaneously crossed the faces of Yama and the white-faced Rakshasa, mirrored by Zhāng Hào. They knew all too well that Karina before them would prove an exceptionally formidable and troublesome adversary. Chapter 181, The Great Battle Begins. Whoosh! A gust of air roared forth, like the prelude to some immense force unleashing. Karina stood agile, her eyes cold and resolute as she once again unleashed her terrifying barrier ability. This time, however, her intent was not to strike first, but to completely seal off the surrounding space. In an instant, the dark crimson barrier spread like a surging tide, engulfing several miles in all directions within the blink of an eye. The barrier functioned like a vast, invisible net, trapping everyone present within its confines. Cold glints flashed in their eyes. They understood clearly that Karina's move was clearly intended to slaughter everyone present, leaving not a single soul alive. Join forces first, kill her. Yenma's voice cut through the air like an icy blade in the cold night, cold and resolute. Meanwhile, the giant frog beast and the massive golden ape beside him both let out an eerie chuckle. They knew Karina's power well, truly terrifying, several times stronger than both of them combined. In their eyes, once Karina struck, there would be no survivors. Yama's demon hand. With Yama's thunderous roar, the black mist swirling around his body churned like boiling ink, violently coalescing into a colossal black demonic claw in the blink of an eye. Wherever this claw passed, wails and howls echoed in succession, as if the raging specters of the nine hells were roaring. With lightning speed, the claw instantly crossed space, lunging toward Karina's heart. At the same time, the pale-faced Rakshasa showed no hesitation whatsoever. One by one, bone spears as cold as ice erupted from his body like spring bamboo shoots. Instantly, these spears transformed into streaks of white light 097 shooting toward Karina like a dense hail of arrows, stabbing madly at every part of her body. Zhāng Hào, naturally, refused to be outdone. A surge of energy swirled around him, rapidly coalescing into a jet-black beam of destructive light. This beam contained a heart-stopping power, precisely aimed at Karina's eyes. In his mind, Zhāng Hào calculated, once Karina was slain, he would immediately flee this barrier-sealed area. Then, by wielding his spatial abilities, he could effortlessly evade Yama and the white-faced Rakshasa, carrying the coveted blood of 10,000 spirits far away. Puff! 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 Yet what unfolded next left everyone utterly stunned. Karina stood motionless, yet an invisible barrier had materialized around her body. Yama's sharp demonic claws, white-faced Rakshasa's swift bone spear, and Zhāng Hào's light imbued with destructive power all collided with this invisible barrier. Like stones thrown into the sea, they vanished without a trace, dissolving into nothingness. The crowd watched in stunned disbelief as faint ripples spread around Karina. I didn't go all out just now, but I still used 70% of my strength. Yenma's heart trembled with shock. He knew well that if even 70% of his power couldn't shake Karina's defenses, it meant that even if he unleashed 100%, he'd likely still fail to scratch her. Explosive barrier. Karina's expression remained as cold as frost as she unleashed the explosive barrier once more. This time, she unleashed 5 layers of the explosive barrier in one breath. The 5 layers of explosive barriers surged outward like 5 raging beasts, spreading madly in all directions. Space itself seemed to tremble in their wake, leaving no escape. No! A disheveled psionicist in ragged clothes screamed in despair from the crowd. He had narrowly survived the previous assault only because of his precious gene-enhanced battle armor. Yet, the previous assault had already severely damaged his armor. Now, facing the crushing impact of 5 layers of explosive barriers bearing down on him, he could only close his eyes in despair, resigned to his fate. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the surviving psychics were instantly obliterated beneath the relentless crushing force of the 5-layered barrier, reduced to fragments of flesh and blood in a horrifying spectacle. Bang! 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 Zhāng Hào gritted his teeth, pushing his void force absorption skill to its absolute limit. Yet, as 5 successive layers of barrier exploded like a tidal wave, the immense shockwave still hurled him hundreds of meters backward. He tumbled pitifully across the ground several times, his appearance utterly wretched. That undead woman is ridiculously strong. Zhāng Hào struggled painfully to his feet, his insides churning violently. The nausea threatened to force a mouthful of congealed blood from his throat at any moment. His once impressive Venom suit lay in tatters, torn as if by countless sharp fangs, the rags fluttering feebly in the wind. The white-haired woman before him, Karina, possessed power that in no way paled in comparison to the dreaded undead of the Nether Night Forest. Her devastating strike moments ago had felt like the earth itself shattering, its power staggering. Only 3 remained standing, Zhāng Hào, Yama, and the white-faced Rakshasa. The rest of their companions had been obliterated by that terrifying assault, reduced to nothing but dust, not a single fragment left behind. Zhāng Hào's condition was dire, and Yama and white-faced Rakshasa fared no better. 5 layers of explosive barriers detonated in succession, their shockwaves crashing like a raging tsunami. Yama had gritted his teeth and endured it, but his face was now as pale as paper, looking as if a breeze could knock him over. The sturdy white bone armor covering the white-faced Rakshasa's body was now riddled with countless hairline cracks, resembling a delicate porcelain vase that had been violently smashed to the ground, on the verge of shattering. Oomph, is that all you've got? I could easily unleash dozens, even hundreds more of such attacks. Karina's white hair fluttered wildly as a playful glint flashed in her blood-red eyes. Her voice, as cold as ice shards, echoed with icy detachment. Zhāng Hào, Yanhua, and Luocha's faces twitched involuntarily at her words. Dozens or hundreds of times? They knew full well that even one more strike would likely cost them their lives. They simply couldn't withstand it. Ha 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 ha. Truly worthy of your heritage as a former royal of the 10,000 Spirits clan. The giant frog beast and golden ape beside them burst into loud laughter, clearly ready to enjoy the spectacle. Karina had been no ordinary figure in life. Her power had been staggering. Legend had it she'd fought a void creature to the bitter end, exhausting herself to the point of death. Father-in-law. You must have hidden techniques. Use them now. Zhāng Hào looked at Yanhua with desperate urgency, his eyes pleading for the ancient demon to intervene and slay this terrifying undead creature, rescuing them all from this peril. Senior Yama, I beg you, act now. Otherwise, we'll all perish here. By Mian Luosha's already deathly pale face turned nearly translucent as he frantically pleaded. Surveying their surroundings, they found themselves completely sealed within the barrier Karina had created, with not even a sliver of escape. Hearing Zhāng Hào and the white-faced Rakshasa's pleas, Yama nearly spat blood in rage. He desperately wanted to intervene, but he was utterly powerless. Had he been at his peak, he might have stood a chance, a life or death struggle against Karina. But this new body? Its power was worlds apart from his prime. What about entering the dimensional space and deploying the Demon Witch battleship? Zhāng Hao's expression flickered between anger and resolve as he rapidly weighed his options. He knew the Dark Witch battleship might not be enough to slay this terrifying undead creature, but with no better options left, he had no choice but to try anything. Chapter 182, Desperate Measures. Clank! 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 Just as Zhāng Hào resolved to deploy the Dark Witch battleship, everyone froze in surprise. A distinct cracking sound reached their ears, as if something was being violently struck. Unbeknownst to them, beyond the crimson barrier, bizarre creatures were violently ramming against the barrier. These creatures were grotesque in form. Some resembled giant spiders, covered in dense clusters of long legs. Others like twisted pythons, yet sporting razor-sharp fangs. Karina, who had been wearing an expression of detached control, suddenly paled. Void creatures? How did they gather together? Good heavens, so many void beings. Zhāng Hào and the others gasped in horror at the scene beyond the barrier. These void creatures seemed drawn by the immense commotion of their battle. Now, the area was completely swamped by countless void creatures. This is bad. Could a royal lineage have emerged among these void creatures? The giant frog's face instantly turned as pale as frost. Having been a void creature itself in life, it knew its kind all too well. Under normal circumstances, void creatures fought independently, scattered like loose sand. Only the emergence of a void royal clan could unite them. The Void Royal clan possessed power beyond imagination, the undisputed rulers of all void creatures. They possessed mysterious and formidable power, able to command other void creatures. When they attacked the 10,000 Spirits clan, over 10 void royal beasts joined forces. That battle was nothing short of earth-shattering. Within this scorched world, void creatures had always existed in scattered, isolated groups. Yet now, they have suddenly gathered together. There is only one possible explanation of Void Royal clan has emerged among them. This mysterious and formidable sovereign has summoned all void creatures, seemingly preparing to sweep the small world clean, leaving only void beings to survive. No wonder even a formidable undead like Karina paled in shock. After all, even the weakest void creature possessed powers surpassing the 5th tier, while the Void Royal clan was terrifyingly formidable. Even the weakest of the Void Royal clan was far beyond her ability to contend with. Clank! 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 Like a raging flood, the void creatures furiously assaulted the barrier Karina had erected. Within mere breaths, the seemingly sturdy barrier shattered with a thunderous crash. Vast hordes of bizarre, dark purple-shelled void creatures were instantly exposed before everyone's eyes. This is far too many. Zhāng Hào was utterly stunned. Such a vast number of void creatures, and the vast majority of them had reached the 5th rank lord level or higher. Without exaggeration, if these creatures breached the barrier and overran a bustling human city, they could easily slaughter every living soul within hours, leaving not a single trace of life behind. SSSSHHH. A void creature resembling a scorpion let out a shrill hiss, darting toward Zhāng Hào like a black bolt of lightning. Its tail hook was razor-sharp, glinting coldly in the sunlight as it stabbed straight toward Zhāng Hao's heart. Its speed was so blindingly fast that no one could react in time. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhāng Hao's body transformed into a vast cold spring, continuously releasing a mist of icy vapor. The mist rapidly transformed, blinking into a sky filled with frost spears shimmering with a cold, eerie glow. Like a torrential downpour, they shot forth with a piercing whistle, overwhelming the purple scorpion's body with a relentless barrage. Thud! 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 A series of dull thuds, like rapid drumbeats, exploded through the air. The purple scorpion, battered by this fierce assault, was sent flying backward like an out-of-control meteor, tumbling through the air. Its entire body was instantly encased in layers of ice crystals, frozen solid as if under a petrification spell, unable to move an inch. Yet Zhāng Hao's eyes betrayed no trace of satisfaction. For in his vision, the swarming void creatures surged like a tidal wave, filling the withered forest to overflowing, seemingly endless. SSSSH. As everyone's attention wavered, 2 eerily shaped void creatures darted toward the white-faced Rakshasa like ghostly apparitions. The white-faced Rakshasa's eyes turned icy cold. The pair of skeletal spears in his hands whirled instantly, moving so fast they seemed like illusory shadows. 2 sharp thuds echoed as the spears pierced the creatures' skulls with pinpoint accuracy. The ruthless, merciless strike sent a chill down the spine. Meanwhile, Yama faced his own assault. His expression remained composed as genetic energy surged within him like a volcano ready to erupt. Suddenly, he raised his palm and slammed it down with brutal force against a 5th-tier void creature. In that instant, a colossal force surged forth like a tidal wave. The creature's carapace shattered instantly, its internal organs exploding outward. It flew backward like a broken shell, showcasing the extraordinary mastery of a true grandmaster. Yet, every face present darkened to the extreme. The void creatures here were not only astonishingly numerous, but each possessed formidable strength. They knew deep down that lingering here would only lead to a tragic end, being mercilessly torn to shreds. What should we do? Even the usually arrogant and unrestrained golden ape stammered at this moment. Originally a mutated beast within this small world, it bore the deep scars of its encounters with void creatures, having once been killed by them. We can't stay here. We must break through. Among these void creatures, a void royal must have emerged. Even the weakest void royal is beyond our ability to oppose. The giant frog beast cried urgently. After all, it had been a void creature in life and knew all too well the terror its kind could unleash. Right, break through. The white-haired woman Karina nodded slightly, a cold, sharp gleam flashing momentarily in her blood-red eyes. In life, she had yearned for peace, but now, as an undead, her brutal nature had quietly taken hold. Explosive barrier. Karina swiftly formed seals with both hands, unleashing the explosive barrier spell toward the front. In an instant, an invisible force surged forth with overwhelming force, exploding like a massive nuclear bomb. Over a dozen void creatures along its path were instantly hurled skyward, their bodies torn to shreds. Split. The golden monkey hesitated not a moment, swiftly plucking a large tuft of golden fur from its body. Muttering incantations, it activated its clone ability, transforming the tuft of fur into hundreds of agile monkey clones in an instant. Boom! 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 The moment these monkey clones materialized, they swiftly formed a tight formation, standing like a solid wall against the void creatures charging from both sides. In an instant, the purple void creatures and the golden monkey horde engaged in a fierce, relentless battle, their roars and clashes of metal intertwining. Meanwhile, the giant frog beast opened its massive jaws, unleashing a tidal wave of sonic energy. Wherever the sound waves passed, the void creatures ahead were swept clean. Immediately after, the 3 undead fled at breakneck speed toward the distance. Faced with such overwhelming numbers of void creatures, breaking through was their only sliver of hope. Follow them. Zhāng Hào followed the 3 undead creatures without hesitation. At this moment, he had no time to consider anything else. Survival was his immediate priority. Chapter 183, Quickly Give Chase. As for Yanma and the white-faced Rakshasa, they naturally followed swiftly behind. After all, Karina possessed overwhelming strength and knew the micro-world's terrain like the back of her hand. Following her offered the greatest hope for escape. Boom! A void creature resembling an eagle plunged from the sky like a black bolt of lightning. Zhāng Hào reacted with lightning speed, instantly activating his gravity field. In an instant, a terrifying gravitational force, like a towering mountain, crushed down upon the eagle-like void creature. The creature felt as if a 1,000-pound weight had been placed upon its back. With a loud thud, it crashed heavily onto the ground. Almost simultaneously, the white-faced Rakshasa's eyes narrowed sharply. A razor-sharp white bone spear erupted from her palm. Her form flickered as the spear shot forth like a meteor, piercing the void creature's skull with pinpoint accuracy and pinning it firmly to the ground. Bang! 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 The explosive crackling echoed like popping beans, jarringly out of place on this perilous battlefield. Yanma's figure flickered like a ghostly apparition amidst the shifting light and shadow. Like lightning, he broke through layer after layer of the monkey clone's defenses, striking the three pursuing void creatures with lightning-fast speed. Accompanied by a violent surge of energy, the three void creatures shattered like fragile porcelain, instantly exploding into horrifying fragments. Yanma's face darkened like the deep sea before a storm, so black it seemed it could drip water. He mused inwardly. Ever since encountering Zhāng Hào, misfortune had clung to him like maggots gnawing at bone. Quick! Summon more of your minions! The frog colossus bellowed from its thick throat, a deafening roar whose shockwaves spread like tangible force, inflicting significant damage on the void creatures blocking its path. Its throat felt as if it would tear apart from the sustained roar. With each bellow, its vocal cords burned like they were being scorched by fire. Yet, with the situation growing desperate, it couldn't help but cry out in urgency. I wish I could. The golden ape spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, looking utterly disheveled. The once thick fur on its body had been forcibly torn out in large clumps, revealing patches of mottled skin. Creating clones was no easy feat. It demanded vast amounts of genetic energy. Creating hundreds of lord-level monkey clones at once placed an absurdly heavy burden on it, like an invisible mountain crushing its very breath. In this state, even using the Dark Witch worship might not be enough to break out. Zhāng Hào felt a chill run down his spine, as if countless ants were crawling across his scalp. Looking around, he saw the surrounding void filled to the brim with boundless void creatures. The 100-meter-tall dead trees snapped and collapsed like fragile toothpicks under the relentless onslaught of these rampaging void creatures. He knew well that despite the Dark Witch worship's formidable power, surrounded by such overwhelming numbers of void creatures, it would inevitably become like a leaky bucket, rapidly draining its energy. Bone C. The pale-faced Rakshasa gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with resolve. With his fierce command, a mysterious and powerful force seemed to surge from beneath the ground. Countless bone spears, each several meters long, erupted from the earth like bamboo shoots after rain, their sharp points glinting with a cold, menacing light. This sudden assault instantly pierced through nearly 10 void creatures, impaling them like candied haws on a string. The strike's power was undeniable, yet against the tidal wave of void creatures, slaying a dozen or so was merely a drop in the bucket. Moreover, such a wide area attack consumed genetic energy like a bottomless pit, and the white-faced Rakshasa could only use it a limited number of times. Boom! 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 Zhāng Hào unleashed his full earth control power. The ground trembled violently, as if imbued with life itself. Massive, thick stone walls slowly rose from the ground, standing like guardian giants to block the pursuing void creatures. Yet these seemingly impenetrable walls shattered like paper under the frenzied assaults of the void beasts, sending fragments flying everywhere. Despite this, the group advanced relentlessly outward, like a razor-sharp blade cutting through resistance. Among them, Karina's performance was particularly dazzling. Her formidable barrier surged forward like a raging tidal wave, crushing everything in its path. Any void creature it touched, even the most resilient ones, were either killed outright or sent flying backward like kites whose strings had snapped. The barrier's immense scope carved out a temporary passage for the group's breakout. Pickup successful. Gained 25,000 EXP. Pickup successful. Gained 30,000 EXP. Pickup successful. Gained 700,830 agility points. Pickup successful. Obtained 680 strength points. Pickup successful. Acquired 1 Quasi-Lord Great Energy Stone. A series of notification sounds rang in Zhāng Hāo's ears. At this moment, he was experiencing both pain and pleasure. Faced with this overwhelming tide of void creatures surging like a flood, everyone unleashed their full power without reservation. Many void creatures were instantly slain under the combined assault, dropping staggering amounts of experience points and attribute points, all of which Zhāng Hào promptly claimed. Yet the perilous battlefield allowed no room for carelessness. The slightest lapse could mean being instantly overwhelmed by the void creatures, needing a gruesome end on the spot. Puff, puff. The pale-faced Rakshasa was already drenched in sweat, beads the size of beans rolling down his forehead like a string of broken pearls. Such high-intensity, all-out bursts of power took an enormous toll on his stamina. In just this short span, he had unleashed multiple wide-area attacks, his strength draining away like sand through an hourglass. Quick, we're almost through. A faint smile finally touched the face of the golden ape, now missing a good portion of its fur. The void creatures ahead were gradually thinning out. Victory seemed within reach. They were about to break free from this terrifying encirclement. Yet, just as victory seemed within grasp, a colossal claw beyond imagination in size suddenly thrust out of the void ahead, utterly without warning. Like the hand of a demon from hell, it seized the golden ape in an instant, leaving no time for reaction. The claw was so immense that the two Zhāng tall golden ape appeared before it like nothing more than a furry toy. The purple claw was covered in dark purple scales, each one seemingly imbued with boundless malevolent power. It radiated a terrifying aura that made every cell tremble, as if the entire world itself quaked beneath its presence. Roar! A deafening roar echoed, threatening to shatter the very fabric of space. The golden ape's eyes were veined with spiderweb like bloodshot threads, as if burning with flames of rage and resentment. Summoning every ounce of strength, it strained its body to the absolute limit, twisting and thrashing like a trapped beast desperate to break free from the purple hand's iron grip. Yet the seemingly formless yet rock-solid purple palm stood immovable as a towering mountain. No matter how fiercely the golden ape struggled, it did not budge an inch. It's the Void Royal Clan. The giant frog monster's eyes widened in terror. Its Adam's apple bobbed as it swallowed hard. That bone-chilling aura, so terrifying it made its entire body tremble uncontrollably, caused its frame to shake involuntarily. Even its voice carried a deep quiver, as if each word demanded every ounce of its strength. Chapter 184, The Void Royal Clan. The Void Royal Clan? Zhāng Hao's expression instantly turned grave. During his earlier conversation with Carmel, he had heard some mysterious information about void creatures. The reason void creatures could form vast and enigmatic clans was precisely due to the unparalleled charisma of the Void Royal Clan. Each Void Royal seemed born with an innate regal aura, possessing a wondrous ability to summon other void beings to rally under their banner, becoming a dominant figure in their own right. Moreover, each Void Royal was a synonym for power, their strength beyond imagination. Even the weakest among them far surpassed the vast majority of the strongest beings on the 100-strong battle rankings. What sent Zhāng Hao's heart racing even higher was that this suspected Void Royal creature had actually extended its claws directly from the void itself. This unmistakably signaled not only immense power but also the terrifying ability to traverse the void itself. This meant that even if Zhāng Hào risked everything to flee deep into the Void Royal Clan creature possessed both the capability and audacity to pursue him through the boundless emptiness. After all, void creatures were a special race born from the void itself. To them, the void was like their own backyard. They had no fear of getting lost in its endless depths. Karina's snow-white cheeks were now etched with solemnity. Her thoughts drifted back to the past. Once, over 10 immensely powerful Void Royals had led countless void creatures in a fierce assault against the Multiverse Clan. The horrific scenes of that colossal war remained vivid in her mind. Though the final outcome was mutual destruction, only the ancient heroes of the 10,000 Spirits Clan, forged through eons of trials and possessing extraordinary strength, were worthy opponents for those Void Royal clans, whose power bordered on despair. Just as the tense atmosphere enveloped everyone, a peculiar ripple suddenly rippled through the void, like a giant boulder thrown into a tranquil lake. Immediately, the outline of a colossal creature slowly materialized within the ripples. It was humanoid in form, yet moved with a peculiar crawling gait. Its spine resembled undulating mountain ranges, curved yet brimming with power. Its legs thick and long, as if capable of supporting the entire world. And those massive arms, a single sweep seemed capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. The entire body of this colossal creature was covered in a layer of mysterious, majestic purple scales, shimmering with an eerie glow in the faint light. Its triangular skull crowned a gaping maw vast enough to devour the heavens and earth, poised to reduce everything before it to dust. Across its forehead, 3 neat rows of 12 purple eyes glowed with a cold, eerie light, each one chillingly piercing, as if capable of seeing straight into the depths of one's soul. It is Paksu, descendant of the Heavenly Void King of the Void Royal Clan. It inherited the Heavenly Void King's innate ability to traverse the void at will. The giant frog swallowed hard again, forcing the words from its parched throat as it revealed the creature's identity. Karina's expression darkened further. She too recognized this creature instantly, one both eerily familiar and bone-chillingly terrifying. Back when the 10 Void Kings led countless void creatures in their assault on the 10,000 Spirits Clan, the Heavenly Void King had been one of the most formidable adversaries. The Sky Void King possessed the unique innate ability to traverse the void, appearing and vanishing like a ghostly specter, leaving the 10,000 Spirits Clan warriors utterly unprepared. To defeat this terrifying void creature, the ancient heroes of the 10,000 Spirits Clan paid a heavy price, sacrificing 2 or 3 of their own before finally slaying it deep within the void. Yet now it seemed that as the Sky Void King lay dying, he had likely left behind a bloodline descendant, none other than this Void Royal known as Breaker of Void, standing before them. Breaking Void seemed utterly unimpressed by the golden monkey clutched tightly in its grasp. Tilting its head, its 12 eyes darted about with curiosity, scrutinizing the crowd before it as if examining a collection of novel toys. This is far more powerful than that undead. Zhāng Hào felt the crushing pressure bearing down on him like a mountain, the shockwaves of awe crashing over him like relentless waves. Paksu's might far exceeded his comprehension, undoubtedly the most formidable being he had ever encountered. Compared to the undead clan creature he'd faced in the Nether Night Forest, this being was immeasurably stronger. This is the Void Royal clan? The pale-faced Rakshasa couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes filled with awe. Though he had some knowledge of void creatures from texts, understanding that the Void Royal clan were terrifying beings of ultimate power, the overwhelming pressure that now engulfed him filled him with profound reverence. Even at my peak, victory would be utterly impossible. Escape is my only chance. Yama's gaze grew intensely grave. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, his back already soaked through with cold sweat. A monster of this caliber was simply too terrifying. Even if he mustered the full might of the undying heavenly palace, including those ancient monsters who had long secluded themselves, few, if any, could stand against this Void Royal clan. At this moment, the Void Royal clan stood crouched, breaking through the void. Merely in this crouched posture, it exuded an overwhelming sense of immense size. If it were to stand fully upright, its height would undoubtedly exceed 100 meters, a colossal presence that seemed capable of making the very earth tremble with a single stomp. In Pax's memories, its father, the Heavenly Void King, had unleashed immense sealing power at the moment of death. When Paxu was still a mere infant, he had sealed it deep within the void. Through those long, dark ages, Paxu slumbered within the seal. Only in recent decades, as the sealing power gradually weakened, did it slowly awaken. After enduring countless hardships, it finally found a path from the void to this small world. In a mysterious corner of the cosmos, a species of void creatures existed, governed by their unique nature. As the sovereign of the Void Clan, upon descending into the small world, Pax's first instinct, true to the nature of void beings, was to wield its formidable power of summoning. It gathered the remnants of void beings still lingering within this realm. It stood tall and proud, its form radiating a cold, eerie glow, as if it were the master of the darkness. Its gaze was profound, its mind already set on thoroughly cleansing this world, sweeping it clean like dust from its own domain. At that very moment, Paxa keenly sensed a violent surge of energy rippling outward like waves from the desolate, dead forest. The power contained within that fluctuation seemed to be issuing a unique summons to it. With a sweeping gesture, Paxu led the newly assembled, tide-like army of void creatures in a mighty charge toward the withered forest. The instant Paxu appeared, the surrounding void creatures instantly formed a perfectly circular formation, encircling everyone with the precision of well-trained soldiers. Yet they did not immediately attack. Instead, they seemed to await further orders from the Voidbreaker, the tension thickening until the air itself felt frozen. "Aya!" The golden ape let out a deafening roar. Its muscles bulged violently as it thrashed wildly, as if trying to squeeze every last ounce of strength from its body. Its eyes bulged outward like two golden marbles ready to pop, while the veins beneath its skin twisted like contorted earthworms, clearly visible beneath the taut skin. Its expression seemed to declare a defiant battle against the entire world. Chapter 185, The Scream of Terror. Only then did Paxa shift his attention to the golden ape struggling in his grasp. A flicker of confusion flickered across his 12 purple eyes, as if pondering why this creature was expending such futile effort. The golden ape poured every ounce of its strength into the struggle, unleashing its full potential. Yet before Pasu, its efforts were as futile as an ant shaking a tree. Its strength couldn't even budge a single finger of Pasu. Snap! A flash of cruelty suddenly flickered in Paxa's eyes, his gaze as sharp as a winter blade, sending a chill down one's spine. With a slight squeeze, a rapid succession of bone-crunching sounds erupted, like popping beans. The pitiful golden ape was twisted and deformed, its once hardened bones capable of withstanding Zhāng Hao's light combat arts now as fragile as brittle bone before the might of the Void King clan. No, no! The golden ape let out a deathly, terrified scream. As an immortal being, it had always believed that as long as it wasn't completely destroyed, it could live forever. The longer it lived, the more intense its fear of death grew. At this moment, it truly did not want to die. Yet, Pasu paid no heed to its praise wails. With a casual toss of its massive paw, it hurled the golden ape, its bones now shattered into a gaping maw bristling with razor-sharp fangs, immediately beginning to chew. Crunch crunch! The sound resembled chewing beans, a continuous series of bone-crunching noises that sent shivers down one's spine. At first, the golden ape screamed pitifully, but soon, all sound ceased. Dark red blood trickled slowly from Paxa's mouth, leaving airy trails across its cold, ghostly skin. It just died like that? Mian Luosha's palms were drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. After all, this was an undead being possessing the combat prowess of a king-tier warrior. And yet it had been devoured so effortlessly by this Void King. Zhāng Hao's expression darkened like the sky before a storm. He silently calculated that even if he deployed his immensely powerful Demon Witch battleship, he'd likely only stage a tragic bare-handed Gundam dismantling scenario. For the Void Breaker before him was clearly far more powerful than that undead being. Gulp! The Void Breaker swallowed the golden ape whole, its predatory gaze lingering hungrily over each person's body. Zhāng Hào quickly suppressed his aura, trying his best to appear less appetizing. At this life or death juncture, sticking one's neck out was the height of foolishness. He silently calculated his next move, planning to enter the dimensional space and pilot the Dark Witch warship to force his way out the moment the formidable Karina made her desperate stand. For now, he could only wait patiently for his chance. The Voidbreaker's gaze suddenly fixed on the giant frog beast, a hint of confusion flickering in its eyes. The giant frog beast's heart tightened at the sight. Stammering, it quickly declared, "Gee, great King Paksu, I am also one of your subjects." The giant frog monster felt deeply uneasy. It recalled that in its previous life, it had indeed been a void creature. Yet after death, it had unfortunately been infected by a virus, transforming it into an undead being. It didn't know if Breakvoid would detect this. Voidbreaker was filled with doubt. Staring at the frog colossus before him, he felt a vague sense that they might belong to the same kind. Having just returned from the boundless depths of the void, its judgment lacked its former decisiveness. Thus, Paksu turned its probing gaze toward the surrounding void creatures of varied forms, hoping to discern through them whether this frog colossus was truly kin. SSSSH. Roar! But these void creatures were no pushovers. One by one, they unleashed furious snarls at the frog colossus. The roar seemed to contain boundless fury, causing the giant frog's heart to plummet as if into an ice cellar. It knew its scheme to slip through undetected had utterly failed. Roar! Realizing it had been deceived, Paksu erupted in fury, unleashing a thunderous roar that split the air like rolling thunder. The sheer power of this roar was terrifying, possessing a force capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Beneath its thunderous echo, the ground tore apart like fragile paper, fissures spreading out in a horrifying display. Even Zhāng Hào, with his formidable physique, felt the world spinning violently before his eyes. Dizziness overwhelmed him, as if the roar itself threatened to shake his very soul from his body. The next instant, the frog colossus's expression abruptly shifted. A colossal palm materialized out of thin air, vast enough to obscure the sky and sun. Even the void itself trembled beneath its crushing weight. Larger than a house, the palm carried a world-shattering momentum as it slammed down toward the giant frog beast. Fortunately, the frog colossus was prepared. At this critical moment, it leapt aside with all its might, its form streaking like a black lightning bolt, narrowly evading the blow. Boom! The colossal palm slammed into the ground with tremendous force. Instantly, the earth trembled as if struck by a violent earthquake. The deafening roar reverberated, the ground shook violently, and a massive crater instantly gouged into the earth. Terrifying force radiated outward from the impact point like surging waves, forming powerful shockwaves that spread in all directions. Thud! 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 Zhāng Hào acted swiftly, conjuring a solid rock wall to shield himself. Yet, the seemingly impenetrable wall shattered instantly like fragile glass under the impact of the surging force. If merely the residual force was this devastating, one could only imagine the terrifying magnitude of the true power of this void-shattering technique. Finally, Karina could endure no longer. She knew that waiting any longer would bring no change to the situation. Sooner or later, this breaker of void would turn its deadly hand toward the rest of them. Blood explosion barrier. Karina shouted, unleashing an even more powerful attack. A crimson barrier materialized from thin air, its vibrations warping the very fabric of space. Like a ferocious primordial beast, it charged headlong into the 100-meter-wide void-piercing entity. Boom! The destructive power of this bloodburst barrier reached an utterly unprecedented level. As it detonated, it resembled a colossal nuclear bomb. Blinding light erupted, energy surged outward, engulfing an area 300 to 400 meters in diameter. The void shattered like a broken mirror, warped beyond recognition. Chaotic crimson energy surged wildly, forming a mushroom cloud that shot skyward with overwhelming might. So powerful. The pale-faced Rakshas's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. He thought to himself, Karina had been concealing such formidable power all along. Had she unleashed this blood explosion barrier against him earlier, his prized bone armor would have been shattered in a single clash. To take such a blow head-on would have left him either dead or utterly crippled. Chapter 186, nearly wiped out. He's fine. Zhāng Hào used his unique light abilities to pierce through the crimson energy turbulence, spotting Paksu inside. At this moment, Paksu was entirely covered in dark purple scales, each shimmering with a mysterious, icy glow. Facing this terrifying assault, its scales remained utterly undamaged, as if the powerful attack had merely brushed against it like a gentle breeze. Whoosh! In the next instant, Paksu launched its counterattack. One of its claws, sharp as a blade, effortlessly tore through the crimson energy turbulence. It seemed to slip through the cracks of space and time, materializing before Karina in an instant. Immediately, it delivered a vicious crushing punch, its fist wind howling like a raging tornado. Boom! That single strike alone caused the invisible barrier surrounding Karina to shatter with a sound like breaking glass. Karina's face instantly drained of color. After all, the combined assault of Zhāng Hào, white-faced Rakshasa, and Yama had failed to breach her defensive barrier. Yet this void breaker had shattered it completely with a single strike. Successfully acquired. Obtained 12,000 points of strength attribute. At that very moment, Zhāng Hào noticed a cluster of strength attribute points drop from Prashio, automatically collected by the system. Seeing this, Zhāng Hao's mouth twitched slightly. After all, even when ordinary Lord-level monsters unleash their full power, the strength attribute they dropped was usually only around 600 or 700 points. Yet this void breaker, with just a casual strike, had dropped over 10,000 points of strength attribute. Its power utterly surpassed his imagination. Damn it! There's no way we can beat this. This broken void is actually a descendant of the heavenly Void King. Karina's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Fear seemed to materialize, seeping from every pore. And that wretched creature can traverse the void at will. Once it locks onto you, there's no escaping. There's only one way out. With this thought, Karina's snow-white hair whipped wildly in the wind as if venting the power about to erupt within her. She abruptly pushed her barrier abilities to their absolute limit. For barriers, radiating strange light, rapidly materialized beside her. Like iron walls, they pressed in from the 4 cardinal directions toward the Voidbreaker. Crack! Crack! Sensing the threat, the Breaker of Void thrashed wildly, like a trapped prehistoric beast. The barriers on all sides strained under the immense pressure, emitting heart-stopping sounds as if they might shatter at any moment. Yet Karina, without a moment's hesitation, sprinted for her life back toward the direction she had come. Why are you running this way? Zhāng Hào looked utterly bewildered. This direction clearly led straight into the encirclement of countless void creatures. Wasn't this courting death? Follow her and see. Zhāng Hào knew full well that Karina was no reckless person. Such an action might just conceal a sliver of hope. After a moment's hesitation, he closed the gap and followed closely behind. Yanhua and the white-faced Rakshasa exchanged a knowing glance. Instead of following Karina, they broke through the encirclement in the opposite direction. Could she be heading to that place? The frog colossus's eyes flickered with shifting expressions, its thoughts seemingly drifting toward some mysterious place in an instant. Finally, it too resolved to follow Karina's trail. Karina paid no attention whatsoever to Zhāng Hào and the giant frog monster. She knew full well that trapping the Voidbreaker within the barrier had merely bought a fleeting sliver of hope. Any delay would see it vanish without a trace. Boom! Karina pushed her barrier abilities to their absolute limit. Layer upon layer of explosive barriers detonated like chained bombs, sending the surrounding void creatures clawing and lunging to intercept, flying backward with the force of the blast, their wails piercing the air. Simultaneously, Zhāng Hào unleashed his beam abilities. Streaks of pitch-black, destructive light shot forth like lightning, tearing through the bodies of the void creatures with pinpoint accuracy. Blood splattered through the air, resembling a bizarre, crimson rain. Karina charged recklessly toward a specific direction, finally halting in an open clearing. Her palm tapped rapidly in the void, her movements as fluid and urgent as flowing clouds, as if drawing some mysterious rune. Then, something extraordinary happened. The void ahead twisted violently, as if an invisible giant hand were kneading it. Without a second glance, Karina plunged headlong into the warped void, vanishing from sight in an instant. A spatial portal? Zhāng Hào froze in surprise, realizing this open space seemed to conceal a mysterious alternate dimension. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to see a tidal wave of void creatures closing in behind him. Gritting his teeth, he charged headlong into the warping void ahead. Whoosh! Zhāng Hào felt as though he'd pierced a thin, elastic membrane. The scenery before his eyes transformed completely in an instant. Gone were the lifeless, barren void filled with blackened, withered trees and endless scorched earth. Instead, a picturesque, poetic landscape unfolded, a blue sky dotted with drifting white clouds, lush green grass like a carpet. This space felt like a secluded paradise, radiating tranquility and serenity. Yet what stunned Zhāng Hào even more was the colossal tree standing before him. Its sheer size was staggering, towering like a majestic mountain nearly a kilometer high, far larger than the colossal demon witch worship. Upon the giant tree, an aged face had grown, vaguely recognizable as that of an old man. It gazed down coldly upon Zhāng Hào and his 2 companions who had trespassed here, as if scrutinizing mere ants. Could this be the sacred tree realm? This tree has actually survived until now. The giant frog beast couldn't help but swallow hard, its voice thick with disbelief. Could this be the divine tree of the 10,000 Spirits clan? Zhāng Hao's heart leapt. Earlier, on their journey to this scorched land, Carmel had shared many secrets about the 10,000 Spirits clan. Legend held that the 10,000 Spirits clan possessed an ancient sacred tree, its guardian spirit planted by the clan's first patriarch. The colossal tree before him, judging by its characteristics and the mysterious space it occupied, was highly likely the legendary guardian spirit of the 10,000 Spirits clan, the 10,000 Spirits sacred tree. Who could have imagined it survived that devastating conflagration? Not only that, but it now appeared vibrant and thriving, living in remarkable prosperity. Grandfather, I've come to see you. A forced smile, as if pulled by an invisible force, tugged at the corners of Karina's mouth. She spoke softly to the divine tree of all spirits before her. Her voice carried a cautious edge, tinged with an indescribable complexity of emotion. Deep within Karina's long-buried memories, vivid scenes from her past life remained etched. Back then, as a member of the 10,000 Spirits clan, she had entered this sacred tree's space many times, reverently paying homage to the divine tree of 10,000 spirits. The Tree of All Souls was like a benevolent elder, showing boundless kindness to every member of the All Souls clan. Its gentle protection was like the warm sun of spring, warming the hearts of every clan member. Yet the Karina standing here now was no longer the same member of the 10,000 Spirits clan. The relentless gears of fate had spun her into the abyss of the undead. Now, aside from fragments of her former life lingering in her mind, her personality had been reshaped, her way of thinking utterly transformed. Even her race had undergone a radical change, as if she had split into two entirely different beings from her past self. She knew well that the divine tree of all spirits never showed mercy to monsters who dared intrude upon its sacred space. An outsider? The colossal form of the tree of all souls tilted slightly, like a towering mountain overlooking the diminutive Zhāng Hào, breaking the silence first. Its voice echoed from the depths of time, old and raspy, like an ancient sage recounting endless vicissitudes. Chapter 187, The Silent Realm. Yes, Zhāng Hào nodded slightly, his heart pounding like a rabbit trapped inside him, filled with unease. The divine tree of all souls before him was truly colossal. Its overwhelming pressure felt like tangible force, nearly suffocating him, as if every inch of air was filled with this immense weight. At that moment, the distant void seemed torn open by an invisible giant hand. Void creatures, each radiating a mysterious purple glow, surged in like a tidal wave. They pursued relentlessly, as if they had caught the scent of prey, discovering this tranquil space of the sacred tree. A pack of filthy creatures. The divine tree of all souls gave a cold snort. Its already aged face instantly turned as icy as a 1,000-year-old glacier. It seemed to return to that dark past, witnessing the destruction of the 10,000 Spirits clan at the hands of these void creatures. The final member of the clan drew their last breath before its very eyes a scene that became an eternal, unhealable wound in its heart. The divine tree of all souls stirred. Its seemingly decayed and withered branches now shot forth like awakened serpents, moving with lightning speed. Each branch carried unstoppable destructive force, as if they were not plant limbs but forged from the hardest material in the heavens and earth. Thud. 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 In a single exchange, the dozen or so void creatures that had invaded the sacred tree space were pierced effortlessly by the branches, as fragile as ants. Then, with a gentle shake of the branches, the corpses of those void creatures were flung away like discarded rags, hurled far beyond the sacred tree's domain. It seemed as though the tree of all souls utterly despised them, fearing their tainted blood might defile the pristine sanctuary it guarded. Karina's daring venture into this sacred space stemmed from a simple reason: the very tree of all souls before her. The tree of all souls had endured countless springs and autumns throughout the river of time. An exceedingly rare plant-type mutated beast, it had silently guarded the All Souls clan since their very inception, weathering innumerable storms and trials. Though immobile, its power was undeniable. It had always been regarded as the indestructible guardian deity in the hearts of the Divine Spirit clan. Until now, Karina had always hesitated to enter the sacred tree's space, her heart filled with dread. She feared that the moment she stepped inside, the divine tree of all spirits would mistake her for a foreign monster and strike her down without hesitation. Yet fate intervened. When confronted by the formidable Void Royal clan, with her life hanging in the balance, she had no choice but to steel herself and approach the outer edge of the sacred tree realm. Opening this mysterious sacred tree realm was no simple task, one had to master a special command. Fortunately, Karina had been a member of the All Spirits clan in life, holding a fairly high status within it, and thus knew this crucial command. Thus, she had successfully activated the sacred tree realm moments ago, stepping into this realm brimming with mystery and the unknown. Is this divine tree of all souls merely a beast king tier plant type mutant beast, or a more formidable beast emperor tier plant type mutant beast? Zhāng Hào gazed at the formidable divine tree of all spirits before him, his heart filled with awe. Having survived tens of thousands of years, its power likely rivaled those fearsome beast emperors on the ferocious beast list. It must be said that plant type beings seemed to possess innate, unparalleled advantages. Their lifespans far exceeded those of other creatures, something power users could only dream of. Puff. 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 Like reckless moths drawn to flames, more void creatures plunged heedlessly into the divine tree's domain. Before they could even grasp the situation inside, the ghostly branches of the divine tree of all souls pierced their skulls with pinpoint accuracy, flinging them out of the sacred space like discarded trash. Slaughtering these seemingly formidable void creatures was as effortless for the divine tree of all beings as butchering chickens or dogs a mere trifle. Roar! The void creatures seemed finally cowed by the slaughter. For a time, none dared to venture into the sacred tree's space again. An invisible shroud of dread now hung over the entire area. Is it safe now? Zhāng Hào silently wondered. Yet before the group could relax, a deafening roar erupted from the void like rolling thunder. The entire sacred tree realm trembled violently as plants and trees shook under the force of the powerful sonic wave. It's Paksu. The giant frog beside them trembled uncontrollably, its voice thick with terror. Sure enough, from the void, a colossal creature over 100 meters long slowly revealed its immense form. It was none other than the relentless pursuer, the Void King clan's breaker of the void. Breaking Void raised its head, gazing up at the 1,000-meter-tall divine tree of all souls. A flicker of astonishment crossed its eyes clearly, the tree's immense scale surpassed its expectations. Humph! A descendant of the heavenly Void King? More like your father has arrived. The divine tree of all souls gave a cold snort, instantly recognizing Break Void's identity. Recalling the past, when 10 Void Royal clans had invaded this small world with overwhelming might, it had engaged them in a breathtakingly fierce battle. To protect the 10,000 Spirits clan, nearly all of its ancient heroes perished in battle. The harrowing scene remains vividly etched in its memory to this day. Rustle. As if awakened by a mysterious force, the divine tree of all spirits' thick yet supple branches began to shake violently. Each swaying branch seemed to play a wondrous melody, imbued with an indescribable mystical force, swiftly coiling toward the direction of the Voidbreaker. Seeing the danger, Pasu instantly activated his teleportation technique. His figure flickered and vanished into the profound void, like a ghostly specter concealed within endless darkness. SSSSSSS. But the divine tree of all souls would not let Paksu escape so easily. Its branches surged with force, striking violently. The once tranquil void instantly shattered like broken glass, revealing startling cracks. More astonishingly, the seemingly withered branches, as if imbued with life, appeared to gain eyes. Following these fissures, they pierced into the depths of the void like sharp blades. SSSSHHHHH. Immediately, a bone-chilling, piercing wail erupted from the depths of the void. The sound sliced through the silence like a blade, the agonized wail of the shattered void. Before long, the withered branches that had plunged into the void slowly retracted from the rifts. Each branch dripped with crimson blood, refracting an eerie glow under the sunlight. The Void King is dead? Zhāng Hao's face was etched with astonishment, his eyes betraying a hint of disbelief. Yet he keenly caught the fleeting disappointment on the divine tree of all souls' face. Instantly, he understood, the divine tree had ultimately failed to kill Break Void, allowing it to escape. Breaking Void could traverse the void at will, as effortlessly as a fish swimming through water. Killing it was no easy feat. Moreover, the tree of all souls was rooted to this spot, unable to move itself, which undoubtedly added immense difficulty to its pursuit. Nevertheless, the overwhelming power displayed by the divine tree of all spirits remained utterly awe-inspiring. Consider this, Voidbreaker possessed strength comparable to the beasts on the ferocious beast list. Yet before the divine tree of all souls, it was driven into a panicked retreat after only a few exchanges, fleeing like a stray dog. As Breakvoid fled in disarray, the void creatures gathered outside the divine tree's domain seemed to sense some terrifying aura. They retreated at breakneck speed, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Though the immediate crisis had passed, the truly terrifying presence of the divine tree of all spirits still loomed over them. Chapter 188, Fear Spreads. Void creatures? The undead? The tree of all souls' eyes, as deep and unfathomable as ancient wells, coldly surveyed the frog colossus below. That gaze seemed to pierce through the frog colossus's body, penetrating every thought within its mind. The frog colossus instantly sensed danger. A palpable, terrifying killing intent descended like an invisible net, enveloping it completely. Its body trembled uncontrollably as fear spread through its mind like a rising tide. No, no! The giant frog sensed the threat of death, its heart filled with despair. It desperately scrambled toward the exit of the sacred tree's space, its limbs frantically scraping the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. But the divine tree of all souls would never let it escape. It had resolved to keep it here. Puff! 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 4 or 5 branches flickered like lightning, instantly tearing through the void. With speed faster than the blink of an eye, they pierced the giant frog's body. One branch pierced its head with pinpoint accuracy, then twitched slightly, its immense force shattering the creature's brain into dust. The giant frog monster didn't even have a chance to resist before it breathed its last, collapsing in a pool of blood. This scene sent a chill through Zhāng Hao's heart, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Instinctively, he braced himself to flee by any means necessary, thinking to himself, the 10,000 spirits divine tree strikes with such ruthless decisiveness, showing no mercy whatsoever. This frog colossus was, after all, a formidable king-level combatant, yet it had been slain so effortlessly. Beside him, Karina was equally alert and on guard. She knew full well that within this divine tree's domain, the tree of all souls was virtually invincible. Her precautions might prove utterly futile. If the tree of all souls wished to kill her, it would likely require no effort at all. Leave. Depart this place. Never come near again. The tree of all souls sighed softly, its voice hoarse and deep, as if it had weathered countless ages of vicissitudes. The all-spirit divine tree was the guardian spirit of the all-spirit clan, having endured countless ages in this world. Whenever the spirit tribe held grand festivals, its people would gather with deep reverence beneath the sacred tree of all spirits to perform solemn celebratory rites. The tree of all souls remembered Karina clearly. Once, like other clan members, she had come to worship it with reverence. Even now, though Karina had become an undead and was no longer the innocent spirit tribe maiden of old, the sacred tree of all spirits could not bring itself to strike her down. Thank you, grandfather tree. Karina exhaled deeply, a flicker of relief at her narrow escape flashing in her eyes as she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. She understood well that only members of the All-Spirits clan could freely enter and exit this sacred tree space. The All-Spirits sacred tree never showed mercy to invading outsiders. The giant frog beast was the perfect example. With that, Karina turned and hurried away, her figure gradually vanishing at the far end of the sacred tree's domain. Suddenly, only Zhāng Hào remained. Though his guard remained up, he sensed that the divine tree of all spirits held no ill will toward him. Otherwise, it would have attacked him alongside the frog colossus when it was slain. Within this mysterious divine tree space, the thick, ancient branches of the Tree of All Souls seemed like the annals of time, etched with endless vicissitudes. Its gaze, tinged with inquiry, fixed directly upon Zhāng Hào. Its voice seemed to echo from ancient times. You are a human from the outside world? Which era is it now? Zhāng Hào nodded slightly, feeling a small sense of relief. It seemed the divine tree of all beings held no immediate hostility. He answered calmly, yes, it is now the 5th era. The 5th era, is it? The divine tree of all souls uttered a long, drawn-out sigh. Rooted in this sacred tree realm, time flowed like silent water, unnoticed as it quietly slipped away over the vast expanse of ages. Suddenly, the weathered, aged face etched into its trunk grew stern. I saved your life just now. You owe me a debt. Zhāng Hao's lips twitched slightly. This divine tree of all souls certainly got straight to the point. With no other choice, he nodded in agreement. Please state your request, senior. If it lies within my capabilities, I shall assist you to the best of my ability. At that moment, filled with resignation, he could only agree for now, silently praying the divine tree of all spirits wouldn't demand something outrageous. The divine tree of all spirits sighed softly, its tone tinged with melancholy. This matter should not have been entrusted to an outsider, but alas, the 10,000 Spirits clan has now been utterly annihilated. As it spoke, a solemn expression appeared on its ancient face, and it continued slowly, the task I ask of you is simple. I wish for you to find someone possessing a special ability space and bring them to this divine tree space. At these words, Zhāng Hào froze instantly. A person possessing a special ability space? Wasn't that exactly describing himself? However, Zhāng Hào did not rashly admit it. Instead, he cautiously inquired, may I ask, Elder, what is the purpose of seeking someone with a special ability space? The divine tree of all souls fixed its gaze on Zhāng Hào, its tone flat yet unquestionable. You need not know the specifics. I assure you I will not harm them. Instead, I will grant them a great opportunity. Simply help me locate this person, and I shall be grateful. You may leave now. A great opportunity? Zhāng Hào blinked, pondering silently. He felt the divine tree of all spirits had no reason to lie to him, and he was genuinely curious about the circumstances. After a moment's deliberation, Zhāng Hào decided to be honest. Elder Wan, to be completely frank, I happen to possess that special ability space. What? You possess a psychic space? At these words, a flash of anger suddenly flickered in the divine tree of 10,000 spirits' eyes. After all, psychic spaces were incredibly rare. Few possessors emerged even in an entire era. As far as Zhāng Hào knew, aside from Ling Mayu, he had never heard of anyone else possessing one. The divine tree of all spirits was convinced that Zhāng Hào had only claimed to possess such a space upon hearing of this great opportunity, hoping to deceive his way into it. Humph. Humans are indeed insatiable. Zhāng Hào keenly sensed the divine tree of all spirits' anger and understood it must have been a misunderstanding. After all, the owners of special ability spaces were exceedingly rare. The probability of him arriving at the divine tree's space and coincidentally possessing one was minuscule. Without further explanation, Zhāng Hào raised his hand and waved. A strange light flashed as the power of his psychic space opened the gateway to another dimension. In a flash, he vanished into it. This is truly a psychic space? The divine tree of all spirits stared wide-eyed, its gaze filled with utter disbelief. Yet, with its innate abilities, it could discern that what Zhāng Hào had just unleashed was undeniably a psychic space. When power surged to unimaginable extremes, it seemed to possess the might to shatter all constraints. This colossal force could forcibly breach spatial barriers. It was like confronting a tightly shut door and violently smashing it open with thunderous force. Though passage was gained, the method was brutally crude. However, possessing a psychic space transformed the process of opening spatial barriers into something as gentle as a spring breeze and rain, requiring no effort at all. The difference between the two is as vast as night and day, as distinct as black and white. Excellent! Excellent! The divine tree of all souls erupted in a hearty laugh, its laughter brimming with the exhilaration of a long-suppressed wish finally fulfilled. The laughter rolled like thunderous spring thunder, echoing freely throughout the divine tree's space, as if determined to dispel years of solitude. For how many years had it waited in silence, guarding a distant dream? Finally, on this day, it encountered someone possessing a special ability space. Zhāng Hào. Chapter 189, I've been waiting for you. Zhāng Hào cleared his throat lightly, speaking with a touch of respect. I wonder what business Senior Wan has? Whatever is within my power, I shall do my utmost. Truthfully, Zhāng Hao's heart was filled with gratitude toward the divine tree of 10,000 spirits. After all, just moments ago, the Void Royal clan had attacked with overwhelming force. Had it not been for the divine tree of 10,000 spirits stepping forward and repelling them with its immense power, he would likely have lost his life. The divine tree of all spirits' laughter grew louder, its thunderous waves shaking the entire divine with space until it trembled as if it might collapse at any moment. After a long while, it gradually quieted its laughter, its expression turning solemn. In a deep, measured tone, it asked, have you ever heard the name of Olympus? Zhāng Hào shook his head honestly. A faint, hazy memory stirred in his mind. The name seemed vaguely familiar, as if he recalled Karina mentioning it before. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't fathom who this Olympus truly was. The Tree of All Souls paid it no mind, merely sighing softly with a hint of regret in its eyes as it spoke slowly. Olin was the undisputed hero of the All Souls clan. He possessed extraordinary talent, true top-tier abilities, and transcendent gifts. Given time, he would surely have stood at the pinnacle of the Third Era, becoming one of the supreme beings who look down upon all living creatures. Yet, when the void creatures surged in like a tidal wave, he resolutely stepped forward to protect the countless children of the 10,000 Spirits clan. He ultimately fought to the death, a truly heartbreaking tragedy. Olin possessed the most supreme ability, the World ability. The Divine Tree of All Spirits spoke solemnly. World power? Zhāng Hào looked perplexed. He had never heard of such a power, but the name alone suggested an incomparably formidable force. The Divine Tree of All Souls patiently explained, you may consider this world ability an advanced, sublimated version of spatial abilities. Once you possess world power, you can cultivate your own inner world within yourself. This is no ordinary space. Within this inner world, life itself can be nurtured. In battle against foes, you can draw upon the boundless power within this inner world. Its might is beyond imagination. An upgraded version of spatial abilities? Zhāng Hào was utterly stunned. To create one's own inner world and allow life to emerge within it was as miraculous as the legendary creator. He had encountered many strange phenomena on his cultivation path, but such a miraculous ability was something he had never heard of before. According to the Divine Tree of All Spirits, the ancient hero of the All Spirit clan, Orin, possessed this world-altering power that defied the heavens. Had he not perished in his prime, he would undoubtedly have stirred up a storm in that era, becoming a legendary supreme powerhouse whose name would echo through the ages. World abilities are truly exceedingly rare. Before Olin, historical records indicate only one other being possessed such power, an ancient giant from the First Era, revered as the World Giant. Legend says that when that dreadful catastrophe struck, the World Giant sacrificed himself, using his own body as the foundation to manifest a vast world. He guided his kin into this new realm, ensuring their survival amidst the catastrophe and preserving the precious bloodline of the giant clan. Of course, all this is merely ancient text, its veracity long beyond verification. The Divine Tree of All Souls narration left Zhāng Hào utterly astonished. This world giant seemed like a deity from myth and legend, capable of creating an entire world from his own body to shelter his kin through catastrophe. Such a feat was truly astonishing. This world ability was truly terrifying. The first to possess world-level power was the ancient giant, and the second was Olin, the ancient hero of the All Spirits clan. Tragically, before Olin could fully shine, he perished in the invasion of the void beings. Thus, it seemed this world ability had likely appeared only twice in history. Compared to spatial abilities, its rarity was incomparable. While spatial abilities are also quite rare, every era has its share of fortunate individuals who possess them. But what does any of this have to do with me? Zhāng Hào silently puzzled over this in his heart, unable to fathom why the Tree of All Spirits was telling him these things. As if reading his thoughts, the Divine Tree of All Beings continued, Olin did not wish to see the world ability he had spent his entire life mastering vanish into the mists of history. Thus, on his deathbed, he strained every ounce of strength to separate his world ability, condensing it into a world seed. You must understand that world abilities are essentially an upgraded version of spatial abilities. Therefore, those possessing spatial abilities might successfully refine this world seed, thereby gaining that immensely powerful world ability. You mean, you're offering to bestow the world power upon me? Zhāng Hào froze upon hearing the Eternal Spirit Tree's words, his expression frozen as if stunned by the sudden, joyous news. Moments later, his eyes lit up as he instantly grasped the profound meaning behind the Divine Tree of All Spirits' words. So, at the moment of his death, Olin had left behind a miraculous world seed. Successfully refining it would grant him the chance to obtain astonishing world power. Of course, refining the world seed was no trivial matter. It required a crucial prerequisite: possessing spatial abilities. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but feel a bit dazed, silently wondering, when had his luck become so unbelievably good? Had the gears of fate finally begun turning in his favor? Don't get too excited just yet. The 10,000 Spirits Divine Tree spoke in a flat tone, like a bucket of cold water instantly dousing the small flame of excitement in Zhāng Hào's heart. Refining the world seed is no easy feat. Should you fail, you will face the gruesome fate of your body exploding. The Divine Tree of All Spirits recounted an ancient tale. After Olin's death, some within the All Spirit clan had foolishly attempted to forcibly refine the world seed. The result? They perished instantly, without even a chance to struggle. After all, without spatial abilities, refining the world seed was practically a guaranteed failure. Even possessing spatial abilities offered no guarantee of success. The odds were pitifully low. This was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous endeavor, allowing no room for carelessness. Then might I have the world seed? I wish to study it thoroughly. Zhāng Hào pondered for a moment before cautiously proposing. He knew full well that this world seed held boundless mysteries and possibilities. If he could study it thoroughly, he might just find a way to increase the chances of success. No! The Tree of All Souls flatly refused. If you wish to refine the world seed, you must do so in my presence. I absolutely cannot allow it to fall into the hands of monsters like the void creatures. You must understand that the world seed emits a unique allure like a treasure radiating an irresistible fragrance. Other beings will fight desperately to seize it. With your current strength, you cannot even defeat the descendants of the 30-day Void King. How could you possibly protect it? Should it fall into other beings' hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhāng Hào scratched his head helplessly. According to the Divine Tree of All Souls, aside from those possessing special spatial abilities who might have a sliver of a chance to refine the world seed, those void beings born from the mysterious void also seem to possess the potential to refine it. Given this, the Divine Tree of All Beings naturally wouldn't allow the world seed to be taken away so casually. Chapter 190, The World Seed. Then could I see the world seed? Zhāng Hào simply couldn't bring himself to give up so easily. With such a tremendous opportunity right before his eyes, it would be unnatural not to seize it. All right. The Divine Tree of All Souls hesitated slightly before finally agreeing. After all, within this Divine Tree's domain, it possessed absolute confidence that no one could ever wrest anything from its grasp. A slender branch of the Divine Tree of All Souls slowly extended into its lush canopy. Moments later, with a gentle rustle of leaves, it retrieved a crystal-clear, translucent crystal from the canopy. The moment it appeared, it seemed to emit an aura of mystery. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though lightning flashed within the crystal. As its light flickered, it appeared as if bolts of thunder were darting and roaring through it. While also evoking the wondrous spectacle of primordial chaos, its hazy light and shadow symbolizing the universe's initial state of disorder. Most astonishingly, it seemed to witness the world gradually evolving within the crystal from nothingness to form, from simplicity to complexity. Every instant held boundless mysteries, truly divine and extraordinary. Is this the seed of the world? Zhāng Hào stared at the crystal, his eyes filled with awe and delight. He distinctly felt an uncanny pull from the world seed, like a call from the depths of the unknown. He understood clearly that possessing a special ability space meant he had the qualification to refine this world seed. Reluctantly pulling his gaze away, Zhāng Hào turned to the Divine Tree of 10,000 Spirits and inquired, "What can I do to increase the chances of successfully refining the world seed?" The Divine Tree of All Souls pondered for a moment before replying slowly, "Naturally, the stronger your power, the better. Only with greater strength can one better control the myriad changes during the refinement process and handle any potential crises." Zhāng Hào found this wisdom profoundly true. Nodding, he replied, "Very well. I'll cultivate for a while to strengthen myself before attempting to refine this world seed. How does that sound?" "As you wish. But you cannot take the world seed away, you must refine it in my presence." The ancient face of the Divine Tree of All Souls remained utterly expressionless, yet its gaze held an unwavering resolve. "Understood." Zhāng Hào nodded in agreement. He immediately opened the dimensional portal, vanished in a flash, and entered the Dark Witch's worship. "I hope it succeeds." The Tree of All Souls gazed in the direction Zhāng Hào had departed, letting out a soft sigh. Over the years, many had attempted to fuse the world seed, yet every single attempt had ended in failure. Admittedly, the primary reason was their lack of spatial abilities, but this also revealed just how perilous the fusion of the world seed truly was. If Zhāng Hào succeeded in the fusion, it would finally put to rest a lingering concern for the Tree of All Souls. "Carmel, is there a member of the spirit clan named Olin?" The moment Zhāng Hào entered the Dark Witch worship, he eagerly inquired of Carmel. In the profound and mysterious Third Era universe, myriad races shone like stars. As a race of the same era, Carmel's vast database might hold some trace of Olin. After all, as a pivotal figure within the multiverse clan, Orin must have left an indelible mark in their historical annals. There are indeed records concerning him. Carmel nodded slightly, her mechanical voice echoing through the silent space. This Orin hailed from the royal family of the multiverse clan. Possessing extraordinary talent, he was one of the most outstanding figures capable of reaching the pinnacle during that turbulent era. It is said he possessed the world ability unique to the legendary giants of the first era, a power that seemed like a mysterious gift from ancient times. However, Carmel naturally knew nothing of the secrets surrounding the world seed. Upon hearing this, Zhāng Hao's heart leapt with joy, and he nodded instinctively. It seemed the Tree of All Spirits had not lied, Olin had indeed existed, and the tales of that mysterious world ability were not mere fiction. One must always guard against deceit, caution never hurts. He mused silently. Good. Now, the moment of transformation has arrived. A startling light suddenly blazed in Zhāng Hao's eyes, like a brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky. This journey had been fraught with thorns and peril, yet now, his ultimate goal was achieved. The entire pool of 10,000 spirits had fallen into his grasp. Zhāng Hào carefully placed the pool of 10,000 spirits into the Demon Witch battleship. Carmel stared wide-eyed at the vast pool of multicolored blood radiating strange light, his mechanical eyes widening in utter astonishment. Master's luck is nothing short of divine. To acquire such a vast quantity of the blood of all souls? It marveled inwardly. This is wonderful, Master. With this much spirit blood, your bloodline power might just leap straight to the imperial rank. Carmel exclaimed excitedly. After all, royal-grade bloodlines were already as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn in this world. Only within the most elite clans did members possessing such bloodlines ever emerge. Emperor-grade bloodlines, however, were truly unheard of in the world. Perhaps only among the ancient remnant clans hidden within the River of Time, or the mysterious and unfathomable ancient giant tribes, could one find traces of such power. Zhāng Hào hesitated not a moment, slowly stepping into the pool of 10,000 spirits. This pool of 10,000 spirits was exceptionally unique. A single immersion was sufficient for any individual. Precisely because of this, such vast quantities of the 10,000 spirits' blood remained preserved. Zhāng Hāo's objective was to extract the colossal bloodline power contained within this eternal blood pool, using it to elevate his own bloodline rank and achieve a leap in strength. It must be understood that this 10,000 spirits' blood was meticulously refined from the essence blood of various powerful monsters, combined with exceedingly rare and precious medicinal ingredients. The bloodline power it contained was simply unimaginably vast. Zhāng Hào carefully extracted a small portion of the universal spirit blood and stored it away. "I'll bring some back for Yan Shu Yue and save a bit for Ling Mayu. They won't need much of the 10,000 spirits' blood either," he murmured to himself. After completing these preparations, Zhāng Hào swiftly stripped off his clothes and plunged into the pool of 10,000 spirits' blood. In an instant, a strange and powerful force enveloped his body. He could distinctly feel every bone in his frame growing stronger in an indescribable way, as if undergoing a baptism that would transform him completely. This was the miraculous effect of the 10,000 spirits' blood. Even those of mediocre talent could transform into prodigies of extraordinary genius simply by immersing themselves in it. Blood refining secret art. Zhāng Hào swiftly focused his mind, activating the mysterious blood refining secret art to begin extracting the bloodline power from the 10,000 spirits' blood pool. Instantly, strands of bloodline power, each containing immense energy, flowed out like trickling streams, continuously separating from the 10,000 spirits' blood and slowly infusing into Zhāng Hao's body. Such powerful bloodline energy. Zhāng Hào couldn't suppress the wild excitement surging within him. This surging, overwhelming bloodline power felt unbearably abundant, as if it would tear his body apart. Zhāng Hào dared not slacken his efforts. He immediately began refining the bloodline power absorbed into his body, transforming it into precious nourishment for his own bloodline. Whoosh! A layer of pure gold gradually enveloped Zhāng Hao's body, its hue deepening with an air of boundless mystery. The faint golden radiance it emitted caused the surrounding void to tremble slightly, as if struggling to bear the weight. Chapter 191, Frenetic Advancement. Crack! 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 Zhāng Hao's bones emitted a series of crisp cracking sounds as his strength and physical prowess surged at an astonishing, almost unbelievable rate. The vast bloodline power and the potent medicinal properties within the 10,000 spirits' blood were being rapidly refined by him, driving a transformative metamorphosis within his very being. As time slowly passed, the golden hue on Zhāng Hao's body grew increasingly pure, resembling gold tempered through 1,000 hammers. Simultaneously, a primordial, savage aura began to quietly permeate the air, the unique essence of ancient bloodlines, carrying the weight of time and profound mystery. Finally, 3 days passed unnoticed. The golden radiance on Zhāng Hao's body gradually dimmed, and the strange sensation of space warping slowly faded. He slowly opened his eyes, and an indescribably powerful aura instantly radiated out. This aura alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of ordinary Lord-level mutant beasts, compelling them to bow in submission. This change is too drastic. Could this be the terrifying amplification brought by Imperial-grade bloodlines? Zhāng Hao's heart trembled with shock. He clenched his fist slightly, and a series of sonic booms erupted abruptly. Then, with a casual punch, the surrounding space warped as if on the verge of collapse. Within the cultivation world, Zhāng Hào had achieved a breathtaking transformation. His bloodline had ascended to Imperial-grade status. Accompanying this astonishing transformation, Zhāng Hao's golden overlord physique ignited like a revved engine, its amplifying effects surging dramatically. His power now surged like a raging tidal wave, while his defenses stood as solid as towering mountains capable of rivaling even Beast King-level monsters. His physical strength now stood head and shoulders above the rest, leaving ordinary king-level powerhouses far behind, as if existing in another dimension altogether. Below are Zhāng Hao's current detailed statistics. Name, Zhāng Hào. Tier, mid-tier 5th tier. Strength, 1,412,000. Agility, 1,261,291. Constitution, 1,567,601. Spirit, 1,111,914. Experience points, 3,111,110. He also possesses numerous remarkable skills. Firearms Mastery, LV1, precision shooting skills enable rapid target acquisition during ranged attacks. Basic swordplay, LV5. Through countless hours of practice, his foundational sword techniques have reached perfection, each strike carrying formidable power. Source Energy Sorcery, LV8, mastery of source energy has reached profound heights, enabling the casting of various wondrous and potent source energy spells. Enlightening Blade Technique, LV4. This blade art embodies a unique force of law, seemingly capable of enlightening all things when unleashed, yielding extraordinary power. Shadow Step, LV3. A ghostly movement technique that clings to enemies like a shadow, making escape nearly impossible. Godslayer Dart, LV2, Dart launches with piercing momentum, delivering a fatal strike at critical moments. Blood-chilling blade technique, LV3. The blade's aura is so icy it seems to freeze an enemy's blood, slowing their movements. Light combat art, LV6, merges with the power of light, radiating dazzling brilliance in close combat to multiply its might. Blood refining secret art, LV3, skillfully manipulates the power of blood to grant oneself formidable assistance. Supernatural abilities are equally diverse. Frozen power, LV8, summons icy forces at will to create ice prisons, icicles, and other formations, trapping foes in a frozen wasteland. Gigantification, LV6, instantly transforms the user's body into colossal proportions, granting immense strength and defense, making them a mobile fortress on the battlefield. Earth Control, LV7, communicates with the Earth's power to manipulate rocks and soil at will, constructing sturdy defenses or unleashing fierce attacks. Light Manipulation, LV8, master the secrets of light to attack, defend, and move at blinding speeds, leaving opponents utterly unprepared. Psionic Space, LV8, possesses a unique psionic realm that can unexpectedly trap enemies during combat or serve as a storage space for items. Super Mimicry, LV7, perfectly mimics surrounding environments or other creatures, concealing one's aura and movements to introduce greater unpredictability in combat. His bloodline, however, is the coveted Imperial-grade bloodline Golden Dominance. Speaking of which, Zhāng Hào had previously stumbled upon a pool of invaluable 10,000 spirits blood. Employing his secret blood refining technique, he greedily drained the essence from the pool like a black hole. This pool, once brimming with boundless mystical power, instantly transformed into an ordinary pool of water. Yet the benefits this act brought Zhāng Hào were beyond imagination. Not only did it successfully transform his bloodline into an Imperial-grade bloodline, but it also enhanced his physique beyond recognition, more than doubling its strength. Before absorbing the 10,000 spirits blood, Zhāng Hào possessed only the strength of a low-tier 5th-rank cultivator. Now, however, his attributes skyrocketed like a rocket launch, especially his physique and strength, which had already reached the peak of the 5th tier. The preciousness of this pool of 10,000 spirits blood was truly unparalleled. It must be understood that even during the most prosperous and glorious era of the 10,000 Spirits clan, creating such a vast pool of 10,000 spirits blood would have been as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, the 10,000 Spirits clan would never have so generously granted such a vast quantity of 10,000 spirits blood for a single individual's exclusive use. After all, 10,000 spirits blood was traditionally used to enhance a cultivator's innate talent, not merely to boost physical prowess. To others, Zhāng Hào's unreserved absorption of an entire pool of universal spirit blood was nothing short of a wasteful extravagance. After all, such a vast pool could have nurtured countless prodigiously talented cultivators. However, Zhāng Hào was certainly not noble enough to simply hand over such a rare treasure to complete strangers. He reserved a small portion solely out of friendship for Ling Moyu and Yin Shuyue. As for the remainder, he claimed it all without hesitation, channeling it into his own formidable power. At that moment, Zhāng Hào's eyes burned with intense fervor as he silently mused, "Excellent. Only if I successfully refine that world seed will I truly seize this colossal opportunity." Having now transformed into an imperial-grade bloodline, his foundational physical prowess approached the upper echelons of the 5th tier. After activating the Golden Overlord body, he could even engage in fierce combat with some king-level powerhouses. Yet Zhāng Hào knew clearly that he could currently only match the strength of king-level powerhouses like a white-faced Rakshasa. Compared to the undead clans Karina and other powerhouses on the world's top 100 battle rankings, a significant gap still existed. Yet, if he could refine this mysterious world seed and obtain the legendary, coveted world ability, Zhāng Hào firmly believed he might have a chance to test his strength against those ranked lower on the world's top 100 combat list. This could catapult him to the heavens, elevating him into the ranks of the world's absolute elite. In the vast, unfathomable river of cosmic history, world power shone like the most brilliant yet rarest star in the night sky. According to detailed records in ancient texts, it had appeared only twice across countless eons, undoubtedly a legendary, transcendent ability. Perhaps only other mystical powers like those of time, soul, or life shrouded in the same mists of legend, could be considered comparable. At this moment, Zhāng Hào stepped nimbly from the demon witch worship. His hands swiftly formed seals, and accompanied by flickering strange light, he successfully opened the mysterious passageway to the dimensional space. Like a swift gust of wind, he darted through it, returning in an instant to the awe-inspiring space of the Divine Tree. Before his eyes stood the 1,000-meter-tall Divine Tree of All Souls. Its towering form resembled a green monument piercing the heavens, and each encounter left Zhāng Hào with a profound sense of awe deep within his soul. Chapter 192, Reborn. How come you give me this feeling like you've been completely transformed? How could the change be so profound? The ancient face of the Divine Tree of 10,000 Spirits, etched with the vicissitudes of time, fixed its gaze upon Zhāng Hào. Its eyes brimmed with disbelief, its tone dripping with profound astonishment. It's simply because I successfully refined your 10,000 Spirits clan's mysterious 10,000 Spirits blood pool. Zhāng Hào muttered silently to himself, a faint smile curling his lips. It must be said that Zhāng Hào's transformation over these 3 days was nothing short of earth-shattering and profound. In just 3 short days, he had successfully ascended to the Imperial Bloodline tier. Throughout the past 5 eras, those who had attained Imperial-grade bloodline power were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, truly few and far between. Can I attempt to fuse with the World Seed now? Zhāng Hao's eyes flashed with intense light as he eagerly asked. Successfully merging with the so-called World Seed would grant him world-level abilities, propelling his strength to a whole new level. Perhaps then, he could challenge the lower-ranked powerhouses on the world's top 100 battle list and make a name for himself. Very well. Good luck. Should you succeed, it would also resolve a matter of great importance to me. The divine tree of all spirits spoke slowly, its voice deep and resonant, as if echoing through endless ages. As it spoke, it plucked a seed shimmering with an uncanny glow from its lush foliage. This was the World Seed. Long ago, when the peerless prodigy of the 10,000 Spirits clan, Olin, faced death, he had used supreme secret arts to strip away his own world power, forming this wondrous seed. He had solemnly entrusted it to the 10,000 Spirits divine tree, imploring it to carry on this world power. The divine tree of all spirits seemed to sense the profound resentment lingering in Orin's final moments. After all, this prodigy had fallen like a meteor before reaching the pinnacle of his power. He refused to let the unique power he had spent his entire life cultivating vanish from the world. Perhaps this was life continuing in another wondrous way. So, abilities can actually be passed down? Zhāng Hao's face brimmed with curiosity as he carefully took the World Seed from the resilient branches of the divine tree of all souls. It resembled a dazzling diamond crystal, its interior swirling with shifting storms, sometimes howling winds, sometimes torrential downpours. It seemed like a miniature world constantly evolving within, a marvel so astonishing it took one's breath away. Of course it can. The divine tree of all spirits, seemingly having not conversed freely with anyone in ages, now spoke at length. Abilities can indeed be passed down. One merely needs to extract their own power through a special secret technique and shape it into an ability seed. However, passing on abilities is far more difficult than one might imagine. First, to forge a power seed, one's own power must reach a certain level, at least a 6th-tier powerhouse, or a king-tier powerhouse or above, for their power to have any chance of being passed on. That is the first hurdle. Second, recklessly stripping away one's abilities carries grave consequences. At best, one risks losing all power and becoming crippled. At worst, death occurs instantly. Under normal circumstances, no one would be foolish enough to risk such a catastrophe. Additionally, there is the process of fusing the ability seed. Those attempting to fuse the ability seed also face immense peril. The slightest misstep could cause their body to explode, leaving nothing but scattered soul fragments. Precisely for this reason, the secret art of inheriting abilities is regarded as forbidden magic. The 10,000 Spirits divine tree's words opened a whole new door of knowledge for Zhāng Hào, expanding his understanding with insights he had never heard before. Indeed, passing down this ability proved exceedingly difficult. To extract the seed, one must be at least a 6th-tier psionicist, a powerhouse of king rank or higher. Even if extraction succeeded, the donor would be crippled if not killed outright. Unless facing imminent death, no one would lightly make such a choice. Moreover, even if one were fortunate enough to obtain a power seed, the probability of accidents occurring during the fusion process was extremely high. The slightest misstep could lead to an irreversible catastrophe. So this world seed is actually an ability seed? Zhāng Hào stared intently at the mysterious world seed in his hand, his thoughts racing. That Orin fellow had clearly, in his dying moments, mustered his last ounce of strength to use that mysterious secret art to strip away the world power he possessed, meticulously crafting it into this precious power seed. Simply consume it, the divine tree of all souls advised solemnly. But remember, refining a world seed is exceedingly dangerous. Failure will result in instant death. The divine tree of all spirits solemnly warned Zhāng Hào. Zhāng Hào clutched the world seed tightly. At this moment, not a shred of hesitation lingered in his heart. Not only did he possess imperial-grade bloodline, but he also had the pre-existing ability space. If even he couldn't successfully refine this world seed, it would be hard to find anyone else in this world capable of doing so. With unwavering resolve, Zhāng Hào swallowed the power seed in one swift motion. Immediately, he channeled his genetic energy to envelop the seed tightly, immersing himself completely in the refinement process. The divine tree of all spirits watched silently as Zhāng Hào sat cross-legged, eyes closed in deep concentration, not uttering a single sound to disturb him. Before Zhāng Hào, many members of the 10,000 Spirits clan had attempted to refine this world seed with fervent passion and high hopes, yet all had ended in failure. Now, the divine tree of all spirits silently hoped within its heart that a miracle might occur for Zhāng Hào. Boom! The thunderous roar, as if the heavens were splitting apart, seemed to roll in from the depths of the cosmos, crashing against Zhāng Hāo's senses with overwhelming force. He distinctly sensed that this thunderous roar emanated from within the world seed itself. Instantly, a colossal force shook his body violently. At this critical moment, a brilliant radiance erupted around Zhāng Hào. His imperial-grade bloodline was fully activated, instantly propelling him into the golden overlord body state. His muscles bulged, and a dazzling golden glow enveloped his body. He stood like a war god descended, exerting all his might to suppress the counterforce emanating from the world seed. This is Imperial Grade Bloodline? And his bloodline power, it resembles that of the legendary golden giants of the giant clan royalty. Witnessing this scene, the divine tree of all souls was shaken to its core. Imperial grade bloodlines were as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn in this world, their rarity beyond imagination. And the bloodline power Zhāng Hào displayed bore such a striking resemblance to that of the long-extinct giant royal clan. How could the tree of all souls not ponder in secret? Could this young man truly be a descendant of the ancient giant clan? Or could it be a case of atavism? Legend held that the earliest humans were of the giant clan. Later generations of humans all possessed, to varying degrees, a trace of ancient human blood within them. Should such ancestral blood resurface, it could very well give birth to a prodigiously extraordinary being. At this thought, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in the divine tree of all beings' eyes. Perhaps a great miracle was truly about to unfold before its very eyes. Yet at this very moment, Zhāng Hào was enduring excruciating agony. He forcibly suppressed the world seed's rejection, each second feeling like walking on the edge of a knife. Sweat drenched his clothes, beads the size of beans rolling down his forehead, yet his gaze remained as unwavering as iron. Fortunately, after a long half-day, the world seed which had raged in frenzied resistance seemed to have exhausted all its strength. Its repulsive force against Zhāng Hào gradually weakened. Phew! Under Zhāng Hao's relentless refinement, the world seed finally began to transform. Like wax scorched by intense heat, it slowly melted, transforming into a strange, law-like force that seeped into every cell of Zhāng Hao's body. At last, he had successfully refined the world seed. Chapter 193, The Flawed World Ability. Ding! Detected an incomplete world ability. Would you like to spend 573,000 experience points to complete it? At that moment, the system's mechanical, icy prompt suddenly rang in Zhāng Hao's ears, causing him to freeze in shock, his face frozen in astonishment. What's going on? Why is it an incomplete world ability? Zhāng Hao's mind was filled with confusion and bewilderment. The system prompt stated that restoring this incomplete world ability would require a staggering 500,000 experience points. After careful consideration, he concluded there were two possible reasons for the world ability's incompleteness. The first possibility was that an unforeseen accident occurred during Oren's extraction of the world ability, resulting in the inherited ability becoming incomplete. The second possibility was more complex. Perhaps Oren's world ability was inherently incomplete, and he had acquired it through a method similar to refining a world seed. And this world seed most likely originated from the world giant mentioned by Carmel and the Tree of All Souls. Zhāng Hào had no way of knowing whether these speculations were accurate, but he was certain that the world power he possessed was indeed incomplete. As a man with grand ambitions, Zhāng Hào naturally refused to settle for an incomplete world power. He demanded a complete, most powerful ability. Complete it. Make it whole. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhāng Hào made his decision swiftly. His gaze was unwavering, as if determined to shatter any obstacle in his path. Though 500,000 experience points was no small sum, Zhāng Hào had previously demonstrated extraordinary courage and strength in Icebreaker City, consecutively slaying over a dozen Lord-level mutant beasts. Later, during his adventures in the mini-world, he had luckily acquired a massive amount of experience points. The experience points dropped by fallen psychics, the giant frog beast, the golden ape, and various void creatures all had been added to his tally. Thus, his experience points had accumulated to an unprecedented 2,800,000 points. Therefore, 50,000 experience points were entirely within his means. Ding! 500,000 experience points deducted. Congratulations, host, on acquiring World Ability LV1. Accompanied by the system notification, Zhāng Hào successfully acquired the World Ability. In that instant, he sensed a brand new world emerging within his dantian. This was a realm entirely distinct from the dimensional space opened by the ability, an inner world uniquely his own, one he controlled completely. But this is way too barren. As Zhāng Hào eagerly inspected his inner world, his lips twitched involuntarily. The inner world before him was utterly desolate. Not only was it minuscule in size, but as far as the eye could see, it was utterly lifeless and barren, giving the impression of a primordial wasteland untouched by civilization. Even the most basic element air was absent, making survival utterly impossible in such a hostile environment. Zhāng Hào fell deep in thought. An inner world of this caliber seemed, for now, barely fit to serve as a storage space. Is that all it's good for? Resentment stirred within him. His eyes, glinting with a hungry light, seemed to speak of his relentless pursuit of greater power. Upgrade the world ability. Gritting his teeth, Zhāng Hào made his decision. He resolutely expended experience points to level up the world ability, firmly believing that only through advancement could it truly unleash its latent, formidable power. Ding! 40,000 experience points consumed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained World Ability LV2. As the system's crisp notification echoed in his mind, Zhāng Hào couldn't help but gasp in shock, his face contorting with pain at the staggering cost. To advance from level 1 to level 2 required a staggering 40,000 experience points? This cost far exceeded that of the ability space precious experience he'd painstakingly accumulated, now flowing away like water. How could it not be heartbreaking? Yet, surprises always came with a price. Zhāng Hào was delighted to discover that his inner world had quietly undergone a transformation. Though it still carried a desolate aura, the entire world's scope had visibly expanded. Upon closer inspection, a faint trace of oxygen now permeated the air. This sliver of oxygen was like a glimmer of dawn in the darkness for life, signifying that living beings could now survive here. Ding! 80,000 EXP consumed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring World Ability LV3. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhāng Hào continued his path of advancement. As the experience points were spent, the inner world underwent another wondrous transformation. Where once lay barren, monotonous land, rolling mountains slowly rose, and winding rivers began to flow. The mountains resembled a colossal beast awakening from a long slumber, while the rivers flowed like the earth's lifeblood, infusing this world with new vitality. Keep leveling up. Zhāng Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement. A powerful intuition told him that this world's supernatural abilities might conceal unimaginably immense power. Ding! 160,000 EXP consumed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring World Ability LV.4. Ding! 640,000 EXP consumed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring World Ability LV6. Amidst the relentless stream of system notifications, Zhāng Hào pushed the World Ability all the way to level 6 in one go. At that moment, the inner world within his body underwent a cataclysmic transformation, as if it had experienced a world-creating revolution. Its size now rivaled some smaller microcosms, much like the Crimson Microcosm once inhabited by the Dark Witch clan. Yet unlike that realm, this inner world was no longer barren. Instead, it had transformed into a place of breathtaking beauty. Lush vegetation grew freely, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze, as if singing a joyful ode to life. Gentle breezes blew softly, bringing freshness and comfort. Zhāng Hào keenly sensed that these seemingly ordinary plants and trees contained a faint yet unique power, as if beckoning him. Let's try it. A thought struck him. He retrieved a sharp blade from his spatial storage, his gaze unwavering. Without hesitation, he sliced his wrist open, and crimson blood gushed forth. What is that kid doing? The divine tree of all spirits, which had been observing Zhāng Hào from the shadows, froze in shock at this sudden turn of events. It was utterly perplexed. Wasn't Zhāng Hào in the midst of fusing with the world seed? How could he have awakened after only half a day and resorted to self-harm? Had the fusion failed, turning him into a fool? The divine tree of all spirits was filled with shock and doubt. It could never have imagined that not only had Zhāng Hào successfully refined the world seed, but he had also gained the complete power of the world. Huff! Stealing his trembling hands, Zhāng Hào held his slashed wrist above the inner world, attempting to draw a thread of life force from the surrounding flora. Then, something miraculous happened. The wound on his wrist began healing at a visible speed, as if time itself were reversing, the injury rapidly vanishing. Within 3 seconds, the once gushing wound vanished completely, leaving not even a trace of scarring. Indeed, I can draw upon the vitality of the plants within this miniature world to heal my own wounds. Zhāng Hao's heart surged with elation. It was as if he now carried an inexhaustible blood bank with him at all times. Whenever injured, he could instantly draw life force from his inner world for healing. This meant that unless his head was blown off instantly, he was practically immortal. However, this formidable power came at a cost. Zhāng Hào watched helplessly as a tree within his inner world withered at an alarming speed. Its once vibrant branches and leaves instantly turned yellow and dry. He understood that the vitality he drew did not come from nowhere, it was extracted from the very plants and trees within his inner world. Chapter 194, World Ability Level 7. Should I advance another level? Zhāng Hào furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of hesitation stirring within him. This inner world, though a solid bastion shielding him from storms, hadn't delivered the significant combat boost he'd anticipated. Yet, advancing to the next level demanded a staggering 1,280,000 experience points. Factoring in the experience already spent on previous upgrades, this would nearly deplete the 3 million points he had painstakingly accumulated. After deep contemplation, a resolute glint flashed in Zhāng Hao's eyes. Level up. He knew full well that world abilities far surpassed ordinary abilities in power. Such a massive investment would surely yield immense rewards. Ding! 1,280,000 experience points consumed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring World Ability LV7. A crisp notification tone rang in his ears, like the opening notes of a magical symphony. The instant his world ability ascended to level 7, Zhāng Hao's inner world underwent a revolutionary transformation, as if infused with a mysterious and powerful force. Looking out, he saw strange beasts of all shapes and forms springing up like bamboo shoots amidst the mountains and forests. Some resembled majestic lions, yet 2 sharp horns sprouted from their foreheads. Sunlight glinted off the horns, casting a piercing radiance. Others resembled agile cheetahs, yet their bodies were covered in hard scales, each gleaming with a metallic sheen, as if born with battle armor. Simultaneously, rivers and great waters began to nurture a myriad of wondrous aquatic creatures. Graceful fish darted through the water, their scales shimmering with iridescent hues. Others resembled peculiar sea anemones, like vibrant flowers blooming beneath the surface, their tentacles gently swaying as if playing with the currents. Still others were strange, unseen creatures lurking within, as if emerging from unknown realms of mystery. Zhāng Hào was thrilled to discover that truly vibrant life had emerged within his inner world. They were no longer soulless entities, but possessed spirit and consciousness, each life a unique work of art. Immersed within this realm, Zhāng Hào felt momentarily transformed into a creator of all things, a profound awe welling up within him. Is this the legendary world ability? Zhāng Hào murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with unmistakable awe. His inner world had miraculously spawned genuine life, a sensation akin to witnessing the birth of a new being, a shock that struck deep into his soul. And I can borrow their power. Zhāng Hào instantly surged with excitement. He keenly sensed that he could borrow a portion of the power from these newly born beasts to enhance his own strength. This meant that the more prosperous his inner world became, the more diverse its lifeforms grew, the greater the power he could borrow. Though he could only draw a small portion at this stage, the life within his inner world would continue to multiply, grow stronger, and even cultivate on its own, becoming ever more powerful. By then, the power he could borrow would surely surpass all imagination. This was the power of the world. Zhāng Hào now felt as if he possessed a world entirely his own. He commanded the world's energy, becoming its undisputed master. With the power of the inner world, perhaps I can even challenge those ranked lower on the 100-strong battle list. Zhāng Hao's eyes brimmed with wild excitement. The world ability had not disappointed him, truly a legendary power worthy of its name. After all, the powerhouses on the world's top 100 battle rankings were all true superhumans. Take the undead clan of the Nethernight Forest. They could shatter spatial barriers with their bare hands, forcibly slipping into alternate dimensions like ghostly apparitions. Not only that, their bodies were incredibly hard, capable of withstanding superweapon strikes and even dismantling Gundams with their bare hands. Their formidable strength was truly terrifying. Ahem. Are you alright? The divine tree of all souls, which had been quietly observing Zhāng Hào all along, finally couldn't resist asking. Zhāng Hào's expression shifted erratically, one moment wild with ecstasy, the next seemingly lost in some self-absorbed trance. It was utterly bizarre. The divine tree of all souls couldn't help but worry. Could it be that the failure to refine the world seed had driven Zhāng Hào mad? I'm fine. Zhāng Hào snapped out of his excitement, suddenly remembering the divine tree of all spirits was still there. He hurriedly replied, though the joy on his face remained impossible to hide. After all, this world power was the greatest reward of his journey. You actually fused with the world seed? The divine tree of all spirits stared at the uncontrollable joy on Zhāng Hào's face, its eyes filled with shock, unable to hold back the words. Ahem. That's right. Zhāng Hào gave a light cough, a faint smile playing on his lips as he offered a concise, affirmative reply. How is that possible? The divine tree of all spirits murmured in disbelief. The world power within that world seed was already severely fragmented. The odds of successfully merging it were practically dust thin. Could it truly be that heaven has shown you extraordinary favor? Damn it! Zhāng Hào cursed inwardly upon hearing this. The divine tree of all spirits had clearly known about the world seed's flawed abilities all along, yet had deliberately concealed it from him. The divine tree of all spirits lowered its branches slightly, feeling somewhat guilty. It knew its actions were indeed underhanded, but its yearning for someone to fuse with the world seed and fulfill its final wish was simply too strong. It feared that if it revealed the world seed's power was incomplete, Zhāng Hào would refuse to fuse with it. Zhāng Hào took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his emotions. After all, he would ultimately be the one to benefit. He slowly inquired, you mentioned the abilities within this world seed are incomplete. What exactly does that mean? The tree of all souls hastily explained, the same ability cannot be passed down multiple times. Each transfer causes it to become incomplete. A flash of insight struck Zhāng Hào. So you're saying the world power possessed by Olin of the 10,000 Spirits clan wasn't innate? It was inherited from others, similar to how power seeds are passed down? The divine tree of all spirits did not conceal the truth, nodding in acknowledgement. Precisely. Orin once explored the ancient ruins of the giant clan and, by a stroke of luck, obtained a power seed. Within it lay the very essence of world power. That seed was most likely passed down by the world giants of the First Era as they faced their demise. Zhāng Hào was momentarily speechless. Such abilities could only be passed down once. Repeated transmissions would fragment them. Olin successfully refined the complete world power passed down by the world giant, gaining its full potential. However, after Olin's death, the world power was stripped from his body, forming a new world seed. Thus, by the time it reached Zhāng Hào, the world ability had been passed on twice, making it inherently incomplete. Zhāng Hào couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. If not for the assistance of his system, even if he had successfully obtained the world ability, it would have been nothing more than a flawed version. The divine tree of all souls sighed softly and spoke slowly. The reason the giant clan is so powerful is because they are among the earliest lifeforms born in this world. Many within their clan possessed legendary abilities, also known as primordial powers. Such primordial abilities appear only once in this world. Giants who possess a primordial ability are revered as ancestral giants. They are considered the most powerful beings across several eras, and the World Giant is one such ancestral giant. Chapter 195, The World Giant. Therefore, in truth, only one being could possess the world power throughout these eras. The World Titan passed its power to Orin, who had the potential to rival the founding Titans. Alas, he met an untimely demise. Even if you obtained this world power, it would be incomplete. What a pity! The Tree of All Souls shook its head repeatedly in lament, revealing many more secrets unknown to the world. A legendary tier power, a peerless, unparalleled force. The primordial Titan, the mightiest being across countless eras. All this was undeniably staggering, making one's blood boil with excitement. Legend speaks of other primordial giants: the Destroyer Giant, the Time Giant, the Life Giant, and more. Each possessed a unique primordial power. Alas, perhaps their primordial abilities, like the World Giant's world-altering power, have become fragmented and incomplete even if passed down. With that dreadful catastrophe looming on the horizon, is there even the faintest glimmer of hope left for us to survive? The Tree of All Souls let out a rare, heavy sigh. Its already ancient-looking face now seemed to bear even more of the weight of time. The Destruction Giant, the Life Giant. Zhāng Hào murmured softly, as if reciting an ancient and mysterious incantation. These were among the mightiest beings to have existed across several eras. As the earliest lifeforms to emerge in this world, they reigned like ancient sovereigns, once commanding the vast lands with majestic authority. Their legendary abilities were unparalleled, as if this world had been tailor-made for them, miracles unique to this realm. Yet these peerlessly mighty beings ultimately faded into the river of history, like brilliant stars falling one by one. This undeniably signifies the catastrophe at the end of an era, its horror beyond imagination. What was even more despairing was that the strongest beings of this current era could not match the might of the ancient giants. Yet the calamity they must face is no less daunting than those of the past. Even the giant race, possessing mighty progenitor giants, proved powerless against that dreadful catastrophe and met their demise. So then, what chance did the far weaker Fifth Era truly have of surviving this apocalyptic catastrophe? Zhāng Hào couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked aloud, what kind of existence is this catastrophe at the end of the era? In truth, Zhāng Hào understood that the calamity of the age's end was composed of myriad threats. Take the void creatures, for instance. They were a crucial component of this epical calamity. Whenever an epical calamity erupted, hordes of bizarre, savage void creatures would surge forth like a tidal wave, mercilessly slaughtering all life in their path, leaving nothing but death and desolation in their wake. As for the other aspects of the catastrophe, Zhāng Hào was less well informed. Though Carmel served as the AI core of the Dark Witch worship, they never lived to witness the final catastrophe. Instead, they were utterly annihilated by the very monstrous entity they had created, the God of Perfection. Thus, it possessed scant knowledge of the specifics of the epical cataclysm. The Tree of All Souls before them, however, had endured the trials of several eras due to its unique properties, surviving stubbornly to the present day. Perhaps it knew the true nature of this epical catastrophe. At Zhāng Hào's inquiry, a flash of unmistakable terror flickered in the Tree of All Souls' profound eyes. The era catastrophe. It was the most dreadful calamity, like an evil force within the heavens and earth determined to destroy everything. There was absolutely no hope of surviving it. The outbreak of disaster is multifaceted, a tangled web of natural calamities and human-made catastrophes. When calamity strikes, the entire world undergoes earth-shattering upheaval, as if being ruthlessly kneaded by an invisible giant hand. Ancient beings, almost legendary in origin, will awaken void creatures emerging from infinite emptiness, undead clans surviving since the First Age, and other terrifying beings of immense longevity. Like demons crawling from hell, they will mercilessly destroy all beauty and vitality in the world. Zhāng Hào listened, his throat going dry as a chill rose from the depths of his soul. Monsters that existed since the First Age? Take the undead, for instance. Theoretically, they possess infinite lifespans. As long as they aren't killed by external forces, they can continue to exist indefinitely. Thinking about it this way, surviving from the First Era until now wasn't entirely implausible. Pondering further, an undead being that had endured 5 eras, what a terrifying existence that would be. Then there were monsters akin to the primordial titans, equally ancient beings. Some had slumbered in dark corners for eons, awakening only when cataclysmic events shook the ages. Their power seemed almost invincible, as if they were harbingers of doom ordained by fate. But what's even more terrifying comes from the unknown. The weathered face of the Tree of All Souls instantly contorted, as if recalling some profoundly dreadful memory. Even if the spirit race had not been annihilated in their battle against the void beings, they would have merely prolonged their existence for a short while before the cataclysm at the end of the era. Ultimately, they could not escape the fate of extinction. The unknown? Zhāng Hào looked utterly perplexed, utterly baffled. Yet the divine Tree of All Spirits seemed utterly terrified. No matter how much Zhāng Hào pressed for answers, it refused to utter another word. The primordial giants among the mightiest beings across several eras had all perished in the catastrophe without exception. The horror implied by this was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Still, Zhāng Hào didn't dwell on it too much. After all, the fifth era had only begun a few hundred years ago. He wasn't one to worry about things beyond his control. In his view, if the sky were to fall, someone taller would surely bear the weight. What a pity, the world power you obtained is incomplete. The Tree of All Spirits shook its head repeatedly, sighing deeply. Originally, it had believed Zhāng Hào had no chance of refining the world seed, yet unexpectedly, he had succeeded. The pity was that it was only a fragmented world ability. Had he obtained the complete world power, Zhāng Hào might have truly recreated the mighty glory of the primordial giants. But this incomplete world power? Compared to the complete version, it was worlds apart. Zhāng Hào chuckled inwardly. The Tree of All Souls had no idea he had already completed the world power. What he had obtained was not some incomplete version, but the genuine, flawless, legendary tier world power, a unique and unparalleled force in this world. Still, Zhāng Hào kept this secret from the Divine Tree of All Souls. Though the Divine Tree of All Spirits didn't seem to harbor ill will, one must never be too cautious. After all, he had only known the Divine Tree of All Spirits for a few days. Very well. You have successfully refined the world seed, fulfilling the wish of both myself and that child, Orin. You may now depart. The Divine Tree of All Souls finally issued its dismissal. Zhāng Hào pondered for a moment, concluding there was indeed no need to linger further. Just then, a thought flashed through his mind, sparking a bold idea. How wonderful it would be if he could take this Divine Tree of All Souls with him. He recalled how, in that mysterious space, the Tree of All Souls had, in just a few exchanges, driven the Void King clan's Break Void into a rout, leaving them fleeing like a pack of stray dogs. The power of that Void Breaker was comparable to the terrifying monsters on the Ferocious Beast list. Thus, the sheer power of the Tree of All Souls was evident, truly terrifying. This ancient entity, having endured countless eras, stood like a mysterious, towering peak in the river of time. Its power was unfathomable, like an endless abyss, its true depth impossible to fully comprehend. To possess the Divine Tree of All Spirits would be like securing an invincible guardian. In this peril-filled world, it would provide an unbreakable layer of protection.